3 years have passed since my journey began, and I have mastered the skills of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, wandering through the martial world with great vigor. In this realm, physical prowess is paramount for those who navigate the Jianghu. Fang Ping, the 13 Protectors, has cultivated himself to be impervious to blades and spears, wielding a sturdy iron staff, embodying the essence of a true wanderer. Chapter 1. I am merely a courier. 30 miles outside of Liuzhou City, a young man emerged from a thicket. His name was Fang Ping, a traveler from another world. Before his journey, he had been a courier, and even after crossing into this ancient realm, he remained a courier, albeit in a different context here. His profession was known as escorting goods. However, Fang Ping had yet to join a major escort agency, operating independently instead. His aspiration was to make gradual progress each day, accumulating enough capital to establish his own agency and achieve public listing within a decade. Today, after completing a delivery, he sought a shortcut home and ventured into the thicket, only to become disoriented. After considerable effort, he finally emerged, only to witness two figures from the martial world seemingly engaged in a deadly confrontation. One, a middle-aged man, had already succumbed to a peaceful slumber. As the saying goes, the road is wide, each goes their own way. It was not his intention to intervene in their disputes. Yet, the other, an elderly man sporting a goatee, brandished two steel spikes, blocking his path with an intimidating glare and audaciously declaring his intent to pierce him with two transparent holes. Unable to tolerate such insolence, Fang Ping felt a surge of anger, contemplating the severe repercussions of the old man's actions. The goateed elder let out a sinister laugh and addressed Fang Ping. "Youngster, it appears today is your ill-fated day. You have encountered me. Your demise will be clarified soon. When you arrive at the underworld, remember to mention that your killer is the immortal of primal unity, Yu Yuan. Pleasure to meet you. Then so you are known as the immortal of primal unity." Fang Ping replied with a clasped fist. "I am the esteemed masterma of the primal Taiji sect, renowned for my exquisite technique, the lightning 5 strikes. I welcome your guidance." "Humph. What is this primal Taiji sect? In my decades of roaming the Jianghu, I've never heard of it. Prepare to meet your end." With that, Yu Yuan lunged forward, thrusting his steel spike toward Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping merely scoffed, sidestepping the attack and delivering a powerful left hook to Yu Yuan's temple. One strike. Yu Yuan, initially intending to block with his right hand and counter with a steel spike, was taken aback by the force of Fang Ping's punch, which sent him sprawling. Fang Ping chuckled derisively. "With such feeble attempts, you think to silence me? Best retreat to where it is cooler." The elder sprang to his feet, performing a nimble maneuver, and flexed his arms. Though he felt some soreness, he was unperturbed by any internal energy penetrating his body. "Humph, you may appear formidable, but superficial strength is of no consequence. Without inner strength, you are but a drifting leaf. Today, you shall not escape." Fang Ping understood the elder's derision in the Jianghu. There existed a hierarchy of disdain. Those who practiced swordsmanship looked down upon those who wielded blades, and those with inner strength scorned those who relied solely on external cultivation. However, he was not entirely devoid of inner strength after 3 years of traversing through this realm without the guidance of a master. He could only practice haphazardly on his own. Though his inner power had manifested, he struggled to wield it with finesse, relying instead on sheer brute force in combat. As Yu Yuan charged at him once more, Fang Ping narrowed his eyes and shouted, "2 strikes." With a powerful downward punch, he aimed directly at Yu Yuan's forehead. This time, the elder had learned his lesson. He raised both hands to block and summoned his inner strength for protection, deflecting Fang Ping's right arm. Almost immediately, he unleashed a flurry of thrusts with the steel spikes, striking 7 or 8 times in rapid succession. Fang Ping deftly evaded each attack and retaliated with 2 wide punches. 3 strikes, 4 strikes. Utter nonsense. Is that all you can flail your fists aimlessly? Yu Yuan huffed, his temper flaring. Though Fang Ping's punches lacked technique, there was a certain irrationality to his raw power. As the saying goes, a single force can overpower 10 skills. The weight behind his punches was considerable, demanding respect. "Enough with your prattle. 5 strikes." Fang Ping bellowed. As Fang Ping swung his fist again, Yu Yuan smirked coldly, dodged, and aimed a stab at Fang Ping's face. Fang Ping stepped back, ready to counter, but then saw the elder thrust his palm forward, using the steel spike as a projectile aimed at Fang Ping's eyes. "Damn it! This old man has no sense of honor," Fang Ping exclaimed, startled by the unexpected maneuver. In a moment of desperation, he performed a backbend, only to feel a sharp kick land heavily on his waist. At that moment, he lost control of his body, rolling on the ground to create distance. He had underestimated the elder's cunning. The thrust had seemingly lost its force, logically warranting a retreat and a new attack. Yet, the elder had cleverly propelled the spike with his palm, rendering Fang Ping defenseless. Although the blow lacked strength, should it pierce his eye, it would surely result in severe injury or worse. Fang Ping's mind swirled with the realization not to underestimate any hero in the world. For Yu Yuan, the master of Hunyuan Qi, did not afford him a moment's respite. As Fang Ping struggled to regain his footing, another steel spike was thrust repeatedly at his head. Enough of this endless assault. Fang Ping's anger surged as a sudden, sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils. His gaze fell upon the nearby steel spike, which shimmered with a sinister green HUET. His dismay. It was poisoned. Infuriated, Fang Ping felt the weight of indignation having navigated through this ancient martial world for 3 years. Like most warriors, he loathed those who resorted to poison and hidden weapons and utter disgrace to martial ethics. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ping stepped back, quickly retrieving the long cloth bundle behind him. Pulling at the fabric, he revealed a pitch-black iron rod, now firmly gripped in his hand. "You vile scoundrel, I have the utmost disdain for those who employ poison and hidden weapons. Prepare to face my staff." With a fierce wind trailing behind it, the iron rod swung toward the elder with relentless force that Yu Yuan felt the gust and dared not confront a heathen, instead evading with agility, leaping and dodging like a monkey. After 100 relentless strikes, Yu Yuan was on the verge of cursing, thinking to himself, where did this brute come from, and how did he possess such boundless strength? Although this fellow's staff technique is sparse and riddled with flaws, each strike carries immense force. If I were to confront him, heathen, I would undoubtedly be the first to perish such a preposterous notion. He cast a glance at the middle-aged man lying on the ground, who, despite his reluctance, was already showing signs of retreat. Dare to be distracted? You seek death. Fang Ping flicked his iron staff, knocking away the steel spike from the old man's hand. Following this, he pressed down with his arm, bringing the other end of the staff crashing down towards the old man's shoulder. With a pained cry, Yu Yuan barely evaded the direct blow, but the head of the staff grazed his upper arm, causing it to droop instantly. The old man gritted his teeth in agony, his arm throbbing with excruciating pain. Realizing he could not continue the fight, he waved his left hand, scattering a cloud of green powder towards Fang Ping. Startled, Fang Ping thought, not poison again. He dared not be careless and quickly jumped far away. Seizing the moment, Yu Yuan leaped into the dense thicket beside the road, swiftly vanishing from sight. An unscrupulous old fool, running away so fast. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped with your life. Fang Ping approached the middle-aged man lying on the ground, noting several bloody puncture wounds on his body and the darkening of his lips evidently. He had been poisoned. He felt for the man's breath, which was faint as a wisp, and his pulse was intermittent, indicating that his time was running short. Alas, in the world of martial arts, one must endure wounds. With a sigh, he unfastened a water gourd from his waist and splashed a handful of water onto the middle-aged man's face. After a brief moment, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. "Brother, can you hear me?" Struggling to turn his head, he saw a muscular man squatting beside him, gripping an iron staff and gazing at him with concern. "It is you who saved me." Coughed he nearly choked on his own saliva. Fang Ping hurriedly propped him against a large tree that a fellow named Hunyuan Ichi attempted to kill me as I passed by, but I swiftly drove him away, Fang Ping boasted with a grin. The middle-aged man felt excruciating pain in his chest. He tried to touch it, but his arm felt as heavy as lead, and he could not lift it. He sensed that his internal strength was nearly depleted and new death was looming. Cough. After another bout of violent coughing, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "Brother, I owe you my life. Cough. I cannot repay this favor, but in my final moments there is a matter I must ask of you." Chapter 2. Tang Min, Tang Chi. "Please speak," Fang Ping replied, his demeanor becoming earnest. My chest. Fang Ping felt around the man's chest and retrieved a palm-sized, flat wooden box. Opening it revealed another jade box, adorned with numerous straight lines. Upon closer inspection, the box was composed of small jade strips assembled together. A mechanism box? Where did you acquire this? It is quite exquisite. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the words, intended to chuckle, yet the movement agitated his wound, prompting a fit of violent coughing. This box, cough cough, is of great significance. I implore you, brother, to, without fail, deliver it to Qingyang County and place it in the hands of Mr. Qingyang. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping remained silent, continuing to search the man's person until he discovered 250 teal silver notes, several pieces of loose silver, and some copper coins, causing a grin to spread across his face. To be frank with you, my friend, I am indeed a courier. I mean a bodyguard. Since you have spoken so earnestly, our contract is thus sealed. I shall ensure the delivery, and the 100 or so taels on you shall be my remuneration for this task, Fang Ping stated, clasping his fists in respect, and added solemnly, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, the parcel shall reach its destination. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, suddenly felt invigorated, returning the gesture with a clasp of his fists. In my final moments, to encounter a brother such as you is my great fortune. Brother, what a pleasure it is to meet you. What a pleasure indeed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man erupted into a boisterous laugh, his voice soaring to the heavens. Yet in the midst of his breath, it abruptly ceased, and his body slumped against the great tree, lifeless. Just as Fang Ping was about to carry the man into the woods for burial, he suddenly heard rustling from the grass and quickly raised his staff in defense. Daddy! A ragged little girl emerged from the thicket, her clothes tattered and her hair disheveled. Daddy! Fang Ping frowned at the sight of the girl rushing toward him. I have a daughter? How was I unaware? The girl appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, her appearance disheveled, obscuring her true visage. Daddy, what has happened? Please wake up. Seeing the girl collapse over the middle-aged man's body, weeping uncontrollably, Fang Ping felt quite uneasy, having lived a solitary life without any experience in comforting children. After a considerable time, the girl finally ceased her cries and, bowing her head to Fang Ping, pleaded, Please, kind big brother, help me bury my father's remains. I shall serve you as a humble maid. Fang Ping was somewhat at a loss for words, pondering why in ancient times such expressions of gratitude were so formal. Couldn't she simply offer him a few thousand taels of silver? There is no need for such drastic measures. Rise first. By the way, what are your names and where do you live? How many are in your family and how much land do you own, along with how many cattle? The little girl stared wide-eyed, bewildered by Fang Ping's inquiries. Seeing her silence, Fang Ping assumed her youth rendered her uncomprehending. So he lifted the middle-aged man's body and sought a suitable spot in the woods to dig a grave. The girl, somewhat dazed, followed behind, and upon witnessing Fang Ping digging with his bare hands, she began to assist him in the task. Fang Ping did not stop her after all. She was the man's daughter, and it was only right for her to pay her respects. With renewed vigor, he quickened his pace, and within a short span, a deep pit was excavated. After placing the body within, he instructed the girl to toss in a few handfuls of earth. With a few swift motions, he completed the burial. He then picked up a nearby piece of wood, scraped off the bark, and inquired, What was your father's name? I shall carve a marker for him. Unexpectedly, the little girl shook her head and said, I do not know his name. I am merely the servant he purchased. What do you mean? Fang Ping was somewhat bewildered and hastily inquired about the circumstances. After pondering for a moment, the little girl began to recount her tale. Her name was Chu Chang'an. Due to a severe drought in her homeland, she had embarked on a perilous journey, during which her biological parents perished. Alone, she followed a group of refugees and, after much hardship, reached a great city. With no kin to turn to, she was captured by a trafficker and sold to a middle-aged man. As she narrated her story, Fang Ping realized that this little girl was not only articulate, but also possessed a keen intellect. At her age, he could hardly recall being capable of anything beyond basic bodily functions. After he bought me, he instructed me to call him father. He treated me well, never striking or scolding me, and provided me with plenty of food. However, it seemed he was being pursued, so we disguised ourselves as refugees. The little girl gestured her hands and feet, continuing, It just so happened that I was a refugee, so I did not change my clothes. Eventually, we arrived here, but we were intercepted by that man with the goat beard. Father confronted him alone and urged me to flee into the woods. I see. Fang Ping suddenly understood. But how did you end up back here? Chu Chang'an scratched her head and replied, I fell and hurt my leg in the woods, so I hid away. Later, I saw that man with the goat beard running off, clutching his shoulder, and I thought father had scared him away. So I returned, only to discover that father had died. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Fang Ping, at a loss for how to comfort her, gently patted her small head. All right, You shall accompany me home, and I will find you a safe place to stay." Chu Chang'an nodded, saying, "By the way, big brother, you haven't told me your name yet." "My name is Fang Ping, Fang as in square and Ping as in peace." "How fitting that your name means peace. As well, it seems we are destined to cross paths." The little girl felt slightly dazed by his words, but eventually grasped their significance. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out from behind them. "Indeed, what a coincidence to encounter a treasure like you. Hand over the box you are holding." Before the words had fully left her lips, a woman clad in black leapt out from behind a large tree. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, with an oval face and striking beauty, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, presenting a neat and tidy appearance. Fang Ping gestured to Chu Chang'an, who swiftly darted back into the dense thicket, her speed eliciting admiration from both Fang Ping and the woman in black. "Who is this little girl, demanding my treasure? You possess some charm, but if you were to marry me as a concubine, I might consider giving you the treasure as a dowry." Upon hearing Fang Ping's jest, the woman in black was not offended. Instead, she responded with a radiant smile. "That is unfortunate, for I prefer fair-skinned gentlemen. You, being dark and unattractive, do not meet my standards for a husband." Fang Ping raised the black iron rod and pointed at her, saying, "I do not slay nameless individuals. Reveal your title." The woman in black chuckled, extending her right hand to grasp a dagger while producing several silver needles with her left. "Unworthy as I am, I do not change my name nor my lineage. I am Tang Chi of the Tang clan, renowned throughout the world for our expertise in concealed weapons and poisons. We are precisely the type of martial artists you despise. What are your intentions?" I was taken aback. Where did this person emerge from? She had overheard my words during the battle with that old man. "How long had you been crouched behind the tree? Did her legs not go numb?" "Humph! Since you enjoy watching others dig their own graves, I shall dig one for you as well," Fang Ping retorted, not wishing to engage in further verbal sparring, and swiftly advanced to battle her in close quarters. Tang Chi chuckled again, nimbly leaping away, raising her hand to launch several silver needles at Fang Ping. She had no intention of engaging in close combat. After all, the experience with that elder served as a cautionary tale. Fang Ping swung the iron rod, deflecting the silver needles and pursuing her once more. Tang Chi jumped back, hurling more flying daggers at him. Thus, they continued their chase, circling around the grave for a full 3 laps. True to her lineage, Tang Chi moved with grace and agility, as if floating like a celestial being, effortlessly maintaining a safe distance from Fang Ping. "Am I a kite being toyed with?" How repulsive, Fang Ping thought. Since his arrival in this realm, he had participated in numerous battles, mostly centered on close combat. Encountering someone specialized in concealed weapons left him at a loss for how to respond. After facing that elder, Fang Ping felt no fatigue. Yet now, in dealing with Tang Chi's hidden weapons, he found his vitality diminished by 30% in mere moments. He could not continue this way at this rate. He would either be pierced by hidden weapons or exhaust himself to death. With this thought, Fang Ping suddenly halted and turned to flee. Chapter 3. Escaping with the Child. Despite your imposing figure, I never expected you to lack endurance. You dare to court me as a concubine? Bah! Seeing him attempt to flee, Tang Chi activated her lightness skill, leaping ahead of Fang Ping with several bounds. She unleashed a barrage of locust stones, silver needles, flying daggers, and iron thorns all at once. This rain of projectiles startled Fang Ping, soaking him in cold sweat. Surrounded by hidden weapons, escape seemed impossible. Such brazen bullying, he thought, taking a deep breath, his muscles tensing as he charged forward. The sound of clinking echoed as the myriad of hidden weapons struck Fang Ping, akin to clashing against metal, all falling to the ground. Golden Bell Shield perfected. Tang Chi gasped in astonishment, momentarily dazed, just in time to see a large rod spinning toward her, prompting her to leap aside. "Think you can escape?" At that moment, Fang Ping had closed the distance, seizing her ankle. "Come here." Fang Ping exerted a forceful tug, intending to pull her closer and subdue her. However, he was taken aback as the woman proved to be far from ordinary. Utilizing his strength, her body twisted like a serpent in midair, swiftly coiling around him. Fang Ping was struck by a sudden fear, reaching behind him only to grasp something slick. He had seized Tang Chi's throat, while simultaneously feeling the coolness of her dagger pressed against his neck. His throat tightened instinctively, and he quickly steadied his muscles to prevent her blade from slicing through. Although he could easily crush her throat, she was a disciple of the Tang sect, and he could not ascertain whether she possessed some lethal poison hidden away. A mutual destruction scenario would be decidedly unfavorable. Tang Chi felt her throat ensnared by a powerful hand, making even exhalation a challenge. She pressed the dagger firmly against Fang Ping's neck, yet refrained from making any cuts. With her other hand, she retrieved a cylindrical object from her waist, aiming it at Fang Ping's back. Both shared the same sentiment. Should one dare to strike with lethal intent, they would perish together, leaving no escape for either. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate, their bodies tightly entwined, neither willing to make a move. After a prolonged moment, Fang Ping suddenly caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, realizing it was Tang Chi's hair, which had inexplicably fallen against his neck. "Why does your hair smell so sweet? How bold of you to attempt poisoning me. I will crush you," he declared. Tang Chi rolled her eyes, retorting mockingly, "You know nothing. This is a woman's scent. Dare to make a move, and I shall create a hole in your back. Let's see who dares," he shot back. Though their words were fierce, their hands remained still, exchanging insults while delving into ancestral grievances. As the tension escalated, it seemed imminent that a spark would ignite their confrontation. Just then, from the bushes, the young girl, Chu Chang'an, leapt forth. Observing the two in such an embrace, she appeared utterly perplexed had they not just been threatening each other. Fang Ping furrowed his brow. "Why have you returned?" I got lost," Chu Chang'an replied, her words faltering. "Big brother, do you want me to help you deal with this wicked woman?" "Not necessary. Stay aside," he instructed. The little girl uttered a sound of compliance, obediently sitting near her father's grave, resting her chin on her hands as she began to spectate. Tang Chi whispered in his ear, "Why not let the girl come over and stab me a couple of times? Perhaps you were smitten with me." "Ridiculous. Just by feeling you lying on my back. I can tell you have neither the bosom nor the curves who would be enamored with you. Is a matter of poor eyesight," he scoffed. "Huh, I shall leave a trace of myself in your eyes," she replied playfully. Their conversation failed to spark any genuine connection, and the stalemate resumed. Half an hour passed swiftly. Chu Chang'an had dozed off at her father's grave, awakening to find the two still in their previous positions. She yawned and resumed her watch. At that moment, Fang Ping felt Tang Chi shifting restlessly against his back, leaving him uncertain of her intentions. "How about we both let go at the same time?" Tang Chi's voice suddenly cracked as she spoke. What trick are you trying to pull? You let go first. If I release the dagger, can you truly guarantee that you will loosen your grip on my neck?" Fang Ping's expression soured, and he let out a cold, mocking laugh. "I am a bodyguard, and I value integrity above all. Do you think I am like those who resort to poison and hidden weapons, engaging in underhanded schemes?" Tang Chi did not argue further. She swiftly pulled the dagger a foot away. She really has let go. Fang Ping, uncertain of her intentions, would not go back on his word. He released her neck, and with a powerful motion, he flung her away by her ankle. Tang Chi spun gracefully in midair and, upon landing, began to dash into the woods, leaving Fang Ping bewildered. "Why are you running? If you have the capability, come back and compete. I can fight you all day." Without looking back, Tang Chi replied, "I have urgent matters. If you have the guts, don't run. They'll stab you 1,000 times soon enough." Not running? Not running is foolish. Having been thoroughly disgusted by her earlier tactics, Fang Ping dared not linger any longer. Grabbing his staff, he dashed away with Chu Chang'an on his back. Initially, he had planned to return home first, asking neighbors to look after the young girl while he escorted the middle-aged man's jade box. However, after 2 intense battles, he sensed that the jade box could be a significant burden, making it unsafe to leave the girl at home. After all, in the surrounding area of dozens of miles, there were few martial artists wielding staffs. Furthermore, with his towering height of 8 feet, he was too conspicuous a slight investigation could easily reveal where he lived. The Tang clan was a major sect in the martial world. Perhaps they would not harm the young girl, but that so-called Hunyuan Ichi immortal was clearly not a righteous individual. If Chu Chang'an fell into his hands, the outcome would likely be dire. The young girl was as thin as a twig, feeling lighter than his black iron staff, and Fang Ping carried her effortlessly, striding forward at a rapid pace. After running for an hour, he had no idea how far they had traveled, and the sky gradually darkened. As night approached, they found a dilapidated mountain temple to take shelter. Fang Ping skillfully kindled a fire, pulled out 2 flatbreads from his pocket, roasted one, and handed it to Chu Chang'an. The young girl was evidently very hungry, finishing her portion in just a few bites. Seeing her suckling her fingers, it was clear she hadn't had enough. Fang Ping glanced at his own flatbread and hastily swallowed it whole. "Cough, cough. Don't look at me with those pitiful eyes. I have no food left either. How about you drink some water to tide you over?" Once we reach a populated place tomorrow, you can eat as much as you want." As he spoke, he handed her the water gourd. The young girl silently accepted it, sipping it slowly while staring blankly at the fire, lost in thought. "How about you give me the gourd? I still haven't had a drink." However, seeing her pitiable demeanor, Fang Ping chose not to say anything further. He truly lacked experience in interacting with children. The two sat in silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. After a while, unexpectedly, Chu Chang'an embraced a water hyacinth and succumbed to sleep amidst the tangle of weeds. Fang Ping's gaze drifted beyond the campfire, his eyes lifted to the heavens. To his dismay, the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, rendering the stars invisible. The dilapidated mountain shrine allowed the wind to seep through, and Fang Ping dared not fall into a deep slumber, for the threat of being whisked away by some lurking predator loomed ominously. The long night stretched interminably, and sleep eluded him. Thus, Fang Ping resolved to meditate and cultivate his skills. Although his primary focus lay in external martial arts, having achieved significant mastery in the Golden Bell and Iron Cloth techniques, he had not entirely forsaken the pursuit of internal energy cultivation. The method he practiced was known as the 8th grade Hunyuan Gong, a commonplace technique that shared its origins with a renowned master from his previous life. In the realm of martial arts, the internal cultivation system ranked first tier as the highest, followed by the second tier. All others, classified as third to sixth tiers, were collectively deemed as second-rate. This classification underscored the modest value of the 8th grade Hunyuan Gong. Nonetheless, the 8th grade Hunyuan Gong possessed its advantages, primarily its accessibility. Any individual familiar with the meridians and acupoints could engage in its practice, with a low risk of deviating from the intended course. However, its drawback lay in the slow accumulation of internal energy, relying heavily on persistent effort, resulting in limited achievements for most practitioners. It was said that this Hunyuan technique had a notable lineage, attributed to a certain Taoist adept. The reason it was categorized as an 8th grade technique was due to the fragmented manuscripts available, with only the first 3 chapters detailing the method for circulating vital energy within the small heavenly cycle. Other vital pathways, such as the 12 regular meridians and the Han-Tien Lung meridian, were entirely omitted, not to mention the extraordinary 8 extraordinary meridians. Consequently, Fang Ping found himself with a reservoir of internal energy, but utterly unaware of how to wield it adeptly. Fang Ping concentrated on his lower dantian, gradually directing the energy upwards through the perineum, reaching the Yuzhen and Bai Wei acupoints, and then rerouting it back to the dantian via several acupoints along his back. This cyclical process allowed his internal energy to flow like a long serpent weaving back and forth. After cycling through dozens of small heavenly circuits, Fang Ping found not only was he free of drowsiness, but he also felt increasingly invigorated, and before he realized it, dawn began to break. Chapter 4. A thump upon your head. A faint rustling sound stirred him from slumber. As Fang Ping opened his eyes, he noticed Chu Chang'an, still rubbing her sleepy eyes, had already risen. "You are awake," he remarked. The young girl nodded and inquired, "Brother Fang Ping, have you not slept all night?" "How do you know?" Fang Ping replied, "I awoke once during the night and saw you sitting cross-legged. I did not expect that dawn had broken and you remained in that posture." Rising to his feet, Fang Ping chuckled, "I was practicing a divine skill. Once perfected, I could move mountains and fill seas, turning beings into soldiers. Isn't that impressive?" The little girl's eyes widened in amazement. "That's incredible. Can I learn it? When I have the time, I shall teach you. But now that day has broken. We must be on our way. Perhaps we can reach the nearby town before breakfast." Upon hearing the prospect of food, Chu Chang'an eagerly nodded. Thus, Fang Ping tidied up and resumed their journey at a swift pace with her on his back. After traversing through the mountains, they arrived at a nearby town. Fang Ping made a stop at the local temple to pay respects and then purchased some flatbreads, dried meat, and a horse before continuing their journey northward. The little girl, evidently unaccustomed to riding, squealed with delight, adding a lively spirit to their travels. Half a day later, they reached a grand city named Chujiang. Due to the bustling streets, they dismounted and began walking. Fang Ping led the horse while Chu Chang'an perched atop, munching on a meat bun and curiously observing the surroundings. "Brother Fang Ping, it seems there is a fight over there," she exclaimed, pointing. Following her gaze, Fang Ping indeed saw a crowd gathered, clamoring excitedly. Fang Ping, who enjoyed a good spectacle, guided the horse closer. Standing at 8 feet tall in an era where the average height was 7, he towered above the crowd. Though positioned at the back, he could see everything within the circle. To his surprise, it was not a fight but a performance. A young man clad in white was dramatically wielding a large staff. Its silver body adorned with intricate cloud patterns and a fierce dragon carving, clearly a valuable weapon. Fang Ping touched the iron staff on his back, muttering to himself about the disparity between their skills and possessions. That staff has so many embellishments. They must have money to burn. Behind the white-clad youth stood a boy in green attire, reluctantly striking a brass gong, his demeanor suggesting he was not entirely comfortable, as if he were embarrassed. Fang Ping frowned, contemplating that the attire did not resemble that of a performer but rather suggested a young master from a noble family seeking a taste of life outside his gilded cage. The young man's staff danced through the air with remarkable precision, showcasing a mastery of technique far surpassing Fang Ping's own. Jealousy stirred within him, and he decided to leave, reasoning that ignorance would be bliss. As he turned, the iron staff behind him caught the eye of a young man in white amidst the crowd. For his height was strikingly conspicuous. "What a formidable figure!" exclaimed the youth in white, calling out loudly, "Hey there, stay your course." The crowd parted with a rustling sound, directing their gaze towards him. Fang Ping turned and pointed to himself, asking, "Are you addressing me?" The young man in white hurried forward, saying, "Indeed. I see you wield a staff as well. It would be rather dull for me to practice alone. Why not engage in a friendly contest to entertain the onlookers?" The youth in green behind him quickly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Young master, the master instructed that you should not engage in duels while out." The young man in white shot him a glare, casting him aside. "You are my attendant. Heed my words. But the wages come from the master," muttered the youth in green, though he dared not intervene further. Fang Ping looked down at this lively fellow, who barely reached his chest, and grumbled, "I possess no martial skills, merely some strength. The staff is but a tool for intimidation." This statement doused the enthusiasm of the young man in white like a bucket of cold water, leaving him momentarily disheartened. However, he soon brightened, saying, "Lacking martial prowess is of no consequence. Let us engage in an intellectual contest instead." "What is an intellectual contest?" Fang Ping thought to himself, cursing inwardly. This persistent fellow was hard to shake off. The young man in white, brimming with excitement, explained, "It involves lifting our staffs and striking 3 times against each other's. Should anyone drop their staff, they lose. But what if I don't wish to compete?" Fang Ping scratched his head, uncertain. The young man in white paused, pondering, then produced a silver ingot from his waist, proposing, "If you can defeat me, this ingot will be yours. If you lose, you need not pay a thing. What do you say?" Fang Ping's eyes gleamed at the sight of the ingot, realizing it was worth 10 taels, and he decided to indulge in this playful exchange. "Very well, who shall go first?" Upon hearing his agreement, the young man in white beamed with delight. "Since I proposed this, naturally, you shall go first." As he spoke, the young man in white raised his staff high, declaring, "This staff is known as the Panlong staff, forged from a blend of high-quality steel and deep-sea iron, weighing 66 pounds. Watch closely." He lightly tapped the ground, creating a small crater that elicited cheers from the crowd. The young man in white assumed a horse stance, holding his staff horizontally, and urged Fang Ping, "Come now, strike." Such theatrics. Surely you haven't let novels cloud your judgment. Fang Ping thought to himself, chuckling inwardly as he replied, "This staff is called the Zhenhai Divine Needle Iron. According to the village chief, it is a relic from the ancient times of Great Yu, weighing 36,000 pounds. His words provoked a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. This man is boasting. 36,000 pounds. How could he lift it? Indeed, is he not a fool? Initially taken aback, the young man in white quickly realized that Fang Ping was merely jesting to intimidate him. Zhenhai Divine Needle Iron. What a splendid name. It sounds quite formidable, rivaling my Panlong staff. Just then, Fang Ping let out a mighty shout, his iron staff descending with force as he gripped the Panlong staff tightly, ready for the contest. With a resounding crash, the young man in white felt his arm being violently tugged by an immense force, as if the staff were about to slip from his grasp. Gritting his teeth, he summoned strength from his palms, managing to reclaim the dragon's staff. Upon glancing down at his hand, he noticed a cut had formed, with blood seeping out. The young man in green behind him, appearing anxious, exclaimed, "Young master, you are injured. What shall we do?" The young man in white nonchalantly replied, "It is merely a scratch. It will heal in no time. Why the fuss?" He then turned to Fang Ping and remarked, "You possess quite a bit of strength, indeed. I only exerted 50% of my power. How much did you use?" Fang Ping, with an innocent expression, replied, "If you insist, let us say I used 30%. The onlookers erupted in laughter, inciting visible frustration in the young man. "You boast without merit. Come again." This time, the young man dared not underestimate his opponent. He steadied himself, adopting a stance with the dragon staff raised high, muscles taut in preparation. "This youth is reckless and headstrong. It is my duty as a seasoned veteran to impart a crucial lesson. Noticing the crowd gathering and clutching a precious treasure while accompanied by a young girl, Fang Ping resolved to end this swiftly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Steady now, watch the staff. The young man gritted his teeth, tightening his grip once more. This time, Fang Ping did not strike downwards but rather executed a circular motion in the air, employing a technique akin to fishing from the depths of the sea, lifting from below. Unaware of Fang Ping's intention, the young man in white had concentrated all his strength to defend against an overhead attack, and in a moment of panic, he brought the staff down forcefully. The resulting sound was a deafening clash, far louder than their previous encounter. The young man felt a sharp pain in his palm and could no longer hold onto the dragon staff, which soared into the air. Oh no! Fang Ping saw the gleaming staff descending towards the crowd and leapt high, deftly maneuvering his iron staff to nudge the dragon staff, sending it crashing into the wall opposite the crowd with a powerful gust. A resounding crack echoed as spiderweb-like fissures appeared around the staff embedded in the wall. And moments later, the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust into the air. As the onlookers stood in shock, an elderly woman emerged trembling from behind the fallen debris. Cough, cough, what is happening? Who destroyed my wall? Were it not for my old legs, I would have met my end right here. Upon spotting the silver dragon staff among the rubble, she pointed and inquired, whose staff is this? The crowd, startled by the incident, turned their gaze toward Fang Ping. With an unyielding demeanor, he approached the young man in white, who was still recovering from the shock, and retrieved the wagered silver from his waist. He then shoved the young man towards the elderly woman, declaring, "It is he. That is his staff." With that, Fang Ping forcefully parted the crowd, mounted his horse, and galloped away with Chu Chang'an, leaving behind a bewildered assembly. Chapter 5, The 7-Star Sword Formation. Fang Ping, riding on horseback, playfully teased Chu Chang'an down the bustling street, nearly causing multiple traffic mishaps, necessitating their dismount. After navigating through a maze of alleys, they arrived at a modest tavern. Upon their arrival, Chu Chang'an, clad in tattered garments and with a grimy visage, was mistaken for a beggar by the innkeeper, who initially barred her entry. It was only when Fang Ping produced a silver ingot that they were allowed inside. At that moment, Fang Ping remembered the need to procure her a change of clothing and freshen her up. He instructed the innkeeper to lead them to the back of the establishment. However, after personally washing and drying Chu Chang'an, he was genuinely taken aback by her unexpected beauty. Her delicate eyebrows resembled crescent moons, framed by thick, dark lashes, while her triangular eyes and flat nose gave her an unconventional charm, though her complexion was marred by freckles and a waxy pallor. In summary, the only word that could describe her was, quite simply, unattractive. After inhaling sharply in surprise, Fang Ping led her back to the front to dine. Chang'an, he elongated her name. Have you ever gazed upon your reflection in a mirror? Chu Chang'an, engrossed in her meal, paused momentarily before responding, of course I have. I am aware of my appearance, but my mother assures me that I have yet to fully blossom. By the time I reach 16, I shall be quite presentable. Ah, the universal plight of parents. Nevertheless, it is often said that a girl transforms significantly as she matures. Many who were once deemed unattractive have blossomed into beauty, and one can only hope the same for this young girl. After their meal, Fang Ping procured a new outfit for her, and the two strolled out of the city, hastening their pace towards the northwest. The middle-aged man, Chu Chang'an's rather unremarkable father, had tasked him with delivering a jade box to Mr. Qingyang in Qingyang County, which lay in that very direction. Though the name Qingyang County may not have immediately resonated with Fang Ping, the name of Mr. Qingyang was indeed well known. A former chief editor of the Literary Institute, minister of rights, and a two-time imperial teacher, he was a luminary in both literary and martial realms, revered throughout the scholarly community. Not only was he an intellectual giant, but he was also a formidable martial artist, having once subdued the martial practitioners of the capital for reasons unknown, establishing himself as a master of martial arts. Despite the isolation of Fang Ping's surroundings, the illustrious name of Mr. Qingyang had reached his ears through various channels, garnering his utmost admiration. Accompanied by a somewhat burdensome companion, Fang Ping could not maintain a relentless gallop on horseback, allowing the steed to meander leisurely. At that moment, a group of 7 Taoists approached, one of whom was a young priest engaged in conversation with a middle-aged leader. As the two groups brushed past one another, Fang Ping overheard their dialogue. Master, the followers of the Yin-Yang sect have spread rumors of a giant, 8 feet tall, wielding a black iron staff, who has obtained the legendary 100 Crafts Heavenly Mechanism box and is heading north. Should we send our disciples to investigate? The leader, a middle-aged Taoist with a flowing beard cascading down his chest and a countenance like jade, waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "We cannot take the words of the Yin-Yang sect lightly. They are but demonic miscreants, sowing chaos throughout the realm. We, as the vanguards of righteousness, must uphold the peace. As he was speaking, he suddenly spotted Fang Ping passing by. Reflecting on the young Taoist's description of a height of 8 feet, a steel rod, and a robust figure, he realized that Fang Ping perfectly matched the portrayal. Instantly, he halted and called out, "Dao friend. Ahem, please wait, fellow practitioner." However, Fang Ping had overheard their conversation in its entirety and had no intention of stopping. With a swift kick to the horse's belly, the steed neighed and galloped away. "Hey, don't run." The middle-aged Taoist was taken aback and gestured to the others, commanding, "Stop him." A few young Taoists responded promptly, bending their bodies and employing their lightness skills to pursue. In just a few breaths, they surpassed the galloping horse, floating gracefully like a flock of geese, and positioned themselves ahead of Fang Ping, drawing their long swords to block his path. Fang Ping abruptly pulled on the reins, bringing the horse to a halt, inwardly cursing. Goodness, their lightness skills are impressive. Chu Chang'an, with her triangular eyes widened, exclaimed, "Brother Fang Ping, we've encountered treasure hunters again. What shall we do?" "What can we do? Just stay low." "All right, I'm familiar with this." Dismounting swiftly, the little girl nimbly jumped into the nearby bushes and vanished from sight. While several Taoists glanced over but did not intervene. Trouble is brewing. Fang Ping recognized the sword-wielding stances of the Taoists, understanding they were formidable opponents. Though his heart raced with excitement, he felt a sense of encumbrance, pondering why so many were interested in the jade box he held, unaware of its true treasures. "Young friend, I bow to you." Turning around, Fang Ping saw that the leading middle-aged Taoist had somehow positioned himself behind him. "What do you intend?" Fang Ping was unceremonious, drawing the black iron rod from his back and thrusting it into the ground. The middle-aged Taoist chuckled, waving his whisk. "Oh, nothing much. I merely heard that you seem to possess the legendary 100 Crafts Heaven box, and I wish to take a look." Fang Ping retrieved the jade box from his robe, shook it in front of the old Taoist, and then returned it to his bosom. "Have you seen enough? Can you clear the way now?" The middle-aged Taoist, caught off guard by Fang Ping's audacity, stammered, "Your hands are too swift. I am old and my eyesight is failing. I truly did not see clearly. Perhaps you could hand the box to me, so I may examine it properly? Do you find that request reasonable?" The middle-aged Taoist nodded earnestly. "I find it quite reasonable. I have never encountered such shamelessness." Swinging his large rod, Fang Ping grew weary of their banter, stating, "Let us not waste words. If you can best my rod, I'll let you gaze upon it for 3 days and nights. If not, you shall step aside." "Indeed, you speak wisely." The middle-aged Taoist shook his robes, cupping his hands in salute. "I am Li Yud, a disciple of the Golden Lantern Temple. We possess a sword formation known as the 7 Stars Sword Array. If you can breach it, I shall allow you to leave." With that, he waved his hand, and several young Taoists drew their swords, taking up positions and beginning to circle around Fang Ping with peculiar steps. Although Fang Ping was not versed in formations, he could discern their positioning aligned with the Big Dipper, leaving him with a throbbing headache. His year of misfortune continued as yesterday a madwoman from the Tang sect had used concealed weapons to strike at him while flying a kite. Today, a group besieged him with a sword formation, leaving him to ponder the impending doom of the martial world. Could they not exhibit a modicum of valor and engage in one-on-one combat? What nonsense is this sword array? Merely a manifestation of many preying upon the few, cloaked in grandiloquent terms that only serve to invite ridicule? He wielded his long staff, aiming a fierce strike at the leader, Li Yud. Unperturbed, Li stepped back, flicking his dust whisk to deflect the blow. What sorcery is this? Fang Ping felt a peculiar force redirecting his strike, causing his black iron staff to veer off course, missing Li and striking nearby instead. Before he could retaliate, 2 long swords lunged at him from either side, forcing him to evade swiftly. With a sweeping motion, he repelled the 4 assailants behind him, closing in on Li Yud once more, aiming a horizontal strike at his waist. Li remained composed, skillfully using his dust whisk to absorb the force of the blow, redirecting it upwards, leaving Fang Ping momentarily exposed. 2 swords lunged again, and though he narrowly escaped a fatal strike, his garments were torn, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. "Cursed Taoist, what is the strange force of yours that consistently misdirects my strength?" Li Yud replied with a slight smile. "This is the Waterheart method, a principle of leveraging power to overcome strength. If you could lend me the 100 Crafts Heavenly box for a moment, I would gladly elucidate the profundities of this technique. Isn't this akin to Tai Chi? Using force against force. I wonder how much you can truly leverage?" Fang Ping swung his staff in a flurry, pushing back the swords, then executed a move known as clouds covering the summit, applying nearly all his strength. With that strike, even cast iron would be dented. Li Yud attempted to parry with his whisk, but upon contact, he sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly discarded it, leaping back. Although he evaded the blow in time, the gust from the staff still stung his face. Observing the shattered whisk on the ground, Li Yud laughed heartily, young friend. What tremendous strength you possess. Come, let us continue. Chapter 6. The escape. Meanwhile, 7 Taoists, armed with long swords and moving in an incomprehensible formation, surrounded him and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Fang Ping wielded his staff, engaging in dozens of exchanges, yet the confrontation became increasingly nauseating. These Taoists were no mere novices. Their agility was remarkable, and they never directly clashed their swords with his staff, thwarting his hopes of breaking their weapons. However, Fang Ping soon realized that they did not harbor malicious intent. Their strikes aimed only at his arms and thighs, deliberately avoiding fatal blows. Gradually, his agitation subsided, and with the staff flying deftly in his hands, he began to find his rhythm. Li Yud, observing from the sidelines, nodded in approval, acknowledging that although Fang Ping's staff technique was rudimentary, it was powerful and swift. Had it not been a life-or-death duel, they might have struggled against him. Alas, it appears that greed has led me astray. My cultivation remains insufficient. What business do I have with that so-called celestial craftsmanship box? At this moment, Li had found himself steeped in regret, although the desire to retreat had begun to take root in his heart. Leaving without a word might cause the youth across from him to underestimate the Golden Lantern Temple. Yet, should he continue this entanglement, igniting true conflict could result in harm to both parties, tarnishing the temple's reputation in the process. Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, 2 clouds of dust appeared around the bend of the official road in the distance. A young man clad in white and another in green were galloping towards him on horseback. Halt! Who dares to bully the few with the many? Fear not, brother, for I shall assist you. The white-clad youth brandished a coiling dragon staff, shouting boisterously, much to the embarrassment of the green-clad youth beside him, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. These 2 were none other than the performer and his apprentice whom Fang Ping had encountered earlier in Jianghu City. Li Yud's eyes brightened. This was a fortuitous opportunity to extricate himself from trouble. My disciples, the boy's allies have arrived. Let us take our leave. The young Taoists, fully engaged in combat with Fang Ping, were momentarily thrown into disarray by Li Yud's loud call, nearly having their swords shattered by Fang Ping's iron staff, their foreheads adorned with beads of sweat. Despite harboring thoughts of their master's unreliability, they obeyed and, with a few feints, evaded Fang Ping, employing their lightness of foot to take flight like migrating geese. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, the white-clad youth had reached them, leaping from his horse and unleashing a flurry of blows with his staff upon the fleeing Taoists. The young men exchanged glances, opting not to engage further. Each delivered a single strike before hastily retreating. Their remarkable agility enabled them to swiftly outpace the white-clad youth, racing towards Jianghu City. Seeing his disciples escape, Li had smiled faintly, pressing down on Fang Ping's staff. Utilizing the force of Fang Ping's own swing, he soared gracefully into the air, effortlessly bypassing the white-clad youth and vanishing into the distance. Fate shall bring us together again, dear friends, in the rivers and lakes. Li Yud's voice echoed from afar, leaving Fang Ping in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of the peculiar antics of these individuals, who, despite being in an advantageous position, had inexplicably retreated. However, witnessing their departure brought him relief. The trouble had dissipated, allowing him to resume his delivery. My elder brother, permit me to pay my respects. With the danger now averted, the white-clad youth immediately knelt before Fang Ping, clasping his fists in homage and addressing him as elder brother. Behind him, the green-clad youth, leading 2 horses, could only shake his head in disbelief, a hand pressed to his forehead. Fang Ping, taken aback, wondered what peculiarities this youth was exhibiting, sensing an air of oddity about him. Why do you address me as elder brother, young one? The youth clad in white lifted his head, gazing at him with a look of reverence. In my life, I have always admired 2 kinds of people, those who wield a staff better than I do, and those who possess greater strength than I. Since you can surpass me in strength, you must indeed be my elder brother. Do you wish to pledge brotherhood with me? Fang Ping inquired, rolling his eyes. Indeed, my elder brother possesses a discerning eye, the youth replied. You must have learned this from the novels, haven't you? Truly, you foresee matters with remarkable insight. It seemed this lad had been misled by tales of fate and camaraderie found in stories. Fang Ping raised an eyebrow, cradling his iron staff, and replied leisurely. Back in Jianghu City, I tricked you out of a silver ingot and caused you to lose face. Do you not feel anger at that? The youth shook his head. What you say, elder brother, is misplaced. The duel was proposed by me, and that silver was merely my wager. Furthermore, had you not nudged the airborne dragon staff, it may have struck a bystander's head, resulting in a grave error on my part. Fang Ping noted the sincerity in his tone. It did not seem feigned. He couldn't help but admire the young man's clarity in distinguishing right from wrong and his sense of responsibility, which stirred a sense of fondness in him. I am Fang Ping. May I know your esteemed name, young brother? The youth replied, I am Yang Qianshan. He then gestured to the youth clad in blue beside him. This is Yintai, my attendant. Yintai also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Brother Fang. My master can be somewhat obstinate and may have offended you. I hope you will pardon him. Fool. What nonsense are you spouting? My mind is perfectly sound, Yang Qianshan retorted, though he bore no ill will towards his attendant's remarks. As the three conversed, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Startled, Yang Qianshan instinctively withdrew his staff to strike, but Fang Ping restrained him. Chang'an, come out. There is no danger now. As the words left his lips, a young girl named Chu Chang'an sprang forth from the thicket. What an ugly girl, Yang Qianshan remarked at first glance. Taken aback by her unappealing features, a pair of exaggeratedly curved eyebrows, slanted eyes, a flat nose, and a face pockmarked with blemishes. He couldn't help but voice his disdain. Yintai, standing behind him, pinched him discreetly at the waist, urging him to be more tactful. No, she is truly quite charming. Yang Qianshan hastily amended, forcing out a compliment. Chu Chang'an, unfazed, shot him a glare and stuck out her tongue. Fang Ping shook his head. Lifting the young girl onto his horse, addressing the two young men, he said, Fate has brought us together in this world of martial arts. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. Until we meet again in the future, I shall treat you both to drinks. Chapter 7. Heroes do not save beauties. As Fang Ping rode off with Chu Chang'an, Yintai nudged his master with his elbow. Master, did you not wish to form a brotherly bond with Brother Fang? Should we not pursue him? Yang Qianshan waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need. Did you not hear what my elder brother just said? We shall meet again in the future. This future is of utmost significance. If I were to pursue him now, would I not be undermining my brother's dignity? Yintai opened his mouth in surprise, exclaiming, Young master, I believe that what Brother Fang meant may not align with your interpretation. Enough with the chatter. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Now, let us go. I have heard tales of an ancient wild ginseng spirit lurking in the nearby mountains. We should capture one to present as a birthday gift for grandfather when we return to the capital. Wouldn't that be splendid? Young master, I suspect that the ginseng spirit is merely a fabrication of the storyteller. I do not care for your suspicions. I wish to follow my own thoughts. Hurry and keep up. Meanwhile, Fang Ping rode alongside Chu Chang'an, engaging in light banter as they journeyed northward towards Jingyang County. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, their travels were devoid of any disturbances, and Fang Ping gradually relaxed. One evening, as they passed through a desolate town, they discovered the dilapidated buildings lay in ruins. Devoid of any inhabitants and long abandoned, Fang Ping retrieved a humble map from his pocket, scrutinizing it for some time before realizing that the next town was at least half a day's ride away. Riding at night posed risks, so he decided they would spend the night in this forsaken place. Dismounting, he helped the young girl down from the horse. Chang'an, let us make do here for the night. Very well, Brother Fang Ping, Chu Chang'an replied obediently, leading the way as she inspected the town with curiosity. However, after exploring, they found no suitable shelter. The structures either lay in ruin with only foundations remaining or boasted walls that appeared ready to collapse with the slightest gust of wind. Sleeping inside could prove fatal. As dusk settled, Fang Ping noticed a tall building not far from the town and guided Chu Chang'an towards it. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be a post station, overgrown with weeds and with the main gate fallen down, indicating it had also been long abandoned. Yet, the 2-story building inside seemed relatively sturdy. Fang Ping secured the horse and led the young girl into the station. Inside, cobwebs filled the corners and dust coated every surface, revealing that it had been ages since anyone had visited. Displeased, Fang Ping surveyed the surroundings and abandoned the idea of sleeping on the upper floor. As the roof had collapsed, it was better to make do on the ground floor. After tidying up a bit, they gathered a pile of weeds for bedding and dismantled some decayed furniture to kindle a fire. Fang Ping took out some flatbreads and jerky from his bundle, skewering them on sticks to roast over the flames. Meanwhile, the young girl leaned against the doorframe, cradling her head in her hands, lost in thought as she gazed at the stars above. Brother Fang Ping, my mother once said that when people die, they become stars in the sky. Is that true? Fang Ping glanced at her lonely silhouette, letting out a soft sigh. He realized that although she often appeared carefree, she carried a heavy heart. Perhaps she was reminiscing about her deceased parents. Indeed, it is true. The 2 stars that shine most frequently in the sky, close as they are, represent your parents. Take a good look. Perhaps you might find them. Ah, I see them. They are gazing back at me. Fang Ping shivered unexpectedly, noticing that she continued to gaze at the stars rather than the dark corners surrounding them. He sighed in relief, realizing how close he had come to transitioning from a martial arts tale to one of the supernatural. After a while, the meat and cakes were ready, releasing an enticing aroma. Just as Fang Ping was about to call Chu Chang'an over to eat, He heard a commotion outside the station. "Help! Is anyone there? Please, someone save me. Don't come any closer." The voice grew louder as a figure appeared at the door. A woman clad in a coarse blue shirt, her head wrapped in a blue scarf. She entered in a panic, and upon seeing the bonfire and a burly man nearby, a flicker of relief crossed her frantic expression. In a hurried manner, she rushed to the fire, collapsing beside it, breathless and seemingly drained of strength. Her tearful eyes pleadingly seeking Fang Ping's help. "Hero, save me." The flickering firelight allowed Fang Ping to discern her features, though her visage was not exquisitely beautiful. It was still pleasing to the eye, particularly her pair of eyes, resembling glistening autumn waters, captivating in their depth. Her skin was considerably darker than that of most women, and her coarse garments suggested she was a farmeress daughter, uncertain of the unfolding situation and unwilling to take chances. Fang Ping swiftly pulled Xu Chang'an behind him for protection. Just then, two burly men burst through the door, leering at the fallen woman. "My dear, where do you think you're running? Come now, submit to us," they sneered. "Ah, I see now. It appears these two ruffians are attempting to harass a virtuous woman in the dead of night. It seems the time has come for me, the valiant hero, to come to her rescue." Without further thought, Fang Ping was about to step forward with his staff to thwart their malicious intentions when one of the men blocked his path. This man, lacking any weapon, menacingly brandished a fist the size of a sandbag, glaring at Fang Ping. "Hey, you there, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you, or you will regret it. Just sit back and watch. Perhaps when I grow bored, I might let you join in on the fun." Fang Ping frowned, initially intending to scold the ruffians before delivering a decisive blow. However, a glance at the fallen woman calmed his heart, extinguishing his anger. "Ah, please, go ahead and enjoy yourselves. This woman is simply too unattractive for me to involve myself." "What did you say?" The man blocking him was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the other ruffian and the woman, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. "Come now, dear lady, why not just yield to me?" The other ruffian, pressing down on the woman's shoulder and uttering lewd remarks, was suddenly met with a swift kick from the woman, sending him flying across the room. The man was tall and robust, likely weighing close to 200 pounds, yet he was sent flying into the air by a mere kick from the frail woman, which clearly indicated that her strength was beyond that of an ordinary person. Foolishness. They have already discerned the trickery, yet you continue to play the charade, imbecile, scoundrel. The woman swiftly rolled to her feet from the ground, her mouth spewing curses, her accent surprisingly shifting from standard Mandarin to a certain dialect. Fang Ping let out a cold laugh, thinking that the pretense was indeed laughable. He felt a sense of vigilance rise within him, gripping tightly onto his iron rod. Chapter 8. The Qin Emperor's tomb. The woman in the blue robe approached Fang Ping, tilting her chin defiantly as she chided. "Hey, you there? Did you not see me being harassed? Why did you not lend a hand?" The acting was far too insincere. If she truly wished to deceive, she ought to return and practice diligently. Fang Ping scratched his ear and replied, "Your performance was lacking." The woman, not easily dissuaded, retorted, "Where is the flaw?" "I believe it was quite acceptable." Fang Ping raised two fingers and shook them. "Firstly, when that fellow threatened me, there was nearly 10 breaths of time. Yet the other man did not even tear a single piece of your clothing. He was merely grasping your wrist and shoulder, fearful of offending you. That is a noticeable flaw. Secondly, I seem to detect the scent of moonlight dew on you, which is a rarity and not something an ordinary person could afford." Moonlight dew was a type of perfume in ancient times that Fang Ping had once transported for others. It was exceedingly precious and far beyond the means of a common peasant girl. The woman in blue pondered for a moment before berating the two large men before her. "It is entirely your fault, you two fools. You cannot even perform a simple act. What use are you to me?" At this moment, the two men had completely lost their playful demeanor, appearing utterly terrified as they bowed their heads to the woman, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Spare us, spare us. We know our wrongs." "Spare you?" she scoffed. "I have no intention of showing leniency." With a flick of her delicate hand, the voices of the two men abruptly ceased, and they collapsed to the ground. Fang Ping focused intently and saw that the two men lay on the ground with a crimson line appearing at their necks, blood gushing forth. He was drenched in cold sweat, for he had not witnessed what weapon the woman had employed to commit the act of murder. Was she simply too swift? No, that was not it. He had clearly seen her arm swing, yet he had not observed what weapon she had wielded. How terrifying! Moreover, the deceased men must have been her subordinates, and she had killed them without hesitation. Truly unpredictable. Such a person was most fearsome. Fang Ping tightened his grip on the iron rod, wary of a sudden assault from the woman in blue. Noticing his apprehension, the woman giggled, covering her mouth. "Oh dear. Don't be so frightened. Look at me. Am I not beautiful?" To which he replied, I am rather face-blind. I cannot discern your beauty. The woman in the blue robe paused momentarily before smiling and saying, It matters not, as long as you hand over the exquisite box you carry. I can offer you a selection of many fine ladies from my clan. Surely, one of them will catch your fancy. What say you? After all this time, it seemed her intention was solely to acquire the precious box. How intriguing. Might I inquire what this exquisite box truly is? And why it has garnered such interest from so many? Fang Ping, employing etiquette before force, sought to extract information first. The woman in blue appeared quite astonished. You, who escort this exquisite box, do not even know its significance. I genuinely do not, and I would be grateful if you could enlighten me, he replied. Very well. Since I am of a kind disposition, I shall divulge this to you, she said, scratching her cheek. Within this exquisite box lies a key, said to be the only means by which one can locate the legendary tomb of the first emperor of Qin. The tomb of the first emperor of Qin? Fang Ping was taken aback. Indeed, there existed a Qin dynasty in this world, ruled by an emperor who unified the realms and became the first sovereign. However, following the Qin, chaos ensued, and many records vanished, leaving the history prior to the Qin shrouded in obscurity. The name of the unifier remains unknown. The tomb of the first emperor must refer to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, which, as far as anyone knows, has never been discovered. Realization dawned upon Fang Ping. The item within the box was the key to the tomb of the first emperor, which explained the fervent desire to possess it. Are you seeking the treasures or the sacred texts within the tomb? He inquired. The woman in blue looked utterly astonished. It seems you truly are unaware. Unaware of what? Fang Ping found her gaze perplexing, as if he were a fool. While indeed there were treasures and sacred texts within the tomb, people sought entry not for those reasons, but for the fabled elixir of immortality said to exist within. Fang Ping's heart was a tumult of emotions upon hearing her certainty. Was this truly a world of martial arts? What nonsense was this about immortality? Moreover, if one could indeed achieve eternal life, then why had Qin Shi Huang perished? The very existence of the tomb was a paradox. Is there truly someone who believes in such tales? They might as well believe I am the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang, he scoffed. Offer me 50, and I shall appoint you as the Grand General to guard my mausoleum. Enough of your absurdities. The woman in blue retorted, glaring at him. Since you refuse to believe, kindly hand over the exquisite box to me. Fang Ping flashed a smile. I regret to inform you that I am bound by my commitments. Having promised to escort this exquisite box, I cannot simply abandon my duty and gift it to you. The woman in blue scoffed coldly. Oh, how unexpected. You are a man of your word. Yet, in these times, such individuals often meet their demise swiftly. One's word is priceless. It is a noble death, he countered, his tone grandiloquent. Then perhaps you should seek your own demise. The woman glared at him from a distance and waved her hand dismissively. Fang Ping steadied himself. Yet he still could not discern the weapon she wielded. It seemed as though she was merely gesturing in place. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he had already tensed every muscle in his body and raised his arms to shield his face. In an instant, he felt a chilling sensation on the skin of his right arm, followed by a sharp, searing pain. His clothing had been sliced open by some unseen force. The cut remarkably clean, as if crafted by a blade. Could it be sword chi? Fang Ping's heart raced in alarm. Could this young woman have already cultivated the legendary sword chi at such a tender age? That seemed exceedingly unfair. His astonishment mirrored that of the woman opposite him, who found it equally astonishing that her strike had merely torn the fabric of his shirt without severing his arm. Upon reflection, her expression darkened. Ah, this young man, despite his youth, had evidently mastered the formidable golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt technique, a testament to his dedication to external cultivation, truly admirable. Admirable, my foot. Fang Ping thought, though his arm remained unscathed, it bore a painful red mark, the sting almost unbearable, regardless of whether it was sword chi or something else. He resolved to close the distance. At that moment, he had no mind for jest. He propelled himself forward, leaping into action with his staff. Chapter 9. Night Duel. With a swift motion, Fang Ping unleashed a powerful strike, his iron staff aimed squarely at the head of the woman in the green shirt. The wind rushed forth before the staff did, and the green-clad woman, sensing the ferocity of his attack, wisely chose to evade rather than confront it head-on. As she pivoted her body, her right hand shot up, launching an object towards Fang Ping's head, though he still could not identify what she held. They were now close enough that the specifics mattered little. He pivoted his staff to intercept the trajectory of her arm. A cacophony of screeching sounds erupted as sparks flew from his iron staff. Fang Ping's eyes widened in realization. Her weapon was an exceedingly fine thread, which explained why he had been unable to see it earlier. In the dim light of the inn, illuminated only by a nearby campfire, the slender thread was nearly invisible. Initially apprehensive about facing a young woman who might have mastered sword chi, Fang Ping felt a wave of relief upon discovering her weapon was merely a thread. He unleashed a barrage of strikes with his staff. Inside the cramped quarters, after a few exchanges, the green-clad woman found herself at a disadvantage and leaped into the courtyard of the inn. "Where do you think you're going?" Fang Ping bellowed, pursuing her with his staff raised high. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in over 30 exchanges. With each clash, Fang Ping grew more adept. Though the green-clad woman moved with an almost ethereal grace and remarkable speed, her offensive capabilities were limited. Now that he understood her weapon was a thread, he could easily deflect her attacks with his staff, forcing her to constantly change tactics. The disparity in their strength was palpable. Without adapting, her thread would inevitably be swept away by his staff. Grinding her silver teeth, the woman inwardly lamented her predicament. Her fine thread excelled in stealthy assaults under the cover of darkness, but unfortunately, this fellow had mastered the golden bell shield, rendering her attacks ineffective. Moreover, this fellow possessed immense strength wielding a staff, while her delicate threads capable of severing gold and jade were utterly ineffective against such a robust iron rod. She cast a fierce glance at the two lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor, lamenting that had she not eliminated those two useless individuals, their considerable physical prowess might have provided her an advantage in confronting this young man. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, the woman in the blue garment began to feel fatigue creeping in, realizing that it was unlikely she could overcome the youth before her today. Feeling the urge to retreat, she feigned a couple of strikes, leaped outside the fray, and with a flick of her wrist, sent a dark object hurtling towards Fang Ping. "Huh. Your skills with hidden weapons are woefully inadequate." Fang Ping initially caught the object that the blue-clad woman had thrown, instinctively preparing to mock her. However, to his astonishment, what he held was not a concealed weapon, but rather a small black scorpion, no larger than his thumb, thrashing its tail and repeatedly stinging his palm. "What the hell?" Startled to the core, Fang Ping tossed the scorpion to the ground and crushed it underfoot. After a moment of careful inspection of his hand, relieved to find no puncture wounds, he exhaled deeply. At that moment, the woman in blue had already ascended to the top of the station's gate. Looking down at Fang Ping from her elevated position, Fang Ping glared at her, ready to charge forward, when he was suddenly startled by the sharp whistle she emitted. Shadows danced as rustling sounds emerged from the dark corners of the grass, and moments later, dozens of snakes of various colors slithered forth. Just then, Fang Ping heard the piercing scream of Chu Chang'an behind him. He turned to see several long serpents had made their way close to the entrance, where the young girl was peeking out, shouting in terror. Earlier, while the two were engaged in combat, she had cleverly hidden herself in the adjacent room. As their brawl continued into the courtyard of the station, her courage swelled, and she dared to spy from behind the door. Although Chu Chang'an was bold, she was still a young girl, easily frightened by creatures like snakes and insects, and the sudden appearance of so many serpents sent her into a panic. With a swift leap, Fang Ping dashed to the entrance, sweeping his staff to crush several snakes beneath him. The remaining serpents, undeterred, coiled and flicked their tongues in agitation. "Your skills are indeed remarkable, young sir. I have underestimated you," the woman in blue remarked lightly from her perch, her tone once again playful. Fang Ping huffed in response, retorting, "Your art of insect manipulation is not to be dismissed either. Indeed, I have thoroughly enjoyed myself tonight, but now I must take my leave," she said with a playful laugh. "Safe travels, no need for farewells." Just as she prepared to depart, she turned back with a sudden thought. "You made an error in something you said earlier." Fang Ping, furrowing his brow, inquired, "Which part do you refer to?" "The moonlight is indeed a rare gem for ordinary women, but for my people of the Yishan tribe, it is merely a commonplace utility." The young woman in the green shirt, having spoken, leapt into the darkness, her footsteps gradually fading away. The Yi Mountain tribe? Fang Ping was somewhat taken aback. It turned out she belonged to the Yi Mountain tribe, which explained her peculiar accent that seemed vaguely familiar. The Yi Mountain tribe is a minority group residing in the mountains of Shuzhou, and the Moonlight Dew is a concoction made from unique herbs and flowers found in those mountains. Fang Ping had once accompanied a local landlord to the prefectural city to procure Moonlight Dew, and he recalled that the merchant spoke with a strange accent, reminiscent of that of the young woman in green. "Brother Fang Ping, the serpents have fled," came the voice of Chu Chang'an. Looking down, he saw that, without the control of the green-clad woman, the snakes had all retreated into the grass. Although the immediate danger had passed, two corpses still lay in the station, and the freshly cooked bread and dried meat had fallen to the ground, now stained with blood. Fang Ping, feeling disgusted, lost his appetite. Encountering me. I wonder if it is your misfortune or your fortune," he murmured, his compassion taking over as he dragged the two bodies into the yard and began to dig graves for them. "Had you not encountered me, perhaps you would not have been so carelessly slain by that woman. Yet, to be fair, That woman was indeed peculiar, her moods unpredictable. Perhaps you would have met your end at her hands eventually. At that time, without my intervention, you might not have even had anyone to dig your graves. Alas. After he had finished digging the graves, Fang Ping dragged the bodies into them and, having buried them, stood before the graves with his hands clasped in prayer. The young girl, Chu Chang'an, mistook his gesture for mourning and followed suit. Dear souls, on your journey to the underworld, remember the one who took your lives. Her name is, what was it again? Ah, I forgot to ask her for a title. Never mind, you two surely know. When you meet the king of hell, please urge him to send someone. Send a spirit to cast that madwoman into the depths of hell, urgently, post-haste. Chapter 10. Having buried the bodies, Fang Ping decided against spending the night in the abandoned station. He saddled his horse, carrying the young girl Chu Chang'an, and continued onward. However, it was nighttime, and he dared not ride too swiftly, allowing the horse to proceed at a leisurely pace. Brother Fang Ping, was that wicked woman after my father's treasure as well? Chu Chang'an inquired from atop the horse. Indeed, your father's treasure is exceedingly precious, many coveted. Chu Chang'an counted on her fingers. I heard just now that within the 100 crafts box there is a key, and that key can unlock the Qin Emperor's tomb, which holds secrets about immortality, correct? Yes, you certainly have a remarkable memory, my dear. But what is a tomb, and what is immortality? A tomb is a burial mound, whereas immortality means living for 1,000 or 800 years, like a tortoise. Ugh, how gross. To scavenge in someone else's grave, and living for that long. Wouldn't it be boring? The pursuit of fame and fortune knows no rest. Waking early and sleeping late is not freedom. Riding a donkey. One aspires to gallop like a steed, while occupying the esteemed position of a chancellor, gazing at the nobility. Human desires are insatiable, ever yearning for more. Indulging in the present while coveting what lies beyond. As Fang Ping vehemently criticized the folly of mankind, he felt a gentle head rest upon his chest. The young girl seemingly succumbing to slumber, prompting him to silence his discourse. Ah, the youth's ability to sleep is remarkable, even while mounted. He refrained from moving, fearful of disturbing her, while silently contemplating the events that had just transpired. How did that woman in the azure robe manage to find me? She ventured into the wilderness at night to confront me, clearly aware of my whereabouts. Could it be that the goat-bearded man, what was his name again? Ah, yes, Yuan, the immortal of the primordial unity, had leaked the news of my escorting the exquisite heavenly craft box? There was also that woman from the Tang sect who knew of my possession of the jade box. Could she have spread the information? After much futile speculation, he decided to relinquish his worries. Whatever may come, be it demons or spirits, if a beautiful enchantress dares to seize my treasures, I shall vanquish them with a single strike. As dawn broke the following day, the pair arrived at a town. The entrance adorned with a grand archway inscribed with the characters Qixia Town. Although the hour was early, people were already ambling through the streets. Passing by an inn, they noticed a sleepy attendant unlocking the door, from which wafted a tantalizing aroma. Ah, it is time for breakfast. Initially dazed atop his mount, Chu Chang'an was immediately roused by the scent of food. Yes, breakfast is indeed necessary, Fang Ping mused, shaking his head slightly. The attendant, initially half asleep, perked up upon overhearing their conversation. Would you two like breakfast? Our inn offers a variety including meat buns, vegetable buns, fried dough sticks, soybean milk, noodles, and mutton soup, whatever you desire. Fang Ping stroked his chin and remarked, everything you have? Then I shall have a bowl of pearl and jade soup. What soup? The attendant looked utterly bewildered. Never mind, then let me have a dish of mixed delicacies. What is that? The attendant remained confused, yet he nodded eagerly, saying, please. Step inside. Our chef has experience in the capital and will surely recognize your requests. Let me inquire. Fang Ping grasped the attendant's arm. Ah, it was merely a jest. Bring me 10 buns, half meat and half vegetable, along with 2 bowls of mutton soup. The attendant, undeterred, replied cheerfully, certainly. Please take a seat. Breakfast will be served shortly. As the attendant disappeared into the back kitchen, Fang Ping exhaled in relief. It would be a calamity if they actually produced a pearl and jade soup, and if a mixed delicacy were to materialize. His coin may well fall short for this meal. In no time, their meal was laid out before them. Having endured a restless night, they were now weary and famished, akin to souls reborn from the depths of despair, and began to feast heartily. Just as they devoured their meal, the wooden staircase creaked ominously, and 2 figures descended from the upper floor. The 2 men were clad in coarse linen garments, their sturdy physiques emphasized by the formidable ghost-headed knives they wielded. Brother, do take your time. Why rise so early? One of them yawned. The other man's expression darkened as he scolded. Word has it that a certain individual, bearing something of significance, will pass through Qixia Town today. Should we oversleep and miss him, be wary of the consequences from our leader. Indeed, you speak wisely. I shall. Suddenly, the first man widened his eyes, tugged at his companion's collar, and pointed at Fang Ping. The two men fell silent, exchanged glances, and discreetly descended the staircase, taking a seat at a table where they could surreptitiously observe Fang Ping. At that moment, the innkeeper approached them with a smile. You gentlemen are up quite early. What would you like to eat? One of the men gestured towards Fang Ping's table, saying, just like them. Very well. I shall bring it right away. As the innkeeper entered the back room, he spotted the flamboyantly dressed landlady preparing to step outside and quickly detained her. What is the matter, Lao Bai? Madam, the situation outside appears rather precarious. What do you mean? Didn't T2 ruffians come in yesterday to seek refuge? No. Two outsiders have come for breakfast, and they seem to have caught their attention. A confrontation may be imminent. Then why are you still here? Go report to the authorities. Please don't rush me. One of the outsiders is skilled in the 13 Guardians technique, wielding an iron staff that weighs several dozen pounds. Those ruffians may not be able to hold their own against him. What do I care if they kill each other? My concern is that they might destroy our inn. Hurry and inform the constable. Let him come. Old Xing's abilities are of little use. Besides, it's too late now. A fight is about to break out. And if I leave, who will protect you? You are right. You cannot leave. Let us observe first. When they have exhausted each other, you can step in and demand compensation for our furniture. Innkeeper, you truly possess keen insight. Indeed. In the inn's main hall, the two burly men grew increasingly restless as their dumplings and mutton soup had yet to arrive. Finally, unable to contain his impatience, one of them slammed the table and approached Fang Ping's table, placing his foot on a nearby bench, while the other, knife in hand, followed closely behind. You there. Hand over the 100 crafts heavenly box, or I shall sever your head and use it as a ball. Chapter 11. How did everyone know? Fang Ping's nose twitched as he caught a foul odor, instantly dampening his appetite. Put your filthy foot down. When was the last time you washed? It reeks. With a splutter, Chu Chang'an, who had been sipping his mutton soup, found the taste altered by the words spoken, and he spewed the broth all over the assailant, drenching him completely. You dare to bully us? I will slay you. The man brandished his ghost-headed knife, lunging at Fang Ping. With a swift motion, Fang Ping raised his hand, the iron staff striking the knife from the man's grip, sending it spinning to embed itself in the beams above. He raised his foot and kicked the nearby bench. The man standing atop it lost his balance, and, as he swayed, Fang Ping seized him by the collar, forcefully pressing his head onto the table. A loud crack echoed as the impact not only left him seeing stars, but also knocked out his two front teeth. Please, spare my brother. Another man wielding a ghost-headed knife, witnessing the display of strength, staggered for a moment yet remained in place, attempting to sound threatening. I haven't even exerted myself, and you already toppled over. With your feeble attempts, you dare to speak of murder and treasure? Have you lost your mind? Get lost. Fang Ping lifted his foot and kicked the man he was holding straight out of the inn, while the other man with the knife, fearing for his safety, hurriedly fled, supporting his defeated companion as they scurried away. Chang'an, have you eaten enough? Yes, I have. Then let us continue our journey. Fang Ping placed a small piece of silver on the table and, taking Chu Chang'an by the hand, prepared to leave the inn when a voice called from behind. Please. Wait a moment. He turned to see two figures on the staircase between the first and second floors, a man and a woman. Both were dressed in white. Clean and sharp in appearance, the man was handsome, and the woman beautiful, each holding a precious sword. What can I do for you? The man in white stepped forward, cupping his fist in a gesture of respect. It is rumored in the martial world that a man, 8 feet tall and wielding an iron staff, has acquired the legendary 100 crafts artisan's box. We wish to know if you are he. Fang Ping thought to himself how quickly news travels, seemingly making the whole world aware of his treasure. He hugged the iron staff closer and narrowed his eyes. And if I am? What then? The woman in white narrowed her brows, her face expressing disdain. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Do you even know who we are? Amusing. Do you think that by revealing your identities, treasures will simply fall from the sky? You hardly deserve such recognition. How can you speak like this? The woman's face flushed crimson, her chest heaving with indignation. The man's expression darkened. My friend, we are disciples of Bayan Mountain. The 100 crafts artisan's box is of immense significance and not something a mere commoner like you can possess. We kindly ask that you hand it over. Bayan Mountain. What grandiosity. If you wish to seize the treasure, just say so. I care not for your lofty reputation. If you cannot defeat the staff in my hands, you are nothing but nonsense. Very well, if that is your stance, then we shall take our leave. In an instant, the man in white unsheathed his sword with lightning speed, aiming directly for Fang Ping's throat. Disciples of Bayan Mountain? Spare me. Fang Ping was no stranger to Baiyun Mountain, a renowned sect within the Great Zhou dynasty, priding itself on being an orthodox sect. Yet, to resort to murder over a mere 100 crafts artisan's box revealed a stark contrast to their esteemed reputation. Since you show no mercy, do not expect me to be righteous. Fang Ping did not flinch as the sword approached his throat. Instead, he swung his staff with great force, aiming for the head of the man in white. The white-clad man from Baiyun Mountain was momentarily startled by his own reckless approach to combat. Yet he did not withdraw or evade. After all, he believed that with this strike of his sword, his opponent would surely perish, and consequently, the force of his staff would diminish significantly, allowing him to evade with his agility. However, there was no further development. His long sword indeed met its mark, piercing the throat of Fang Ping, yet it felt as though it had struck an impenetrable wall, failing to penetrate any further. The mastery of the golden bell shield. In the fleeting moment of his astonishment, Fang Ping's staff had already struck his head with a resounding crack, leaving his skull in a state of disarray. With a dull thud, the lifeless body collapsed to the ground, the original visage now unrecognizable. Fang Ping, momentarily taken aback by his own success, had initially intended to seize the first opportunity to establish an aura of fearlessness, intending to engage in a fierce battle with the disciples of Baiyun Mountain for 300 rounds. Little did he expect his opponent to act so unpredictably, remaining steadfast in his approach, ultimately leading to his swift demise. Exhaling deeply, he felt a twinge of fear in his excitement. He had foolishly chosen to meet the white-clad man's sword with his own neck. Had the opponent's weapon been a divine instrument, even his golden bell shield might not have withstood the blow. Ah, brother! Just as he pondered this, a piercing scream erupted from the white-clad woman who had witnessed the demise of her companion. Drawing her sword, she hurled it at Fang Ping as a hidden weapon. Fang Ping, perceiving her actions as a lapse in sanity, effortlessly deflected the sword with his staff, only to observe the white-clad woman seizing the opportunity to pounce upon the small girl, Chu Chang'an, who was cowering beneath a table in the corner. You wretched creature! Fang Ping's eyes widened in anger. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his iron staff at her. With a resounding thud, the staff struck the white-clad woman squarely in the back, sending her sprawling to the ground. Fang Ping swiftly approached, seizing her by the neck and lifting her as one would a lifeless dog. Is this how Baiyun Mountain trains its disciples? By bullying a mere 11 or 12-year-old girl? Cough, cough, you had better, cough, cough, release me. Otherwise, Baiyun Mountain will not, cough, cough, spare you. The woman's insides had already been shattered by Fang Ping's forceful strike, and as she coughed up blood, she attempted to threaten him with her sect's name. Fang Ping could only shake his head in disbelief. These individuals had likely never descended the mountain and had been spoiled by their sect. Foolishness. With a firm twist, he snapped her neck, letting her lifeless body fall to the ground. The disciples of Baiyun Mountain were rather inept. At this moment, Fang Ping felt a sense of bewilderment, not from taking a life, but from the realization that despite Baiyun Mountain's grand reputation, its disciples were so easily vanquished, which truly surprised him. Just then, the curtain at the back hall stirred, and a figure darted out like lightning, with a hand poised in a sword gesture, aimed directly at Fang Ping's Jianghu acupoint. The figure that emerged was none other than the innkeeper's lad, who had previously served them with a humble demeanor. With a speed that was almost imperceptible, he thrust his fingers, targeting Fang Ping's chest with precision. The innkeeper initially displayed a smile, as he had successfully struck a pressure point, but the grin swiftly faded, for it felt as though his finger had landed upon a stone, causing him considerable pain. Fang Ping was taken aback at first, for the man's speed was somewhat extraordinary. Once he regained his composure, he recognized this individual as the innkeeper from earlier. Do you have business? He glanced at the innkeeper's finger, sensing no unusual sensation in his own body, his eyes widening slightly. The innkeeper immediately donned a forced smile, hastily retracting his finger and returning it to a palm, gently patting Fang Ping's chest. It's nothing, nothing at all. Esteemed hero, your garments are a bit soiled. Allow me to brush off the dust for you. Do you believe I would fall for that? Fang Ping scoffed, seizing the innkeeper's wrist and squeezing it with force. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. The innkeeper felt a sharp pain in his wrist, his body curling like a shrimp. Just then, a curtain at the back of the inn was lifted, and a flamboyantly dressed woman rushed out. She approached the two men with quick strides, grasping Fang Ping's arm and pleading with a mix of laughter and tears. Esteemed hero, spare him. I will give you whatever you desire if you let him go. Fang Ping thought to himself that he was not a highwayman. Why would he need her money? However, the woman's tearful demeanor was rather overwhelming, and he released the innkeeper's arm. Do you also wish to seize my treasures? The woman wiped her tears and stammered. What treasures? You have committed murder in my establishment. We merely wish to apprehend you and deliver you to the authorities. Is that so? Fang Ping furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is true. Then why do you not hurry and report it? The woman gasped, hesitating. You truly want me to report it? You want to kill me the moment I step outside. Will you? Fang Ping huffed dismissively. I am clear in my dealings. You have not wronged me, so why would I wish you harm? Moreover, the authorities care little for the disputes of our world. By the time you fetch the constables, I shall have long departed. They will merely dismiss it as a trivial matter of vendetta. Ah, yes, you speak wisely. Those two on the ground sought to rob you, esteemed hero. The woman even attempted to use a child as leverage against you, a despicable act, deserving of punishment. The innkeeper chuckled nervously, his eyes darting around. Nudging the woman from behind. Mistress, you must go at once and speak the truth. However, the woman hesitated, opening her mouth to speak, but, upon noticing the innkeeper's frantic gestures, realized the urgency and quickly dashed out of the inn. Chu Chang'an, come forth. Fang Ping called, and the little girl, who had been hiding beneath a table in the corner, quickly crawled out. This girl had long since become immune to brawls and skirmishes. Whenever someone attempted to seize Fang Ping's possessions, she would hide away, understanding that not being a burden was paramount. Moreover, upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, she exhibited no fear. After all, having lived as a refugee during times of famine, she had seen death often and perhaps even witnessed the most gruesome of human acts, rendering such sights of little significance. As the two emerged from the inn, Fang Ping suddenly turned around and tossed a silver ingot to the young innkeeper at the entrance. I have taken a life within your establishment and damaged numerous pieces of furniture. Consider this silver as an apology. Alas, I am financially constrained and can only offer this much. The innkeeper, momentarily taken aback, quickly donned a smile and remarked, You are indeed a discerning guest. I have a few words to share, if you would be inclined to listen. Fang Ping chuckled heartily. Pray, speak your mind. I am all ears. With a beaming grin, the innkeeper tucked the silver into his pocket and bowed slightly. I, too, have wandered the rivers and lakes and understand the wisdom of keeping wealth concealed. The news of your possession of a secret treasure has spread far and wide, as whispered by the disciples of the Inyan sect. This journey is fraught with peril. I urge you to exercise caution. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, wondering when he had incurred the wrath of the Inyan sect. Upon reflection, he recalled the old man with the goat beard who had attempted to snatch the jade box, known by the moniker the Immortal of Primordial Unity. The Inyan sect, fond of theatricality, often adorned themselves with names of deities. Could it be that this Immortal of Primordial Unity was affiliated with them? Infuriatingly, they sought to seize treasures while broadcasting their intentions to the world. Were they truly so reckless or merely intent on sowing chaos? The innkeeper continued, Moreover, as you journey north alone, the dangers multiply. Bringing along a young girl may place her in jeopardy. It would be wise to entrust her to someone you can trust. Chu Chang'an glared at him with fierce eyes, understanding his insinuation, yet unable to conceal her displeasure at the suggestion of abandoning her. Fang Ping sighed. While he had a few friends, they resided far from here, and sending the girl back would not only endanger her but also implicate his friends. Furthermore, dear guest, do remain vigilant above, the innkeeper said mysteriously, gesturing towards the sky. Above? Fang Ping, puzzled, looked up to see nothing but a few solitary clouds drifting in the azure expanse. There was nothing amiss. By the time he regained his composure, the innkeeper had already retreated into the inn, shaking his head. Fang Ping untied the reins of his horse from the post at the entrance and rode off with Chu Chang'an. At last, we are on our way. Inside the inn, the innkeeper cautiously peeked out, exhaling a sigh of relief as he glanced back at the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Why provoke him with such incompetence? You have lost your lives in vain. How pitiful. At the foot of the northern hills of Qixia town, where the trees flourished, a horse galloped along the main road, gradually slowing its pace. Indeed, the realm of martial arts was rife with untamed individuals. Fang Ping reflected on the innkeeper's remarkable agility, resolving to practice his own skills when time permitted. As he rode, the recent events at the inn weighed heavily on his mind. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. When he initially agreed to deliver the jade box, he had anticipated trouble, yet in just a few days, waves of adversaries had emerged, making the predicament far more daunting. If he truly attracted a few top-tier experts, his fate could very well be sealed. He sat astride his horse, lost in contemplation, recalling the words of the innkeeper as they parted ways. Suddenly, he glanced skyward to see a large bird circling above the forest. Chapter 13, Ambush. This plump bird appeared strikingly familiar. He seemed to have encountered it several times over the past few days. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, and then his eyes brightened with clarity. The world of martial arts is replete with extraordinary individuals and bizarre occurrences. He had once heard tales of those capable of training birds of prey to hunt or track adversaries. The innkeeper's warning about being mindful of what was above must have alluded to this very notion. Just moments ago at the tavern, he had been brazenly robbed in plain sight. Yet, the previous night, that young woman in the blue gown from the E-Mountain tribe had managed to pinpoint his exact location under the cover of darkness, likely employing some form of tracking method. Could it be that the very bird soaring above was involved? Having come to this realization, Fang Ping felt a surge of excitement, quickly tempered by a sense of discouragement, for the bird was positioned far too high. Although he possessed considerable strength, he lacked any concealed weapons such as throwing darts. Even if he did, they would not reach such heights, unless he had a bow and arrow, but while he could draw a strong bow, his aim left much to be desired. Moreover, bows and arrows were regulated weapons, and ordinary folk would hardly dare to use them. Even martial artists adhered to an unspoken rule to avoid their use whenever possible. As he mulled this over, a sudden chill swept over him from behind, startling him and causing his head to jerk. An arrow whizzed past his ear. Who dares to ambush me? Before he could fully regain his composure, a flurry of arrows zipped through the air, several narrowly missing him. While he felt 2 sharp stings in his back, he had been struck by 2 arrows. Fortunately, his golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt proved their worth once again, as the arrows merely tore through his clothing, leaving 2 white marks on his back. Clearly, there was an ambush and a considerable number of assailants. Fang Ping was about to spur his horse forward to break free from the encirclement when, before he could move, the steed let out a mournful whinny and bolted uncontrollably, having been struck by an arrow. In desperation, he shielded the young girl, Chu Chang'an, with his body, leaning low over the horse's back as they surged ahead. However, before they could gain much distance, a row of bamboo spikes suddenly descended from the trees lining the road, effectively blocking their path. Fang Ping's heart sank. There was no way to evade them now. Gripping his staff with one hand and holding Chu Chang'an close with the other, he leapt from the horse's back. Unfortunately, the horse, pierced by the bamboo spikes, lay there, grievously wounded, whinnying in agony. As he clutched the girl, still suspended in midair and yet to land, he spotted several rough-clad men emerging from the thickets, brandishing a large net, intent on ensnaring them. Behind these men trailed another 7 or 8, wielding long spears, poised to stab him into a pulp the moment they ensnared him. How ruthless! If these brutes managed to entrap him in their net, he would be rendered powerless. Yet, in that moment of desperation, suspended in the air with no leverage to push off, he hurled his staff forward. The iron staff spun through the air, striking the 3 men on one side of the large net. Simultaneously, Fang Ping utilized the recoil from his thrown staff to shift his body slightly sideways. Although he was still within the net's grasp, his leg was now able to kick at the man holding the net on the opposite side. In a flash, his staff shattered the bones of 2 of them, while his leg sent the 3rd man crashing to the ground. With 3 adversaries incapacitated, the net lost its balance. Unable to contain anyone anymore, Fang Ping rolled with Chu Chang'an, sprang to his feet, and seized the leg of the fallen man, wielding him like a makeshift weapon against another foe nearby. With a resounding crack, their heads collided, resulting in a fatal outcome for both. Before he could catch his breath, several men armed with long spears charged toward him. Gripping the corpse by the ankle, he swung it forward, causing the spears to pierce the lifeless body, which then propelled them from their grips due to his immense strength. Fang Ping grinned, hurling the body at 2 more men, crushing 3 or 4 beneath its weight. The remaining assailants, witnessing his tremendous power and blood-soaked fury, screamed in terror and fled into the woods. In a moment of madness, he retrieved his staff, intent on pursuing them to eliminate the threat entirely, when suddenly, a commotion erupted behind him. A group of 30 or 40 individuals came rushing forward, all clad in coarse linen garments, seemingly uniform in style. He recognized them. They were akin to the 2 men who had attempted to rob him at the inn. It appeared these individuals belonged to a certain gang. While he was not intimidated by their numbers, the presence of bows and arrows among them was alarming. Damn it! Where is the weapon control? How can they possess so many bows? Is the local authority merely idle? Anger surged within him, yet he managed to maintain his composure, aware that while he was impervious to blades and spears, Chu Chang'an was not. The little girl, cradled in his arms amid the skirmish, had her triangular eyes spinning, her brain nearly rattled, appearing utterly exhausted. "Humph, I shall spare your lives for now." He spat on the ground, approached the lifeless horse, and retrieved the burden from its back before fleeing into the woods, staff in hand. The duo ran through the forest from morning until noon, covering an unknown distance until they came upon a wide river, prompting them to halt. Realizing they were no longer pursued, they rested by the riverbank. The cool, sweet waters refreshed them as they quenched their thirst and washed the blood from their bodies. while the blood on their skin could be cleansed. The stains on their clothing proved more stubborn. Moreover, Fang Ping's attire had been tattered from previous encounters and had become nothing more than strips after being snagged by branches and underbrush. Fortunately, he had remembered to carry the burden with him. Fang Ping carried only 2 sets of clothing in his bundle. While the exquisite craftsmanship box and his wealth were tucked away in the pocket of his undergarment, a pocket he had sewn himself, he instructed Chu Chang'an to remain still and not to move, as he shifted to change into a new outfit amidst the dense grass. This attire was unremarkable, featuring a sleeveless vest with the character Beauty embroidered on the left and Hunger on the right, which might leave the inhabitants of this ancient world perplexed. Dressed neatly, Fang Ping surveyed his yellow and blue ensemble with a satisfied nod. In this attire, he felt assured that anything could be delivered into the hands of his master. Having donned his new clothing, Fang Ping emerged from the thicket. Upon seeing him, Chu Chang'an noticed the 2 characters on his garment. Her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity, yet she remained silent. At that moment, they dared not return to the main road for fear of being intercepted. So they continued along the river ahead. After approximately half an hour of travel, Fang Ping heard the distinct call of a bird. Looking up, he recognized the familiar plump bird circling above. Initially uncertain if it had been following him, he now realized he had covered a considerable distance, some 20 to 30 miles, and yet the bird still hovered above, suggesting it was indeed monitoring his movements. Annoyed by the audacity of the creature, Fang Ping picked up a pebble from the riverbank and, with all his strength, hurled it at the bird. However, the height differential rendered his attempt futile. Chu Chang'an, puzzled by his actions, mimicked him and threw a stone as well, but her feeble throw barely left the ground, splashing into the river with a plop. He had anticipated this outcome and felt no real anger, though he muttered a litany of incantations under his breath. "Oh, divine spirits, please grant me a sign. Strike down that bird with a bolt of lightning, and I shall surely offer incense at the temple in gratitude." Brother Fang Ping, that bird really fell. You are amazing. Chu Chang'an, who had initially scoffed at his antics, now gazed at him with admiration as the bird suddenly plummeted from the sky. As if struck by some unseen force, Fang Ping was taken aback, wondering at the extraordinary timing. However, seeing the plump bird descend into the nearby woods, he immediately grabbed Chu Chang'an's hand, urging her to follow him in pursuit. As they ran along the river, they rounded a bend, faintly hearing voices emanating from the forest ahead. "Haha, I, the young master, am truly blessed. Just as I was hoping to catch some game to satisfy my hunger. A fat bird falls from the sky. What splendid fortune. Young master, I believe that bird must have been shot down by someone else. Is it really right for us to simply take it? Why dwell on trivial matters? Let's pluck the feathers and roast it first. If someone comes looking for it, we can simply leave them with a mere bird's rear end. If that does not suffice, we can compensate them with 10 taels of silver. Surely, that would be considered fair, wouldn't it? I think it's best to leave it at that. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and pluck the feathers. Haven't you heard my stomach growling several times already?" From a distance, Fang Ping recognized the voices of 2 familiar figures and, upon approaching, immediately identified them as the duo he had encountered in Chuzhong City, a performer and his servant. To his surprise, fate had brought them together again in this desolate grove. He saw the young man in blue, Yin Tai, had already reached the riverbank and begun plucking feathers. Fang Ping shouted, "Leave the bird." "What? Who?" "Big brother, it's you," the plain-looking girl exclaimed. Yang Qinshan, the boy in white, lowered his staff in defense, only to see a burly man and a young girl burst from the woods, instantly recognizing them. Upon hearing Yang Qinshan call her plain, Chu Chang'an glared at him with anger in her triangular eyes. Fang Ping waved his hand dismissively and strode to the riverbank. Snatching the plump bird from Yin Tai's hands, Yang Qinshan grimaced and said that bird isn't yours, is it? I didn't kill it. It fell from the sky on its own. Yin Tai chimed in. I can attest that it was indeed not the young master who caused its demise. What do you mean, my bird? Bah, it is not mine. Both the master and servant breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fang Ping examined the bird closely for quite some time, but could not identify its species. However, he noticed some blood on its body and, tracing the blood, felt something within. Furrowing his brows, he pressed the wound, revealing a bloody steel needle. This must be the cause of the bird's death. What is this steel needle? And why is it so green? Yang Qinshan's heart skipped a beat. And it carries a peculiar fragrance. Yin Tai concurred. What else could it be but poison? Fang Ping remarked with a hint of sarcasm, flicking the needle into the river. When out and about, one should refrain from consuming items of unknown origin. Yang Qinshan initially felt a pang of guilt, quickly replaced by gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, big brother. Without you, we might have been poisoned. I wish to become sworn brothers with you. I hope you will accept. Fang Ping thought to himself. This boy must be delusional, still contemplating such bonds. Once your servant has plucked the feathers and disemboweled the bird, he would surely discover the needle, regardless of my involvement. The servant, Yin Tai, shook his head and said, Brother Fang, you're mistaken. Even if I could have found the poisonous needle, there is no guarantee I wouldn't have been pricked by it. You have indeed saved me. Yang Qianshan put his arm around Yin Tai's shoulder, saying, Yes, yes. Yin Tai and I are like brothers. Saving him is akin to saving me. We should hasten to establish our brotherhood. Fang Ping waved his hand. Let us discuss this matter at a later time. This is not a suitable place for conversation, and it may pose some danger. We should leave first. Is Brother Fang concerned that the one who used the poison needle to kill this bird might come looking for us? The inkstone seemed contemplative, based on recent events. It was evident that the plump bird belonged neither to Fang Ping nor was it slain by him, hence the speculation. Indeed, Yang Qianshan had also come to this realization. Pointing towards a fishing boat not far from the riverbank. Brother, why not take a seat in my boat? It is renowned for its swiftness. Once they boarded the vessel, Yin Tai deftly maneuvered it with a long bamboo pole, allowing the small boat to glide smoothly across the river's surface. Chu Chang'an, who had never been on a boat before, felt a twinge of fear initially, but soon overcame it, leaning over the bow and playfully splashing the water with one hand. Fang Ping stood at the front of the boat, feeling the refreshing mist of the water, as his tumultuous emotions from the earlier conflict gradually calmed. By the way, weren't you in Chuang City? How did you end up here? Yang Qianshan, sitting cross-legged at the bow, replied candidly, To be honest, we are both from the capital. Having sneaked away from home for a little adventure. My grandfather's 70th birthday is in 2 months, so we are making our way toward the capital. The capital? And your surname is Yang? Could it be that you are a descendant of the Yang family generals? Chapter 15. I am left alone. The Yang family of the capital. In this Grand Zhou dynasty is a renowned lineage of military nobility, producing illustrious generals. Fang Ping surmised that Yang Qianshan was indeed a scion of the Yang family. For they were not only famous for their martial prowess, but also for their mastery of heavy weaponry. The current head of the Yang family, known as Yang Lin, wields a pair of water and fire prison dragon sticks, each weighing around 30 to 40 pounds, and has remained undefeated on the battlefield for decades. Presently, the general of the north, Yang Mu, commands a golden-tipped spear weighing over 70 pounds, ensuring peace in the northern territories since his stationing there. With no major wars erupting since, it seemed he had 2 brothers in the military as well, one wielding twin hammers and the other dual maces, both of whom also excelled in heavy weaponry. Upon reflecting on this, Fang Ping suddenly inquired, Is your grandfather named Yang Lin? Yang Qianshan paused, then asked in confusion. How does brother know? Your dragon-slaying staff is clearly not a weapon of ordinary folk. I have observed your technique. It is disciplined and grand, indicating a significant lineage. Coupled with your claim of being from the Yang family of the capital, I merely made an educated guess. Fang Ping smirked inwardly, knowing well that this was indeed the most famous Yang family. If there were other Yang families in the capital, he would retract his statement. Brother is truly perceptive. Yang Qianshan flattered, scratching his head and lamenting, Alas, I am the least accomplished among the Yang family. I feel I am letting down my ancestors. Upon hearing his acknowledgement of being a Yang descendant, Fang Ping's eyes brightened, and he promptly asked, Why are you not remaining in the capital, then? What brings you out here? Yang Qianshan raised his hands exuberantly, To traverse the world, broaden my horizons, and engage with the masters across the land. Fang Ping thought to himself, This fellow has quite the ambition. He casually asked, Such aspirations are commendable. So far, which masters have you challenged? Yang Qianshan's face turned dark with embarrassment as he confessed, There aren't that many. When I first ventured to challenge others, I was supposed to announce my name. But upon hearing I was from the Yang family, they never truly fought me, always allowing me to win. Later, when I ceased to announce my name, they either refused me entry or ganged up on me. It's utterly devoid of martial ethics. Challenging someone is akin to slapping their face. What martial ethics can one speak of? At this moment, the inkstone supporting him interjected, My young master is hardly cut out for the martial world. He has narrowly escaped death several times. Besides, he isn't wandering the world by choice. He was coerced by his family into marrying Princess Shang. My master was reluctant, which is why he sneaked away. Silence, you inkstone. Is there a servant who reveals his master's shortcomings? Yang Qianshan retorted, his face reddening at the curious gazes of Fang Ping and Chu Chang'an. The wages are provided by the Lord, not you, young master, the inkstone mumbled again. At that moment, Chu Chang'an, playing with water nearby, widened her triangular eyes and asked, Marrying a princess? Doesn't that make you a prince consort? I've seen them on stage. Isn't that a good thing? Why did you run away? Yang Qianshan let out a bitter laugh. You foolish girl. Being a prince consort is a burden. It's not akin to marrying a wife, but rather inviting a revered Buddha into the home. The intricacies involved are not for outsiders to know. Chu Chang'an, perplexed, merely thought him a tad pretentious. Furthermore, once married to a princess, I could never again take to the battlefield as a general, relegated to a powerless position in the capital, only to be ridiculed by those from military families. Princess Shang? Fang Ping's expression sharpened. This suggested that Yang Qianshan might not be just an ordinary descendant of the Yang family. Could he be the son of General Yang Mu of the North? However, this matter regarding Princess Shang likely stemmed from the Yang family's overwhelming influence in the military, which aroused the emperor's apprehension, resulting in this elaborate scheme. As for Yang Qianshan's consent, it was of little consequence. Despite the current discontent, he would likely yield in the end. Fang Ping stroked his chin, pondering aloud, "Have you seen this Princess Shang? I think if she possesses beauty that captivates nations, it wouldn't be so bad." Chu Chang'an, oblivious to the deeper implications, chimed in, "Exactly. With your stature, if you could marry the princess, you should celebrate." What a spectacle, one calling him a foolish girl, the other mocking his height. They were certainly at odds. Yang Qianshan protested, "Who is short? I'm merely slightly shorter than the average person. Besides, I'm still growing. Who knows, I might one day match my elder brother in height." "Huh. You dare compare yourself to my brother Fang Ping? You're 2 heads shorter. Isn't that still short?" Chu Chang'an teased with a glare. "I want to engage in banter with you. If you were skilled in martial arts, I would surely teach you a lesson," Yang Qianshan retorted. Chu Chang'an laughed and stuck out her tongue at him. "By the way, where is your elder brother from?" Yang Qianshan suddenly inquired. "He's from Liuzhou, a small town. You've probably never heard of it." "Ah, a small place. Then I certainly wouldn't know." The small boat traverses the vast river, which flows languidly. The group, rowing against the current, may not be swift, yet they cover a considerable distance. Along the way, they engage in light-hearted conversations, catching a couple of fish, which they roast over the stove at the bow. Yang Qianshan and Chu Chang'an occasionally exchange playful banter, vying for the grilled fish, quickly becoming familiar with one another. As the sun begins to set, Fang Ping stands at the bow with a tempered iron rod in hand, gazing at the sinking sun, exuding a sense of melancholy. Yang Qianshan approaches and stands beside him. Observing Fang Ping's demeanor, he clasps his hands and inquires, "Brother, have you encountered some trouble? Speak freely, and let me see if I can offer assistance." "Ah, it is precisely this phrase I awaited," Fang Ping replies. Having pondered for quite a while on how to broach the subject, "I need to deliver something of great importance to Mr. Li Qingyang in Qingyang County." Before he can finish, Yang Qianshan's eyes brighten. "Ah, you mean grandfather Li Qingyang. Had you mentioned it earlier, my brother? We are passing through Qingyang on our way back to the capital. I intended to pay my respects to grandfather Li. We can journey together. What a splendid idea." Almost forgetting, Fang Ping realizes that Yang Qianshan hails from a distinguished family in the capital, and it is no surprise that he is acquainted with Mr. Li, who once served in the capital. Fang Ping waves his hand, calling Chu Chang'an over. "The item I am transporting is rather delicate. I have already clashed several times with bandits, and having this girl with me poses certain challenges. Since you are also heading to Qingyang County, I would appreciate your assistance in escorting her to Mr. Qingyang." Yang Qianshan scratches his head. What relation does this awkward girl have to grandfather Li? "She can be considered a disciple's grandchild," Fang Ping explains. He had previously inquired about Chu Chang'an, and although her father never revealed her true name, he mentioned she was a disciple of Mr. Li. Thus, she is indeed of the same lineage as Mr. Li's disciples. "Disciple's grandchild, is it? That makes us equals." Yang Qianshan murmurs, then nods in agreement. "Since you have requested, and the girl has a connection to grandfather Li, I shall certainly oblige. A man's word is his bond. I shall not falter halfway." His face flushed, Yang Qianshan thumps his chest and declares, "Rest assured, brother. I shall ensure her safe passage. Should anyone threaten her, I will strike them down without hesitation." Fang Ping chuckles and pats his shoulder. "You are still too young. I did not mean for you to engage in combat. Rather, your task is to deliver her safely. It would be best for you to continue by water, avoiding drawing attention." Yang Qianshan blinks in surprise. "Understood, brother. It's merely about being low-key. I will manage." At this moment, Chu Chang'an appears somewhat disheartened. "Brother Fang Ping, I do not want to part from you." Fang Ping gently ruffles her hair. "Silly girl, if we remain together, we might not survive the journey to Qingyang. However, if we part now, you by boat and I on horseback, we will reach Qingyang in less than a month's time, and then we shall see each other again." Though still young, Chu Chang'an is quite perceptive and does not weep. She nods earnestly. "Very well, then. We shall meet again in Qingyang." After arranging everything, Fang Ping stood under the eaves, casting a glance at the setting sun, which was rapidly descending. He then solemnly clasped his fists in salute to the others. Brother Yang, young brother Yantai, Chang'an. We part ways here. Farewell, Qingyang. Having bid farewell, he turned on his heel, employing lightness skill to glide over the water's surface and reach the shore. Take care, big brother. Farewell, brother Fang Ping. Fang Ping watched as the three of them sailed away, disappearing around a bend in the waterway. Alas, I am left all alone again. Without the young girl by my side, I feel somewhat unaccustomed. He trudged into the woods, not due to difficulty in the path, but because his shoes had become soaked from the river water. What a fool I am pretending to be so composed. My lightness skill has always been lacking. And I nearly fell into the river just now. Fortunately, the boat was not too far from the shore. Otherwise, I would have made a complete fool of myself. As Fang Ping lamented his foolish actions, he suddenly looked up to find a robust man clad in a green outfit blocking his path in the woods. Chapter 16. Yang 16. The man in green was of imposing stature, broad-shouldered and full-bodied, with a sharp gleam in his eyes, exuding vitality. He stood with his arms crossed, a bamboo steel whip slung diagonally at his waist. Fang Ping curled his lip and strode directly toward him. Upon reaching the man, he ignored him and took a step to the left. The man immediately mirrored his movement, stepping to the left to block him. Fang Ping then stepped right, and the man followed suit, continuing to obstruct him. With a cold snort, Fang Ping glared at him and demanded, "What do you want?" At this moment, they stood in close proximity, nearly touching. The man in green was about to speak when he suddenly realized he had to look up to address Fang Ping, diminishing his imposing presence, and thus retreated 2 steps silently. "Do you know who I am?" he inquired. "A member of the Yang family," Fang Ping replied. "How do you know that?" the man asked, astonished. Fang Ping lifted his stick with one hand and pointed at the belt around the man's waist with the other. "Doesn't it say so right there?" The man looked down and indeed saw the character Yang on his belt. He silently adjusted the belt to hide the inscription. "You have keen eyes, but your character is lacking." Fang Ping bristled at this remark. "You shouldn't tarnish my reputation without cause. What makes you think my character is lacking?" The man in green scoffed. "The fact that the young girl was by your side has already become known to many. If you now place her beside my young master, how can it not bring him trouble? The young lad, Yang, is warm-hearted and willing to help. I did not force him." The man chuckled derisively. "My young master is newly emerged from obscurity, with little experience in the world, unaware of its dangers. With just a few words from you, how could he not agree?" Fang Ping was about to retort, but, upon a moment of reflection, realized that having the young girl next to Yang Qianshan indeed posed some risk, and he felt a twinge of guilt. However, he thought to himself, if those in the martial world were to quibble over every little danger and hesitate in the face of adversity, they might as well abandon their pursuits altogether. It is what it is, do as you will. The man in the green attire grinned and said, "Since my young master has pledged to escort that young girl to Qingyang, it shall be considered a commitment from the Yang family. Rest assured, she will be delivered safely without so much as a single hair harmed. However, my young master, though innocent and possessing a noble heart, is not someone who can be easily manipulated by just anyone. The dignity of the Yang family cannot be compromised." "Enough, enough," Fang Ping interjected. "What are you rambling on about? What is it that you truly desire? I have matters to attend to, and no time to waste with your prattle. Let me take a punch." "What?" Fang Ping was somewhat baffled. The man in green waved his fist before Fang Ping, reiterating, "Let me take a punch, and we shall consider this matter settled. What, do you dare to act but not to bear the consequences? I, with my golden bell and iron shirt, fear you not." Fang Ping jabbed his staff into the ground, thumped his chest with his fist, and laughed heartily. "Come, strike here. If you dodge, you are a coward. Good lad. Prepare to see my fist." Without further ado, the man in green assumed a horse stance, raised his fist, and landed a powerful blow upon Fang Ping's chest. The force of the punch caused Fang Ping to stagger back 2 steps. However, he seemed largely unaffected, casually brushing off his chest with his fingers. The man remained stationary, his expression shifting through various emotions, revealing a hint of pain, as he discreetly concealed his striking fist behind his back. "Heh, you have quite the physique," he remarked. "Indeed," Fang Ping replied. The man continued, "I am Yang Shirlu, a personal guard of the Yang family. The one associated with the pomegranate, the child-eating one?" Fang Ping inquired. "No, that would be 15. I am 16, and there is also 17. Understanding dawned on Fang Ping, given that their names were merely numerical. It was evident that this individual was likely a personal soldier or an assassin cultivated by the Yang family from a young age. Yang Shirlu stated earnestly, "It is evident that my young master holds you in high regard and genuinely wishes to befriend you. I hope you will not place him in peril." Fang Ping remained noncommittal, reflecting that Yang's young master, as a scion of the Yang family, was likely destined for the battlefield. Where dangers far exceeded those of the martial world, a stray arrow could easily claim his life. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that this young man was to wed the princess, perhaps never to set foot on the battlefield, and thus, there was little to worry about. Seeing Fang Ping lost in thought, Yang Shilu continued, "Though you and my young master may resonate well, it is merely a chance encounter. Why do you place such trust in him? Are you not concerned that he might threaten your life through that young girl, seizing your precious possession? Some individuals may have known each other for years and remain filled with suspicion, while others, after just a couple of meetings, can entrust their lives to one another. There are those. Spare me the platitudes." Coughing to clear his throat, Fang Ping spoke earnestly, "Because I understand he is a scion of the Yang family." Yang Shilu, perplexed, asked, "And what of it? You must realize that in the capital, whether among officials or generals, many are intrigued by the legends of the Qin Emperor's palace and the elixir of immortality. If they truly wish to seize your Baqiao Tiangong box, it would not be entirely unreasonable." Though he acknowledged this, he also recognized that both the martial world and the court still held some semblance of morality. The Yang family had long guarded the borders, losing numerous lives with each generation. To speak of loyalty and righteousness, dedicating oneself to the nation and its people, was not an exaggeration. It was entirely reasonable to trust in the character of a scion of the Yang family, with a heart full of loyalty and righteousness. Devoted to the nation and its people, Yang 16 chuckled as he clapped his shoulder, exclaiming, "If my old man were to hear such praise, he would surely be overjoyed. I must go protect our young master now, until we meet again." Yang 16's figure swiftly darted past Fang Ping, disappearing into the dense forest with remarkable agility. Fang Ping mused to himself, "Of course, the Yang family is among the foremost military lineages of the entire Great Zhou dynasty. How could they allow a youth seeking the princess to roam the martial world unaccompanied? With Yang Qianshan's propensity for trouble, he might have been slain long ago without protection. At least now, the safety of the young lady, Chu Chang'an, is assured." The sky had turned completely dark by this time. Fang Ping, uncomfortable in his drenched shoes, surveyed his surroundings and made his way into a modest hillside. The mountain was dotted with temples, and after some time wandering through the terrain, he soon discovered a shrine dedicated to the mountain deity. He decided to rest there for the night. It appeared that this temple had long been deserted. One of the statue's arms had fallen away, cobwebs were abundant, there were several large holes in the roof, and the main door lay collapsed on the ground. The absence of visitors was a blessing, indicating a degree of safety. Fang Ping gathered some wood and ignited a modest campfire, while also hanging his soaked shoes on a branch to dry. Chapter 17. A reunion with Tang Chi within the mountain shrine. The fire blazed brightly, while the full moon illuminated the night sky and a gentle breeze danced around the hilltops. Fang Ping sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating while contemplating the journey ahead. Ever since he had taken possession of the jade box, although he had been traveling north, he had not progressed far. Accompanied by Chu Chang'an, even riding a horse, the pace had been slow and cautious, lest the young girl be jostled. However, now that he was alone, he had no such concerns. From this point to Qingyang County, there remained approximately 1,200 miles. If he were to acquire a fine steed, traveling entirely via the official roads, it would likely take around half a month. Naturally, this was under ideal circumstances. Considering road conditions and the horse's state, it would take about 20 days. Moreover, if no unexpected events occurred, though one could be certain that surprises awaited, his conspicuous figure would attract attention. As there were few in the martial world wielding a staff as a weapon, the likelihood of being targeted was exceedingly high, and this journey would surely not be without its challenges. However, setting aside the dangers for the moment, a good horse cost 35 taels of silver. Having lost one, purchasing another would amount to 70 taels. Adding the cost of sustenance for both himself and the horse, as well as lodging and miscellaneous expenses, he would need at least 50 to 60 taels, totaling approximately 130 taels. Yet, from Chu Chang'an's miserly father, he had only managed to acquire 127 taels. By this reckoning, this venture would undoubtedly result in a loss. This simply wouldn't do. Upon arriving in Qingyang County, he must ensure that Mr. Qingyang provides additional funds before he hands over the box. However, reflecting on the matter, merely demanding money felt rather pedestrian. Mr. Qingyang was a master of both literature and martial arts. It would be far more advantageous to request 2 volumes of martial arts manuals. If he could gain some guidance and skills from him, that would be even better. As he pondered delightful thoughts, his stomach rumbled audibly. He unfastened his water gourd from his waist and took a couple of swigs to quench his thirst. Opening his bundle, he rummaged through it and unearthed an oiled paper package containing 2 meat buns. However, the buns had grown somewhat cold. He then found a twig and skewered the buns onto it, leisurely roasting them over the campfire. Just as the buns warmed up and their delicious aroma wafted through the air, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the mountain god's temple, and soon after, a woman clad in black appeared at the entrance. This woman, with her oval face and spirited demeanor, bore a fierce expression marked by a scowl between her brows. At this moment, Fang Ping stood up, gripping his staff, and instantly recognized her as that woman from the Tang sect he had encountered a few days prior. What was her name? Ah, yes, Tang Qi. Tang Qi stood at the doorway, her pretty face stern, raising her delicate hand to reveal a plump bird suspended in midair. Fang, I ask you, have you seen this bird? Fang Ping focused and recognized it as the very bird that had been trailing him from the skies. It seemed he had carelessly tossed it by the riverbank. But how had this madwoman managed to retrieve it? What of it, whether I have or have not? He replied. Tang Qi let out a cold laugh, her voice sharp as she admonished. I came to inquire where the steel needle within this bird has gone. Taken aback by her words, Fang Ping recalled her identity as a disciple of the Tang sect and blurted out, Did you bring this bird down? Who else would it be if not me? Enough of your prattle. Where's the needle? I tossed that thing into the river. It's poisonous. What? You know how precious that needle is? Tang Qi's fury ignited as she realized he had discarded it, and she unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. Fang you. A barrage of profanities flooded his ears, and Fang Ping, his face darkened, dug at his ears with his fingers. For heaven's sake, you're a lady. Where did you learn such foul language? Be careful, or you might never find a husband. I'd rather marry your grandmother. Tang Qi's body quivered, and with a flick of her wrist, 3 flying daggers shot toward Fang Ping's head. Anticipating her hidden weapons, he swiftly swung his staff, deflecting the daggers. Then, with a quick movement, his bare foot kicked into the blazing campfire, sending a flurry of embers flying towards Tang Qi, who hastily dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ping snatched up his dried shoes by the fire, not bothering to put them on, and dashed out of the mountain god's temple, fleeing at full speed. He had no desire to engage in a midnight battle with Tang Qi. After all, in the pitch darkness, the hidden weapons of a Tang sect disciple were perilously difficult to counter. Although he had mastered the skills of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt and was not afraid of ordinary projectiles, Tang Qi was a disciple of the Tang sect, and should she possess formidable weaponry, it could spell disaster for him. Moreover, she had poison at her disposal, and a wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Fleeing was the most prudent strategy. You cowardly scoundrel, you owe me for the needle. Tang Qi's voice faded into the distance, growing increasingly muffled. Fang Ping, brandishing a stick, dashed aimlessly, the wind whistling past his ears, swiftly leaving Tang Qi far behind. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped on the shoes he had been carrying and continued his flight. Even if your lightness of foot surpasses mine, what does it matter? In this pitch darkness, on these treacherous mountain paths, you wouldn't dare to run recklessly. Unlike you, I am tough and resilient. A few tumbles won't strip me of a single hair. While his agility was lacking, his endurance was remarkable, excelling in long-distance pursuits. He ran for nearly half an hour, utterly disoriented. Suddenly, he looked up to find himself surrounded by mountains, spotting a small hollow illuminated by faint lights, resembling a quaint village. Fang Ping scanned the surroundings, but the darkness enveloped everything, providing little visibility. Noticing that Tang Qi was nowhere in sight, he breathed a sigh of relief and slowly made his way toward the village nestled in the hollow. As he descended the mountain path, he furrowed his brow, pondering how she had tracked his movements. Was there more than just that plump bird aiding her pursuit? And why had she shot it? After a lengthy bout of speculation, he arrived at a conclusion that seemed plausible. This woman had eliminated my pursuer's bird to claim the treasure for herself, the precious Baijiao Tiangong box I carried. Indeed, this Tang sect woman is quite cunning. Convinced of his deduction, Fang Ping muttered a string of curses aimed at Tang Qi. At this moment, he found himself only a few yards above ground, and the previously indistinct lights were now clearly visible. However, he began to regret descending, for below, a procession of individuals holding torches and lanterns formed a lengthy line. All were garbed in mourning attire. Some waved soul-retrieving banners, while others wielded mourning staffs. It was unmistakably a funeral cortege. At the center of the procession, a cart drawn by oxen bore a coffin, which, rather than being ordinary, was bound tightly with iron chains. Chapter 18. Suppressing evil. What might lie within that coffin? It surely harbored something sinister. Typically, a coffin is secured with nails, but witnessing one bound with chains for burial was a rarity. Furthermore, a nighttime burial was exceedingly uncommon, hinting at potential mysteries. Crouching in the grass, Fang Ping observed the funeral procession pass by. His curiosity piqued. He slowly followed. The crowd, comprised of men, women, and children, all bore somber expressions, trudging silently forward. the only sounds being their footsteps and the creaking of the cartwheels, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. The procession continued for several miles, winding through the hollow until it finally halted before a densely clustered array of graves. Seeing the crowd gather ahead, Fang Ping, using the cover of the grass, stealthily made his way to the opposite side of the gathering. The crowd formed a semicircle around an altar adorned with offerings. An elderly Taoist priest, clad in a yellow robe and wielding a sword of money, was stroking his beard as he presided over the proceedings. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Ping immediately understood that the occupant of the coffin had likely met an untimely and suspicious demise, which necessitated a late-night burial and the invocation of a Taoist priest. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the crowd, leaning on a cane, and respectfully clasped his hands towards the Taoist priest, saying, "Revered Taoist, we rely heavily on your expertise today. I sincerely hope you can subdue that malevolent spirit. The men, women, and children of Su village will be eternally grateful." The Taoist stroked his beard and smiled, responding, "There is no need for such formalities, village chief Su. Exorcising evil and safeguarding the righteous is our duty as practitioners. By the way, have you located the girl born on a day of the dark moon?" "Yes, we have," the elder replied, trembling as he gestured with his arm. "Su Defy, bring forth your daughter, the second girl, so that the Taoist may examine her properly." A simple, honest man in his 30s, with a troubled expression, stepped forward, leading a 7 or 8-year-old girl by the hand. "Village chief, is it sufficient for my daughter to just shed a little blood?" The elder's demeanor shifted as he paused momentarily before replying sternly, "Of course, would I deceive you? Hurry now." Su Defy's expression changed, but he ultimately sighed, crouched down, and gently stroked the girl's head, saying, "Ernyo, do not be afraid. Once this is over, I will prepare a delicious stew for you, all right?" The little girl, named Ernyo, with her round face and robust voice, replied confidently, "Yes, I'm not scared at all. It's just a little blood, after all. When I fought with Tai Nyo and Go Xing, I bled from my nose quite a bit. And if there's stew afterward, I'm even less afraid. Time is of the essence. We must proceed," urged the Taoist from the side. Su Defy retrieved a cloth pouch from his garment, extracted an embroidered needle, took Ernyo's small hand, and, with resolve, pierced her fingertip. Ernyo winced in pain for a moment, but quickly stifled any sound. Su Defy pressed her hand, allowing drops of blood to collect in a small bowl. "That will suffice," the Taoist finally declared, seeing that nearly half a bowl of blood had been drawn. Su Defy hurriedly wrapped his daughter's finger in cloth, and the Taoist approached the coffin, muttering incantations as he dipped his fingers into the blood, drawing a series of arcane symbols upon the coffin. From a distance, Fang Ping watched, his brows furrowing in disbelief. What malevolent spirit? What suppression? Was this mere superstition? Moreover, what was the significance of a girl born on a dark moon? It was absurd enough to conduct this ritual at midnight rather than at the appropriate hour. To use the blood of a girl born on such a day to ward off evil seemed to invite the very thing they sought to repel. Yet, as he considered the situation, he realized this was not the world he once knew, and local customs might differ significantly. After completing the symbols, the Taoist addressed the crowd. "All is ready. We may now inter the body." 7 or 8 young men stepped forward to lift the coffin and place it into the prepared grave. Just then, the previously quiet coffin began to shake violently, accompanied by a series of loud thuds. The young men tasked with carrying the coffin were utterly terrified, dropping it and fleeing in panic, shouting, "The corpse has come back to life. What shall we do, Taoist?" Old Su trembled with fear. The Taoist stroked his beard and pondered, "Alas, it seems that a mere bowl of blood cannot subdue this malevolent spirit. We require the soul of this young girl." "What? No. Su Dafa clutched his daughter tightly, shaking his head vehemently. "Village chief, we agreed to take just a little blood. You cannot deceive me." Old Su rolled his eyes and retorted, "Dafa, Ernyo is the only girl born on a day of the Een month in our Su family village. Only by sacrificing her can we ensure the peace of our village. Otherwise, we shall all perish." Su Dafa's eyes bulged with rage as he pointed and scolded. "You speak nonsense. Your granddaughter was also born on a day of the Een month. Why do you not sacrifice her? Scoundrel, bring Ernyo to me." As the village chief, Old Su commanded respect, and though many villagers were reluctant, they dared not defy him. Soon, several men had subdued Su Dafa, wresting Ernyo from his embrace. Having lost a great deal of blood, the young girl had fallen asleep, but the commotion roused her, and she awoke to see her father being beaten. "Do not hit my father. Do not hit my father." The little girl struggled fiercely, but her youthful strength was no match for the grip of those holding her. From the thicket, Fang Ping witnessed this distressing scene, his teeth clenched in anger, wishing to strike down all those involved. Yet, he hesitated, realizing that even if he saved Ernyo, These ignorant villagers would simply seek another child to sacrifice the following day. In this ancient world, offerings of young boys and girls to mountain and river gods were not uncommon. Even the emperor led such rituals, let alone the common folk, making it impossible to intervene. However, he cast a scornful glance at the inciting Taoist, thinking, "You shall await your fate. Your time will come soon." At that moment, the commotion from the coffin grew louder, accompanied by the clattering of iron chains, causing the villagers' faces to pale with fear. The Taoist urged, "Act quickly, or the malevolent spirit shall emerge." The man holding Ernyo raised a sharp knife, but despite his efforts, he hesitated to strike. "Village chief, is there truly no other way?" "Ernyo, I have watched her grow. Moreover, this is murder. What will happen if the authorities find out?" Another man seized the knife with fierce determination, declaring, "What if they do? If this girl lives, we shall all be doomed by the evil spirit. If you lack the courage to kill, I will. Ernyo, may you never find peace." Su Dafa, pinned to the ground by the crowd, wept bitterly, struggling in vain to rise. The man glared fiercely, raising the knife high, and Fang Ping felt a pang of regret. Even if he wished to intervene, it was too late. Just as the man was about to plunge the knife into the helpless Ernyo, his body suddenly stiffened, and he collapsed, lying face up on the ground. Chapter 19. The Death of Old Master Su. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. Upon witnessing a sudden collapse, Su Dafa was overwhelmed by a tumult of laughter and tears. The man holding Ernyo, seeing the figure lying still with wide open eyes, mustered his courage to crouch down and check the pulse, only to find it had ceased. "Village chief, he is dead," he exclaimed, trembling in fear. As he relaxed his grip, Ernyo broke free and rushed to Su Dafa's side. Those around Su Dafa were filled with uncertainty, fearing that their actions had angered the heavens, resulting in this inexplicable death. They dared not restrain him further and hurried to the side. "Daddy," Ernyo cried as she embraced her father. Upon hearing of the death, the village chief was struck with profound sorrow, lamenting, "My son." With a sudden gasp, old Master Su collapsed to the ground, and villagers scrambled to assist him. The priest who had been inciting violence was bewildered by the sudden turn of events and instinctively attempted to flee, only to be halted by several villagers. "What shall we do now, priest? You cannot abandon us," they urged. "Could it be that an evil spirit has taken his life? Please, perform a ritual." The priest, pulled back and forth by the crowd, found his yellow robe torn and his expression darkened. "Enough of this chaos. Release me at once," he commanded. In the midst of the upheaval, a thunderous explosion echoed, akin to the very earth shattering beneath them. The coffin had erupted, splintering wood and snapping chains. And from the spot where it had rested, a disheveled, gaunt figure stood upright. "Old Master Su has risen from the dead." The villagers gasped, scattering in panic. Crouched in the grass, Fang Ping was equally astonished. By the dim light of torches, he beheld the visage of Old Master Su, emaciated. With a pallid countenance and sunken eyes, he appeared more skeletal than human, as if a thin layer of skin barely covered his bones. His teeth protruded grotesquely, evoking fear. Clad in a burial shroud, he stood rigidly, appearing both dead and yet not entirely so. "What on earth is happening? Please do not tell me this martial arts world harbors zombies. I have never learned any spells." Just as he voiced his disbelief, Old Master Su's eyes suddenly flicked open, revealing eerily crimson irises. With a strange utterance, Old Master Su sprang forward, leaping toward the priest. The priest had intended to flee, but was knocked to the ground by fleeing villagers. As he rose, he found Old Master Su before him. "Spare me," the priest cried, terror-stricken, kneeling in supplication. Old Master Su tilted his head, his crimson gaze flashing, and with a swift motion, one arm struck out towards the priest's neck. With a sickening sound, the priest's head was severed from his body by Old Master Su's hand. Crouching in the grass, Fang Ping was utterly astounded by the scene before him. "My heavens! What on earth is this? Could it truly be a zombie?" Just then, a clear voice of a little girl echoed nearby. It was none other than Ernyo. Su Dafa had intended to carry Ernyo away from this place, but having sustained injuries to his leg from a group of villagers, he collapsed to the ground in agony. Ernyo, initially concerned for Su Dafa, was drawn to the scene by her exuberant voice, catching the attention of Su Laute. "Ugh! Ah!" Su Laute emitted a strange cry, leaping towards them. Upon seeing this creature, Ernyo did not exhibit fear. Instead, she looked up and laughed. "Great-grandfather, you're still alive. They all said you had died." Su Laute's body, once rigid, suddenly swayed, producing unsettling creaking sounds, appearing exceedingly peculiar. Fang Ping, hidden in the grass, could no longer restrain himself, fearing for the little girl's safety. Grasping his club, he rushed towards them. Yet, before he could reach them, Su Laote's blood-red eyes darted wildly as he opened his mouth wide, lunging towards the little girl. Time was running out, just as Fang Ping regretted not acting sooner. A figure clad in black suddenly emerged from the grass, delivering a swift kick to Su Laote's temple. Upon closer inspection, Fang Ping realized that the black-clad woman was none other than Tang Qi, who had previously pursued him, her appearance here offering no surprise. His mind raced, connecting the dots to the inexplicably dead man from earlier, likely a victim of Tang Qi's hidden weapon. Despite Su Laote's gaunt frame, Tang Qi's kick merely caused him to sway, his body remaining stationary. Tang Qi, startled, quickly retreated while pulling Niu and Su Dafu along. The creature let out another eerie cry, pursuing them relentlessly. At this moment, Fang Ping arrived, without hesitation delivering a blow to Su Laote's forehead with his club. The impact was solid, but the sound was peculiar, resembling a collision with iron rather than flesh. Taken aback by this unexpected situation, he was soon struck by Su Laote's arm against his sturdy club. The force of that strike was immense, nearly dislodging Fang Ping's weapon from his grasp. He felt a violent tremor in his hands and exerted his strength to maintain his hold on the club. Good heavens, this casual swipe nearly equals 6/10 of my strength. What on earth is this creature? Yet, in that moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Since his arrival in this new realm, he had encountered foes who rarely dared to confront him head-on, either outmatched in strength or too intimidated to engage. Though the battles were satisfying, a lingering sense of regret remained. Now, facing Su Laote, though uncertain of the entity's true nature, the sheer strength and formidable physique before him ignited a spark of excitement. Bring it on. Fang Ping's eyes glimmered with wildness as he brandished his club, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the elderly Su. However, this skirmish resembled more of a one-sided assault, for the elderly Su merely flailed his arms and leapt about, utterly incapable of countering Fang Ping's prowess. The club fell upon Su like a relentless downpour, producing a cacophony reminiscent of metal clashing against stone, striking him over 100 times. Yet, the elderly Su seemed unperturbed. His azure skin appeared resilient, effortlessly dissipating Fang Ping's force. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Fang Ping's strikes were not without effect. The areas where his club had impacted displayed subtle indentations. Contemplating this, Fang Ping resolved that if 100 blows yielded no results, he would unleash 1,000, or even 10,000. Even if Su's body were forged of iron, he would surely flatten it. With renewed vigor, he lifted his club once more, sending the elderly Su spinning like a top in place. A few villagers who had not yet retreated, witnessing the malevolent spirit being so thoroughly dominated, stood in astonishment. Those with bolder curiosity gradually approached, pondering the identity of this formidable man. Who is this giant? How could he be so valiant? I cannot fathom it. Our village has 7 or 8 young men, and none could subdue this spirit. Could he be a celestial being descended to aid us? Celestial being? No. He is a man of the river and lakes. He should be referred to as a hero. Not far off, Tang Qi, overhearing the villagers' praises for Fang Ping, scoffed in irritation. Just a brute. She approached without uttering a word and, raising her hand, hurled a dozen silver needles at the elderly Su. The needles struck him with a series of sharp, crystalline sounds, as if they were colliding with stone, failing to breach his defenses. This sudden ambush startled Fang Ping, who continued his assault while reprimanding. A sneak attack? What kind of hero is that? If you possess the courage, come forth and fight him directly. Tang Qi paused, smirking slightly. As a disciple of the Tang sect, I specialize in ambush tactics. Since you disapprove of my stealth, allow me to ambush you instead. Behold my hidden weapons. With that, she unleashed a barrage of flying stones, knives, and silver needles, enveloping both Fang Ping and the elderly Su. Fang Ping, taken aback, realized he had been foolish to provoke her, as they were already at odds. He swiftly maneuvered behind the elderly Su, allowing most of the projectiles to strike him while evading the remainder. If you are so eager for a brawl, I shall present him to you. With a swift motion, Fang Ping positioned his club beneath Su's armpit, exerting force and lifting the elderly man into the air, hurling him towards Tang Qi. As Su soared through the air, he screeched in alarm, spotting Tang Qi below and opening his mouth to bite. Tang Qi raised an eyebrow, recalling her earlier kick to this creature. Its body was undeniably tough, prompting her to evade rather than confront it directly. Old Master Su missed his target, landing face first in the dirt. Yet he quickly sprang back to his feet, lunging towards Tang Qi. From their earlier exchange, Tang Qi understood that ordinary hidden weapons would prove ineffective against this creature. With a swift movement, she gracefully maneuvered behind him. Unbeknownst to her, a dagger had materialized in her hand, poised against Old Master Su's neck, and she delivered a fierce slash. The blade met what felt like an expanse of solid iron, nearly sparking with friction. Undeterred by her initial failure, she employed her lightness skill, dancing around Old Master Su with an ethereal grace, evading his frantic bites and flailing arms, never allowing him to graze even the hem of her garment. In mere moments, she had struck at the vulnerable points of his body, ears, throat, and heart, dozens of times with her dagger. She even attempted to target his eyes, but he was particularly vigilant in guarding them, deflecting her strikes with his palms. Her attacks, like the hidden weapons before, failed to inflict significant damage. Nearby, Fang Ping mocked her while clutching his staff. Hey, are you even capable? When you're on the brink of death, just call out for Big Brother, and perhaps I'll save you. Shut your mouth, Fang. If you keep jabbering, I might just unleash my hidden weapon on you, Tang Chi retorted, maintaining her agile movements around Old Master Su. Suddenly, she caught a faint, familiar scent wafting from him. What could it be? It felt oddly reminiscent. Her mind raced, quickly discerning several herbal components from the aroma. Gazing at Old Master Su's skeletal visage, she recalled references from ancient Tang sect texts that seemed to describe this very essence. So that's what it is. No wonder blades and swords struggle to inflict harm. Despite her reluctance, she realized she was ill-equipped to subdue this entity alone. With a clever glint in her eye, she called out to Fang Ping, who stood a short distance away. Big Brother, I can't hold out much longer. Come assist me. Startled by her sudden tone, Fang Ping felt a chill run down his spine. What trickery is this? I have a plan to defeat this creature. Come here swiftly, or we'll scatter. And I shall take my leave, she warned. If I rush to aid you, what if you turn on me? Rolling her eyes, she challenged, such a large figure, yet with such a small mind. I swear, if I were to ambush you again, it would be my last day alive. How about that? With that, she fiercely jabbed Old Master Su a dozen more times. Fang Ping shook his head. We're not well acquainted. How can I trust you? What if you betray me? Stop being so indecisive. Are you not a man? Listen well. I swear by the Tang sect that I shall not harm you, nor will I covet the treasures you possess. Should I break this oath, may all the male disciples of the Tang sect remain forever single. Such a fierce declaration. The male disciples of the Tang sect would surely suffer. Fang Ping had initially intended to defeat this creature, yet he found himself at a loss for an effective strategy. At this moment, he teased Tang Chi a few times, noticing that she was genuinely annoyed. Fearing she might abandon the task, he sprang into action, brandishing his staff. I need but a moment to stop it, Tang Chi softly commanded, leaping out of the circle, crouching on the ground. She retrieved a piece of tattered cloth and spread it before her. From her bosom, she produced an array of bottles and jars, beginning to concoct a potion. Fang Ping, not daring to slacken, struck Su Laotai back 2 steps with his staff, then circled to its left, delivering another blow to its shoulder, sending it spinning like a top. Before long, a moment had passed. He managed to bring it down, prying open its mouth. Fang Ping exclaimed irritably, what mouth remains on this creature? It has naught but a set of decayed teeth. What if it bites me? Tang Chi, holding a porcelain vial, rolled her eyes at his incessant grumbling and chastised him. You, a master of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, fear a mere bite? Stop your whining and act swiftly. With a snort, Fang Ping pivoted and kicked Su Laotai behind the knee, causing it to lose its balance and topple to the ground. Chapter 21. The medicinal being. As Su Laotai lay on the ground, attempting to spring back up, Fang Ping's foot came down heavily upon it, pinning it down. He seized its frail arms, wedging his staff in place, while freeing one hand to grasp its cheek. This creature's upper and lower lips had vanished, leaving its teeth exposed and grinding ominously. Fang Ping pressed firmly, pinching its cheeks to prevent it from closing its mouth. Hurry, this creature possesses great strength. I can only hold it for a brief moment. All right, Tang Chi responded, her tone teasing, you lack endurance. She approached gracefully, crouching down to thrust the small vial into Su Laotai's mouth. Now, let it bite. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping immediately released his grip, brandishing his staff as he and Tang Chi leaped aside. Su Laotai sprang up once more, its mouth moving to shatter the vial, swallowing the concoction whole. Then, as it prepared to leap, its body stiffened suddenly, its head and limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. Moments later, green smoke began to emanate from its 7 orifices. As the smoke dissipated, its skin disintegrated into dust, cascading to the ground. A gust of wind swept through, leaving only the stark white bones of Su Laotai, along with its tattered burial garments, which fell to the earth, seemingly dead beyond resurrection. Is this corpse dissolution fluid? Fang Ping's voice trembled, sensing danger anew. He subtly distanced himself from Tang Chi. What corpse dissolution fluid? It is merely medicinal powder, Tang Chi retorted, noticing his unease. Such a large figure, yet a coward. What nonsense about dissolving corpses? Would that not leave it with bones? Despite her harsh tone, Fang Ping was somewhat relieved that she refrained from launching projectiles at him in a fit of disagreement. Lady Hero, might I inquire what manner of creature this is and its origins? After all, Tang Chi had dispatched this creature, and Fang Ping, embodying a spirit of diligence and a thirst for knowledge, sought to expand his horizons. Tang Chi, eager to showcase her knowledge, raised her delicate face and, with a cheerful smile, proclaimed, "You have indeed asked the right person. The origins of this entity are known to very few, and had it not been for me, this quaint village would likely be devoid of life today. As a valiant heroine, I rescue those in peril and shall one day achieve great renown, echoing across the land." "Ah, you flatterer, you certainly know how to speak," Fang Ping replied. "This creature is known as a Yao Ruan, which, as the name suggests, is a being transformed into this ghastly form through the use of special potions." Fang Ping furrowed his brow while clutching his staff and continued to inquire, "So, did it consume the potion willingly, or was it subjected to the nefarious practices of malevolent practitioners?" Tang Chi pondered. Both scenarios are possible. To understand the origins of the Yaoren, we must delve into the ancient alchemists. Wait a moment, ancient alchemists? Fang Ping interjected, his mind racing. Are we not in a martial arts world, but rather a realm of cultivation? You haven't heard of the alchemists? Tang Chi scrutinized him with raised eyebrows, a mixture of disdain and sudden realization crossing her face. Could it be that you are entirely unversed in internal cultivation? Fang Ping, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rolled his eyes and retorted, "What nonsense! How could I possibly be ignorant? What internal cultivation do you practice?" The 8-rank Hunyuan Gong. Did a bug bite your tongue? Speak clearly." "The 8-rank Hunyuan Gong." Tang Chi erupted into uncontrollable laughter, gasping for breath, tears nearly streaming down her cheeks. "Haha, the 8-rank Hunyuan Gong. It doesn't even qualify as third-rate internal cultivation. Have you lost your mind practicing that? You could easily find a superior manual for a pittance on the street. Go ahead and laugh. Laugh yourself to death," Fang Ping replied irritably. "Do you think everyone has access to reputable sects? The manual for my 8-rank Hunyuan Gong was procured through great effort, and I still can't even practice it properly. It was the town's doctor who taught me about various acupoints and meridians. Alas, it's a tale filled with sorrow." As Tang Chi reflected on his lament, she began to empathize with his struggles, her laughter gradually subsiding. "All right, I shan't laugh at you anymore. Now, where were we?" "The ancient alchemists," Fang Ping reminded her. Tang Chi nodded and continued, "Yes, the ancient alchemists. In truth, they are not shrouded in mystery. They were merely individuals seeking immortality and enlightenment. Over the centuries, some alchemists sought longevity through the absorption of qi, which evolved into what we now know as internal cultivation, while others engaged in alchemical practices that revealed the properties of various herbs and poisons." Fang Ping nodded in understanding. "So, the Yaoran is indeed a product of this alchemical process." "Indeed, alchemy ultimately culminates in consumption. However, this alchemical practice transcends mere elixirs, encompassing herbs, potions, and powders. Some practitioners of qi consume a multitude of substances in pursuit of immortality, yet they often become monstrous beings. Though their bodies may be as resilient as iron, they struggle to maintain their sanity, resembling ghastly specters driven solely by the desire to consume. Hence, the elderly Su, as previously noted, cannot truly be considered deceased. Better to be dead than to exist in such a state, devoid of reason and consumed by insatiable hunger, impervious to weapons, making them formidable foes capable of devouring even their kin without pause. Fang Ping then inquired, "How did the valiant Lady Tang reduce him to mere bones?" The answer is simple. The substances that transformed him into a monster can be countered with opposing drugs, thus resolving the issue. "So, all we need to do is administer the previous concoction, correct?" "Indeed, yet not everyone possesses the skill to concoct such a remedy." Tang Chi, noticing an unusual tone in his voice, shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Naturally, I cannot manage this alone. Your cooperation to restrain him is essential." "Why must we restrain him? Are you daft? If you do not subdue him, how shall I force the prepared potion into his mouth?" Fang Ping pondered momentarily, then gestured towards a nearby altar laden with various meats, lamb, pig's head, roasted chicken, and the like. "You previously stated that this creature lacks reason, driven solely by hunger. If you apply the powder to the meat and toss it to the monster, would he not consume it willingly?" "Aye." Tang Chi's delicate features hardened, ready to retort, yet upon reflection, she recognized the validity of his reasoning and fell silent. Chapter 22. The Reason May I Dare to Laugh? Fang Ping, clutching his staff, posed the question. "Do laugh, and I shall immediately breach my oath and poison you," Tang Chi threatened, rolling her eyes. "Then let us forego that." Should your Tang sect's male disciples be rendered impotent, I would be guilty of grave transgressions, Fang Ping quipped before shifting to a more serious tone. Speaking of which, did this fellow on the ground become this way due to his own reckless consumption of drugs? Or was he a victim of malice? Tang Chi scoffed. I am here for the first time. How could I possibly know? The elderly Su's condition likely resulted from his own overindulgence in drugs, replied Su Daffin, who after being rescued by Tang Chi, initially intended to flee but gradually lost his fear as he witnessed Fang Ping's formidable prowess in subduing the elder Su. He had been watching the duo combat the creature alongside Ernyo, and now finally spoke up. Well, do enlighten us, Tang Chi urged, intrigued. The matter is thus. Su Daffin recounted everything he knew. It turns out that the elderly Su was a physician who ran a clinic in the county, a notable figure in the village. However, for reasons unknown, he lived a solitary life without spouse or offspring. Recently, he abruptly closed his clinic and returned to the small mountain village, where the incessant stench of his alchemical endeavors caused considerable discontent among the villagers. However, due to his esteemed status and reputation, none dared to confront him directly. They merely inquired about the abundance of medicine he had procured. Old Master Su claimed he had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity to concoct an elixir of immortality, but the villagers dismissed it as mere folly attributed to his old age. Subsequently, Old Master Su began to prepare and consume the potions himself, leading to a drastic emaciation that rendered him nearly skeletal and quite terrifying. One day, when a villager fell ill and sought his assistance for medicinal remedies, they discovered him lying lifeless on the ground, leading them to believe he had passed away. Upon learning this, some of the elders in the village organized a gathering to arrange a funeral for Old Master Su. On the night of the vigil, as the villagers kept watch, the body of Old Master Su, laid upon a plank, suddenly stirred and lunged at them in a frenzied bite. Fortunately, the vigil was attended by young men who exerted considerable effort, injuring several in the process before managing to subdue him, binding him securely with hemp ropes. Subsequently, the village chief sought the expertise of a Taoist priest, who, employing some unknown method, was able to calm the frenzied Old Master Su. The villagers, believing him to possess genuine spiritual insight, complied with his guidance. The priest asserted that the corpse of Old Master Su had been possessed by an evil spirit and that it was imperative to find a young girl born on an auspicious day of the lunar calendar, whose blood could be used to craft a talisman capable of sealing the malevolent entity, leading to the subsequent events. Fang Ping and Tang Chi, after absorbing his account, grasped the intricacies of the situation. Tang Chi, her eyes twinkling with curiosity, inquired, is Old Master Su's dwelling and belongings still intact? Yin De Fa nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they remain. Initially, we intended to incinerate all his possessions before the funeral, but given his transformation, the fear of his ghost seeking retribution prevailed, and thus, we refrained from burning them. Excellent. Could you escort me there? Tang De Fa readily agreed. Of course, my benefactor has saved the lives of my father and daughter. How could I refuse such a trivial request? Fang Ping, intrigued, resolved to accompany them. Just as they were about to leave, Tang Chi suddenly raised her hand. Wait, I have forgotten something. Please hold on. Speaking, she retrieved a dark brown stone from her pouch and began to shake it vigorously while crouched on the ground. What are you doing? Fang Ping asked, puzzled by her actions. Without raising her head, Tang Chi replied, I discarded some concealed weapons earlier. I am merely retrieving them. Are all disciples of the Tang sect so frugal? Fang Ping jested. You wouldn't understand. Your clumsy stick could last you a lifetime. But we specialize in concealed weapons. Each flying dagger costs 30 coins and a silver needle 50. Engaging in a fight casually could result in a loss of several taels of silver if we do not devise ways to recover and reuse them. Even the grandest fortune could be squandered. Her reasoning was compelling, leaving me momentarily speechless. Previously, I had harbored a disdain for the use of concealed weapons, but upon reflection, I recognized the challenges faced by these practitioners. Nevertheless, it must be said, the character of those who resort to such weaponry is often questionable. Could it be that their reliance on concealed arms stemmed from a desperate need, leading them to resort to nefarious deeds? After a long day of labor, Tang Chi finally stood up, counting the concealed weapons embedded in the dark brown stones. With a sigh, he lamented, Alas, I've only recovered about 70%, resulting in a loss of 2 taels of silver. How infuriating. Are we done? Let's hurry, or it will be dawn, he added. What are you following me for? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Well, I exerted considerable effort earlier. You went to loot the house, and if there are valuable items, surely I deserve a share. Tang Chi scoffed. You just said that all I needed to do was apply the medication to the meat and toss it to that creature. Whether you are here or not makes no difference. Unfortunately, you failed to realize that it was my painstaking effort that kept him under control, allowing you the chance to kill him. If you hadn't been hopping around, I would have thought of it sooner. Despite their bickering, they refrained from further conflict. In the realm of this world, those who roamed the martial arts community held oaths in high regard. Though some were indeed treacherous and had no qualms about breaking their word, these were the despicable individuals scorned by society. Anyone with a semblance of honor would not willingly forsake their promises, which is why Fang Ping felt confident enough to act alongside Tang Qi. Albeit with a sense of caution, should she turn against him, he could always make a hasty retreat. Su Dafa took a torch, limping ahead to lead the way. Noticing that his injury had yet to heal, Fang Ping lifted Ernyo from his back and placed her on his shoulder. "Uncle, your shoulders are so broad," Ernyo exclaimed as she settled in. Not uncle. It's big brother," he corrected her. "Father taught me to be honest." "You're so tall. You must be quite old," she replied. Fang Ping thought to himself, what kind of logic is that? Yet, he chose not to argue with the child, allowing her to call him whatever she pleased. After they departed, many villagers gathered around the pile of bones that had once belonged to the elder Su. These villagers had watched from a distance during Fang Ping and Tang Qi's confrontation, and once the elder remained silent, they hesitated to approach. Now that Fang Ping and the others had left, the villagers, emboldened by the calmness of the scene, clustered together. How did Elder Su turn into a pile of bones? One wondered. What else could it be? He was exorcised by a sorcerer, another asserted. But I saw it with my own eyes. The elder decapitated the Taoist priest. That was a fraud, retorted another. I'm talking about the male and female sorcerers. They were armed. They must be martial heroes. The elder wasn't exorcised. He was brutally killed. What do you know? Physical exorcism is still an exorcism. Chapter 23. Looting the house under the guidance of Su Dafa. Fang Ping and Tang Qi returned to Su village, making a few turns until they reached the home of Elder Su. The elder's residence was notably more grand than those of the other villagers, comprising 7 or 8 rooms with a spacious courtyard, the walls even adorned with tiles. "Let us loot the house," Tang Qi declared, shaking her wrist as she lit a fire stick, excitedly rushing into the house, with Fang Ping following closely behind. The room appeared to be a study, adorned with numerous candlesticks, which proved quite convenient. The two soon lit several candles, illuminating the space, and began rummaging through the cabinets. Outside, Su Dafa initially felt apprehensive, but recalling how Su Laote had been reduced to mere bones by these two, he summoned his courage, grasped Ernyo's hand, and stepped inside. Upon seeing him enter, Tang Qi inquired, "Have you truly not touched anything here?" Su Dafa opened his mouth, his expression turning somewhat awkward. "What a question. You must have taken the valuables, otherwise, who would cover the funeral expenses? Have you not noticed the numerous white cloth strips hanging outside?" Fang Ping merely cast a glance around the room and discerned that many items had indeed been removed, likely appropriated by the villagers. However, their purpose was not to seek treasure, but to uncover the reason behind Su Laote's transformation into a medicinal figure, which was likely tied to ancient prescriptions or texts that had perhaps not yet been claimed by the villagers. The two commenced their search in the study, thoroughly scouring 7 or 8 rooms, ultimately discovering an old book hidden within the floorboards of the room designated for medicinal materials. "Ah, we found it," Tang Qi exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she cradled the old tome and eagerly flipped through its pages. Fang Ping leaned in for a closer look and found that the contents were primarily prescriptions, which left him feeling rather disinterested. He had anticipated uncovering some martial arts manual, but his hopes were dashed. After rummaging a while longer, he finally unearthed 2 pieces of aged ginseng deep within a large cabinet, delighting in the find as he tucked them into his pocket. At that moment, he suddenly heard Tang Qi, who was still perusing the book, emit a series of chilling chuckles. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you all right? Your laughter is rather unsettling. Could it be that Su Laote's ghost has possessed you?" Tang Qi shot him a glare and raised the book, stating, "This book is problematic." "Is it a forgery?" he inquired. "Not quite. It appears to be an ancient text, but it has been artificially aged. The contents are half-truths and half-lies. Su Laote may have been deceived." "Half-truths? If it were all true, could it truly lead to immortality?" Fang Ping mused, stroking his chin. Tang Qi scoffed, shaking her head. "Oh, at most, it may prolong life. Immortality? What a fanciful thought. This wretched thing. I wonder who concocted it. Their intentions are certainly nefarious. Is your Tang sect's poison any worse?" he retorted. "It pales in comparison." As they conversed, Tang Qi deftly crumbled the book into powder with her delicate hands. "Well, that matter is settled." Just then, her stomach let out an insistent growl, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Su Dafa and his daughter, who had not yet left, immediately remarked upon hearing the sound, "It seems our benefactor has yet to dine. We have some meat at home. I shall fetch some right away. Ernyo, please wait here." "Yes, father." Ernyo will wait for your return. The little girl, unperturbed, lifted her head to scrutinize the two. Tang Chi observed her for a moment before turning to Fang Ping. Why are you still here? Are you not afraid that I might turn hostile and hurl a concealed weapon at you? Humph. Earlier, at the mountain god temple, I lost my only 2 meat buns because of you, as they tumbled into the fire. I find myself hungry as well. I shall eat before departing. Upon hearing him mention the mountain god temple, Tang Chi's expression darkened once more. Instinctively, she felt an urge to strike him, yet recalling the vow she had just made, she restrained her temper and sulked on a bench in the courtyard. The furniture in this courtyard appeared to be used for morning rituals, and it had not been removed. Fang Ping was puzzled about how he had managed to provoke her again, yet he was unperturbed and sat down on another bench at the table. The two exchanged a fierce stare, while Ernyo rested her little head on the table, curiously observing them both. Before long, Su Dafang returned, carrying a large piece of lamb and some flatbreads, with a heavy bundle slung over his back. What is this? Fang Ping inquired, pointing at the bundle behind him. Su Dafang let out a bitter laugh and said, My 2 benefactors, I have offended the village chief. I can no longer remain in this small village. I have gathered my belongings and plan to leave Su family village tomorrow, taking Ernyo with me to seek a new life elsewhere. You seem to have thought this through, Fang Ping remarked, patting him on the shoulder. In such a small village, the village chief held absolute power, and few dared to cross him. Although the chief intended to sacrifice little Ernyo, the fault was not Su Dafang's, nevertheless. Since he had not complied with the chief's wishes, he had incurred his ire. It was better for him to leave than to face future troubles. This lamb was sent to my family by the village chief for the purpose of using Ernyo's blood in a ritual. Who would have thought he would be so deranged as to seek a blood sacrifice? Enough of that. Let me prepare a meal for my benefactors. The cooking pots remained in the courtyard from the morning rites, and after cleaning the lamb, Su Dafang began to cook, with Ernyo assisting her father. Soon, the fragrant aroma of lamb filled the courtyard. Su Dafang served the meat and broth in bowls for the two, along with a few flatbreads on the side. Brother. Your culinary skills are quite impressive. Even if you leave Su family village, you could open a lamb shop elsewhere and achieve great wealth, Fang Ping remarked. Su Dafang waved his hands repeatedly, yet a smile illuminated his face as he replied, Benefactor, you jest. I seek not great riches, but merely to save some capital to raise Ernyo and one day find her a reliable husband that would honor my late wife. Where do you plan to seek your fortune? Tang Chi inquired casually, savoring the delicious lamb soaked in bread. Su Dafang affectionately ruffled Ernyo's head, which was smeared with grease from the meat, and said, I do not know. I have spent the better part of my life in this small village and have ventured out only a few times. I am quite anxious now. With a flick of her wrist, Tang Chi tossed a dart and a silver ingot onto the table before him. Use this silver to hire a carriage to take you to Shu, it should suffice. This dart is my token. Upon your arrival in Shu, mention my name, and you shall find assistance in settling there. Benefactor, you have saved my father and daughter, and now you bestow this kindness upon us. In my next life, I shall serve you tirelessly. Su Dafang was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with gratitude, nearly falling to his knees. Enough, I cannot bear this any longer, Tang Chi exclaimed, turning to see Fang Ping had devoured an entire bowl of lamb and was already fetching another from the pot. She scolded him sharply. You consume their food and drink their drink, yet when they find themselves in a predicament, you fail to show any gratitude? Chapter 24. The resurgence of turmoil. Fang Ping cursed inwardly, wondering why one must play the benefactor while dragging him along. The Tang family was affluent, and the wealth he possessed was earned through toil and effort. However, it would be inappropriate to be utterly stingy at this moment, especially while holding their bowl. He slipped his hand into his pocket, rummaging for quite some time but produced nothing. If you're broke, just admit it. No need for pretense, Tang Chi scoffed. At this moment, Fang Ping was not devoid of funds. Rather, he had merely 2 50-tael silver notes and a few loose coins nestled in the pocket of his undergarment. If he were to present the small change, it would amount to less than 5 taels, an embarrassing sum to reveal. Conversely, he hesitated to part with a 50-tael note, reluctant to relinquish it. Yet, after being taunted by Tang Chi, he steeled himself and tossed one of the notes onto the table. Who was short on cash? I merely wish to spare you the embarrassment. With just that 1 ingot of silver, how dare you even consider showing it? This is too much, Su Dafai said, hesitating to accept the generous offer. However, Tang Chi coldly thrust the note into his hand. Take it, you fool. Just moments ago in the apothecary, you procured 2 wild ginseng roots, worth several hundred taels. Don't think I didn't notice. Fang Ping replied, what of it? Unclaimed property belongs to whoever finds it. Don't expect me to share. Who would want it? Tang Chi retorted, setting down her utensils and stretching her slender waist. I intend to rest. If you dare to peek, I shall gouge your eyes out. Ah, with that physique of yours, who would care to look? Fang Ping muttered before adding. I am a virtuous gentleman, though I cannot guarantee that others might not attempt to sneak a glance. Humph, sneaky. Tang Chi's gaze sharpened as she scanned the walls, seizing a long bench from the ground and hurling it towards the wall. Ouch! Ouch! A few yelps echoed, gradually fading away. Ah, now it is much quieter. Tang Chi clapped her hands and leisurely strolled into one of the rooms. At this point, Fang Ping had nearly finished his meal. He turned to Su Defy and said, It is dark outside and quite dangerous. Let us rest here for the night. Tomorrow, I will escort you and your daughter away. Thank you, kind sir. Su Defy replied thoughtfully. Earlier, when he had returned home to fetch some belongings, he noticed a few villagers following him suspiciously. The two who had just climbed the wall were likely among them. He had planned to deliver the food and leave Su family village that very night. But now he felt uneasy, fearing the village chief might send someone to cause trouble. Hearing Fang Ping's words relieved his anxiety. They tidied up the dishes and each found a room to rest. The master bedroom was claimed by Tang Chi, while Fang Ping settled in the study, reclining on a chaise lounge, allowing himself to relax. At last, tranquility descended upon the surroundings. Fang Ping reflected upon the day's events, which had been overwhelmingly eventful. From the break of dawn, he had scarcely a moment's respite. Initially, he vanquished 2 foes from Bayan Mountain at the inn, only to be subsequently ambushed by a group from an unknown faction. As evening approached, he found himself pursued by Tang Chi and embroiled in a confrontation with the venerable Su Laotai. Indeed, he had not experienced a single moment of peace. Although his body felt relatively unscathed, a sense of mental fatigue began to settle in. He retrieved his map and noticed the nearest town, resolving to depart in the morrow to procure a steed before hastening towards Jianghu County. After solidifying his plans, Fang Ping reclined on a chair, gently swaying, and gradually closed his eyes. However, he did not fall into a deep slumber. Rather, he rested with his eyes shut, practicing his internal cultivation while remaining in a state of semi-consciousness. Fortunately, the night passed without incident until the sun rose the following day. Fang Ping's ears perked up at the sounds outside, prompting him to rise from his chair. 2 valiant heroes are present. The old man is Su Laotai, the village chief, accompanied by the entire village of young and old to express their gratitude. As Fang Ping stepped outside with his staff, he found the village chief, Su Laotai, standing before him with 2 or 3 dozen villagers. At that moment, Tang Chi and Su Defei, father and daughter, emerged from their dwelling upon hearing the commotion. Leaning on his cane, the old chief took a few steps forward and declared, We are deeply grateful to the 2 heroes for ridding our village of the malevolent spirit. A chorus of villagers echoed his sentiments, voicing their thanks for the hero's assistance. Fang Ping harbored little fondness for the foolish chief, who sought to sacrifice the girl. Yet he refrained from engaging in conflict, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face. It was merely a fortuitous passing. I happened to eliminate that creature. He thought, no need for such fanfare. One might mistake this for a brawl. Cough, cough. The hero's jest, Su Laotai responded, pausing with his cane. Oh, you 2 must not have dined yet. In our humble abode, we possess little of worth, but we have gathered some fresh fruits and meats. We hope you will not find them lacking. With that, Su Laotai gestured, and several villagers placed an assortment of food upon the table in the courtyard. This is but a trifling offering. When you depart, we have a modest gift to present. A modest gift? Who truly desires such trivialities? Oh, indeed, I do. Fang Ping sensed that these villagers bore ill intentions. The expressions of those delivering the food were notably askew, while others averted their gazes, their garments bulging suspiciously, evidently hiding something. Why do these people not speak plainly? This is rather bothersome. At that moment, the young girl, Ernyo, drawn by the sight of a roasted chicken on the table, swallowed hard and could not resist reaching for it. Tang Chi rolled her eyes, leapt forward, and struck the girl's hand with a pair of chopsticks. Ouch, Sister Tang. I'm sorry. Ernyo is just a bit hungry, she whimpered, clutching her stinging hand with an expression of innocence. Tang Chi lightly tapped her small head with her chopsticks and said, Sister, it is not that I blame you for taking without asking, but this meat has gone bad, and consuming it will result in an upset stomach. Oh, it is spoiled? Then I won't eat it. Good child. With that, Tang Chi turned her head, her expression instantly turning cold. She lifted the roasted chicken to her nose and then approached old Su, saying, Hey, old man, you tell me, has this meat gone bad? Old Su's wrinkled face trembled slightly as he forced a smile. The heroine is joking. This chicken was slaughtered last night and was roasted just this morning. It has only been served for a short while. How could it possibly be spoiled? Is that so? Then you take a couple of bites, and let me see. Tang Chi coldly offered the roasted chicken to him. Chapter 25, Conflict. Well, I am old and frail, and with so few teeth left. I can no longer indulge in meat. Old Su's forehead glistened with sweat, yet he refused to eat. The old man cannot eat meat. Why don't you all have some? Tang Chi shook the plate in her hand, causing the surrounding villagers to step back in alarm. Oh, none of you are eating? Then I shall feast alone. She tore off a chicken leg, took a couple of bites, and quickly spat it out, exclaiming, Yuck! What kind of drug did you use? It tastes off, sour and astringent, absolutely dreadful. Old Su wiped his cold sweat with his sleeve, forcing a smile. The heroine is jesting. What drug could possibly be involved? At that moment, a burly man behind him pulled up his shirt, revealing a kitchen knife, and shouted, Village chief, since they have already discovered the truth, why wait? We have so many people. Are we afraid of them? Before he could finish, a shadow flew past, kicking him squarely in the chest and sending him sprawling to the ground. It was none other than Tang Chi. In the blink of an eye, she had taken him down, the plate of roasted chicken in her hand remaining steady and unaffected. Not afraid, huh? Allow me to treat you to some chicken. Tang Chi stepped on his chest, tearing the chicken into pieces and forcefully shoving it into his mouth. The burly man whimpered helplessly under Tang Chi's onslaught, unable to resist, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Meanwhile, the surrounding villagers pulled out various makeshift weapons, rolling pins, hoes, and pickaxes, none of which were proper arms. Among them, the fallen man was the strongest, yet he had been effortlessly defeated without landing a single blow, tormented by a seemingly frail girl. To add to their intimidation, there was another man nearby holding a large iron rod, glaring at them menacingly, suggesting he was even more formidable. The villagers, witnessing this scene, were struck with fear and dared not rush into fight, instead gathering around and shouting, You better release the big guy, or else you'll regret it. Yes, we've already reported to the authorities. You cannot escape. You killed the village chief's son last night. The officials will not let you go. At this moment, Tang Chi recalled that last night, when a man attempted to kill Aaron Yo during the sacrifice, she had thrown a silver needle, piercing his heart. Though the villagers may lack martial prowess, a meticulous examination of the corpse would undoubtedly reveal the cause of death. So this is the reason behind your actions. Indeed, it was I, your esteemed aunt, who brought about the demise of that man. Those with courage may step forward to spar with me. Upon hearing her confession, Elder Su's hair stood on end as he stammered, I bear you no grudge. Why would you kill my son? Tang Chi chuckled, pointing at Aaron Yo, and remarked, What grievance do you have against that little girl, that you would sacrifice her to that monstrous entity? Elder Su stuttered, That was to save our entire village. I was left with no choice. What utter nonsense. Since your son sought to take a life, his own demise is hardly unjust, she retorted. You speak foolishly. The officials are already on their way. Fellow villagers, we merely need to delay them for a moment, and then we can what? Speak up, for I am all ears. Tang Chi teased, crossing her arms. Elder Su struggled to catch his breath, coughing uncontrollably. However, Fang Ping discerned clearly that Tang Chi had discreetly gestured and thrown something towards Elder Su, likely a substance that rendered him speechless. At that moment, the villagers also sensed something amiss and collectively retreated a few steps, though some still blustered. You witch, what have you done to the village head? When the officials arrive, we shall see how arrogant you remain. Tang Chi stepped onto a bench, laughing heartily. Nonsense about the officials. I shall wait right here and see what they dare do to me. Just as her words fell, a commanding voice rang out from the crowd. Such audacity. You ruffians, having learned a few meager skills, dare to disregard the laws of the dynasty. Truly outrageous. Stand aside. The crowd parted, and several individuals clad in constabulary attire entered. The leader being a man in his 30s with a resolute visage, though his sparse mustache diminished his authority somewhat. A swift glance revealed that only Fang Ping and Tang Chi were his targets. He promptly planted his waist knife into the ground with a resolute posture. I am Wang Zhua, the constable of Jianghu County. May I have your names? Tang Chi rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that if a confrontation was imminent, there was no need for such idle chatter. Yet, since he inquired, she replied nonchalantly, I am Tang Chi of the Tang clan, unchanged in name or title. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhua felt a chill run down his spine. The Tang clan of Shu was a formidable faction, and considering their expertise in poison and hidden weapons, he feared that capturing them might lead to his own demise before he even realized it. Ahem, but what of the Tang clan? Breaking the law still leads to an audience at the magistrate's office. Hey, you with the stick, who might you be? Fang Ping clasped his fists and declared, I am Li Yud of Baiyun Mountain, unchanged in name or title. His words drew an exasperated eye roll from Tang Chi. Wang Zhua's heart sank further. Baiyun Mountain was not to be trifled with either. At this moment, the elderly Su, trembling and leaning on his cane, approached. My lord, You must take a stand for this old man. These two have senselessly taken my son's life. It is truly a heartless and cruel act. Yes, indeed, my lord. Please apprehend them. Wang Zhuo inwardly cursed his misfortune, regretting his decision to come here today. Yet, faced with the situation, he realized that neglecting it would tarnish the reputation of the authorities, and he mustered his courage. I do not concern myself with your affiliations. But since there are accusations of murder against you, you shall accompany me. Fang Ping repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, My lord, what are you saying? It was that person over there who committed the murder. What is my involvement? You should apprehend him. Upon seeing Fang Ping point at him, Tang Qi rolled her eyes again and turned away, saying, What if this lady refuses to accompany you? Wang Zhuo hoisted his waist knife onto his shoulder, shaking his head. Whether you wish to or not, it is the skill of your hands that will speak. Everything else is mere pretense. If you can best me with this knife, I shall concede defeat and depart at once. How does that sound? Fine, she replied, if I cannot best you. Then I shall submit and follow you to the magistrate. Let justice be served, and if punishment is due, so be it. There will be no complaints. Chapter 26. From arrogance to deference, the two, unable to come to an agreement, decided to duel. However, the courtyard was cluttered. So they stepped outside to find a clear area, followed closely by a throng of onlookers. After positioning themselves, they exchanged respectful salutes, and Wang Zhuo struck first. Forgive me, he called out, as he drew his waist knife and lunged forward, aiming a slash at Tang Qi's shoulder. She deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a swift thrust of her dagger. Wang Zhuo narrowly avoided the blade by tilting his head, and then aimed a kick at her waist. Tang Qi did not flinch or evade. Instead, she raised her foot to counter the attack. Their feet collided, and though Tang Qi lacked Wang Zhuo's strength, she was momentarily pushed back. Before she could regain her balance, she unleashed a flurry of over 20 silver needles with a quick flick of her hands. Wang Zhuo was startled, hastily wielding his knife to create a defensive barrier, the needles clattering to the ground. Without a moment to ponder, he charged forward, engaging Tang Qi in close combat once more. They exchanged blows, the sound of clashing metal ringing out as they fought fiercely for over 30 rounds. The surrounding villagers cheered for Wang Zhuo, believing his flashing blade and powerful strikes gave him the upper hand, while Tang Qi seemed to evade his attacks, suggesting her imminent defeat. Fang Ping, observing with his staff, did not share this sentiment. He perceived that Tang Qi was not at a disadvantage. Wang Zhuo's knife techniques appeared to stem from military training, direct and straightforward, though lacking in finesse, but executed with lethal intent and considerable skill, marking him as a formidable opponent. As for Tang Qi, while she may not match his strength, her dagger techniques were intricate, and her agility was ghostly. If she chose to, she could easily create distance between them and overwhelm him with hidden weapons. After exchanging blows for another 20 rounds, Tang Qi gradually deciphered the patterns of Wang Zhuo's knife techniques. In summary, his moves, though powerful, were limited and predictable, making them vulnerable to counterattacks. A smile graced her lips as she intentionally revealed a flaw, enticing Wang Zhuo to thrust his knife, only for her to swiftly pivot, evading to his side. Wang Zhuo adhered to his previous tactics, attempting a backhanded slash. However, this time, Tang Qi did not evade. She parried his waist knife with her dagger, following it up with a lightning-fast kick that struck him squarely in the lower back, transforming him into a rolling tumbleweed. Boss, are you all right? Shall we all go at once? Suggested a few nearby constables, assisting Wang Zhuo to his feet, their voices overlapping. Wang Zhuo shot them a glare, spitting in disdain. Nonsense. She is a disciple of the Tang sect. She hasn't even employed her hidden weapons or poisons yet. With just a dagger, she has already left me searching for my teeth. And you lot, mere windbags, are you really willing to rush to your deaths? In truth, he had long recognized that he was no match for Tang Qi, yet with an audience present, he could not concede defeat outright. Having finally been bested, he let out a sigh of relief. Standing tall, he clasped his fists and declared, Miss, your skill surpasses mine. I accept my defeat gracefully. Today, I shall allow you to leave. However, the law is clear. Since you have taken a life, the bounty warrant must still be issued. Humph. Do you intend to leverage the authority of the government against me? Tang Qi replied with a cold laugh. Not at all, merely fulfilling my duty, Wang Zhuo retorted. Just then, a glimmer caught his eye as Tang Qi tossed an object towards him. Without a moment to ponder, he instinctively caught it. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a token. What is this? Good heavens, Wang Zhuo exclaimed, flipping the token over and, upon reading the inscription, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He hurriedly approached Tang Qi, cradling the token in both hands. His demeanor transformed as he sported a sycophantic grin. Dear lady, is this token genuine? Nearby, Fang Ping, taken aback by Wang Zhuo's sudden change, curiously rose on his toes. eager to discover what the token was that had altered Wang Zhua so drastically. Yet, with a mere wave of her hand, Tang Qi tucked the token away. Do you care if it's real? As long as you have an explanation, that suffices. If necessary, you can investigate later, if something seems amiss. Issuing your bounty warrant can wait. Indeed, you speak wisely, Wang Zhua thought, realizing the truth in her words. He turned to berate the group accompanying old Su. You lot of scoundrels, how dare you slander a person of status? Are you courting death? Before he could finish, Tang Qi kicked him again, rubbing his rear. He maintained a fawning smile. What instructions do you have, dear lady? Tang Qi's gaze hardened, her tone icy. Is this how you conduct an investigation? Speak clearly, and ascertain the details of the matter before proceeding. Wang Zhua hesitated, having assumed that Tang Qi had killed someone without cause. As many in the martial world often disregarded the law, he had intended to hastily conclude the case, but judging by her tone, perhaps there were deeper circumstances at play. Wang Zhua turned around and addressed the gathered villagers, asking, who reported the case? Step forward and recount the events in their entirety. A cluster of villagers exchanged glances, each bowing their heads in silence. You wretches, there is surely some foul play afoot. How could you deceive me and nearly offend a noble? This is utterly absurd. Wang Zhua then pointed at the old man Su and commanded, you are the village head, you speak. Old Su, wise with age, recognized that the constable was clearly afraid to provoke the woman, and with a grim expression, he lamented, my lord, that person has slain my son. You must seek justice for me. I am inquiring why the murder occurred. It cannot simply be due to a personal grievance against your son, Wang Zhua pressed. Old Su stubbornly replied, perhaps that is precisely the case. You jest, Wang Zhua exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Is there truly no one who can provide a reasonable explanation? Standing nearby, Su Dafa, cradling Ernyo in his arms, gritted his teeth and stepped forward. My lord, I can elucidate the matter, he began, recounting the events of the previous night in their entirety. He had long intended to leave Su family village, and now he showed no mercy, giving voice to Ernyo's grievances. Upon hearing his account, Wang Zhua was infuriated, directing a tirade of insults at old Su. You truly are remarkable. Since the establishment of our great Zhou nation, all forms of illicit worship have been prohibited, with explicit laws stating that those who engage in the blood sacrifice of children shall be executed without exception. The provincial government issues annual notices to inform the villages, forbidding such superstitious practices. Clearly, you have all disregarded this. Since this is the case, you shall all accompany me back to the Yamen. Chapter 27. A first-rate expert Fang Ping mused that while the words of this man were eloquent, laws are often not upheld in practice. Even if these individuals were apprehended, it was likely that the matter would ultimately be swept under the rug. My lord, it was that person who killed my son. Why not arrest her instead of bringing us to the Yamen? Old Su retorted. Wang Zhua sneered. Your son sought to sacrifice that girl and was killed in return. He deserved his fate. Bring everyone here back to the Yamen for questioning. At this, the villagers' faces turned pale, and they fell to their knees, pleading, my lord. This is not our doing. We were coerced by the faction led by the village head. We had no choice. Then tell me, who were the ones that pressured you? I shall seek justice for you. It was him. And this one too. And him as well. The villagers pointed frantically, but Wang Zhua, wary of inciting chaos, ultimately ordered the arrest of only 5 individuals, including the village head, while requiring Su Dafa and his daughter to accompany them as witnesses. Tang Qi nodded, saying, I know these two. Do not make things difficult for them. Wang Zhua's expression hardened. Rest assured, my lady. Su Dafa, holding Ernyo, stepped forward. Thank you, benefactor. Tang Qi waved her hand, but as she surveyed the surroundings, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. Ernyo remarked, Sister Tang, are you looking for the uncle? He ran off in that direction. Following the direction of her finger, Tang Qi indeed saw Fang Ping's figure, carrying a stick, already rounding a bend in the mountain path. I have matters to attend to, so feel free to carry on. With a determined grit of her teeth, Tang Qi exerted herself and swiftly gave chase, vanishing from the crowd's sight in an instant. Fang Ping's decision to leave without a word stemmed from the realization that his presence was no longer necessary. The constable, Wang Zhua, suddenly exhibited a deference towards Tang Qi, and regardless of the reason, the safety of Su Dafa and his daughter was ensured, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Moreover, the opportunity to slip away from her while she conversed with others was indeed fortuitous. Just as he was relishing this moment, a familiar voice called out from behind. Oh, is that you, Mr. Fang? What a coincidence. Fang Ping turned around to see Tang Qi, not far behind, employing her lightness skill to pursue him, prompting him to hasten his pace. Did you not vow to cease coveting my treasures? How can you so readily contradict yourself? Do you truly not care for the well-being of your fellow Tang sect disciples? Tang Qi teased, this path is not yours to command. If I wish to walk it, I shall. What concern is it of yours? As her words fell, she matched his speed. Fang Ping felt a surge of frustration, contemplating the admirable nature of her lightness skill. When it came to long-distance running, he was unafraid of anyone, thanks to his substantial endurance gained from external training. However, over short distances, he found himself at a disadvantage. Anyone with decent lightness skills could easily overtake him. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to acquire a lightness skill manual for himself someday. Unsure of her intentions, he spotted a fork in the path ahead and abruptly halted. Tang Chi also came to a stop, her curiosity piqued. Why have you stopped? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. You go ahead. I will take another route. Then I shall take that other route as well. What path will you take? What business is it of yours? Fang Ping shook his head, resigning himself to the fact that he could not shake off this persistent companion, without concern for which path might lead them out. He arbitrarily chose one and dashed down it. Tang Chi giggled and followed suit. As Fang Ping ran, he suddenly noticed numerous hoofprints on the ground and recalled the group of constables had indeed arrived on horseback, filling him with a sense of optimism that he was on the right track. Just then, a sound echoed from the cliff above. He looked up to see a figure perched on a tree halfway up the mountainside. Clad in green, with hair ashen and appearing elderly, the individual bore a waxy complexion. Their face lined with deep wrinkles resembling the bark of an ancient tree, yet their eyes sparkled with vitality. The elder, holding a leaf in his mouth, attempted to play a tune, albeit a disjointed and discordant one. As the two approached, the elder suddenly leapt from the lofty tree, landing directly in Fang Ping's path, raising a hand to strike at his chest. What audacity! How dare you ambush me? I shall crush you. Fang Ping, sensing the imminent attack without a word of warning, braced himself, taking a deep breath and tensing his chest muscles, charging forward without flinching. Then, he realized his oversight. He should have evaded the strike. As the palm of the elderly man in azure struck his chest, Fang Ping felt an unusual force penetrate his body. Alas, a master of internal energy, how careless of me. Fang Ping winced as pain surged through his chest, his body uncontrollably veering to the side, propelling him a considerable distance until he managed to steady himself with his staff against the ground, dissipating that force. Observing the situation unfold, Tang Chi wasted no time and hurled several shurikens at the now grounded elder. The azure-clad man tilted his head slightly, flicking his sleeve to deflect the projectiles, then stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of composure as he regarded the two. This was a first-rate master. Caution was imperative. Tang Chi approached Fang Ping and said with a grave expression, in this martial world, there is no strict hierarchy. One's prowess is the sole measure of worth. The first-rate master Tang Chi referred to as one capable of projecting internal energy, able to inflict harm from a distance, with true chi safeguarding their body. There were few of such masters throughout the Grandmasters dynasty. Among them, those who could establish their own sect were deemed masters, while those capable of simultaneously contending against several masters were revered as Grandmasters. Fang Ping had traversed 3 years in this realm without encountering a first-rate master, and though he had not sustained grave injuries from the elder's palm strike, his dignity had taken a hit. He chuckled, no wonder you're a first-rate master. Your strength is impressive. Shaking his head, he felt his neck crack. Hey, old man ahead, who are you? Do you dare reveal your name? Two mere children. Unworthy of knowing this old man's title, the elder in azure replied, still standing with an air of aloofness. Tang Chi, with a silver needle in his left hand and a dagger in his right, maintained a vigilant demeanor, yet his face bore a cheerful smile. May I inquire how our youthful selves have offended the esteemed elder, prompting you to lower yourself and impede our passage? The elder's gaunt face remained impassive. Only his eyes glinted with coldness. I ask you, did you kill Su Tianzheng from Su family village? Chapter 28. Inadequate against a blow. Su Tianzheng was the true name of the elder of Su family village. Fang Ping and Tang Chi exchanged glances, realizing that the elder was not here to seize the 100 craftsman box, but rather sought retribution for the events surrounding the elder Su from the previous night. Tang Chi chuckled, so that drug man was your creation, esteemed elder. The elder nodded. As expected of a disciple of the Tang sect, your family heritage is profound, and you are aware of the drug man's matters. Indeed, Su Tianzheng possessed only mediocre medical talent, but foolishly aspired to attain immortality. It was utterly laughable. However, out of kindness, I casually gifted him an ancient tome to aid his aspirations, only to find that he was so woefully inept that he turned himself into a drug man. Haraha! Tang Chi clapped her hands in agreement. Indeed, indeed. That elder Su, with his failing eyesight, couldn't even discern the authenticity of the ancient tome. He deserved his fate. The azure-clad elder cast a surprised glance at her, pondering that this girl had surprisingly discerned the forgery of the ancient tome, revealing a degree of capability. the young girl need not be sarcastic. Su Tian's innate talent is woefully inadequate, and he is utterly unworthy of possessing a genuine prescription. Tang Qi's expression shifted, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Senior, you misunderstand. I genuinely believe what you have done is right. However, since that old Master Su is beyond redemption, why not seek another? Why must we, as your juniors, bear the brunt of his shortcomings? The elder in green narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them as he replied, I may discard my own belongings, but it is not for you to decide how they are handled. Could you not show a little leniency? Tang Qi urged, brandishing the dagger in her hand. If some of your old acquaintances from the Tang family were here, I might extend them some courtesy, but you, a mere girl, possess no such standing. So there's nothing to negotiate. There was never much to discuss. Is that so? Then you may perish, Tang Qi retorted, having feigned familiarity with the elder before. Now turning cold as she raised her hands, scattering a cloud of white powder into the air. Ha! The elder in green chuckled ominously, sweeping his sleeves to disperse the powder with a gust of wind. Little girl, such tricks are best kept to yourself. Tang Qi lamented silently, realizing that those who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts were indeed not to be underestimated. Since you, a junior, have initiated the conflict, do not blame me for using my strength against you. Prepare yourself. With that, the elder moved like a specter, swiftly approaching Tang Qi, raising his palm to strike her crown. Tang Qi was taken aback, hastily employing her lightness skill to retreat, but the elder lightly tapped the ground, following her closely, his palm still poised to strike. I am doomed, Tang Qi thought, having previously only perceived top-tier experts as formidable. Never anticipating such overwhelming prowess that escape would be a fanciful hope. She closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. At that moment, a pitch-black staff, propelled by a fierce gust, whizzed past her head and struck towards the elder. Seeing the staff's ferocity, the elder abandoned his assault on Tang Qi and seized one end of the staff. Tang Qi, having narrowly escaped death, quickly retreated, widening the gap between herself and the elder. Fang Ping felt as if his strike had hit a leather drum, its force dissipated by an unusual energy. Noticing the elder had grasped the staff, he yanked it forcefully. Utilizing this momentum, the elder lunged forward, his other hand aimed at Fang Ping's chest. This time, Fang Ping dared not meet the attack with his torso. Instead, he lifted a leg to intercept the elder's palm. A thunderous clash echoed as foot met hand, both men hurled backwards. The elder floated gracefully, turning mid-air like a falling leaf, landing lightly. In stark contrast, Fang Ping was less fortunate. The elder's palm had sent him staggering back several paces, and he found himself seated on the ground, utterly disheveled. Damn it. I can't even withstand a single blow. How am I supposed to fight? Fang Ping began to curse as well. He had always believed that top-tier masters were merely average. With his perfected golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, he thought they could not harm him. However, upon facing one, he found himself utterly unprepared. The elder in green burst into laughter, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Ping. You, young man, have indeed honed your external skills quite well. You possess excellent potential. Why not return with me and become an alchemical subject? With your robust physique, you could surely endure the potency of the elixirs. Who knows, you might even attain immortality. Rising once more, Fang Ping brandished a staff and spat dismissively. Nonsense about becoming an alchemical subject. Mere heresy. To dream of immortality is absurd. If you have the capability, then kill me. Heretical indeed, the elder replied with a sinister smile, but should I slay you, I can still transform you into an alchemical subject. He lunged forward, hands moving in a flurry, enveloping Fang Ping entirely. Fang Ping felt as if he were surrounded by a tempest of shadows. Without time to contemplate, he wielded his staff vigorously, creating a dense barrier. The air erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yet, the staff failed to make contact, and instead, an unusual force reverberated back, numbing his hands and sending icy tendrils coursing through his palm. In mere moments, half of his body felt as if it had been encased in ice, rendering him powerless. With a swift motion, the elder struck, causing Fang Ping's staff to fly from his grip. The elder then seized Fang Ping's arms with a vice-like grip. Not good. Fang Ping thought as he felt a chilling energy surge into his arms, swiftly spreading to his internal organs, sapping all his strength. Young man, I shall first cripple your meridians to ensure your compliance and then refine you into an alchemical subject, forever by my side. This is the fortune you have earned from your past life. When I ascend to immortality, I shall take you with me. He laughed heartily. Fang Ping felt his limbs weaken, his resolve to curse fading as currents surged through his meridians, leaving him unable to produce even a normal sound, only able to emit pitiful cries. At that moment, Tang Qi, observing Fang Ping's dire situation, instinctively considered fleeing. She felt no shame, as she had no bonds with him. Yet, after taking 2 steps, a thought struck her, causing her to halt. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a metallic cylinder from her bosom. "Look out!" Tang Chi exclaimed, raising her arms to launch a barrage of items: locust stones, silver needles, flying daggers, and darts, aimed at the elder in green. "Almost forgot about you, little girl," the elder remarked as he deftly sealed several of Fang Ping's vital points with a few precise strikes, then kicked him away effortlessly. The aged man was enveloped in a protective aura, his sleeves billowing as he deflected the concealed weapons hurled by Tang Chi. "Little girl, your technique is passable, but your strength is lacking." The elderly figure approached Tang Chi with a leisurely gait, offering unsolicited commentary on her skills. What a loquacious old fool, Tang Chi thought, her brows furrowing as she hastened her assault, yet she failed to inflict any harm upon him. "Hey, little girl, I have no desire to play with you any longer. Prepare to meet your end." Suddenly, the elder darted aside, causing Tang Chi's projectiles to miss their mark, no longer opting to directly intercept the weapons. He moved with uncanny agility, swiftly appearing before her. Alarmed, Tang Chi turned to flee, but it was too late. With a sinister grin, the elder reached out, seizing her shoulder, poised to crush her bones. Yet, in that moment, a glimmer of cold light pierced through Tang Chi's body, striking towards his chest with astonishing speed. The elder was taken aback, channeling his energy to deflect the incoming projectile. However, the icy light penetrated his protective aura, burrowing into his chest and exiting his body, landing some distance away, showcasing the formidable power of the weapon. "This is bad. It's poisoned." The elder felt numbness spreading from the point of impact, his fury causing his hair to stand on end. In retaliation, he struck Tang Chi's back with a palm, sending her flying. And without a moment to check if she was alive, he hastily sealed several acupoints on his chest to safeguard his heart. Cough, cough. "Old fool. How could my Tang sect's hidden weapons be?" Cough, cough. Tang Chi lay on the ground, unable to rise, grievously wounded from his vengeful blow. Yet she coughed up blood while mocking him. The elder observed her tightly gripping a metallic cylinder, immediately realizing it was the source of his injury. Capable of breaching his protective aura, truly formidable. Injuring oneself to harm another. "You are indeed cunning, little girl." Cough, cough. "Thank you for the compliment." Tang Chi had known from the outset that victory through sheer skill was implausible when she attempted to save someone. Thus, at the moment she pretended to flee, she aimed the metallic cylinder at herself, using her own body as a shield, allowing the concealed weapon to launch an unexpected attack, penetrating her shoulder while also wounding the elder. However, having endured the elder's wrathful strike, she was now gravely injured, unable to move and feeling disoriented, her speech faltering. The elder approached at a languid pace, raising his hand to eliminate the weapon that had harmed him. Just as his hand was about to descend, he sensed an ominous wind from behind. A massive fist was barreling towards his temple. With heightened alertness, the elder turned his head to evade the blow, discovering that Fang Ping, whom he had previously sent flying, had somehow appeared behind him. Realizing the attack had missed, Fang Ping unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. The elder in the green attire was just about to unleash his internal energy to eliminate the audacious young man before him. However, despite several attempts, he could only muster a mere 30 to 40% of his true chi. Alarmed, he refrained from confronting Fang Ping's fists directly and instead resorted to evasion. "This poison on the hidden weapon is far more potent than I had anticipated. I must find a place to neutralize it," he thought, dodging Fang Ping's strikes while calmly inquiring, "How is it that you can move after I sealed your acupoint?" Fang Ping retorted fiercely, "I have mastered the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Shifting an acupoint is child's play. Don't run. Witness my fists." Though his words were fierce, he had nearly been dispatched by the elder moments ago. The residual true chi within him had significantly diminished his strength and raised concerns about his speed. The elder, with keen perception, quickly discerned Fang Ping's bluster and swiftly seized his arms once more, intent on ending his life. Once again, Fang Ping felt the familiar tingling in his arms as the peculiar energy surged back, albeit weaker than before. His arms may have been immobilized, but with a fierce glare, he charged forward with a headbutt. Standing face to face, their arms entwined, neither could escape. The elder had no time to evade, and Fang Ping's headbutt struck him squarely, fortuitously landing on the same area previously injured by the hidden weapon. The impact sent a jolt of pain through his chest, scattering his true chi. Suddenly, Fang Ping felt the chilling internal energy that had invaded his body dissipate, and joy surge within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the elder's abdomen. This kick landed solidly, with no resistance from true chi, propelling the once formidable elder 3 yards away. Tumbling like a ragdoll, seized the opportunity to take his life, Fang Ping thought, yet as he moved forward to unleash his fury, he found his legs unresponsive. veering off course instead of advancing directly. Cough, cough. You two youngsters have forced me into such a predicament. Commendable indeed. The elder trembled as he rose, feeling the numbness where he had been struck and the intense pain in his abdomen. After 2 attempts to muster his true chi, he realized he was down to a mere 20%. Understanding the futility of further confrontation, he resolved to recover and eliminate them at his leisure, deeming it unwise to sacrifice himself out of momentary pride. We shall meet again, you two children. With that, the elder fled at a breakneck speed, quickly disappearing from sight. What a farce, calling himself a top-tier master. Yet he nearly met his end at my kick, Fang Ping reflected, having just returned the favor after being struck himself. Feeling somewhat weakened, his limbs were heavy, and his head spun as if he were intoxicated. He staggered over to Tang Chi's side. Hey, are you dead? Cough, cough. I won't die even if you do, Tang Chi replied defiantly, though severely wounded, her spirit unyielding. Yet after a couple of exchanges, she began to cough up blood once more. Fang Ping took several deep breaths, gradually stabilizing his internal energy, feeling his strength returning to him bit by bit. You, my friend, lying on the ground unable to rise, still attempting to take advantage of others. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from speaking further. What if I were to flee at your words? Would that not seal your fate here? Chapter 30, Healing at the End. Alas, for whom have I transformed into this wretched state? Should you abandon me and flee, I swear I shall haunt you as a spirit. Enough. You must cease your prattling lest you cough yourself to death. At this moment, Fang Ping had regained some of his strength and hoisted Tang Chi onto his back. What are you doing? Tang Chi queried, bewildered as she observed his search among the grass. I'm looking for my staff, Fang Ping replied. I recall it was struck in this direction by that old man. Cough, cough. I'm near death, and you still remember your staff? Tang Chi retorted, her eyes rolling back in frustration before she fainted. Hey, what is wrong with you? Don't you dare deceive me. Fang Ping pressed a hand to her pulse, discovering it alarmingly weak, with her meridians in disarray, a clear indication of severe internal injury. It was merely a slap. How could it come to this? He was robust and resilient, capable of enduring much, but Tang Chi lacked such fortitude. After all, she had saved his life. He could not allow her to perish. With no time to search for his staff, he carried her onward, sprinting towards the mountain's edge. Before long, they rounded a bend and emerged from the mountains into a flat expanse. A city lay a few miles ahead. Fang Ping discerned the direction and soon arrived at the city gates, Jianghu County. Casting a glance at the 3 prominent characters above the gate, he entered the city, casually inquiring about the location of a medical clinic. The two meandered through the streets of Jianghu County until they finally located a clinic. Doctor, I require urgent assistance, he bellowed, his loud voice echoing in the otherwise empty clinic. An elderly gentleman emerged from the back room, intrigued by the commotion. What is all this noise? Fang Ping had already placed Tang Chi on a chair and turned to clasp his fists in respect. Esteemed sir, my friend has been grievously injured. I implore you to aid her. The elder nodded, feeling her pulse and retrieving a small pouch from his sleeve, filled with an array of silver needles. With deft fingers, he employed the needles on the unconscious Tang Chi, prompting her to expel 2 mouthfuls of congealed blood. Though her breathing stabilized, she remained unresponsive. I am not versed in internal arts, the elder remarked, but this young lady possesses a solid foundation. Once she regains consciousness, she may recover on her own. I shall prepare a prescription for you. With a few days of consistent dosage, she should heal completely. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. He reached into his robe and produced 2 old ginseng roots, salvaged from the home of the late Su patriarch. Esteemed sir, might you appraise the worth of these? The elder cast a glance at him but accepted the roots, scrutinizing them for a time. Remarkable specimens indeed. 600 or 700 years old wild ginseng, each could fetch over 500 taels. Do you accept them here? Fang Ping asked, his eyes lighting up with hope. Yes. Wait a moment. The elderly man turned and returned to the back room, emerging with a stack of silver notes in hand. This amounted to 500 taels of silver. I will take one, and to make up for the slight shortfall, I shall waive your consultation fee. The other ginseng root can be given to that girl. Taking a slice each day should suffice. Given her constitution, she should be able to absorb the medicinal potency. Thank you, esteemed sir. The two exchanged their items and awaited the elder to prepare a few doses of medicine. Only then did Fang Ping, carrying Tang Chi, depart from the clinic. Having consulted a physician not only cost him nothing but also granted him an unexpected 500 taels of silver, Fang Ping was quite elated. He carried Tang Chi to an inn and secured a room for the night. An hour later, after brewing the medicine, Fang Ping cautiously entered the room, discovering that Tang Chi had regained consciousness. You're awake. Just in time. Dear sir, it's time for your medicine. Tang Chi, still quite frail and pale, leaned against the headboard, retorting irritably, "What, dear sir? I am a lady." "Indeed, indeed, though it may not be apparent, it is evident." Cough, cough. "Once I recover, I shall poke you 1,000 times. Poke. If you don't, you'll be a coward. Quickly, drink the medicine. Only when you're well will you have the strength to fight. Now, open your mouth. I shall feed you. I merely sustained a minor injury. I am not incapacitated. Now, leave me be." Tang Chi snatched the bowl of medicine, her arm still trembling slightly, yet she was able to hold it steady, indicating a significant improvement. "By the way, why did you save me back then? Had you escaped alone, you wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament," Fang Ping suddenly inquired. Puzzled by the lack of any prior camaraderie between them, exacerbated by their previous altercation, Tang Chi leisurely sipped her medicine and replied, "Naturally, I have my reasons." Fang Ping's eyes brightened. "Could it be that you have taken a liking to me?" Pfft. Tang Chi nearly spewed the medicinal concoction, shooting him an exasperated glance. "Please, do you think you are worthy? I have long declared my preference for delicate, fair-skinned gentlemen. A rough man like you is hardly worthy of my attention." Well, I suppose I was mistaken. If not for that reason, then it must be because of the Baijiao Tiangong box I possess." After pondering for a moment, Fang Ping concluded that this was the only thing of value that would warrant such risk on her part. Tang Chi nodded in affirmation. "You are correct. But my true objective is not the box itself, but rather its owner." "Mr. Qingyang?" "Precisely. A senior from the Tang sect once gambled against Mr. Qingyang and lost something of great importance. Over the years, there has been no opportunity to reclaim it." Upon hearing this, Fang Ping experienced a moment of clarity. "Perfect. This Baijiao Tiangong box carries weight." Tang Chi bit her lip, swallowing the last sip of medicine, and pondered aloud. "Yes, if I assist you in delivering the box, it would indirectly aid Mr. Qingyang. When the time comes to request the item, I trust Mr. Qingyang's magnanimity will ensure he does not make things difficult for me." "What item could possibly warrant such elaborate efforts, even risking your life?" Fang Ping asked, intrigued. "Humph. The secrets of the Tang sect are not for you to pry into." "Who cares?" Fang Ping, unfazed by her reticence, seized the now empty medicine bowl, remarking, "So? It was for this reason that you shot down that plump bird that was tailing me. How dare you say that after you wasted my needles?" Tang Chi's expression shifted dramatically as she spoke furiously. Fang Ping looked utterly perplexed. "What needles?" "The needles from that fat bird." "Didn't you say you threw them into the river? You scoundrel. Do you have any idea how valuable those needles are?" Tang Chi brandished a metallic cylinder, shaking it slightly. Upon seeing it, Fang Ping realized it was the very object that had injured the elder in green. With an impassive expression, Tang Chi continued. "This mechanism originally contained 3 needles. One was thrown away by you, and another, in an attempt to save your life, has gone missing. These were gifts from the elders of my clan meant to ensure my survival. You've squandered 2 of them. You truly are my nemesis." Chapter 31. The 7 Needles of Dingtuha. "It's just 2 needles. How much could they be worth?" "I'll compensate you," Fang Ping said nonchalantly. Having recently sold a wild ginseng for 500 taels of silver, feeling rather affluent. "Those are crafted from meteorite iron. They are priceless." Tang Chi retorted with a cold laugh. "I shall take my leave. Farewell." "Wait. What do you need?" "I'm hungry. I'll fetch some food for you. You should rest well." When Fang Ping returned with a tray, he found that Tang Chi had already fallen into a deep slumber, likely due to the medicine she had taken. He gently called her name a couple of times, but seeing she was sound asleep, he decided against disturbing her, and instead, he indulged in the food he had brought. Consuming it all, Tang Chi slept soundly until the following morning, awakening from hunger. Fang Ping found her some more food, and after eating, her spirits lifted considerably. She sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to cultivate her energy. "Here's some wild ginseng for you. You can nibble on it when you have the time." "I'll go prepare some medicine," Fang Ping said, tossing the wild ginseng onto the bed as he staggered out of the room. Tang Chi picked up the wild ginseng. Her brow furrowed in disdain. The many medicines she carried were far superior to this and easier to digest. However, after scrutinizing the wild ginseng for a moment, she took a small bite. Half an hour later, Fang Ping entered with the medicine and handed it to Tang Chi. As she drank, she suddenly inquired, "I have been curious since yesterday. Why is this medicine sweet?" Fang Ping replied, "I added cane sugar." "Did you not know that sugar can affect the efficacy of the medicine?" "Is that so?" "I was genuinely unaware. The medicine was too bitter, and I feared you wouldn't be able to take it, but if it affects the potency, I won't add it next time." Tang Chi shot him a glance. "No. Keep adding it. It can only delay my recovery by a couple of days." The two exchanged silent stares, a moment of understanding passing between them, both evidently disliking bitter herbal concoctions. After finishing the medicine, Tang Chi meditated for a while before collapsing onto the bed, falling asleep once more. Thus, she continued to wake for meals and medicine, then returned to slumber. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and her injuries had healed by about 70%. Although she was still unable to engage in combat, she could at least move about without issue. During these 3 days, Fang Ping engaged in casual conversation with Tang Qi, finally uncovering the reason she had pursued him. On that day, after Fang Ping had driven away the elusive Xian Yuan from the Hunyuanichi sect, he happened upon Tang Qi. The members of the Tang clan are known for their capricious ways, and her curiosity was piqued. She desired to seize the jade box for herself. However, once Fang Ping had fled, her interest waned, and she lost the inclination to pursue him. Yet, 2 days later, she heard news from the Yinyang sect revealing that the box was, in fact, the Baikyo Tiangong box, intended as a gift for Mr. Qingyang. Upon receiving this information, her immediate reaction was to claim the Baikyo Tiangong box for herself. But after a moment's contemplation, she realized that using the box to threaten Mr. Qingyang would be unwise. Thus, she altered her strategy, deciding to assist Fang Ping in escorting the box, hoping to earn a favor from Mr. Qingyang and subsequently reclaim items belonging to the Tang clan. Resolute in her decision, she pursued Fang Ping. Upon reaching Qixia town, she learned of a brawl in an inn where a burly man wielding a club had killed someone, which led her to Fang Ping's whereabouts, prompting yet another chase. During this pursuit, she witnessed Fang Ping, in an effort to evade a gang's encirclement, dart into a thicket, and overheard the gang members tracking him by a plump bird in the sky. Seizing the opportunity, she used her unique concealed weapon to strike it down. Afterward, in her quest to retrieve her weapon, Tang Qi wandered through the woods for quite some time. Upon finding the plump bird, night had already fallen. Exiting the forest, she saw a flicker of firelight atop the mountain and, driven by a glimmer of hope, made her way to the mountain god's temple, where, to her surprise, she found Fang Ping, leading to the subsequent events. How intriguing, Fang Ping remarked. What is the name of your concealed weapon? It not only felled such a high-flying bird, but also pierced the formidable chi of top-tier masters. Truly remarkable. Fang Ping's inquiry reignited Tang Qi's annoyance over the incident in which he had discarded her treasured weapon. Rolling her eyes, she replied, "It is called the Ding Tu Qijin." Fang Ping raised an eyebrow. Did you not mention there were only 3 steel needles? It originally consisted of 7. But by the time it reached me, only 3 remained. Moreover, its crafting is exceedingly arduous, making it rare and precious. I wasted one to save you, and you carelessly discarded another. You ought to be ashamed. Fang Ping fell silent for a moment before responding. I was unaware of its value. Had I known, I would have preserved it for profit. But why is it called Ding Tu Qijin? Was it designed to strike one's head? How should I know the origin of a name passed down through generations? Tang Qi replied, her impatience evident. She then patted her stomach. I have been nursing my injuries, and the bland diet has left me famished. I suddenly crave roast chicken. Go fetch one for me. Huh, you saved my life. So caring for you for 2 days is only right, but I am not your servant to be summoned at your beck and call. Each of my Ding Tu Qijin is worth a fortune. If you can compensate me, we shall consider ourselves even. Upon hearing fortune, Fang Ping instantly donned a beaming smile. What debts are there to speak of? It is merely a roast chicken, and I am equally eager for one. Wait for me. I shall procure it for you. With a cheerful demeanor, Fang Ping retreated from the room. Upon arriving outside the inn, he sighed, reflecting on the discomfort of being indebted to someone, which indeed weighs heavily on the heart. No wonder the ancients spoke of the saying, a grain of rice in gratitude, a bushel in resentment. Ah, this life-saving favor, when will it ever be repaid? I could purchase 100 roasted chickens, enough to satiate them. The streets of Xiang County buzzed with activity, filled with numerous merchants, and Fang Ping swiftly located a barbecue shop to procure a roasted chicken. Glancing at the sun, he noticed it was still early and suddenly recalled his iron rod, which he had carelessly left in the mountains. He considered retrieving it, as the place where he had fought was not far away, and with his pace, he could return by noon. After all, Tang Qi had regained some strength, and ordinary people could no longer harm her. He believed he would be back without incident. In truth, that rod was not particularly valuable, having cost him merely 20 taels of silver. However, it had accompanied him for several years and had become quite familiar in his hands, making it hard to part with. Just as he had resolved to venture out of the city toward the mountains, a tall, prominent-nosed man with curly hair and a felt hat called out to him from the entrance of a nearby alley. Hey, friend, over here. Chapter 32. The beauty illustration. Having traversed 3 years in this world, Fang Ping was no stranger to the presence of foreigners. Each time he heard their peculiar accents, he found it quite amusing. Are you calling me? He asked, pointing to his own nose. The foreigner, smiling and beckoning, responded, Yes, you. Come here. I have something splendid for you. Noticing the man's furtive glances, Fang Ping wondered whether he was selling trinkets or dubious tickets. Curiosity piqued. He approached without fear of any trickery. The foreigner looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, then discreetly lifted his garment to reveal a sheepskin booklet, saying, "A fine item. Would you like to have it?" This sheepskin booklet was larger than ordinary books, its corners elegantly sealed with satin, exuding a sense of sophistication. "What is this?" Fang Ping inquired, somewhat taken aback. The foreigner opened the cover, revealing pages made of a light blue material, each adorned with the image of a graceful beauty in dance. At first glance, Fang Ping nearly laughed, mistakenly thinking he had encountered a vendor of such illustrations. But upon closer inspection, he realized his error. The beauty depicted was indeed a single figure, elegantly attired in Central Plains attire, yet performing a dance characteristic of the foreign culture. The artwork was rendered in a realistic style, her features enchanting and lifelike, as she held a pipa, her movements ethereal and seemingly poised to leap from the page. Upon seeing this illustrated booklet, Fang Ping was suddenly reminded of the collections of beautiful portraits from his past life, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. Noticing his reaction, the foreigner sensed success and continued to entice him. "Friend, you appear to be quite the martial artist. While these beauties dance, the illustrations embody profound martial arts principles. Purchasing this won't lead you astray." Upon encountering the exquisite album, Fang Ping found himself utterly captivated. In moments of leisure, he would peruse its pages, deriving great pleasure from its beauty. "Pray tell, what is the price?" he inquired. The Hu man responded cautiously. "This album was procured by me in the capital for 500 taels of silver. I am in urgent need of funds and shall part with it for 300 taels. What say you?" Having transported numerous valuable items and sought counsel from various shopkeepers, Fang Ping discerned that the material of this sheepskin album alone could be valued at 200 taels. Coupled with its exquisite artistry, the price of 300 taels seemed reasonable. 300 taels? Very well, I shall purchase it, he replied, generally averse to haggling. He believed that if he deemed something worth the price, it was of no concern to him whether the seller profited or not. "A generous friend," remarked the Hu man, his face lighting up with delight at Fang Ping's words. Without further ado, Fang Ping produced 300 taels in banknotes, exchanged them for the sheepskin album, and, after a brief inspection, contentedly tucked it away. "My friend, I have other matters to attend to and cannot see you off," he said. At that moment, the Hu man's expression shifted dramatically, and with a clasped fist, he bowed to Fang Ping before swiftly disappearing into an alleyway. Fang Ping furrowed his brow and turned to see a group of officers approaching in the distance. Could it be that the Hu man had been frightened off by them? Surely he hadn't committed some transgression. The leading officer appeared somewhat familiar to Fang Ping. Was it not Wang Zhua, the head constable from Su village? Instinctively, he lowered his head, intending to depart. However, Wang Zhua's keen eyes recognized him immediately, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Is it you?" Fang Ping, maintaining an impassive demeanor, shook his head. "You must be mistaken, sir. It is not I." Wang Zhua's gaze was intense as he insisted, "It is indeed you. Truly, it is not I. My brother, do not leave. I urgently need to speak with you. What of the young lady who accompanied you? She has not encountered any trouble, has she, brother?" Fang Ping thought it strange. If they were seeking trouble, they would likely refer to him as a bold rogue, intending to apprehend him. He was taken aback, for he initially presumed they were there to confront him and Tang Chi over some incident in Su village. Yet, the term brother suggested a different motive. A glance at the portrait in the hands of the officers revealed a woman who bore some resemblance to Tang Chi. "You seek Tang Chi?" Wang Zhua nodded eagerly, asking, "Is she with you? She has not come to any harm, has she?" Seeing Wang Zhua's anxious demeanor and recalling the respect he had shown Tang Chi in Su village, Fang Ping pondered deeply. It appeared that Tang Chi wielded influence beyond her affiliation with the Tang clan. Otherwise, Wang Zhua would not exhibit such concern. She sustained some injuries, but after a couple of days of recuperation, she is nearly healed. Upon hearing the term injured, Wang Zhua's complexion paled, but he visibly relaxed upon learning she was recovering. Thank heavens. If anything were to happen to that young lady in Ziyang County, we would all be in dire straits, he murmured. Then, with a forced smile, he implored, "Brother, could you assist me by allowing me to meet with Miss Tang?" Fang Ping pondered for a moment before responding, "That can be arranged." "Excellent. Please, lead the way." Two individuals, accompanied by several constables, arrived at the inn's room. Fang Ping pushed open the door and discovered Tang Chi seated on the bed, intently gazing at the entrance. He casually tossed the roasted chicken he was holding to her. "I brought you the roast chicken, and there's someone who wishes to see you." "Who?" Tang Chi inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "It's me, dear aunt," Wang Zhua said, entering the room with a respectful bow, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he approached the bed. You had me terribly worried. Tang Chi, repulsed by his demeanor, waved her hand dismissively. Keep your distance. What brings you here? Wang Zhuo touched his mustache thoughtfully. A couple of days ago, as we returned from Su family village, we stumbled upon signs of a struggle on the road, hidden weapons and bloodstains scattered about. We feared that something had happened to you, which is why we were anxious. Luckily, I encountered this brother on the street today, and now that I know you are safe, we can breathe easy. Enough, I am fine. You may leave. Tang Chi replied coldly. Then I shan't disturb your rest any longer. Farewell, Wang Zhuo said, taking a step toward the door. However, he paused and added, by the way, dear aunt, we recovered some hidden weapons and an iron rod at the scene of the fight. Are they yours? Both Fang Ping and Tang Chi's eyes lit up, and they nodded in unison. Very well, I shall personally deliver them to you shortly, Wang Zhuo declared before departing the inn. What are you staring at? Tang Chi asked, feeling uneasy under Fang Ping's unwavering gaze. Leaning against the doorframe, Fang Ping inquired, why does that constable treat you with such deference? Tang Chi scoffed. My Tang clan's reputation reverberates across the realm. It is no surprise that a mere constable shows me respect. Chapter 33. Farewell. Fang Ping shook his head, skeptical that Wang Zhuo's reverence stemmed solely from that. However, since Tang Chi seemed reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. He closed the door, procured a chair, and extracted the exquisite beauty album he had purchased for 300 taels. His interest piqued. Vulgar, Tang Chi, being adept in hidden weapons, discerned the content of the album from a distance and immediately scolded him. Do not unjustly accuse, please. The subjects in this album are clad more modestly than you. How can it be deemed vulgar? Do not engage with me, it sullies my ears, Tang Chi retorted, shutting her eyes to resume her meditative practice. Fang Ping, uninterested in further banter, continued to examine the album. The cover, crafted from sheepskin parchment, bore the inscription 18 Melodies of the Hu Flute. Within the pale blue pages, aside from the illustrations of beautiful dancers, there were numerous small inscriptions at the corners, though they appeared disjointed and nonsensical to him. After thoroughly inspecting the sheepskin booklet for any hidden compartments, he felt a twinge of disappointment. What are you searching for? Tang Chi, unable to suppress her curiosity, opened her eyes and asked, observing his peculiar behavior. The vendor who sold me this album mentioned that it might contain martial arts secrets, Fang Ping replied, flipping through the illustrations and shaking the book at Tang Chi. Do you think these strange characters might be some form of coded language? Tang Chi let out a cold laugh, mocking, what nonsensical secret language is that? It's merely a melody. If you don't know this, you are truly unlearned. Fang Ping was taken aback for a moment, realizing that a dance accompaniment indeed made sense. As someone who roams the underworld, what would I know about musical theory? It's perfectly normal, right? Haha, perhaps it is precisely because you have studied too much and too widely that your martial skills are so poor. Getting knocked down and spitting blood with just one slap from that old man. Unlike me, I was back on my feet in no time. Tang Chi clenched her teeth, her face turning pale with rage. Do you think everyone is as tough as you? If I were to become as coarse and brutish as you, I might as well die. What is wrong with my physique? Look at these muscles. They are magnificent, unlike you, lacking here and there. Seeing him gesturing in a mocking manner, Tang Chi understood he was ridiculing her figure, which infuriated her. She grabbed the pillow from the head of the bed and threw it at him. Get out of here. Just seeing you irritates me. Fang Ping caught the pillow and glared at her. We've booked a room together. Where am I supposed to go? Are you going to watch me wash up? You wash up as you please. I want mind. I mind. Get out. Noticing that she seemed genuinely angry, Fang Ping dared not provoke her further. He returned the pillow and fled in defeat. Women are such trouble. Now I have to book another room. What a waste of silver. In truth, it wasn't just about the money. He was primarily concerned that if something happened to Tang Chi, she would be left alone. Although he knew nothing of medicine, he could at least administer some medicine if needed. He found the innkeeper and reserved another room right next to Tang Chi's. As night fell, the head constable, Wang Zhuo, returned to the inn with a stick in one hand and a box in the other, carrying the weapons of the two. Thank you, Fang Ping said, receiving the stick with a wide grin. Meanwhile, Tang Chi opened the box to find a collection of hidden weapons, flying needles, darts, and knives. To her delight, the 7 needles of the ding head were among them. Wang Zhuo did not linger. After delivering the weapons, he took his leave. That night, Fang Ping had planned to sleep, but he noticed flickering lights outside, hinting at the presence of fire. Curiously, he opened the window to take a look and discovered 2 teams of constables patrolling the inn with long knives at their waists and torches in hand. Could it be that these constables are here to protect Tang Chi? He had long sensed that her identity was not simple. Just her status as a Tang sect disciple likely wouldn't cause Wang Zhuo to be overly concerned. Could it be that he is a second-generation official? Fang Ping shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. With someone on night watch, he need not be overly cautious and could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. The next day, after sharing a meal with Tang Chi, Fang Ping prepared to take his leave. You're leaving? What am I supposed to do? Tang Chi's expression darkened. Aren't you afraid I'll be harmed by petty thieves? Come on, you can run and jump now. Ordinary ruffians can't do anything to you, Fang Ping said, pushing open the window and pointing at the constables patrolling the street. Look, aren't they here to protect you? Tang Chi scoffed. Can't you wait for me so we can leave together? Fang Ping shook his head. I have made arrangements with someone to arrive in Jianghu County within a month. I have already lingered here for 4 or 5 days. The longer we delay, the more people will hear the news, and the more individuals will seek to seize the box. Your injury won't allow you to engage in combat for a month. And by that time, even if we join forces to escort the box, we may find ourselves in dire straits. How eloquently you speak. Tang Chi shot him a glance. I thought you were just a muscle-bound brute. If that's the case, then you may leave. Can't you speak more kindly? Fang Ping shook his head, not angered. All right. Once I arrive in Jianghu County and meet Mr. Qingyang, I will certainly convey your situation to him. Will that suffice? Consider yourself wise. Go on then, but remember, you still owe me a favor. Don't get yourself killed before you repay it. Ha, such sweet words. Farewell. Don't bother seeing me off. Tang Chi watched him leave the room, then peered through the window to see him ride away, unable to suppress a scoff. When did he even buy a horse? Perhaps he has long wished to abandon me and flee. How outrageous. Though Fang Ping was on horseback, he refrained from riding too swiftly through the streets of Jianghu County to avoid accidents. As he meandered toward the city gate, something suddenly flew out from a second-floor building nearby. Fang Ping's eyes narrowed as he instinctively caught it in his hand, discovering it was a stone wrapped in a piece of paper. Looking up, he saw Wang was standing behind the window, making a silencing gesture before quietly closing the window. Understanding the unspoken message, Fang Ping continued to ride forward, stealthily unwrapping the paper to reveal a warning. Brother, your journey is fraught with peril. Within the court, there are those who have learned of your possession of a secret treasure. Should you encounter the Jianghu on your travels, do not linger. Make your escape post-haste. The Jianghu? Now that complicates matters. In this world of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Jianghu organization bore a resemblance to its historical counterpart, notorious for their infamous reputation. Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, realizing he had taken on a significant trouble, not only the martial world, but now even the official authorities sought to claim the treasure. How absurd. Chapter 34. The Jianghu. Upon exiting Jianghu County, Fang Ping urged his horse onward. Galloping along the main road, he rode for dozens of miles, pausing only once to consume some flatbread and jerky while allowing his horse to graze on some grass before continuing onward. As evening approached, a large city began to emerge in the distance. Having consulted the map, Fang Ping recognized it as Jianghu City. The riders ahead halted for inspection. Along the official road, several individuals clad in identical dark garments were setting up a checkpoint, resembling official guards. Fang Ping reined in his horse and clasped his fists in greeting. Esteemed gentlemen, I appreciate your efforts. What seems to be the matter? A man approached and scrutinized him, saying, recently, there have been thieves in Jianghu City, resulting in the loss of many valuable items. We have been ordered by our superiors to conduct inspections of passers-by. Do you possess a fish token? The fish token, resembling a fish-shaped badge, serves as identification in this realm. Naturally, Fang Ping did not hesitate, reaching into his bosom to produce the token and hand it over. The man examined the token, then inquired with a hint of confusion, a resident of Liuzhou, what brings you to Jianghu Prefecture? Fang Ping replied with a smile. I am a lone escort, and I have indeed taken on a significant task that has led me quite a distance. Do you use a staff? He asked, clearly indicating the weapon strapped to Fang Ping's back. The man nodded, returning the token to him, and continued, the authorities have instructed us to scrutinize martial artists more thoroughly. Please dismount. Fang Ping frowned, reluctant to confront the officials, yet he complied and dismounted. The man gestured, and 2 others approached, beginning to search Fang Ping. Shortly, one of them reached into his inner pocket. What do you have in your clothing? Fang Ping replied, some silver coins. Show them to us, the man demanded. Irritation welled up in Fang Ping, who thought to himself, what audacity. May I inquire what treasures have been stolen from Jianghu City, and in what quantities? Can my attire even conceal such items? The men surrounding him chuckled derisively. If we ask you to produce them, just comply. No need for idle chatter. At that moment, Fang Ping began to sense something amiss. Observing their garments closely, he noted that while they resembled official attire, there were subtle differences, adorned with a more opulent design. As he drew nearer, he discerned the embroidered pattern on their dark clothing, a serpent's head with long horns, its body shaped like a fish. Flying fish attire. You are the Jianghu? Fang Ping had never encountered the Jianghu before, but he could only surmise based on hearsay. Recalling the warning from Wang Zhuo when departing from Xiang County, he felt a rush of dread. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Seize him. The Jianghu, with their usual composure, lured him down from his horse, encircling him. In an instant, they lunged forward, each employing various tactics to subdue Fang Ping. Some twisted his arms. Others struck his pressure points, while one brandished a knife near his throat, and another produced rope, intent on binding him. Fang Ping grinned, flexing his arms, and deftly seized the collar of the Jianghu, restraining him. With a swift turn of his body, he wielded the two men as weapons, sending several of the Jianghu crashing to the ground in disarray. Ultimately, recognizing them as official personnel, Fang Ping had no desire for a lethal confrontation. After incapacitating them, he refrained from delivering any finishing blows. Ha ha ha, gentlemen, until we meet again. With a swift push from his toes, he leapt back onto his horse, turning its head away from Jianghu City and galloping down a narrow path. The Jianghu, now regaining their footing, began to hurl accusations at one another. Did you apply enough force when seizing his arms? I did. It's all your fault. You misapplied the pressure point. You utter nonsense. How could I possibly have missed? What do you mean by that look? Did you not have a knife at his throat? How could he still escape? Strike him down. I did strike. As you can see, my blade is already dulled. Enough with the blame game. That fellow has fled down a narrow path. Signal him. One man retrieved a cylindrical device from his waist, pulled the trigger, and a piercing whistle echoed as the sky erupted in a splendid firework display. Fang Ping, galloping on horseback, was startled by the commotion behind him. Upon turning to behold the fireworks, he erupted in a fit of curses. Damn it, this is never-ending. He dashed forward, and as he passed a cliff, four figures suddenly leaped from the bushes. Two of them wielded machetes, and with a swift strike, they severed the two front legs of his horse. The horse let out a wretched cry and collapsed. Taken by surprise, Fang Ping tumbled off his mount. Just as he regained his footing, he sensed a malicious wind approaching from behind. Without a moment to ponder, he grasped the staff he had been carrying and swung it backward with all his might. With a clatter, two thick chains ensnared his iron staff, the ends adorned with three formidable metal claws, descending upon his head with relentless force. Startled, Fang Ping swiftly dodged two of the iron claws, but in the process, his staff was snatched away. What on earth is this? It was his first encounter with such a flexible weapon, and he found himself caught off guard, losing his grip on the staff. At that moment of astonishment, the two who had attacked his horse charged at him again, aiming to strike at his neck. This was sheer audacity. Fang Ping quickly discerned that these four individuals were similarly clad in the attire of the Imperial Guard, yet they were merciless, intent on killing him. Thus, he felt no obligation to show them any courtesy. With a fierce glare, he flexed his muscles, raising his arms to block the incoming machetes. The two Imperial Guards were taken aback when their blades met his flesh and bone. They quickly realized that he had achieved a remarkable level of martial prowess, rendering him impervious to blades. However, it was too late for them to withdraw their weapons. Fang Ping seized the opportunity and grasped the blades in his hands, exerting strength to wrest them away. The two guards, wide-eyed in shock, felt their grips falter and their hands grow sore, prompting them to leap back in fear. Fang Ping, wielding the two machetes, was ready to deal with the assailants who had harmed his horse, but the two guards wielding chains approached again, ready to attack. He could not afford to be careless. Brandishing both swords, he struck at the chains, but they quickly ensnared him. As the guards attempted to disarm him once more, Fang Ping scoffed, realizing that he had been caught off guard earlier, leading to his loss of weapons. Now, they dared to employ the same tactic again. Although the wooden knife in his hand was ensnared, his strength far surpassed that of the two Jianghu. With a swift motion of his arm, he exclaimed, "Come to me." The two Jianghu, wielding chains, found their forearms no match for his one as he yanked forcefully, causing them to stagger. Yet, unwilling to relinquish their chains, they were drawn towards Fang Ping by his immense power. At this moment, Fang Ping ceased holding back. With his other hand, he swung the wooden knife towards their heads. The two Jianghu ducked, narrowly evading the blade. As they shook their chains, they inadvertently released Fang Ping's other wooden knife, only for the iron claws at the end of the chains to lunge once more towards his face. What a nuisance! Fang Ping felt a surge of frustration. These soft weapons were exceedingly troublesome. This was his first encounter with such a tactic, and he found himself at a loss for how to counter it. He retreated a couple of steps, just avoiding the iron claws, when the two Jianghu, having discarded their wooden knives, drew their short blades. One aimed for his face, while the other targeted his lower body, both strikes aimed at his vital points. With a swift motion of his arms, Fang Ping deflected the two short blades. Just as he sought to counterattack, the chains quivered, and the iron claws latched onto his shoulder, causing him to stumble as the Jianghu tugged at him. He exerted himself to regain his footing, yet the two Jianghu with short blades pressed their assault once more. Fang Ping's anger flared after several exchanges. He found each of his strikes interrupted, which was exceedingly vexing. However, he recognized that these four men had clearly trained together, demonstrating a remarkable synergy. The two wielding chains focused on control, while the two with blades delivered the offensive. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have been torn apart in the initial wave of attacks. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows over 20 times. And Fang Ping's discomfort intensified. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He realized how foolish it was to ponder how to break free from the chains. He had trained in the 13 Taibao, mastering the art of overpowering 10 with 1. Thus, he resolved to charge forward, feigning a weakness. He intentionally allowed the chains to wrap around his shoulder, then twisted and turned, ensnaring the chains further around himself. By the time the two Jianghu realized what was happening, half of the chains had already become firmly attached to him, and it was too late to retrieve them. With both wooden knives in hand, Fang Ping brandished them menacingly, causing the two Jianghu to hastily abandon their chains and leap aside. Ha ha, let us see what you can do now. Fang Ping laughed boastfully, but before he could finish, he noticed a group approaching in the distance. Although the figures were indistinct, their attire suggested they were also Jianghu. One of the Jianghu, now without chains, sneered, "Boy, in this world, power speaks volumes. No matter how formidable you are alone, can you withstand our numbers? Surrender quickly and hand over the 100 craftsman's box, and perhaps you may yet preserve your life." Ah, so they had come to seize his precious box. Humph, I am as stubborn as a mule. If you had offered me several tens of thousands of taels of gold and hundreds of beautiful maidens from the very beginning, I might have considered handing over the box. But now, with your threats and violence, it is too late. You should know when to be respectful. Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences. Two unchained imperial guards drew their short swords, intending to entangle him first, and then wait for reinforcements to surround him, certain of their victory. However, Fang Ping would not grant them that opportunity. He may be reckless, but he is not foolish. These guards are skilled, and he has already exhausted himself in the previous skirmishes. There is no need for a life and death struggle. Fleeing is the best option. While he was speaking, he exerted force, crushing the blade of his crude knife into fragments, and upon seeing them rush forward, he hurled the shards away with a flourish. Behold my scattering of heavenly flowers. Although Fang Ping lacks expertise in concealed weapons, his strength is formidable. The fragments of the blade whistled through the air, startling the four imperial guards into evasive maneuvers. Seizing the moment, Fang Ping bolted, grabbing a sturdy iron rod discarded by the guards. Pursue him. Do not let him escape. The four guards, having narrowly dodged the knife fragments, gritted their teeth and continued their relentless chase. It was already dusk when Fang Ping was intercepted by the guards, and after a fierce struggle, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Carrying the rod, he initially ran along a narrow path down the cliff, but as the darkness thickened, he lost his sense of direction, and soon the path itself vanished. Surrounding him were trees as thick as an arm and wild grass taller than a person. Fortunately, his tough skin and resilient physique allowed him to crash through, breaking countless saplings and trampling a mass of weeds. Suddenly, he looked up and spotted a few flickering lights in the distance, which appeared to float in midair, startling him. Yet, with pursuers behind, he dared not pause and continued to run forward. Damn it, that gave me quite a scare. It turns out to be a large ship. As he approached, he realized those floating lanterns were indeed hanging from the vessel. This river must be the Jishui, as he had seen on the map. A great river flows past Jizhou City. Glancing back, he saw a cluster of torches flickering in the dense forest, and he couldn't help but curse. You persistent specters! Aren't you afraid of igniting a wildfire and burning yourselves to ashes? He continued to run along the Jishui for a while the large ship sailed steadily downstream, gradually overtaking him. If it were daytime, he would certainly outpace the ship, but in this pitch darkness, he stumbled along the riverbank, not truly running fast at all. Perhaps I should commandeer a small boat. It would surely be swifter than my running at this late hour. Resolute in his decision, Fang Ping tightened his belt, took a deep breath, and surged across the water's surface. However, just as he was about a yard away from the ship, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest, and his body began to sink beneath the water. However, Fang Ping had long anticipated this, as his skills and lightness were rather lacking. He shook the chains that he had seized from the previous members of the Jianghu Wei, transforming them into a formidable dragon. The iron claws at the top had already latched onto the edge of the grand vessel. With determination, Fang Ping yanked on the chains, propelling himself from the water into the air. In mid-flight, he exerted force twice more, executing a full 360-degree rotation, and landed gracefully upon the deck of the ship. Chapter 36. The heist. As soon as Fang Ping boarded the vessel, he heard the sound of footsteps nearby. He hastily removed the grappling hook from the side of the ship and cast it into the river, swiftly concealing himself behind a pile of cargo. In the dead of night, who could possibly be around? It was peculiar. He distinctly heard noises. Perhaps it was merely the sound of the waves lapping against the hull. Perhaps, but exercising caution never goes amiss. Let us investigate further over there. Two robust men, clad in garments of black and crimson, illuminated their surroundings with lanterns. Finding nothing amiss, and proceeded to patrol elsewhere. Observing their impressive physiques and finely tailored clothing, along with the swords at their waists, Fang Ping deduced they were not ordinary sailors, but rather akin to guards of a prominent family. He cautiously peeked out to survey the grand ship, which measured approximately 10 zhang in length and 3 to 4 zhang in width, a luxurious vessel featuring a 2-story pavilion. Though it was night, the ship was ablaze with light, with numerous pairs of patrolling figures dressed in identical black and crimson attire. Fang Ping's curiosity piqued, emboldened by a surge of audacity. He stealthily ascended to the second floor, hiding in the shadows, and stealthily pried open a window to glimpse inside. Within the chamber on the second floor, he beheld a young man and woman. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, while the girl was around 15 or 16, both adorned in opulent attire that radiated wealth. The young girl held a tray with a steaming bowl upon it. "Third brother, it is time for your medicine," she spoke, startling Fang Ping with her hoarse voice, which seemed at odds with her delicate appearance. Yet, upon reflection, he surmised that the young girl's voice was likely changing due to her age. The young man behind the desk set down his brush and looked up with a smile. "Ah, Linger, why have you gone to brew medicine for me again? If Uncle Xie were to find out, he would surely not let me off easily." Fang Ping's attention sharpened as he discerned the young man's features, handsome and refined, yet his pallor betrayed an underlying illness. Linger, the girl, expressed her discontent, saying, "Third brother, why do you always speak so? We have grown up together, closer than siblings. It has only been 2 years since we last met, and yet you treat me so distantly." The young man sighed with a bittersweet smile. "You, my dear girl, do realize we have grown up, do you not? It would be improper to behave as we did in our childhood. Humph, I think your scholarly pursuits have clouded your mind. Spare me the philosophical discourse and take your medicine. Your health is far more important than anything else." It seemed to Fang Ping that they were not true siblings. Moreover, the girl's demeanor suggested an unrequited affection for the young man, who, at present, regarded her merely as a sister. Yet, the future remained uncertain. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback by a sudden lurch of the ship, nearly losing his balance and tumbling overboard. However, the vessel quickly regained its stability. Startled, he feared being discovered and promptly retreated from the second floor, stealthily making his way back to the deck before slipping into the cargo hold. The cargo hold was spacious, filled with an assortment of disorganized items, sails, oars, tables, chairs, fruits, and vegetables. Utilizing the faint glow of a fire starter, Fang Ping scavenged for some food, hastily consuming a few morsels. He also discovered a chest brimming with garments, all resembling the black and red uniforms worn by the patrolling guards. His own attire had endured numerous battles and was now ragged and tattered, so he felt a surge of joy and discreetly donned a set of the new clothes. Being a stowaway, he dared not be too audacious. After changing, he hurriedly constructed a makeshift space in a corner using the assorted items in the hold, extinguishing the fire starter and hiding within. Being in unfamiliar territory, he could not afford to sleep too soundly, so he practiced his breathing techniques while resting his eyes, allowing his body to sway gently with the rhythm of the ship. Perhaps due to the nature of traveling by sea, he awoke to find it was nearly noon the following day. Through a small opening in the deck, he could clearly see the sun hanging high in the sky. Leaning closer to the aperture, he sought to gauge the number of people on the deck, planning his escape accordingly. To his dismay, the sight revealed a bustling crowd. Akin to a market day, he decided it best to remain where he was, avoiding potential conflicts and unnecessary trouble, resolving to slip away quietly when night fell. Firm in his decision, he resumed his meditative state. However, before long, a commotion erupted above on the deck. Who would dare assault the illustrious ship of the Luo family from Yingzhou? Fang Ping was startled, fearing he had been discovered. Peering through the small opening, he noticed the deck's occupants looking upward, seemingly on high alert. Following their gaze, he observed a sheer cliffside along the riverbank, where a pathway appeared to be situated, and numerous stones were being hurled down. The cacophony of crashing and clattering filled the air as the crew valiantly attempted to defend themselves. Yet many stones still struck the deck. Just above Fang Ping, a rock the size of a basin plummeted, enlarging the previously thumb-sized hole to the size of a palm. While in the cargo hold, Fang Ping poked at the stone with his finger, shifting it aside. Through the now larger gap, he gained a clearer view of the outside. What kind of ruffians were these, lurking in the shadows and resorting to ambush? If they had any true skill, they would confront him directly. Hurling stones from the cliff was hardly a display of prowess. It was a disgrace to their ancestors. If they had any courage, they would come down and face him. The guards shouted in outrage, their insults growing increasingly vulgar, soon resorting to crude remarks about each other's female relatives. A peculiar laughter echoed from the cliff, possibly provoked by the guards' remarks, as two figures leaped down the mountainside. The path they traversed was a good 10 yards above the river's surface. Utilizing some means to slide down the steep cliff, they landed directly on the deck, merely a few paces away from the vessel. Ha ha ha, my little ones, I've arrived. What do you intend to do now? The speaker, a man in his 40s, stood at an imposing 7.5 feet tall. With a mane of fiery red hair, his beard a matching hue. His rotund visage was accentuated by large ears, and he adorned his chest with a string of prayer beads the size of eggs, wielding a multifunctional spade in his hand. Beside him stood another individual in his mid-20s. Lean and clad in white attire, bearing the pallor of illness, stooped in posture, and gripping a short black staff. Upon the realization that their true adversary had finally made an appearance, the guards unsheathed their blades, encircling the two intruders. The lead guard bellowed, "Who are you? And why do you assault the treasured vessel of the Luo family?" The red-haired giant glared, his voice booming like thunder. "What insolent minion dares to speak? Summon your master to converse." "You? What do you mean by you?" The red-haired man casually swung his spade, effortlessly cleaving a stone on the deck as if it were mere tofu. The guard, taken aback by this display of prowess, was rendered speechless. "Step back." The door to the second floor swung open, revealing a young gentleman who commanded his guards to retreat, accompanied by a young girl and an elder. "Yes, young master." The guards complied, stepping back yet remaining vigilant, their weapons still drawn, watching the uninvited guest warily. The young master, standing on the second floor, paid no heed to the gaps in the deck caused by falling stones. With a demeanor as refreshing as spring, he smiled and said, "I am Luo Xingha, the third in line of my generation. The Luo family conducts business across the realm, valuing harmony above all else. Pray tell, how have I offended such esteemed gentlemen to warrant this display?" The red-haired giant laughed heartily, truly, as expected of the Luo family's young master. "Your words are indeed pleasant to the ear. I am a guardian of the Yin sect, known as the red-haired demon. This beside me, appearing half alive, is referred to as the consumption demon. The Yin sect? In the cargo hold, Fang Ping's ire flared upon hearing this name, recalling the notorious Yu Yuan, who had disseminated his information far and wide, along with these two ruffians, inciting a desire to strike them down with a single blow. The girl beside Luo Xingha wore a scornful expression, her voice raspy as she retorted, "What red-haired demon and consumption demon? You do not even dare to reveal your true names." "Huh." With a sinister grin, the red-haired demon replied, "Heh, the young lady is quite lovely. And who might you be?" Startled by his menacing smile, the girl hid behind Luo Xingha and, baring her teeth, stammered, I am Xielinga, from the CF family of Yingzhou." "Ah, the daughter of the CF family. Do you not wield a dominance blade? Where is yours?" queried the red-haired demon. With her petite frame, she likely cannot wield such a blade. The consumption demon interjected, his voice even raspier than Xielinger's. "Haha, my brother speaks wisely." As Xielingo prepared to retort against their mockery, Luo Xingha intervened to silence her. The two valiant men were originally the guardians of the Yin sect. "My family, the Luo clan, has been engaged in commerce, and I have connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Having dealings with the Yin sect in the realm of medicinal herbs, I am at a loss to understand how I may have offended either of you." The red-haired ghost sneered, "I am aware of your Luo family's ties with certain individuals in the sect, which is why I have come to meet you. Otherwise, it is possible that you would have lost your head in the dead of night. As for my purpose, I have heard that you attended the Wanbao meeting in Liuzhou and acquired a flame sunflower, am I correct?" Fang Ping, who had been secretly observing from the bottom of the boat, brightened at the mention of the Wanbao meeting. Being from Liuzhou, he was well aware of this event, which was essentially a grand trade fair held annually in the city, showcasing an array of rare treasures for sale. He recalled that the Wanbao meeting had taken place approximately half a month ago. If Luo Xingha had participated and then departed by boat, he would have arrived here just in time. Upon hearing this, Luo Xingha suddenly understood that these two were after the flame sunflower. "Since you have come here, I presume you have already received accurate information. I do not dare to conceal the truth. The flame sunflower is indeed in my possession." The red-haired ghost grinned, "Ha, I have set my sights on that flame sunflower. Hand it over." Xielinger shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "That flame sunflower was purchased by my third brother for 20,000 taels of silver. You think you can just take it with a mere exchange of words? What audacity!" Luo Xingha slightly shook his head, saying, "The flame sunflower is of great importance to me. I cannot part with it for you too." The red-haired ghost's eyes widened as he turned to the tuberculosis ghost. I told you to just seize it directly. Why go through the pretense of courtesy first? Now they refuse to cooperate. What shall we do? The tuberculosis ghost hissed ominously, his sinister gaze sweeping over the crowd, sending chills down their spines. It should have been this way all along. Let us take their lives, he declared. With a booming laugh, the red-haired ghost lunged forward, swinging his heavy chain spade down upon several guards. Although the guards were prepared and attempted to block with their weapons, the weighty chain spade sent them flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground, some moaning in pain, their weapons shattered, while others suffered grievous injuries, blood and entrails spilling across the floor. Luo Xinghe was taken aback. He had not anticipated such ferocity. In a single encounter, such devastation had been wrought, and he realized that this man was beyond the capability of ordinary guards to withstand. He turned to the elder beside him, saying, Old Mo, I shall rely on you. The elder, referred to as Old Mo, nodded slightly, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he leapt into the air, striking towards the red-haired ghost's crown with a palm. Excellent. The red-haired ghost, sensing the elder's speed, recognized him as a formidable opponent and did not dare to underestimate him. He wielded the chain spade, lifting the crescent blade upward in a defensive maneuver. Old Mo retracted his hand, spinning midair, and delivered a kick to the handle of the spade. The crimson-haired demon felt a surge of power emanating from the shovel, radiating through his arm, causing his breath to falter and forcing him to retreat several steps, shovel and all. A first-rate master? No, although the inner energy was formidable. It was merely sufficient for self-defense, not yet capable of being unleashed offensively. Initially taken aback, the crimson-haired demon quickly regained his composure, letting out a sinister laugh as he brandished the convenient linked shovel, relentlessly striking at Old Mo. This towering figure wielded an exceptionally heavy shovel, and even though Old Mo's inner strength surpassed his, he dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he seized the fleeting openings in the demon's attacks to execute several swift strikes, leaving the crimson-haired demon in a state of disarray. While Old Mo held the upper hand, it was clear that he could not subdue the demon in a short time, and the ordinary guards were far too inept to offer any meaningful assistance. At that moment, the pallid figure clad in white, resembling a specter of illness, also sprang into action. Instead of aiding the faltering crimson-haired demon, he made his way towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Protect the young master. The leading middle-aged guard bellowed, diverting the attention of the hapless ordinary guards, who unsheathed their swords and charged at the specter. The specter let out a grim smile and continued his leisurely advance, wielding the black iron rod with deft precision. In no time, the guards encircling him lay scattered upon the ground. Chapter 38. Hostage Fang Ping was astonished. Despite the specter's sickly appearance, his combat skills were unexpectedly efficient. The black iron rod he wielded appeared only slightly heavier than an ordinary sword, employing a technique targeting specific acupoints. Each strike aimed precisely at the guard's vital points. Those who fell were either unfortunate souls struck at critical spots or incapacitated due to their acupoints being struck. In the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 guards had collapsed, prompting Luo Xinghe, stationed on the second floor, to finally intervene. Observing the ongoing clash between Old Mo and the crimson-haired demon, he realized that without his intervention, the guards would likely perish in vain. Resolving to act, he pressed a mechanism at his waist, drawing forth a flexible sword from his belt. With a swift leap, he lunged towards the specter below. Behold my sword, he announced, embodying his principled nature and disdain for ambushes. Ah, a worthy approach. The specter noticed the glint of the blade and hurriedly raised his iron rod to parry. However, the flexible sword was neither thrusting nor slashing, it was ensnaring. Like a long serpent, it coiled around the iron rod, with the sword tip resembling a venomous fang, poised to strike at the specter's palm. The specter's gaze sharpened, surprised by this unexpected application of soft weaponry. Yet, he remained unperturbed, exhaling his inner energy, causing the iron rod to tremble slightly as it deflected the entangled sword away, then swiftly targeting Luo Xinghe's waist acupoint. Luo Xinghe retreated to evade, shaking his flexible sword to re-engage the specter's arm. The specter swung his iron rod, striking the tip of the flexible sword, diverting its trajectory, and aimed once more at Luo Xinghe's chest. The two exchanged blows, each adapting their techniques as they clashed. They both employed agile and nimble martial arts techniques, the clashing of weapons resonating as they engaged in a fierce exchange, each delivering over 20 strikes without a decisive victor. It is often said that the members of the Luo family possess sharp minds, adept in business across the 4 corners of the world. However, it was surprising to witness their skill in combat, as the ailing specter coughed intermittently while praising his opponent, though his formidable strikes remained unaffected. Thank you, esteemed one. He coughed. You are quite formidable as well. Seemingly influenced by the Spectre-S condition, Luo Xinghe began to cough as well. Such ailments, sighed Fang Ping, who was concealed in the storage area. They are both in such poor health. Perhaps we should take some medicine before continuing this duel, lest we inadvertently perish from our own afflictions before vanquishing our adversary. Both combatants appeared frail, their pallor indicative of illness. After a few coughs, Luo Xinghe's sword techniques noticeably slowed, his movements becoming increasingly lethargic. After exchanging several more blows, he was struck in the chest by the Spectre-S palm, sent sprawling against the railing of a large ship, from which he spat a mouthful of blood. Third brother, Xie Linger exclaimed, promptly seizing a waist knife from her guard and aiming it at the ailing spectre. With her right hand wielding the blade, its tip pointed forward. She swiftly formed several hand seals with her left hand, then lightly traced her fingertips along the knife's edge. Now, she commanded, and as her finger glided across the blade, a fierce torrent of white energy surged forth towards the spectre. The spectre, unable to confront the onslaught, swiftly evaded, the energy slicing through the deck, leaving a long scar, having undoubtedly shattered numerous pieces of wood. Fang Ping, who was observing from his hiding place, was taken aback. This girl, merely 15 or 16 years of age, could project such formidable energy, truly astonishing, as she certainly did not appear to be a top-tier expert. Moreover, what did her preceding hand seals signify? Were they incantations or some unique method of channeling energy? Now, Xie Linger formed the seals once more, tracing the knife's edge again with a sharp call, unleashing another wave of white energy. The spectre, still unwilling to confront the attack, narrowly dodged, the force of the energy shattering a large wooden crate behind him, revealing its true potency. Now, Xie Linger gritted her teeth, unleashing a barrage of over 10 energy strikes. Although their power was commendable, the spectre managed to evade each one. Initially cautious, the spectre soon realized the energy was waning, ultimately dispersing it with an iron rod. Little girl. You have practiced the 9 styles of dominance, yet you have only mastered the initial technique? Furthermore, your internal power is insufficient. You can barely unleash any of its true strength. At that moment, Xie Linger's complexion flushed crimson, her already scant internal energy nearly depleted. Though her fingers still formed the seals, she could no longer manifest any energy. You wretched spectre, if my father were to learn of your bullying me, he would surely dismember you into pieces. A mere CF family holds no significance in my eyes. Besides, once I eliminate all of you today, who would ever know it was I who did the deed? The pale, sickly figure let out a chilling laugh, pointing an iron rod directly at Xie Linger's head, rushing toward her with alarming speed. The nearby guards hastily attempted to intervene, but their martial skills were woefully inadequate, and they quickly found themselves sprawled on the ground. Lingo. Cough, 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 hurry and flee. Luo Xinghe, injured by the sickly figure and already in poor health, was unable to rise and could only anxiously urge Xie Linger to escape. What are you saying, third brother? If it comes to it, we shall perish together. Xie Linger's eyes widened in determination as she brandished her sword toward the sickly figure. Her technique, which emitted a sword aura, was indeed formidable. Yet her internal energy was depleted, rendering her unable to unleash it. Her martial prowess was not significantly superior to that of an average person, and she was swiftly disarmed by the sickly figure. The figure then pressed his hand against several of Xie Linger's acupoints, rendering her immobile, and grasped her neck, lifting her into the air. Young master of the Luo family, if you wish to spare this young girl from an untimely demise, you must hand over the fierce sunflower. A mere 20,000 taels of silver is but a trifling sum for your family. You could easily procure another. Luo Xinghe forced a bitter smile, contemplating the true worth of the 20,000 taels. If it were that simple, what life would he risk? The key issue was that the fierce sunflower was invaluable and exceedingly rare. Should he miss this one, it might be a decade or more before he encountered another. However, with Xie Linger's life held as leverage, he was indeed cornered. Someone, fetch the fierce sunflower. Yes, young master. As the battle between the red-haired demon and Imo Lao paused upon witnessing the turn of events, they both retreated to their respective sides. My younger brother is indeed clever. Why did I not think of seizing a hostage? The red-haired demon exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight. Chapter 39. This is a reward from me, young lady. Third brother, do not give it to him. Xie Linger, her neck in a vice grip, found her limbs weak and her spirit undeterred. Yet, as the sickly figure tightened his grasp, her breath caught, and words escaped her. Please, show mercy. Cough, cough, cough. I will bring you the fierce sunflower immediately. Observing Xie Linger's face turning crimson, Luo Xinghe quickly interceded. Soon after, a guard emerged from the first floor, cradling a flower pot adorned with verdant stems and 3 blossoms resembling sunflowers. yet in a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of blazing flames. "This is the fierce sunflower. Bring it to me at once," the red-haired demon commanded, excitement causing him to unleash a flurry of attacks, creating a hole in the deck that startled Fang Ping below. Luo Xinghe took a deep breath, finally steadying himself, and addressed the two. "If I hand over the fierce sunflower to you, you must promise not to harm Linger." The sickly figure smirked coldly. "You have no choice. Bring it forth." Luo Xinghe waved his hand, and the trembling guard approached slowly, clearly fearful that the two fiends would strike him down without a second thought. As the gaze of everyone on the deck was fixated on the blazing sunflowers, Fang Ping, hidden within the cargo hold, finally sprang into action. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in their affairs. After all, the martial world was rife with violence, and he was already entangled in his own troubles, making it unnecessary to court further conflict. However, upon hearing the two audaciously proclaim their allegiance to the Yin-Yang sect, his anger flared. He had suffered greatly at the hands of that sect's chaotic practitioners. At this moment, witnessing the sickly wretch kidnapping a young girl to threaten others only intensified his displeasure. Such behavior, in his view, was even more despicable than poisoning or using hidden weapons. Moreover, the two stood directly above him on the deck, making it a squandered opportunity not to strike at them from his advantageous position. His first instinct was to unexpectedly pull the red-haired fiend and the sickly wretch down into the cargo hold and unleash a flurry of punches upon them. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that pulling them down might not yield the necessary strength. That approach was not feasible. His second thought was to thrust upward with his staff, delivering a deadly blow to one of them. However, he feared that should he pierce them completely, he might tarnish his weapon. Regardless of the method, each carried the risk of endangering Xielinger, as both adversaries were formidable fighters, and should they find themselves on the brink of death, they could easily attempt to take a hostage. Just then, as the guard with the flower pot approached the two fiends, the red-haired miscreant, with wide, bulging eyes, reached out to seize it. Seizing the moment, Fang Ping exerted all his strength into his legs, shattering the already splintered deck and bursting forth from below. With a thunderous crash, the deck splintered, with chips flying, and he emerged unexpectedly, stunning everyone on the deck. His leap positioned him directly next to the sickly wretch, whose balance was thrown off by the force of Fang Ping's arrival. In a fit of rage, the wretch attempted to snap Xialingo's neck. Yet, Fang Ping denied him that opportunity. As he burst forth, his staff swung mercilessly towards the wretch's arm. With a muffled thud, the staff struck true, twisting the wretch's arm at an unnatural angle, likely resulting in a shattering fracture. The wretch let out a piercing scream, and before he could react, Fang Ping delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Xialingo slipped from his grasp, gasping for breath as her neck was released. Fang Ping swiftly seized the girl by her collar and hurled her backward. Among the crowd, old Immo was the quickest to react, extending his arms to gently catch Xielinger and safely lowering her onto the deck. The red-haired fiend, startled by Fang Ping's sudden emergence, instinctively took 2 steps back. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed the sickly wretch had been severely incapacitated. Enraged, the red-haired fiend's hair bristled as he let out a series of frantic cries, brandishing his weapon, a dual-blade strike aimed directly at Fang Ping's head. "Come forth." Fang Ping had already discerned that this adversary possessed considerable strength, and the weight of his weapon was likely comparable to his own iron staff. However, he was undeterred. Rather, he was filled with enthusiasm, eager to test his strength against him. Brandishing the iron staff in his hand, he executed a move akin to fishing in the depths of the sea, rising from below to meet the successive strikes aimed at him. With a resounding crash, one of Fang Ping's feet sank into the deck, while the red-haired specter felt his arm grow numb and his palm shatter from the impact of the blow, nearly sending his convenient spade flying. The red-haired specter staggered back several steps, incredulously gazing at his trembling hands. "Ha, delightful. Dare you to engage with me again?" Fang Ping, having clashed with his weapon, felt the force was just right and immediately experienced a surge of exhilaration. Withdrawing his foot from the deck, he provocatively pointed the staff at the red-haired specter. The red-haired specter could hardly deny that his strength paled in comparison to his opponent's. Were he to be besieged by the elder from before and Fang Ping, his life would be in grave peril. Grabbing the convenient spade, he hurled several nearby cargo boxes at Fang Ping, seizing the opportunity to pull the sickly specter, reduced to a puddle of mud by Fang Ping's kick, and leapt off the large ship with a splash into the water below. Fang Ping's eyes widened as he swiftly approached the edge of the ship and peered down. But there was no trace of the 2 specters. They fled with remarkable speed. Cursing under his breath, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Luo Xinghe and his companions approaching. The elder known as Immo stepped forward and said, Let them flee, if they wish to escape. It will be difficult to pursue them in this river. Thanks to you, young man. Although you took advantage of a sneak attack, your strength is indeed formidable. Cough, cough. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we would surely be in dire straits. Luo Xinghe clasped his fist in gratitude. I had no idea that among the guards we recruited for this journey, there was such a skilled individual as yourself. We have not sufficiently appreciated your contributions thus far. This time, your remuneration will be doubled. No, tenfold. Tenfold. How much could that possibly amount to? At this moment, Xialinger had regained her composure and patted his shoulder, saying, "Thank you for rescuing this young lady. Here, this reward is for you. It is enough to sustain you as a guard for a decade." The young girl removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and unceremoniously pressed it into Fang Ping's hands. Initially taken aback, Fang Ping suddenly noticed that his attire was identical to the surrounding guards, all donning a black and red uniform. This was the outfit he had appropriated after his own clothes were damaged upon boarding the ship yesterday. These individuals must have mistaken him for a hired guard. It made sense, as he had overheard the guards chatting while hiding in the cargo hold, apart from a handful of guards who belonged to the Luo family. The rest were hastily recruited from various counties along the way. Having pieced together this realization, Fang Ping smiled at Xialinger and said, "Thank you for your generous gift." "My lady." Xialinger wrinkled her nose slightly and retorted, "What, my lady? I am the fifth daughter in my family." "Then I thank the fifth young lady for her generosity." "Now that is more like it." Chapter 40. Moving forward, Fang Ping was inexplicably delighted when Xialinger gifted him a bracelet. He examined it closely. The bracelet was crystal clear and of exquisite quality, easily worth 1,000 or 1,800 taels of silver. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized something, and the smile on his face vanished. When he boarded the ship yesterday, it was sailing north, but now, as he glanced at the sun from the deck, he noticed that the ship had inexplicably changed course and was now heading east. Seeing his troubled expression, Xialinger assumed he was injured and asked with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Fang Ping forced a smile and inquired, "May I ask, Miss Wu, when did our ship change direction, and how far have we traveled east?" "How would I know?" Xialinger responded with confusion and turned to a guard nearby. "Do you know?" The guard, who happened to be in charge of steering the ship, promptly answered, "The direction changed around midnight last night, from north to east, and we have traveled approximately 80 miles. Oh no, Fang Ping thought to himself. Where has this led me? This is a waste of time. If I have to circle back, it will cost me another 2 days. What a disaster. Have those two ghastly beings returned? As Xialinger noticed him scanning the surroundings by the edge of the ship, she assumed there was danger again and joined him at the railing. "What are you looking at? Hey, what are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, she watched as Fang Ping, without a second thought, leaped off the ship with his staff in hand. Wonderful skills. Xialinger began to commend him for his agility, but her praise was cut short as she saw him splash into the water with a loud plop. "Third brother. He won't drown, will he?" Xialinger inquired anxiously, glancing at Luo Xinghe as the waters remained still. Luo Xinghe shook his head slightly and pointed towards a white line on the water's surface. "Look there." Following his gesture, Xialinger saw a head bobbing up from beneath the white line. It was none other than Fang Ping. Why did he suddenly jump? Luo Xinghe chuckled softly. "Silly girl. That person is not our guard at all." "What?" Xialinger exclaimed, clearly astonished. "Then why did you say just now that you would pay him 10 times the wages?" Luo Xinghe sighed. "Silly girl, this individual possesses remarkable skills, and it's unclear how he came aboard. However, he likely means us no harm. Pretending to be oblivious will be beneficial for everyone. I don't understand your convoluted reasoning." As she spoke, Xialinger's annoyance flared. "That person is despicable. He clearly isn't one of our guards yet managed to swindle my bracelet. You were the one acting ostentatious and forced it upon him." Luo Xinghe chuckled. "Besides, he indeed saved your life. A mere jade bracelet pales in comparison to such a debt of gratitude." Xialinger rolled her eyes. "Fine, I understand. The next time I see him, I shall invite him for a drink." Meanwhile, Fang Ping, upon realizing the ship had changed direction, acted impulsively and jumped into the river. As the grand vessel drifted further from the riverbank, the protagonist attempted to showcase his lightness of foot, but, to his embarrassment, fell into the water. Fortunately, the cool river water jolted him awake. It was worth noting that the ship's journey eastward for several miles might not be entirely detrimental, although the original path was shorter. It was fraught with the potential for congestion. A longer route might, in fact, offer greater safety. Upon swimming to the shore and turning around, he observed that the Luo family's ship had receded into the distance, with a few figures faintly discernible on the bow. Fang Ping waved at them before retreating into the nearby woods. Soaked to the skin, he sought a clearing among the trees, kindled a fire, and dried his clothes. After consuming some provisions he had pilfered from the ship, he extinguished the flames and navigated through the thicket until he finally emerged onto a road. Following the winding path for a considerable time, he encountered a woodcutter and, after inquiring, realized he had entered the territory of Luan Prefecture. Luan Prefecture, here it was. He was relieved to find it still marked on his map. Had he traveled further with the ship, he might have ventured beyond its borders. Guided by the woodcutter's directions, Fang Ping journeyed northward to a nearby hamlet, where he replenished his supplies of food and fresh water. Initially, he contemplated purchasing another horse, but reconsidered. His previous horse had met its demise at the hands of the Jianghu scarcely a day after he acquired it. To procure another, only for it to meet a similar fate within days, seemed an exercise in futility. To lose 10 or 8 fine steeds along this northern route would be too cruel. Moreover, he had resolved to avoid the main roads, opting instead for minor paths and mountain trails. Though this would require a greater detour, it promised enhanced safety. After all, he had become a target of the Jianghu. Traversing the highways and passing through towns would likely lead to calamity at every turn. With his mind made up, Fang Ping packed his belongings, hoisted his staff, and ventured into a narrow path. To condense the tale, he traveled for 5 consecutive days, either camping in the wilderness or resting atop a hill, encountering few souls and evading trouble. One afternoon, while dashing down a narrow trail, he was startled by a rabbit that leaped from the underbrush and collided with a tree stump, immediately losing consciousness. Taken aback, he chuckled, lamenting his own hunger, and thought it a stroke of fortune to have such a meal present itself. After a brief period, the aroma of roasted rabbit legs wafted from the fire he had kindled, his favorite dish. Just as he hummed a tune, savoring the moment, a rustling sound overhead caught his attention. He looked up to see a figure clad in white, executing an extraordinary display of agility as she leapt gracefully from branch to branch. It appeared to be a woman, and her finesse left him in awe. Just as he marveled at her skill, she returned, alighting delicately on a branch above him, a vision of beauty swaying gently in the breeze. Fang Ping's eyes brightened. What a stunning beauty, though her intentions seemed rather dubious. The woman in white possessed brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters, with skin fairer than snow and an exquisite countenance. She was the most beautiful woman he had encountered since his arrival in this realm, standing gracefully on a branch. She scrutinized Fang Ping before retrieving a portrait from her sleeve to compare. With a delicate flick of her wrist, the portrait floated effortlessly toward him. Is this you? Her voice was chillingly cold, akin to ancient ice that had never thawed. At this moment, Fang Ping was quite flustered, not solely due to the remarkable agility of the woman in white, but also because the portrait she had cast forth did not merely drift in the air. It flew directly into his hand, as if some unseen force guided it. What is this? He thought, astonished that someone could project a piece of paper with such distance using internal energy. Was it truly possible for someone so young to possess such extraordinary prowess? Externalizing one's internal energy was a hallmark of a top-tier master, yet this woman appeared to be in her early 20s. He found it difficult to accept, primarily out of envy and jealousy. With a stoic expression, Fang Ping accepted the portrait, noticing that although the depiction was somewhat hasty, it bore a striking resemblance to himself. That's not me. You must have mistaken someone else, he instinctively refuted, aware that this woman had clearly come seeking trouble. The woman's gaze flickered slightly, yet her expression remained impassive. With a gentle leap, she descended from the towering tree with an almost ethereal grace, landing as softly as a falling leaf, making not a single sound upon impact. She gestured, and the portrait flew back into her hand. It is you, she asserted, comparing the portrait with Fang Ping's face, confirming her suspicion. As she spoke, the woman formed a sword gesture with her right hand, lightly waving it across her shoulder. Draw. A long sword burst forth from the scabbard slung across her back, tracing a circle in the air, and, under her control, it pointed ominously at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was struck dumb, pondering if this was truly the power of a top-tier master. It seemed almost akin to the realms of immortality. While there were indeed martial arts techniques capable of remote manipulation, none he had encountered allowed for such extended control as this woman exhibited. However, coming from a remote village, he had not seen many top-tier masters, leaving him uncertain whether all of them were as formidable. Feeling a swell of anxiety, he suddenly noticed that the sword aimed at him, although suspended in midair, appeared to waver slightly, leading him to suspect that perhaps the woman was not as intimidating as he initially thought. Perhaps she isn't as formidable as I imagined. The advantage may lie with me. The woman in white coldly commanded, hand over the 100 crafts heavenly box. Indeed, such a breathtaking beauty could not have approached him without reason. She was undoubtedly after the jade box cradled in his arms. Yet he couldn't help but wonder about the origin of the portrait. Was it also the machinations of the Yin-Yang sect? Previously, it was merely a rumor suggesting that a brawny man was transporting a box. But now, even a portrait has surfaced. How efficient. Fang Ping, taken aback, exclaimed, "What box? Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am truly not that person." Unyielding, the woman in white directed her sword, which lunged towards Fang Ping's chest. He dared not meet her blade with his heart, for it belonged to a top-tier master, who could ascertain whether it was a divine weapon. His own defenses might not withstand such an assault. He swung his iron staff, aiming to strike the incoming sword. The woman subtly adjusted her fingers, causing the sword to evade his blow and reposition behind him, thrusting towards his back once more. Fang Ping, unwilling to be complacent, swiftly turned, brandishing his staff to counter. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 20 moves, yet it was Fang Ping who remained on the defensive, his staff meeting the sword on several occasions. But he could not sever it, reinforcing his belief that this sword was indeed a formidable artifact. The woman's gaze remained icy. Noticing she could not subdue Fang Ping with her aerial manipulation, she sighed softly and summoned the sword back to her grasp. Gripping the hilt, she infused her inner energy into the blade, enveloping it in a faint azure glow. With a delicate sweep, she etched a long scar upon the ground. Realizing the odds were not in his favor, Fang Ping thought, in times of peril, the best strategy is to retreat. Upon witnessing her stance, dread seized him, and he comprehended that he was no match for this woman. Terrified, he turned to flee. However, the woman's lightness of foot surpassed his by tenfold. With a mere flick of her toes, she appeared before him as if teleporting, her sword already in motion. Not permitting him to escape with sheer audacity, Fang Ping resolved to confront her. Summoning all his strength, he wielded his staff with ferocity, aiming to send her sword flying. Yet, in an instant, a vivid azure light erupted from the sword's tip, resembling a tangible force, undulating like a silver serpent. Heavens, the sword's radiance! My life is forfeit. The sword's brilliance sliced through his iron staff as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, reducing it by half a foot before descending toward his head. Fang Ping did not believe his defenses would withstand such a strike, and in despair, he closed his eyes, bracing for death. However, after a moment of waiting, he felt no pain. Upon opening his eyes, he found the sword halted at his neck. The woman in white, maintaining her frosty demeanor, declared, "You have lost. Hand over the Baiqiao Tianyong box." Fang Ping thought, "If you slay me, the box becomes yours. Has this woman never taken a life?" His stubbornness flared, and with a defiant glare, he retorted, "I have already told you. You are mistaken. I have never heard of such a box." The woman, with a slight motion of her delicate wrist, struck his face with the sword, leaving a stark red mark. "Surrender the Baiqiao Tianyong box. I have said I know nothing of it." With a swift motion, she struck his other cheek, and despite his rugged skin, he grimaced in pain. This is sheer tyranny. Fang Ping was subjected to a wave of humiliation, and he swung his shortened staff at the woman's long sword, only to have it severed further by her swift strikes. Gazing at the mere half-foot remnant of his staff, despair welled within him, rendering him on the verge of tears. "My staff." The woman in white, noticing his apparent distress, coolly remarked, "Give me the box, and I shall compensate you for your staff." Fang Ping cast her a silent glance, unable to discern any emotion from her icy countenance, uncertain whether she was mocking him. "Here," he said, and, seeing that she no longer aimed her sword at him, he suddenly flung the remaining piece of his staff in her direction and took off running. His agility paled in comparison to that of the woman, so he dashed towards the nearby woods. The trees there grew densely, their branches intertwining chaotically. He relied on his resilience, confident that he could navigate through, while she might find it difficult. Beyond the woods lay a great river, where he had previously skinned a rabbit. If he could plunge into the water, he might just evade her grasp. Chapter 42. The small shrine. Fang Ping plunged headlong into the thicket, not daring to look back, and sprinted away with remarkable speed. As anticipated, the woman in white, after dispatching the fragment of his staff with her sword, stood at the edge of the woods, poised to pursue, but hesitated and ultimately halted. Although she could shield herself with internal energy, she could not protect her entire attire. The dense foliage would soon shred her garments to tatters. The woman cast a fleeting glance at Fang Ping, who was racing through the underbrush, tilted her head slightly, and with a delicate leap, soared to the treetops. Pursuing him along the branches, Fang Ping charged recklessly through the thicket, unaware of how many branches he had broken, suffering numerous stings from the lashes of twigs across his face. Yet, fortune favored the diligent, and soon he burst forth from the woods, the river lying just ahead. As he beheld the water so close, before he could even let out a triumphant laugh, a white figure gracefully descended from the air. Such remarkable agility, he thought, bewildered by her ability to move like a specter on the ground, and yet soar through the sky with such swiftness. It seemed utterly absurd. Suspended in midair, the woman unleashed several bursts of sword energy towards Fang Ping. As he continued to sprint, he felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck. As the wind swept past, taking strands of hair with it. "If you do not stop, I shall be forced to harm you," her cold voice echoed. When she uttered the first word, he sensed a distance between them, but by the time she finished her sentence, it felt as though she was right behind him, instilling a profound fear within him. Yet, he discerned that despite her extraordinary skills, she seemed not to be a seasoned killer, likely having never taken a life. Thus, he decided to take a chance, betting that she would not strike him lethally. He swiftly tugged at the bundle tied around his waist and hurled it towards the woman behind him, hoping to gain a few precious moments that would allow him to leap into the river. The woman in white furrowed her delicate brows, and with a swift motion of her sword, unleashed a surge of azure sword energy that tore the bundle apart, scattering its contents like petals in the wind. Within the package lay a considerable array of items: garments, shoes, a water flask, and meat buns, dispersing chaotically. The woman, taken aback by the assortment, instinctively flinched. But her eyes suddenly sharpened as they fell upon a parchment album that tumbled from the bundle. She was momentarily stunned. For this album was the very one Fang Ping had previously acquired from a foreign trader, titled The 18 Melodies of Hu Jia, depicting exquisite dancers. The reason for her astonishment was that the parchment had miraculously escaped the onslaught of her sword energy, and as the wind caught it, the album opened, revealing the alluring images within. Pausing in her tracks, she reached out to catch the album as it descended, entirely disregarding Fang Ping, who had already plunged into the river. Meanwhile, Fang Ping, in a state of disarray, swam for a considerable distance before daring to glance back. He observed that the woman in white remained rooted in place, her gaze illuminated with fascination as she admired the artistic depictions. He mused internally, pondering whether she harbored an affinity for women. After a brief moment of scornful contemplation, he hastily resumed his swim towards the opposite bank. Fang Ping was no novice in the water, and after a few incense sticks worth of time, he finally reached the shore. As he clambered onto the bank, drenched and weary, he turned to find that the woman had vanished from sight. Could it be that she was unable to swim? He shook his head, unwilling to linger, and sought out a narrow path to continue his escape. As he dashed onward, a sudden chill enveloped his head. When he reached up to touch it, he discovered that a significant amount of hair had fallen out, with 2 spots even revealing his scalp. What on earth? He cursed under his breath, yet he recognized that the woman had shown restraint. Had she aimed her sword energy at his neck, his formidable defenses would likely have faltered. Since his arrival in this realm, he had relied on his superior martial prowess to overpower others, often emerging victorious. However, ever since encountering top-tier masters, his hard-earned skills had proven inadequate. The elderly figure he had faced in Su family village was a testament to this. He had barely managed to exchange a few blows. And had it not been for Tang Chi's desperate gambit with a hidden weapon, he would have surely perished. Yet, the white-clad woman was a different enigma altogether. Though she appeared younger than him, her prowess rivaled the elite, and she had toyed with him as if it were mere sport. This was a reality he found hard to accept. Thus, despite her mercy, envy and resentment brewed within him, prompting a relentless stream of curses. As he continued to run, the sky gradually darkened once more. His stomach grumbled audibly. The roasted rabbit had eluded him, and the food within his bundle was lost. After sprinting for what felt like an eternity, his strength had been utterly depleted, leaving him both exhausted and famished. He glanced around and noticed, faintly illuminated on the mountainside, the flickering of lights. He hurried along the mountain path towards it. As he approached, he discovered a small temple. The temple was modest, comprising only 2 courtyards, with the largest room at the end housing a plump Buddha statue, sculpted from clay, joyfully patting its belly in laughter. Fang Ping stealthily climbed over the wall, and, upon seeing a steaming bowl of corn on the offering table before the statue, his mouth watered at the thought of indulging in a feast. Just then, footsteps echoed from the front courtyard as 2 monks, one tall and one small, entered. The elder monk appeared to be in his 40s, while the younger monk looked around 10, both clad in patched robes. They approached the Buddha statue to pay their respects. The elder monk, Liaozhen, knelt down. The young monk positioned himself on the mat before the offering table, his expression one of deep reverence, while the elder produced a razor from his sleeve and began to shave the boy's head. "Master, please be gentle. In this darkness, can't we wait until tomorrow?" The boy protested. "If we do it now, we won't forget it by morning." Concealed behind the Buddha statue, Fang Ping mused about the absurdity of their late-night head shaving. At that moment, his stomach let out a loud grumble, startling him into clutching his belly. The elder monk, caught off guard by the noise, fumbled and dropped the razor. What was that sound?" The young monk pointed towards the Buddha statue and exclaimed, "Master, it seems to be coming from there. Could it be that the Buddha has manifested? The elder monk shook his bald head. Ah, yes indeed. Quickly, go to the garden in the back and fetch some fresh fruits. I shall retrieve a bowl of corn from the kitchen. Perhaps the Buddha feels our offerings are insufficient and is prompting us. Fang Ping peeked out and observed the two monks scurrying away, pondering whether their piety was genuine or if they had sensed his presence hiding behind the statue. Chapter 43. I am a monk. Enough of this overthinking. I must leave swiftly. Fang Ping tossed 2 pieces of silver onto the offering table, seized the bowl of corn, and picked up the fallen razor. As he climbed back over the wall, he noticed a monk's robe hanging in the courtyard and seized it as well. After a while, the 2 monks returned, their hands empty of fresh fruits or corn. Ah, this thief has a kind heart. He stole our bowl of rice, yet left behind silver, the elder monk remarked, biting into the silver piece with a look of surprise. The young monk, Aoshin, rolled his eyes. He is probably just a wretched soul. No one even bothers to come to our dilapidated temple, let alone a thief. At last, we have some silver. Tomorrow, we shall buy wood to repair the mountain path. Perhaps it will attract some kind-hearted souls to come and pay their respects. Master, do not indulge in such daydreams. We are neither a renowned mountain nor a grand temple. Who would trek through mountains and waters to worship here? It would be wiser to purchase more corn instead. You lazy fellow. Do you not understand the virtue of steady progress? Each day, I partake of but a single bowl of corn, and I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. Indeed, your words have stirred a sense of hunger within me. Perhaps I shall procure some corn after all. The master possesses profound wisdom. It is said that Fang Ping departed from the small temple, consuming his bowl of corn rice with haste. Although it did not sate his hunger, it would sustain him for a while. His former outer garment was in tatters, and at this moment, he donned the stolen monk's robe. As he traversed the rugged mountain path, Fang Ping, with a borrowed razor, began to shave his head. In a brief span, a gleaming bald head emerged, shining brilliantly under the moonlight. Previously, he had acted recklessly, charging at any adversary without thought. However, after encountering 2 formidable opponents in mere days, he had been bested, leaving him with no spirit to retaliate. Even a stout stick had been easily broken before him. Thus, he resolved to adopt a more cautious demeanor. Having lost a significant amount of hair at the hands of the white-clad woman, he seized this opportunity to disguise himself as a faux monk, hoping to evade trouble. After all, the distinction between having hair and being bald is considerable. Even with a portrait, one could easily be unrecognizable. In the enveloping darkness, disoriented and fatigued from his journey, Fang Ping ascended a sizable tree, clutching the trunk as he dozed through the night. As dawn broke, he awakened in the tree, opened his eyes, and surveyed the horizon. In the distance, he spotted a small county town and resolved to venture there to rest, procure some supplies, and inquire about the route ahead. Without further ado, Fang Ping arrived at the county town. Upon entering a modest eatery to order some flatbreads and dried meat, he was met with astonished gazes from the proprietor and other patrons. Master, are you certain you wish for these? The owner asked, unsure if he had heard correctly. Realizing his current identity as a monk, Fang Ping momentarily hesitated, yet once the words left his lips, he could not retract them. With a fierce glare, he commanded. The wine and meat pass through the body, but the Buddha resides in the heart. You mundane beings cannot fathom the profundity of my Buddhist teachings. Cease your prattle and bring forth the provisions swiftly. Fang Ping, already a robust figure, appeared even more fearsome without hair. His piercing gaze left the owner trembling, who quickly complied, bowing and scraping as he handed over the items. However, as Fang Ping departed, whispers circulated among the onlookers, murmuring about drunken monks and lecherous priests. He paid them no mind and proceeded to a general store, where he purchased additional supplies. He acquired a brass staff, sturdy enough for his needs, along with a large string of prayer beads to adorn his neck and a bowl to hold in his hands, enhancing his monk-like appearance. Moreover, he procured a piece of cloth to wrap the food he had just acquired, securing it to his person. Amitabha, benevolence abounds. Buddha, forgive me. I do not intend to impersonate a disciple of the Buddhist order. I am driven by necessity, and I beseech your compassion not to punish me for this transgression. As he muttered these words, he strode forward with purpose. I do not wish to consume vegetarian buns. I crave meat. A small child by the roadside was throwing a tantrum, gesticulating wildly at a woman. Just then, Fang Ping, in a foul mood, passed by and couldn't help but cast a stern glance at the child, who immediately ceased his cries and fearfully sought refuge in the woman's embrace. Is my visage truly so fearsome that it can quell a child's cries? This is utterly absurd. Fang Ping's mood darkened further as he strode away from the small county with a bowl in one hand and a staff in the other. Despite his attempts at disguise, he dared not tread the main roads, for he knew that should he encounter the likes of the imperial guards, they would certainly recognize him. He chose to navigate the lesser paths, and after 2 days, encountered no incidents. On this day, Fang Ping consulted his map and calculated that, at the current pace, along with the winding routes, it might take him a month and a half to reach Jianghu County. Blast it, without a horse, this is far too slow. He had arranged to meet Chu Chang'an in a month at Qingyang. This delay might lead her to believe he had perished. Lost in thought, he abruptly looked up to find 2 constables emerging from around a bend in the mountain path. What ill fortune! Fang Ping, wishing to avoid trouble, squinted and continued on his way, only to be intercepted by the 2 constables. "You there, monk, halt!" One called out. "Amit ba, kind sirs," Fang Ping feigned humility. "What wisdom do you seek from this humble monk?" One constable produced a portrait from his pocket, scrutinizing Fang Ping closely. A wave of dread washed over him. Could this be a likeness of me? Have even the ordinary constables come to seize my box? The other constable, eyes narrowed, interrogated. "Where do you hail from, monk, and where are you headed?" The question struck a familiar chord, and Fang Ping blurted out, "I come from the east. I am journeying to the Grand Xianghua Temple in the capital to pay homage and seek scriptures." Upon hearing the capital, the questioning constable flinched, but upon reflection, realized that Fang Ping was merely traveling there, not a native, and thus posed no threat. The constable with the portrait leaned closer, remarking, "There is only a slight resemblance." A hint of fierceness. Could it be the same person? The other replied, "Whether it is or not, let us take him to the county office first. The newly appointed magistrate may have much to say if we delay." They exchanged knowing glances and shared a conspiratorial grin. "Monk, you've drawn attention. Come with us." Fang Ping felt a surge of indignation. How audacious they were to speak so freely before him, showing such blatant disregard. This was simply intolerable. Chapter 44. Joyful Mithraea. After a mere incense stick's worth of time, Fang Ping had subdued the 2 constables, delivering dozens of punches in a fit of rage. However, he had not exerted much force, otherwise they would have been reduced to mere pulp. "Please spare us, master. We shall not dare again," they pleaded, their faces bruised and battered. Fang Ping, with a cold snort, pointed to his own formidable visage and declared, "Do you see this face? Is it one that can be easily bullied?" A constable, cupping his cheek with a forced smile, remarked, "Master, with your kind and benevolent demeanor, it is evident that we have been blinded by our ignorance, offending you in the process. This beating has awakened me to my transgressions, and I vow to mend my ways and become a better person." Another constable chimed in, "Indeed, master, your formidable presence is akin to that of a righteous warrior, unmatched in skill, sweeping away all malevolence." Fang Ping rolled his eyes, reflecting that these 2 were indeed adept at flattery. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of further disciplining them. Noticing a portrait that had fallen to the ground, curiosity piqued. He picked it up to examine it. The image depicted a rotund monk, his face adorned with excess flesh and a menacing gaze, unmistakably not a virtuous character. Aside from his height, he bore no resemblance to Fang Ping. Who is this monk? What crimes has he committed? He mused, contemplating the consequences of deceitful answers. One constable, trembling at the sight of Fang Ping's massive fist, stammered, "Master, please pardon us. This monk was once a cook at the Weitua Temple, but he later stole a sacred text and joined the Yinyang sect, becoming a lecherous villain known as the Merry Mithraea, preying upon virtuous women. Recently, he has committed several crimes in Luan Prefecture, prompting the issuance of capture orders across the region. Is that so? You intend to pin your failures on me and drag me into this mess? You truly are blind as a bat," Fang Ping scolded vehemently. The constables quaked in fear, hastily begging for forgiveness. "Begone. Should I encounter you again, I shall crush your heads," he warned. The 2 constables exchanged glances, expressing their gratitude repeatedly before hastily departing. "Merry Mithraea? How infuriating. Even in disguise as a monk, I am not afforded a moment's peace," Fang Ping grumbled as he continued on his way. "Another troublemaker from the Yinyang sect. It seems these miscreants harbor a grudge against me from a past life. If I ever cross paths with this scoundrel, I shall not hesitate to make him pay for his lewdness." After walking a bit further, his stomach growled again. He rummaged through his pack only to discover that his provisions had been entirely consumed. Glancing up, he spotted a distant, vaguely familiar city with a brisk pace. He finally arrived at noon, where the city gate bore the inscription Luan Prefecture. Fang Ping paused in surprise. Haven't I been traversing Luan Prefecture for several days? Why am I still here? Have I taken a wrong turn? Consulting his map, he realized that the prefectural city was not located in the center of the jurisdiction but rather towards the north. After traversing one more county, he would finally exit Luan's boundaries. Fortunately, it appeared he had not strayed from his path, though Luan Prefecture was indeed larger than most. Wandering near the city gate, he noted the absence of the imperial guards, spotting only a few armored soldiers maintaining order. With a sense of relief, he boldly approached. Inside one city, he quickly found a restaurant to dine. Logically, he should have opted for a modest eatery, as taverns were often crowded and chaotic. However, after days of evading pursuers, he had barely tasted proper food, and the desolate wilderness provided little company. If he did not engage with civilization soon, he feared he might turn feral. At this moment, it was precisely noon, and the tavern was bustling with patrons. Fang Ping had just taken his seat and was about to order a lavish feast when he was interrupted by an enthusiastic waiter. "What would you like to order, master?" "We have vegetarian noodles, corn rice, stir-fried vegetables, tofu soup, braised cabbage with tofu, scallion mixed tofu, and pan-fried tofu." The waiter, noticing the monk's arrival and his immediate seating, understood that he was there to dine rather than to beg for alms, thus displaying an amiable demeanor. Fang Ping thought to himself how peculiar it was to be dressed as a monk, realizing once again his current identity with a sense of helplessness. Disguised as a monk, he found it inconvenient to desire meat while being mindful of others' gazes. Perhaps after finishing his meal, he could purchase a wig to wear while dining. That should suffice. Noticing the waiter's eager eyes, he waved his hand dismissively. "Bring me one of everything that contains tofu." "Certainly. A vegetarian feast for you. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." Before long, the dishes he ordered began to arrive, and indeed, each one contained tofu. Tofu was tofu, he mused, as the saying goes. 100 dishes cannot compare to cabbage, and eating meat cannot surpass eating tofu, which was economical and nourishing. He began to eat heartily. As someone who practiced martial arts, he typically required a substantial amount of meat daily to balance his energy expenditure. However, feeling too embarrassed to ask for meat, he consoled himself and indulged in the array of tofu before him, his enthusiasm infectious and soon inspiring the other diners to join him in merriment. Just as he was reveling in his meal and his spirits were lifting, an audacious fellow approached. The man, clad in black attire, had initially been seated alone in a corner. After casting a few glances at Fang Ping, he seized a cleaver from the table and strode over. He planted one foot on the bench beside Fang Ping's table and slammed the cleaver down, declaring, "Hey, you monk, what is your name? Are you that joyous Mithraea?" Fang Ping thought to himself how unreasonable it was to be disturbed while eating. Suppressing his anger, he clasped his hands together and replied, "I am known as Jianghu, a humble monk traveling from the east to the great Jianghu temple in the capital to pay homage and seek teachings. I am not the joyous Mithraea. You must have mistaken me for someone else." The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and with a glare said, "With your height and appearance, you resemble the description on the bounty notice. You are indeed the joyous Mithraea. Come with me to the yamen. And if you hesitate even the slightest, my knife shows no mercy." "A bounty notice? The one carried by those 2 officers I had bested? Do I look like that?" "Not at all. This man must have a vision problem." Fang Ping lowered his eyebrows, a look of compassion in his eyes. "Good sir, your vision seems poor. You ought to consult a physician. If you miss the optimal time for treatment, you may end up blind, which would be unfortunate." "What did you say?" The black-clad man was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. However, many patrons around them understood and erupted into laughter. Chapter 45, White Cloud Mountain. "Do you dare mock me?" The man clad in black finally regained his senses, instantly consumed by rage. Instead of drawing his knife, he swung his fist directly at Fang Ping's face. With a swift motion, Fang Ping extended his hand and effortlessly caught the man's punch. Applying a slight force, he twisted it sideways, eliciting a pained scream from the assailant. "Ah, my hand. With such feeble attempts, you dare to act the hero? Truly oblivious to your own demise." Fang Ping yanked the man's arm, causing him to stumble, and swiftly delivered a headbutt that struck the man squarely on the forehead, rendering him unconscious with a roll of his eyes. Given that Fang Ping sought to apprehend the lecherous rogue and achieve merit, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. The surrounding patrons, witnessing the large monk subdue the man in black with a single encounter, were taken aback. Under Fang Ping's piercing gaze, they quickly lowered their heads, feigning interest in their meals. The waiter, anxious about the potential for a fatality within the establishment, hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to check if anyone had perished. Just then, 2 figures appeared at the entrance. The newcomers were 2 monks, one tall and stout, with a fierce countenance, and the other slender, adorned with a monk's hat. "Wanchi Mithraea." The waiter murmured, his voice trembling, causing his legs to shake uncontrollably. Although his words were barely audible, many patrons caught wind of it and turned their curious gazes towards the entrance. Indeed, the figure resembled the description in the wanted poster to a T. Moreover, the slender monk beside Huanchi Mithraea, though wearing a hat, could not disguise the delicate features hidden beneath, revealing that she was unmistakably a girl in disguise. Huanchi Mithraea was certainly playing a clever game. The expressions of the surrounding diners varied, Yet many were ordinary folk who, despite realizing that the girl might have been abducted by Huanqi Mithriya, felt powerless to intervene. Some feigned eating, while others discreetly slipped away. Fang Ping furrowed his brow, pondering the uncanny timing. Just as he rendered one unconscious, the genuine Huanqi Mithriya had made his entrance. However, what was the meaning of this? Why had he dressed the girl in such a manner? Was it an attempt to evade detection? Yet, he brazenly paraded through the tavern. What was the reasoning behind such audacity? Was he truly fearless in the face of the law, or had he lost his mind entirely, disregarding the wanted posters plastered everywhere? Huanqi Mithriya grasped the girl's hand and led her to an empty seat, calling out loudly, "Waiter, is anyone dead? I would like to order." The waiter, swallowing hard, approached with trepidation, inquiring, Master, would you like to eat?" Huanqi Mithriya flashed a toothy grin, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I'm Huanqi Mithriya, fond of merriment with ladies, not a ruthless killer or bandit. Why do you tremble in fear? Quickly, prepare me a lavish feast." With a casual toss, he threw a silver ingot to the waiter, which appeared to be stained with a hint of crimson powder. The waiter, possessing keen eyesight, immediately recognized it as the residue of some dried blood, and his complexion paled in fright. Master, please wait. The feast will be ready shortly." In no time, the banquet was laid out before them. Huanqi Mithriya indulged heartily, devouring meat and guzzling wine, reveling in the feast with unrestrained delight. The young girl, disguised as a little monk, sat there in a daze, either under the influence of drugs or immobilized by acupressure, her lips sealed, with only her bright eyes fixed intently on the jolly Mithriya. At this moment, Fang Ping, having satisfied 8/10 of his hunger, decided to rest and digest before approaching the jovial Mithriya to end his life. Bored, he occupied himself with picking at his teeth. Just then, two figures in white entered the tavern, each wielding a long sword, their attire strikingly familiar to Fang Ping. Upon entering, the two men swiftly drew their swords, aiming them at the gluttonous Mithriya. "Xianin, release the little junior sister swiftly, or we from Baiyun Mountain shall not spare you." The young girl beside Mithriya's side brightened with hope, mumbling incoherently, yet unable to produce sound or move. Fang Ping paused, realizing he might have previously slain 2 disciples from Baiyun Mountain. Little junior sister? Could she also be a disciple of Baiyun Mountain? Mithriya laughed heartily. "Nonsense. Baiyun Mountain is merely a gathering of hypocrites. Others may fear you, but I do not. If you possess the ability, come and take my head. If not, cease your barking and seek death." The 2 Baiyun Mountain disciples, undeterred, lunged forward with their swords aimed at Mithriya. The monk, with a sweep of his robe, summoned a gust of wind that deflected their swords. The disciples' expressions changed as they gripped their swords tightly, splitting to launch a coordinated attack against Mithriya. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged numerous blows, but the monk suddenly widened his eyes, extending his hand from his sleeve like a fan, seizing both swords and snapping them with a crunch. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, he hurled the broken sword tips as projectiles, piercing the chests of both disciples. With 2 anguished cries, they staggered back, clutching their wounds, agony etched across their faces. "Still not leaving? Do you wish to stay and witness your revered monk and your little junior sister consummate their union?" Mithriya laughed derisively. One Baiyun Mountain disciple, his face twisted with rage, gripped a fragment of the broken sword, declaring, "Xianin, the little junior sister is the sole daughter of Baiyun Mountain's leader. If you harm her, we from Baiyun Mountain shall not let this rest." Upon hearing this, Mithriya grew even more exhilarated. "So she is the daughter of the famed Baiyu Chan, the sword of the sea and sky. I must cherish her even more. Once I become Baiyu Chan's son-in-law, we shall be family, and he will no longer threaten me, but instead offer warmth and concern. Ha ha ha, just wait. My elders from Baiyun Mountain are on their way, and you cannot escape." "Is that so? How long will it take?" "By the time he arrives, Baiyu Chan's grandchildren will be born. Ha ha ha, you shall die a terrible death. Let us depart." The 2 disciples, growing weaker, uttered their threats before fleeing. The girl, disguised as a little monk, witnessing their retreat, immediately darkened in countenance, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. In the restaurant, the majority of patrons had already fled when the scuffle began. Yet, as it is human nature to revel in the spectacle, a few audacious souls remained, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. The jovial Mithriya cast a sweeping gaze over the onlookers and, thumping his chest, bellowed, "I am known as Xianin, nicknamed the Joyful Mithriya. Is there anyone bold enough to seek a hero's intervention? Step forth and let me behold you." Chapter 46. I am her uncle Joyful Mithriya, no? Xianin observed that the surrounding crowd had shrunk back like quails, too frightened to respond, and he erupted into laughter, reveling in his own arrogance. With his back turned, Fang Ping, who who was casually picking his teeth, suddenly grasped the situation. This fellow was one who relished in ostentation, enjoyed bullying others, and derived even greater pleasure from their inability to retaliate. No wonder he paraded around with a kidnapped woman. Clearly, he was a pervert. Waiter, bring me another feast. I am still famished, and was interrupted by two spineless fools. Such a disappointment. Xiaonin exclaimed, surveying the chaos left in the wake of the earlier altercation. With dishes and bowls scattered haphazardly across the floor, he called out again, his voice booming. What could the waiter do? If not for the fear of losing his livelihood, he would have long since fled. Reluctantly, he prepared another lavish spread for Xiaonin. Pray, let there be no more fighting. Let there be no deaths. The waiter muttered to himself, hiding at the entrance of the back hall. At that moment, Xiaonin, indulging in his meal, suddenly noticed the imposing figure of Fang Ping, particularly his gleaming bald head. Hey, you over there, the bald one. Yes, I'm talking to you. Come here. Feigning trepidation, Fang Ping approached, trembling with every step. Esteemed monk, I am unsure what you require of me. What esteemed monk? I am a monk as well. Why should I offer you alms? Xiaonin shot back, his eyes narrowing, yet a thought seemed to strike him. With a mischievous grin, he continued, my apologies. Offering you a little charity is no great matter. I noticed your table is laden with mere tofu, too meager an offering. I invited you over to dine together, for we monks ought to assist one another. Fang Ping pretended to be conflicted. But this table is filled with meat dishes. I dare not break my vows. Sit down and eat. Otherwise, I shall flay you alive. Xiaonin thundered once more. Fang Ping, hastily conceding, feigned fear and sat down, seizing a leg of lamb and gnawing at it. Ha ha ha, junior brother. You must have longed to break your vows, given how delightfully you devour this meal, to the point of shedding tears of gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, senior brother. Fang Ping was genuinely touched. It had been 7 or 8 days since he last tasted meat, and now he found himself in the fortunate position of feasting without cost. How could he not feel moved? This malevolent monk treats the master in such a manner. It is utterly outrageous. Indeed, compelling one to break their vows is truly inhumane. The remaining patrons, undeterred by the earlier chaos, observed Fang Ping as he struggled to suppress his discomfort while gnawing on a leg of lamb, pointing and whispering at Xiaonin. Xiaonin had long since overheard their murmurs, yet rather than feeling angered, he only laughed more heartily, relishing the sight of others' ire, which they were powerless to address. He gazed triumphantly at Fang Ping's voracious demeanor, contemplating how this fellow appeared even taller and more imposing than himself. Initially, he had thought him to be a formidable opponent. Yet to his surprise, he proved to be a mere fade. A slight intimidation reduced him to this pitiful state, even shattering his discipline. Junior brother, do not merely feast on meat. Come, indulge in another sip of wine. Thank you, senior brother, Fang Ping stammered as he tremulously lifted the bowl. Partaking in a mix of wine and meat, his face contorted in dismay as he recited solemnly, wine and meat pass through the intestines. Yet the Buddha remains in my heart. O Buddha above, please forgive your disciples' transgressions. Wine and meat pass through the intestines. The Buddha remains in my heart. Xiaonin echoed with a sparkle in his eye, bursting into hearty laughter. In the future, when others reproach me for indulging in wine and meat, I shall recite this phrase. Fang Ping inwardly cursed, thinking, in the future, once I am satiated, I shall send you to meet the Buddha. As he continued to eat and drink, he furtively glanced at the young woman clad in monk's robes, who, unable to move or speak, silently wept, appearing exceedingly pitiable. This woman hails from Baiyun Mountain, and I bear a grudge against that place. Should I truly rescue her? However, this thought vanished swiftly. Fang Ping, in this world of martial arts, one must distinguish between debts of gratitude and enmity. If I allow this maiden to be subjected to the indignities of a lecherous monk, the essence of chivalry would be consumed by dogs. Let me rescue her first. If she seeks vengeance against me later, I shall deal with her then. After all, I possess the moral high ground. Noticing the furtive glances Fang Ping cast, Xiaonin teased, Junior brother, those strict codes have turned people into something unrecognizable. You have yet to experience the pleasures of a woman, have you? If you wish, I could offer you the daughter of Baiyun Mountain's leader. Fang Ping stammered. I dare not. Ha. The rules against indulging in meat and wine have already been broken. Breaking the rules of carnal desire is of little consequence. To speak candidly, are you not curious about matters between men and women? Well, monks do not speak falsehoods. I admit I am somewhat curious. My apologies. Apologies for what? Truth be told, I was once as naive as you until that fateful day. Xiaonin, relishing Fang Ping's hesitant demeanor, began to recount his illustrious past while sipping wine. Originally a humble monk at Weitua Temple, he once descended the mountain and, by a twist of fate, encountered a widow. The two, like kindling to a flame, soon found themselves entangled. When the monks at Weitua Temple learned of this, he was expelled. In his indignation, he stole a secret text from the temple and fled. It must be said, he possessed a certain aptitude for martial arts, and after a few years, he achieved modest success. Yet, despite his newfound skills, he remained a slave to his desires, initially reveling in brothels, and when funds ran low, he resorted to exploiting virtuous women with his martial prowess. As Fang Ping consumed meat and wine, he listened to Xian Yin recount his sordid tales of victimizing women, each story more infuriating than the last, causing him to gnash the bones in his mouth with indignation. Damn it, this is all your confession. When the time comes, I shall tear your head from your body. And in the underworld, this will serve as evidence against you. Do not claim I've wronged you. As Xian Yin rambled on for quite some time, he exchanged sly glances with Fang Ping and said, after listening to so much from your senior brother, what do you think? Take another look at the young lady beside you. Do you not perceive something different? Fang Ping, having set down the impeccably clean lamb bone he had been gnawing on, suddenly straightened his expression and waved his hand dismissively, replying, your words are absurd, senior brother. This is my niece. How could my perception of her possibly change? Niece? What does that mean? Xian Yi was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. Fang Ping clasped his hands together and stated, I forgot to inform you, senior brother. My Buddhist name is Jin Chanzi. Xian Yi still failed to grasp the significance. Jin Chanzi, and so what? You lack insight, senior brother. My name is Jin Chanzi. And this girl's father is Bai Yu Chan. We both belong to the Chan lineage. He and I are sworn brothers from different parents, making me her uncle. Do you understand now? Chapter 47. Dizziness is normal. The young girl, clad in a monk's robe and hat, widened her eyes upon hearing Fang Ping's words. She had never heard her father mention such a sworn brother, yet a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes, wishing that this unexpected uncle might rescue her from her plight. Are you daring to fool me? At this moment, Xian Yin finally comprehended the situation and became exceedingly furious. He forcefully swept the table aside, intending to strike Fang Ping, yet found it unmoved. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Fang Ping's hand firmly pressing down on the table. With a smile plastered on his face, gazing at him intently. Quite a clever lad, I see. Prepare to receive my strike. Xian Yin, now fully aware, felt his anger surge further. He raised his palm, large as a fan, ready to strike. Do not interfere, my niece, step aside. Fang Ping swiftly grasped the girl by the shoulders and, employing a deft maneuver, tossed her upstairs, where several individuals had been sneaking glances at the commotion and instinctively caught her. At that moment, Xian Yin's palm came crashing down, but Fang Ping remained unperturbed, launching a punch in response. A resounding clash echoed as their fists collided, resembling the sound of iron striking iron rather than flesh meeting flesh. After the brief exchange, both retreated a few steps, eyeing each other warily. From Xian Yin's earlier display of breaking another's sword without sustaining injury, it was evident that he possessed some form of impenetrable defense, albeit his flabby physique suggested he did not practice external martial arts but rather some type of hard qigong. Fang Ping shook his wrist, sensing that while Xian Yin's strength was considerable, it did not surpass his own. Indeed, the advantage lay with him. Xian Yin squinted his eyes, emitting two beams of cold light, and with a flourish of his palms, he charged forward, exclaiming, You clever lad, prepare to experience my monumental palm technique. Fang Ping, hearing him name his martial art, felt compelled to announce his own with a mighty shout. Behold my five elements fist. However, since this particular style was rather commonplace in this world, it would not command much respect. It might instead elicit laughter from Xian Yin. Thus, the words transformed into a colorful curse directed at Xian Yin's ancestors. Infuriated, Xian Yin thrusted his palms, producing a whistling sound, as his fan-like hands, infused with internal energy, delivered strikes with the force capable of splitting stone. Although Fang Ping's five elements fist is considered rather commonplace, its very ordinariness signifies that this martial art has been honed through countless trials and tribulations. Despite its simplicity, its power is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Fang Ping has mastered this technique to an extraordinary degree, granting him the ability to contend against his opponent's formidable grappling skills. The sound of wind rushing from their strikes filled the air as the two towering figures unleashed their might, causing chaos all around them. Tables and chairs lay shattered, and the pillars bore the imprints of their fierce blows. Initially, both combatants adhered to a series of prescribed moves, but as the battle progressed, the elegance of their techniques faded into sheer brute force, each standing firm and trading blows without retreat. With every palm strike and punch exchanged, they displayed relentless determination to see who would collapse first, deeming the fallen as the vanquished. Both men shared a singular resolve to overpower one another through sheer strength. Xian Yin, channeling his internal energy, launched an assault targeting Fang Ping's face and chest. Relying on the formidable defense of his golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, Fang Ping braced his muscles, retaliating with strikes aimed at Xian Yin's face and torso. A series of thunderous impacts echoed as they exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. Xian Yin let out a sinister laugh. Huh? You possess remarkable strength. Yet you lack internal energy. What a laughable sight. Fang Ping grimaced, stifling the pain as he retorted, What are you laughing at? I've already made you bleed from your nose and mouth. Taken aback, Xian Yin felt a warmth trickle from his nose, realizing the impact of Fang Ping's blows. As Fang Ping's fist approached once more, Xian Yin evaded, seizing Fang Ping's wrist while pressing down on his shoulder. You can't withstand this, can you? Trying to subdue me with grappling? Unfortunately, you lack the prowess of a true master, and your internal energy is woefully inadequate. Fang Ping sensed a trickle of internal energy entering several acupoints in his shoulder, but the difference between this and the earlier onslaught from the elder in green was monumental. With a slight flex of his muscles, he shifted the acupoints, breaking free from Xian Yin's grasp, and swiftly drove his elbow into Xian Yin's chest. Caught unawares by Fang Ping's sudden maneuver, Xian Yin failed to defend his chest with internal energy and was struck squarely, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment of weakness, Fang Ping unleashed a flurry of punches, disregarding any semblance of technique. Xian Yin, feeling the weight of fatigue and injury, found himself unable to muster his internal energy against the relentless barrage of blows, sustaining further injuries. With a shriek, Xian Yin tore off his oversized monk's robe, attempting to envelop Fang Ping within its fabric. Fang Ping, with claws formed by his hands, tore the robe to shreds, witnessing Xian Yin's rotund figure pivot to flee. I thought you were about to unleash a desperate attack, but it seems you merely sought to obscure my vision in your cowardly retreat, you scoundrel. A wave of derision surged within him, yet he conveniently overlooked his earlier inability to escape. Fang Ping casually reached out, and in his hand appeared the Zen staff that had been leaning against the table. With a powerful push from his foot, he propelled himself forward, the elongated staff swinging fiercely, poised to strike the head of Xian Yin. Sensing the malevolent gust behind him, Xian Yin disregarded his injuries and instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. Fang Ping exerted all his strength in that blow. The staff, crafted from bronze yet possessing a remarkable flexibility, struck Xian Yin's arm, which was enveloped in internal energy. Although it did not inflict severe damage, the staff unexpectedly bent, ensnaring his arm and causing him to stumble. In that fleeting moment, Fang Ping dashed forward, delivering a kick to Xian Yin's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Fang Ping stepped closer, planting his foot on Xian Yin's back, and unleashed a barrage of punches upon his head, leaving him dazed. Then, with forceful determination, he bent the staff, securing it around Xian Yin's neck. With a final exertion, the once flexible staff transformed into an unyielding noose, tightening around Xian Yin's throat. Spare me, Xian Yin gasped, his eyes bloodshot, utterly devoid of strength, reduced to begging for mercy as he fought for breath. Fang Ping grinned, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. What about the women you have wronged? Did you ever spare them? I cough. Are you feeling dizzy? If you're not, it's a normal reaction. It will pass shortly. As he spoke, he tightened his grip further. Xian Yin, struggling to articulate words, could only emit a series of incomprehensible gurgles, his arms flailing in a desperate attempt to push Fang Ping away. Despite enduring several painful blows from Xian Yin's frantic movements, Fang Ping's grip remained resolute, holding the staff's ends tightly. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha resides in the heart. Do you not find these words profound? There are 2 more lines. Would you care to learn them? Xian Yin, nearly suffocated, could not muster a response. Fang Ping, with a mischievous grin, recited, Wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha resides in the heart. The following lines state that those who imitate me have entered the path of demonic ways. How about that? Have you learned it? You, my friend, have indeed strayed into the demonic path, which is precisely why the Buddha sent me to grant you salvation. Your neck is quite sturdy. Let us see if it can withstand this. With clenched jaws, Fang Ping summoned every ounce of strength, twisting the staff with all his might. A sharp crack echoed as the bones in Xian Yin's neck finally succumbed to the pressure. His head turned at an unimaginable angle, bloodshot eyes fixated on Fang Ping. Even in death, you dare to glare at me. Fang Ping glanced around and noticed, not far away on the ground, a man clad in black. Previously mistaking Fang Ping for the jovial Maitreya, now lying unconscious from a headbutt. Beside the man rested a ghostly-headed knife, which Fang Ping promptly retrieved. As one traverses the world, it is imperative to remember to deliver the final blow. Should he manage to survive, my efforts would have been in vain. Fang Ping muttered to himself as he approached Xianyin, wielding his ghostly blade, and severed the massive head from his body, which rolled ominously to the side of the man in dark attire. Coincidentally, at that moment, the man in dark attire stirred awake. Ah, who is this? Upon regaining consciousness, he was greeted by the sight of a large, hairless head staring intently at him, nearly sending him into a state of shock. Fang Ping stepped forward, plunging his ghostly blade into the ground beside him, saying, "Did you not yearn to capture that joyous Mithraea? This head is precisely that. Take a closer look. Do we not share a resemblance?" The man in dark attire initially nodded but quickly shook his head in denial, exclaiming, "No, not at all. Not in the slightest." A promising pupil indeed. Fang Ping chuckled as he patted the man's shoulder, declaring, "This head is a gift to you. Delivering it to the authorities should yield some silver coins. Master, what shall we do about this girl?" Several men and women from the second floor, witnessing his formidable prowess in dispatching the notorious Mithraea, were both fearful and exhilarated, hastily inquiring about the fate of the girl abducted by Xianyin. Fang Ping harbored a grudge against Bayan Mountain, and having rescued their young disciple, felt he had done his due diligence. As for the restrictions on her, whether she had been drugged or had her acupoint sealed, he could neither resolve nor wish to pursue further. "A few of you kindly assist in delivering her to the authorities," he instructed. "Very well, we shall heed the master's words." At that moment, the tavern was teeming with onlookers, all drawn to the spectacle. Fang Ping, sensing the crowded atmosphere and the potential recognition of his true identity, decided to make a hasty exit. He grabbed his belongings from a nearby table and approached the entrance, only to discover that his staff had been grotesquely contorted, causing him great distress. It was undoubtedly unusable, and he had no desire to retrieve it. Observing the chaos around him, with shattered tables and chairs strewn about, he rummaged through Xianyin's lifeless body and retrieved a pouch of coins, tossing it to the innkeeper. "Purchase a few new tables. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." The innkeeper, wearing a pained expression, managed to force a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. Wishing the master a safe journey, Fang Ping nodded, glaring at the crowd as he approached the doorway, causing the onlookers to part in fear at the sight of his blood-soaked robe. He let out a hearty laugh and swiftly fled the scene. Once he had made his way out of Wanzhou City, he slowed his pace at a fork in the road, veering into a narrow path. After walking for about half an hour, he encountered a small river ahead. Noticing the bloodstains on his attire, he decided to pause by the riverside. As he gazed into the crystal-clear waters, he discovered blood on his face as well and hurriedly washed himself. While he was cleansing himself, he suddenly noticed the once clear water had turned a deep crimson. Taken aback, he looked upstream and saw two figures clad in white garments sprawled upon the water's surface, being carried downstream by the current. They appeared to be lifeless, with blood flowing from their bodies. What could possibly be happening? Curiosity piqued, Fang Ping hastily stepped forward, retrieving a branch from the riverbank to fish out two corpses from the water. These two figures appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the two disciples from Bayan Mountain who had been injured by Xianyin at the tavern just moments ago. How did they end up here? Weren't they supposed to be seeking reinforcements? As he examined the bodies more thoroughly, he noted that the sword wounds were not fatal. Instead, they were distinct. Dark blue palm prints indented into their chests, indicating that their heart meridians had been forcefully disrupted by a powerful strike. Could it have been that joyous Mithraea using the great stone-slapping technique? That seemed unlikely. He had not witnessed them being struck. Just as his mind was filled with questions, the sound of hurried footsteps crunching on gravel erupted from behind him. As Fang Ping turned, a glimmer of cold light shot directly towards his face. Startled, he had no time to evade. He rolled on the ground and instinctively grabbed a handful of gravel, hurling it at his assailant as he stood. The sound of clattering echoed as the figure deftly deflected the stones with his blade. Now upright, Fang Ping furrowed his brow and regarded the attacker. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, with a strikingly symmetrical face, sharp eyebrows, and fierce, commanding eyes. Clad in a dark red garment beneath a black cloak, he wielded a glistening goosefeather knife, pointed directly at Fang Ping. Initially, Fang Ping contemplated cursing him, but one thought overshadowed all else. The man's handsomeness rivaled his own. "You vile monk," the man shouted, his gaze piercing. "In broad daylight, you dare take a life. Surrender immediately and accompany me to the magistrate's office." Fang Ping, teeth clenched, retorted, "My good sir, when did you witness this humble monk committing murder?" The man brandished his knife, scrutinizing Fang Ping from head to toe. "You, a monk, covered in blood. Does that not speak volumes? What's wrong with having blood on my clothes? The chefs at the tavern, slaughtering chickens and sheep daily, are also stained with blood. Why not apprehend them instead?" Fang Ping countered, irate and determined to dispute the accusation. The young man, unimpressed, pointed with his knife at the two lifeless bodies. "These two, with their chests caved in, were clearly killed by someone with great strength. And you, with your muscular build and calloused hands, are certainly capable of inflicting such wounds. Fang Ping silently cursed his own curiosity for inspecting the bodies and inadvertently uncovering the wounds beneath their clothing. Now, with blood smeared across him, it seemed he was in deep trouble, akin to a muddy mess not easily explained away. Whether I committed murder or not is of no concern to you. How dare you threaten to drag me to the magistrate? Who are you? A dog of the court? The young man sneered, producing an iron badge from his waist and flashing it before Fang Ping. I am Gu Lingyun, head of the 6 doors in the capital, nicknamed Chasing the Sun indeed. I am the dog of the court you speak of. What do you say, master? Accompany me to the magistrate's office for a brief encounter. If you truly are innocent of the murder, I shall restore your reputation. However, it seems we are at an impasse. Return with you? By the time you uncover the true culprit, it may be an eternity, and I am left wondering if my delivery will ever arrive. Moreover, the magistrate's office is crowded and rife with scrutiny. Should we encounter members of the Imperial Guards, it would spell disaster for me. I cannot accompany you. Fang Ping rolled his eyes and replied, I apologize, but I am not well acquainted with your 6 doors. Why should I heed your summons? What if you resort to coercive tactics? He added, I have other matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. You seem to be a thief with a guilty conscience. Gu Lingyun retorted with a scoff, brandishing his feathered blade and lunging at Fang Ping. Do not attempt to flee. Behold my blade. Instinctively, Fang Ping reached behind him only to grasp at emptiness, suddenly recalling that his staff had long been misplaced. How infuriating. Had I known I would encounter trouble, I would have brought along my bloodstained staff. Though I had twisted it into a helix, it would have provided some measure of defense. With no other option, he could only evade. Gu Lingyun's swordsmanship was precise and rapid, akin to a tempest. After dodging a dozen strikes, Fang Ping found himself enveloped by the glimmer of the blade. In a moment of carelessness, his arm was grazed by the sharp edge. A sudden jolt of pain coursing through him. Not only had it torn his monk's robe, but it also left a shallow wound on his arm. This adversary wields a formidable weapon. Sweat beaded on Fang Ping's forehead. Fortunately, he had not rashly attempted to block the blade with his arm, or he might have lost both limbs by now. At this moment, he longed for his iron staff. Though it may not have withstood the precious sword, its heft could have potentially harmed it, instilling caution in its wielder, preventing reckless attacks. Now, with empty hands confronting the masterful swordplay and the blade capable of piercing his defenses, he found himself utterly helpless. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. Fang Ping dodged twice more, then suddenly kicked the gravel beneath him, hurling it at Gu Lingyun to distract him, seizing the moment to flee. Where do you think you're going? I am known as the Cloud Chaser, renowned for my speed. You cannot escape. Gu Lingyun lowered his body and activated his lightness skill to pursue. Startled by this proclamation, Fang Ping quickened his pace. An hour later, amidst a verdant bamboo grove, the 2 breathless individuals faced each other, both drenched in sweat and drained of energy. Goodness, you've chased me for dozens of miles. Aren't you tired? How much does 6 doors pay you to exert yourself so? Fang Ping panted, irritation evident in his voice. Gu Lingyun leaned on his blade, glaring at Fang Ping. Why ask such questions? Capturing thieves and recovering stolen goods is the duty of 6 doors. You, monk, possess quite the stamina. Let us strike a deal. Spare me. For those unfortunate souls were not slain by my hand. If you are innocent, why do you hesitate to accompany me to the magistrate? Your actions reveal a guilty heart. Beware of my blade. Fang Ping was taken aback to see that his opponent still had the strength to wield his blade. However, his gaze swept across the surrounding bamboo grove, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. He evaded Gu Lingyun's feathered blade and swiftly retreated to the bamboo, striking down a stalk as thick as a bowl with a swift chop of his hand. The bamboo, over 2 zhang long, was lush at the top, adorned with dense green branches and leaves. Grasping the bamboo firmly, Fang Ping swept it toward Gu Lingyun. Startled, Gu Lingyun hastily retreated, his blade dancing in the air as he swiftly severed numerous bamboo branches and leaves. Yet, the sheer size of the bamboo's top still managed to strike him several times, shredding his dark cloak in the process. Let us see how you can remain arrogant now, Fang Ping taunted, wielding the long bamboo effortlessly, making Gu Lingyun appear quite disheveled. As Gu Lingyun finally managed to cleave the bamboo in half, Fang Ping immediately discarded it and seized another, resuming his assault. In this manner, Gu Lingyun cut down a total of 7 bamboo stalks, while Fang Ping remained unscathed, yet Gu Lingyun was left with numerous small wounds. His cloak reduced to tatters. Damnable rogue, relying on such treacherous tactics, Gu Lingyun muttered, his calm restored as he observed the countless bamboo around him. He ceased his aggressive approach, leaping back several paces to maintain a distance of 4 or 5 zhang, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Ping. relying solely on the terrain. Are we? I shall follow closely behind you. Let us see what you will use to defend against my blade once we are out of this bamboo growth. Fang Ping understood his intent, but had no immediate plan. He could only hold on to a bamboo stalk and take a moment to rest. As the two men stared each other down, two horses suddenly galloped into view from the distance. The riders, clad in black attire and wielding short blades, drew near. And Fang Ping recognized them as members of the Flying Fish Guard. This is bad. How did I end up on the official road after running around aimlessly? And to encounter the Jianghu, what terrible luck. Please, do not recognize me. Do not recognize me. Fang Ping clasped his hands together, murmuring incessantly in a pretense of prayer, hoping to deceive them. The two Jianghu merely cast him a glance before continuing on their way. Just as Fang Ping began to feel a sense of relief, Gu Lingyun suddenly produced an iron badge from his waist, blocking their path. Excuse me, gentlemen. I am Gu Lingyun, head of the 6 doors in the capital. I implore you to dismount and assist me in capturing a thief. Upon hearing this, the riders pulled on their reins, bringing their horses to a halt. The two Jianghu examined the badge in Gu Lingyun's hand, confirming its authenticity as a credential from the 6 doors, and they burst into hearty laughter. We Jianghu and the 6 doors have always regarded each other with disdain. It is rare for a brother from the 6 doors to seek our assistance today. How could we refuse? Ha ha ha. Please, tell us how we can help. Upon hearing a plea, Gu Lingyun's expression soured, yet he restrained his discontent and gestured towards Fang Ping, saying, I request that you both assist me in subduing this monk. However, he remains a suspect. Please endeavor not to take his life. The two Jianghu grinned, replying, No need to worry. We aim to capture him alive. But when swords are drawn, one can hardly be mindful of such trifles. We shall do our utmost to leave him with a breath of life. Gu Lingyun, witnessing their brazen demeanor, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and regretted his words. Although the two Jianghu bore short knives at their waists, these were merely secondary weapons. Each retrieved their primary armaments from their steeds, one wielding a silver spear, the other brandishing 2 ebony iron flails. Upon noticing the long bamboo in Fang Ping's grasp and the myriad of shallow wounds adorning Gu Lingyun's form, they quickly comprehended the situation. Exchanging knowing nods before flanking Fang Ping from 3 directions. Monk, surrender swiftly, and my brother, and I may spare your life. Should we resort to violence? The outcome could be dire, they warned. Fang Ping let out a cold laugh, breaking another segment of bamboo in a swift motion, tucking it under his arm. Such idle chatter. The question of life and death remains uncertain. You seek your own demise. The two Jianghu, their eyes gleaming with malice, brandished their weapons and charged at Fang Ping. Curse you! Fang Ping shouted, wielding both lengths of bamboo, creating a formidable barrier. While their lethality was limited, a strike to the eyes could prove fatal. He swung the bamboo with vigor, preventing Gu Lingyun and the two Jianghu from closing the distance. Yet Gu Lingyun, seasoned from prior encounters, adeptly maneuvered his Yanling knife, effortlessly severing the advancing bamboo branches. Seizing an opportunity, he darted forward and cleaved the bamboo in 2. The two Jianghu found themselves in disarray. Despite their prolonged efforts with the spear and flails, they had made little headway in nearing Fang Ping. With a swift motion, Fang Ping hurled the remaining segment of bamboo toward Gu Lingyun and, in a decisive act, snapped another piece, sending Gu Lingyun reeling backward once more. This monk possesses great strength, one Jianghu remarked, noting their lack of success. Suddenly, the Jianghu wielding the spear exchanged a glance with his companion holding the flails, who nodded in understanding. As Fang Ping swung the bamboo once more, the spear-wielding Jianghu grasped the other end of the bamboo, slowing its momentum despite his lesser strength. In that brief moment of surprise, the flail-wielding Jianghu unleashed 3 concealed projectiles from his sleeve, glinting ominously as they sped toward Fang Ping's chest. With a cry of agony, Fang Ping fell to the ground, clutching his heart. Show mercy. Gu Lingyun, momentarily obstructed by the bamboo, witnessed the flail-wielding Jianghu leap toward Fang Ping without hesitation, raising his weapon to strike. Gu Lingyun, realizing he could not intervene in time, felt a pang of desperation. As the 2 obsidian-black iron clubs were about to descend upon Fang Ping's head, he, lying on the ground, suddenly rolled over, and his large hands, akin to fans, grasped the descending clubs. How could this be? The brocade-clad guard, armed with the iron clubs, was momentarily taken aback. He had absolute confidence in his projectile weapon, believing he had struck true. How could this man still be lively and agile? What should be? Go to hell. Fang Ping lifted his foot and delivered a heavy kick to the guard's abdomen, sending him flying over 2 yards, clutching his belly and unable to rise. The 2 iron clubs now lay in Fang Ping's hands. Dare to ambush me? This is your fate. He glanced at the 3 ragged holes in his garment and mused that had it been anyone else, they would have fallen for the trick. Fortunately, The protection of his golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt proved effective. He feigned being hit by a hidden arrow and collapsed to the ground. Had that fellow been a bit more cautious, he would not have been so easily injured, nor would he have left his weapons to Fang Ping. He chuckled. Such is the fate of the arrogant. These two pitch-black iron clubs weighed about 10 pounds each, far less than his own indestructible iron staff. Yet they still qualified as formidable weapons. You scoundrel, daring to harm my brother, prepare to pay with your life. The enraged brocade-clad guard leaped towards Fang Ping, thrusting his silver spear at his head. At this moment, armed with the iron clubs, Fang Ping was unafraid. He wielded them skillfully to meet the guard's spear. He had once trained with dual clubs. Indeed, he had practiced with all manner of heavy weaponry, but ultimately preferred the staff for its ease of use. His insight with heavy weapons was simple: strike directly at the opponent's weapon, as his strength would ensure he was not the one to suffer injury. Clang, clang, clang. After more than a dozen clashes of their weapons, the guard wielding the spear felt his arms grow weary and his palms tingle, struggling to lift the spear. Hey, kid from the 6 doors, aren't you coming to help? Do you want to watch me die? The brocade-clad guard, sweating profusely, called out anxiously. Gulingyun, watching from a distance, silently cursed. Had it not been for the guard's impatience, this monk would not have taken his weapon. Had he been a bit more prudent, he would not have been reduced to such a state. Nevertheless, since he had been the one to intervene and request assistance, despite his displeasure, he brandished his Yinling knife and joined the fray. At this moment, armed with dual clubs, Fang Ping was undaunted even in a 1 versus 2 scenario, skillfully defending himself and countering their advances, preventing them from closing in. The brocade-clad guard finally regained his strength and unleashed a flurry of strikes at Fang Ping, all of which were deflected by Fang Ping's iron clubs. Gulingyun, a master of his craft, wielded his treasured Yinling knife with finesse, logically. He should not have feared Fang Ping, yet the very nature of the precious weapon instilled in him a deep apprehension about clashing with Fang Ping's weapons. After all, should he mar his treasured blade with a dent, it would be a source of great anguish. As the three continued their battle, a sudden sharp sound pierced the air. Fang Ping stole a glance and saw the brocade-clad guard, nearly incapacitated from his earlier kick, firing a signal flare into the sky. This was dire. Reinforcements were nearby, and he could not afford to become entangled in this conflict any longer. He needed to make a swift escape. Chapter 51. A confrontation on a narrow path. Upon witnessing their calls for reinforcements, Fang Ping promptly resolved to make his escape. With a deft flourish of his dual clubs, he kept the long spear-wielding Jianghu and Gulingyun at bay, all the while discreetly demolishing the bamboo around him. In a matter of moments, dozens of towering bamboo stalks had succumbed to the skirmish, yet, with their formidable skills, the three combatants remained largely unperturbed by the debris. Fang Ping's intention in toppling the bamboo was not to hinder their movements but rather to create a diversion. As the fight progressed, he suddenly exerted force with his feet, propelling 2 bamboo poles towards the Jianghu and Gulingyun. Though swift, the bamboo's trajectory was insufficient to inflict harm, and with a slight evasion, they narrowly avoided the assault. However, just as they prepared to advance once more, 2 additional bamboo stalks hurtled towards them, compelling them to dodge yet again. Thus, one by one, the bamboo was sent flying by Fang Ping, forcing the duo to continuously evade, and unbeknownst to them, the distance between the three had widened significantly. This was problematic. His goal was the horses. Gulingyun, realizing that Fang Ping was stealthily closing in on the location where the Jianghu had tethered their mounts, immediately grasped his intention to seize a steed and flee. You've grasped my plan, but it is too late, Fang Ping laughed heartily, simultaneously striking 7 or 8 bamboo stalks towards them. Once again, they were compelled to evade. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Ping leaped onto a horse. Clamping his legs around its belly, the steed neighed and sprang forth. Gulingyun, possessing significantly superior agility compared to the Jianghu, reached another horse ahead of Fang Ping, vaulted onto it, and gave chase. Hey, you brat from the 6 doors, that's my horse. Stop right there. Gulingyun ignored him, swiftly vanishing from his sight, inciting Fang Ping's fury. The Jianghu, witnessing one of their own commandeer a horse, felt humiliated as they both vanished from view. Frustrated, he approached his comrade, who remained sprawled on the ground. What are you staring at? The fallen Jianghu clutched a painting and muttered, that monk, just now, resembles the person with the 100 craftsmanship box. The Jianghu frowned, taking the painting for a closer inspection, and indeed, aside from one being bald and the other having hair, they were virtually identical. Haha, how fortuitous. To seek but find with no effort at all. It turns out this fellow shaved his head and disguised himself as a monk. No wonder our informants could not track him down. He rummaged at his waist and produced a signal flare, launching it into the sky, hoping to summon nearby Jianghu to disseminate this crucial information. Meanwhile, Fang Ping galloped away with the stolen horse, swiftly exiting the bamboo grove. "Monk, do not flee. Stop and accompany me to the yamen." A distant voice called out behind him. Just as Fang Ping savored the relief of having evaded his pursuers, the familiar voice resonated from behind, darkening his expression. Turning to look, he was dismayed to find it was none other than Gu Lingyun. This fellow must be quite full of himself, lingering like a persistent ghost. It is also my fault for being preoccupied with my escape, neglecting to consider the fate of another horse, which has met an unfortunate end. The distance between the two was more than 10 paces. One dashed forward while the other pursued closely, and before long, they had covered a distance of several miles. At that moment, a cloud of dust appeared on the road ahead, revealing about 10 riders clad in dark garments. Cursed be the men of the Jianghu. A sense of dread gripped my heart, yet I resolutely decided to charge ahead, for the rugged terrain flanking the road would hardly allow for a swift escape on horseback. The opposing monk halted to undergo inspection. As the two parties drew nearer, the Jianghu recognized the horse ridden by Fang Ping, which bore a striking resemblance to their own, igniting suspicion among them, prompting loud shouts of inquiry. There was no possibility of stopping. Muttering under his breath, Fang Ping grasped the two ebony iron maces tightly, spurring his steed to run even faster. Upon seeing him draw his weapons, the Jianghu responded with cold laughter, each brandishing their own weapons. In a matter of moments, the two groups collided, each swinging their arms fiercely at the other. Ah, what is the value of numbers? To me, they are as inconsequential as mere targets. Come down. Oh, you scoundrel, do not flee. Ah, my weapon. Such ferocity from the monk. Taste my blade. Bang. My heavens. Both parties galloped swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, each managed to strike a blow. Fang Ping surged through the fray, wielding his maces multiple times, disarming 3 foes and unseating 2 from their mounts. However, he himself was struck by various weapons no fewer than 7 or 8 times. Fortunately, the protective charm of his golden bell and iron cloth shielded him, or he would have surely perished. This damned business of mounted combat is indeed ill-suited to me. Fang Ping cast a wary glance at his tattered monk's robe, battered by the onslaught, muttering curses as he continued to ride forward. The Jianghu also reined in their horses, swiftly turning to give chase. The leader of the Jianghu shot a displeased glance back, noticing the 2 unfortunate souls still struggling to remount, his expression darkening. With a band of over 10, did no one think to target his horse? Silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances. The furious leader of the Jianghu bellowed, "Pursue him. If we fail to capture this monk, none of you shall see your salary this month." No sooner had he spoken than Gu Lingyun arrived on horseback, taking advantage of their momentary distraction to overtake them and pursue Fang Ping. "Chief, that man's horse is also ours." The leader's fury escalated. "I am not blind. Chase him down. We shall take them both together." With that, the group surged forward in pursuit. As Fang Ping ran, he glanced back, noting that while Gu Lingyun had initially been alone, a dozen more followers had now joined him, leaving him feeling utterly exasperated. After running for another half an hour, Fang Ping felt the horse's speed begin to wane, a troubling sign. Both man and beast required sustenance. All living creatures, in need of breath, necessitated a respite. This horse had been galloping for an extended period, its stamina nearly depleted. He tugged on the reins, veering off the main road and onto a smaller path, directing the horse toward a distant mountain. Chapter 52. The cliff. After traversing the narrow path for a while, the horse could no longer continue. The rugged trail at the foot of the mountain was ill-suited for riding. Observing the horse panting heavily, Fang Ping realized it was exhausted. He swiftly dismounted and, without a backward glance, sprinted toward the mountain. Before long, Gu Lingyun arrived on horseback, his steed in a similar state of fatigue. He too abandoned his mount, employing his lightness skill to pursue Fang Ping. When the Imperial Guards finally reached the scene, they attempted to ride further. But the uneven terrain soon led several horses to stumble. Reluctantly, they dismounted and continued on foot. Fang Ping glanced back at his relentless pursuers, feeling utterly exasperated. Was it his monk's appearance that caused such confusion? First mistaken for the jovial Mithriya, then labeled a murderer, and now pursued by a throng. Could it be that the Buddha was displeased with this false monk, subjecting him to such tribulations? He mused that even Tang Sung's quest for scriptures was not this arduous. Striding along the mountain path, Fang Ping suddenly encountered a precipice ahead, blocking his way. Peering over the edge, he estimated it to be a height of 20 to 30 zhang, with a raging river below. This was unfortunate. What was he to do? Leap down? He shivered at the thought, recognizing that even his golden bell shield might not withstand such a fall. As he hesitated, Gu Lingyun caught up. "Monk, you can truly run. The path ahead is blocked. It seems heaven intends for you to turn back. Come with me," he said, panting heavily. Fang Ping noticed the Imperial Guards were drawing nearer, likely to arrive shortly. In reality, he was confident he could hold his own in a fight. Though Gu Lingyun's treasured blade could penetrate his defenses, if a life-and-death struggle ensued, even victory could result in serious injury. Perhaps leaping off the cliff was a better gamble. Since the path is gone, shall we not carve out another? That route below appears quite inviting. Let us part ways here. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future, Fang Ping declared resolutely, leaping off the cliff. Why, monk, do you act so recklessly? Gu Lingyun exclaimed in bewilderment, hastening to the edge to peer down. He witnessed the monk in midair, hands flailing, as one iron staff struck a pine tree on the cliff, substantially reducing his speed. He then fell again, the other staff catching another tree, momentarily halting his descent. Thus, Fang Ping, resembling a monkey, incessantly leaped down through the branches, covering a distance of over 10 zhang. At this point, there were no more branches on the cliff to pause upon. He then used his iron cudgel to wedge into a crevice of the steep wall, descending several zhang further. The distance to the river below was now merely 5 or 6 zhang. Fang Ping relinquished his dual cudgels and leaped directly downwards, clasping his hands together and plunging into the river with fervor. Gu Lingyun, perched on the cliff, was rendered speechless, filled with admiration. After all, had he attempted such a leap, he would surely face death, lacking the strength to grasp the branches and mitigate the force of his fall. At that moment, the Jin Yiwei arrived at the scene. Where's that monk? The leading officer inquired, his expression grim. Gu Lingyun pointed towards the cliff and replied, He has jumped down. And who might you be? What connection do you have with that monk? Was that horse of yours not seized by the Jin Yiwei? I am Gu Lingyun, the head constable of the 6 doors in the capital. Here is my badge. Fang Ping had narrowly escaped peril as he dove off the cliff, carried downstream by the tumultuous waters. During his descent, he was battered by countless rocks. Had it not been for his formidable internal strength, any other would have met with a fatal end, their skulls shattered and bones broken. The river continued to flow out of the mountains, gradually becoming more placid. Dazed and disoriented from the impact, Fang Ping hastily crawled ashore. Sprawled on the ground with limbs outstretched, appearing almost lifeless except for his labored breathing, he patted his chest, relieved to find the silver coins and jade box in his inner garment pocket intact, not swept away by the raging waters. At this moment, darkness had fallen, and he rested until he had regained a considerable amount of strength before rising to proceed along the riverbank. Having fled in a frantic escape, climbing mountains and leaping cliffs, he had lost all sense of direction. Fortunately, the stars emerged at night, allowing him to discern his bearings and head northward. Luckily, he had feasted on a generous spread of tofu and had even enjoyed a substantial portion of meat. Otherwise, he would have struggled to endure such exertion. Fang Ping expressed gratitude once more for the deceased happy Maitreya, and after wandering in the dark for over 2 hours, fatigue began to overtake him. However, surrounded by desolate wilderness, he could only seek refuge in a tree, climbing up and clutching a branch, soon falling asleep. When he awoke again, the daylight was bright, and it seemed as though someone was attacking him. Startled, Fang Ping performed a somersault and leaped down from the tree. Before him stood a snot-nosed little boy, clutching a clod of dirt, poised to hurl it toward the tree. At the sudden appearance of Fang Ping, the boy's eyes widened, causing the clod to drop to the ground, landing painfully on his own foot. Ouch, that hurts. Fang Ping seized the boy by the head, exasperated, and exclaimed, You little rascal, what grievance do you have against me that you would throw dirt at me? The little boy, with wide eyes, stammered, Are you not a bear transformed into a human? What bear? Fang Ping replied, utterly perplexed. My mother once told me that deep in the mountains, there exist bears that climb trees to sleep, specifically preying upon children. It seems I was merely a victim of parental intimidation. Am I to be regarded as a bear? Why then did he hurl dirt at me? Unafraid of being devoured? Ah, this child certainly deserves a good thrashing. Yet, Fang Ping chose not to stoop to his level, casually remarking, The monk is not a bear, but rather a humble monk. The little brat scratched his head in confusion. What is a monk? A monk is someone like me, a person devoid of hair upon his head. Is that so? My uncle lost all his hair last year. Is he also a monk? No. That would be called a bald man. Ah, then are you bald? Fang Ping thought to himself. If it weren't for the fear that a single slap could end your existence, I would surely have given you a sound beating for all your incessant questions. Slyly insulting me, whether you are genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, is beyond me. Suddenly, a realization struck Fang Ping. The presence of this child implied that a village must be nearby, offering him the chance to procure provisions and inquire about the roads ahead. He gazed down at the boy. Young one, where is your home? Chapter 53, Disguise upon following the child to the village. Fang Ping discovered that it lay merely a mile from the grand tree where he had rested, separated only by a small grove of trees that had obscured his view during the night. You little rascal, running about without a care after your meal. Do you not fear being snatched away by a bear? Come here at once. An elder, noticing the child accompanied by a stranger, quickly called him over. Amitba, fear not. Venerable elder, I hail from the east, a monk en route to the great monastery of the capital to seek wisdom and enlightenment. Having lost my way in your esteemed territory, I humbly request your guidance. Fang Ping clasped his hands together, exuding sincerity, reminiscent of a wandering monk. The elder, observing his tattered attire and disheveled appearance yet noting his courteous demeanor and the mention of seeking spiritual knowledge, felt a flicker of goodwill towards him. To reach the capital is a journey of 1,000 miles from here. The farthest I have traveled is to the county town, and I can only guide you that far. That suffices. Once I arrive at the county town, I shall inquire further. Indeed, from this path, you should exit the village. Head towards the nearby town, and then, thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I take my leave. Fang Ping had initially wished to experience the art of almsgiving, yet upon observing that the elder's home was built of stone and thatch, indicating modest means, he felt it inappropriate to impose further. Thus, without lingering, he bid farewell and quickly departed. He strode purposefully out of the village, following the elder's directions until he soon reached the nearby town, aptly named Sanha Town, situated at the confluence of 3 counties, hence its name. As it served as a vital thoroughfare, it bustled with activity. The day had barely dawned, and the streets were still lined with vendors selling snacks. As Fang Ping, bald-headed, approached a stall selling lamb soup, he was met with the astonished gaze of the proprietor. At this moment, he sought to avoid drawing attention, so he turned on his heel and walked away, passing by a wonton vendor. After merely licking his lips, he was met with a disdainful roll of the eyes from the vendor. After some difficulty, he finally found a noodle stall and ordered a bowl of plain noodles, which were insipid and unenjoyable. It was not that he could not eat vegetarian fare, rather, as a martial artist, he required a substantial intake of meat to maintain his strength. Considering the arduous task of transporting the intricate craftsmanship box, he would likely need to engage in countless skirmishes. Without sufficient vigor, how could he possibly fight? It was a miscalculation indeed. He should have anticipated this and refrained from masquerading as a monk. Furthermore, since adopting this guise, he had encountered a plethora of troubles, rendering the endeavor utterly futile, thus prompting him to contemplate returning to his former self. Fang Ping inquired around the bustling streets of Sanha Town and eventually arrived at a general store. He purchased 2 coarse linen garments, a wig, and some cosmetics such as rouge and powder, eliciting a scornful glance from the shopkeeper. Exiting the store, he proceeded to a blacksmith shop, intending to procure a weapon for his immediate needs. The 2 iron clubs he had previously seized had been discarded during his leap from the cliff, as carrying such heavy implements amidst the raging currents would have surely led to his drowning. "Good sir, do you have any weapons for sale?" he inquired. Indeed, master. "Over here, please." The blacksmith greeted him with a broad smile upon noticing a customer. The shop was modest, and following the direction of the blacksmith's finger, Fang Ping observed various swords and knives hanging on the walls, with a few wooden poles topped with iron spearheads standing in the corners. Realizing the master was not impressed by these weapons, the blacksmith rubbed his hands and remarked, "In this impoverished region, we primarily craft agricultural tools, so we have very few decent weapons. However, if you can tell me what you seek, I can assist you in forging one." Fang Ping waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I possess considerable strength and prefer heavy weapons, but I lack the time to wait for you to forge one. Just provide me with a knife for the time being. It will suffice." "A heavy weapon, you say?" The blacksmith's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Please, wait here a moment." He turned and entered an adjacent room, where the sounds of clanging and rummaging echoed. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, holding a rake. "Master, behold, this rake was forged during my training. It serves both as a weapon for self-defense and as a farming tool. However, due to its excessive weight, it has remained unsold and has collected dust in the storeroom." The rake was entirely black, reaching a height equal to that of a person, and upon closer inspection, it boasted 9 prongs. Fang Ping raised an eyebrow, grasped the rake, and weighed it in his hands. It was approximately 40 pounds, nearly half the weight of his previous iron rod. Noticing his lack of reaction, the blacksmith continued, "If you find the rake too unsightly, I could remove the head and reshape it into a club. No need for that. This 9-pronged rake is quite satisfactory. It suits my needs perfectly." Fang Ping swiftly waved his hand, thinking that the skin of the monk was no longer suitable, and he could indeed test out the skin of Zhu Beiji. After inquiring about the price, he did not haggle and generously paid 15 taels of silver. "Thank you for your patronage, master. Safe travels to you." The boss had no idea what the 9-toothed rake he mentioned was all about. It was probably just the ugly rake in his hand. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Fang Ping bought a basket of pears from a roadside vendor and hoisted the nine-toothed rake onto his shoulder, swaying as he departed from Sana town. After walking for a while, he found a secluded spot, pulled out the bits and pieces of cosmetics he had just purchased, and began to apply makeup in front of a copper mirror. He had previously practiced some makeup techniques, as traveling the world often necessitated such skills. However, after mastering his martial prowess and remaining within a limited area, he rarely encountered formidable opponents, rendering his disguising abilities virtually useless. This time, while escorting the box and facing unending troubles, he finally recalled this skill he possessed. He spent about the duration of 2 incense sticks drawing and painting his face in the copper mirror, ultimately transforming his appearance drastically. Indeed, the art of makeup proved to be one of the 4 great sinister arts, terrifying in its effectiveness. The reflection in the mirror showed him with dull skin, longer eyebrows, enlarged eyes, 3 additional moles, and a ring of stubble around his lips. After affixing a wig and donning a tattered hat, he appeared utterly transformed. Aging at least a decade, shedding his monk's robe for coarse linen garments and rolling up his trousers, he lifted the basket of pears with the nine-toothed rake. Embodying a humble farmer, Fang Ping strolled back onto the main road with the rake swaying gently. Chapter 54, The Green Loquat Flower Festival. Fresh, delicious, juicy pears for sale. 3 cents each, 10 cents for 3. Come and buy. Disguised as a rustic man with a rake on his shoulder and a basket of pears hanging from it, he found himself shouting random phrases as he walked along the road. Thus, he traveled along the main road for 2 days without encountering any trouble. Perhaps due to his adept makeup skills, he managed to pass by numerous officials and imperial guards conducting inspections without incident. Moreover, having discarded the monk's skin, he could now indulge freely in taverns, enjoying food and drink without attracting disdainful glances. One day, after passing through a small county town, he noticed a sudden influx of pedestrians on the road. Some carried burdens like him, others pushed carts, wielded swords, or wore scholars' robes. There were people of all ages and both genders, all heading in the same direction. Curious about the unusual gathering, he refrained from asking questions, as it might raise suspicion. Instead, he discreetly approached a group engaged in conversation, hoping to glean some information. Grandfather, what rare flowers and herbs do you think will appear at this year's Green Loquat Flower Festival? I'm not a deity who can predict the future. How would I know? Come on, you've nurtured these plants for so many years. Take a guess. The flowers I cultivate are all ordinary. I don't participate in flower contests, so how could I possibly guess? An elderly man and a young girl pushed a cart adorned with an array of flowers as they strolled along, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The Jianghu Flower Fair? The Flower Duel? Such names evoke the essence of a temple fair. Could it be that these individuals are attending the Jianghu Flower Fair? Fang Ping's ears perked up upon overhearing 2 wandering souls discussing the same event. He quickened his pace, drawing closer to them. Brother Jiang, what do you think will be the theme of this year's Jianghu Flower Fair at the Bai Shui Palace? It is difficult to say. Last year, the competition focused on martial arts and music. The year before that it was on mechanisms and poetry. And the year prior to that it was a contest of martial prowess and medicine. Each year presents a unique challenge, making it quite the enigma indeed. Do you recall the prior year's flower fair? There was an exceptionally skilled swordsman who triumphed over more than 20 competitors, only to falter during the musical segment. I still vividly remember his utterly nonsensical rendition of Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix, which was truly laughable. Ahaha, of course, I remember. It was indeed a moment of mirth. However, the maidens of Bai Shui Palace are all ethereal beauties, seeking a well-rounded gentleman as their suitor. No one can speak ill of their choices. Ah, indeed. If only I could wed a disciple from Bai Shui Palace, my life would be fulfilled. Did you not glance into a mirror before departing? Fang Ping, having absorbed their dialogue, continued his discreet advance, overhearing several others mention the Jianghu Flower Fair. He began to grasp the essence of this event, which appeared to be a grand assembly with numerous principal activities. For instance, the flower duel referenced by the grandfather and granddaughter involved a showcase of rare and exquisite flora, competing for the title of the most extraordinary, with rewards rumored to reach thousands of taels of silver. As for the Bai Shui selection of suitors mentioned by the 2 wanderers, it was a grand matchmaking event organized by the sect known as Bai Shui Palace for their disciples. In addition to these main events, there were smaller activities that thrived on the influx of people, whether it be staging performances, showcasing talents, or setting up stalls to sell fruits and snacks, the more the merrier, as the crowd's exuberance only amplified the atmosphere. After wandering for over half an hour, a magnificent and imposing city loomed before the gathering. Puyang City. We have arrived so swiftly, Fang Ping murmured as he beheld the grand characters at the city gates. Suddenly, he noticed that not only were soldiers maintaining order, but there were also several guards clad in brocade, their sharp eyes surveying the bustling crowd. Stealing a glance, Fang Ping observed that they were not inspecting any identifiers such as fish tokens, which relieved him somewhat. Otherwise, he would have to concoct a tale. And the more intricate the lie, the more prone it was to unraveling. Blending into the throng, he bent slightly as if burdened by a basket of pears behind him. He fetched a handful of water from the gourd at his waist, dabbing his forehead to feign perspiration from weariness. Before long, he arrived at the city gates. "What do you carry in that bamboo basket behind you?" inquired a brocade-clad guard leaning against the city wall, idly chewing on a blade of grass. Fang Ping broke into a grin and produced a pear, offering it with a flourish. "Here you are, esteemed official. 3 1 for 1, 10 1 for 3. If it's not sweet, you mean tea-pay?" The official, unimpressed, retorted, "I have no intention of taking advantage of a commoner like you. Off you go." The Jianghu regarded him with a look of pity, gesturing for him to move along, distancing himself slightly. "Thank you, esteemed official." Fang Ping replied with a smile as he strolled into the city, instinctively biting into the pear, only to find it somewhat lacking in sweetness. Glancing into his bamboo basket, he noticed that many of the pears had already shriveled. Damn it, what kind of variety is this that it dehydrates in just a couple of days? How am I supposed to sell them? Ah, who am I kidding? I'm not even a pear vendor. In Puyang City, the streets were teeming with people, bustling with life. After casually inquiring, Fang Ping learned that the Qingluo Flower Festival would not officially commence until the following day. Initially uninterested in the festivities, he realized that with the day waning, traversing the length of Puyang City would take nearly an hour, leaving him with little time before nightfall. Since I'm already here, I might as well embrace it. I've heard that the female disciples of Bai Shui Palace are all stunningly beautiful. It wouldn't hurt to take a glance before I leave. Having made up his mind, he intended to find a small inn for the night. But upon further inquiry discovered that, due to the Qingluo Flower Festival, every inn in Puyang City was fully booked, even the storage rooms were rented out. Well, that conveniently saves me some money. Fang Ping grumbled as he returned to the street, noticing that many small vendors had claimed every corner, displaying an array of goods for tomorrow's sale. Goodness, they're already staking their claims. I should find a spot to rest for the night as well. After wandering through several alleyways, he finally found a secluded doorway, distanced from the main street, where only a few passers-by ventured. As dusk descended, Fang Ping leaned against the wall, gazing at the star-studded sky, idly munching on a shriveled pear. Achoo, achoo, achoo. What is this? Am I falling ill? Or is someone cursing me? After a series of sneezes, an unusual fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Chapter 55. The selection at Bai Shui. What a peculiar scent. Reminiscent of some kind of floral aroma. Achoo. Fang Ping inhaled deeply, only to succumb to another sneeze, drawing laughter from a nearby old beggar. Confused by the old man's mirth, Fang Ping inquired, "Good sir, what is so amusing? You, a country bumpkin, must be attending the Qingluo Flower Festival for the first time." The beggar chuckled, scratching his disheveled hair. "Indeed. Then it's no wonder you're unfamiliar with this fragrance. Surely, you know of Bai Shui Palace? Of course, I've heard it is seeking husbands for its female disciples during the festival." "Ah. Bai Shui Palace possesses a remarkable flower known as Zui Yuling Long. Each full moon, it emits an enchanting fragrance, potent and lingering, capable of permeating the entirety of Puyang City." "Is it truly that extraordinary?" Fang Ping was indeed somewhat taken aback, but he soon rolled his eyes and retorted, "Even if I do not recognize this intoxicating moonlit beauty, must you, esteemed elder, mock me?" The old beggar, wide-eyed, responded, "I am not laughing at you. Rather, I find it amusing that you are completely oblivious to the fragrance of these flowers. Come tomorrow, when the Bai Shui Palace seeks suitors. You shall certainly not be among their choices. Each year during the Qingluo Flower Festival, a few unfortunate souls are overwhelmed by this floral scent. Ha ha ha. Achoo, just take a good look at me. Given my appearance, it was never meant for me to enjoy such fortune." Fang Ping's original visage could only be described as unremarkable, perhaps a tad rugged and resolute. Yet, once adorned with makeup, it became rather disconcerting, truly ugly. The old beggar, drawing nearer under the moonlight for a closer inspection, sighed deeply. "Ugly, indeed, uniquely so. Young man, your prospects in this life are bleak." At that moment, a procession of officers illuminated by lanterns passed down the main street, loudly proclaiming, "During the flower festival, the curfew is lifted. Yet we implore the esteemed elders to remain law-abiding. Any miscreants taking advantage of this opportunity to commit crimes shall face severe consequences." Following the officers was a night watchman, leisurely striking a wooden clapper while calling out, "The air is dry. Be wary of flames, guard against thieves, and secure your doors and windows." The group gradually faded into the distance. Listening to the clapper's rhythm, the old beggar shook his head and said, "It is the third watch, and I, the old beggar, shall retire for the night. Since you cannot enjoy the fragrance of this intoxicating moonlit beauty, it would be wise for you to depart early tomorrow to avoid any ill effects." With that, the old beggar settled onto a haystack in the corner, closed his eyes, and fell silent. The fragrance in Puyang City seemed to waver in and out, ethereal and elusive. Fang Ping felt as though someone were incessantly brushing dogtail grass against his nose, which was exceedingly uncomfortable. Consequently, he tore off 2 pieces of cloth, shaped them into balls, dampened them, and stuffed them into his nostrils, which provided considerable relief. Could it be that I am allergic to pollen? That cannot be, for I have frequently passed by flowering areas without sneezing. However, as the old beggar mentioned, a few individuals succumb to the floral scent each year. Perhaps it was a matter of constitution. As the night swiftly passed, Fang Ping gradually emerged from his meditative state. Upon opening his eyes, he found daylight had fully arrived. The floral scent in the air was no longer as potent as the previous night, yet a faint, elusive fragrance lingered. This situation only exacerbated Fang Ping's discomfort. His nose remained itchy, and though he felt the urge to sneeze, it would not come, leaving him in considerable distress. Blast it! After a night of discomfort, I must see just how beautiful the maidens of Baishui Palace truly are, if only to satisfy my curiosity and do justice to my nose. After a casual inquiry, he learned the location of the Baishui suitor selection event. Thus, he seized his 9-pronged rake, slung a basket of pears over his shoulder, and made his way in that direction. The closer he approached, the denser the throngs of people became, a bustling crowd reminiscent of a temple fair. Fang Ping, tall and strong, quickly maneuvered his way to the forefront of the gathering. In the midst of the bustling crowd, there lay a grand lake, upon which was constructed an expansive circular platform, spanning approximately 10 paces in diameter, adorned with colorful ribbons. On one side of the lake flowed a river, and as the distant throngs along its banks called out, a beautifully crafted flower boat emerged upon the water. The boat measured 7 or 8 paces in length, brimming with exotic blooms, and was graced by a dozen young women clad in verdant garments, who waved and beckoned to the surrounding crowd. As the flower boat drew nearer, the nearby spectators, particularly the youthful males, erupted into fervent exclamations, as if they had never laid eyes on a woman before. "Fairies, look this way, over here. Is this the flower boat of the Baishui Palace? Truly magnificent. My journey here has not been in vain." "What? You call that a flower boat? Can't you be more candid? The boat is splendid, the maidens enchanting. A graceful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman. One cannot help but be consumed by thoughts of her. Speak plainly. I find myself restless, unable to sleep, beset by thoughts of her. So, these are the female disciples of the Baishui Palace at this moment." Fang Ping listened to the flattery surrounding him, yet his brow furrowed in contemplation. The atmosphere was indeed charged, but as for the appearance of these women, to be fair, while they were not unattractive, they were merely above average and fell far short of the ethereal beauty often described. However, their delicate green garments, though somewhat sheer, accentuated their slender figures, and their collective presence was certainly eye-catching. Moreover, Fang Ping observed that these women had meticulously applied makeup. Indeed, lacking a solid foundation, they compensated with artistry. Within the Baishui Palace, there were indeed makeup virtuosos, transforming a woman of 60 points into one of 80 through the art of embellishment. He touched the false mustache upon his lips, once more marveling at this cosmetic craft, which rightfully belonged among the 4 great sorceries. The flower boat of the Baishui Palace gradually approached the circular platform upon the expansive lake, and the women aboard gracefully executed their lightness of foot to alight upon the platform. Among them was a woman in her 30s, who clasped her fists in greeting to the crowd, then unsheathed 2 long swords from her waist and performed a mesmerizing sword dance, inciting cheers from the surrounding men. Unlike them, Fang Ping observed with a critical eye, acknowledging that her dance harmoniously blended strength and grace. It was a delight to behold, with swordplay capable of inflicting harm. Truly, she moved like a startled swan and soared like a dragon, captivating all who watched. Upon concluding her performance, the woman bowed to the assembly and smiled, addressing them, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I am Lu Hongyang, an instructor from the Baishui Palace. I shall preside over this year's selection of suitors, and I kindly request your support." A young man from the crowd called out, "Support, of course. Now, let us hear the topic for this year." Lu Hongyang, with a charming smile, replied, "This year's topics will be martial arts and the bonfire dance. I invite all talented youths to showcase their strengths according to their abilities." "What is this bonfire dance? What does it entail?" another inquired. "In previous years, weren't we accustomed to themes like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting?" "Indeed, I have never heard of this before." Lu Hongyang clapped her jade palms, and the crowd fell silent. The bonfire dance, as the name implies, is simply a gathering around a bonfire where everyone joins in a dance. Friends from the Mountain tribe, please step forward to demonstrate. No sooner had she spoken than two individuals emerged from the flower boat and gracefully leaped onto the circular platform. The duo, one male and one female, donned garments of deep blue and black, while the man wore a matching hat. The woman's attire was adorned with shimmering silver beads, and her hat, crafted from metallic silver, was embellished with various accessories that jingled with her every movement. On either side of her hat, silver ornaments arched upwards, resembling birds in flight. Lu Hongyang stood beside them and introduced, esteemed elders and fellow villagers, these two are friends from the Mountain tribe of Shu, who have come to honor our gathering, as their ancestors have ties with our Baishui palace. Among the Mountain tribe, the youth have their own way of expressing affection, which is the aforementioned bonfire dance. Now, I invite these friends to showcase it for us. The Mountain tribe? Fang Ping recalled that during his time with Chu Chang'an, he had been ambushed by a woman from this tribe who attempted to seize his precious jade box. As time passed, the onlookers began to grasp the essence of the bonfire dance. In truth, it was quite simple. Kindle a bonfire, and then men and women would gather hand in hand to dance. The specific dance was of little importance. Any form of spirited movement would suffice as long as the atmosphere was joyous. Once the dance concluded, the woman would weave a floral garland and place it around the neck of her chosen partner. If the man reciprocated her feelings, he could then invite her to dance again, thus solidifying their bond. Lu Hongyang, this bonfire dance seems straightforward, but how is the victor determined? Is it based on who dances more beautifully? Another voice inquired, filled with curiosity. Lu Hongyang shook her head. There is no need for judgment. Only those young talents who have triumphed in the martial contests may participate in the bonfire dance, which serves merely as a ceremonial rite. Ultimately, whether one is selected by the disciples of Baishui Palace rests upon each individual's merit. Indeed, that sounds quite fair. This is akin to a martial arts competition minus an additional layer of complexity. Thankfully, there are no requirements for skills such as music or painting. I can forego those. Now then, Lu Hongyang called out, since the rules have been explained, let us commence. Young talents who wish to display their martial prowess, please take the stage. Remember, moderation is key. Malicious harm is strictly prohibited, or you will be disqualified. Who will be the first two to step forward? As her words echoed, the crowd erupted with voices. I will. Let me go? I shall go first. 6 young men leaped forward, each eager to showcase their abilities, though none resorted to harsh words. After all, they were there to present themselves, not to engage in brutal combat. Failure to impress the ladies could lead to their downfall. Thus, the 6 began to spar gently, forming 3 pairs to engage in one-on-one bouts. Among the spectators, Fang Ping initially felt a surge of excitement, but soon, disappointment washed over him. The individuals upon the stage were merely engaging in a charade, executing rehearsed moves with an elegance that suggested prior collusion before their performance. Were they actors, perhaps? Regardless, there was little of interest to behold, and the scent emanating from the Baishui Palace-'s drunken moonlight nearly overwhelmed my senses. It was time to hasten my departure from Puyang City. Resolute in my decision, I began to push my way through the crowd, attracting quite a few disdainful glances. When I finally squeezed out of the throng, I discovered that the basket of pears had dwindled to half its original content, prompting a torrent of expletives from my lips. How could these scoundrels be so brazen? Did they not comprehend the nature of small enterprises? Upon returning to the main thoroughfare, I noted that, though the lakeside was less crowded than before, there were still plenty of vendors, particularly those selling flowers and plants, which adorned the entire street. Truly, it was fittingly named the Qing Luo Flower Festival, as the proliferation of florists was remarkable, with many patrons purchasing blossoms, perhaps indicative of customs unknown to me. As I strolled along the bustling street, inhaling the myriad floral fragrances, my previously weary mind was invigorated, dispelling the discomfort I had felt earlier. What was this phenomenon? Wasn't the drunken moonlight a treasure of the Baishui Palace? Its scent had provoked my sneezes, yet now, the simple aroma of ordinary flowers revitalized me. How strange it was that others seemed unaffected by this, while I felt like a wild boar unable to digest fine grains. How absurd. Upon reaching the northern gate of Puyang City, I was taken aback by the increased presence of soldiers and several squads of the Jianghu Wei, poised for confrontation. I dared not approach, leaving the remaining pairs on the ground, leaning against a nearby wall, pretending to sell them while I observed the gate. The sheer number of Jianghu Wei made me hesitate, hoping they would disperse before I made my exit. Fresh and plump pears, 3 for 10 coins. Act quickly to purchase. I called out half-heartedly, waiting from midday until the gates closed at night. The soldiers and Jianghu Wei continued their bickering, which vexed me to no end. Were they not inclined to enter the city and argue there? Blocking the gate was utterly inconvenient, rendering my escape impossible. With my 9-pronged rake hoisted upon my shoulder, I noted that only a quarter of the pears remained. That entire afternoon had yielded no sales. The pears had dried and shriveled, ultimately consumed by me. Cursing under my breath, I retraced my steps back to the street I had occupied the previous night. Achoo. The familiar sense enveloped me once more, triggering a series of uncontrollable sneezes. From the haystack in the corner, an elderly beggar yawned and rose. Scrutinizing me before commenting, "It's you, young one. Why have you not yet departed from Puyang City? Have you become addicted to sneezing?" I dampened a rag to stifle my nose and replied in a muffled voice, "I ran out of pears to sell. I shall leave once they are all gone." The elderly beggar rolled his eyes and remarked, "What can a basket of pears fetch? Have you truly dulled your senses to such an extent that your life is forfeit? Alas, disregarding the wisdom of the elders only invites misfortune. Do as you wish." With that, the old beggar tilted his head and resumed his slumber atop the haystack. Chapter 57. Do as you will. Fang Ping, influenced by the beggar's snores, contemplated surrendering to sleep himself. However, the scraps of cloth stuffed in his nose seemed to have lost their efficacy, as the intoxicating fragrance relentlessly infiltrated his senses, rendering him quite uncomfortable. In desperation, he recalled that the ordinary floral scents he had encountered earlier might counterbalance this overwhelming aroma. Thus, he returned to the main street and purchased several pots of vibrant flowers, which he carefully placed in his bamboo basket meant for pears, and made his way back to the vicinity of the beggar. At that moment, cradling the bamboo basket and inhaling the floral fragrance, Fang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility and contentment. It was akin to inhaling a soothing incense, yet he understood that these were merely common blooms, incapable of such effects on their own. It must be that the delicate scent of the flowers had mingled with that of the alluring drunken moon fragrance, resulting in a unique and special reaction. Regardless, he was grateful to finally find a semblance of peace conducive to a restful slumber. As night passed without incident, Fang Ping awoke early the next morning, determined to leave Puyang City as soon as possible. However, upon arriving at the city gate, he discovered an increased presence of the Jianghu and soldiers. The two factions stood apart, eyes locked in a silent standoff, though no words were exchanged today. The tension was palpable, and Fang Ping could not discern the cause of such animosity, despite the numerous citizens moving in and out of the gate under the scrutiny of both groups. Fang Ping dared not take any risks. His disguise, while effective, could not withstand the scrutiny of being recognized, and facing so many Jianghu and soldiers would leave him with no chance of escape. As noon approached, the standoff persisted, mirroring the previous day, and Fang Ping's stomach growled incessantly. He had initially planned to sustain himself with a few pears, but upon peering into the bamboo basket, he found the pears withered and some even blackened, leaving him with no choice but to discard them. "Very well, I shall seek nourishment elsewhere. I refuse to believe you can maintain this blockade indefinitely," he muttered, a hint of frustration in his voice. Grabbing the bamboo basket filled with flowers, he called out, "Flowers for sale. Beautiful and delectable blooms. If they aren't delicious, you owe me nothing." After hastily finding a small stall for a meal, he made his way back to the site of the Bishuixuan matchmaking event from the previous day. This event spanned 3 days, with martial competitions held on the first 2 days to select a number of promising young talents, culminating in a bonfire dance on the 3rd day. Taking advantage of his height and stature, Fang Ping quickly maneuvered his way to a vantage point. At that moment, 2 contenders were engaged in a sword duel upon the circular stage, both wielding longswords. To Fang Ping's eye, their techniques appeared somewhat flamboyant. But considering the nature of the event was not one of life and death, it was somewhat acceptable, compared to the initial pairs that had participated yesterday. These contestants showcased a far superior level of skill. After exchanging dozens of rounds, one combatant finally grazed the chest of his opponent, precisely at the heart's location. Upon glancing down, the latter readily conceded defeat. The victorious young man clasped his fists towards the audience and called out, "Is there any brother here willing to offer guidance?" A cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd, and Fang Ping, eavesdropping, discerned that one needed to achieve 5 consecutive victories to pass. This man had already triumphed in 4 encounters. He glanced around, pondering which valiant hero might step forth, when suddenly he recognized a familiar figure amidst the throng. Draped in a dark robe and adorned with a black square cap, the figure exuded an air of grandeur, clutching a goose-feathered knife. It was none other than Gu Lingyun, the relentless constable who had been pursuing him not long ago. What brought him to Puyang City? Fang Ping observed that Gu Lingyun was intently focused on the circular platform. A mischievous idea sparked in Fang Ping's mind. He found a tattered cloth to cover his face and stealthily made his way toward Gu Lingyun. His intention was not to ambush Gu Lingyun, Despite the relentless pursuit he had endured, he acknowledged that he indeed had suspicions of murder. As a constable, Gu Lingyun was merely fulfilling his duty by attempting to apprehend him for questioning. In fact, Fang Ping found himself somewhat admiring Gu Lingyun's tenacity. At that moment, he stealthily maneuvered behind Gu Lingyun, seizing his belt with a sudden yank, and flung him onto the martial arts stage. This maneuver startled Gu Lingyun into a moment of panic, yet he regained his composure midair, twisting his waist and executing a flawless 3.5 somersault, landing steadily on the platform. One hand gripped the hilt of his knife, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd. But the throngs of people obscured any clear view of who had thrown him onto the stage. At that precise moment, Lu Hongyang from Bishi Palace gracefully approached him, exclaiming, "Oh, what a handsome young hero. Have we not met before? You seem quite familiar to me." Unable to locate his assailant, Gu Lingyun released his grip on the knife and turned to Lu Hongyang, bowing respectfully. "You possess a remarkable memory, Miss Hongyang. I am Gu Lingyun. I participated in the Bishi selection 2 years ago, and while I miraculously passed the first round of combat, my lack of musical talent led to my elimination in the second." Lu Hongyang's eyes brightened, and she playfully tapped her forehead, laughing. "Ah, so it is you. Young hero Gu. I knew I recognized you. I vaguely recall at the Chi Luo Flower Festival 2 years ago, your rendition of Phoenix Seeking Phoenix resonated beautifully, lingering in the air for 3 days." Phoenix Seeking Phoenix? Fang Ping's ears perked up. He felt he had heard of this incident before. "Ah, you flatter me," Gu Lingyun replied, his face reddening, thinking to himself how the lingering notes were more likely to shatter one's mind. "This year's Bishi selection will not assess musical skills, and I am certain that with your swordsmanship, young hero Gu, you will undoubtedly excel." Lu Hongyang chuckled, covering her mouth. Gu Lingyun forced a smile. "Well, I must clarify that I am not." Before he could finish his words, he was seized by Lu Hongyang, who pulled him in front of the young swordsman who had just emerged victorious, causing him to swallow back his words. "Enough of the idle chatter. Let the two of you begin your contest," Lu Hongyang declared. The crowd below erupted into a cacophony of voices. "Indeed, stop the nonsense and commence the fight," shouted one. "Yes, strike him," cried another. "Draw your sword and slash at him." Fang Ping, hidden among the crowd, clenched his fists, silently cheering for the swordsman, hoping he could land a couple of blows on Gu Lingyun to alleviate his own grievances. The onlookers were a raucous bunch, and Gu Lingyun, initially reluctant to participate, found himself thrust into the fray. He turned to face the young man opposite him and clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Gu Lingyun, and I kindly request your guidance." Chapter 58. The old beggar. Upon seeing Gu Lingyun, the swordsman frowned and remarked, "It's you?" Gu Lingyun was momentarily taken aback. "Do we know each other?" The swordsman scoffed and replied, 2 years ago, I also participated in the Bai Shui selection, only to be defeated by your hand." "Is that so?" "I truly cannot recall. My apologies for any offense," Gu Lingyun responded. The swordsman's expression shifted several times before he sighed and said, "In these past 2 years, although I have diligently practiced my swordsmanship, I have come to realize that I am still insufficient to break your blade technique. There is no need for this contest. You have already won." With that, the young man turned and leapt off the circular stage without a backward glance. Not only Gu Lingyun but the spectators were also taken aback, murmuring among themselves, astonished by the turn of events. Just as Lu Hongyang was about to intervene and maintain decorum, a female disciple from Bai Shui Palace rushed to her side, whispering urgently, causing Lu Hongyang's expression to shift dramatically. "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, we shall pause the Bai Shui selection for today. An urgent matter has arisen within Bai Shui Palace that requires our attention. We will resume the selection either tomorrow or the day after. I apologize for the abruptness," Lu Hongyang stated, offering a few words of regret before hastily departing the circular stage with her fellow disciples. They did not take the crowded main road, but rather leaped onto the nearby buildings, employing their lightness skills to swiftly traverse the rooftops and vanish into the distance. "What is happening? Is there an emergency?" Someone wondered aloud. "Should we follow them to see?" Another suggested. "After all, Bai Shui Palace is a sect of the martial world. If something has occurred, it's likely due to a conflict. You'll be courting disaster by going after them. Fighting would be splendid. If I help the people of Bai Shui Palace win, wouldn't they select a beauty to be my bride? With your skills, the likelihood of you meeting your end is far greater." The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Gu Lingyun on the circular stage furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of a conflict within Puyang City, especially during the flower fair when the streets were crowded with common folk. If innocents were harmed, it would be a grave matter. With this thought, he too leaped onto the surrounding rooftops, following the disciples of Bai Shui Palace. Meanwhile, Fang Ping, seeing the excitement dissipate, felt a twinge of disappointment. "Perhaps I should follow them as well?" With nothing better to do, he trailed behind. However, he did not dare to leap onto the rooftops, as it would draw too much attention. Instead, he mingled with the throng on the street, pushing through the crowd. As he did, he overheard the townsfolk discussing something animatedly. "Ah, have you heard? A large contingent of the Jianghu has suddenly stormed the North City Gate. Indeed, I have heard whispers that they clashed with the patrolling soldiers. Though the reasons remain shrouded in mystery, perhaps they are in pursuit of some significant figure, for the numbers of the Jianghu are quite considerable. What a calamity! One can only speculate which loyal and virtuous individual they intend to frame this time. Shoo, do you dare speak such words? Are you courting danger?" Upon hearing that the Jianghu at the North City Gate had seemingly entered the city, Fang Ping was instantly elated. This could be his chance to escape. He promptly resolved to forego the commotion at the Bishi Palace and turn down another street, heading towards the North City Gate. However, as he walked, he brushed past a figure that swayed and collapsed to the ground. "Oh dear, my poor back. Goodness, am I encountering a swindler?" Fang Ping felt a surge of irritation and turned to see the figure on the ground was none other than the old beggar he had encountered during his recent nights of slumber. "Good sir, do take a moment to recognize who I am. Do I strike you as a wealthy individual?" The old beggar grumbled. "What do you mean, good sir? We've only met a couple of times. We are hardly acquaintances. You have injured me, and thus you must compensate." Fang Ping was about to engage in a heated exchange, but the throngs of people on the street quickly tempered his temper. Fine, I concede defeat. I shall compensate you, but first, let me assist you to your feet." Extending his hand, he helped the old beggar rise from the ground. The beggar leaned heavily on a wooden staff, incessantly prodding his waist with its tip, leaving one to wonder whether his injury was genuine or feigned. "By no means am I attempting to deceive you. You have indeed collided with me, and compensation is only just. However, I have no intention of extorting you." Yes, I understand you're not trying to deceive me. Do you know where I might find a clinic? I shall help you there. This way. All right, everyone, make way. We wouldn't want to cause another collision that leads to further compensation." At Fang Ping's words, the crowd parted, allowing them to enter a narrow alleyway. The old beggar appeared quite familiar with the streets and alleys of Puyang City, and under his guidance, Fang Ping found that they navigated through the side streets faster than the main road, swiftly traversing several blocks. "Good sir, while I am aiding you, you are still the one walking. You have covered quite a distance. Can your poor back endure this?" The old beggar rolled his eyes and retorted, "What now? Are you reluctant to compensate?" "I have not stated I would not compensate. I merely wish to inquire if the clinic you seek is expensive. I possess limited funds, and I would hate for us to be detained there." "It is not expensive. It is not a clinic but a Taoist temple. During the Qigluo Flower Festival, the priests offer free medical care to the populace. Once we arrive, you need only offer a couple of incense sticks, a mere trifle." Fang Ping furrowed his brow. Unfamiliar with medical practices, he could not discern whether the old beggar had genuinely injured his back. After traversing 2 more alleyways, a sudden waft of sandalwood filled the air. "Here we are. Just around that corner lies the Chaodian Temple." The old beggar continued to clutch his back, muttering as they approached. Fang Ping suddenly sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. As he assisted the old beggar to the intersection, an epiphany struck him. Where had all the townsfolk vanished? Other streets were teeming with people, and wasn't it said that the Taoist temple offered free medical care? There should be even more individuals present. Yet, at this very moment, not a soul was in sight. Upon turning the corner, the truth became apparent. Before the Chaodian Temple, the grand thoroughfare was densely populated with the Jianghu, clad in their distinctive fish-scale uniforms and wielding short blades at their waists. Not far behind the Jianghu, a considerable number of soldiers stood ready. Jianghu are conducting an operation. All civilians retreat immediately. One officer bellowed. Fang Ping, upon counting roughly 100 Jianghu ahead, was seized by fear and swiftly turned to flee, hoisting the old beggar along. "Oh dear, my back is going to break," Fang Ping exclaimed as he darted into an alley, casting a furtive glance behind him. When he saw no Jianghu in pursuit, he exhaled in relief. He glanced at the moaning old beggar, rolling his eyes, and retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket, placing it in the beggar's hand. "Consider this a token of my goodwill. Please refrain from wailing. We don't want to attract the Jianghu's attention." Chapter 59. The Celestial Python. "Why are you giving me a silver ingot?" the old beggar retorted, rolling his eyes in disdain. Fang Ping replied curtly, "I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you to the clinic. This ingot is for your medical expenses. You may go on your own." Having spoken, he turned to leave. However, in that very moment, the old beggar swiftly tapped the wooden stick in his hand against Fang Ping's legs. Fang Ping did not perceive any immediate change in his body. Yet suddenly his legs felt weak, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. "What is the matter, young man? Is your back giving out? The old beggar remarked leisurely, relishing the moment. Fang Ping had initially dismissed the old beggar's action, considering the stick merely a piece of discarded wood. He thought it would be a harmless way for the beggar to vent his frustrations while he departed, leaving them even. However, he was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming sensation that coursed through him when the stick struck the bend of his leg, rendering him incapable of movement, hence his fall. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. The old beggar was no ordinary man, and the degree of his skill was far beyond his initial assumptions. With no choice, Fang Ping rose to his feet, donning a smile, for one should never strike a smiling face. What are you grinning at so creepily? The old beggar asked with visible disdain. Nothing much. It's just that after my little tumble, it was as if a veil had been lifted from my mind. I now feel compelled to personally escort you to the clinic to remedy your ailments. The old beggar stroked the 2 wisps of mustache on his lips. Nodding in satisfaction, the youth is indeed teachable. However, I shall not visit the medical hall. I intend to seek treatment from the Taoists at the Chaodian temple. But alas, the streets are swarming with the Imperial Guard and soldiers, and they have cleared the area. How shall we gain entry? Fang Ping couldn't help but chuckle wryly. The mountain man has his clever stratagems. Come, support me a bit. I know a shortcut. You just perform, Fang Ping inwardly scoffed. Yet he felt powerless to object and could only assist the old beggar once more. The two meandered until they arrived at an alleyway behind the Chaodian temple. Is this the shortcut the elder spoke of? Fang Ping thought, gazing at the dog hole before him, feeling 100 times reluctant. Stop your prattling and hurry inside, came the old beggar's command. Fine, it's merely crawling through a dog hole. I've done it before. One after the other, they crawled through the narrow passage, emerging into a spacious woodshed. Following the old beggar's lead, they traversed a small courtyard and found themselves in the temple's kitchen. The kitchen was filled with delightful aromas, and several dishes were still steaming, yet the Taoists were nowhere to be seen. The old beggar picked up a lamb leg and began to gnaw on it with great relish. Old senior, Fang Ping exclaimed in astonishment. The Taoists of Chaodian temple may not be virtuous. Perhaps we should seek a medical hall for your ailment instead? The old beggar raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What brings you to such a conclusion? Fang Ping pointed at the lamb leg in his hand. What kind of righteous Taoist partakes in meat? This is lamb, not beef. There are distinctions among Taoists. The Jianghu sect not only consumes meat but may also take wives and bear children. You, young one, are truly naive. Is that so? It seems I am indeed uninformed. Just as they exchanged a few words, muffled sounds of commotion drifted in from outside. Fang Ping tore a hole in the window paper and peered out, seeing a throng of people gathered in the square. The kitchen they occupied was situated on the edge of the square, providing a clear view of the unfolding scene. The square was vast, filled with dozens of women clad in emerald skirts, each wielding a long sword, undoubtedly disciples of the Bu Palace. In the center of the square's steps stood several rows of armored soldiers, while below them loomed a menacing group of the Imperial Guard. Fang Ping strained his ears, discerning that the soldiers were blocking the Imperial Guard, preventing them from clashing with the disciples of Bu Palace. What on earth is that? As he surveyed the square, he suddenly noticed the engravings on the copper pillar in the center shifting. Upon closer inspection, it was no mere carving but a giant python, measuring 7 or 8 zhang in length, coiling around the copper pillar and slowly undulating. The pillar itself towered over 10 zhang, branching out at the top like the canopy of a great tree. At first glance, Fang Ping mistook the serpent for a sculpture until it moved, startling him. That pillar is called the Tongtian pillar, and that little long creature is the Tongtian python. Look closely at its head. The old beggar, still gnawing on the lamb leg, approached and poked a hole in the window paper as well. As Fang Ping gazed upon the colossal python, he was astounded to discover that 2 antler-like protrusions adorned its head. Could it be on the verge of transformation into a dragon? The old beggar sighed and remarked, even your initial reaction is to think of dragon transformation. It seems today as calamity for the Baishui Palace is indeed well-deserved. Are you implying that the Jinyui are here to trouble the Baishui Palace because of this celestial python? Fang Ping inquired. Indeed. This celestial python has been nurtured by the Baishui Palace as a spirit beast, fed daily with precious herbs by a group of women. It has likely lived for over a century. Its growth of horns is quite a rare spectacle, the beggar explained. If the celestial python is a spirit beast of the Baishui Palace, why is it coiled around the celestial pillar? Fang Ping questioned. The beggar scoffed. What other reason could there be but to generate profit? Imagine the allure of a horned celestial python atop the celestial pillar. It would attract countless foolish men and women to pay homage, easily raking in thousands of silver coins. Ah, this business does sound quite lucrative, Fang Ping mused, momentarily taken aback, yet he understood. After all, in his time, a ticket could easily sell for 10,000. and throngs would flock to see it, far more impressive than the steeds of Chiyu. However, he pondered how this celestial python had drawn the ire of the Jianghu to such an extent. The old beggar shot him a look and gently tapped the cleanly gnawed leg of lamb against his head, saying, "Did you not just say so?" "Did I?" Fang Ping frowned, reflecting deeply until he suddenly grasped the situation. The Jianghu had come in response to the notion of dragon transformation. At that moment, a resounding voice erupted from the square. In the great Zhou dynasty, there can only be one true dragon, and that is the current sovereign. How dare you women of the Bai Shui palace brazenly mock the populace daily with talk of dragon transformation, inciting unrest among the common folk. You are truly reckless. Seize the celestial python and dismember it without mercy. Those who dare to obstruct shall face execution. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a white fish-scale robe, a long blade sheathed at his waist. Upon hearing his command, the Jianghu drew their weapons, preparing to charge into battle. Yet, several fully armed soldiers stood between the Jianghu and the Bai Shui palace. In front of the soldiers, an elderly man donned in armor, wielding a long spear, snorted disdainfully and declared loudly, "Let us see who dares to make a move. Soldiers, prepare the crossbow formation." At his command, all soldiers surrounding the Chaodian temple raised their bows and crossbows in unison, aiming at the restless Jianghu. The white-clad Jianghu were nearly incensed to the point of apoplexy, pointing at the elder and shouting, "Yao Kaishan, you, a mere garrison general, dare to obstruct our Jianghu from carrying out our duties?" Yao Kaishan rolled his eyes, retorting, "Wei Xiao, you are but a deputy of the Jianghu, not even a commander. The Jianghu serve as the emperor's guard, without his majesty's decree. Who permits you to cause such a ruckus?" Wei Xiao fumed. "The Jianghu have the authority to act as we see fit. Step aside. I want to budge. What will you do about it? Say that again if you dare. I want to budge. What will you do about it?" The two engaged in a heated exchange. Yet neither took the first step to escalate the confrontation. In the kitchen, Fang Ping observed the tense atmosphere, sensing that conflict could erupt at any moment, leading everyone to brandish knives against one another. He turned to glance at the old beggar, who was once again gnawing on a lamb leg, his mouth smeared with grease, making Fang Ping feel somewhat peckish. "Predecessor, let us speak candidly. What is the purpose of your summoning? Do not say it is merely for your old back." The old beggar burped contentedly and replied, "Old beggar has past ties with the Bai Shui palace. You need only assist these young ladies by giving those brocade-clad guards a good thrashing." Fang Ping retorted, "Elder, you speak so lightly. There are dozens of guards in the square alone, and outside the Chaotian temple, there is another group. Can I possibly handle them all by myself? Oh, you young fellow have perfected your external strength. What are you afraid of? Just take your rake and charge in haphazardly. Ha! Even with my ironclad resilience, I cannot contend with such a multitude of foes. Besides, with your extraordinary prowess, why do you not engage in the fray yourself?" Though not surprised that the old beggar recognized his capabilities, Fang Ping still expressed his reluctance. The old beggar sighed, "Since ancient times, debts of gratitude have proven most difficult to repay, even if I were to assist them. The people of Bai Shui Palace may not appreciate it and might even chastise me for meddling. What debt of gratitude? Surely, you mean a romantic debt?" Fang Ping glanced outside, where the conflict had yet to erupt, though the tension was palpable. This fellow named Wei Xiao seemed to be a high-ranking officer among the brocade guards, undoubtedly a formidable opponent whom he could not defeat. The old beggar huffed, "I did not instruct you to confront him. He will have others to contend with him. You need only deal with the lower-ranking lackeys. In your eyes, they may be lackeys, but to me, they are also skilled fighters. With so many, how can I prevail? Fear not. You have reached the pinnacle of second-rate fighters. With some practice and internal cultivation, you will possess the strength to stand against first-rate masters. Why do you appear so timid?" Fang Ping replied with a wry smile. "But my internal cultivation is lacking at present. What use are your words?" "What do you mean, of no use?" The old beggar glared at him before shaking his head. "It seems I must offer you some benefits before you are willing to risk your life for me. You practice the Hunyuan Gong, do you not? Here, take this." The old beggar produced several sheets of sheepskin parchment from his robe and casually tossed them to Fang Ping. Fang Ping caught them and opened the parchment, his heart swelling with joy. "Hunyuan Gong, levels 1 through 6. Where did you acquire this?" Currently, he was practicing the 8th grade Hunyuan Gong, which he had salvaged from the market, but it only contained the first 3 levels. The subsequent levels were non-existent, leaving his internal cultivation woefully inadequate, merely allowing him to refine his character without the ability to harness energy for combat. Now, finally seeing the techniques for levels 4 to 6. How could he not be elated? The old beggar waved his hand dismissively. "Speaking of Hunyuan Gong, it is indeed an excellent method, yet difficult to complete. I can only find up to the 6th level. As for the rest, it is up to your fortune. However, even if you master just these first 6 levels, You will not fear first-rate masters. Now, what do you think of the guards in the courtyard? Are they still easy to handle? Fang Ping cautiously tucked several pieces of sheepskin parchment into his bosom and slammed his nine-toothed rake against the ground, exclaiming, "What are the Jianghu? Merely a band of opportunistic ruffians. Just wait and see. I shall certainly make short work of them." The old beggar shook his head and replied, the youth of today, so driven by profit, unaware of whom they have learned from." At that moment, a commotion arose in the square outside. Fang Ping peered through a small hole in the window and discovered that the disciples of the Bisui Palace had gathered in greater numbers, including Lu Hongyang, the one overseeing the selection of suitors for the palace. However, Lu and several other disciples bore bloodstains on their garments, appearing somewhat disheveled, suggesting they had already encountered trouble. It seemed the Jianghu had intervened, explaining their delayed arrival. As he pondered this, a middle-aged woman gracefully descended from the sky, landing atop the head of the towering serpent. The creature immediately ceased its restless movements, appearing almost frozen, save for its crimson tongue flicking in and out. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s yet with a full head of silver hair, must have been much older. Upon her arrival, the surrounding Bisui Palace disciples bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We respectfully welcome the sect leader. Do not stand on ceremony. Focus all your efforts on the fight." The middle-aged woman gestured dismissively. Seeing her presence, General Yao Kaishan, positioned at the center of the steps, sighed with relief and addressed her, "The old matriarch has arrived. My involvement here is no longer necessary." Old matriarch? Fang Ping mumbled in the kitchen, astonished at the thought of her being so aged. With a son of such an age as well. Just then, the old beggar, having taken a sip of water, spat it all out in a fit of irritation, saying, "What son?" Her nickname in the martial world is Qingluo Laoma, meaning old matriarch of the green basket. After much gesturing, Fang Ping finally grasped the situation. Realizing he had misunderstood, the Qingluo Laoma bowed to Yao Kaishan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, General Yao, for safeguarding my younger disciples. Your kindness is greatly appreciated." Yao Kaishan shook his head, responding, "I have long enjoyed a partnership with the Bisui Palace, but as a soldier of the Great Zhou, I cannot engage in battle with the Jianghu on your behalf. I hope you understand, old matriarch." Qingluo Laoma nodded. "I shall remember your goodwill, General Yao. Matters concerning the Bisui Palace will be resolved by ourselves." Chapter 61. The Great Battle at Chaodian Temple. After exchanging pleasantries, Yao Kaishan waved his hand, and the soldiers within the Chaodian Temple promptly followed him out of the square. Fang Ping, still in the kitchen, realized that the soldiers had merely been stalling for time until the leader of the Bisui Palace arrived to assert control. In the square, Wei Xiao, the Jianghu official, coldly observed Yao Kaishan's departure, his displeasure evident as he snorted twice. He stepped forward to confront Qingluo Laoma, saying, "Are you the current leader of the Bisui Palace?" Qingluo Laoma, "Indeed, I am," she replied. "What do you intend?" Wei Xiao smirked disdainfully. "Hand over this serpent to us for disposal, or do not blame us for being uncivil." The venerable Qingluo stood imperiously atop the head of the towering serpent, surveying the scene below with a derisive gaze. "If your commander Lu Gang were to utter such words, I would turn and depart without a second thought. But you, do you truly believe yourself worthy?" Wei Xiao, shaking his neck with a creaking sound, slowly drew forth his long blade, which emanated a faint crimson aura, exuding a menacing presence that chilled the air. With words unheeded, it was time to demonstrate one's true prowess. With that, Wei Xiao sprang into the air, his feet leaving the ground as he wielded his blade, cleaving the air with a surge of red energy. Fearing for the safety of the serpent beneath, Qingluo waved her sleeve, dissipating the crimson energy, then raised her hands to summon a gust of wind that propelled Wei Xiao upwards to the pinnacle of the towering column, where she gracefully leapt to join him. With blade in hand, Wei Xiao fixed his gaze upon Qingluo, commenting, "Your flowing sleeves indeed live up to their reputation. Your blood-dripping blade is commendable, yet it lacks refinement. Allow me to introduce you to my jade hand." Without employing a weapon, Qingluo raised her hands, enveloped in a tangible emerald glow, ready for the clash. As both combatants struck simultaneously, their weapons met with a resounding clash, the sound reminiscent of metal against stone. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged numerous blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Observing their highest combatants engaged, the guards in splendid attire and the disciples of the Azure Water Palace felt compelled to join the fray. Amidst the chaos, a voice rose above the din, urging, "Sisters, vanquish these ruffians. Brothers, slay these wenches." As the battle erupted into a fierce melee, casualties quickly began to mount. In the kitchen, Fang Ping recognized the opportune moment amidst the turmoil and, grabbing a tattered cloth to obscure his face, seized a nine-toothed rake, preparing to join the fray. However, He was halted by the old beggar's grip. "Have you not already disguised yourself? Why the need for further concealment?" the old beggar questioned. Perplexed, Fang Ping mused to himself about the old man's keen perception, realizing he could see through all pretenses. Rubbing his nose, he replied, "Covering my face will spare me the need for another disguise. Besides, even though the fragrance from the Azure Water Palace's Ziu Linglong has diminished during the day, I can still detect it. This will help me avoid sneezing amidst the fight." The old beggar shook his head. "Remain calm for now. I will signal you when it is time to act." Confused, Fang Ping wondered why the old man, who had previously urged him to assist the women of the Azure Water Palace, seemed unhurried now. Yet, as merely a supporter, he decided to heed the old man's advice and resumed his watch from the window. Just as the conflict reached a fevered pitch, an individual suddenly leapt from the wall of the Chaotian temple, clad in a dark robe and wielding a gleaming goose-feather knife. Fang Ping recognized him as Gu Lingyun from the Six Doors. To his surprise, Gu Lingyun had also come to partake in the unfolding chaos. With a deft flick of his knife, he severed a guard's weapon, rescuing an injured female disciple from the Azure Water Palace. He seized the collar of the Jin Yi with a firm grip and questioned loudly, "The court has long issued decrees prohibiting private duels between various offices and sections. In such a tumultuous manner, do you possess a royal edict?" The Jin Yi, momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, soon erupted in anger, retorting, "What concern is it of yours whether there is a royal decree? Step aside." With a swift sweep of his broken blade, he forced Gu Lingyun back. Engaging in combat with a female disciple of the Baishui Palace. "Cease this at once. Stop fighting," Gu Lingyun cried out in vain, his voice drowned by the chaos as neither side heeded his plea. Frustrated to the brink of despair, he wielded his Yinling treasured sword to parry their weapons. Whenever he encountered an adversary on the verge of defeat, be they Jin Yi or Baishui Palace disciples, he cast them toward their respective factions. In the kitchen, Fang Ping observed this spectacle with amusement, remarking to himself how rare it was to find a kind-hearted individual like him in these times. After a while, despite both sides suffering casualties, a considerable number of Jin Yi surged into the fray, gradually overwhelming the defenders of Baishui Palace, tilting the odds in favor of the Jin Yi. At that critical moment, Lu Hongyang, the host of the Baishui selection, suddenly produced a whistle from her waist and brought it to her lips, emitting a sharp, piercing sound that resonated with a peculiar melody. As the enchanting tune filled the air, the formidable Tianlong python, coiled around the towering pillar, began to descend, causing the Jin Yi to retreat in fright. While the massive serpent loomed atop the pillar, it exuded an aura of dominance. However, as it slithered downwards, its terrifying presence became apparent, over 7 or 8 zhang long. With a head as tall as a person, its gaping maw capable of swallowing a man whole, its scales glistening ominously in the dim light, and its sharp fangs resembling oversized guillotines, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Suddenly, the Tianlong python opened its colossal mouth, releasing a torrent of air that startled the surrounding Jin Yi. I thought it was poisonous. To my surprise, oh no, my internal energy has vanished. Me too. It truly is toxic. My internal energy is gone as well. In the kitchen, the old beggar pushed Fang Ping's back, saying, "All right, it's your turn now." These Jin Yi are currently stripped of their internal energy, rendering them akin to half-disabled beings. If you were to perish in such a state, it would no longer concern this old beggar. Fang Ping hesitated, attempting to channel his internal energy. Although he could not summon it, he felt no adverse effects. Why is my internal energy unaffected? The presence of the Tianlong python coupled with the intoxicating fragrance of the Ziu Linglong can temporarily diminish one's internal energy. However, your unique constitution rejects the fragrance, thus you remain unharmed. Recalling his incessant sneezing, Fang Ping suddenly realized, so this is why the esteemed elder sought me out? Indeed, I am not a malevolent person. I would not send you to your demise without cause. With your perfected martial prowess, facing these incapacitated foes will pose no danger. Go forth. With that, the old beggar grasped Fang Ping's collar and hurled him out of the kitchen. Chapter 62. The Great Battle at Chaotian Temple. With a forceful throw from the old beggar, Fang Ping was propelled through the window, soaring out of the kitchen. Although the commotion was considerable, amidst the cacophony of battle and the thunderous cries of a crowd engaged in fierce combat, no one paid him any mind. As Fang Ping landed, he wielded his nine-toothed rake with vigor, effortlessly sending 2 of the Jinyui flying. Nearby, 2 women from the Baishui Palace, upon seeing a man in the fray, initially mistook him for an ally of the Jinyui. However, upon witnessing his assault on their adversaries, they promptly sheathed their swords, nodding at Fang Ping before seeking their own opponents. Thus, Fang Ping, brandishing his nine-toothed rake, became an unstoppable force within the throng, swiftly incapacitating a dozen Jinyui with each swing. Yet, Before long, he caught the attention of a formidable opponent, a burly Jianghu wielding a wolf-toothed club. His muscular frame suggesting he was well-versed in martial arts. The dissipated inner strength had little effect on him. Observing Fang Ping's rampage through the crowd, he bellowed, halting Fang Ping's advance by blocking his rake with the club. Such a brave fellow, daring to oppose the Jianghu. Might I inquire your name? I am Zhu Ganglai, hailing from Gao Laozhuang. And you are? I am Sun Wudi, the commander of the Jianghu, the man retorted defiantly. The two engaged in a fierce contest, their heavy weapons clashing with a resounding clang, each seeking to overpower the other through sheer strength. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of their confrontation. For the time being, neither could gain the upper hand, while on the Tongtian pillar, Qing Luo Lao Lao and Wei Xiu were equally locked in a stalemate, unable to assist their comrade. Meanwhile, the Tongtian python, having descended from the Tongtian pillar under the guidance of Lu Hongyang, relentlessly attacked the Jianghu. Its massive form, stretching over 7 or 8 zhang, commanded a formidable presence. As it moved, it demonstrated its might, sending several foes flying and shattering bricks and debris with a sweep of its tail. However, the Jianghu were well prepared. They quickly steadied their formation and unleashed a barrage of medicinal powder from burlap sacks, dousing the python. The creature seemed greatly averse to the powder, evading its effects but becoming noticeably sluggish. Recognizing the efficacy of their tactics, the Jianghu continued to scatter the powder while retrieving thick chains, intent on restraining the mighty beast. Quickly, assist the Tongtian python. The female disciples of Baishui Palace, witnessing the dire situation, charged recklessly toward the fray, fearing for the python's safety. Yet, the Jianghu's numerical superiority hindered their advance, as many among them were also trained in external martial arts despite their lost inner strength. Meanwhile, Fang Ping was engrossed in his fierce duel with the Jianghu commander, Sun Wudi, when suddenly, a faint, intricate murmur reached his ears, as if the old beggar were whispering in his ear. Why are you causing such a ruckus? Can't you see that poor little serpent is utterly distressed? Go lend a hand. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback. Could this be the legendary art of silent communication? In truth, given his strength, he surpassed the formidable Sun Wudi considerably. However, the unwieldy nine-toothed rake in his grasp was proving to be rather ineffective. It was both unbalanced and significantly lighter than his usual iron rod, resulting in a stalemate. Nevertheless, if he chose to leave, Sun Wudi could not possibly hinder him. With a firm grip, Fang Ping swung the rake, striking the mace with tremendous force, sending Sun Wudi staggering back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ping turned to make his escape. You scoundrel! Thinking you can just slip away after gaining the advantage? Halt! Sun Wudi pursued relentlessly. Fang Ping, however, had no intention of engaging further. With swift, agile movements, he leaped towards the slightly languid Titan python. With a deft sweep of the rake, he sent several chain-wielding guards flying, and with another sweep, he repelled a few more, quickly reducing the chains entangling the Titan python to disarray. Stop right there! Sun Wudi, wielding his mace, caught up and, upon witnessing the scene, launched an attack against Fang Ping. Yet, Fang Ping evaded the confrontation, continuously circling the Titan python. Whenever additional guards approached, he would strike them back with his rake. Soon enough, the Titan python seemed to regain some consciousness, its body beginning to stir as the effects of the drug began to wane. At that moment, a familiar figure approached Fang Ping. It was Gu Lingyun, who had been shouting for him to cease and rescuing the creature. Upon seeing him, Gu Lingyun's eyes widened, and he pointed his feathered blade, exclaiming, "Monk, is that you?" Fang Ping was taken aback, thinking to himself, despite my disguise, this fellow recognizes me? Has my makeup worn off? Surely, you must be mistaken. What monk? Can't you see the lush hair atop my head? Gu Lingyun scoffed. As the head of the 6 doors, I possess the ability to discern bone structure. Do you think a mere change of appearance can deceive my keen eyes? Do not leave. Accompany me to the magistrate's office. Good grief. He said it again. This is never ending. Fang Ping silently cursed, yet retorted, You are mistaken. I am busy, so do not obstruct my path. He swung the nine-toothed rake, attempting to shoo away this bothersome individual, but Gu Lingyun's lightness of foot was remarkable. Though temporarily pushed back, he soon caught up with Fang Ping and lunged at him with the feathered blade. As they exchanged a few moves, their weapons barely made contact. Fang Ping noted, this fellow certainly cherishes his precious blade. However, he also observed that Gu Lingyun's internal energy had significantly diminished, rendering his movements less agile. While Fang Ping's internal energy remained intact, it was currently of little use. Its primary function was to sustain his stamina, allowing him to endure longer in the fray. As Gu Lingyun obstructed him, Fang Ping's speed around the colossal Tongtian python diminished. Sun Wudi, who had been pursuing him relentlessly, approached with his wolf-toothed club, joining Gu Lingyun in a ferocious assault. Damn, what a nuisance. Anger surged within Fang Ping as he thought, it's just a 2-on-1 fight. I'm not afraid of you. He brandished his 9-toothed rake and engaged in combat with the duo. In the blink of an eye, the three exchanged blows for over 30 rounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Just as the battle reached its fervor, an enormous shadow suddenly loomed over them. The trio, peeking cautiously, was struck with terror, for the shadow was none other than the massive tail of the Tongtian python. By the time they attempted to evade, it was already too late. Like 3 fleas, they were swept away by the python's tail. Chapter 63. The grand battle at Chaotian Temple. Fang Ping felt as though he had collided with a small mountain, his body uncontrollably propelled away. With a resounding crash, he was embedded into the surrounding wall, leaving an imprint of his form. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyun found himself entangled in a large pine tree within the temple courtyard, while Sun Wudi, closest to the tip of the python's tail, and thus bearing the brunt of the force, was flung out of the square and crashed into a room in the front courtyard, leaving his fate uncertain. Cough. This long worm, I am on your side. Why strike me? Fang Ping extricated himself from the wall, his body aching all over, reflecting on the tremendous strength of the Tongtian python. At that moment, the Tongtian python seemed to have gone berserk, thrashing its tail wildly, stirring up clouds of dust. The blue bricks of the Chaotian Temple Square were shattered into countless fragments. The members of the Jianghu, apart from a couple of skilled fighters who could momentarily strike a few blows, were largely unable to approach. Even their sporadic attacks failed to penetrate the python's obsidian scales. On the Tongtian pillar, Wei Xiao, locked in a fierce duel with the ancient matriarch Qi Luo, cast a venomous glare at Fang Ping, wishing he could flay him alive. Just moments ago, he had the advantage, nearly subduing the Tongtian python, only to have his plans disrupted by this interloper, igniting his fury. Wei Xiao bellowed, "Those who toy with serpents and wield swords, why do you not emerge? What are you waiting for?" As his words faded, 2 figures appeared atop the walls of the Chaotian Temple. One was cloaked in black, their face obscured, while the other donned a mask fashioned from tree bark. He, the figure in black, cackled, "Lord Wei, let us make this clear. The corpse of the Tongtian python, once slain, shall belong to me. Do as you wish, but act swiftly." Wei Xiao, momentarily distracted, nearly received a slap from the ancient matriarch Qi Luo and quickly regained his focus, bracing himself with all his strength. The figure in black ceased their laughter, emitting a series of low, piercing sounds. Although their voice was hushed, it traveled far, resonating oddly, reminiscent of an incantation. "Snakes, many snakes. Where did these mice come from? How disgusting. Ah, and centipedes. In the square." The female disciples of the Bai Shui Palace and the soldiers of the Jin Wei were taken aback, momentarily forgetting their fierce struggle as they instinctively retreated to their respective sides. Fang Ping was also left speechless, suffering from a mild case of trypophobia. He felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him upon witnessing the swarm of insects, centipedes, ants, and scorpions that filled the square. He kicked away a rat that had scurried across his foot and leaped onto a nearby pine tree. "Monk, follow me to the yamen shortly," he heard Gu Lingyun's voice. This individual had just been knocked onto the pine tree by the tail of the heavenly python and was still panting heavily to regain his composure. "Enough already. I've told you repeatedly that I did not kill those 2. Besides, look at the square. There must be 3 or 4 dozen dead bodies here. Shouldn't you first apprehend them?" Fang Ping retorted. "Is it because one side is the Jin Wei and the other has a sect that you dare not act?" Gu Lingyun's face shifted between shades of blue and red as he glared and replied, "Dare not? I shall go borrow soldiers from the magistrate's office to arrest these lawless ruffians. And you, don't even think about escaping." "Cough, cough. Calm down a bit. Don't choke yourself," Fang Ping said, though they continued their verbal sparring, neither willing to lay a hand on the other, as the situation in the square demanded their attention. Before their eyes, a tumult of snakes, insects, and rodents surged towards the frenzied heavenly python. Despite its massive size, which could easily crush several rats and snakes with a single movement, it was helpless against the smaller creatures that crawled through the gaps in its scales, beginning to gnaw at it. The heavenly python opened its mouth wide but could emit no sound, initially coiled in place. It soon began to roll across the square under the relentless assault of the tiny invaders. Perched in the tree, Fang Ping felt a surge of impatience. He mused that the heavenly python appeared formidable only in stature and strength. What use were its 2 horns if it could neither breathe fire nor spray water? What kind of spiritual beast was that? However, even with its imposing presence, it was utterly incapable of dealing with the swarm of creatures. The female disciples of the Bai Shui Palace, witnessing their heavenly python in distress, were filled with anguish, drawing their swords and preparing to rush forward. but they were quickly entangled by the soldiers of the Genie Way. At that moment, a haunting melody from a flute filled the air, and an increasing number of birds appeared in the sky: eagles, hawks, doves, sparrows, a myriad of avian life, densely populating the heavens. These birds circled and danced in the sky, gradually forming a large vortex, directly above which was the main hall of the Chaotian. On the roof of the hall stood two figures. One was a young woman clad in a black cloth dress, adorned with various silver ornaments that shimmered in the light, her hat also gleaming silver. A turquoise bamboo flute rested at her lips, its ethereal notes resonating beautifully in the air. Beside her stood a stooped old woman, attired in a similar black garment, yet devoid of the embellishments that adorned the younger lady. In her hand, she leaned upon a dark red cane. Fang Ping, perched upon the pine tree, could not help but express his disdain, pondering the multitude of individuals that must have gathered on the walls and beams of the Chaotian temple, fearing that others might soon emerge. Upon hearing the sound of the flute, the disciples of the Bihui Palace raised their heads, their faces brightening with joy. Yao Ji had arrived. It was splendid news, for the Tongtian python was saved. Lady Yao Ji, please lend your assistance swiftly. Fang Ping also took note of the woman. Recognizing her attire as identical to that of the woman who had appeared during the recent selection of suitors at Bihui, he felt an uncanny familiarity with her. And upon hearing the name Yao Ji, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was the very woman who had attempted to seize his box, wielding a silk thread as a weapon and capriciously slaying two of his subordinates. At that time, she had donned the garments of a woman from the great Zhou dynasty, her face painted black, which rendered her unrecognizable until he heard her name. As Fang Ping pondered the significance of Yao Ji, the ethereal sound of the flute suddenly ascended in pitch. With each rising note, countless birds circling in the sky dove downwards, charging towards the serpents, insects, and vermin assailing the Tongtian python. Chapter 64. The Great Battle at Chaotian Temple. The multitude of birds in the sky resembled a dark cloud as they surged toward the serpents, insects, and vermin below. In a single charge, the ground and the Tongtian python were freed of a significant portion of their attackers. Within moments, centipedes, scorpions, and ants had been entirely consumed, while the remaining snakes and mice fell prey to the hawks and falcons, leaving them no longer heeding the commands of the figure in the black robe. The cloaked figure, witnessing this turn of events, erupted in furious curses. Who is this insolent girl daring to thwart my plans? Seeking death, are we? Before he could finish, a swarm of birds was already hurtling towards him. Unfazed by the oncoming avian assault, he prepared to retaliate, but the masked figure beside him unsheathed a long sword, instantly unleashing a flurry of white sword energy, claiming the lives of hundreds of birds in an instant, while the remaining ones scattered in disarray. The woman named Yao Ji halted momentarily, the flute's melody abruptly ceasing, and the birds, now uncontrolled, gradually dispersed into the sky. The masked man, his voice hoarse, queried, "Can we not summon more insects?" The figure in black pointed towards Yao Ji, who held the flute in the main hall, declaring, "First, eliminate this girl, otherwise she will continue to disrupt our plans." "Understood," replied the masked man, moving with the swiftness of an arrow, ascending to the roof of the main hall, his sword thrusting toward Yao Ji without hesitation. Yao Ji, holding the jade flute and gently tapping her other palm, remained unfazed by the impending strike. The old woman beside her emitted a cold huff, raising her dark red cane to deftly deflect the masked man's sword before delivering a powerful strike towards his chest. The masked figure remained steadfast, seemingly intent on testing the prowess of the elderly woman, and thus raised a hand to strike. The clash of their palms resounded with a tremendous noise, unleashing a shockwave that dislodged countless tiles from the roof. "This person is formidable. Yao Ji, retreat for now," the old woman warned. After exchanging a blow with the masked man, her expression shifted, and she swiftly seized Yao Ji's wrist, casting her down from the rooftop. Yao Ji, demonstrating remarkable agility, landed gracefully on the ground. As she looked up, she noticed the two combatants on the roof engaged in a fierce struggle, appearing evenly matched, prompting a slight furrow in her brow. At that moment, she sensed a malevolent gust behind her. Acting quickly, she lunged forward, and as she fell, she propelled herself with her left hand, twisting her body to face the rear. With her right hand, she unleashed a glimmering thread aimed at the assailant lurking behind. The attacker was none other than the black-clad man who had previously manipulated the insects. With a flick of his sleeve, he effortlessly deflected the thread aimed at him, following it up with a powerful strike toward Yao Ji's face. Realization dawned on Yao Ji. This man's skill far surpassed her own. Though he had yet to attain the status of a top-tier expert, he was nearly there. She dared not confront him head-on and relied on her agility to evade his relentless assaults. "Little girl, your beast-controlling techniques are quite commendable. But since you dare to oppose me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," the black-clad man remarked coldly. Yao Ji retorted with a scoff. Everyone can boast. Who will meet their demise first remains to be seen. Is that so? I await your demonstration, he replied, his palms swirling faster with each strike. Yao Ji found it increasingly difficult to evade him, and it seemed only a matter of time before she fell victim to his onslaught. From a nearby pine tree, Fang Ping observed the unfolding drama, clenching his fists and silently cheering for the black-clad man. Yes, just like that. Teach this madwoman a lesson for trying to steal my precious 100 arts box. He then glanced at the Tongtian python, noting that it was surrounded by a group of imperial guards. The python moved sluggishly, evidently wounded and still bleeding. Yet the guards with their swords and knives were unable to breach its defenses. When Fang Ping turned his attention back to Yao Ji, he witnessed her being struck by the black-clad man, her movements growing increasingly sluggish. It dawned on him that Yao Ji was aligned with the Baishui Palace, as was he, making them allies. If she were to perish, what would stop the black-clad man from summoning a horde of insects? Yet, he also bore a grudge against this Yao Ji from the E-Mountain tribe. Not taking advantage of her plight was already generous. Intervening further might seem overly indulgent. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, a branch above shifted, and Gu Lingyun, adjusting his breath, leaped down, wielding his Yanling blade to strike at the black-clad man assaulting Yao Ji. Startled, Fang Ping wondered if Gu Lingyun knew this woman, perhaps an old flame. As the figure in the black robe prepared to bring an end to Yaoheim, he suddenly sensed a glimmer of cold light slicing toward his arm from the side. Instinctively, he retracted his hand, channeling his strength into his sleeve and striking sideways. With a swift sound, Gu Lingyun's wild goose feather knife effortlessly severed the black-robed man's sleeve, causing him to leap away in fright. Shaken, he cast a glance at the severed fabric and then at the knife in Gu Lingyun's grasp, sneering, "What a fine blade. It would be a pity for a child like you to wield it. Why not gift it to me?" With that, the black-robed man lunged for Gu Lingyun's wrist. Gu Lingyun, wary and focused, stood his ground. Despite his exceptional swordsmanship, he found himself at a disadvantage, as most of his inner strength had dissipated, leaving him vulnerable to the black-robed man's formidable palm strikes. Why hasn't your inner strength waned? Gu Lingyun gritted his teeth, perplexed. The black-robed man bellowed with laughter. Did your master not teach you? At a certain level, one possesses methods to seal one's acupoints, rendering such trivial tricks from the Biyuan Palace incapable of affecting my inner vitality. In just a matter of exchanges, Gu Lingyun was nearing his breaking point. Allow me to assist you. Yaoheim, gritting her silver teeth, brandished her thread and launched an attack against the black-robed man. However, having sustained injuries earlier, her movements were sluggish, and her interference only served to distract Gu Lingyun, plunging both into perilous straits. At that moment, Fang Ping, perched atop a pine tree, finally grasped the urgency of the situation. Preserving Yaoheim's life took precedence over their past grievances. He leapt down from the tree, bounding swiftly to Yaoheim's side, seizing her waist and tossing her aside. "Stay out of the way," he commanded, then swung his nine-toothed rake toward the black-robed man's head with great force. Chapter 65, The Great Battle at Chaotian Temple. Earlier, while eavesdropping from the wall, the black-robed man had noticed Fang Ping and recognized his considerable strength. Nevertheless, relying on his profound inner power, he braced himself and received the rake head-on, channeling his energy into his arm. He raised a palm to strike the handle of the rake. Although he deflected Fang Ping's attack, he felt a twinge of soreness in his arm, while the bricks beneath his feet shattered. Fang Ping experienced a powerful recoil, stumbling back 2 steps but felt no encroachment of inner energy. He immediately realized that his opponent was not a top-tier master, which eased his anxious heart. "Why are you helping me?" Gu Lingyun gasped, surprised, as he pointed his wild goose feather knife at the black-robed man. "Why do you have such a large face?" Fang Ping retorted. "I'm helping that woman named Yaoheim. If she perishes, who will fend off the insects summoned by this fellow? By the way, why are you aiding her as well? Do you know her?" Gu Lingyun shook his head, directing his knife at the black-robed man. Several heinous crimes have occurred in the capital, leaving victims as mere skeletal remains, with traces of insect bites on their bones. Does this concern you? Ha ha ha. The black-robed man cackled ominously, and if it does, or if it doesn't. Humph. I am Gu Lingyun, a chief of the 6 doors. Today, I shall take you into custody. Prepare to face my blade. Wait for me, Fang Ping called out. Fang Ping, witnessing the reckless abandon of his companion, charged forward, contemplating the steadfast dedication of this individual who was perpetually preoccupied with apprehending adversaries. Concerned that the cloaked figure might bring about his demise, he hastened to offer assistance, urging, "Calm yourself. I shall bear the brunt of the assault while you strike from the shadows." Gu Lingyun, equally composed, exchanged a knowing glance with him, and they promptly commenced their collaborative endeavor. Fang Ping brandished his 9-pronged rake, unleashing a tempestuous barrage upon the black-robed adversary, with Fang Ping valiantly at the forefront. Gu Lingyun felt an alleviation of pressure, launching a series of swift strikes with his treasured blade, startling their opponent into erratic movements. Having engaged in prior skirmishes, both Fang Ping and Gu Lingyun possessed an understanding of each other's strengths, and their synergy, while not flawless, was commendable. In contrast, the black-robed figure found himself increasingly beleaguered. Despite his profound inner strength, after a direct confrontation with Fang Ping, he recognized the formidable power bestowed upon him and refrained from further direct engagements. Simultaneously, he had to contend with Gu Lingyun's stealthy strikes, making it increasingly difficult for him to retaliate effectively. Despite their efforts, the three combatants found themselves in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Jianghu and the Bu Palace had persisted for over an hour. In the plaza of Chaotian Temple, a contingent of Jianghu was besieging a group of female disciples from the Bu Palace, while another faction was engaged in combat with the Tongtian Python. Upon the roof of the main hall, an elderly woman from the Ishan tribe was locked in a fierce struggle with a swordsman adorned with a bark mask. Below, Fang Ping and Gu Lingyun continued their assault on the black-robed figure. In the center of the plaza, atop the Tongtian pillar, Qi Luo Laolao and Jinyui's officer Wei Xiao were locked in a deadlock, one wielding a palm strike and the other a blade, neither willing to yield. As the combatants exchanged blows with fervor, the sun began its descent in the western sky, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. Amidst the tumultuous clash, a group of officials, escorting an elderly man clad in official robes, entered the plaza. Yao Kaishan led a contingent of soldiers, following closely behind the officials. The elderly man, gaunt yet robust, bellowed towards the Tongtian pillar. Wei Xiao, immediately command your men to cease hostilities and come forth to receive the imperial edict. Wei Xiao's expression shifted as he disengaged from his duel with Qi Luo Laolao, feigning a few movements before leaping down from the pillar. Upon seeing the official, Qi Luo Laolao refrained from pursuing him. With hurried strides, Wei Xiao approached the elderly man, seething with indignation. Zhou Wentong, do you dare to falsely convey the imperial decree? The elderly figure was none other than Zhou Wentong, the governor of Puyang City. Zhou, holding a diminutive bamboo tube, smirked as he extended it towards Wei Xiao. First, take a look before reaching any conclusions. Upon receiving the bamboo tube, Wei Xiao recognized it as a carrier pigeon message. Upon opening it, he discovered it filled with densely packed, minuscule script, bearing the seal of the cabinet, confirming its authenticity. Strictly speaking, this message was not an imperial edict, but it could arguably be considered a preliminary notice, providing insight into the forthcoming decree to allow for preparation before the official announcement arrived. Wei Xiao glanced at the content above, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. At this moment, he could choose to disregard what was stated, since the formal imperial edict had yet to arrive. However, he must also weigh the consequences. Should the emperor take offense one day and remember this incident, he could be charged with disobeying a decree, and he would have no choice but to submit. I, Wei Xiao, deputy commander of the Jianghu, humbly await the imperial command. As he spoke, Wei Xiao returned the slip of paper from the bamboo tube back to Zhou Wentong. Zhou nodded to Yao Kaishan behind him, who then signaled the soldiers to rush into the square, swiftly separating the fighting parties. Seeing that things had finally calmed down, Zhou intended to have everyone kneel to receive the edict, but upon noticing that they were all armed and exuding hostility, he reconsidered. He unfurled the slip of paper and began to read its contents aloud. I have heard that to the east of Puyang City lies a mountain called Qi Luo Mountain, where there exists a sect known as Bishwagong. Within this palace, a spiritual beast, the Tongtian Python, is nurtured. This python absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, exhibiting the potential to transform into a dragon. At this moment, Fang Ping had also ceased his actions, craning his neck to listen to the decree. It seemed that Zhou Wentong, the governor of Puyang, had reported the matter of the Tongtian Python growing horns to the court, while also flattering the emperor's governance and wisdom, attributing the phenomenon of the python to the emperor's merits and imploring him for support regarding this extraordinary beast. I am greatly pleased and hereby designate the Tongtian Python as a protectorate spirit beast. The efforts of Bishwagong in nurturing this creature shall be rewarded with 1,000 pearls. The disciples of Bishwagong shall bring the protectorate spirit beast to participate in the New Year celebrations in the capital. After an extensive recitation, Zhou finally completed reading the contents of the slip. Wei Xiao's face was nearly steaming with frustration, yet he found himself powerless to alter the situation. Alas, he had gained no credit for his efforts and had unwittingly incurred the wrath of a formidable enemy in Bishwagong, leaving him feeling utterly trapped. With a stern expression, Wei Xiao waved his hand, and the Jianghu collected their fallen comrades, retreating in disarray. the figure in the black robe opposite Fang Ping, along with the masked man wielding a sword atop the main hall of the Chaodian temple, realized that a confrontation was no longer feasible and swiftly executed their lightness of foot technique, disappearing from sight. Gu Lingyun, gritting his teeth as if harboring a profound grudge against the black-robed figure, disregarded his own chances of victory and stealthily pursued him. Chapter 66. Qingluo Mountain. As Fang Ping saw the Jianghu depart, he too planned to slip away quietly, but was halted by Lu Hongyang. What brings you here? Thank you for your timely assistance, brave hero. May I inquire your esteemed name? Having engaged in combat for a while, the torn cloth that had obscured Fang Ping's face had fallen away, revealing a visage that appeared to be both in his 20s and 40s. Leaving Lu uncertain whether to address him as young hero or great hero, upon hearing her inquiry, Fang Ping pondered briefly before replying, I am Zhu Ganglai, residing in Galea's Wang. Lu nodded thoughtfully and continued, might I ask why you chose to assist Bishwagong? Is there a past connection? Not at all. I merely acted in defense of justice upon witnessing an injustice, he replied, clearing his throat. In truth, I have a certain discord with the Imperial Guards. Observing their indiscriminate calls to violence against my fellow wanderers of the martial world, I felt compelled to lend my assistance. Fang Ping fabricated an excuse, refraining from mentioning the matter of the old beggar. However, one must wonder whether the old beggar has departed by now. Regardless, the Bai Shui Palace owes a debt of gratitude to the valiant pig hero, which shall surely be repaid in due time. There's no need, he said. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Just as Fang Ping was about to depart, he was halted by Lu Hongyang, who reached out. Valiant pig hero, do not rush off. Your recent aid to Bai Shui Palace has undoubtedly antagonized the Imperial Guards. Leaving alone at this moment may expose you to their treachery. Why not accompany us for a while? We can part ways safely once we reach a secure location. Such reasoning resonated with Fang Ping, who paused and acknowledged the wisdom of her words, thus conceding, then I shall impose upon you. You are too kind, valiant pig hero. Please follow me, she replied. At that moment, the elderly matron of Qingluo had expressed her gratitude to Zhou Wenzheng, while the disciples of Bai Shui Palace prepared the remains of their fallen sister. With somber expressions, the group exited Chaodian Temple and arrived at the banks of a nearby river. Several flower boats were moored upon the water, and Fang Ping followed Lu Hongyang onto one of them. Suddenly, a loud splash echoed as the colossal Tongtian python slithered into the river behind them. The flower boat commenced its gentle voyage down the river, passing through a loch east of Puyang City, and headed toward a nearby mountain range. In the recent confrontation with the Imperial Guards, over 30 disciples of Bai Shui Palace had perished, and nearly all remaining members bore injuries, their spirits weighed down by sorrow. Lu Hongyang sighed, glancing at Fang Ping. She thought it inappropriate to maintain a stern demeanor, considering he had aided her kin, and thus endeavored to offer a warm smile as she gestured toward the distant peaks. Valiant pig hero, the mountain ahead is known as Qingluo Mountain, and nestled within it is a valley called Baiyu Valley, which serves as the residence of Bai Shui Palace. Miss Lu, is it? Fang Ping inquired, somewhat awkwardly. Hee. I am already wed. You may call me Madam Lu or Hongyang, valiant pig hero, she replied with a playful smile. Fang Ping, feeling a bit flustered, nodded and remarked, by the way, Hongyang, I have long been curious about the connection between the Qingluo flower and Qingluo Mountain. Lu Hongyang pondered for a moment before explaining, it is quite the tale. Over a decade ago, Puyang City had not yet reached its current scale. Although it was situated at a vital crossroads, it lacked any distinctive features. It was not until the present governor, Zhou Wenzheng, took office that he endeavored to achieve notable accomplishments, albeit with little success. By chance, he learned of the Bai Shui selection of suitors and visited Bai Shui Palace. At that time, the selection took place on Qingluo Mountain, far less bustling than it is today, and its purpose was merely to marry off young female disciples who had little interest in martial pursuits, providing them with a suitable home. After touring Bai Shui Palace, Zhou Wenzheng discovered the countless extraordinary flowers and plants in Baiyu Valley, which possessed a unique charm. Upon encountering the longhorn Tongtian python, his excitement surged. Subsequently, Zhou Wenzheng conferred with the Bihui Palace, proposing to transport the unique offerings of the palace to Puyang City, thereby fostering a collaborative venture that would not only catalyze the development of Puyang but also enhance the reputation of Bihui Palace. The martial factions in this world do not harbor particularly hostile sentiments towards the imperial court. Thus, when the esteemed governor personally approached for cooperation, Bihui Palace naturally acquiesced, as many yearn for such advantageous connections without any means to attain them. The two parties reached a swift accord, culminating in the Qingluo Flower Festival. The principal activities of the festival, such as the flower contest, selection of suitors by Bihui, and the worship of the dragon python at Chaotian Temple were predominantly overseen by Bihui Palace. Consequently, Puyang City garnered considerable acclaim through the Qingluo Flower Festival, signifying mutual benefit for both parties. How enlightening! Fang Ping nodded in acknowledgement. The Qingluo Flower Festival has indeed brought substantial benefits to Bihui Palace, yet it has also led to unforeseen repercussions. Is it possible that everything was preordained? Sighed Lu Hongyang. Regarding the transformation of the Tongtian python into a dragon, have you not sensed something amiss? If others were to take this seriously and accuse you of rebellion, how would you defend yourselves? Fang Ping expressed his bewilderment. Even if you are unaware of the intricacies, the governor of Puyang, having served for many years, should possess some understanding, no? Lu Hongyang offered a wry smile. We, a group of women from the rivers and lakes, are unfamiliar with the intricacies of officialdom. How could we comprehend such matters? We never anticipated that this situation would stir such a tempest. As for Lord Zhou Wenzheng, he is a commendable official, yet his political acumen may not surpass ours by much. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched to Puyang in his prime, a place that was far from desirable at that time. Fang Ping shook his head, non-committal. To have held the position of governor for so many years, even without promotion, yet not demoted, surely he must possess some political awareness. How much revenue can be generated from the worship at Chaotian Temple? Fang Ping suddenly inquired with a spark of insight. Lu Hongyang pondered, counting on her fingers. Entry fee is 10 coins, incense offerings 50 coins. Viewing up close is 10 taels of silver, and if one wishes to have their child sit upon the head of the Tongtian python, it costs 500 taels. Stop. Let's just consider the total earnings throughout the Qingluo Flower Festival. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, realizing the vast sums involved. No wonder Zhou Wenzheng is unconcerned. This is a matter of political achievement. However, he mused, should accountability be pursued, Zhou Wenzheng would not escape unscathed either. Lu Hongyang exchanged a few words with her 2 female disciples to ascertain the situation before stating, we could potentially earn around 100,000 taels, which would be evenly divided between Bihui Palace and Puyang City. At this moment, Fang Ping's understanding was complete. The facade of ignorance towards political affairs was merely a veil obscured by the allure of wealth. As the saying goes, the bold thrive, while the timid perish. With so many lives lost today, their fate was hardly unjust. Chapter 67. Yao Ji noticing his silence. Lu Hongyang continued, a few days ago, we received word that the Jianghu intended to trouble us. We thought to have Lord Zhou Wenzheng negotiate with them, believing the matter would settle, yet to our dismay, Wei Xiu has been relentless, insisting on branding us with a charge of treason, which is truly abhorrent. Fang Ping mused. Since you are all aware that someone wishes to cause you trouble, why proceed with the event to worship the dragon python? It seems that greed is at play. However, given that the Bihui sect is a faction of the martial world, let us consider their perspective. If the Jin Yi command us to act as they please, how shall we maintain our standing in the martial community? They may desire our Tongtian python, but that is simply out of the question. Let them come and try. Later, upon realizing the situation was escalating, Lord Zhou Wenzheng contacted his connections in the capital and submitted a memorial to clarify matters. Lu Hongyang sighed, expressing her surprise at how simply the issue had been resolved, lamenting that they should have acted sooner. What a pity for the many disciples of Bihui sect. Alas! Hongyang, take heart, Fang Ping consoled her, though he thought to himself that matters were never as straightforward as they seemed. The events unfolding today might very well be by the Emperor's design, if not tacitly approved. First, they would eliminate some of your disciples to teach you a lesson. Then issue a decree designating the Tongtian python as a national guardian spirit, offering you rewards that you would have no choice but to accept. This not only prevents anyone from exploiting the Tongtian python for mischief, but also allows the Emperor to gain favor among the populace, a masterstroke indeed. It is akin to delivering a slap followed by a sweet date. Indeed, the simplest of tactics endure through the ages. A sneeze escaped him as the enchanting scent of the Zui Yuling Long wafted through the air. Lu Hongyang paused, surprised, saying, Hero Zhu, you cannot possibly be one who is sensitive to the fragrance of Zui Yuling Long, can you? That would be correct, Fang Ping replied, rubbing his nose. Ha. Lu Hongyang laughed heartily. Such a constitution is rare indeed. I had intended to introduce a few female disciples from the palace to you, Hero Zhu, but it seems that may not be feasible now. What a shame. Fang Ping expressed his regret, saying, I have heard that the fragrance of Zui Yuling Long can envelop the entire city of Puyang. It is truly a marvel. Alas, with my condition, I fear I may never witness it. Lu Hongyang replied, you are a benefactor of our Bihui sect, and I shall not conceal the truth from you. The notion of Zui Yuling Long is merely a fabrication. It is not a flower, but rather a concoction. During the Qingluo Flower Festival, Our disciples burn sandalwood infused with the pollen of the Zui Yuling Long throughout the city, which creates the illusion of fragrance permeating every corner. Ah, I see, Fang Ping said, feeling a tinge of disappointment yet recognizing it as a method to create ambience. In truth, a single blossom of Zui Yuling Long does not possess an overwhelming scent. Allow me to fetch one for you to see, Hero Zhu. Xiaodai, come here. Lu Hongyang called over a female disciple and instructed her. The disciple then leaped from one boat to another and disappeared into the cabin. Fang Ping considered refusing but was indeed curious. He thought that glancing at it would be of little consequence, so he swallowed his words. Before long, a disciple clad in green returned, cradling a pot of flowers in her arms. Fang Ping scrutinized the flower with great attention, observing that its stem was a vibrant green, adorned with numerous palm-sized, round leaves. At the pinnacle of the stem, a cluster of crimson blossoms flourished. This was indeed the exquisite Zui Yuling Long. One could not deny its uniqueness. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Enough. Hongyang, please have it taken away. If I gaze any longer, I might suffocate, he exclaimed. Lu Hongyang smiled faintly, yet before she could speak, the female disciple holding the flower pot chimed in. Why not look? I personally brought it to you. And now you refuse to admire it after just a glance. Is this how you repay my efforts? Fang Ping paused, his gaze drifting past the flower pot to the familiar figure of the female disciple. However, before he could recollect where he had seen her, she suddenly blew a forceful breath, sending a cloud of powder from the Zui Yuling Long's buds, which enveloped Fang Ping's face. Achoo, achoo, ugh. He sneezed uncontrollably, his head spinning, as shimmering stars danced before his eyes. Soon, the world began to whirl around him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the deck of the flower boat. Just before losing consciousness, he overheard a conversation between two women. Yao Ji, why are you here? What about Xiaodai? This gentleman, Zhu Daxia, has saved you. How could you toy with him thus? Humph. He fell without me even lifting a finger. He must be quite useless for such a large frame. Do be careful. Your mischief might cost you a suitor in the future. I won't listen. Hongyang, you've grown so accustomed to matchmaking your own disciples that you've begun to believe you are one yourself. I am Hongyang. Is there a problem with that? When Fang Ping next opened his eyes, he found himself reclining on a bamboo couch, with Lu Hongyang seated beside him. Not far away, at a table, sat a woman dressed in traditional attire. It dawned on him that this was Yao Ji, the same woman who had masqueraded as a disciple of Bu Palace and had rendered him unconscious with the powder from the Zui Yuling Long. She had now reverted to her e-garments, making her identity evident to Fang Ping. Curiosity indeed killed the cat. Why was I so foolish as to examine those flowers? And now, I have fallen into their trap, he thought. As he shifted slightly, he realized he felt no discomfort. With a swift motion, he leapt from the bamboo couch, landing a considerable distance away, eyeing the two women warily. Ah, you're awake, Lu Hongyang exclaimed, filled with delight. Should I address you as Zhu Daxia or Fang Xiaoga? Fang Ping was taken aback and touched his cheek, feeling remarkably refreshed. The makeup had been washed away. A quick pat on his head revealed that the wig was also gone. How do you know me? Lu Hongyang waved her hands gently. There is no need for alarm. Fang Xiaoxia, Bu Palace harbors no ill will towards you, and as for the Baqiao Tiangong box, we have no intentions of coveting it. Hearing her mention the Baqiao Tiangong box caused a sudden weightlessness in his pocket. He reached inside only to find that the jade box was no longer there, leaving him utterly astonished. Behind the table, Yao Ji let out a soft laugh, raising her delicate hand to reveal a jade box that materialized in her palm. Hee. Were you searching for this? Chapter 68. Continuing the journey, this woman must have seized the jade box while I was unconscious. Return it to me, Fang Ping exclaimed angrily, ready to snatch the box, only to see Yao Ji stretch out her hand, resting it on a pot of flowers on the table, which happened to be a pot of exquisite drunken moon. Instantly, he retreated his steps. Just wait, I shall see if I can wield my nine-toothed rake against you. He glanced around, but could not find his weapon. Yao Ji teased, that broken rake, dark and ugly, is utterly repulsive. I tossed it into the river. That wasteful woman. The nine-toothed rake cost me a fortune of 15 taels of silver. How could she simply discard it? Damn it. Fang Ping fumed. Yet mindful of the pot of drunken moon, his anger surged, his fist clenched tightly, creaking ominously. Seeing the tension between the two, Lu Hongyang, standing nearby, feared a quarrel might escalate into a brawl. She hurried to mediate, saying, All right, Yao Ji, return the box to him. Humph, for Sister Hongyang's sake. I shall return it to you. Yao Ji shot a glance at the furious Fang Ping and tossed the exquisite box toward him. Fang Ping caught it, and, upon inspection, confirmed it was indeed his jade box, bewildered. Did you not intend to steal this box? After finally acquiring it, why do you return it so easily? As soon as he spoke, Yao Ji's expression darkened once more. Lu Hongyang stifled a laugh and explained, after you fainted yesterday, we took the liberty of grooming you, and Yao Ji recognized you. However, she struggled all night with your jade box, unable to unlock its mechanism, despite appearing to be made of jade. The 100 Craftsman box is incredibly hard and impervious to damage. Yao Ji spent half a day with her soul-tangling silk, yet could not even scratch its surface. Fang Ping had held the box long enough to understand its exceptional toughness, but he had not anticipated it to be so indestructible that it rendered Yao Ji powerless to open it after an entire day. Wait, you said all night? What time is it now? Yao Ji shook her head mockingly. It's already noon of the second day. For such a tall fellow. You seem frightened by a mere pot of drunken moon. Ordinary people smell it without issue. I wonder how your martial arts are practiced, he. This has nothing to do with martial arts. It's purely a matter of constitution. Fang Ping stuffed the jade box back into his inner pocket and rolled his eyes at Yao Ji. Your opinion on my martial skills is irrelevant, given that you are a defeated opponent. Yao Ji's expression darkened. What did you say? Who is a defeated opponent? Say that once more. As she spoke, she raised her hands, revealing a gleaming metallic thread emanating a cold light. This time, Fang Ping finally discerned that the thread was drawn from a ring she wore on her hand. So, the soul-tangling silk mentioned by Lu Hongyang must indeed be the name of this thread. Hee. Who was it that could not best me at the inn and fled in defeat? The young woman from Japan merely grew weary of the game and chose to let you off the hook, not anticipating that you would take her seriously. If you possess the courage, come and face me again. I am not afraid of you. Where's my companion? I still remember that shabby implement of yours, and I have already informed you to discard it into the river. If you bow 3 times before me, I shall reveal to you where it was thrown. Begone. Seeing the escalating tension between them, Lu Hongyang hastily intervened, positioning herself between the two. Both of you are friends of our Bu Palace. Let us maintain our composure. Yao Ji, Brother Fang did save you at Chaodian Temple. You must not repay kindness with enmity. Yao Ji glared, slamming her palm on the table, exclaiming, Speaking of this infuriates me. Why did he toss me into the midst of the Genie Way? Was that truly a rescue? If it were not for my capabilities, I would have been slaughtered by their blades long ago. I believe he acted with malicious intent, seeking to take revenge on me. Fang Ping retorted, Ha! A dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor's heart. I should never have saved you, this enchantress. I ought to have let that black-robed man strike you down. Who are you calling a dog? Why, you of course. What of it? I shall end your life. Do you possess the ability to do so? Lu Hongyang sighed and interjected once more, Gentlemen, let us remain calm. Yao Ji, if you cannot tolerate Brother Fang, perhaps you might step outside for a moment to cool your temper. Yao Ji's expression shifted several times before she huffed and leapt off the platform. Fang Ping took a few steps forward and soon realized that the spacious room was perched on a sheer cliff. Directly before him lay a row of grand doors leading to an expansive balcony. Standing on the balcony, he gazed into the distance and discovered a circular valley, lush with verdant flora and an array of exquisite blossoms, dotted with pavilions and structures. The cliffside surrounding the valley also housed several buildings, including the very one he occupied. Brother Fang, how do you find the scenery of Bu Valley? Lu Hongyang inquired from behind him. Observing the magnificent view, Fang Ping wished to compose a poem, but alas, his mind was devoid of inspiration, and he could only exclaim, It is truly beautiful, exceptionally beautiful. Lu Hongyang smiled. Here, not only are there stunning landscapes, but also lovely maidens. Why not stay a few more days, Brother Fang? You need not depart just yet. Fang Ping thought to himself, Are you genuinely trying to keep me here as a son-in-law? And promptly shook his head. Surely. You are aware that I must deliver the Baijiu Tiangong box to Master Qingyang. Since the day I fainted, I have already lingered in Puyang City for 3 days. It is time for me to resume my journey. I shall be leaving shortly. Master Qingyang, I have heard he is a remarkable figure of both literary and martial prowess. One of the finest in the land. Lu Hongyang nodded in agreement. Since Brother Fang has made his decision, I shall not press further. However, given the hour, it would be wise to have lunch before you depart. Then I shall impose upon you. Having fainted for an entire night, Fang Ping was indeed quite hungry. Thus he did not refuse. By the way, Hongyang, I now smell the fragrance of the drunken moon Ling Long. Why has nothing been prepared? Lu Hongyang cast a glance at the floral arrangement on the table and remarked, Although Brother Fang's situation is rather uncommon, we have encountered similar circumstances before. The sap from the roots of the Ziyu Ling Long can mitigate the damage caused by the floral fragrance. Understanding dawned upon her. Please take a moment to rest. I shall summon someone to bring you some food. A short while later, Lu Hongyang and several female disciples from the Bai Shui Palace arrived, bearing an assortment of food and drink, standing nearby to watch him eat. Fang Ping, uncertain of their intentions, endured the awkwardness and devoured the meal hastily. Have you finished eating, Brother Fang? Lu Hongyong inquired. Yes, I have, he replied. Sisters, bring forth the supplies. With her command, the female disciples each produced an array of bottles and jars from their sleeves, encircling Fang Ping. Hongyang, what is the meaning of this? Fang Ping did not suspect any ill intent from them, for they could have dispatched him multiple times while he was unconscious. Lu Hongyang chuckled, Brother Fang, your makeup has faded. Fortunately, we are skilled in this art and shall assist you in reapplying it. As she spoke, several charming maidens busied themselves around him, and soon a dramatically altered visage appeared in the copper mirror. Chapter 69. Descending the mountain after being attended to by the female disciples of Baishui Palace. Fang Ping transformed into a robust man with a dark complexion, a full beard adorning his face, while the back of his head bore a ring of hair, leaving the center gleaming bald like a Mediterranean sea. Brother Fang, how do you find our craftsmanship? Lu Hongyang inquired with a smile. Quite remarkable indeed. Far superior to my own efforts, he responded. It was more than remarkable, it was astonishing. Upon his initial encounter with the women of Baishui Palace, he had noted their exquisite makeup, clearly indicating their proficiency in this craft. He wondered whether the suitors who had been summoned would regret their decisions upon seeing their true appearances. Once the makeup was completed, Lu Hongyang led the way to escort him out of the Jade Valley. However, rather than descending, they continued upward along the cliffs, eventually reaching the mountain summit. Brother Fang, there are some agents from the Jianghu at the valley entrance, so it would be unwise to leave that way. You may take this path down, but it is quite secluded, so please exercise caution, Lu Hongyang advised, pointing to a narrow mountain trail. Fang Ping clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Hongyang, I shall take my leave now. Please wait a moment. Baishui Palace has some gifts for you, Lu Hongyang added just as another female disciple, along with one named Yaoji, reached the summit. Receiving a bundle from the newcomer, she handed it to Fang Ping, saying, inside are some clothing and provisions. I hope you will find them acceptable. Thank you very much, Fang Ping replied without hesitation, slinging the bundle over his shoulder. Noticing Fang Ping's gaze upon her, Yaoji glared and retorted, what are you staring at? What of it? He shot back. Try staring again if you dare. Go ahead and try, he responded defiantly. Lu Hongyang felt a headache coming on, pondering whether these two were destined adversaries from a past life, perpetually embroiled in conflict upon their first meeting. Yaoji, do restrain yourself, she interjected. She approached Yaoji and grasped the black short staff in her hand, tugging at it several times before Yaoji reluctantly relinquished her grip. Brother Fang, the short staff is forged from cold iron. It can not only withstand divine weapons but also counter the sword energy and blade aura of first-rate masters. Since Yaoji has misplaced your rake, consider this short staff as compensation. Fang Ping took it and observed the intricate patterns adorning the black staff. It felt heavy in his grasp, and a faint chill seeped into his palm, which was not uncomfortable but rather invigorating. He immediately recognized that this staff was a rare treasure, and he found himself enamored by it. Lu Hongyang interjected, Brother Fang, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. For my sake, why not let bygones be bygones between you and Yaoji? Fang Ping thought to himself that one should not bite the hand that feeds. Considering the precious staff, he found it easy to acquiesce. Certainly, as long as she refrains from provoking him again, he had no desire to engage in further disputes. Yet Yaoji wore a reluctant expression and coldly retorted, Humph. Bald crow, as if you're so formidable. Who are you calling bald? Fang Ping shot back. Whoever has no hair on their head is the one being referred to. I merely shaved my head for comfort. Really? I find that hard to believe. Believe it or not, it's none of your concern. Seeing the two bickering again, Lu Hongyang quickly covered Yaoji's mouth and urged Fang Ping, Brother Fang, we should hasten our descent. If we do not leave before nightfall, the road will become perilous. Fang Ping clasped his fist in salute to her and the other female disciples of Bishi Palace, saying, if that is the case, then ladies, may our paths cross again in the future. Farewell. Farewell. Safe travels, Brother Fang. After bidding farewell, Fang Ping shot a glare at Yaoji and strode down the mountain path. Once he rounded a bend, the figures of the Bishi Palace disciples vanished from sight. After walking along the mountain trail for over an hour, Fang Ping found himself grumbling about the terrain. This was hardly difficult to navigate. The path was fraught with ruggedness and dense thorns, and in some places, there was no path at all. Could it be that he had taken a wrong turn? No. This was the only small path. How could he have gone astray? He observed the surrounding cliffs closely and noticed signs of fractures. Deducing that there had indeed once been a path here, but for some unknown reason, the rocks had collapsed. However, such minor obstacles were no match for him. He leapt onto a nearby stone platform, then found several footholds, bounding down until he finally rediscovered the trail. After another hour of travel, He encountered several more fractured sections of the mountain path. Although he safely descended, the delay had caused the daylight to fade. With no other choice, Fang Ping sought a sheltered corner to kindle a fire, planning to rest for the night. By the fire, he opened the package Lu Hongyang had gifted him, retrieving some flatbreads and dried meat to roast over the flames. Taking advantage of this time, he carefully examined the short staff in his hands. It measured over 3 feet in length and weighed more than 40 pounds, entirely black and etched with many peculiar patterns. What could this be? It appeared to bear inscriptions. Fang Ping noticed the peculiar patterns at the top of the stick, which seemed to form 2 characters, subduing demons. Goodness, is this the demon-subduing rod? Coupled with my current appearance, complete with a bushy beard and a receding hairline, I resemble Shamuk. Speaking of which, I have already portrayed Tang Xing in Zhu Beiji. And if wielding an iron staff qualifies me as the Monkey King, then have I not assembled an entire pilgrimage team? All that remains is a white dragon steed. Wait, I have purchased 2 horses, both of which met untimely ends. At this moment, the meat jerky was also perfectly roasted, filling the air with a delightful aroma. And Fang Ping indulged in a hearty meal. Once he finished dining, he suddenly recalled that the old beggar at Chaotian Temple had indeed bestowed upon him the cultivation manual for the Hunyuan Gong. What is wrong with my mind? Have I been muddled by that intoxicated moonlight? How could I have forgotten until now? He set the black short rod aside and hastily rummaged through his robes, retrieving several sheets of sheepskin parchment. How fortunate that Yaoji, that little demoness, showed no interest in this. Otherwise, had she carelessly discarded it, I would have had nowhere to lament. The first 2 sheets contained the cultivation methods for the 1st to 3rd levels of the Hunyuan Gong, commonly referred to as the 8-rank Hunyuan Gong, which were already widely known. After a careful reading, he found it largely similar to what he had purchased, albeit with some variations in terminology. The latter 4 sheets detailed the cultivation methods for the 12 meridians, including the Hand Tying Lung Meridian, Hand Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, Foot Yangming Stomach Meridian, and Foot Tying Spleen Meridian, along with some techniques for circulating energy. Excellent. This is precisely what I currently lack. Fang Ping examined these sheets, elated beyond measure, reciting and practicing the methods inscribed therein. Chapter 70. My sword kills without bloodshed. After finally acquiring the coveted martial arts manual, Fang Ping practiced zealously through the night, so engrossed that he forgot to sleep. Rather than feeling fatigued, he found himself invigorated the more he trained. As dawn broke, sunlight spilled onto Fang Ping's eyelids, pulling him from his fervor of cultivation. It is often said that haste makes waste. Internal energy requires months of dedicated practice to yield results. But for now, continuing his journey was paramount. Resolutely, he picked up the black short rod, secured his bundle, and continued down the winding path. The further he descended, the more navigable the mountain trail became. In less than an hour, he reached the foot of the mountain, where a lush forest lay ahead. He had previously observed from halfway up that beyond this woodland lay a vast, flat plain. As he stepped into the forest, a sudden breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill, and a few leaves drifted gently to the ground. Upon reflection, autumn seemed to be approaching. When he first set off with this box, the weather had been quite warm. Just as he contemplated the swift passage of time, he felt an inexplicable sensation and abruptly turned around, discovering a figure along the forest path, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. The individual was slender and graceful, presumably a woman, clad in a light blue satin garment, adorned with a bamboo hat and veiled in black, holding a long sword in her hand. This person the young lady silently followed behind, her intentions unclear. Fang Ping gradually spoke, gripping the black short staff in his hand with caution. You must be Fang Ping? Her voice was clear and melodious, reminiscent of a lark. You have mistaken me. I am Sha Wujing, Fang Ping thought to himself, astonished at how she recognized him despite his disguise. The young woman continued, at the entrance of Biyu Valley, there have always been imperial guards stationed, and no man has emerged. This secluded path on Qingluo Mountain is the only one leading down, and I have been waiting here. Currently, you are the only one descending the mountain. Judging by your stature, you must undoubtedly be Fang Ping. Yesterday at Chaotian Temple, in the midst of the fight, your disguise was compromised. With so many imperial guards present, it is not surprising someone identified you. Fang Ping furrowed his brows. Are you one of the imperial guards? If I were, I would not be alone in blocking your path, she retorted. Ah, is that so? Then what business do you have with me? Sensing a confrontation was inevitable, Fang Ping chose to admit it. The young woman, donning a wide-brimmed hat that concealed her features, spoke earnestly. Hand over the Baijiao Tiangong box, and I shall grant you a chance to live. Fang Ping shook his black short staff mockingly, scoffing. So I should be grateful to you? Judging by your voice, you seem quite young. How formidable could you possibly be to speak so boldly? He truly doubted that this young woman could rival the white-clad expert who had severed his iron rod, if she was indeed that skilled. He would rather perish than endure such shame. The young woman slightly shook her head, casting aside her hat and slowly drawing a long sword from its sheath. "My sword is swift, and it strikes to kill. You should be cautious." Fang Ping, undeterred, tossed aside his bag and gripped the black short staff, readying himself for the impending clash. "Thunderbolt!" she called out, and with a flick of her wrist, she transformed into a lightning bolt, instantly closing the distance to Fang Ping. "How fast?" Fang Ping was taken aback, swinging his staff in an attempt to deflect her blade. To his astonishment, her sword light vanished for a fleeting moment. When he saw it again, the blade had already grazed his neck. Such speed, he thought, clutching his throat tightly. The young woman stood beside him, slowly retracting her sword into its sheath. "My sword kills without shedding blood. You should..." A sudden, muffled thud interrupted her words as Fang Ping struck her on the back of the head with his black short staff, causing her skull to fracture, her lifeless body collapsing to the ground. "Damn it! If your sword kills without bloodshed, how can you be sure I'm dead? After slashing my neck. You don't even check for a finishing blow, standing so brazenly beside me to sheath your sword. What a farce." Fang Ping cursed under his breath, but then noticed the woman's corpse twitch slightly. Instinctively, he kicked her, the sickening crack of her neck resounding, ensuring she was truly lifeless. He gingerly touched his neck, still feeling a searing pain. However, there were no traces of blood, indicating that his protective defenses remained intact. The members of the Jianghu were indeed quite shameless, disseminating tales of my appearance and physique while neglecting to mention my invulnerability. The woman's sword was undeniably swift. Had she aimed for my eyes or wielded a formidable weapon, I might have perished. Fang Ping crouched down and removed the black silk scarf from the woman's face, revealing a strikingly beautiful young lady, seemingly in her early 20s. Alas, a beauty such as she, reduced to thievery. Was this the correct usage of the phrase? He reached out, attempting to close her eyelids, but she abruptly opened her eyes, startling him. "How dare you still cling to life after stealing from others?" he thought. If one's skills are lacking, regardless, death is inevitable, whether sooner or later. Early death, early reincarnation. After several attempts, he finally managed to close her eyes. This woman possessed remarkable swordsmanship and wore satin garments, suggesting she hailed from a prestigious lineage. Sighing, he pondered which powerful faction he had inadvertently offended this time. Feeling along her clothing, he found no identification. Only a delicate purse containing several gold leaves and some silver coins. As the saying goes, one cannot take wealth with them upon death. This money shall serve as my aid. In light of these gold leaves, I shall not allow your body to be left unburied. Fang Ping mumbled to himself as he lifted the woman's lifeless form and searched for a suitable resting place in the woods. He quickly dug a large grave and placed her within it. The woman's sword remained on the ground, piquing his curiosity. He withdrew the sword, noting its gleaming edge, which hinted at its exceptional quality. Grasping both ends, he forcefully bent it several times until it finally broke, sending a chill of fear through him and a cold sweat down his back. How astonishing! This sword was remarkably resilient, not far from being a divine weapon. I truly am fortunate. Releasing a sigh of relief, he tossed the broken sword into the grave, burying both the woman and the weapon with a few swift motions. Chapter 71. We are not monsters. Having buried the woman and tidied up, Fang Ping continued on his journey without changing his attire. After all, the woman had attacked him based solely on her assumptions about his figure and had not truly recognized him. Thus, his disguise as a Buddhist monk would likely serve him for some time. Exiting the confines of Qingluo Mountain, he found himself in a vast expanse of plains. He made an effort to stick to the smaller paths, as his height posed a potential issue, making him easily suspicious. However, even the smaller paths were far more manageable than the winding trails of the mountains. Fang Ping walked leisurely when he encountered others, but once in solitude, he sprinted ahead. Fortunately, after 8 uneventful days, he had not encountered any troubles, covering a distance of over 200 miles. Ahead lay an endless expanse of hills. As dusk descended upon the day, the weather abruptly turned gloomy. After a few gusts of cool wind, rain began to pour down in a cacophony, intensifying with each passing moment. Noticing a grove of trees not far ahead, he hastily dashed into the thicket without a second thought. Although the path within the woods was not as broad as the main road, it was evidently well-trodden, the muddy trail solidly compacted by frequent passage. Fang Ping ran along this path, and as he did, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, urging him to quicken his pace. Is there nowhere to seek refuge from the rain? He pondered. I stand tall, wielding a metal rod, surrounded by trees. I hope I shan't be struck by lightning. As he continued running, a small courtyard suddenly came into view, its gate ajar. Soaked to the bone, Fang Ping rushed inside. The courtyard was barren, devoid of any furnishings. Is anyone home? Is anyone here? If not, I shall enter, he called out. Approaching the inner door, he knocked forcefully on the doorframe, but receiving no reply. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Goodness, so many coffins, he exclaimed. His gaze fell upon a relatively spacious room, which astonishingly housed several coffins, 2 of which were even ajar. Taking a moment to steady himself, he realized that this must be a mortuary, designated for the remains of travelers who had perished far from home. Well, a mortuary is better than sleeping outdoors, he muttered to himself. He inspected each coffin, both open and closed. Fortunately, none contained bodies, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It was not fear of ghosts that troubled him. After all, what could be more terrifying than the living? He needed to ascertain that no nefarious individuals lay in wait, ready to emerge in the dead of night with ill intent. Fang Ping withdrew a fire starter from his pocket, intending to kindle a small fire to dry his soaked clothing. Yet to his dismay, it refused to ignite, igniting his frustration. What folly it is to be vexed by a mere fire starter, he chastised himself. However, he recalled that he could potentially use his internal energy to dry his garments. He wondered if it would indeed work. In recent days, he had encountered little trouble, devoting a couple of hours each night to practicing the 4th to 6th levels of his Hunyuan Gong. Though lacking guidance, he had managed to glean some insights through his own exploration. As the rain outside continued to pour, accompanied by thunder and lightning, he sat cross-legged on the floor, finding his mind growing increasingly tranquil. Silently, he channeled his energy, gradually dispersing the internal force from his dantian throughout his body. Indeed, he felt warmth spreading, and his drenched clothes began to emit steam. After more than an hour, his garments were finally dry. At this moment, the rain ceased, and Fang Ping stood up, stretching lazily and inhaling the fresh air. Gazing up, he beheld the sky, clear and serene, with the moon hanging high and stars twinkling. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the mortuary courtyard. Fang Ping instinctively sought to evade, yet the room offered no sanctuary. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the open coffin. He swiftly tumbled in, pulling the lid over him while leaving a narrow gap to observe. Just as he concealed himself, 2 shadows entered from outside. Peering through the crack in the coffin, Fang Ping was startled. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, the door stood wide open, allowing the luminous moonlight to delineate the scene. The 2 figures, with disheveled hair and ghastly features, were clad in tattered garments, and most peculiarly, each bore a flickering emerald flame upon their shoulders. What on earth is happening? Am I encountering ghosts, zombies, or perhaps some malevolent spirits? As Fang Ping pondered in confusion, the 2 figures began to inspect several coffins, much like he had upon entering. What were they doing? Searching for something to consume? He felt no fear, merely gripping his black baton tightly, contemplating a preemptive strike, for inscribed upon it were the words demon subduing. Before long, the 2 figures arrived at the coffin where he was hidden, preparing to pry open the lid. You insolent wretches, Fang Ping shouted, forcefully kicking the lid away, causing both figures to yelp in surprise as they were knocked to the ground by the lid. Who dares to disturb me? Prepare to receive my wrath. He leaped from the coffin, wielding his black baton, ready to strike. Spare them. Suddenly, another figure entered the courtyard, and upon witnessing the scene, wasted no time in hurling an object toward Fang Ping. In the dimness, he could not discern what it was, so he abandoned the 2 fallen figures and raised his baton to intercept. With a crash, the object shattered, sending fragments flying. Seizing the moment, the newcomer stepped inside, igniting a firecracker with one hand while the other gestured toward Fang Ping. Brave warrior, cease your assault. They are not demons. By the light of the firecracker, Fang Ping finally discerned the man's features, a resolute middle-aged man clad in a blue 7-star robe. Realizing the man was not a foe, he halted his attack but remained on guard. The middle-aged man scolded the 2 groaning figures on the ground. You fools, remove your masks. At that moment, the 2 figures finally reacted, hurriedly fumbling with their heads to remove the ghastly masks, revealing the youthful, slightly juvenile faces of 2 boys, around 15 or 16 years old. I have told you countless times to remove your masks before entering the mortuary. How can you be so forgetful? The man chastised them, delivering a couple of firm kicks to their legs. Now look what you've done, almost getting yourselves killed by this valiant warrior. Get up and apologize at once. At this moment, the 2 youths were still in a state of panic, repeatedly waving their hands at Fang Ping, exclaiming, Hero, great warrior, we are not monsters, truly not monsters. Chapter 72, The Corpse Driver. So it was just a hood. You startled me, Fang Ping said with irritation. Who are you really? And why are you dressed in such a manner? Do you not realize that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? The middle-aged man, relieved to see Fang Ping finally lower his stick, cast a glance at him, thinking how dare he criticize others. Soaking in the rain. Fang Ping's makeup had long since washed away, leaving his face a patchwork of blue and purple paint, coupled with a scruffy beard that may have made him appear more monstrous than the two youths wearing hoods. It was unclear who was truly frightening whom. The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Well, our occupation is rather difficult to disclose, being somewhat lowly, lest the warrior look down upon us." Fang Ping shot him a stern look. In every profession, there are outstanding individuals. There is no distinction of nobility or baseness among trades. Speak freely. We are corpse drivers. Ah, just corpse drivers? I bear no disdain. The middle-aged man thought to himself, if you truly bear no disdain, why step back? Meanwhile, the two youths had managed to get back on their feet. Fortunately, the coffins in this mortuary were of inferior quality, with only a thin wooden lid. Otherwise, that fall might have left them severely injured. Noticing the green flames still dancing upon their shoulders, Fang Ping inquired curiously, "What is this? Ghost fire?" This is a type of mineral powder that emits a green glow at night. When applied to a special container, any movement will cause the container to mimic that motion, resembling burning ghost fire. We often travel at night, and it is quite unsafe. Wearing monster masks along with this can frighten away many miscreants. As the three of them turned their gazes towards him, Fang Ping thought to himself, I must be that miscreant. Just then, the fire torch in the middle-aged man's hand flickered twice, and he quickly instructed the two youths, "You two rascals, hurry to the side room and see if there's any firewood. If you don't light a fire to warm yourselves, you may end up ill. Go quickly." "Yes, master," the two youths said, casting a fearful glance at Fang Ping before hastily making their way to the side room. The middle-aged man, holding the torch, began to search the ground incessantly, bending down to pick up various items. Fang Ping recalled the objects he had shattered with his black stick earlier, which did not appear to be weapons, and lowered his gaze to the ground, discovering numerous copper coins scattered about, some even strung together with silk thread, forming the shape of a sword hilt. "The money sword? I apologize. I thought it was some sort of concealed weapon." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "Do not blame the warrior. It is all my two disciples' fault. While I was distracted, those two rascals rushed in without removing their hoods. Anyone would misunderstand. Master, there truly is firewood in the side room. You were correct." The two youths had returned, arms full of dry firewood. The middle-aged man quickly used the torch to ignite a pile of kindling, illuminating the room instantly. "You two scamps, hurry and help your master find those ancient coins from the money sword." The two disciples nodded repeatedly in agreement, together with the middle-aged man. They searched every corner of the room for quite some time, yet they still could not find one ancient coin. Sighing, the middle-aged man lamented, "Alas, the great cycle is 50, and with one coin missing, I wonder if we can still avert disaster and seek blessings." Observing his sorrowful expression, Fang Ping suddenly recalled that in his previous life, he had once purchased a set of fortune coins, which he distinctly remembered counted to 49. The way is 50. The heavens manifest 49, and humanity takes one away. "I believe that this missing coin is a matter of fate. There is no need for distress," he casually remarked, his true intention to avoid financial loss. The middle-aged man paused for a moment and replied, "Your words are quite profound, noble warrior. From which classic do they derive?" Fang Ping found himself momentarily at a loss, pondering which text it might be. Was it the Tao Te Ching or the I Ching? After much contemplation, he still could not recall. Fortunately, the middle-aged man seemed to perceive his embarrassment and did not press further. The four of them, gathered in the same room around a crackling campfire, began to engage in light conversation. Fang Ping inquired, "By the way, I have yet to ask for your esteemed name. Seeing you clad in a Taoist robe, could it be that you are indeed a Taoist? Or is it merely a costume for your profession as a corpse transporter?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "I am indeed a Taoist, named He Yu Kai, ordained at the Golden Lantern Temple. These are my two disciples, Xianqing and Xianming. And you are?" "I am Shao Wujing," Fang Ping replied. Upon hearing the name Golden Lantern Temple, he was reminded of the old Taoist, Li Yud, who had once intercepted him. Could this man, He Yu Kai, belong to the same lineage? Golden Lantern Temple, you say? I have heard of it. It is said to possess a sword formation. What was it called again? He Yu Kai responded, "It is the Seven Stars Sword Formation. Although I hail from the front courtyard of the Golden Lantern Temple, I have heard my senior brothers from the back courtyard speak of it." "What do you mean by front courtyard and back courtyard?" The front courtyard consists of ordinary Taoists who handle various tasks, such as receiving visitors, cleaning the grounds, and interpreting omens. Those in the back courtyard, however, focus on their studies and martial arts practice. Why the division? There is no particular reason. It is simply that not all disciples possess the aptitude for martial arts. For instance, I practiced for several years without notable progress, so I abandoned the pursuit of martial arts and became an ordinary Taoist in the front courtyard. I see. I thought those martial practitioners were bullying and exploiting you, Fang Ping mused, stroking his chin. Hiyukai chuckled lightly. That is not the case. Whether cleaning the grounds or practicing martial arts, both are forms of cultivation. Moreover, if there are truly laborious tasks to be done, the brothers from the back courtyard are always eager to take them on. Curious, Fang Ping asked, then why does the Taoist not cultivate at the Golden Lantern Temple? What brings you to this profession of corpse transporting? Hiyukai gazed into the flickering flames of the campfire and replied, cultivation is about nurturing one's essence and following the great way. Yet, at times, I find myself forgetting the initial purpose of my cultivation. Perhaps wandering through this mundane world will remind me. Fang Ping thought to himself, how pretentious. Can one truly attain immortality by refining their heart amidst worldly affairs? By the way, you keep mentioning transporting corpses. Where are the bodies? Shanqing and Xianming exchanged glances, each retrieving a leather bag from behind them. This is one half, said Xianqing. And this is the other half, added Xianming. Fang Ping rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that these two leather bags, combined, hardly measured 5 feet. Were they mocking him or suggesting that they contained the remains of a child? Hiyukai seemed to sense his confusion and, after a moment of hesitation, explained. Given the long journey, the body cannot be preserved for long. It must undergo dehydration treatment, and the internal organs must be removed, which is why it appears this way. Fang Ping widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Is this what you call corpse transportation? I thought it was supposed to be done using talismans and secret arts to animate the dead. Hiyukai smiled wryly and replied, ultimately, those are merely tales. We can only transport the bodies in this manner. As for what you mentioned, perhaps there truly are masters who can achieve such feats. Chapter 73. Finally found you. As their conversation unfolded, Hiyukai shared numerous details about transporting corpses. If the deceased were wealthy and the distance to their hometown was short, local authorities typically handled the transport, often receiving generous gratuities in return. For those who were reasonably affluent but lived farther away, it fell upon people like them, the corpse bearers, to undertake the arduous task, which was both laborious and poorly compensated, as officials were generally reluctant to engage in such work. As for the destitute, they were often cremated on site, with someone merely taking their bones or remaining clothing back to their hometown to create a simple grave. These situations were still regulated. However, many others remained nameless, their identities lost, dying without recognition, making the notion of returning their souls to their homeland even more elusive. Sighing, Hiyukai mused. To escort these departed souls home can be considered a charitable act. As Hiyukai spoke, he suddenly noticed Fang Ping using a black short staff to stir the fire, making the flames blaze brighter, and the intricate patterns on it piqued his interest. Might I have the honor of examining the short staff in your possession? Of course. Esteemed Taoist, please take a look. Fang Ping casually handed the staff to him. Since their first encounter, he had been observing Hiyukai, noting his unsteady gait and lack of vigor, which did not suggest he was a formidable master. However, given Hiyutsai's background from the Golden Lantern Temple, Fang Ping could not be certain. Overall, this man seemed either an inexperienced novice or someone whose martial skills had reached a state of purity, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. If it were the former, allowing him to see the staff posed no risk. If it were the latter, possessing a staff would be of little consequence. The chill emanating from the staff suggested it was forged from cold iron, and the patterns indicated it was likely a Buddhist relic, a fine weapon indeed. Hiyukai examined it for a moment before laboriously returning the staff to Fang Ping. By the way, enough about us. May I inquire about your origins, brave warrior, and your intended destination? Fang Ping's eyes darted as he replied. I hail from the 800 li of the flowing sand river, and I am on my way to the great Jianghu temple in the capital to pay homage and seek scriptures. Hiyukai was taken aback, scrutinizing Fang Ping's Mediterranean appearance, suspecting he might be a monk, though his demeanor did not quite align. The 800 li of the flowing sand river? A river of such length? I confess my ignorance, as I have never heard of it. This lad is merely speaking nonsense. Of course, you haven't heard of it. The one named Fang. I have searched for you with great difficulty. Just as those words left his lips, an elderly man clad in a green robe floated into the scene, startling everyone present. Alas, what a calamity! How is it that I am confronted by this fellow once more? At this moment, Fang Ping immediately recognized him as the formidable expert who had once hung him and Tang Chi from a tree in Zhejiang, Xiang County. He tightened his grip on the club in his hand and forced a smile, saying, Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else, esteemed elder. I am Xiao Wujing, not Fang. Humph. Do you think that by shaving your head and adorning your face with a beard, you can deceive me? The elder in the green robe replied coldly. It then dawned on Fang Ping that the disguise he had donned had been washed away by the torrential rain. However, he also noted that while the elder's eyes flickered momentarily, the multitude of wrinkles on his face remained utterly still, indicating that he too may have altered his appearance. Ah, speaking of changing one's visage, I suspect that your countenance is not your true one, is it? Fang Ping remarked. By the way, how did you manage to find me? The elder scoffed. In Zhajiakan, I was poisoned by a sneak attack from that girl of the Tang family, which allowed both of you to escape. After my recovery, I spent half a month searching for you. Ultimately, I learned of your whereabouts from the mouths of the Jianghu. It seems that fate has favored me. I have indeed found you. Now, if you do not wish to be transformed into an alchemical being, you would do well to hand over the Baijiao Tiangong box to me. Otherwise, this is dire, Fang Ping thought. The elder had indeed learned of the box, likely through rumors disseminated by the Jianghu. The old man's intent to create alchemical beings was perhaps driven by a desire for immortality. And now that he was aware of Fang Ping possessing the Baijiao Tiangong box, he would certainly not let him off easily. The Baijiao Tiangong box? So you are the renowned Fang Ping of the martial world, interjected He Yukai, sitting beside the campfire. The elder in the green robe cast a glance at him. Who are you to know of the Baijiao Tiangong box? He Yukai bowed respectfully. I am He Yukai, a disciple of the Jianghu monastery. Oh, a disciple of the Jianghu monastery. Are you here to contend with me for the Baijiao Tiangong box? Not at all. I merely have a few questions I wish to pose to the esteemed elder. What questions? Though somewhat impatient, the elder was unconcerned about Fang Ping escaping and casually inquired. He Yukai pondered for a moment. As I understand it, the Baijiao Tiangong box was crafted during the Qin dynasty by descendants of Luban using celestial stones. Even divine weapons struggle to inflict damage upon it, and it can only be opened by deciphering its mechanisms. I wonder, esteemed elder, are you knowledgeable in the art of mechanisms? The elder fell silent for a moment before responding. I am utterly ignorant. He Yukai continued. I have heard that this box is to be delivered to Master Qingyang, who possesses exceptional skills and extensive connections. He may have a way to open the box and retrieve the key to the Qin Emperor's tomb. At that point, we could all accompany him to the tomb without the need to intercept the esteemed Fang Ping or seize the box. Even if you were to acquire it, you would be unable to open it. What purpose would that serve? The elder contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the logic in this reasoning, but soon his anger flared anew. Humph. I nearly fell into your trap, you insufferable Taoist. While Mr. Qingyang indeed possesses remarkable prowess, should the box fall into his hands, he may very well disregard the Qin Emperor's tomb. At that juncture, others would stand no chance of seizing the 100 Crafts Heaven box. He Yukai shook his head and remarked, throughout countless millennia chronicled in history, no one has attained immortality. For the sake of an ephemeral legend, why must you, esteemed elder, cling so foolishly to this delusion? Impudent Taoist, how dare you disturb my peace? You seek your own demise. The elderly man in the blue robe, incensed, raised his hand to strike He Yukai. Startled, He Yukai swiftly recoiled, narrowly avoiding the elder's hand as it descended towards his head. In a moment of instinct, he stepped on a piece of firewood, shifting his body aside just in time to evade the attack. The blue-robed elder paused, sensing that while the Taoist from Jindang Temple possessed luck, his martial skills appeared woefully inadequate. Just as he was about to finish He Yukai off, he noticed Fang Ping had already dashed out of the doorway, prompting him to abandon his initial target and pursue Fang Ping instead. Boy, where do you think you're going? Come back, the blue-robed elder declared, simultaneously sweeping his large sleeves inward. Fang Ping, only a few steps ahead, felt an overwhelming force pulling him back, causing his pace to falter. Realizing escape was futile, he tightened his grip on the black short staff and turned to confront the elder. Chapter 74, Clash of Palms. Seeing the staff swing towards him, the blue-robed elder remained unfazed, meeting the strike with an open palm. With a resounding impact, he deflected the short staff effortlessly. Ah boy, it appears you've made some progress in the month since we last met, but it is still insufficient. Prepare to face my palm. Fang Ping understood the elder's intent. Although he had only practiced the 4th to 6th levels of the Hunyuan technique for a few days, he could still harness some inner strength, enhancing the power of his weapon. Curse you, Fang Ping exclaimed. After a series of exchanges, it became evident that the elder's strength far surpassed his own. Fang Ping could distinctly feel the elder's profound inner power. His short staff never truly connected with the elder's palm, being repelled by a force emanating from 2 inches away, with the recoil proving formidable. Fortunately, the elder's inner force did not transfer through the staff to Fang Ping, likely due to the material of the weapon, allowing him to endure a while longer. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of palm meeting staff echoed like distant thunder. After exchanging several more blows, the elder clapped his palms together, trapping the staff, and with a twist of his hands, propelled it from Fang Ping's grasp with the added force of his inner power. Humph! Without this weapon, let us see how many more exchanges you can withstand, the elder sneered coldly. Tang Qi, use a hidden weapon against him. Fang Ping suddenly called out behind him. Upon hearing the term hidden weapon, the blue-robed elder's heart quivered, and he instinctively turned to assess the situation. To his dismay, there was no one in sight, save for He Yu Kai and two others peering curiously from within the ancestral hall. By the time he turned back, Fang Ping was nearly at the gate of the courtyard. What a clever boy, to resort to trickery. The elderly man in the blue robe swiftly leaped over the wall, blocking Fang Ping's path outside the courtyard. In just a few exchanges, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Fang Ping crashing back into the small yard. Cough, cough, cough. How come it feels like your internal strength has diminished considerably since our last encounter? Haha, could it be that the needle from Tang Qi still hasn't healed? Despite the sharp pain from the blow, Fang Ping sensed the old man's diminished power, which emboldened him to taunt, relishing the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Even if it might lead to his doom. Go ahead and laugh, boy. Once I have incapacitated you, I shall turn you into a medicinal puppet, leaving you in a state of perpetual suffering, the old man retorted, advancing with a flurry of strikes aimed at Fang Ping. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ping managed to fend off a few blows, but soon found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault, leaving him bruised and battered. With a surge of defiance, Fang Ping spat out curses, glaring defiantly. He ceased to block the old man's strikes, instead opening his arms wide, attempting to grapple with him in close combat, hoping for a glimmer of victory. The elderly man, perceptive to Fang Ping's intentions, sidestepped the embrace and seized his shoulder, unleashing his internal force to sever Fang Ping's meridians. However, to his astonishment, once his energy penetrated Fang Ping's body, it was met with a sudden rebounding force that expelled it. Fang Ping, equally surprised by his own internal power's ability to repel the old man's energy, nonetheless felt a chilling sensation in his arm. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he broke free from the old man's grasp and swiftly clutched his wrist. The elder, caught off guard, attempted to retaliate with his other hand, but Fang Ping, gritting his teeth, met the strike with his own palm. A resounding crack echoed as he endured the pain. Gripping the old man's hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. Let us see who will perish first, you or I, Fang Ping declared, his muscles tensing as he summoned all his strength to crush the old man's grasp. The elderly man, though surrounded by a faint aura of protective energy, felt his bones creak under the immense pressure. He channeled all his internal power to attempt to incapacitate Fang Ping's meridians. Confounded, he pondered how this brash youth had transformed from a mere brute, unversed in internal energy, to a formidable opponent capable of defending himself within just a month. Leading to this unexpected predicament, Fang Ping felt icy tendrils of energy infiltrating his body, affecting his arms, yet he resolutely maintained his grip on the old man's limbs, knowing that missing this chance would spell his doom. Damn it, how do I wield this internal energy? After persisting for a while, he began to feel a chill enveloping his entire body. In just a few moments, he feared he would no longer be able to grasp the old man's arm. Despite contemplating the mantra for channeling his internal energy for an extended period, he found himself unable to summon it. In a moment of desperation, several acupoints on his arm began to pulse faintly. Just as he thought it was an illusion, more acupoints on his body began to throb. These pulsating points formed two distinct pathways that gradually connected the meridians in his arms, allowing waves of warmth to flow from his dantian into both limbs. The Han Yongming acupoint, Shanyang, Urjian, Sanjian, and Higu were activated, along with Zhongfu, Yunmen, Tianfu, Zhu, and the areas beneath Xie and Zhe. In a miraculous turn of events, he suddenly recalled the techniques for releasing energy from the Hunyuan skill inscribed on the parchment. This old man's internal power, while chilling and somewhat troublesome, does not seem particularly formidable. At this moment, Fang Ping successfully channeled his internal energy from the dantian, gradually forcing the old man's energy out of his body while the icy sensation began to dissipate. Logically, Fang Ping's internal power should have been far inferior to that of the elder. However, although his 8th grade Hunyuan skill was lacking, each cycle of energy flow still generated a trickle of internal power. After 3 years of practice, he had accumulated quite a reserve. While he could only release it slightly during combat, the rest remained within him. Most would have perished from such an approach. Yet Fang Ping's mastery of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt rendered his body sufficiently resilient to withstand it. The pent-up internal energy he had stored over 3 years erupted all at once, proving to be quite formidable. In contrast, the elder, having been injured by Tang Qi's hidden weapon, which had been coated with an unknown and potent poison, had not yet fully recovered and was caught off guard by Fang Ping's grasp, resulting in a noticeable decline in his strength. Thus, the two found themselves locked in a stalemate, one rising while the other waned. Chapter 75. This medicine is precious. Fang Ping engaged in a contest of internal power with the old man in the blue robe, never anticipating that he could hold his ground. Unsure whether the elder's injuries were the cause, or if he was simply inept, he nonetheless seized the opportunity to mock. Heh! Old man, on my journey thus far, I have encountered numerous first-rate masters. When they wield their internal energy, it often radiates hues of blue or red, and their blade and sword energies can project a distance of several paces. Yet here you are, lacking any special effects in your strikes and devoid of strength, truly an insult to the title of first-rate master. The elder, having been entangled by a junior for so long, was already infuriated, and upon hearing the mockery, his eyes flared with rage. I shall annihilate you. With a fierce glare, the elder's robes billowed outward, filled with his internal energy, which surged entirely towards Fang Ping. Fang Ping felt that, although the elder's energy had not significantly increased, its manner of operation had shifted. It came at him like waves relentlessly crashing against a dam. At this moment, he could only recklessly channel his internal energy outward, having never encountered such an attack method. Soon, he could no longer grasp the old man's hands and was forcefully rebuffed. However, just as their palms separated, Fang Ping distinctly felt as if he had broken two of the old man's fingers. Before he could revel in his small victory, the old man launched another attack. Fang Ping initially intended to evade the assault, but after a fleeting moment of contemplation, he thought to himself, why bother dodging? His agility was no match for the old man. He would likely be struck soon anyway, rather than passively endure the blows. It would be wiser to exchange injury for injury. Resolute in his decision, he stood firm, not flinching, and threw a punch at the old man's chest. With a resounding crash, they clashed fiercely, and Fang Ping was knocked back 3 steps, experiencing a sharp pain in his chest, yet managing to withstand it. In contrast, the old man was also forced back 2 steps by the force of Fang Ping's strike. It was uncertain whether he suffered any injury. Haha, just as I suspected. You old fool rely solely on the chilling attribute of your internal energy to harm others' meridians. Your true strength is merely mediocre. Fang Ping adjusted his internal energy, swiftly dispelling the icy force embedded within the old man's palm strike, and let out a round of mockery. The old man in the blue robe replied with a cold laugh. If it weren't for being poisoned by that little girl from the Tang sect a few days ago, you would not last 3 moves under my hand. Do not flatter yourself, you're merely a novice. If you encountered a true master, you would likely be dispatched with a single blow. Ah, how infuriating. You shall perish. I fear you not. Today, we shall see who meets their end first. Both let out a mighty roar and charged at each other, neither opting to evade. One wielded his palms with agility while the other swung powerful punches. And in the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 20 blows before finally retreating 2 steps. Fang Ping spat a mouthful of blood and gently wiped the corner of his mouth, feeling that his fists had indeed breached the old man's protective energy, landing solid hits on his body. Cough, cough, cough. You old rascal, what are you pretending for? Have you broken a few ribs? If it hurts, just shout. I won't mock you. The old man, perhaps due to his disguise, maintained a stoic expression, yet he now felt excruciating pain in his chest, in his right hand. Already with 2 broken fingers, had lost all sensation from the forceful strikes. Very well, I shall remember this humiliation. Once I have fully recuperated, I will return to settle this matter with you. I hope that by then, you will still possess the same audacity as today. With that, the old man leaped and vanished from the courtyard, quickly disappearing from sight. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping, seeing that the old man had finally departed, exhaled a sigh of relief, only to spit out more blood, his legs buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. He gazed blankly at the starry sky, pondering how he had narrowly escaped death today. Had the old man delayed even a moment longer, his internal energy would have been entirely depleted, and relying solely on his protective skills would surely not withstand the old man's frigid energy. Brave warrior, are you unharmed? Where have you sustained injuries? At that moment, 3 heads formed a circle, curiously gazing down at him, obscuring the stars above. It was Yu Kai and his 2 disciples. As one who traverses the rivers and lakes and possesses some medical knowledge, might I offer my assistance? Fang Ping shook his heavy head and struggled to sit up from the ground, replying, Is that so? Then I shall trouble you, Taoist. Seeing his consent, Yu Kai grasped Fang Ping's wrist and began to take his pulse. After a considerable time, Yu Kai said, Fear not, strong warrior, your physique is robust, but your internal organs have sustained slight injuries. However, your internal energy has been excessively drained, and diligent practice is required for recovery. By the way, I possess a vial of healing elixir. Would you care for it? Fang Ping accepted the vial and, upon opening it, a subtle medicinal fragrance wafted forth, instantly invigorating him and dispelling his earlier grogginess, confirming that it was indeed a remarkable potion. Ahem, warrior, this elixir is not easily concocted, you see, Hiyukai remarked, rubbing his fingers together. Perhaps you could offer a little in return. Ah, so it's not complimentary, Fang Ping thought. But understanding that their encounter was merely fortuitous, he could not simply take advantage of this fine remedy. He reached into his pocket and produced several golden leaves, handing them to Hiyukai. Hiyukai beamed with delight, grinning widely. This is more than sufficient. As Fang Ping observed him stow the golden leaves away without a word of change, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly noticed something on his shoulder. Upon inspection, he found a yellow talisman. What is this? Did you place it on my back, Taoist? When did you do that? Hiyukai chuckled sheepishly. Indeed, it belongs to me. When you were battling that elder, I intended to assist. But it seems the talisman became damp from the rain and lost its efficacy. And when this talisman is effective, what does it do? Can it summon winds and rain? Or conjure soldiers from beans? Fang Ping inquired with curiosity. Hiyukai offered a wry smile. It's merely a trick to frighten others. Allow me to demonstrate. He took the yellow talisman, retrieved a fire starter from his pocket, ignited the talisman, and swiftly tossed it away. The burning talisman fluttered in the air for a moment before, with a pop, it erupted into a burst of green flames, quickly extinguishing. It merely has some phosphorus powder applied. Though it lacks lethality, it can serve to intimidate in critical moments. This talisman was supposed to ignite spontaneously upon being thrown. But due to the earlier rain, it had failed to catch fire and instead adhered to the warrior's back. Is that so? Fang Ping suddenly recalled the inexplicable twitching of his meridians moments ago. He did not believe that this Taoist could help him circulate his internal energy with a mere talisman. Rather, if Hiyukai were indeed a master, he could potentially project his internal power outward to stimulate his meridians. Much like the white-clad woman who had severed his iron staff with her internal energy to manipulate her flying sword. Warrior, are you all right? Hiyukai, noticing his dazed expression, inquired with concern. I'm fine. Ultimately, Fang Ping refrained from inquiring further, as the individual before him merely presented himself as an ordinary Taoist priest. To engage in deep conversation with someone one scarcely knows is a grave folly. Thus, there was no need to seek clarity. At that moment, Hiyukai clasped his fists and remarked, that elder may yet return, and it is unwise to linger here. I shall take my 2 disciples and depart. If the valiant one has no other matters at hand, it would be prudent to leave as well. The Taoist's words were indeed sound. And so they bid each other farewell. After exchanging their farewells, Hiyukai signaled to his disciples, Xianqing and Xianming, and hastily departed. Fang Ping wandered around the small courtyard until he located the black short staff that had been sent flying by the elder in the green robe. He then exited the ancestral hall and made his way northwest. The night path was fraught with difficulty, especially after the recent downpour, compounded by his injuries. After traveling several miles, he felt a wave of discomfort and quickly retrieved the medicinal pills given to him by Hiyukai. After consuming 2, a warm current surged through him, providing considerable relief. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar weakness, not a lack of strength, but rather an inexplicable feeling of something missing. Was it the result of having exhausted his internal energy? So this is what it feels like to be devoid of internal force. Departing from the main road, he wandered through the desolate wilderness for half an hour, feeling quite distant from the ancestral hall and no longer fearing the return of the elder. He sought refuge in a cave, intending to rest. The cave was modest in size, dry, and devoid of any peculiar scents left by wild beasts, suggesting it was quite safe. Fang Ping sat cross-legged within the cave, regulating his breath and practicing his internal energy. He sensed no abnormalities in his meridians, which eased his mind. However, after circulating his energy through several cycles, he felt a profound perplexity. His recovery was astonishingly slow. What could be the reason? I have followed the methods outlined on the parchment, yet my recovery is akin to the past. Previously, when he inquired about cultivating internal energy, he was told that a proficient practitioner could restore their energy within half a day, while a less skilled one might take 2 to 3 days. Yet, at his current rate, it could take him 10 days to half a month. How frustrating. With no guidance, relying solely on his own fumbling attempts, he was at a loss as to where he was going astray. Fang Ping remained in the cave, diligently practicing until the dawn of the next day. As the light brightened, he found that although his internal energy had not significantly recovered, his spirit had improved considerably, and the internal injuries to his organs were nearly healed. The remarkable golden bell shield iron cloth shirt allowed for rapid recovery from minor injuries. Exiting the cave, Fang Ping sought a higher vantage point to survey the surroundings and noticed what appeared to be a village to the west. He resolved to head there to inquire about directions. As he walked, he suddenly felt an itch on his cheek. Upon scratching, he found clumps of his false beard falling away. It seemed that after being drenched in yesterday's rain, the adhesive had lost its stickiness. He had no mirror to assess the situation, but he was certain that much of the beard had come off. After a thorough wipe, he managed to remove all traces of the false beard. It seemed that some hair had regrown. He pondered whether he should shave his head again and masquerade as a monk. Never mind, even the monks are not safe. This will have to do. Before entering the village, Fang Ping casually scooped up a handful of dirt and smeared it on his face, unsure of what he looked like, before stepping into the village. Where did this beggar come from? In our impoverished place, we have nothing to spare for you. Be off with you, an elderly man exclaimed. Noticing Fang Ping loitering at his doorstep, glancing about, with mud smeared across his face and his clothes in tatters, leaning on a black stick, he indeed resembled a beggar. Sir, I was traveling in the rain yesterday and fell a few times, which is why I appear this way. I am not a beggar. Is that so? Then what are you peering into my house for? Are you planning to steal something? Who would steal from you? I merely wish to inquire about the road, and perhaps ask if you have any surplus food. Surplus food? You claim you are not begging? Be gone, be gone. If it weren't for your age and the fact that you lack martial prowess, I would have struck you with my stick. Fang Ping, maintaining his composure, explained for a long while before finally producing a small piece of silver. Only then did the old man relent and agree to listen. Ah, had you mentioned you wanted to buy something, it would have been simpler. Just wait a moment, I will fetch you some food. Before long, the old man emerged from his house, presenting him with a stack of flatbreads and some dried fish. This is my own dried fish. I hope you don't mind. Thank you, I am not picky. By the way, you still wish to inquire about the road, correct? See that low mountain over there, the winding one? That is Centipede Slope. Follow it for 2 days, and you will encounter a pass called Golden Ridge Pass. After crossing that, you can ask others about the remaining route. Thank you, sir. I must continue my journey now. Farewell. With determined strides, Fang Ping quickly exited the village, dried fish in his mouth, and stepped into the territory of Centipede Ridge. The slopes of Centipede Ridge were not high, with numerous paths on the sunny side and a river flowing below on the shaded side. Although remote, he still occasionally encountered a few travelers along the mountain paths, who regarded him with curious eyes. After walking for a while, feeling uneasy, Fang Ping shifted to the shaded side of the mountain. Fortunately, both sides of the great river featured dry riverbanks, making the passage relatively easy. After walking for an entire day, darkness descended once more. By the light of the moon, he noticed a dark structure in the distance and hurriedly approached it. As he drew nearer, a faint glow of light emanated from within the building. Cautiously, he crept closer and circled to the back to ascertain the situation inside. The structure appeared dilapidated, with 2 massive cracks on its rear. Peering through, he saw a man and a woman inside. The man looked frail, tall yet gaunt, hunched over, holding a short black stick. Not far from him stood a girl of about 15 or 16, with a charming appearance, dressed in a water-green satin garment. By the dim light of the oil lamp within the building, Fang Ping felt a sense of familiarity regarding their faces. You sickly wretch, release this young lady at once. If my brother arrives with his men, you shall be dismembered. Upon hearing the girl's hoarse voice, Fang Ping finally recalled that it was none other than Xia Linger. How had she fallen into the clutches of this consumptive wretch? Through a crack, Fang Ping could glimpse half of a Dragon King statue inside the room. And given its proximity to the river, it was likely that this was a temple dedicated to the Dragon King. Xia Linger lay awkwardly half reclined upon a pile of firewood. Though she was not bound by ropes, her movements were severely restricted, indicating that her acupoints had been sealed. However, her eyes darted about with a glimmer of spirit, indicating her vitality was intact. Hey, you sickly wretch, I'm speaking to you. Can you hear me? Are you deaf? Dumb? Or have you finally succumbed to death? Not far away, the consumptive man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, was stirred by her incessant chatter, causing him considerable irritation. Coughing, he retorted, You girl, cease this noise. If you persist, I shall sever your tongue. Come on, do it. If you harm me, just wait until my 3rd brother arrives. He'll see whether you'll still be able to obtain that precious fiery sunflower. Xia Lingo showed no fear and continued her clamor. The consumptive man, breathless and pale, suddenly raised the short stick in his hand and struck it against the ground, creating a small crater. At that moment, Xia Lingo quieted somewhat. Hey, you sickly wretch. Why did you covet the fiery sunflower? From the look of you, even breathing seems laborious. Are you also seeking a cure? Xia Lingo suddenly inquired, this time without raising her voice. The consumptive man nodded. My cultivation method is of the Yin attribute. In my youth, I was reckless and overzealous, leading me to fall into madness, injuring my lung meridians and leaving me with a chronic affliction. Hence, I require fire attribute medicinal herbs for recovery. Xiaolinger pondered for a moment before suggesting, I see. How about this? Release me. And once my third brother and I retrieve the fiery sunflower and cultivate several more, I shall gift you one or two. A win-win. Wouldn't you agree? Cough. It is not agreeable. The cultivation of the fiery sunflower is no simple task, let alone its nurturing. By the time you succeed, who knows how many years will have passed? My grave grass will have grown 3 feet high by then. Are you planning to plant the fiery sunflower atop my grave? That might not be such a bad idea. Shut your mouth, you insufferable girl. Fang Ping, hidden behind the temple, observed through the crack for a while, reflecting on the peculiar bond he shared with this girl. The last time she had been captured by this consumptive man, he had stealthily attacked to rescue her from the cabin of a ship. Now, she found herself ensnared once more. Should he launch another surprise attack to save her again? At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly heard heavy footsteps approaching, prompting him to remain still, keenly observing the unfolding situation. The newcomer was tall, with red hair and a beard, wielding a convenient chain shovel. It was the red-haired fiend. Brother, I have returned. Is this girl still behaving herself? The consumptive man replied, she cannot move, so she is rather compliant, though her incessant chatter is quite bothersome. That is easily remedied. Just remove her jaw. The red-haired fiend cackled malevolently. Upon hearing this, Xiaolinger trembled uncontrollably. The red-haired fiend was far more fearsome than the consumptive man, and she felt as frightened as a quail. The consumptive specter hastily waved his hand, saying, enough. She is merely a little girl. Why bother with her? The crimson-haired demon continued, I have left a message with that lad from the Luo family. Tomorrow, in the woods before Jinling Pass, we shall exchange this girl for the blazing sunflowers. Ah, by the way, a message has arrived via carrier pigeon from the sect, instructing us on certain matters. Take a look. The consumptive specter extracted a slip of paper from his bosom and handed it to the crimson-haired demon. After perusing it, the crimson-haired demon rolled the paper and tossed it into his mouth, remarking, I never expected the 3 ancestors to still be alive. After all these years of absence, many in the sect believed they had perished. Nonsense. The 3 ancestors have powers that transcend the mundane. They would not easily succumb to death. Since joining the sect, I have yet to see them. What do you think? Are they truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? How would I know? I have never encountered them either. Perhaps when we reach the capital, you may have the opportunity to seek their counsel. Let it be. I have no desire to court misfortune. After their conversation lingered for a while, they began to meditate. Xiaolinger, sensing the ferocity of the crimson-haired demon, refrained from speaking further. And the Dragon King Temple fell into a profound silence. In the shadows behind the Dragon King Temple, Fang Ping contemplated whether to rescue the girl once more. Should a confrontation arise, he felt unafraid even in a 1-against-2 scenario, especially considering the consumptive specter's arm hung limply, evidence that his previous injury had yet to heal. However, if he engaged in a fight, he would be unable to prioritize Xiaolinger's safety. Should they become enraged and harm her, it would be better not to intervene at all. Just then, a series of wolf howls echoed from an unknown source, peculiar in their proximity and distance. The 2 malevolent spirits within the temple opened their eyes. Who dares to disturb me, a mere whelp? Just as well, for I am somewhat hungry. I shall use you to appease my hunger. The crimson-haired demon brandished his formidable dual-bladed weapon and strode towards the exit. As one transitions from light into shadow, there exists a moment of blindness. Just as the crimson-haired demon stepped outside the Dragon King Temple, a figure suddenly erupted from the shadows. A flash of cold steel striking towards his head. By the time the crimson-haired demon's eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he perceived the glint of the blade, it was too late to evade. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block with his weapon. The sound of a sharp clash echoed as the blade not only cleaved his heavy weapon in twain, but also carved a deep wound into the crimson-haired demon's chest, exposing bone. Ah! He cried out in agony. Fortunately, the weapon had provided some defense, allowing him a moment to tilt his head. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. A figure leaped over the crimson-haired demon, entering the Dragon King Temple, and hurled several throwing stars at the still-dazed consumptive specter, seizing the opportunity while the specter was occupied. The figure snatched Xiaolingo from the firewood pile, and with a swift motion, leaped out of the Dragon King Temple, fleeing with great haste. Alas, it is he, truly. Life is replete with unexpected encounters, and it seems that foes are destined to converge. The silhouette before me is none other than Gu Lingyun, the head of the 6 doors. Ever since the incident at Shaoyan Temple, he had ventured forth alone in pursuit of the enigmatic figure clad in black who commands insects. How curious it is to see him here now. My heart aches. The red-haired demon pressed 2 fingers against his chest, momentarily staunching the torrent of blood, and brandished his severed double-edged spade as he gave chase. How dare you ambush my grandfather? I shall grind your bones to dust. Halt at once. The tuberculosis ghost, having evaded the plum blossom dart, regained his senses and pursued with a short staff in hand. Upon witnessing the commotion, Fang Ping, lurking behind the Dragon King temple, decided to join the fray as well. Chapter 78. I must thank you, Gu Lingyun, nicknamed Lingyun chasing the sun, was indeed swift. Yet burdened by a companion on his back, his pace noticeably diminished. Moreover, navigating through the darkness of the night on a riverbank strewn with jagged stones posed considerable difficulty. And it wasn't long before the red-haired demon caught up with him. How dare you ambush my grandfather? The red-haired demon's twin spades, now severed, were replaced by a crescent spade in his left hand and a square spade in his right, wielded as short weapons with formidable force directed at Gu Lingyun. Startled, Gu Lingyun hastily tossed the incapacitated Xia Linger aside and drew his Yinling treasured blade to defend himself. Ouch, that hurts. Xia Linger, having been struck at a pressure point, could not move and cried out in pain as she fell. After exchanging several blows with the red-haired demon, the tuberculosis ghost arrived to join the fray. Although both were formidable opponents, one bore an injury while the other had sustained a sneak attack from Gu Lingyun, leaving them both somewhat incapacitated. Thus, the trio engaged in over 20 rounds of combat, yet none could claim victory. Just as their battle intensified, a voice echoed from a distance. Xia Linger was calling out. Alas! Who are you? Release me at once. I require assistance. Enough, you foolish girl. Are you attempting to summon those two vile spirits? Cease your incessant shouting, or I shall toss you into the river to feed the turtles. The speaker was Fang Ping, who, upon witnessing the fierce struggle, had discreetly carried Xia Linger away, only to be met with her cries. Who are you? I feel I have heard your voice before. Xia Linger finally ceased her shouting, recalling a recent encounter. Not long ago on the boat, you gifted me a pair of jade bracelets. Do you remember? Ah, it is you. It has only been a few days. And yet you have become bald? Which of your eyes perceives me as bald? Both of mine certainly do. Look, the moonlight reflects off my head. I have no mirror to see my own skull. If you persist in such nonsense, I shall shave you bald. Well, I shall refrain from further comment. Fang Ping mused that the girl's thought process seemed somewhat unusual. Even in flight for their lives, she was preoccupied with the triviality of hair. As he continued to run, he glanced back momentarily. Although he could not see clearly, it appeared the three were still locked in combat and had not pursued them, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It should be that fellow Gu Lingyun, who deliberately obstructed those two malevolent spirits to create an opportunity for Xia Linger to escape. Fang Ping carried Xia Linger on his back and ran for an entire hour. As they approached the river, the shallow banks had vanished, leading them back to the sunlit side of the mountain along a winding path. After an indeterminate amount of time traversing the gentle slope, the first light of dawn began to break. Ah, I seem to be able to move now. Please set me down, Xia Linger said. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping hastily let her down. Initially, she swayed unsteadily, but after stretching her limbs and invigorating her circulation, she was finally able to move freely. She examined Fang Ping closely, shaking her wrist as she inquired, Is it really you? Why have you shaved your head and darkened your face? Being pursued, I merely donned a disguise, Fang Ping replied nonchalantly. Last time you stealthily boarded my third brother's ship. Were you also evading enemies? Indeed, she confirmed. By the way, what is your name? I didn't have the chance to ask before you jumped ship. My Dharma name is Jinchanzi, my birth name is Zhu Ganglai, and my childhood name is Sha Wujing. What a jumble of names. If you prefer not to share, then so be it, Xia Linger grumbled, walking ahead in a huff. As Fang Ping walked, a sudden thought struck him, and he asked, Enough about me. What about you? How did you end up captured by that consumptive ghost? Xia Linger's face flushed as she shyly replied, After being attacked by those two malevolent spirits, my third brother hired 2 skilled guardians for my protection. With them and old Emo at my side, I encountered no trouble on the road. However, yesterday, when we passed through Jinling Pass, I disobeyed my brother's advice and secretly ventured out onto the streets, where I was captured by that consumptive ghost. Fang Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems that the consumptive ghost and the red-haired specter had been tailing you, waiting for the right opportunity. Xia Linger nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Their essay saying that you can't guard against a thief forever. It's truly not my fault. Those two malevolent spirits are simply too cunning. Who would have thought they would pursue us this far? Haha, you certainly know how to find an escape for yourself, he remarked. That's just the way it is, she replied. As they conversed, they lifted their eyes to see a towering fortification in the distance. Indeed, it was Jinling Pass. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the nearby woods. I didn't expect your pace to be so slow. Monk, we meet again. Wait, I should call you Fang Ping, the figure said. It was none other than Gu Lingyun, the head of the 6 doors. So, he knows my name now. This is quite troubling, Fang Ping thought to himself. tightening his grip on the black short staff as he raised an eyebrow at Gu Lingyun. So, you really recognized me last night. Your eyesight is quite impressive. It's nothing. I merely possess the ability to see in the dark, Gu Lingyun replied, cradling his feathered blade. How did you get ahead of us? I took a shortcut. He waved his black short staff and continued. What is this? Do you wish to duel with me? Not at all. Gu Lingyun waved his hand dismissively. A few days ago, I received word that the two white-clad individuals who perished were disciples of Baiyun Mountain. In the midst of martial conflict, the Six Doors have no intention of intervening. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback by his words and then inquired, What do you mean? Are you suggesting that if I had informed you that those two were disciples of Baiyun Mountain, you would not have pursued me relentlessly? Gu Lingyun replied with an air of certainty, precisely. Had you accompanied me to the magistrate that day and clarified the situation, I would not have continued to chase you. And the local authorities would likely have remained indifferent. So it's still my fault, thought Fang Ping. He was well aware of the customary rules. Yet Gu Lingyun's relentless pursuit led him to believe that this was merely the impulsive behavior of a hot-blooded youth who seemed unconcerned with such matters. Gu Lingyun continued. By the way, although matters of the Jianghu are not under the jurisdiction of the Six Doors, a life has been lost. I have already disclosed your whereabouts to Baiyun Mountain, and they may come looking for you in the future, so do be cautious. Thanks a lot, Fang Ping retorted. No need for gratitude. I assure you, I did not kill those two. That is not my concern. You can simply explain everything to the people from Baiyun Mountain when the time comes. Fang Ping was filled with exasperation, almost wishing to strike this meddlesome fellow. However, upon reflection, he remembered that he had indeed killed two individuals from Baiyun Mountain who had attempted to rob him, and with debts already amassed. He felt untroubled by the prospect of further complications. Chapter 79. The Yu lie in at that moment. Fang Ping noticed Xie Linger beside him. Gazing at Gu Lingyun with infatuated eyes, her gaze unwavering. Be a bit more discreet. You're about to drool. Is he really that handsome? Xie Lingo blushed and replied. He is even more striking than my third brother, but I still prefer my third brother. As soon as she spoke, her face grew even more flushed. She stepped forward and respectfully said, Thank you, young master, for your assistance yesterday. There is no need for such formality, miss, Gu Lingyun replied. Fang Ping was taken aback. You two are not acquainted? Gu Lingyun shook his head. After we parted ways at Chaodian Temple, I secretly tracked the black-clad man's movements. Just yesterday, he unexpectedly met with the red-haired demon, who mentioned having kidnapped a girl. I quietly followed the red-haired demon, intending to rescue her first. I assumed you harbored a deep-seated grudge against that black-clad man. Why the sudden change of heart to save this girl? There are priorities in life. The black-clad man's victims are already dead, and there will be opportunities to capture him again. This girl is still alive, so she takes precedence. Huh. I cannot decide whether to commend you for your altruism or chastise you for being a busybody. I shall take it as a compliment. Fang Ping rolled his eyes and, with a swift motion, pushed Xie Linger in front of Gu Lingyun. Since you enjoy meddling so much, you might as well take the trouble to escort this girl to her third brother. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xie Lingo protested. You have saved me twice already. According to Jianghu customs, I must treat you to a grand feast. Why the rush to depart? Fang Ping pointed at Gu Lingyun and said, Ask him later. Gu Lingyun smiled and said, Then I wish you a safe journey, Brother Fang. With a bow, Fang Ping took his leave, striding swiftly to the base of the city wall, only to find no signs of the Imperial Guards, thus allowing him to enter Jinling Pass. Although Jinling Pass was a strategic location, it was not particularly prosperous, and he had no intention of lingering there. After purchasing a map and some provisions, I casually acquired a hat to shield my bald head before departing from this place. This is Jinling Pass, adjacent to the Jinhua River, and it is quite distant from Yingzhou. How did Xie Linger and her companions find their way here? I shook my head. Why should I concern myself with their affairs? Who decreed that they must return to Yingzhou? Gazing once more at the map, I noted that the distance to Qing'an County was still 2 prefectures away, suggesting a journey of over 10 days. Following the map, I trekked northwest for several days without encountering any troubles, and the proximity to Qing'an County grew closer. One day, as I hummed a cheerful tune while walking along a rural path, I was suddenly drawn to a faint sound of weeping nearby. Eagerly, I strained to listen. And after moving a short distance forward, I discovered a little girl, around 11 or 12 years old, wiping her tears beside a ditch. She bore a long wound on her small leg, oozing blood and smeared with dirt. Hey, little girl, are you all right? The girl replied, tears still streaming down her face. My leg hurts. Wait here, I will assist you. Saying this, I leapt into the ditch and lifted her gently into my arms. Why? You are quite petite, yet surprisingly heavy. Where do you live? I shall escort you home. Thank you, sir. My home is in that town over there. Just turn at the intersection and cross a bridge. Do I appear so old to you? Call me brother. All right, sir. Following the girl's directions, I carried her until we arrived at a town after crossing a small bridge. Wujiaji, I read aloud from the sign in front of the town, almost instinctively. Yes. About half the people here share the surname Wu, she responded. Where's your home? Over there, my family runs an inn. I continued to carry her a short distance until we reached a 2-story building, marked by the sign of the Uli Inn. Ah, finally, a chain establishment, I mused. What is a chain establishment? The girl asked curiously. You wouldn't understand if I explained. How is your leg? Do you need me to take you inside? Please set me down, sir. I can enter by myself. Oh, and sir, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I can ask my father to prepare a few dishes for you. Indeed, I was feeling somewhat hungry and, without much thought, nodded in agreement. The inn was modest. With only 4 tables on the first floor, I chose a random table to sit at and soon heard voices from the back room. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Where have you been causing mischief this time? And how did you injure your leg? Father, I am fine. I merely tripped and scraped it on a rock. It doesn't hurt anymore. Wait here. I will fetch some medicine for your bruise. I can manage myself. A kind sir brought me back. He has eaten yet. So please prepare a few dishes for him. Of course. Just make sure to tend to your wound properly and don't be so reckless. All right. I understand. As the conversation concluded, the curtain of the back room stirred, and a short, stout, middle-aged man stepped forward. Dear esteemed guest, it appears you have come to my daughter's aid, and for that, I am immensely grateful. I hear you have yet to dine. Please, order whatever you desire. This meal is on me. Fang Ping thought to himself, how could I possibly know what this inn offers? Thus, he casually replied, there is no need for such formality. My good innkeeper, a couple of simple dishes will suffice, as long as they quell my hunger. Very well, please wait a moment, I shall attend to it promptly. The innkeeper retreated to the back kitchen, and soon the sounds of clattering pots and pans filled the air. At that moment, 3 figures appeared at the inn's entrance. Clad in black flying fish attire, 3 members of the Jianghu. How unfortunate, Fang Ping lamented inwardly. I never expected to encounter them in such a remote place. Do not see me, do not see me. He subtly shifted in his seat, turning slightly away from them, hoping they would not recognize him. The 3 Jianghu, however, paid him no heed, boldly selecting a table and bellowing, is anyone here? Is there anyone who can serve? Hurry, bring us some food. We've been on the road for half a day and are ravenous. Coming right up. The short, stout innkeeper reappeared, lifting the curtain with a smile, and bowed before them. Esteemed guests, what would you like? First, slice 2 pounds of mutton, then stir-fry a few dishes. Be quick about it. I'm in a hurry to continue my journey. Understood, it will be ready shortly. Before long, the stout innkeeper returned with a platter of cold mutton, and the 3 Jianghu began to feast heartily. After a while, he brought a fish and 2 stir-fried dishes, intending to place them on Fang Ping's table. One of the Jianghu sneered and shouted, Innkeeper, do you look down upon us? Why do you serve him first? The innkeeper paused, forcing a smile. Ah, this esteemed guest arrived before you. I did not wish to delay you, as you appear to be in a hurry. Fang Ping, wishing to avoid drawing attention, turned slightly and said in a low voice, it is quite all right. Let them be served first. The stout innkeeper, holding the tray of dishes, appeared somewhat distressed. The Jianghu glared. What is the matter? This fellow has already consented to let us be served first. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and bring the food. With a sigh, the innkeeper reluctantly placed the tray on their table, saying, please enjoy. He then retreated to the back once more. The 3 Jianghu, seemingly quite famished, devoured their meal with alarming speed, leaving a silver coin on the table as they prepared to leave the inn. Just as they reached the door, a figure suddenly leaped out from behind it, wielding a large wooden club, and struck the 3 men, sending them crashing back into the inn. Who dares to attack the Jianghu? Are you seeking death? Although the 3 Jianghu were knocked off balance and toppled some tables and chairs, they were not seriously harmed. They quickly drew their short blades and shouted at the figure at the entrance. Huh? What nonsense is this, Jianghu? You do not frighten me. At the entrance stood a towering figure, bearing a hefty piece of timber, with striking red hair and a matching beard. He wore a broken chain shovel at his waist. Unmistakably the crimson-haired demon that Fang Ping had encountered days prior. Fang Ping furrowed his brow, wondering how this individual had become embroiled with the Jianghu. Who are you? And why do you attack us? One of the Jianghu demanded. The crimson-haired demon laughed heartily. In the past, we bore no grievances, and recently, no enmity. It is merely your interference that has disrupted our affairs. Why waste words on him? Just slay him, shouted another Jianghu, his temper flaring as he swung his blade at the demon. With a fierce glare, the crimson-haired demon swung the massive timber towards him. The Jianghu narrowly dodged, striking at the demon's chest with his dagger. At that moment, the demon seized the broken chain shovel, wielding it with precision to knock the Jinyui's knife from his grasp, followed by a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling far away. The other two Jinyui exchanged glances, preparing to launch a combined assault, when suddenly they were gripped by intense abdominal pain. With a series of groans, they collapsed to the ground, their faces contorted in agony. The food. It was poisoned. All three Jinyui now lay incapacitated, frothing at the mouth, their complexions ashen. Fang Ping sighed in relief, grateful that these overbearing Jinyui had stolen his meal, for otherwise, he might have been the one lying there. At that moment, he stealthily approached the entrance to the back hall, planning to escape through the rear courtyard while the two were engaged in their scuffle. After all, their fight was of no concern to him. However, as he lifted the curtain, a black short rod, propelled by a fierce gust, lunged towards his face. Startled, Fang Ping instinctively dodged the surprise attack, retreating hastily back to his previous table. The curtain rustled, and in walked a tall, gaunt figure. Hunched over, none other than the tuberculosis-stricken specter. Realizing he was now trapped between the crimson-haired demon and the sickly figure, Fang Ping understood that they had come specifically for him. The demon sneered, "You must be Fang Ping. Hand over the 100 arts heavenly craft box, and I shall spare your life." Fang Ping was taken aback, initially thinking they had come seeking vengeance. However, upon reflection, during their first encounter, he had merely ambushed them, and they had fled without truly seeing his face. The second time had been in darkness, carrying Xielinger, making recognition impossible. You have mistaken me. I am not Fang Ping, but rather the square of the root," he declared. "What nonsense. Repeat that." The crimson-haired demon responded, momentarily befuddled. "The square of the root," Fang Ping reiterated. "Ha ha ha. Fang Ping, do not speak foolishly. Just look. Do you not remember this old man?" Fang Ping glanced up to see a man with a goatee at the corner of the second floor, brandishing two steel spikes. You Yuan. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you." Upon encountering the elderly man, he could not help but unleash a torrent of invectives, for this individual was none other than the notorious Yu Yuan of the Primordial Unity sect. It was he who had disseminated the news of the 100 ingenious artifacts box across the realm, transforming an ordinary escort mission into a pilgrimage akin to the journey to the west. "It is well known that the 100 ingenious artifacts box rightfully belongs to me. Yet it was snatched away by this young rascal. It is high time that it is returned to its rightful owner." A cold smirk crept across Yu Yuan's face as he shouted below, "Qianmian Gui, cease your hiding. Let us join forces to avoid prolonging this nightmarish ordeal." At that moment, the kitchen-esque curtain stirred, and the short, rotund innkeeper emerged with a grin, addressing Fang Ping. "What a pity. Such a splendid array of dishes has been squandered on these imperial hounds, depriving our esteemed guests of a delightful meal. The fault lies with me." Fang Ping furrowed his brow and queried, "Qianmian Gui, are you capable of disguising yourself? What has happened to the original innkeeper? And the little girl?" Qianmian Gui shook his head with a chuckle. I never expected you to be so meddlesome. Even as you face your demise, you still concern yourself with others. The little girl you mentioned is none other than this." With a flick of his robe, he enveloped his entire form, and when the fabric fell away, he had transformed from a stout middle-aged man into a frail girl of 11 or 12, the very one that Fang Ping had just cradled. Fang Ping stood in astonishment, grappling with the bewildering nature of this transformation. The ability to shift not only appearance, but also stature and attire was astounding, far surpassing mere face-changing tricks. He mused, "If I possessed such prowess, I would have no fear of the genie Wei or their inspections." Qianmian Gui felt a chill run down his spine under Fang Ping's intense gaze, and with another shake of his robe, he morphed into a youthful scholar. "Pray tell, are you male or female, young or old?" Fang Ping inquired with curiosity. Qianmian Gui retorted with a scoff, "All you need to know is my name, Qianmian Gui. When you descend to the underworld, you may inquire with King Yin yourself." "Aha. It is said that the followers of the Yin-Yang sect delight in playing tricks. Indeed. It seems this humble inn has gathered 3 spirits and 1 celestial being. It is quite comical," Fang Ping declared. The crimson-haired ghost glared at him. "Is that so? Then laugh while you can, for soon you may find no cause for mirth. Aha. I am the stone dauntless of Mount Tai. My mere presence here causes all evil to retreat. You trifling spirits and 1 measly celestial being cannot intimidate me." With that, Fang Ping brandished the black short staff in his hand and swung it backward towards the nearest consumptive ghost. As Fang Ping struck, the consumptive ghost dared not confront the blow directly and retreated 2 steps to evade. Just as Fang Ping prepared to pursue, a malevolent wind surged from behind him. The crimson-haired ghost wielded a half-moon spade and aimed a powerful strike at his back. Though the swing was formidable, Fang Ping had no intention of dodging. For the confines of the inn offered little room for evasion. He engaged in a desperate attempt to grasp the moon from the depths of the sea, colliding directly with the crescent-shaped spade wielded by the red-haired demon. The resounding impact sent the crescent spade ricocheting off his short staff, causing the formidable figure of the red-haired demon to stagger, a pained expression crossing his face as he instinctively clutched his chest. Fang Ping noticed faint traces of blood seeping from the demon's chest, recalling that just days prior, this brute had been struck by Gu Lingyun's Yanling blade, suggesting his injuries had yet to heal. However, as he momentarily forced back the red-haired demon, the tuberculosis demon had already thrust his short staff towards Fang Ping's chest. While Yu Yuan leapt down from the second floor, brandishing a steel spike aimed at Fang Ping's face. With a fierce glare, Fang Ping advanced rather than retreating. Allowing the tuberculosis demon's staff to strike his chest without effect, it was a mere nuisance to him. Simultaneously, he swung his black iron rod at the airborne Yu Yuan. Startled, Yu Yuan quickly raised his dual spikes in defense, but Fang Ping's strike sent him soaring away. The tuberculosis demon, having made contact with Fang Ping's chest, was taken aback to see his opponent unfazed, and before he could adjust his tactics, Fang Ping delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing into the wall. Just as Fang Ping intended to follow up with another strike, a glint of cold light flashed from the side, startling him. He instinctively tilted his head as a flying dagger whizzed past his scalp. Turning to look, he saw the thousand-faced demon, who, disguised as a young scholar, wore a slight smile and with a flick of his arms sent several more flying daggers toward Fang Ping. Clenching his short staff, Fang Ping deflected the daggers one by one, seizing a nearby table and hurling it into the fray. However, before he could ascertain whether he had struck anyone, the red-haired demon's square spade came crashing down upon him once more. Thus commenced Fang Ping's arduous battle against 4 adversaries. Although the red-haired demon's flurry of strikes had been interrupted, the weight of his weapon remained, effectively blocking Fang Ping's escape. The tuberculosis demon, with one arm impaired, wielded his short staff with considerable force. If struck, even Fang Ping would experience a numbing sensation throughout his body. Yu Yuan, a seasoned fighter, darted swiftly, employing his steel spike for sneak attacks. Meanwhile, the thousand-faced demon remained cautious, never approaching but persistently launching flying daggers from a distance. In the midst of this chaotic skirmish, the red-haired demon found his wound exacerbated by Fang Ping's tremendous strength, while the tuberculosis demon received a couple of well-placed kicks. Despite Yu Yuan managing to parry Fang Ping's iron rod with his dual spikes, he felt the strain in his arms, and only the thousand-faced demon remained unscathed. Fang Ping himself was not without injury. He had endured several jabs from the tuberculosis demon's staff, leaving him feeling numb, and had suffered a few strikes from Yu Yuan's dual spikes, along with 2 flying daggers from the thousand-faced demon. The thousand-faced demon, observing that his daggers had struck Fang Ping yet resulted in no bloodshed, was momentarily taken aback, swiftly leaping to the beams above. Yu Yuan, why did you not inform us of this fellow's invulnerability to blades and spears? Yu Yuan, momentarily stunned, responded, I had no knowledge of it. The thousand-faced demon scoffed. Truly a useless lot. It's no wonder you lost the box. Cough, cough. Enough with the bickering. Strike at his head, wheezed the tuberculosis demon, panting heavily. Upon learning that he had mastered his skills, the 4 individuals turned their weapons toward his head. Fang Ping cursed under his breath and raised his black iron rod to block the attack, as they clashed once more. Just as the 5 engaged in their fierce battle, one of the poisoned Jianghu suddenly rose, crashing through a street-facing window and tumbling onto the pavement. This Jianghu retrieved a signal arrow from his bosom and released it into the sky with a sharp whistle before collapsing motionless on the ground. All eyes were drawn to this development, and the figure known as Chimian Gui, perched upon the rafters, was the first to voice his displeasure. Yu Yuan, from where did you procure this poison? It seems it could not even kill a mere man. Yu Yuan's composure faltered as he retorted sharply, You dare to speak? After hiding away and throwing knives for so long, where is your famed palm technique? Are you too cowardly to come forth and strike him? You fool. This fellow is impervious to blades and bullets. If I were to strike him, it would merely be a tickle. The sickly specter, exasperated by the bickering duo, nearly spat blood in frustration. Fang Ping laughed heartily, suggesting, perhaps we should conclude our matters here today. Otherwise, when the Jianghu arrive in droves, that exquisite box will surely fall into their hands. Yu Yuan, gritting his teeth, huffed angrily. You have such grand illusions. After all the effort to find you, you think you can escape? If we allow you to flee today, you will be in Xinjiang within days, and we would have lost our chance at that box. Humph. Then let us brace ourselves for a thorough defeat at the hands of the Jianghu, Fang Ping replied, his face darkening as a wave of curses escaped his lips. As tempers flared and fists flew once more, the struggle intensified. Suddenly, from the back hall, a colossal object came crashing into the fray, startling the combatants who quickly dodged aside. With a resounding crash, the the massive object embedded itself into the wall, causing the entire inn to tremble, a testament to the great force behind it. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be a gigantic millstone, and as they turned to observe its origin, a towering figure emerged from the back hall, standing 8 feet tall, with a robust frame and fierce brows. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his square jaw bore a resolute expression. From behind this imposing man, a small face peeked out, resembling the little girl that Qianmian had previously impersonated. The girl pointed at Yu Yuan and exclaimed, "It was this goat-bearded man who harmed my father and bound us. Uncle, teach him a lesson." "Understood, you hide for now. Your uncle will avenge you." The girl shot a defiant glance at the scattered group within the inn before darting into the backyard. The giant shook his massive fists, surveying the disarray within the inn, and fixed his unwavering gaze on Yu Yuan, declaring, "Speak, old man, how would you prefer to meet your demise?" Yu Yuan, brandishing his twin daggers and furrowing his brow, retorted, "What business do you have, you rustic brute? Are you seeking death?" The great Han grinned, revealing his teeth. "As for you, Wu heir, this Wu family establishment is under my protection. This inn belongs to my elder brother. How dare you injure him? Destroy his inn, and even bind my niece. Today, I shall cleave you in two." Chapter 82. Encircled. Is the sun rising in the west today? Since when has everyone dared to bark at me, an old man? Yu Yuanshan's goat-like beard trembled, nearly causing him to burst into laughter from irritation. Qianmian furrowed his brow, sensing a pointed reference in the words. Let me first turn you into a dog." The man who called himself Wu heir coldly snorted, and in an instant, he sprang before Yu Yuan, swinging his fist to strike. Yu Yuan had witnessed the might of his throwing a millstone earlier and knew of his immense strength. He dared not meet the blow head-on. Swiftly sidestepping the fist and countering with a thrust, Wu heir pushed his arm aside with his left hand and reached for his shoulder. Yu Yuan felt a jolt as his arm was nudged, leaving him slightly numb. In a panic, he evaded Wu heir's grasp, but his shoulder's garment was already torn away. Wu heir casually discarded the ripped fabric and taunted, "What do you have to say now, old man?" Cold sweat trickled down Yu Yuan's back. Wu heir not only possessed tremendous strength, but struck with speed and precision. How could such a master exist in this small town? Before Yu Yuan could formulate a response, Wu heir launched another attack. Although Yu Yuan no longer underestimated him, the cramped confines of the inn hindered his agility. After exchanging over a dozen blows, he began to falter. "You three, don't you see how formidable this man is? Hurry and assist." From the beams above, Qianmian shouted, "Assist? The red-haired ghost and the tubercular ghost are on the verge of being killed." As Wu heir and Yu Yuan clashed, Fang Ping seized the opportunity, brandishing a black iron rod and unleashing a torrent of strikes upon the red-haired ghost, with Yu Yuan's twin daggers no longer swaying threateningly before him. The danger had significantly diminished. The tubercular ghost wielded a short staff, employing acupuncture techniques that could work against others, but against Fang Ping, it was ineffective. Qianmian, cautious and circumspect, clung to the rafters, refusing to descend, only occasionally tossing a few flying daggers. The red-haired ghost, however, was in dire straits. Having not fully healed from previous wounds, he now bore the brunt of Fang Ping's assault, causing his injuries to rupture and stain his chest with blood. At that moment, Yu Yuan gasped in shock as Wu heir seized one of his legs and, with a single hand, hurled him to the ground, nearly knocking the breath out of him. As Wu heir prepared to deliver the final blow, Qianmian hastily threw several flying daggers, temporarily forcing Wu heir back and saving Yu Yuan's life. "Yu Yuan, you fool. You couldn't procure poison potent enough to kill, nor did you know that Fang Ping was impervious to blades and bullets. Now, look where we are, ambushing in an inn while unaware of such formidable foes. Truly a fool. The Jianghu are coming. I shan't engage in your foolish antics any longer. Farewell." The thousand-faced ghost uttered a few curses, leaped from the beam, and swiftly exited through the window shattered by the Imperial Guards. Upon landing, she astonishingly transformed from a youthful scholar into a captivating woman, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The wind howled fiercely. Yu Yuan, having just been thrown by Wu heir, realized that with only the three of them, capturing Fang Ping and Wu heir was utterly impossible, prompting him to turn and flee. The crimson-haired ghost and the tuberculosis ghost exchanged glances and also made their escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Wu heir exclaimed as he prepared to chase after them. However, Yu Yuan waved his hand, dispersing a cloud of green powder, startling Wu heir into retreat. Not this again. Fang Ping held his breath, sweeping his sleeve to follow suit. Yet, as the crimson-haired ghost dashed through the door, a mighty sound erupted as the broad shovel struck the pillar at the entrance, causing the front of the inn to collapse. My goodness. Fang Ping was taken aback but managed to shield his face with his hands as he burst out of the inn, coughing amidst the dust. He soon realized that the others had vanished. Who are you? Are you with that old scoundrel? Don't leave. Inside the inn. Despite being struck by wooden debris and appearing quite disheveled, Wu Er was unharmed and pointed at Fang Ping, shouting furiously. Fang Ping had intended to explain and apologize, as today's events were significantly intertwined with him. Just then, a few horses emerged from the street corner, their riders clad in dark flying fish attire, signaling the arrival of the Imperial Guards. Good sir, I owe you a favor, which I shall repay another day. Farewell, Fang Ping declared before bolting away. Wu Er furrowed his brow, contemplating a pursuit, but fearing the presence of more villains, he hurried to the backyard to check on his brother and niece. Fang Ping sprinted out of the town, finding no trace of the crimson-haired ghost and company. Upon glancing up, he spotted a formidable contingent of 30 to 40 Imperial Guards approaching along the official road, startling him into a hasty retreat into a nearby alley. However, before he could run far, 7 or 8 guards descended from the trees on either side, armed and ready to intercept him. Who are you? Stop and submit to inspection. Fang Ping thought to himself, inspection my foot. Ignoring their demands, he raised his black iron rod, knocking aside the short blades of the 2 leading guards, and fled into the woods. Yet, when he emerged from the trees, he found himself bewildered, having inadvertently returned to the main road. The recent passage of guards immediately caught wind of the commotion and galloped toward him. Curse my luck. Fang Ping dashed off again, but not far ahead. He was surrounded by over 20 mounted Imperial Guards, forming a tight circle around him. So it's you. Should I call you Zhu Ganglai or Fang Ping? At the forefront of the Jianghu stood a robust man. Fang Ping found him somewhat familiar, and it was only upon noticing the wolf-toothed club in his hand that he recalled this was Sun Wudi, the one he had clashed with at the Chaodian temple. Fang Ping clasped his hands and smiled. Ah, it is you, Brother Wudi. That day, you were sent flying by the tail of the Tantian python, and I had not seen you since. I thought you had met a valiant demise. Sun Wudi's expression darkened that day. I merely struck my head against the edge of a table and was knocked unconscious. Why am I even discussing this with you? I have heard that the Baqiao Tiangong box is in your possession, and Lord Weishio is quite eager for it. Considering you are a man of substance, hand it over willingly, and I may let you off lightly. Otherwise, we shall settle both old grievances and new ones together. While there was indeed a slight grudge between them, Fang Ping wondered where this new animosity had arisen. He sought to delay, his eyes darting, but the Jianghu were well trained, encircling him so tightly that escape seemed nearly impossible. Chapter 83. Lu Linglong. Sun Wudi raised an eyebrow. Just now, I praised you as a man. Yet now you dare to feign ignorance. Can you honestly claim that the urgent message from the Jianghu had nothing to do with you? Well, if I were to say it was related, there would be some truth to it. Yet if I were to deny it, that could also be valid. At this moment, Fang Ping had counted the surrounding Jianghu, estimating over 40, most of whom wielded only short knives, likely mere ordinary officers. Among them, 8 or 9 were armed with various primary weapons. These were the ones he needed to regard with utmost seriousness. Regardless of your involvement, there is no escape for you today. Seize him, Sun Wudi bellowed, as the Jianghu gradually closed in. Damn it, don't force me to unleash a massacre. Fang Ping cursed inwardly, gripping the black iron rod tightly. The reason he usually avoided the Jianghu was not due to fear of defeat, but rather a desire to evade direct conflict. Although he had fought them a few times, he had always shown restraint, merely knocking them aside or injuring them. After all, he still needed to navigate within the great Zhou dynasty. If he were to kill a significant number of Jianghu, he would undoubtedly be hunted as a criminal, leading to a life of constant evasion. Just as both sides were on the brink of confrontation, a woman's voice rang out from a distance. Everyone, cease at once. As her words echoed, 2 magnificent horses galloped forward, and 2 figures leapt from their mounts, landing gracefully within the encirclement of the Jianghu. Both were women. One appeared to be in her 20s, clad in a light yellow garment, exuding an air of serene elegance, with a jade flute at her waist. The other was a girl of about 15 or 16, dressed in a blue robe, her dark eyes glancing about, displaying a certain innocence. Who dares? You. Step aside. Upon seeing the woman in yellow, Sun Wudi's heart quivered. When he noticed his younger brother stepping forward to challenge her, he quickly swatted him aside. I, Sun Wudi, 1,000 household captain of the Jianghu, have the honor of meeting the young lady. Sun Wudi cast aside his wolf-toothed club and promptly bowed. The woman in yellow, surprised, remarked, You recognize me? I had the privilege of accompanying Lord Weishio to the commander's residence, during which I had the opportunity to meet the young lady. That simplifies matters. I will ensure this individual is spared. Do you have any objections? I dare not oppose. Then let us proceed. Sun Wudi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, bowed once more, mounted his horse, and waved his hand to lead his companions away. Wait. The woman in the yellow dress suddenly interjected. Does the young lady have further instructions? Sun Wudi hastily halted his horse. Convey 2 messages to Wei Xiu. The Jinyui are but the claws of His Majesty and not subordinates of anyone else. As a deputy of the Jinyui, it is unbecoming to stir trouble outside the capital instead of attending to duties. Sun Wudi's face twitched slightly, and with a resigned gesture, he replied, Yes. I shall certainly relay the young lady's words. He waved his hand again and hurriedly departed with a contingent of Jinyui. Young lady? Who is she? Fang Ping observed how effortlessly the woman had dispatched Sun Wudi and was filled with curiosity. The girl in the azure robe, seeing the trouble had left, bounced over to Fang Ping with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, You must be Fang Ping. Quickly, let me see that Baijiation gong box. Fang Ping thought to himself, Who are you? And why should I show you? Xiao Kuei, do not act recklessly. The woman in the yellow dress pulled the girl back, then stepped forward to bow. However, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Linglong, and this is my junior sister, Su Xiaokuei. We were entrusted by our master, Li Qingyang, to escort you to Qingyang County. Yes. I am Su Xiaokuei from the Kuei family, the girl in the azure robe added. Indeed, my name is Fang Ping. Are you truly disciples of Master Qingyang? Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback, somewhat incredulous. He considered inquiring if they had any proof, but then thought, even if they had proof, I wouldn't recognize it. Without a doubt, hurry and show me that Baijiation gong box. Su Xiaokuei appeared quite familiar. Reaching for Fang Ping's garment, Fang Ping sidestepped and replied, Miss, wait a moment. I cannot discern the truth of your claims. Therefore, I cannot hand over the Baijiation gong box at this moment. However, if you truly are disciples of Master Qingyang, you will reach Qingyang County in a few days. We can see it then. Several more days? How tedious. Su Xiaokuei stamped her foot in frustration. Lu Linglong shook her head and said, Fang Ping need not engage with her. Xiaokuei is simply infatuated with mechanical arts. It is said that the Baijiation gong box was crafted by descendants of Lu Ban, which is why she is so eager. Ah, I see. By the way, those Jinyui seemed quite fearful of Miss Lu. Might I inquire why? Su Xiaokuei placed her hands on her hips and laughed. My senior sister is the daughter of Lu Gang. How could they not fear her? Lu Gang. That name sounds familiar. Who is he? Fang Ping asked. The current commander of the Jinyui. How do you not know this? What? Fang Ping exclaimed, suddenly leaping back in alarm, his expression one of wariness. No wonder Sun Wudi was so frightened earlier. Su Xiaokuei rolled her eyes and said, What are you doing? Did she not also mention you are disciples of Master Qingyang? Are you quite all right? Who says that the daughter of the commander of the Jinyui cannot be a disciple of Master Qingyang? These two facts are not mutually exclusive. Indeed. Fang Ping regained his composure, realizing that he had overreacted. Lu Linglong chuckled softly and remarked, It is only natural for you, my dear Fang, to harbor concerns. However, once we arrive in Qingyang County and meet our esteemed master, any misunderstandings will surely be resolved. The hour is getting late. Shall we set off? Very well, please proceed. Fang Ping gestured graciously. Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokuei mounted their horses, only then remembering that Fang Ping still had to walk. How vexing. I forgot to instruct the Jinyui to leave behind an extra horse. Su Xiaokuei huffed in irritation. Not to worry. Fang Ping waved his hand dismissively. You may ride at a leisurely pace. We can purchase another horse once we reach the next town. Then I must thank you, dear Fang, Lu Linglong replied. It is no trouble at all. I've managed thus far without issue, so a day and a half more of walking is hardly a burden. Let us be on our way, Fang Ping declared, setting off down the official road with purposeful strides. Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokuei exchanged glances and gently urged their horses forward to follow him. Before long, the two horses overtook Fang Ping, but under their control. They maintained a steady pace alongside him. As Fang Ping ran, he cast a glance at the two young women steeds, their glossy black coats shimmering in the light. Save for a ring of white fur near their hooves, which filled him with a twinge of envy. What splendid creatures, like clouds treading upon snow. Truly a display of opulence. Chapter 84. A conversation by the way. The former owner of the Baijiao Tiangong box had a daughter, whom I sent to Qingyang County for protection. By now, she should have arrived. Have you two ladies encountered her? Fang Ping inquired abruptly as they continued their journey. You mean that girl from Chang'an? She arrived over half a month ago, Su Xiaokuei, seated upon her steed, casually replied. Rest assured, she is quite well. Upon reaching my Qingyang Academy, she has done little but eat, and has gained quite a bit of weight. Lu Linglong glanced at the running Fang Ping, aware that he was testing them, yet chose not to dwell on it. She continued, Indeed, Chang'an was escorted to the academy by that rascal Yang Qieshan. However, his grandfather in the capital is soon set to celebrate a grand birthday, and he departed for the capital a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping felt a sense of relief. Only a handful of people knew about Chu Chang'an, and even fewer were aware of Yang Qianshan and his grandfather's upcoming celebration, unless they were officials of the court. Yet, if it were indeed Lu Linglong and the Jianghu attempting to deceive him, there would be no need for such elaborate ruse. The trio continued their journey and, just before nightfall, reached the nearest grand city. Upon entering, they encountered a few Jianghu checkpoints. Lu Linglong produced a badge, waving it slightly, and the guards responded with nods and bows, allowing them to enter the city without hindrance. Ah, the advantages of power and influence. At last, we need not traverse the back roads or spend the night outdoors, Fang Ping sighed, following the two ladies to a guest house for accommodation. He had been traveling in the wind and rain, and his clothes were already quite soiled. Previously, he had only washed himself a bit in a nearby river, but now he could finally stay in an inn. Delighted, he indulged in a hot bath, lingering for over half an hour. Even his protective techniques began to falter, his skin feeling raw from the prolonged washing. After freshening up, he took a look in the copper mirror in the room and noticed that half an inch of hair had already grown on his scalp, forming a standard buzz cut. No longer was he the bald-headed man with a shiny dome. Feeling completely at ease, Fang Ping sat cross-legged on the large bed and began practicing his mixed-element technique, continuing until midnight when he suddenly heard a noise coming from the roof. Frowning, he wondered if it was a thief or someone attempting to steal his box. Grasping the black iron rod at the head of his bed, he quietly opened the window to investigate. To his surprise, the source of the noise was not a thief, but Lu Linglong, who was sitting on the roof gazing at the starry sky while holding her jade flute. What was she doing awake at such an hour? Fang Ping shook his head, initially thinking of returning to his practice, but he had many questions for her. Thus, he pushed open the window, turned, and leaped onto the roof. The sound of crunching tiles echoed beneath his feet as he approached Lu Linglong, who had already noticed him and stifled a few giggles at the sight. Unfazed by her laughter, Fang Ping casually remarked, "Miss Lu, what exquisite taste you have. The stars shine brilliantly tonight. It is indeed a splendid evening. Why not play a tune?" Lu Linglong shook her head, replying, "I fear it may disturb the peace." "Ah, Miss Lu speaks wisely," he conceded. "Brother Fang has come up. I wonder if you have any guidance to offer, but please, do not hesitate." Indeed, Lu Linglong was as her name suggested, her thoughts sharp and clear. She added, "If Brother Fang continues with such trivialities, I may have to return indoors." Wait. Actually, I merely wish to inquire about Mr. Qingyang. What kind of person is he?" Lu Linglong's gaze shifted momentarily, and after a moment's thought, she responded. "In the context of the Great Show, he was once the Minister of Rites and served as an imperial tutor twice to scholars across the land. He remains a prominent figure in the literary world. To those in the martial realm, he is a master of martial arts. To us disciples, he is simply a kind elder." Fang Ping nodded, gradually grasping her meaning. Mr. Qingyang held a significant reputation. However, his identity varied greatly depending on who one asked. As for what kind of person he truly was, that could only be determined through personal encounter. By the way, the person who transported the box for me was my second senior brother, Yuan Gue. Upon hearing this, Lu Linglong's expression shifted, revealing a hint of sadness. She continued, "Herein lies the matter. It turns out that while traveling in the south, Yuan Gue happened upon an unnamed desolate mountain, where he unexpectedly encountered a dragon rising from the earth, causing a landslide. Within that mountain was an ancient tomb. The 100 Crafts heavenly box was discovered therein. However, his acquisition of the box was noticed by members of the Inyang sect, who were also passing by, leading to a bloody conflict. Yuan Gue, though valiant, was alone and faced overwhelming odds. While he managed to defeat several experts from the sect, he also sustained severe injuries. Brother Yuan once sent a message via carrier pigeon to the academy, stating that he had sustained severe injuries and feared his days were numbered. Alas, his words proved prophetic, for he has never returned. In death, there is no resurrection. I extend my condolences to Miss Lu." Suddenly, Lu Linglong rose to her feet, solemnly bowing to Fang Ping. "I have heard from Chang'an that the arrangements for Brother Yuan's final affairs are being handled by you, Brother Fang. I wish to express my gratitude here." Fang Ping hurriedly assisted her, saying, "It was merely a fortuitous circumstance, Miss Lu. No need for such formality. Furthermore, I merely dug a grave. I feel quite ashamed." Lu Linglong shook her head. For those of us in the martial world, to have a 3-foot plot of land to rest in after death, rather than being left to rot in the wilderness, is indeed a great fortune. At this moment, Fang Ping felt somewhat awkward. How had their conversation turned so sorrowful? After a brief silence, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, I have always been curious. Since your second senior brother was gravely injured, Why did he still rescue that girl Chang'an? With her as a burden, wouldn't his own survival be even more precarious? Perhaps we disciples of the Qingshan master are somewhat lacking in skill, Lu Linglong replied with a wry smile. What do you mean by that? Fang Ping asked, puzzled. Lu Linglong gazed at the twinkling stars above, speaking slowly. Thus far, the master has taken 7 disciples. My eldest senior brother is fond of wine. My second senior brother is obsessed with fortune-telling. I am the 4th, with a passion for music, and little Kuei, ranked 6th. Delights in the study of mechanisms. Fang Ping furrowed his brow. Your second senior brother can read fortunes? Chang'an is particularly unattractive. Could she possibly possess some extraordinary features? Lu Linglong chuckled softly, casting him a playful glare. Chang'an is quite concerned about you. If she hears you speak of her so, she might be hurt. Ahem. Though Chang'an is young, she is not one to hold grudges. Indeed, Lu Linglong nodded, continuing, Brother Yuan mentioned in his letter that from Chang'an's features, she is akin to Empress Qin. If one day the tomb of the Qin Emperor is discovered, it may be that only Chang'an can unlock it. Chapter 85. Beneath Qinyang City. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping's mind suddenly conjured several vivid images. Chu Chang'an leading a group to open the Qin Emperor's tomb. The first emperor resurrected, and upon seeing Chu Chang'an's features, he strangles her. Brother Fang, are you all right? Lu Linglong asked, noticing his dazed expression. Fang Ping shook his head. I'm fine. However, if I may speak disrespectfully, do the disciples of Master Qingshan truly believe in fortune-telling and such? Lu Linglong pondered for a moment before replying. Do you believe in the concept of feng shui? Not particularly, Fang Ping admitted, unsure of her reasoning. Ancestors sought out auspicious burial sites by summarizing the characteristics of such locations. Yet modern tomb raiders, relying on these ancient principles of feng shui, can locate tombs from centuries past. So, the question arises, is feng shui genuine or not? If you claim it to be false, how can tomb raiders find graves utilizing it? And if you assert it to be true, then why are the graves of our ancestors defiled? Fang Ping furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while before finally conceding. Miss Lu, this seems to be a clever rhetoric, for you have ensnared me in your argument. Lu Linglong smiled and continued. In my view, divination and fortune-telling are no different from the principles of feng shui. They merely reflect the accumulated wisdom of our predecessors. For instance, the appearance of a wealthy individual will undoubtedly differ from that of a rural farmer. A skilled physiognomist can discern a person's profession and character through their features and speech, which is not particularly challenging. What Miss Lu stated is quite reasonable. However, to ascertain that Chang'an is the birthplace of Empress Qin solely by observing facial features seems rather extraordinary. After all, the first emperor lived a millennium ago, and your second senior brother could not possibly have met him. How then is such a determination made? This young lady is at a loss. Perhaps there are other secrets involved. The two engaged in light banter for a while, as the sky gradually darkened, obscuring the stars. Lu Linglong clasped her hands and said, It is getting late. Brother Fang should rest early, as we must continue our journey tomorrow. Thank you for the reminder, Miss, Fang Ping replied, and sensing her disinterest, he quietly made his way to his room. After inadvertently stepping on a few tiles, he finally climbed through the window. The bed at the inn was large and soft, and after enduring the rigors of travel, Fang Ping soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The next day, he spent over 30 taels of silver to purchase a fine horse, and the 3 of them set off once more towards Qingyang County. With Lu Linglong's title as the daughter of a commander in the Jianghu, they traversed the provinces unhindered, with no one daring to provoke them. Although they traveled along the official roads, they encountered bandits twice. However, they remained mounted, sparing no effort to engage the bandits, swiftly evading them, much to the latter's chagrin, who could do little but curse as they failed to catch up. The trio journeyed by day and rested by night, and by the 6th day they reached the borders of Qingyang County. Upon sighting the distant city, Fang Ping could not help but exclaim, At last, we have arrived. This journey has been fraught with trials akin to the 81 tribulations. Once I meet Mr. Qingyang, I shall certainly give him a piece of my mind. As they approached the city, they gradually slowed their horses. Hey, senior sister, isn't that our senior brother over there? Su Xiaoqiye suddenly pointed towards a figure seated at a nearby tea stall. Fang Ping followed her gaze and saw a man with his back to them, one hand clutching a wine jar, while the other gestured animatedly behind him. Lu Linglong's eyes brightened momentarily, but her expression quickly shifted. She whispered urgently, Do not speak. Ride swiftly into the city. As soon as she finished speaking, she struck the air with both hands, her energy pushing against Fang Ping and Su Xiaoqiye's horses. The 2 steeds neighed in alarm and galloped towards the city gates. At that moment, the drinking man, seated at the same table as another, turned his head to see the 3 of them riding away, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, 3 little spirits, after such a long chase. You must be weary. How about a cup of tea? As the words escaped his lips, he immediately extended a hand, grasping at the air towards the three individuals atop their horses. Fang Ping felt a sudden constriction, as if bound by an invisible force woven from countless currents, rendering him helpless as he was yanked down from his mount, hurtling toward the tea stall. Goodness, this expert is astonishingly powerful, towering at least 3 or 4 stories high. I'm done for. Suspended in midair, he noticed that not only he, but also Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokui were similarly ensnared, swept toward the tea stall by some unseen force. Upon landing, the binding energy dissipated, causing all 3 to stumble before regaining their balance. Sweat beaded on Fang Ping's forehead as he looked up to find a woman before him. Her oval face was strikingly beautiful, though her slightly arched brows lent her an air of mischievous allure. She was clad in a vivid red robe, her dark hair haphazardly gathered atop her head, secured not by hairpins but rather by 2 chopsticks, exuding a languid yet somewhat comical charm. A smile played on her lips as she extended a hand toward Fang Ping. And once again, he found himself utterly powerless, drawn toward her until she clasped his shoulder firmly. What the hell? Fang Ping was at a loss, his body swaying slightly, and despite numerous attempts to summon his strength or channel his internal energy, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting her grip. The woman scrutinized him from head to toe, remarking, "You certainly can run, can't you? Instead of taking the well-trodden path, you choose to wander the wilderness. I dispatched many to seek you, and not a trace was found. Luckily, I am astute enough to await your arrival here. Otherwise, you might have truly slipped into Qingyang County." Fang Ping's arms felt weak, rendering him unable to move, and he could only muster a forced smile as he replied, "Esteemed one, I am uncertain where I have offended you to elicit such ire. I offer my apologies. How about I smile for you instead?" "Hey, what esteemed one? Do I look particularly old?" she retorted, her eyes narrowing as she pinched Fang Ping's cheek. "You call that a smile? It's utterly grotesque. How dare she stifle my laughter?" Fang Ping thought to himself, wondering where this ancient crone came from, pretending to be youthful, though she appeared to be in her 30s. Her prowess indicated that she was undoubtedly one of those rare beings who utilized internal energy to reverse the effects of age. At that moment, a middle-aged man, who had been drinking on a nearby bench, rose with a wine jar in hand. "Honggu, why stoop to the level of a child? Let us share a drink. Shall we?" With a flourish of his sleeves, he sent a tea bowl soaring toward the red-clad woman. She merely flicked her head, and without any visible action, the airborne bowl reversed course, landing back on the table and spinning a few times. "And who might you be? You've been staring at me since earlier. I thought you were captivated by my unparalleled beauty, yet it seems you've come to provoke," she remarked. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man replied, "Esteemed Honggu, you jest. I am Lu Junfang, and my master is Li Qingyang. You know me as one of the esteemed ancestors of the Yinyang sect. Honggu had already garnered fame across the land 30 years ago. I have had the privilege of gazing upon your portrait." "Honggu? An ancestor of the Yinyang sect? Am I not doomed then?" The increasingly despondent Fang Ping felt as though he were on the verge of tears. With a sharp glare, Honggu remarked, "What, do you, a mere junior, wish to spar with me?" "I wouldn't dare to impose," he replied. "Huh, then cease your prattling and come forth. I wish to see the prowess of a disciple trained by the venerable Li." "I shall take my leave then," Lu Junfang declared, placing his wine jar down, and, with a swift motion, leaped before Honggu, delivering a kick. Honggu, gripping Fang Ping's shoulder with one hand, waved her sleeve with the other, deftly diverting Lu Junfang's leg aside. Lu Junfang, his body swaying as if about to fall, retaliated with a punch. Yet, Honggu merely used one hand to block, effortlessly deflecting his blow. Thus, Lu Junfang threw a flurry of punches and kicks, swaying left and right, unleashing over 20 strikes, all of which were skillfully thwarted by Honggu. As she parried, she offered commentary. The jade ring step, the Mandarin duck leg, the Tai-Bai drunken sword technique. Your drunken boxing possesses a certain essence, yet it remains far from sufficient. Come back to spar with me in 30 years. Upon finishing her words, Honggu raised her delicate hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that sent Lu Junfang flying far away, along with the tables and chairs of the tea stall. Senior brother, Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokui, witnessing their elder brother seemingly at a disadvantage, rushed forward. Lu Linglong wielded her jade flute as a sword, thrusting it towards Honggu's face. Meanwhile, Su Xiaokui, brandishing 2 black boxing gloves that had appeared in her hands, aimed a punch at Honggu's chest. "Children, go play elsewhere," Honggu bellowed, a series of inexplicable roars emanating from her, creating shockwaves that sent Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokui reeling. Fang Ping understood now. Honggu's internal strength was extraordinarily formidable, reaching an unfathomable level, rendering ordinary individuals utterly unqualified to engage with her. "Haha, are you all subdued now? After a hearty laugh, Honggu turned her gaze back to Fang Ping, reaching into his bosom to retrieve the exquisite 100 crafts box. With a firm pinch of her fingers, she found it utterly immovable, raising an eyebrow in admiration. Indeed, it was crafted by a descendant of Lu Ban. Truly remarkable. At that moment, a voice drifted from the direction of Qingyang City. Though soft, it resonated in the minds of all present. Honggu, have you had your fill of chaos? Honggu frowned, turning towards the direction of Qingyang City, and called out, Who dares? Oldly, do you wish to measure your skills against mine once more? Over 20 years ago, did we not spar in the capital? I vaguely recall that you were not my match. With a darkened expression, Honggu retorted, Humph. I merely suffered from an upset stomach that day, which allowed you to gain the upper hand. Enough of this childish bickering. You ought to depart at once. With a sly glint in her eye, she continued, but I remember well, did you not vow never to step beyond Qingyang in this lifetime? Are you prepared to break that oath? The oath I have taken is a commitment to the court, not to the people of the martial world. Moreover, I specifically mentioned the term Qingyang, not Qingyang City. The very spot where you stand falls under the jurisdiction of Qingyang County. If I were to come over and give you a beating, it would hardly constitute a breach of my oath. Is that permissible? Honggu paused, contemplating the matter, and indeed, it seemed to hold some truth. Her expression shifted several times as she struck her forehead with the intricate box in her hand, attempting to open it to no avail. With a glint in her eye, her lips curled into a mysterious smile. Oldly, I was merely jesting with the younger generation. Why the fuss? As she spoke, she returned the box to Fang Ping's embrace, only to deftly extract the silver and banknotes from his grasp. Young man, I've been rather strapped for cash lately. Would you lend me a few taels? Surely, you wouldn't deny me this favor? With his life still in her grasp, Fang Ping dared not utter a word of refusal. Senior, say that again. Sister, you are my half-sister. What are we to each other? My silver is yours. Feel free to spend it. Oh, a teachable child indeed. You possess both humility and ambition. You are destined for greatness. Thank you for your kind words, sister. Honggu smiled and nodded, finally releasing Fang Ping's shoulder. He, feeling compelled to refrain from any movement, merely managed a sheepish grin. Oldly, you witnessed this, did you not? I was merely playfully bantering with my younger brother. Honggu called out towards the direction of Qingyang City. Well, the hour grows late. I must return for my meal. By the way, remember to summon me when you plan to visit the Qin Emperor's underground palace. Take care. I shan't see you off. With a whimsical sway, Honggu turned to leave. As she passed by Lu Jufang, her sleeve swept up a wine jar from the ground, and she took a couple of hearty gulps. What a fine wine. I hope you don't mind my indulgence? Lu Jufang responded with a wry smile. I am honored by your attention. Of course, I do not mind. You are so rigid and formal. It is indeed rather dull. Do not only drink fine wines. Savor the diverse flavors of life, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, lest you wander this world in vain. Lu Junfang, taken aback, suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Oh, living so long can be terribly tedious, Honggu mused as she meandered away, still sipping her wine. Once Fang Ping saw her finally depart, he patted his empty pocket, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Fortunately, I still have some savings at the bank. Otherwise, I would truly be destitute. Fang brother, are you well? Lu Linglong approached. All is well. I must thank Lu brother for his timely assistance. Fang Ping expressed his gratitude again to Lu Jufang. Lu Jufang shook his head. I did not offer much help. I feel quite ashamed. Enough of this chatter. We must not linger here lest that fierce woman returns. Let us swiftly enter the city, urged Su Xiaokuei. Exchanging glances, the group nodded in agreement and proceeded into Qingyang City together. Chapter 87. Mr. Qingyang, though I have yet to behold him, I have indeed heard his voice. Could it be that the legendary ability of transmitting sound across great distances is true? Mr. Qingyang is truly remarkable. Upon entering Qingyang City, Fang Ping could not help but express his admiration. Lu Linglong and Lu Jufang exchanged peculiar glances, while Su Xiaokuei looked utterly perplexed and asked, What are you talking about? Just now, Mr. Qingyang never made an appearance. Merely his voice was enough to frighten away that ancient ancestor of the Yinyang sect, Honggu, Fang Ping explained. Su Xiaokuei rolled her eyes and replied, Are your eyes deceiving you? My master was standing atop the city wall the entire time. What? Fang Ping was taken aback and quickly turned to look towards the city wall. Why do you still look? He has already departed. Lu Linglong chuckled, covering her mouth. Xiaokuei, do not be impolite. Fang brother has never seen our master, so it is natural he would not pay particular attention to who was on the city wall. Oh, my senior sister makes a valid point. Fang Ping felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he had assumed Mr. Qingyang could discern events outside the city merely through his spiritual sense, not realizing he had been physically present. Why are you looking at me like that? He noticed Su Xiaokuei was giving him a disapproving look and asked with irritation. Su Xiaokuei pouted. You seem rather imposing, yet you are such a coward. If that fierce woman were to kill you, you might as well let her do it. A scar the size of a bowl on your head, and 18 years later, you could emerge a hero once more. Why grovel and plead for mercy? It is truly disgraceful. Fang Ping was left bewildered, wondering where this girl had learned such expressions, and how she could articulate them so fluently. If I were to die at such a young age, how regrettable it would be. I am only in my 20s and unmarried. With such cowardice, which girl would wish to have you? What do you know, little girl? With this robust physique of mine, there are plenty of girls who admire me. Really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. At this moment, Lu Fang, who had been listening to the childish bickering, felt a headache coming on. He intended to offer some words of wisdom, but suddenly realized his hands were empty, having forgotten the wine jar. Ahem, you all go on ahead to the Qingyang Academy. I have a craving for wine and must indulge myself first. Farewell. With that, he hurriedly merged into the throng of people, ignoring the three. Lu Linglong shook her head slightly and playfully tapped Su Xiaokuei on the head with her jade flute. Senior sister, why are you hitting me? It's nothing. There was a bug on your head just now. What? Where is it? Did it fly away? Su Xiaokuei's expression changed, and her hands began to frantically pat her head. At that moment, Fang Ping noticed that she was wearing a pair of black gauntlets that shimmered with a metallic sheen, seemingly made of small, interlocking pieces, which piqued his curiosity. Hey, those gauntlets of yours look quite intriguing. Are they crafted from mechanisms? Su Xiaokuei beamed with delight. I didn't expect you to have such discerning eyes. Indeed. They are made of mechanism arts. Watch closely. With enthusiasm, she collided her arms together, and the gauntlets emitted a series of creaking sounds, folding layer by layer until they finally retracted into the sleeves of her wrist. How about that? Isn't it impressive? Fang Ping nodded, remarking, it certainly appears intriguing. But what practical utility does it possess? While it looks quite impressive, its actual effectiveness pales in comparison to wielding a sword or knife. Practical utility? What is that needed for? Isn't it simply meant to be entertaining? He sighed, realizing that the girl did not regard this as a serious weapon either. As the trio conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance of Qingyang Academy. Qingyang Academy, so it refers to the sheep, not the son of Qingyang County, Fang Ping observed. Gazing at the Academy's plaque, Lu Linglong chuckled. Indeed, it was the son of Qingyang County, but after our teacher arrived, the local officials changed the plaque to depict sheep. Initially, the officials even intended to alter the name of Qingyang County as well. But our teacher firmly put a stop to that. Fang Ping smiled, understanding the flattery involved. Just as they were about to step into the academy, a figure suddenly leaped down from a nearby large tree. Is that you, Tangqi? The newcomer, clad in a fitted black outfit and sporting a high ponytail, was none other than Tangqi, who had been recuperating from injuries sustained in Xiang County. To Fang Ping's surprise, she had arrived at Qingyang County ahead of him. Tangqi glared. Of course it's me. You, on the other hand, took a month's journey and somehow took a month and a half. I thought you had perished. Bah, don't curse me, Fang Ping retorted. Both of you. There will be ample time for reminiscing later. First, follow me to greet the teacher, Lu Linglong interjected. Fang Ping and Tangqi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Once they entered the academy, Fang Ping noticed that Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokuei seemed unfazed by Tangqi's presence and casually inquired, Do you know Tangqi? Su Xiaokuei scoffed. That girl has been perched on a tree at the entrance of our academy for half a month. She was reluctant to enter the academy to wait for you, and we eventually grew tired of paying her any mind. No wonder she has feathers sprouting from her head. Fang Ping reached out and plucked 2 feathers from Tangqi's hair. Tangqi glared. Why didn't you remove them earlier? I thought you had a unique taste and had deliberately adorned yourself. Who would do such a thing? They continued their banter as they arrived at a large lake, where a pavilion stood at its center, connected by several winding corridors. Within the pavilion stood a figure holding a bowl, seemingly feeding the fish. That's our teacher over there. Come with me, Lu Linglong directed. Fang Ping and Tangqi exchanged another glance, refraining from further jesting and, after straightening themselves, followed Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokuei to the heart of the lake pavilion. Junior Fang Ping, greetings to Mr. Qingyang. Junior Tangqi of the Tang clan, greetings to Mr. Qingyang. Linglong pays her respects to the teacher. Teacher, Xiaokuei is back. My young friends, no need for such formalities. Linglong, Xiaokuei, you both have worked hard. Mr. Qingyang, donned in a black robe, possessed a countenance like jade, exuding a tranquil demeanor, with a few strands of finger-length beard adorning his face, and a scholar's cap atop his head, appearing every bit the ordinary educator. Fang Ping pondered, was it not said that this Mr. Qingyang served as an imperial teacher for 2 reigns. He should be at least 50 or 60 years old, or at the very least in his 40s. Yet, this visage appeared to belong to one scarcely over 30. Could it be that the masters of this world possess some elixir of eternal youth? Previously, he had encountered the elderly matron of the Baishui Palace, whose hair was silver but whose face belied her age, appearing to be in her 30s. Likewise, the red-clad woman he had seen at the city gate, likely an ancient enchantress, also bore a youthful countenance. When I reach 30, will these individuals still possess such youthful faces? Contemplating this, Fang Ping felt a surge of envy. Chapter 88. In the pavilion on the lake, as several individuals exchanged greetings, Fang Ping was about to speak when he was elbowed by Tang Qi, who stepped forward first. Mr. Qingyang, I am the junior Tang Qi. You have come to demand the Tang clan's secret teachings, have you not? Before Tang Qi could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Li Qingyang. Senior, you possess keen insight. Indeed, I have come for that purpose. Li Qingyang stroked his beard and said, very well, Ling Long. Please escort her to the library at the back and fetch the items from your master Qian. Understood, master. Lu Linglong replied with a bow, and then turned to Tang Qi. Miss Tang, please follow me. Tang Qi was momentarily taken aback. She had not yet elaborated on her assistance to Fang Ping, and it was over so quickly? How could it be this simple? She murmured to herself. Li Qingyang shook his head and remarked, if your elders were as well-mannered as you, the items would have long since returned to their rightful owner. Is that so? How did they go about demanding them? Tang Qi asked, perplexed. Either they come to challenge directly, turning everything upside down, or they resort to underhanded tactics, stealing under the cover of night. Such a lack of decorum has led me to dismiss them all, Li Qingyang explained. Tang Qi's expression darkened as she recalled the conduct of those elders. Indeed, they were capable of such misdeeds. Li Qingyang continued, did they not claim that I, Li Qingyang, was bullying the weak and deliberately hoarding your Tang clan's possessions? You have guessed correctly, sir, Tang Qi replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. She inwardly cursed those old fools, realizing how close she had come to perishing for that pitiful secret. Truly, they were remarkable elders. Very well. Go fetch what you came for. Li Qingyang gestured dismissively. Tang Qi clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, senior. I shall take my leave now. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Fang Ping before departing the pavilion with Lu Linglong. Regaining his composure, Fang Ping hastily retrieved the Baijiao Tiangong box from his pocket and presented it forward. Mr. Qingyang, I have honored my promise and hereby present this Baijiao Tiangong box to you. Li Qingyang accepted the box and sighed softly. For an item of little worth, my unworthy disciple has foolishly lost his life. Alas, this is the Baijiao Tiangong box. Master, allow me to have a look. At that moment, Su Xiaokui eagerly seized the box, examining it from every angle, while Li Qingyang made no attempt to intervene. My young friend, you have traversed a great distance to deliver this box, enduring numerous trials along the way. I have heard much of your journey. Now that you have arrived at the Qingyang Academy, it seems you have fulfilled the wishes of my second disciple. I owe you a debt of gratitude. And when one has received kindness, it is only right to repay it. Do you have any requests? As long as it is within my capacity, I shall comply without hesitation. Eagerly awaiting this affirmation, Fang Ping stepped forward and said, I have no grand aspirations, but I would like to seek your guidance in martial arts, Master Qingyang. Li Qingyang paused for a moment, plucked 2 strands of his beard, and with a troubled expression replied, well, I must confess, I am not well versed in martial arts. Pardon me. Fang Ping's lips twitched in disbelief. Master, are you jesting with me? At this moment, Su Xiaokui, who was fiddling with the Baijiao Tiangong box, interjected, the master indeed has never practiced martial arts. How can that be? Fang Ping exclaimed incredulously. The outside world speaks of you as a grandmaster of martial arts. How could you have never trained? Such naivete. Su Xiaokui rolled her eyes. The master only claimed to have never practiced martial arts. She never said she cannot strike. What does that mean? Fang Ping felt utterly confounded by their conversation. Please, take a seat and allow me to elaborate, Li Qingyang urged. Fang Ping, feeling dazed, sat down on a stone bench within the pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyang began to recount a tale from the past. Over 30 years ago, Li Qingyang excelled in the imperial examinations, becoming the top scholar, and was assigned to the Literary Institute to assist in the compilation of historical texts. In the ensuing days, aside from taking notes during court sessions, he spent his time composing poetry and painting with his colleagues. However, one day, while drinking alone and writing, he experienced a profound sensation, and a certain energy manifested within him. Remarkably, this energy not only persisted but grew stronger with time. Initially alarmed by this strange occurrence, Li Qingyang soon discovered that this energy did not afflict him with illness. Instead, it bestowed upon him numerous remarkable abilities, which he decided to embrace. In a certain month of a certain year, a band of rogue martial artists caused chaos in the capital, leading to widespread panic. Although the imperial authority was formidable, the martial practitioners included many adept fighters, making the situation difficult to manage. Thus, Li Qingyang emerged from the Literary Institute. And regardless of whether they were top-tier masters or reclusive hermits, he dispatched them all with a mere flick of his hand. From that point onwards, his reputation as a grandmaster of martial arts was solidified, yet he had never practiced martial arts even for a single day. What is this? A sudden enlightenment? Fang Ping was left utterly speechless, turning to Li Qingyang and asking, "Master, speak plainly. Are you perhaps an immortal? Will you guide me in this path?" Su Xiaokuei burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! When I first heard this story, I felt just as you do. It seems we are all in the same boat." Li Qingyang shook his head, replying, "There is no such thing as immortality. I have consulted many individuals, and the energy within me is indeed that of a martial artist, merely more abundant than in others." Fang Ping remained incredulous, but others practiced diligently through winter and summer to cultivate their inner strength. "How is it that you possess it so suddenly? It defies logic." "Then, my young friend, what do you believe inner strength to be?" Li Qingyang suddenly inquired. "Isn't inner strength simply? Fang Ping stood there, mouth agape, unable to articulate his thoughts. What on earth is this internal energy? If one were to claim it is merely air, then why is it that everyone breathes, yet none possess this internal power? During his own practice, he conjured the notion of a force coursing through his meridians and acupoints, and as he repeated this process, he gradually became aware of his internal energy. Yet, what is this internal energy, really? Is it a form of spiritual energy? He could not clarify it. When people from the martial world spoke of internal energy, they often referred to absorbing the power of heaven and earth, the forces of nature. Yet the essence of internal energy remains an enigma to all. Li Qingyang, observing Fang Ping's hesitation, seemed to grasp his meaning and continued, "Since no one can elucidate what internal energy truly is, why cannot I suddenly possess it?" Goodness, what a fallacious argument. Lu Linglong must have taught you to speak like this, perpetually shrouded in riddles. But what else could he say? He could only clasp his hands and reply, "You speak wisely, sir." Seeing Fang Ping's demeanor dim, Li Qingyang chuckled, "Do not be disheartened, my young friend. While I may not be able to teach you, there are several capable individuals within the academy from whom you may seek guidance. Moreover, you are welcome to peruse the tomes in our library at your leisure." Chapter 89. The mystery box. Very well. Settling for less is acceptable, after all. Just a bit of guidance would suffice. Fang Ping nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Meanwhile, Su Xiaokuei had been fiddling with the 100 crafts box for quite some time. Originally composed of numerous small jade strips, she had managed to push aside several, yet the box remained far from opened. "Master, I cannot open it. Perhaps you could give it a try? Regarding mechanisms, I am no better than you. If you cannot open it, how could I?" "Oh, I meant for you to use your internal energy to see if you can crush it." With a resigned sigh, Li Qingyang took the box into his palm and gathered his fingers. Although his fingers did not physically touch the box, he utilized his internal energy to compress it, producing a series of creaking sounds. Yet, despite this, the box remained unscathed. It seems the 100 crafts box can only be solved through mechanism techniques. External force cannot possibly open it, Li Qingyang remarked, shaking his head. "How about I give it a try?" Fang Ping interjected. Su Xiaokuei rolled her eyes. "Fang, if neither I nor the teacher can open it, what makes you think you can?" She added, "If you manage to open it, I shall acknowledge you as my leader on the spot." Li Qingyang sighed, shaking his head in mild amusement, pondering if he had inadvertently raised a little bandit. Acknowledging one another as brothers is one thing, but calling someone a leader is quite another. "My young friend, since you believe you have a method, it would not hurt to give it a try." With these words, he handed the 100 crafts box back to Fang Ping. Fang Ping held the box in his hands, thinking to himself that he could finally open the blind box. He had endured for quite some time during his journey. Had it not been for the principles of delivering packages, he would have eagerly torn it open long ago. Did he understand the mechanisms? Yes, but only to a limited extent. In his previous life, he had once learned online about unlocking Luban locks and purchased a myriad of them for practice. He could manage to unlock simpler Luban locks and reassemble them, but the more intricate ones were a different story. He could only dismantle them, not reassemble. This Baiqiao Tiangong box was a complex Luban lock constructed from numerous small jade strips of varying sizes. Fang Ping had examined it repeatedly along his way and had a general understanding of how to unlock it. "Go on, unlock it then. I want to see if you can really do it," Su Xiaokuei challenged, her expression one of disbelief. "Oh, then watch closely," Fang Ping replied, as he pushed aside the first jade strip of the box, followed by the second and third. By the time he reached around the 20th strip, Su Xiaokuei's eyes were glued to the spectacle. "Stop. Go slower. I'm struggling to keep up," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with concentration. All right," Fang Ping conceded, feeling the challenge grow as there were dozens of strips to maneuver. He continued to fumble with the box for over half an hour, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, with a loud clatter, the entire Baijiao Tiangong box shattered into a multitude of small jade strips, scattering across the stone table. "Wow, you really did unlock it." Su Xiaokuei gasped, her eyes widening in amazement, and suddenly knelt before Fang Ping. "Oh, great leader, allow me to pay my respects," she exclaimed, quickly correcting herself. I mean little sister." There's no need for that," Fang Ping said, taken aback by her dramatic display, and hurriedly helped her to her feet. "Leader, look quickly. What on earth is inside the Baijiao Tiangong box?" Su Xiaokuei seemed to have quickly embraced her new title, using it with remarkable familiarity. Fang Ping felt a bit exasperated and began to sift through the scattered jade strips on the table. He picked up a black card the size of his thumb, adorned with various linear patterns that resembled a circuit board, yet somewhat did not. Could this be a creation of the technological age, akin to something Emperor Qin would use? He mused, as the card in his hand bore an uncanny resemblance to modern inventions. "Mr. Qingyang, take a look at this and see if you recognize it," he said, handing the black card to Li Qingyang, who examined it closely while stroking his beard. "It seems familiar, as if I've seen it in some ancient texts, but I cannot recall where. I shall need to search through my archives for further clarification," he replied. Fang Ping remarked, "This must be the key to the Emperor Qin's underground palace, but with only a key and no map. How shall we find it?" Su Xiaokuei scratched her head and said, "There is a saying that the one who holds the key to the underground palace must endure the torment of heavenly thunder. And then the map will reveal itself. Master, given your profound skills, why not try it on a stormy night? You little rascal. Are you trying to lead your teacher to disaster?" Li Qingyang retorted, playfully tapping her head. "Though I possess some abilities, I cannot withstand heavenly thunder." Su Xiaokuei chuckled nervously, falling silent thereafter. Fang Ping was perplexed by the statement and inquired, "Do you, sir, believe in the so-called art of immortality?" Li Qingyang pondered for a moment before replying. "My young friend, observe closely." With a subtle motion of his finger, the tea within the cup on the stone table soared into the air, transforming into a lifelike water dragon. "Sir, such formidable inner strength," Fang Ping was astonished. This was no mere illusion, but rather a manifestation of profound internal power. While he was accustomed to the manipulation of objects using inner strength, the ability to control water to such an extent was beyond comprehension. With a wave of his hand, Li Qingyang commanded the water dragon to leap back into the cup, reverting to tea once more. He sighed softly and asked, "How does what you have just witnessed compare to the legendary arts of the immortals?" Fang Ping contemplated briefly and replied, "There is no difference. Indeed, if someone like you, a martial artist, perceives it this way, it is even more so for the common folk," Li Qingyang continued. "In this world, there are indeed many masters capable of such feats, some of whom aspire to ascend to immortality, and I can understand their yearning. And what about you, sir?" Fang Ping inquired with curiosity. Sometimes I feel a faint sense of my soul departing from my body, though I cannot discern whether it is a sign of impending death or the legendary separation of the yang spirit. As for immortality, I must confess, I have not given it much thought. I have lived my life with a degree of nonchalance, yet I have often found myself perplexed. If I cannot grasp the essence of being human, how then can I contemplate becoming an immortal?" Su Xiaokuei interjected with a light hum. "Why bother with such thoughts of immortality? The key to the underground palace is in our teacher's possession. If we wish to seek the tomb of Emperor Qin, we shall do so. If not, we can simply toss it into the pond. Why overthink it?" "Indeed, Xiaokuei speaks wisely. It should be as she suggests," Li Qingyang replied, glancing at the darkening sky. "It is getting late, Xiaokuei. Please escort Fang Ping to the guest room. Tomorrow, take him to meet Master Qian at the library and seek his guidance on martial arts." "Certainly, Master," Su Xiaokuei responded, turning to Fang Ping. "You heard that, right, big brother? I'll take you to the guest room, but first, let us have a meal in the dining hall. How does that sound? Aren't I a good little sister?" "Flattery without cause is often suspicious," Fang Ping remarked. "Oh, don't take it so seriously. I merely wish to consult you on how to solve this Luban lock," she retorted playfully, sweeping the scattered jade pieces on the stone table into her treasure pouch. "Master, these are now Xiaokuei's," she declared. "As long as you are happy," Li Qingyang laughed. "Then I shall take my leave." Fang Ping bowed respectfully. "Very well, go." Thus, Fang Ping and Su Xiaoqiye departed from the lakeside pavilion, first enjoying a meal in the dining hall. By the time they reached the guest room, it was entirely dark. "Big brother, you should rest now. I will come to find you tomorrow." Su Xiaoqiye waved her hand and took her leave. Phew, finally done with the day's affairs. Fang Ping lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Then, he heard a cacophony from the adjacent room, as if someone were throwing things about. "I'm furious. I'm absolutely furious. I shall slay them all." The voice resembled that of Tang Qi, unable to sleep. Fang Ping decided to engage with her. He stepped out of his room and knocked on Tang Qi's door, inquiring, "Hello, is this Tang Qi?" "Who is it?" came the reply. "It's me, Fang Ping." "Fang Ping who?" "Your father. I am your great aunt. Come in at once." As Fang Ping entered, he observed the disarray in Tang Qi's room, with jars and bottles scattered across the floor. Her expression was stern, clearly indicating her displeasure. "Who has upset you this time? This is not your home. Why have you damaged someone else's belongings?" "Humph. Mind your own business. I can afford to replace them." "Indeed. Who does not know that the Tang family is affluent? Such trifles are easily compensated. Pray tell, what has vexed you? Share it with me, and perhaps I might find amusement in your troubles." "Look at this," Tang Qi said, her face darkening as she seized a book from the table and tossed it to Fang Ping. "The Secret Techniques of the Tang Clan." Fang Ping furrowed his brow as he examined the title. "Is this truly the treasure you have long desired to show me? I hope you won't hurl a concealed weapon at me the moment I open it. Stop your prattling. If you're not going to read it, return it." "Why not read it?" Curiosity piqued, Fang Ping opened the book, eager to discover its contents. "Black dog blood wards off evil. Rooster blood secures the home. A peachwood sword can dispel ghosts, while thunderstrike wood is even more potent." Studying this volume of the green sack allows one to perceive the yin and yang, discerning between spirits. Treading upon the 7 stars aligns with the Emperor's destiny. What on earth is this? Is this truly a classic of your Tang clan? Or merely the musings of a fortune teller on the street? Tang Qi's expression darkened, and she struck her head repeatedly in frustration. It cannot be mistaken. There are numerous secret markers of the Tang clan within, and the material and writing of the book are undeniably authentic. Is there a chance of hidden meanings, such as acrostics or concealed layers? Fang Ping was utterly bewildered. Tang Qi cast him a glance and sighed. "I initially considered that possibility, but after examining it repeatedly, I found nothing." "Did not the elders of your clan impart any wisdom to you? Those ancient fogies are always so cryptic. Perhaps they are merely toying with me." Tang Qi slammed her fist on the table twice in exasperation. This just has grown rather large." Tang Qi took a deep breath and regarded Fang Ping. "Your belongings have been delivered. Why linger? It is not easy to visit here. Mr. Qingyang assisted me in finding someone to refine my martial skills," Fang Ping replied candidly. I see. Your skills indeed require improvement. It is wise to seek guidance." You are not much better than I. Do you recall that old man in the green robe from Su family village? I encountered him again and single-handedly drove him away." "Is that so? I find it hard to believe." "Listen to me. It happened like this." As Fang Ping embellished the tale, Tang Qi quickly discerned the embellishments. She scoffed. "You only managed to triumph due to the injury inflicted on him by my 7 needles. Had he expelled the poison, you would have been defeated long ago." "Nonsense. I clearly relied on my own inner strength to achieve victory." "Hearing your nonsense, hurry and leave. Coming into a woman's room at such a late hour. Are you not afraid of misunderstandings?" I was about to sleep, but it was your reckless throwing of things that disturbed my rest. Will you leave or not? If you don't, I'll throw a concealed weapon at you." "All right, I'll go. No need to be so insistent." Seeing her genuine anger, Fang Ping hastily exited and returned to his own room. Fortunately, after some time had passed, Tang Qi remained quiet. Fang Ping lay on his bed, contemplating matters, and gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, he was awakened by Su Xiaoqiye's knocking at the door, which filled him with a sense of shame. After enduring numerous hardships, he had finally arrived at a safe haven. Yet he had slept so soundly that he had missed the sun ascending high in the sky. "Master, shall I take you to the library to meet Master Qian?" Su Xiaoqiye inquired. Please just call me by my name. Master sounds rather peculiar," he replied. "That won't do. A gentleman's word is his bond. Once I have called you master, you are indeed my master all right. Call me whatever you wish. By the way, where is Tang Qi, my neighbor?" Fang Ping noticed the door to the adjacent room wide open, appearing to have been tidied up. Su Xiaoqiye responded with a somewhat strange expression. "She left early this morning. There was some silver and a note left on the table. The note mentioned that she quite liked some of the jars and bottles from our academy. So she took a few, and the silver is meant as compensation. Quite odd, isn't it?" Fang Ping was somewhat speechless. "So she took the broken items with her? By the way, who is this Master Qian?" His full name is Qian Wuyong, an old acquaintance of our teacher. He grew weary of wandering the world. So he came to our academy to serve as the custodian of the library, Su Xiaokui explained candidly. By the way, all of us disciples have learned martial arts from Master Qian. Chapter 91. Guidance. As they conversed, they meandered through winding paths until they arrived at a small courtyard. In the corner of the courtyard stood a 3-story building, and in the center lay a pond, beside which an elderly man, wearing a straw hat, was fishing. Master Qian. Still fishing, I see. There are hardly any fish in this pond. Have you not finished fishing yet? Su Xiaokui shouted as she entered the courtyard. Qian Wuyong adjusted his hat and chuckled. Ah, Xiaokui, what brings you here today to visit this old man? Well, it's like this. Su Xiaokui recounted the events and introduced Fang Ping. Fang Ping clasped his fists in greeting. I am Fang Ping, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, senior. Qian Wuyong appraised Fang Ping, nodding in approval. Very well. I was feeling quite bored anyway. So it is fortuitous to have someone to pass the time with. Xiaokui has other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Xiaokui said before skipping away. Come with me, young man. Qian Wuyong beckoned, rising to head toward the 3-story building. Fang Ping quickly followed, and as they approached, he noticed the structure appeared somewhat dilapidated, with a sign that read library hanging askew, looking as if it could fall at any moment. The two individuals pushed the door open, revealing a ground floor adorned with several rows of bookshelves, each brimming with books. Qian Wuyong leisurely pulled a chair and seated himself. Gesturing towards the shelves, feel free to browse through the collection. See if anything piques your interest. If you truly cannot find anything, I shall assist you. Fang Ping nodded in acknowledgement and casually approached a bookshelf, retrieving 2 volumes for examination. However, upon closer inspection of the titles, he was momentarily taken aback. One was the Analects, and the other was the Lotus Sutra. A frown creased Fang Ping's brow as he pondered whether the martial arts secrets were cleverly concealed within the pages. Yet, after perusing the tomes thoroughly, he found no such secrets, merely the classics of Confucianism and Buddhism. Casting a glance at Qian Wuyong, who was comfortably munching on seeds, he resumed his search. Before long, he realized that the collection housed a myriad of texts, not solely martial arts manuals. There were classics of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, various maps, travelogues, novels, astronomy, geography, astrology, and medicine, all intermingled without any cataloging. Perhaps it would be prudent to ascend to the 2nd floor. Valuable treasures are often found above. With that thought, he made his way to the staircase, ascending the creaky steps to the 2nd floor. However, upon arrival, he found himself even more bewildered. The space was largely empty, save for a solitary writing desk by the window adorned with some stationery. This was indeed an unconventional approach. He then proceeded to the 3rd floor, discovering nothing but a bed. Upon returning to the 1st floor, Fang Ping noticed Qian Wuyong regarding him with a peculiar expression. You didn't rummage through my bed, did you? He inquired. Cough, cough, not at all. Only the 1st floor contains the collection. The martial arts manuals are all within. Take your time to search. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Fang Ping surveyed the vast array of books, realizing that worthy treasures seldom come easily. Although it could take years to thoroughly examine this collection, searching for books could be accomplished in a matter of hours. Thus, he began to navigate through the sea of literature, quickly uncovering numerous martial arts manuals. There were various techniques for blades and staffs, along with diverse internal arts related to yin, yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, which indeed dazzled his senses. Nonetheless, he understood his own limitations. His proficiency in internal arts was lacking, so he resolved to continue practicing the Hunyuan skill. From the assorted manuals, he selected 2, Tue Shan Zhang and Feng Bo Gan. Master Qian, I have made my selections, he announced. Qian Wuyong glanced at the chosen volumes and replied leisurely, very well. Given your physique, it appears you are primarily focused on external techniques. These 2 martial arts forms suit you well. Why not seek out an internal technique to practice as well? After all, they come at no cost. Fang Ping responded, I have already practiced an internal technique for 3 years. Changing now would likely be too late. Oh, which internal technique have you been studying? The Hunyuan technique. Cough, cough, cough. As I was munching on sunflower seeds, I nearly choked. Taking a moment to regain my composure. You have quite a unique taste, my friend. Fang Ping, unfazed by my reaction, chuckled wryly. I have no formal teachings and lack any exceptional techniques. I've merely been dabbling in practice. However, by fortunate chance, I have acquired the techniques of the Hunyuan Gong, reaching levels 4 to 6, which should allow me to continue my training. This revelation left Qian Wuyong momentarily stunned, and he nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? I had assumed you had only mastered the first 3 levels, known as the 8th grade Hunyuan Gong. I did not anticipate you had such an opportunity. Mastering the 6th level of Hunyuan Gong would nearly elevate you to the realm of a Grandmaster, and coupled with your diverse skills, you will be formidable in combat. Fang Ping clasped his hands respectfully. As for my practice of Hunyuan Gong, I find my internal energy growth exceedingly slow. I am uncertain as to the reason, and I humbly seek your guidance. Is that so? Come here, let me take a look. Jian Wuyong beckoned. Fang Ping hurried a few steps to his side and inquired, how shall we assess this? Should I meditate and circulate my energy? That is unnecessary, Jian Wuyong replied, grasping Fang Ping's wrist gently. Do not resist. Fang Ping felt a wave of warm internal energy coursing through his wrist and into his meridians. Initially startled, he instinctively resisted, but soon calmed himself, allowing Jian Wuyong to perform his examination without interference. After Jian Wuyong's internal energy traversed Fang Ping's body, he gradually released his grip. The explanation is quite simple. Your external training has progressed too rapidly, causing your meridians to become somewhat rigid. Additionally, your lack of understanding on how to utilize internal energy to impact acupoints and expand your meridians has resulted in the sluggish growth of your internal energy. Fang Ping realized this was the underlying cause and promptly requested, I would be grateful for your further insights. Jian Wuyong nodded, certainly, but let us first prioritize our meal. What? Fang Ping exclaimed, taken aback. Master Qian, big brother, Su Xiaokuei has brought you lunch. At that moment, the voice of Su Xiaokuei echoed from outside the library. With hurried footsteps, she entered, carrying a large food box. Jian Wuyong rolled his eyes. You seldom bring me food, yet today you are so attentive. Well, my big brother is here and unfamiliar with the surroundings. I feared he might starve, so I simply brought him a meal, she replied. Chapter 92. Cultivation. Fang Ping retorted. If I were unable to solve that Luban lock, would you have let me starve? Of course not. You underestimate me, big brother, Su Xiaokuei said, extracting the meal from the box. She then turned and retrieved a handful of small jade strips from her waist pouch, remnants from the disassembled 100 Crafts heavenly box. Oh, you have even managed to piece together part of it. Your memory is quite impressive. Fang Ping observed as she had meticulously assembled a dozen jade strips perfectly. He surmised that she had relied on her exceptional memory to recreate the structure. Big brother, please help me unlock it. I can only assemble it to this extent. If I observe your technique a few more times, I should be able to restore the 100 Crafts heavenly box. Fang Ping was not inclined to engage in idle chatter with her. He preferred to expedite her departure so that he could dine and subsequently seek instruction in martial arts from Jian Wuyong, which was of paramount importance. With a swift resolution, he untangled the several jade strips, and with a resounding crash, they shattered across the table. Ah, I see. I shall surely be able to piece together more jade strips next time, exclaimed Su Xiaokuei, her face aglow with excitement as she hastily returned the fragments to her treasure pouch before dashing away. The disciples of Li Qingyang, despite their commendable martial arts talents, seemed to lack ambition, neglecting their training while being overly preoccupied with trivial possessions. It was indeed lamentable. If only that lad Yuan Gui, Li Qingyang's second disciple, would dedicate himself to practice, he might have avoided being slain by a few inept members of the Yin-Yang sect. Jian Wuyong sighed. Fang Ping understood that Jian Wuyong referred to Yuan Gui and could empathize with his current sentiments, considering it was Jian Wuyong who taught them their martial arts. Doesn't Master Qingyang ever encourage them? Jian Wuyong scoffed. He always prattles on about how rare it is to find something one loves in life, so why impose demands? And now, look, he has lost a disciple, which must be a heavy burden on his heart. Fang Ping opened his mouth, unsure of what to say next, and simply focused on his meal. Soon, both had consumed every morsel from their food box, and Jian Wuyong began imparting the nuances of utilizing internal energy. As a responsible mentor, he first explained the principles, understanding that Fang Ping would not retain all of it at once. And then he proceeded to analyze them step by step. After discussing a bit, they engaged in a practice of palm pushing, their palms meeting in a contest of internal strength. Initially, Fang Ping unconsciously exerted too much force, but gradually he grasped the technique and became increasingly proficient in directing his energy. You possess the makings of a diligent practitioner. You've grasped this technique well. We'll conclude here for today. When you return home tonight, attempt to channel your internal energy through your meridians, but do not rush it, lest you cause injury. Upon noticing that darkness had enveloped the sky, Fang Ping clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Elder Qian, for your guidance. I shall take my leave now. Very well, go, Jian Wuyong replied. As Fang Ping departed from the courtyard, he felt a pang of hunger again and wondered if Su Xiaokuei had forgotten about him. However, with his thick skin, he strolled over to the academy's dining hall. Fortunately, the chef recognized him as a guest and did not turn him away. After satisfying his hunger, He returned to his guest room and began to apply the techniques Qian Wuyong had taught him, channeling his internal energy to impact his acupoints and meridians. Oh, that stings since mastering the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Such sensations had become rare for him. Especially this peculiar pain that felt as if ants were crawling within him, biting at his insides, leaving him at a loss as to where to scratch. Remembering Qian Wuyong's warning, Fang Ping was reluctant to exert too much internal force, fearing he might incapacitate himself, so he proceeded with caution, uncertain of whether it was effective. After an hour of practice, Fang Ping felt a delightful ache throughout his body. He collapsed onto his bed and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, he returned to Qian Wuyong's small courtyard, where he resumed practicing his palm techniques. With each push, he grew increasingly adept, mastering the application of his internal energy. Thus, immersed in the joy of martial arts, 7 days swiftly passed. On this day, he stood in the courtyard practicing his mountain-pushing palm. With a powerful strike, his internal force surged forth, sending several leaves fluttering from the ground. Not bad at all, though one may not truly push mountains. The ability to crack stones is quite sufficient, commented Qian Wuyong, who was fishing by the pond. Ah, but I could crack stones even before, Fang Ping remarked, still somewhat dissatisfied with his current prowess. Previously, you relied on muscle. Now, you utilize internal energy, which is fundamentally different. In a few days, I shall teach you how to protect yourself with internal energy and combine it with physical strength. Its power should be considerable, Qian Wuyong replied. Thank you, Elder Qian. Just then, 2 children burst through the courtyard gate. Brother Fang Ping, a little girl exclaimed as she dashed into his embrace. It was none other than the long-missed Chu Chang'an. Oh, Chang'an. Fang Ping was delighted to see the girl. A couple of days prior, when he inquired about her, Su Xiaoque had mentioned that the little girl was visiting another family and would return shortly. Brother Fang Ping, you weren't hurt on the way, were you? I heard that many people wanted to steal Daddy's treasures. Have you forgotten? Your brother possesses magical abilities. A few petty thieves are no match for me. By the way, Chang'an, you seem to have become more beautiful, Fang Ping observed, noting her new satin clothes and freshly washed appearance. As the saying goes, a fair complexion hides a multitude of flaws, and coupled with the enhancement of attire, the little girl appeared much more pleasing to the eye. Really? I suppose it's because an ant helped me tidy my eyebrows, Chu Chang'an replied, scratching her head. Fang Ping was taken aback, realizing that the once thick, heavy eyebrows that had characterized her youthful face were now delicately shaped, softening the sharpness of her almond-shaped eyes. Ha, you little one. Perhaps you will indeed transform as your mother claimed. Women change as they grow, he laughed. Chu Chang'an nodded in agreement. Mother would never deceive me. At that moment, Qian Wuyong, who was fishing, interjected, Why, little Chang'an, are you so preoccupied with your brother that you have forgotten about your grandpa Qian? Chu Chang'an quickly scratched her head and ran up to him, bowing, Hello, Grandpa Qian. Chang'an remembers you. Quickly, bring the tea leaves over. Fang Ping noticed a boy of around 10 years old accompanying her, his face sour as he handed over 2 bags of tea leaves to Qian Wuyong. Is that Luo Xiao? How did you become Chang'an's attendant? Qian Wuyong inquired, curiosity piqued. The boy, still scowling, replied, I am not her attendant. The teacher just asked me to keep an eye on her since she is younger. Elder Qian, who is this child? Fang Ping asked. The child, named Luo Xiao, is the 7th disciple taken in by Li Qingyang last year. Fang Ping nodded, noticing the child's somewhat mature appearance, particularly the deep furrow on his forehead, which added to his aged demeanor. Brother Fang Ping, what experiences have you encountered on your journey? Please share them with me, urged Chu Chang'an, tugging at his sleeve. There have been numerous events along the way. Fang Ping, seeing the little girl safe and sound, felt quite happy at this moment and began to embellish his tales of adventure, captivating her to the point of clapping her hands in delight. However, when Chu Chang'an turned to glance at Luo Xiao, who was listening nearby with an expressionless face, resembling a monk in deep meditation, she gave him a hearty slap on the back. Brother Fang Ping's stories are marvelous. Why aren't you applauding? Luo Xiao nearly gasped from her forceful pat, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Clearly, he is spouting nonsense. Why should I applaud? Fang Ping asked. You little rascal, what nonsense have I spoken? You claim that the celestial python is 7 or 8 zhang long, capable of swallowing a person whole, and that it can sprout horns and transform into a dragon. How is that possible? How is it not possible? I have perused numerous texts and have never heard of a python growing to such lengths. Perused numerous texts? How old are you to have read so many books? Humph, certainly more than you. Have you not heard the saying, a book fully trusted is worse than having no book at all? What is written may not necessarily be true. Nonsense. What is recorded in books is undoubtedly true. But have you read the classic of mountains and seas? Of course I have. Have you ever seen the various mountains, spiritual beasts, and figures documented within it in reality? Luo Xiu's face turned crimson, his features contorted in thought, struggling to find a response. Brother Fang Ping, do not mind him. Please continue. What happened next? Chu Chang'an urged eagerly. Fang Ping shook his head and recounted the subsequent events in a general manner, and by the time he finished, the sky had already darkened. All right, it is getting late. You two should head back. I will come to see you again tomorrow, Brother Fang Ping. After the two little ones departed, Fang Ping bid farewell to Qian Wuyong and returned to his guest room, practiced for a while, and then went to sleep. In the following days, he continued to train with Qian Wuyong daily, occasionally chatting with Chu Chang'an and teaching Su Xiaoqiye how to disassemble a Luban lock and other such tasks. On the 15th day, Su Xiaoqiye suddenly rushed to find him. Boss, your staff has been forged. See if it suits you. Su Xiaoqiye tossed a pitch-black staff that she had carried on her shoulder to Fang Ping. During their previous conversations, Su Xiaoqiye had hinted at her skill in crafting weapons, prompting Fang Ping to give her the short rod made of cold iron, requesting her to add some materials to reforge it into a long staff, as the short rod, while functional, was rather unwieldy. Excellent staff. Fang Ping's eyes brightened immediately. The staff, although slightly thinner than his previous iron rod, was paradoxically heavier, meticulously adorned with intricate patterns that enhanced its grip. A gentle swing produced a unique humming sound, as if cleaving through the very air itself. Indeed, your short staff was originally crafted from cold iron. I melted it down and infused it with some celestial crystal sand and dark iron, both of which are excellent materials. It is truly remarkable. Fueled by excitement, Fang Ping demonstrated the previously learned staff technique, the weapon moving fluidly with him, creating a resonant whoosh, a torrent of force that was simply unstoppable. By the way, my friend, while melting your short staff, I discovered a hollow section within it, which concealed a map. I was so preoccupied with fiddling with the Luban lock that I almost forgot to mention this. Here it is. Su Xiaoqiye retrieved a tattered piece of parchment from his sleeve and handed it over. This too? Let me take a look. Fang Ping examined the parchment, noticing it had faded significantly with age. Fortunately, the depicted patterns were still discernible, illustrating a grand mountain, though without any identifying name or location. Su Xiaoqiye scratched his head and remarked, "It resembles a treasure map. If you wish to seek treasure, you might find it worthwhile to search the library for a map of our great Zhou. I recall seeing a decent one there for comparison. Thank you very much." Fang Ping casually tucked the map into his pocket. At this moment, he found himself more enamored with the staff in his hand, inspecting it from various angles for quite some time. "Xiaoqiye, the materials you added to this staff must also hold considerable value. Yet my wealth was seized by that woman named Honggu, so it seems I will have to owe you for now." Su Xiaoqiye waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely some materials. Your teachings on the techniques for unlocking the Luban locks are invaluable, far more precious than these materials. By the way, how is your assembly of the 100 crafts heavenly box coming along?" Fang Ping inquired offhandedly. "It's nearly complete. I estimate in just a few days, I will succeed." Haha. Su Xiaoqiye's eyes sparkled with excitement, his laughter bordering on the manic as he danced about. Fang Ping shivered slightly, pondering that while an obsession with one's craft is commendable, this enthusiasm seemed to verge on madness. What a curious disposition. After bidding farewell to Su Xiaoqiye, he shouldered his new staff and made his way to Qian Wuyong's courtyard. Where did you acquire that staff, young Fang?" Qian Wuyong, who was fishing, looked up with curiosity upon seeing the staff Fang Ping carried. "It was crafted by Xiaoqiye." Fang Ping recounted the events, then suddenly stroked his chin, contemplating a matter. "By the way, senior, might I trouble you for a favor?" "What sort of favor?" "Could you unleash a couple of sword energies to see if this staff can withstand them? It would be beneficial to know its resilience for future confrontations. When Lu Hongyang from the Bai Shui Palace gifted me that cold iron short staff, she claimed it could resist the sword energies and blade forces of first-rate experts, as well as divine weapons. Now that it has been reforged, I wonder if it still holds true." "Certainly, just hold on tight." Fang Ping nodded, gripping the staff with one hand, and declared, "Please proceed, senior." Qian Wuyong gently waved his sword finger at the staff, and a faint yellow sword light shot forth, striking the staff. With a sound akin to a sharp weapon gliding over metal, Fang Ping felt the staff buffeted by an immense force, prompting him to grasp it tightly. Once the force dissipated, he inspected the staff, discovering it was unscathed. Chapter 94. The journey begins. This staff is impressive, were it not for a master like Li Qingyang. "It would be nearly indestructible," Qian Wuyong remarked. Hearing this, Fang Ping's fondness for the staff deepened, as few could rival Li Qingyang in prowess. "Does this staff have a name?" Qian Wuyong inquired. "What? It's merely a staff. Must it bear a name?" Fang Ping replied, taken aback. Amused, Qian Wuyong shook his head. Firstly, this is the culmination of Xiao Kuei's efforts. Secondly, it is indeed a treasure. Should you make a name for yourself in the future, one cannot simply refer to your weapon as just a staff. This sentiment resonated with Fang Ping. After careful contemplation, he remarked, the staff contains cold iron, and its patterns resemble the stars. Let us name it the Cold Iron Star-Shattering Staff. Excellent choice. Come, let me test your skills, Qian Wuyong declared, suddenly leaping into the air and striking at Fang Ping with an open palm. Fang Ping's gaze sharpened as he raised the staff to counter. Their weapons clashed. Yet Qian Wuyong remained unmoved, while Fang Ping was pushed back several steps by the force of the blow. Did I not teach you to use your internal energy to protect yourself? Treat this cold iron staff as part of your body and channel your inner strength to shield it, Qian Wuyong instructed. Understood, Elder Qian. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, then gripped the cold iron star-shattering staff tightly, channeling his internal energy into it as he began to execute the wind wave staff technique. Waves surge forth. The spring breeze is brisk, striking through the forest, rustling the leaves. The wind and rain are desolate. As the wind wave staff technique unfolded, Fang Ping's staff technique grew increasingly vigorous, his surging internal energy stirring up numerous leaves and debris, launching a tempestuous barrage towards Qian Wuyong. Haha, you've chosen a commendable staff technique, Qian Wuyong exclaimed, skillfully parrying Fang Ping's strikes dozens of times, remaining unscathed. After half an hour, Fang Ping's internal energy was nearly depleted, and his strength waned significantly. Finally, he halted, gazing at the leisurely and composed Qian Wuyong, feeling a wave of discouragement wash over him. Elder Qian, may I ask about your true strength? After all this effort, I've been unable to breach your defense. Stronger than an ordinary Grandmaster, yet slightly inferior to Li Qingyang, Qian Wuyong replied, arms crossed. Do not be disheartened. With diligent practice and once you have unblocked all 12 meridian points, your body will no longer be hindered, and your internal energy could multiply severalfold. At that time, even I may hesitate to confront your staff barehanded. Do not comfort me, Elder. When will that be? Fang Ping retorted. Young man, do not aim too high. Everyone progresses step by step. You are still young, so why rush? At that moment, Fang Ping, holding the staff, suddenly recalled his broken iron staff and the figure of the woman in white. Once, I encountered a young woman who, despite her tender years, appeared to possess exceptional prowess. He recounted the encounter with the woman clad in white in detail to Qian Wuyong. Qian Wuyong raised an eyebrow, expressing skepticism. Are you certain that this woman is not an ancient being adept in the art of preserving youth? Fang Ping shook his head, asserting, I cannot ascertain her age, yet she emanates the essence of youth. Though her internal energy is formidable, she possesses an innocence and naivete akin to that of a child. With a pure heart and extraordinary inner strength, Qian Wuyong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, how could I forget? There exists indeed a sect known as the Compassionate Sword Sect, situated on an island in the South Sea. The disciples of this sect favor white garments and wield long swords. Moreover, they possess a unique technique for passing on their internal energy. The aging masters transfer their strength to the younger generation, thereby accelerating their growth. Such a method of transmission seems rather unscrupulous, Fang Ping remarked, his brow furrowing as he finally comprehended why the woman in white, despite her youth, was a top-tier master. It was akin to having a cheat. How unfortunate that such fortune does not fall upon me. Qian Wuyong chuckled. However, the process of energy transmission is not so easily achieved. Most individuals are fortunate to attain merely 1 or 2 portions of power. Achieving 3 or 4 portions is exceedingly rare, while 5 or 6 portions can only be bestowed upon those of exceptional caliber, and they must possess an innocent disposition, otherwise they risk losing their way and meeting a tragic end. Fang Ping shivered at the thought, realizing that the allure of this energy transmission had diminished. If I were to receive such power, my mind might wander to a certain overly enthusiastic teacher, leading to disastrous consequences. Shaking his head, he dismissed such chaotic thoughts and sought further guidance from Qian Wuyong on the application of inner strength, and thus the day passed. A few days later, while Fang Ping practiced the mountain-pushing palm in the courtyard of his guest chamber, Su Xiaoque rushed in energetically. Boss, I did it, she exclaimed, holding a palm-sized jade box, the reconstructed by Qiu Tiangong box. Fang Ping glanced at it and praised, impressive. Xiaoque, it would not be an exaggeration to call yourself a descendant of Liu Ban. His words were not mere flattery. Su Xiaoque had demonstrated remarkable talent in piecing together the disassembled jade segments, a feat of considerable achievement. Thanks to you, boss, she replied. I cannot take credit. It is your inherent genius. Given time, you shall surely become a master of mechanisms. Haha. I shall take your kind words to heart. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Xiaokuei dashed off, her voice fading as she seemed to boast to others. At that moment, an autumn breeze swept through, stirring something within Fang Ping. He struck the ground with a palm, sending forth a wave of energy that stirred up dust. As the dust settled, the blue bricks beneath had shattered into numerous fragments. While breaking the bricks into a few pieces was not particularly challenging, achieving such a multitude was the result of combining inner strength with external technique. Had that strike been delivered upon a person, it would not merely lead to broken bones, but also incur internal injuries. It seems that my internal strength has indeed reached a certain level. Having lingered here for quite some time, merely enjoying the hospitality of others, I can no longer impose upon their kindness. It is time for me to take my leave. The following day, Fang Ping rose early and made his way directly to Qian Wuyong's small courtyard, where the old man was still engaged in fishing. The seemingly endless supply of fish was largely due to Su Xiaokuei and her fellow disciples frequently purchasing a few to toss into the water. Old Qian, I have come to bid farewell, Fang Ping announced. Qian Wuyong nodded and replied, I understand. As you venture into the world, do take care, don't let anyone harm you. How could that happen? If I cannot win, I shall simply flee. I am not afraid of shame, Fang Ping responded confidently. Quite right. A thick skin ensures longevity. All good things must come to an end. Off you go, Qian Wuyong concluded. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Qian. With a solemn expression, Fang Ping respectfully bowed his head before taking his leave. Chapter 95, The Favorable Wind Escort Agency. After departing from Qian Wuyong's small courtyard, Fang Ping returned to his guest room to pack his belongings. He wrapped 2 pieces of clothing into a bundle, secured it around his waist, and, with his staff in hand, proceeded to Su Xiaokuei's residence to bid her farewell. Xiaokuei, are you there? He called out. A clattering sound resonated from within the room, likely the result of her various contraptions, before Su Xiaokuei emerged. Big brother, what is with your attire? She inquired. Fang Ping patted the bundle at his waist and replied. What does it look like? I'm rolling up my bedding and leaving. What? Why are you leaving? Is someone chasing you? Tell me who it is, and I shall confront them. Su Xiaokuei exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves in a fit of indignation. Fang Ping shook his head. No one is chasing me. I came here primarily to hone my skills, and having learned what I needed, it is only natural for me to depart. I see. Su Xiaokuei, being a straightforward person, did not press him further. She scratched her head and said, My master is in seclusion these days. Why not stay a couple more days and bid him farewell before you leave? Fang Ping waved his hand dismissively. No, I wouldn't want to disturb him. Having stayed at the academy for nearly a month, he had only seen Master Qingyang 3 or 4 times, each encounter merely a casual greeting, with nothing of particular significance to discuss at this point. Among the people at the academy, apart from Qian Wuyong, he was most familiar with Su Xiaokuei. She was quite approachable and often pestered him to teach her the techniques for solving the Luban locks, and their relationship was quite amicable. As for the other disciples of Master Qingyang, 2 had been absent from the academy, and he had yet to meet them. Fang Ping had shared a few drinks with Lu Jufang, who could be considered a drinking buddy. Regarding Lu Linglong, they had exchanged a few words. Although she was reasonable and well-mannered, being the daughter of a commander of the Jianghu, she exuded an air that seemed to keep others at arm's length, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. By the way, is Miss Lu with your senior brother? I'll let them know before I leave, Fang Ping asked. Su Xiaokuei shook her head. Unfortunately, they have gone south to search for the remains of our second senior brother, intending to bring them back to the academy for a proper burial. Fang Ping nodded, recalling that Lu Linglong had approached him a few days prior, asking him to draw a map of the burial site for Yuan Gui. In that case, I shall take my leave. Please bid farewell to Chang'an on my behalf when she returns. Due to his tender age, Li Qingyang arranged for Chu Chang'an to reside in the home of his junior disciple, Luo Xiao, located in Xingyang City. The plan was to wait until both of them matured further before bringing them to the academy for instruction. Consequently, she only visited the academy occasionally every few days, and it remained uncertain when she would return this time. Very well, I shall see you off, my elder brother. Fang Ping nodded, and the 2 made their way to the academy's entrance. This will suffice. You may return now, Xiaokuei. The mountains are high and the rivers long. Take care on your journey, elder brother, Su Xiaokuei said with a bow. No need for concern. Let us hope to meet again soon. Su Xiaokuei stood at the entrance of the academy, watching Fang Ping's silhouette fade away before turning back inside. She sensed something different about Fang Ping's departure compared to his arrival, yet could not pinpoint what it was. Shaking her head, she retreated to her room to resume tinkering with her mechanisms. Fang Ping, carrying his staff, strolled leisurely to the gates of Xingyang City. Noticing a few guards from the brocade-clad guards standing at the entrance, he paid them no mind, sauntering past them. Lu Linglong had informed him that the brocade-clad guards would no longer trouble him, and news of him delivering the box to Qingyang had already spread, so there was no need to evade them any longer. After walking for a considerable distance outside Qingyang, he suddenly halted. Remembering something, the horse he had purchased upon arriving in Qingyang was left behind at the academy. By heavens, he had been so engrossed in his martial training, consumed with thoughts of harnessing his inner strength, that he had completely forgotten about his mode of transportation. How absurd! Should he return to the academy to retrieve the horse? No, he had bid farewell so formally. Returning now would be utterly embarrassing. Never mind, it was merely over 30 taels of silver. I can bear it. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and continued onward. Despite claiming indifference, he found himself glancing back 3 times. Only after he had completely exited the boundaries of Qingyang County did he finally quell the urge to turn back. However, shortly after finishing a meal at a small eatery, he recalled something even more pressing. He was out of money. Upon entering Qingyang, his funds had been seized by a woman named Hong Gu, leaving him with less than 5 taels of silver and a handful of copper coins. Relying on such scant resources to return home was nothing short of a fantasy. "Dear guest, your bill amounts to 2 taels of silver," the waiter cheerfully announced. Fang Ping's face twitched, reluctantly producing the 2 taels to settle the account. Now, half of his possessions had vanished. Had he known, he would have ordered less meat. "Waiter, may I inquire about something?" he asked. "Of course, please go ahead." The waiter replied. "Is there a bodyguard agency nearby?" "Ah, our little town does not have one, but it seems there is one in the neighboring Pingtang County. You might want to check there. Thank you for the guidance." After leaving the small restaurant, Fang Ping strolled to aid digestion before setting forth with determination. It wasn't too long before he arrived in Pingtang County. After casually inquiring around, he confirmed the existence of a bodyguard agency and soon found himself navigating the twists and turns to reach its location. At the Shunfeng Escort Agency, an elderly gentleman was about to enter when he noticed a robust man standing resolutely at the entrance, fixating intently on the door. He hurried over to inquire about the matter. "Young sir, are you seeking to transport goods through our agency? I am the steward here, if you have any business. Feel free to speak." "Not quite. Allow me to explain." Fang Ping recounted his situation, expressing his desire to inquire whether the agency had any upcoming deliveries heading south, as he wished to serve as a temporary escort, provided his meals were covered. "Single delivery, you say?" The elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Regrettably, our agency has no southbound deliveries at the moment." "Apologies for the inconvenience," Fang Ping replied, feeling somewhat disheartened, and turned to leave. "Wait, young sir." The elder suddenly called out, extending his hand from his sleeve to reveal 2 silver ingots, approximately 10 taels, and offered them forward. "It seems you are facing difficulties. Please accept these as a gesture of friendship from our agency." The steward misunderstood. "I am not here to beg," Fang Ping clarified, declining the offer. In the world of martial arts, it was customary for escort agencies to assist down-on-their-luck wanderers, as more friends meant more opportunities. However, Fang Ping was unwilling to accept charity without merit. "Please, my friend, do not be hasty." He was called back once more by the steward. "Is there something else, elder?" Fang Ping inquired upon turning around. The elder replied, "The Lu family in the eastern part of the city is hiring escorts tomorrow to accompany their young lady south for her wedding. You might consider applying." Fang Ping's eyes brightened, and he quickly clasped his fist in gratitude. "Thank you, elder. There is no need for such formality," the elder responded. After departing from the Shunfeng Escort Agency, Fang Ping inquired with passers-by and soon found his way to the grand entrance of the Lu residence in the eastern part of the city. The imposing door suggested affluence. Yet the area was quiet. Fang Ping decided to seek shelter in a nearby alley, planning to apply for the escort position the following day. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars. In an effort to conserve money, Fang Ping found himself nibbling on a dry biscuit and sipping cold water, quite a meager meal. Just as boredom began to set in, a shadow darted swiftly across the rooftops above the alley. "Ah, what sort of rogue is this?" he mused, his curiosity piqued. Peering closely, he saw the figure slip into the Lu residence. A thief at the Lu household. How fortuitous. I shall wait here for their exit, then apprehend them with the evidence in hand. Not only will I secure the escort position, but I shall also deliver the criminal to the authorities and earn a reward. Truly a splendid opportunity. Fang Ping quickly readied himself, clutching his staff tightly, and swiftly climbed a sturdy tree. Once atop, he surveyed the sprawling Lu estate, illuminated brightly even in the late hours, with several servants patrolling the grounds. After observing for a while, he was unable to discern the whereabouts of the thief, as the shadows of the night obscured many hiding spots, making it quite difficult to detect their presence. At that moment, the patrolling servants within the Lu residence became suddenly agitated, hastening toward a particular direction. Although Fang Ping was situated at a considerable distance and could not discern their conversation, it was evident they had spotted the thief. As Fang Ping anticipated, a shadow soon reappeared within his line of sight, leaping across the rooftops of the Liu residence. Finally, I've been waiting for you. He quickly gauged the direction from which the figure emerged, leaped down from the large tree, and took off in pursuit, moving swiftly. The shadow darted across the rooftops while Fang Ping pursued on the ground, soon drawing the figure's attention. After all, it was late at night, and he was the only one racing down the street. Anyone with sight would surely notice him. Consequently, the shadow ceased its linear flight, opting instead to leap from rooftop to rooftop, while Fang Ping, unable to ascend, was forced to navigate the streets and alleys in his pursuit, rendering the chase quite cumbersome. Damn it, he muttered to himself. Although I have learned some light-footed techniques from Elder Qian, they are limited to flat ground. With my physique and the weight of the cold iron starbreaker staff I carry, if I were to leap onto a rooftop, I would surely collapse the building. And then who would truly be the thief? After several blocks of relentless pursuit, the figure on the rooftop still did not descend, infuriating Fang Ping. After chasing for a while longer, the figure suddenly vanished from his sight. Humph, has he reached his lair? Fang Ping's frustration boiled over. He found a tall tree to climb, scanning the area for anything suspicious, when he suddenly realized the scene before him seemed oddly familiar. Wait, isn't this the Liu residence? Goodness, this is the very tree I just climbed. He had meandered in circles, ultimately returning to the same spot, leaving him bewildered. What is going on? Did the thief return to the Liu residence? Such audacity. Is it true that those skilled in their craft possess greater courage? After pondering for a moment, he sensed something amiss. Could it be that this is a case of guarding the henhouse while stealing the eggs? Is someone playing tricks on me? At that point, Fang Ping's temper flared. He clung to the tree, refusing to descend, glaring intently at the Liu residence, awaiting the shadow's reappearance. Unfortunately, he waited until dawn broke, and as the lights in the Liu residence extinguished, the thief did not reemerge. With panda-like eyes and an expressionless visage, Fang Ping finally leaped down from the tree. Realizing that remaining there any longer might lead the neighbors to mistake him for a thief, feeling both vexed and hungry, he shook his head. Deciding not to be overly harsh on himself, satisfying his hunger was of utmost priority. With limited funds, he managed to purchase a few meat buns at the morning market, a mere 3 coins for one bun, far more economical than a meal of stir-fried dishes. Though vegetable buns were 2 for 3 coins and could stave off hunger, he needed to consume some meat daily to maintain his muscle mass while training. After finishing his breakfast, he squatted in an alley, waiting until the sun had risen high, when finally there was movement in front of the Liu residence. A few servants initially set up 2 tables not far from the entrance and hung a banner seeking guards. Soon, several individuals from the martial world arrived, evidently having received news in advance. Fang Ping observed them for a moment before following behind. The one responsible for registration was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, dressed in coarse blue garments, diligently recording names with a brush. Those who completed their registration were escorted into the Liu residence by the servants. Name: Fang Ping, the Fang representing square and the Ping denoting peace. Before long, it was Fang Ping's turn. This time, he felt no need to use a false name, so he spoke truthfully. Where are you from? From Dehuaishu town in Liuzhou. Dehuaishu? Does such a place truly exist? The old man cast a skeptical glance. Indeed. At the entrance of our town, there stand 2 trees, both Sephora japonica, one aged 800 years, the other 1,000. Stop. There is no need to elaborate so clearly. Do you possess a fish token? Yes. This fish token appears to be newly made, the old man remarked, furrowing his brow. Your eyesight is commendable, sir. My original fish token was lost, and this one was newly issued at the Qingyang County office. Fang Ping's original fish token had long been misplaced amidst various skirmishes. Fortuitously, the esteemed reputation of the academy allowed him to obtain a replacement in a foreign land. Otherwise, securing lodging in the city would have been exceedingly difficult. However, although the fish token was replaced and served to verify his identity, he still required a deposit slip to withdraw money from the bank. That slip was buried in his hometown, rendering him unable to access funds at that moment. The old man nodded, stating, I once served as a clerk at the county office and frequently dealt with fish tokens. Though your token is newly made, it is authentic. You may enter, showcase your skills within the Liu residence. If the master is satisfied, you shall be hired as a guard. Fang Ping nodded, carefully stowing the fish token, and entered the Liu residence alongside a servant clad in a blue cap. Chapter 97. Rumors following the servant. Fang Ping arrived in a spacious courtyard, where various weapons such as swords, halberds, and axes were displayed, alongside stone locks used for strength training. Hoo-ha! In the courtyard, a man wielding a ghost head knife was demonstrating his skills, brandishing the weapon while shouting boisterously. Fang Ping observed for a few moments, perceiving the man's technique as rather mediocre, though reasonably proficient, likely sufficient to contend with ordinary individuals. Stop. This esteemed warrior's swordsmanship is exceptional. You are hired by the Liu family, a man in black said, nodding in approval. Beneath the eaves, several maidservants and attendants surrounded a short, stout man clad in silks and satins, who was likely the master of the Liu household. He waved his hand towards the man in black, signaling for the next participant. Fang Ping smirked, thinking to himself that this was deemed exceptional swordsmanship. He believed his own staff techniques surpassed this man's. However, upon reflection, he realized that this might work to his advantage. The various individuals from the martial world showcased their skills one after another, some unarmed, others wielding blades and swords. A couple demonstrated sufficiently commendable abilities, and without exception, all were hired. As the moment approached for him, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed, and a group of 10 individuals clad in a uniform of yellow and green entered the courtyard. The leader of this group bore a flag on his back, upon which the words Shunfeng Escort Agency were inscribed. I'm mused about the Liu family's indiscriminate hiring practices. It appeared they had already summoned individuals from the Shunfeng Escort Agency for protection, and we might merely be here to fill the ranks. Next, the man in black continued to call out. It's my turn. Fang Ping stepped forward, retrieving his staff from behind him, with a gentle jab at the ground. A resounding crack echoed as he shattered a fine blue stone brick in the courtyard. What a heavy staff. May I have a look? The man in black was taken aback. Of course, Fang Ping offered the cold iron staff to him. The man in black grasped it with both hands, struggling slightly to lift it, his astonishment evident. This brave man possesses remarkable strength. There's no need for you to showcase your skills. The Liu family wishes to employ you as a guard. Thank you, Fang Ping replied, reclaiming his staff and resting it on his back, joining the other martial artists. After a while, the remaining fighters demonstrated their skills. Except for 2 who proved utterly inept and were dismissed from the Liu residence, the others were hired as guards. All right. Esteemed warriors, please follow me to sign some documents, after which we can proceed to the dining hall for a meal. This afternoon, we shall escort our young lady southward. The man in black proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing the promise of food, Fang Ping's eyes brightened, and he hurried to follow. The meals in the Liu residence's dining hall appeared to be specially prepared, abundant with fish and meat, but there was no alcohol, likely to prevent any mishaps due to inebriation. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, a group of martial artists lounged in the courtyard, exhibiting a chaotic demeanor, neither standing nor sitting properly, resembling a rabble. Fang Ping scoffed at these fellows and reclined beneath a large tree, crossing his legs and closing his eyes to rest. After a quarter of an hour, the man in black called to the group, and they followed him to the entrance of the Liu residence. 3 carriages were already waiting at the entrance, and Fang Ping caught sight of a woman's figure slipping into one of the carriages. The woman was veiled in thin gauze, obscuring her features. She was undoubtedly the young lady of the Liu family. All right, everyone is assembled. Let us depart, the man in black announced, mounting a horse. He called out, and the carriage driver cracked the whip, prompting the carriage to begin its slow movement. The group comprised both riders and pedestrians, and in no time, they exited the city of Pingtang. The Shunfeng Escort Agency's escorts led the way, flanked by the Liu family's black-clad guards protecting the carriage, with the remaining dozen martial artists bringing up the rear. Fang Ping, arms crossed, followed leisurely behind the carriage, noticing 2 individuals on either side of it, a man and a woman, both astride magnificent steeds, swords at their waists, and dressed in splendid attire, their identities a mystery. He took a couple of steps forward to catch up with a black-clad guard and inquired, "Brother, might I ask who those 2 extraordinary individuals are? Could they also be guards?" The black-clad guard cast a glance at him and remarked, "They are not merely guards. Do you know where my young mistress is to be married?" Fang Ping shook his head, replying, "I am not from Pingtang County and am unaware of such matters. I kindly ask you to enlighten me." The guard, seemingly somewhat bored with the journey, deliberately lagged behind and softly informed Fang Ping. "My young mistress is to wed in Shizhou Prefecture, and the groom is Qin Chuan, the young master of Jianghu Manor. The pair beside the carriage are his junior disciples, here specifically to escort her. The male is named Ma Yuan and the female, Lin Xiaodai." Fang Ping, having pursued studies at Qingyang Academy, not only trained in martial arts under Master Qian, but also inquired about the various sects within the martial world. Jianghu Manor is a renowned family in Shizhou Prefecture, carrying a certain prestige. "I see," he replied, "but I do have another question, and I hope you will impart your wisdom." "Feel free to ask," the guard encouraged. Pingtang County is located in Tongzhou Prefecture, adjacent to Shizhou Prefecture. although there is some distance with treacherous mountains and dense forests fraught with banditry. If one travels lightly or takes to waterways, they could arrive in a few days and completely avoid trouble. Yet, here we are, with 40 to 50 individuals, conspicuously making our way. I find it rather perplexing. The black-clad guard sighed. Our family had initially intended for the young mistress to travel by water, but the groom's 2 junior disciples insisted that a proper display is necessary for a wedding procession, lest it bring shame to Jinxiashan Manor. Our family head, with no other choice, had to summon more guards. Fang Ping shook his head, contemplating that these 2 individuals seemed to be inexperienced novices. After all, one's life is far more important than face. It would be wiser to make a grand entrance upon secretly arriving in Shizhou Prefecture, rather than fussing over appearances now, which seemed to invite trouble from bandits. As the 2 conversed quietly, 2 other martial artists behind them were also whispering. Hey, have you heard the news? What news? Last night, the Liu family was robbed. It seems it was a flower thief. Someone saw the thief fleeing from the young lady's chamber. Do not spread such nonsense. Where did you hear that rumor? While I was at lunch, I overheard some maids from the Liu family discussing it while I was in the restroom. Is that true? I swear by the heavens, what I say is true. I meant, did the maids truly say it? I am not one of those maids. How should I know? Rumors stop with the wise. You ought to be careful not to tarnish the young lady's reputation. Humph, it is not I who spread the rumor. Fang Ping, eavesdropping on their dialogue, began to furrow his brow. Chapter 98. The bandits' ambush. When it comes to thieves, he was well aware, having kept watch outside the Liu family's large tree all night without rest. However, the notion of a flower thief was rather peculiar. The thief's disappearance and reappearance at the Liu family occurred within the span of a single tea ceremony. Such a fleeting moment for a theft seemed brazen. As for the second disappearance from the Liu family, no one seemed to have noticed. Perhaps the thief had escaped from his line of sight and fled from another direction. Fang Ping shook his head, reasoning that such matters were of no concern to him. There was no need to overthink it. A group of travelers moved at a leisurely pace, covering merely over 30 miles by nightfall. In this desolate area devoid of villages or inns, they decided to rest for the night amidst a grove of trees. Fang Ping kindled a campfire and produced a map from his pocket, scrutinizing it intently. This map had been meticulously transcribed from the collection at Qingyang Academy, though his artistic skills were somewhat lacking. It was comprehensive enough to encompass nearly the entirety of the geography of the Great Zhou dynasty. Pingtang County lay to the north of Tongzhou, and the picturesque Jinxiashuang was approximately in this vicinity, reachable by horseback in 5 to 6 days, but on foot, it would take more than half a month. The Liu family truly had too much time on their hands, yet, if they weren't creating trouble, how would I earn my wages as a bodyguard? I ought to be grateful to them. That night passed without incident, and soon the following day arrived, prompting the group to continue their journey. They traversed onward until the 6th day when they reached the confluence of Tongzhou and Shizhou. Although they remained on the official road, they were flanked by relentless mountain ranges. The paths here were treacherous, with towering peaks and dense forests, rumored to harbor numerous bandits and thieves. Everyone steeled themselves, knowing that beyond this point lay open plains, urging each other to remain vigilant. The speaker was the head of the Shunfeng escort agency, known to Fang Ping only by his surname, Zhou, and wielding 2 black short spears. However, as the saying goes, what one fears often materializes. No sooner had Zhou spoken than countless figures emerged from the underbrush on the mountainside, hurling objects downwards. Bandits, arm yourselves. Just a bunch of bandits. I can fell 2 with a single stroke. I aim to take down 10. Our great axe has been thirsting for action despite their lackluster martial prowess. The group of wanderers displayed remarkable morale, refusing to flee and dutifully safeguarding the carriage of the young lady from the Liu family. Additionally, a contingent of black-clad bodyguards from the Liu family had positioned 2 other carriages on either side of the young lady's, forming a protective barrier. Fang Ping had initially believed the other 2 carriages to be mere spares, but now realized their strategic purpose. Observing that the projectiles thrown by the bandits were thwarted by the flanking carriages, he felt a sense of relief knowing that the young lady was likely unharmed. Holding his staff with one hand, he deftly deflected a stone, sending it flying, and with another deft motion, he batted away a long object, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a makeshift spear crafted from bamboo. Before long, the bandits had exhausted their supply of missiles, and only a few misfortunate souls on their side had been grazed by stones, retaining their combat effectiveness. With a sharp whistle, a volley of arrows soared through the air, and from the surrounding mountain paths, a throng of bandits surged forward, encircling the travelers. Fang Ping, staff in hand, surveyed the scene and noted that the ragtag bandits numbered around 150, with only a third wielding proper weapons. The rest were armed with bamboo spears, hoes, and wooden clubs. Zhou, brandishing his dual short spears, stepped forward and clasped his fists in greeting, declaring, "I am Zhou Cheng, head of the Shunfeng escort agency. Might I inquire as to which household you hail from? If you have matters to discuss, please step forward." A group of mountain bandits parted to reveal a young man in his 20s, casually swaggering forward with a long knife resting on his shoulder. The Shunfeng escort agency. You say? I've heard of it. What brings you here? Zhou Qing of the Shunfeng escort replied, "We of the Shunfeng escort traverse the world, eager to meet heroes and valiant souls. Today, we find ourselves passing through your esteemed territory and wish to offer some token of our hard-earned money to the host. Hoping to forge a friendship, might you facilitate our passage?" The young man laughed heartily. "If it were any other day, I would gladly allow you through. However, I have heard that among your company is a bride, and my elder brother is in need of a wife to hold our stronghold. If you could send the bride out to accompany me, I would let you pass. What say you?" Fang Ping was taken aback. Although they were indeed escorting a bride, there had been no fanfare or banners to announce their arrival, as such details would be attended to only upon reaching Shizhou Prefecture. He glanced over at the carriage of Miss Lu, noting only 2 red cloths hung at the front for festive cheer. Yet, from this alone, one could not deduce that the occupant was a bride. These intruders were clearly not benevolent. They had come specifically for Miss Lu. Zhou Cheng, the head of the Shunfeng escort, had traveled extensively and sensed the underlying menace in the young man's words. His expression darkened. "Might you truly not make an exception?" The young man's demeanor shifted sharply, and he spat. "Who do you think you are? You're not my father. Why should I accommodate you?" Before he could finish, Zhou Cheng had drawn 2 pistols, pointing them threateningly at the young man, who flinched and quickly raised his long knife in defense. "Kill them. Curse them all." As both sides erupted into chaos, the leaders had already engaged, and the rest surged forward, uncivilized and shouting profanities as they brandished their weapons. Fang Ping stood at a distance from the carriage, frowning at the unruly throng. His staff could easily crush several foes in one blow. Yet he refrained from striking with full force to avoid harming his own comrades amidst the fray. Nevertheless, his formidable cold iron staff proved devastating, and those who dared approach found themselves felled swiftly, lying sprawled upon the ground. "Take that," he exclaimed, just as a black-faced bandit on horseback charged at him, wielding a massive spear. Fang Ping did not flinch, his gaze sharpened as he thrust his staff forward, the tip striking the spearhead precisely. With a resounding clang, the spear flew from the bandit's grasp, taking a layer of skin from his palm in the process. "Feel the might of my staff," Fang Ping declared, advancing toward the black-faced bandit. Grasping his weapon with both hands, he executed a swift move, striking the horse's belly with a powerful blow. He intended to send both the bandit and his steed flying, bolstering their spirits. However, the force of this strike was rather excessive, and unbeknownst to him, he infused it with internal energy, amplifying its potency to such a degree that it cleaved the bandit, along with his steed, into 4 pieces, instantly saturating the ground with blood. Chapter 99. The Earth Dragon turns over. What on earth just transpired? Fang Ping stood momentarily stunned by the scene unfolding before him. In his previous encounters wielding a staff, he had only managed to break bones and sever tendons. This was the first time he had witnessed a person being split in 2. The enhancement of internal energy made a world of difference. At that moment, Fang Ping found himself splattered with the blood of both man and beast, rendering him a fearsome sight. The onlookers, having witnessed his recent feat, were taken aback. Not only the bandits, but even his own companions distanced themselves from him, wary that he might inadvertently render them into a similar state of dismemberment. In the blink of an eye, a circle of empty space surrounded him. Fang Ping furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings, noting that Zhou Cheng, the head of the escort from the Shunfeng escort agency, remained locked in a fierce struggle with the leading bandit. Although the escort team was outnumbered, they had managed to withstand a significant wave of bandits, with only 4 or 5 of their members sustaining injuries, indicating their commendable prowess. On the other hand, the recruits from the martial world were faring poorly, having already lost 3 or 4 men, while the remaining one struggled under the relentless assault of the bandits. Just as he was about to lend assistance to them, a sudden scream echoed behind him. Startled, Fang Ping turned to see a masked bandit, brandishing a dagger, charging towards Miss Lu's carriage. Behind the bandit lay 2 of the Lu family's black-clad guards, lifeless, with crimson lines marking their necks. At that moment, another black-clad guard attempted to intercept the masked bandit, but with a swift motion, the bandit dispatched a hidden weapon, and the guard collapsed instantly. This individual was no ordinary bandit. One could even question whether he was a bandit at all. Fang Ping observed the masked figure's precision and lethal intent, wielding both dagger and hidden weapons with a finesse reminiscent of Tang Chi, yet far more vicious in execution. At this juncture, he could not afford to assist the guards. After all, his primary duty as a temporary protector was to safeguard Miss Liu. The fate of the recruited fighters was now solely in their own hands. Thief! Behold my staff. Fang Ping propelled himself forward, launching his staff towards the back of the masked bandit. The bandit sensed the impending danger and swiftly evaded the strike, retaliating with a flurry of flying needles aimed at Fang Ping's face. With his left hand tensed and energy surging into his palm, Fang Ping executed a powerful push, sending forth a forceful gust that deflected the airborne projectiles, preventing them from even grazing his skin. Such might. It was no wonder that top-tier experts favored using their sleeves in combat. The sensation was exhilarating, a true instrument of audacity. Fang Ping then shifted his stance, executing a sweeping motion with his cold iron staff, which transformed into a multitude of strikes aimed at the masked bandit's chest. The bandit, evidently aware of Fang Ping's immense strength, dared not confront him directly. Instead, he leapt backwards, creating distance and launching a barrage of flying daggers in response. With a smirk, he dismissed the hidden weapons, declaring them ineffective against him. Fang Ping, wielding his staff with one hand, executed another powerful push, causing the flying daggers to scatter in disarray. Realizing the futility of his attack, the masked bandit turned and fled. After gaining some distance, he audaciously gave Fang Ping a thumbs up, then twirled his thumb to gesture towards the ground below. Fang Ping, enraged by the mockery, was poised to leap forward and deliver a crushing blow to the bandit's head. However, a wounded black-clad guard on the ground, despite his injuries, urged him to refrain, exclaiming, "Please, brave warrior, protect the lady." Upon hearing this, Fang Ping regained his composure, reminding himself of his duty as a guard and the importance of safeguarding the lady over pursuing his anger. "Are you all right?" he inquired, kneeling beside the fallen guard. I'm fine, not dead yet," the guard struggled to reply. "Just please ensure the safety of my lady." With that, his head drooped, and he lay still, eyes closed. Fang Ping checked his pulse, relieved to find it still beating, though the deep gash across the guard's chest was bleeding profusely, staining his garments. Without prompt medical attention, the situation would surely become dire. He glanced back in the direction of the bandit, who had vanished, blending into the crowd or perhaps retreating into the mountains. Suddenly, a chill crept down Fang Ping's spine, prompting him to turn sharply. Instead of an ambush, he found himself being observed by a woman, Lin Xiaodai, a disciple of the Jianghu mountain manor, who stood by the carriage, sword in hand. Upon noticing Fang Ping's gaze, Lin Xiaodai turned to the carriage, calling out, "Sister Hongya, are you all right?" Having served as a guard for the Liu family for several days, Fang Ping recognized the name of the lady she referred to, Liu Hongya. "I am fine, dear Xiaodai." What transpired outside? Came a gentle voice from within the carriage. "Nothing serious, just a few ruffians attempting to block our path. They will be dispatched shortly, so do remain inside to avoid any potential harm." "Understood. I will heed your words, Xiaodai." Lin Xiaodai then shot Fang Ping a reproachful look, admonishing, "What are you staring at? I am here to protect Sister Hongya. Shouldn't you assist others in dealing with the bandits?" Though slightly irked, Fang Ping held his tongue, aware of his subordinate position. After all, he was in service to them. With a huff, he hoisted his staff and turned to aid the other guards. Yet, after only a few steps, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "What on earth? Why are my legs so weak?" he pondered. "Could it be that my training has gone awry?" He questioned himself for a moment before realizing the earth itself was trembling beneath him. Not only was his body swaying, but everyone around him was similarly affected. The trees on the mountainside swayed, and the very ground shook with increasing intensity. The majestic peaks on either side of the road emitted a thunderous roar, with clouds of dust rising ominously from the mountains. "The earth trembles. Run for your lives." In the midst of the panicked crowd, a voice shouted out, "The earth trembling? Is that not akin to an earthquake?" Fang Ping was momentarily bewildered, although he had previously experienced minor quakes that merely caused a slight sway in the buildings. This was his first encounter with such a cataclysmic upheaval. Run? Where to? At that moment, even standing still without toppling over felt like a considerable feat beneath the ground. It seemed as if a dragon was thrashing about, the earth quaking violently. The ground heaved and buckled, with mounds rising here and fissures appearing there, creating a scene of utter terror. Chapter 100. By what right the earth quaked, mountains roared, and countless stones cascaded down from the towering peaks, crashing into the path where the people stood. At that moment, neither the guards accompanying Fang Ping nor the bandits blocking their way had any inclination to fight. They all took flight, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs. However, as the ground continued to shake, many stumbled after just a few steps, failing to escape far, and soon some were crushed by the falling rocks, their wails only heightening the fear of the crowd. Fang Ping, too, could not afford to concern himself with others. He raised his staff and sent 2 rocks flying, Suddenly, he leaped onto a nearby large tree. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the tree was uprooted and began to topple towards the mountainside. Goodness, this place isn't safe either. Fang Ping cursed inwardly and quickly jumped down, hurling another large stone away. It was then that he realized the carriage of Miss Lu was missing. Where is she? If she has gone, who will pay my wages? Fang Ping glanced around and noticed that, at some point, the carriage had bolted far away, likely startled by the upheaval. As his anxiety grew, the tremors began to subside. Steadying himself, Fang Ping immediately took long strides towards the carriage. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards from the Shunfeng escort agency and several black-clad guards from the Lu family. Where's Miss Lu? One of the bodyguards hastily lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing only a fainted maid, known as Xiao Tao, whose forehead was bleeding, presumably from having been knocked unconscious during the chaos. A black-clad guard hurriedly approached, gently shaking Xiao Tao. After a while, she gradually opened her eyes. Xiao Tao, where's the young lady? The guard inquired anxiously. Xiao Tao, initially dazed, finally responded. Just now, the earth trembled, the horse got spooked, and the young lady was rescued by Miss Lin. The group quickly understood that Miss Lu had been saved by Lin Xiaodai from the Jingxiashan manor. However, they looked around and saw no sign of either of the two. Elder brother, come quickly. Young Master Ma Yuan from Jingxiashan manor is dead. What? The leader of the Lu family's black-clad guards rushed over, and Fang Ping, along with the 2 escorting bodyguards, followed to investigate. A stone, the size of a door panel, lay heavily upon Ma Yuan's body, and a dart was embedded in his neck. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether it was the masked bandit who had done this. At that moment, Zhou Cheng, the head of the Shunfeng escort agency, approached with his men, cursing under his breath. These cowardly ruffians had fled with remarkable speed. Fang Ping surveyed his surroundings and indeed found that the bandits had vanished without a trace. What has happened to Miss Lu? Zhou Cheng inquired, to which a black-clad guard replied truthfully. Zhou Cheng's brow furrowed deeply as he conferred briefly with the leader of the Lu family's guards, then bellowed. Half of you stay behind to secure the area and tend to the wounded. The rest, disperse and search for them. Our mission is to protect Miss Lu. We must find her alive or dead. Spread out. At this moment, there were no objections. Everyone began searching in all directions. Fang Ping chose a path, calling out as he searched, Miss Lu, Miss Lin, are you there? If you are injured, please respond. He turned onto a mountain path, and after walking for some distance, found nothing but scattered stones and fallen trees. This was unexpected. The tremor had lasted only a moment. Surely, they should not have had to flee so far. Moreover, the quake had ceased, and they ought to have returned. Had they been captured by the bandits? With determination, Fang Ping sprinted down the mountain path, thinking that if they had indeed been taken, he might still catch up. After running a mile, he suddenly spotted a piece of delicate fabric by a fork in the road, which looked somewhat familiar. This appeared to be a veil used by Miss Lu. Though he had only seen her 2 or 3 times, always from the side, he could not be certain. Nevertheless, it was a lead. Turning around, he hurried toward the direction of the fabric. After navigating another junction, he raised his eyes to see 2 figures in the distance, none other than Lu Hongye and Lin Xiaodai. Miss Lu, Miss Lin, over here. The bandits have fled. Let us return. Fang Ping exclaimed joyfully, having found them at last, and his reward seemed assured. However, just as he took a few steps forward, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently once again. Goodness, an aftershock. As the earth quaked, a massive boulder, larger than himself, tumbled from the mountainside to his left, prompting him to dodge hastily. Yet the ground continued to shake. Fang Ping lost his footing and fell onto the hillside, the boulder crashing down upon him. Fortunately, he managed to prop himself up with his iron staff, sustaining only minor jolts, but the stone was too heavy, rendering him momentarily powerless to escape. The aftershock was brief and dissipated quickly. At that moment, Lu Hongye and Lin Xiaodai ran up to him. You are the bodyguard hired by the Lu family, are you not? Are you injured? Lu Hongye's gentle tone was soothing to hear. However, when Fang Ping turned his head and beheld her visage, he could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Lu Hongye possessed well-defined features and an oval face, exuding an aura of refined elegance rather than plumpness, reminiscent of a pampered young lady. Yet, a thumb-sized red birthmark marred her otherwise resplendent countenance, explaining her choice to veil her face with a thin gauze. Noticing that this stranger was fixated on her cheek, Lu Hongye's expression darkened, and she silently turned her right cheek away. Ah, my apologies, Miss Lu. I should not have. Be cautious of what lies behind you. Just as Fang Ping was about to express his regret, he suddenly spotted Lin Xiaodai, who drew her sword and lunged towards Lu Hongye's back. It seemed that Lu Hongye was also trained in martial arts. as she sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned to the side, yet she still could not evade the thrust of Lin Xiaodia's sword. Although her palm managed to grasp the blade in time, it was pierced to a depth of 3 inches. Why? Do you wish to kill me? Lu Hongye grasped Lin Xiaodia's shoulder with her other hand, her voice laced with desperation. Lin Xiaodia's eyes widened, revealing a hint of madness as she retorted, Why? Haha. A splendid question. I have been childhood friends with senior brother Qin Chuan, and we have harbored mutual affection, a pair once envied by all. Yet, due to the betrothal arranged by our grandfathers, senior brother Qin is destined to marry you. How is that fair? Just look at your face, marred by such an unsightly birthmark. You are utterly unworthy of senior brother Qin. You must die. With a determined grimace, Lin Xiaodai thrust the sword deeper. However, despite her relentless efforts, the blade remained obstinately lodged in place. Lu Hongye's complexion darkened as she held tightly to the sword's edge, blood gushing forth, yet she did not relent. Is this senior brother Qin's will? She asked, her gaze dimming. Lin Xiaodai scoffed. Senior brother Qin is cultured and respectful to his elders. Although he is discontented with this union, he will adhere to the agreement and marry you. The desire to kill you is solely my own. Only with your demise can I rightfully become his bride. You must perish. Seeing that the sword would not penetrate, Lin Xiaodai raised her foot and kicked Lu Hongye in the waist, sending her flying, while the sword was effortlessly extracted. Hey, you madwoman. If you truly kill the young lady of the Lu family, I will undoubtedly inform senior brother Qin about this. Let us see if he will still marry you then. At that moment, Fang Ping was pinned beneath a large rock, which fortuitously had fallen into a pile of dirt that cascaded down from the mountain. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank into the earth, rendering him unable to escape for the time being. Thus he resorted to verbal sparring to buy some time. Upon hearing his threat of betrayal, Lin Xiaodai whirled around, her sword poised menacingly towards him. Once again, you thwart my plans. Why must you be here to witness this? I intended to frame the bandits for her death. Now that you insist on following me to your demise, I shall eliminate you first. With malice swelling within her, Lin Xiaodai thrust her sword towards Fang Ping's head. He quickly ducked, and the blade struck his neck, yet it did not penetrate. Had she not withdrawn her hand swiftly, the sword would have undoubtedly shattered. She gazed incredulously at the long sword in her hand, murmuring, Why? Why can't I pierce it? Fang Ping noticed her expression was somewhat dazed, bordering on madness, and shouted, Miss Lu, you killed her. Her spirit is clinging to your back. She is pulling at your hand, hence you cannot slay me. A ghost? A flicker of fear crossed Lin Xiaodai's face, but it quickly morphed into madness. Lu Hongye's spirit, ha ha ha. A dead person dares to trouble me? Then I shall stab her twice more and see if she dares to linger. As she spoke, she advanced with the sword toward the motionless Lu Hongye on the ground. Damn, this woman seems genuinely deranged. Fang Ping was pinned beneath a massive stone, sinking deeper into the earth. With his left hand propping against the stone, he frantically clawed at the soil with his right. After several attempts, his palm pressed against the once solid stone wall, providing him a point of leverage. He could finally exert some strength. Lift. Fang Ping thrust his arms, raising the stone slightly, then kicked it away, sending it flying over 10 feet. The boulder crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, startling Lin Xiaodai, who was poised to strike. Seeing Fang Ping free, she gasped, and without hesitation, drove her longsword toward the fallen Lu Hongye. Stop! With a distance of 10 paces between them, Fang Ping realized he could not reach her in time to intervene. Tensing his arm muscles, he hurled the iron staff like a spear. The force was tremendous, augmented by his internal energy, and it sped swiftly, shattering the longsword in Lin Xiaodia's grasp and causing her to stumble. Damn it, I aimed for her shoulder. How did I hit the sword instead? My aim is off. Fearing she might strike again, Fang Ping dashed forward. Lin Xiaodai, gritting her teeth, recognized she could not match him and turned to flee. Although her agility was commendable, Fang Ping felt confident in his pursuit. Just as he prepared to chase her, he heard Lu Hongye on the ground emit a pained gasp, prompting him to regain his composure. Why pursue her? Saving someone is paramount. He knelt and examined Lu Hongye closely, noticing a sword wound in her lower abdomen, blood gushing forth, staining her left hand as well, likely from gripping the sword's edge. Thankfully, he had studied at Qingyang Academy. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Channeling his internal energy, he pressed on the acupuncture points surrounding Lu Hongye's wound, causing the bleeding to slow considerably. He then tore several strips from her skirt to hastily bandage her. As for why he didn't tear his own clothing, it was because he wore coarse fabric, which was now soiled with dirt and blood, posing a high risk of infection. Alas, since mastering the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, I have not carried any healing ointment. What a predicament. At this moment, Fang Ping felt a pang of regret. He could only lift the unconscious Lu Hongye and retrace his steps. If he could reunite with the main group, the likelihood of rescuing the young lady from the Lu family would be significantly enhanced, as the bodyguards from the Shunfeng escort agency would undoubtedly carry medicinal supplies. However, before he could venture too far, the ground beneath him trembled once more, as aftershocks commenced again. How long will this continue? With an injured person in his arms, Fang Ping found it increasingly difficult to maintain his balance, his body swaying precariously. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath him, and he fell. What the hell? The once smooth mountain path had suddenly fissured, gaping cracks appearing and engulfing both Fang Ping and Lu Hongye. As they plummeted, Fang Ping steadfastly shielded Lu Hongye from harm, his head colliding with the stone walls multiple times. Fortunately, his robust physique mitigated the impact. Otherwise, he would have been rendered unconscious. Additionally, the cold iron staff he carried had snagged against the rocky surfaces several times, absorbing much of the force of their fall, allowing them to land without fatal injury. The crevice above, which had once allowed a glimmer of light, was soon obstructed by soil and debris, plunging them into darkness within a spacious yet unfamiliar environment. Where on earth are we? Fang Ping patted himself down, locating a fire starter, which he ignited, casting a dim glow around them. It appeared they were within a cave, with a shadowy passage not far off. Miss Lu, are you all right? He examined Lu Hongye, discovering she was barely breathing, having been grievously injured. Her fall had likely cost her half her life. What should I do now? Right. Although I lack healing ointment, I possess other medicinal supplies. After rummaging through his garments, he retrieved a porcelain vial. This medicine had been given to him by He Yu Kai, the old Taoist from the Jianghu temple, and was known to treat internal injuries and restore vitality, though he was uncertain if it could serve as a remedy for external wounds. Nevertheless, with her life hanging by a thread, he thought little of the consequences. He extracted 2 pills, placing one into Lu Hongye's mouth, while crushing the other to apply to her wounds. Chapter 102. Lin shouted, should I also transfer some internal energy to her? This is how it's portrayed in television dramas from my past life. However, Fang Ping quickly dismissed this notion. She had sustained external injuries, not internal ones. What good would infusing her with internal energy do? Furthermore, he had never attempted such a thing, and the last thing he wanted was to inadvertently cause her further harm. Fortunately, the medicine provided by He Yu Kai proved effective not only for internal injuries but surprisingly for external ones as well. After a short while, the bleeding from Lu Hongye's abdomen ceased, and her breathing began to stabilize. Just as Fang Ping let out a sigh of relief, the fire starter in his hand flickered ominously, its time nearing an end. He quickly surveyed the cave, discovering that the corners housed several stone tables and chairs. After inspecting the surroundings, he noticed that the walls of the shadowy passage were adorned with torches, prompting him to light 2 with his fire starter. The torch crackled to life, illuminating a significant portion of the cavern. Fang Ping observed with greater clarity this time. The cave bore signs of habitation, leaving one to wonder whether it was a natural formation or the product of human excavation. Lu Hongye lay unconscious on the ground, and Fang Ping realized he could not linger here indefinitely, as the lack of food and water would soon become problematic. He lifted Lu Hongye once more, took another torch, and plunged into the inky darkness of the passage. The corridor was relatively dry, devoid of serpents, insects, or rodents. After traversing a short distance, Fang Ping encountered 3 diverging paths. Just as he hesitated about which route to take, Lu Hongye stirred in his arms, finally awakening with a soft moan. Am I in the underworld? She gasped, noticing the surrounding darkness, save for a vague glow. Not quite yet. You were just a heartbeat away from it. But I scared them off, he replied. You are. Lu Hongye, now more alert, realized she was being held by a stranger, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I am your hired protector, Fang Ping stated. Ah, I remember now. Lin shouted, I wanted to kill me. You reminded me. Ouch. As she spoke, a grimace of pain crossed her face, evidently triggered by her injuries. Could you put me down? Lu Hongye felt a bit flustered at being cradled by an unfamiliar man. Not a chance, Fang Ping sighed. Your wounds have yet to heal properly. Moving about excessively could cause them to reopen, and not even a deity could save you then. If you perish, how shall I claim my wages? Initially irritated, Lu Hongye found herself calming at his words. You treat me so lightly. Are you not concerned I might withhold your payment? Do not slander me. We are but wanderers of the world, bound by circumstances beyond our control, and thus should not concern ourselves with trifles. I am no such wanderer. Do you dare claim you have never practiced martial arts? Does practicing martial arts automatically make one a wanderer? She retorted, her voice tinged with skepticism. Indeed, it does. Such a flimsy argument. After exchanging a few words, Lu Hongye appeared much more spirited, no longer resembling the near-lifeless figure from moments before. Where Are we? She inquired. Not long ago, the earth shook, fissures opened along the mountain path, and we fell through. As for where we are now, I cannot say. Will we be able to escape? I am not sure what that is. Just as Fang Ping was speaking, a slender object suddenly flew from one of the passageways, startling him. He instinctively kicked what he presumed to be a long creature. However, upon contact, he quickly realized it was not a serpent. With a resounding clink, the shadowy form fell to the ground, revealing a long sword. A pair of illicit lovers. Lu Hongya, I did not expect you to still be alive. Yet, in such a brief span, you have already found someone else. Truly fickle, you are not a suitable match for senior brother Qin Chuan. In a dimly lit corridor, a familiar female voice echoed, belonging to none other than the elusive Lin Xiaodai, who, for reasons unknown, had also found her way here. At that moment, Fang Ping, burdened with an injured person, dared not dash about in the murky passageway and could only curse. So it is you madwoman. With your ruthless disposition. If I were your brother Qin, I would never take you as my bride. You hideous creature. How dare you even think to compare yourself to brother Qin? Lin Xiaodai's retort nearly shattered Fang Ping's composure. Damn it, I merely possess a robust physique. How can I be deemed ugly? This is utterly absurd. For a man, endurance is paramount. With this muscular frame of mine, I can lift 100-pound stone weight thousands of times. Can your brother Qin measure up to that? Silence enveloped the corridor until, after a prolonged pause, Lin Xiaodia's voice resurfaced. I cannot fathom what nonsense you are rambling about, you grotesque being. You have thwarted my plans multiple times, and I shall not let you off lightly. Multiple times? From where do you draw this accusation? I shall not hesitate to reveal that the bandits from today were summoned by me. I even enlisted a formidable assassin to mingle among them, intending for him to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Lu Hongya. Alas, you ultimately disrupted my scheme. So, the masked bandit wielding hidden weapons was your doing. I knew there was something peculiar about him. Fang Ping suddenly recalled the odd gaze Lin Xiaodai had cast upon him after he had frightened off the masked bandit. He had not thought much of it at the time. Now the truth was unveiled. Fang Ping's mind drifted to the deceased Ma Yuan, whose neck bore a dart. Could that also have been the assassin's handiwork? You orchestrated Ma Yuan's death as well, did you not? Indeed. Why? Was he not also your fellow disciple? I made my feelings for brother Qin abundantly clear to him, yet he persistently fawned over me, leading brother Qin to misunderstand. I had long desired to rid myself of him. Seizing this opportunity, I allowed him to perish while protecting the bride, which I suppose is a fitting end for him. Fang Ping was taken aback. Good heavens, what have I done to deserve the wrath of such a sycophant? He lost his life without even winning her affection. Such a tragic fate. However, he soon realized that Ma Yuan's demise would likely hinder the union of Lu Hongya and Qin Chuan, and Lin Xiaodai surely entertained this notion. At that moment, holding Lu Hongya gently, Fang Ping shook his head slightly and declared, Lin Xiaodai, you have succumbed to madness. Once I reach the Jinxiu villa, I shall report your misdeeds to the Qin family. Do you truly believe the Qin family would still desire you as their bride? What do you mean? Lu Hongya inquired, bewildered. From the depths of the corridor, Lin Xiaodai let out a strange laugh. Do you recall the day before your departure? When the Lu family was beset by thieves. Cough, cough, cough. Yes, that did occur. The thief was none other than me in disguise. And I spread rumors claiming that the Lu family was plagued by flower thieves. Haraha. You are truly mad. From the moment I learned that brother Qin intended to wed you, I had already lost my sanity. Do you think mere rumors would sway the Qin family? Originally, it seemed improbable, yet fate has a way of intervening, bringing you and this clumsy giant into this subterranean palace. As a solitary man and woman sharing such confinement. Even if you both managed to escape, it would take at least 10 days or half a month. By then, who would still believe in your innocence? Chapter 103. The Underground Palace. You speak nonsense. No one would believe that, Lu Hongya retorted, her irritation causing her injury to throb painfully, nearly causing her to faint again. Lin Xiaodai replied softly, nonsense? The wound I inflicted upon you was to your lower abdomen. Had no one tended to your injury, you would have perished long ago. Are you truly willing to assert that she did not touch you? Lu Hongya's expression darkened, leaving her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Fang Ping furrowed his brow and remarked, the Jinxiu Manor is a family of some repute within the martial world. Would they truly concern themselves with such trifles? Even if brother Qin Chuan were to marry you, there would inevitably be a lingering resentment in his heart. You will not find a happy conclusion to this. Fang Ping responded, exasperated. This madwoman was determined to sabotage the marriage. There is an old saying, it is not the absence of good fortune that one should fear, but rather the absence of good people. No matter the matter at hand, If there are whispers behind your back, even the smallest issue can be magnified. What a lunatic. He kicked several pieces of rubble into the darkened passageway. Almost immediately, a muffled groan from a woman echoed back, clearly struck by the debris. Followed by the sound of retreating footsteps, Lin Xiaodai must have fled, injured. Fang Ping shook his head and took Lu Hongye's hand, guiding her into another passage. The discord sown by Lin Xiaodai left both feeling awkward, and they walked in silence for a considerable time. This passage was lengthy, and after half an hour, they finally reached its end. Rather than an exit, they discovered a staircase leading downward. With no other option, Fang Ping steeled himself and descended. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Fang Ping was astonished to find that the surroundings were no longer stone walls, but a spacious, square passage constructed of green bricks. Lin Xiaodai had mentioned the term underground palace, and he had assumed it was mere folly. He now realized it could indeed be a grand tomb. Lu Hongye nodded, saying, "Between Tongzhou and Shishou, the mountains are continuous, and many sites of geomantic significance exist. It would not be surprising to find several grand tombs. Be cautious, benefactor." "What did you call me?" "You saved my life, so naturally you are my benefactor. By the way, may I inquire your name?" "I am Fang Ping." The Fang of uprightness and the Ping of peace. After a moment of silence, Lu Hongye suddenly said, "Brother Fang, you saved my life, and though I have nothing to offer in return, would you consider becoming sworn siblings with me? Henceforth, I shall serve you as a sister." "Ah, I could not wish for more. But how is it that the gratitude for saving a life translates into a sworn brotherhood? Is it because I am unappealing? Surely not. My physique is rather splendid." "Is it not?" While Fang Ping's mind was filled with complaints, he understood the girl's intentions. In ancient times, such oaths of brotherhood were taken seriously. A single bow to the ground would bind them almost as closely as true siblings. When rumors about the two inevitably circulate in the future, they can use this title to explain the situation. What else could he say but acquiesce? After all, the Lu family is quite wealthy, and he would not suffer any loss. Lu Hongye's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bashfully remarked, "Then I shall call you my sworn brother from now on. Once we leave this place, let us hold a formal ceremony, shall we?" "As you wish. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Hongye," he replied. "Thank you, sworn brother, for your understanding." The passageway, constructed from blue bricks, was not lengthy. The two exchanged only a few words before they arrived at its end, which was sealed by a stone door. This must be the place where coffins are stored, though it remained uncertain if there was a way to escape from within. "I am not knowledgeable about mechanisms," Lu Hongye said, "but do you have a means to open this tomb door, sworn brother?" Fang Ping, wielding an iron rod, struck the stone door twice, gauging its thickness from the reverberating sound. It was merely a foot thick. He set Lu Hongye down gently, ensuring she could stand steadily, and handed her the torch he held. "Hongye, stay behind me and do not move recklessly. I shall protect you from any danger." "Yes, sworn brother, please be cautious," she replied. Fang Ping was not well versed in mechanisms, yet he reasoned that dismantling the door would suffice. With vigor, he swung his rod against the stone door, creating a cacophony of noise as debris flew. The entire door and passage trembled under the force of his blows. After he had shattered a hole in the center of the stone door, he inserted the iron rod and forcefully pried it open, causing the door to crash to the ground. "Sworn brother, be careful," Lu Hongye suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the space beyond the door. Fang Ping was momentarily choked by the dust that rose, and before he could react, he saw a massive shadow emerge from behind the door, charging towards him. "What is that? Get out of the way." He swung his rod, striking the enormous shadow with a resounding clash, sending it flying. As the dust settled, they discerned that the shadow was a giant axe, the wooden handle now splintered in two. This axe must have been a defensive mechanism, placed behind the stone door. "What tremendous strength you possess, sworn brother," Lu Hongye marveled, impressed by Fang Ping's effortless display of power. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. How is your injury?" "Much improved. Your medicine is quite effective. It has begun to scab over, and I can manage on my own now." "Very well, I shall assist you slightly." "Take your time," he replied. "Thank you, sworn brother." Fang Ping tapped the area behind the door with his rod to confirm the absence of hidden traps before helping Lu Hongye inside. Beyond the door lay a spacious circular hall, its walls fashioned from blue bricks, adorned with several doorways, some closed, others ajar. In the center of the hall stood a three-tiered square platform, upon which rested a stone coffin, with a colossal alchemical furnace positioned before it. Noticing several torches embedded in the walls, Fang Ping ignited a few more to brighten the surroundings. "Come, let us investigate the owner of this place and inquire if there exists a passage to escape," he said, taking a torch in hand. As Lu Hongye listened to his words, a gentle smile graced her lips, devoid of any fear, as she raised her torch and followed him. Fang Ping walked ahead, tapping the ground with a stick, yet he discovered no hidden mechanisms as they slowly approached the central square platform. Brother, look here, it appears to be a map. Fang Ping stepped closer and, indeed, on one side of the stone sarcophagus, numerous illustrations adorned the surface along with some archaic characters that he could not decipher. Do you recognize the inscriptions? He noticed Lu Hongye tracing the characters while murmuring to herself and quickly inquired. Yes, I have studied some. These are the small seal script of the Qing dynasty. The one interred here is a seeker of the Tao. Chapter 104, The Valley of Seekers. A seeker of the Tao? Those who pursue immortality and enlightenment. I had assumed they were nobles and dignitaries, Fang Ping remarked. Lu Hongye chuckled. You are not mistaken, brother. Judging by the carved illustrations, the person within the coffin was indeed of noble birth before retreating to the mountains for quiet contemplation. Fang Ping nodded. That makes sense. Ordinary folk lack the wealth and resources to construct such a grand mausoleum. Is there a way out? Yes. Here is another map leading to a valley. It should be the retreat of the individual interred here. This hall is circular and features 8 doors, constructed according to the 8 trigrams. We must locate the life gate. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping felt utterly lost, unfamiliar with such concepts. Since you mention it, you must possess some understanding of the mysteries of the 8 trigrams? I only grasp some rudimentary aspects. Brother, let us first explore the surroundings and examine the 8 portals for any trigram symbols. Very well. Fang Ping, equally unversed in this knowledge, supported Lu Hongye as they illuminated the hall with the torch, circling the space and inspecting the 8 doorways. After their examination, Lu Hongye shook her head slightly, saying, the life gate corresponds to the Jin trigram, located in the northeast, which governs the birth of all things. However, these 8 gates bear no markings, and as we are underground, I cannot discern the directions accurately. I apologize, brother. I am of little help. Fang Ping waved his hand dismissively, his attention suddenly drawn to the stone sarcophagus, sparking a memory. By the way, Hongye, in my hometown, we bury coffins oriented north-south. What customs prevail here? Lu Hongye's eyes brightened. Brother, you have reminded me. Our customs also follow the north-south orientation. However, it is uncertain how practices were conducted centuries ago. Regardless, let us first seek a passage to explore. It is better than lingering here. Indeed, brother speaks wisely. Lu Hongye glanced at the sarcophagus, pondering briefly before pointing towards one of the passages. If the customs of centuries past align with the present, then this passage leads northeast, corresponding to the Jin trigram, which signifies the life gate. Then let us proceed. Agreed. With a lead, the two now had a clue and paid no further heed to the sarcophagus, for they were not tomb raiders. As they traversed a short distance, the entire passage unexpectedly began to tremble, with clouds of dust cascading from above. Alas! It seems the tremors have resumed. We must hurry. In a moment of urgency, Fang Ping grasped Lu Hongye and sprinted a few steps, only to realize that she was evidently unwell, reminding him that this dear girl was, in fact, gravely injured. Without further ado, he lifted her once more and hastened towards the passage ahead. This tremor was considerably less violent than the previous one. However, they were still underground, and should they become buried, their fate would be sealed. Brother, do you hear? It seems someone is following us from behind. Lu Hongye, cradled in Fang Ping's arms, felt a tinge of shyness. Yet, upon hearing strange sounds, and recalling that they were within a tomb, her face turned pale with fright. Fang Ping, too, discerned the commotion behind them. Initially, he suspected it was Lin Xiaodai, that madwoman, but the noise was too loud to be caused by a mere woman. Of course, he did not entertain the notion of ghosts, nor did he have the time to turn around and investigate. The once solid passageway, constructed of sturdy blue bricks, now showed signs of fissures. Observing this, Fang Ping quickened his pace. Brother, there is light ahead, Lu Hongye suddenly exclaimed, pointing forward. Fang Ping nodded and rushed towards the source of illumination, which indeed turned out to be an exit. Once they emerged, their eyes adjusted to the sunlight, allowing them to survey their surroundings. They found themselves in a vast valley, surrounded by towering cliffs, uncertain of their ability to escape to the outside world. At that moment, an eerie cry echoed from the passage, startling Fang Ping, who swiftly raised his staff in defense. However, before he could discern the source of the sound, the ground trembled beneath them once more, and the entire passage collapsed with a thunderous roar, sealing it off with rubble and debris. What was that strange cry? Lu Hongye still appeared frightened. Regardless of what monsters or demons lurk, we cannot return now. Even if we could, my staff is not without its strength, so fear not. Lu Hongye glanced at the fallen passage, nodded, and finally exhaled in relief. The two exchanged a knowing look and ventured deeper into the valley, seeking a way out. Brother, it is already autumn, Yet the peaches in this valley have not fallen. How peculiar. As they walked, they noted the abundance of vibrant flora, flourishing in stark contrast to the season outside. Upon spotting a grove of peach trees, Lu Hongye could no longer contain her admiration. Fang Ping nodded in agreement. Indeed, the temperature in this valley is somewhat warmer than the surroundings, likely due to geothermal activity or hot springs, which explains its perpetual spring-like climate. As they continued, they arrived at the heart of the valley, where they discovered a wooden cabin. The wood used for its construction was a mystery, as it appeared remarkably well-preserved, almost like a new house. Inside, they found 2 wooden bookshelves, a stone table, and at the back, a stone bed. Dust coated every surface, suggesting that it had been ages since anyone had last visited. Sensing no immediate danger, the two began to explore the cabin, hoping to uncover some treasures within. On the wooden shelf, which should have been filled with bamboo slips, now lay only decayed remnants, transformed into dark wooden strips that crumbled into dust at the slightest touch. "Brother, come and take a look at this." Fang Ping turned around to see Lu Hongye at the stone table, diligently wiping 2 white bamboo slips. However, upon closer inspection, he realized they were not bamboo at all, but exquisite pieces crafted from jade. This is truly a treasure. If sold, how much silver could it fetch? Seeing his evident excitement, Lu Hongye smiled and replied, "Brother, you jest. These 2 jade slips are ancient artifacts, priceless treasures that cannot be so easily bartered." Fang Ping's face flushed with embarrassment, thinking to himself that while her family may not covet wealth, he was in dire need of such items. What do the jade slips contain? Are there any martial arts secrets? Lu Hongye cleaned the jade slips and opened them, discovering they were inscribed in small seal script. After a cursory glance, she understood their content. "Brother, one of these jade slips chronicles the life of the owner of this place, likely the individual interred in the stone coffin. His name was Chun Ran. The other slip contains some alchemical formulas and peculiar techniques for cultivating qi. Although they are somewhat strange." Fang Ping's heart leapt with joy, and he eagerly inquired, "What is peculiar about them?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Hongye replied, "These techniques appear to be from the pre-Qin era, vastly different from those currently known. Some of the meridians also differ. So I am unsure if these are indeed martial arts manuals." "Is that so?" Fang Ping felt a twinge of disappointment and shook his head. "Hongye, given your condition, why don't you stay here to study these jade slips? I shall explore the surrounding valley to see if there is an exit." Lu Hongye nodded in agreement. "Please, be cautious, brother. I understand. If you encounter any danger, just call out. I won't stray too far." With a sturdy staff in hand, Fang Ping departed from the wooden cabin, choosing a direction at random. The valley was not particularly vast, and he soon circumnavigated the cliff face, discovering no paths or caves leading out. The entrance they had used was now completely obstructed. It seemed that the only option was to climb up the sheer cliff. He shielded his eyes from the sun and gazed upward at the towering precipice, which loomed at least 100 feet high. If he were alone, ascending it would be straightforward, but carrying Lu Hongye along would complicate matters. Shaking his head, he noticed the day was waning, so he sought out a peach tree, breaking off a branch laden with several plump, ripe peaches, and made his way back toward the wooden cabin. "Hongye, are you all right?" Upon reaching the cabin, the silence around him was palpable, prompting him to call out, but there was no response from within. Hastily entering, he found Lu Hongye seated in a corner on the stone bed, her eyes closed, hands forming a peculiar gesture, as if in the midst of cultivating her energy. "You startled me. I'm relieved nothing has gone awry. The valley is abundant with peaches, so we shall not starve for now. Hongye, Hongye." He called out several times, yet Lu Hongye remained seated in silence, offering no response. A sense of unease began to settle within him. With hurried steps, he approached her, and it was then that he noticed a faint black halo surrounding her body, reminiscent of an aura of potent energy. This was perplexing. He had previously assessed her internal strength, finding it rather ordinary, hardly reminiscent of a top-tier master. Moreover, the ominous nature of this black halo left him unsettled. He called her name once more, but Lu Hongye remained in her meditative state, further confirming his suspicion that something was amiss. Determined to awaken her, he intended to gently shake her shoulder, but the black halo suddenly erupted with ferocious intensity, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing against the opposite wall of the wooden cabin with a resounding thud. Coughing, he mused to himself about the resilience of the cabin's materials. How had it withstood such a blow? It must be quite valuable. He could certainly make off with a couple of planks when he departed. "Brother, why are you on the ground?" Lu Hongye, who had finally awakened from her trance, appeared wholly unaware of the preceding events. "Nothing serious. Were you practicing just now?" Fang Ping, unharmed, brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up. Lu Hongye nodded. "Yes, after you left, I read through the breathing techniques and felt inspired to practice. However, it seems I dozed off. Dozed off? Really? Fang Ping found it curious. Typically, a novice would collapse when falling asleep while practicing, yet her posture had been quite still. I indeed felt as though I were dreaming, wandering through this valley. When suddenly a fierce tiger leapt out, its claws resting upon my shoulder. I was startled awake. Lu Hongye recounted, noticing the change in Fang Ping's expression. Brother, was there something unexpected? Fang Ping nodded and recounted her peculiar demeanor. This technique seems rather unusual. Perhaps it is best to refrain from practicing it for the time being. Until we are out of here. Yes, I will heed your advice. By the way, have you found a way out? Unfortunately, no. What shall we do then? Lu Hongye's anxiety was palpable. Do not fret. I have observed that the lowest mountain surrounding us stands only about 100 feet high, with numerous crevices. Tomorrow, I will craft some wooden wedges to secure in those cracks as footholds. It will not take long to complete this, and then I shall guide you up. I am a burden to you, brother. Why speak of such things? First, let us eat some peaches. Filling our stomachs is of utmost importance. After they finished the peaches and found themselves with idle time, Lu Hongye began to recount the contents of the 2 jade slips to Fang Ping. The first slip detailed the life of a man named Chun Ran, who was originally a nobleman in the state of Chu, born into wealth and luxury. However, at the age of 30, for reasons unknown, he retreated into the deep mountains to pursue the path of cultivation. The second volume of the Jade Tablet contains various prescriptions and elixirs, many of which may differ from modern terminology, leaving both individuals unfamiliar with them. Following this, there are some cultivation incantations recorded, yet they appear to be fragments, sounding plausible yet ambiguous. Fang Ping is acutely aware that these incantations may hold issues, yet he cannot resist practicing them a few times. Strangely, after he gathers a breath of energy, it dissipates. He attempts to gather it again, only for it to disperse once more, proving utterly futile. The method is indeed peculiar and impossible to master. However, he does not suspect Lu Hongye of deceiving him with false incantations, for during his practice, he can sense the authenticity of the phrases, albeit they seem to lack just a slight edge that prevents the energy from coalescing. Brother, could it be that my sister's translation is flawed? After all, these are written in small seal script, and some meanings can only be inferred. When translated into modern vernacular, discrepancies might arise. Fang Ping, having heard Lu Hongye's words, wholeheartedly agrees. This matter extends beyond mere translation. The energy cultivation methods within the incantations are drastically different from contemporary practices, and the meridians and acupoints referenced are quite limited. Something feels amiss. Let us exercise patience. Once we are out of here, we can seek guidance from a few senior experts. As dusk descended, Fang Ping offered the wooden cabin to Lu Hongye for rest, opting instead to ascend to the rooftop, planning to spend the night there. The gentle warm breeze in the valley and the fragrant flowers provided a serene ambience as Fang Ping lay on the roof, practicing his Hunyuan Gong while feigning sleep, thus managing to rest adequately. With the arrival of the next day, he exchanged a few words with Lu Hongye before departing from the wooden cabin. The valley was abundant with vegetation, and without expending much effort, he fashioned several wooden wedges to carry on his back, then made his way to the base of the lowest cliff to begin his ascent. For Fang Ping, climbing a mountain was quite simple. Where there were fissures, he wedged his stick in, and where there were none, he carved one out to insert his wooden wedges. Within half a day, he had climbed several dozen feet, embedding the wedges into the rock face. Chapter 106, The Giant Scorpion. Before long, noon arrived, and Fang Ping decided to take a break. Just as he was about to return, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Hongye approaching. Brother, I was just about to call you for lunch. I caught a few fish in the pond over there, and they are already grilled. Fish? That is splendid. I have been working without meat and felt something was amiss. Then do taste my culinary skills. Fang Ping had discovered the pond the previous day but had not examined it closely, so he was surprised to find fish thriving within. They arrived at the clearing in front of the wooden cabin, where a bonfire had been lit, and several large fish were sizzling above it. Although the fish lacked seasoning, the flesh was exceptionally delicious. Fang Ping consumed 3 of them, and to his astonishment, his inner strength inexplicably increased, filling him with joy. These fish are treasures indeed, capable of enhancing one's power. Is this what is referred to as heavenly materials and earthly treasures? I cannot believe such fortune has befallen me. It is truly rare. Brother, is my grilled fish that unpalatable? Why do you seem on the verge of tears? Fang Ping hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, Not at all. It is merely that your culinary skills, Hong Yi, are unparalleled. I have never tasted such exquisite grilled fish before. It brings me to tears of joy. I am glad you like it, my brother, Lu Hongye replied with a gentle smile. After they finished the grilled fish, they chatted for a while longer before Fang Ping set off to climb the mountain once again. Thus, 7 days passed in succession, and eventually, Fang Ping reached the summit of the cliff. As he gazed into the distance, the surrounding scenery unfolded before him like a tapestry. Following the mountain path downward, he could faintly discern a county town, and after gauging the direction, he surmised that this area likely fell within the jurisdiction of Shizhou Prefecture. Standing atop the cliff and peering into the valley below, he could only see waves of emerald green, with no wooden houses in sight. It was understandable. The mountain's summit was inherently desolate, and few had likely ventured here, let alone descended into the valley. Were it not for this, such a splendid place would not have remained undiscovered for centuries. With the wooden wedge firmly in place, Fang Ping began his descent into the valley. Hongyi, I have reached the summit. After a brief rest at noon, I shall lead you out of the valley this afternoon. Lu Hongyi exclaimed with delight. Thank you. Elder brother, my grilled fish is almost ready. Come and eat. Fang Ping nodded and seated himself by the campfire, first consuming a peach to quell his hunger. While the aroma of the grilled fish began to waft through the air. Oh, this fish is truly a delicacy. Once we leave, I shall not have the chance to savor it again. Before he could finish his thought, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled, startling him as he feared the earth was shifting again. However, he quickly discerned something was amiss. It appeared that only a small section of the ground beneath them was shaking and gradually rising. This is not good. Something lurks below. Hongyi, move aside. Fang Ping seized Lu Hongyi by the shoulder, using a deft maneuver to propel her onto the roof of the wooden house. He then brandished his staff, jumping to the side, warily eyeing the direction of the campfire. With a fearsome roar, a colossal creature burst forth from the earth, sending a cascade of dirt flying. Damn it, I haven't even eaten my fish yet. Upon closer inspection, Fang Ping realized that the creature was a massive black scorpion, measuring over 10 feet in length and standing as tall as a man. Fang Ping suddenly recalled the strange sounds he had heard while fleeing from the tomb's passage days prior. It was this beast. What on earth had it consumed to grow this large? Before he could ponder further, the giant scorpion began to swing its razor-sharp pincers, aiming directly at him. Be careful. Elder brother, Lu Hongyi, perched on the rooftop, was unable to assist due to her lack of martial skills and could only watch in fear. However, Fang Ping was undeterred. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. Having restrained his strength when combating the mountain bandits earlier, he now wished to test his power against this formidable creature and see how much damage he could inflict. With this thought in mind, he swung his staff and charged head-on at the giant scorpion's pincers. A resounding clash echoed through the air as Fang Ping was jolted back 2 steps, while the scorpion swayed slightly from the impact of his strike. However, both combatants quickly regained their composure and charged toward each other once more. After a series of clashing sounds, both parties found themselves at an impasse. Fang Ping remained unscathed, while the scorpion's pincers were also unharmed. The scorpion's exoskeleton appeared to be harder than iron, leaving Fang Ping to ponder how such a creature could have developed. At this moment, realizing that its pincers could not crush the lively flea before it, the scorpion resorted to using the venomous stinger at the end of its tail. Fang Ping, undeterred, struck the stinger with his stick, only to feel an unsettling dizziness wash over him. How could he have forgotten that the scorpion's tail was poisonous? With this thought, he quickly retreated to catch his breath, inhaling the fresh air until he regained his composure. While the pincers and stinger were formidable, he wondered if the other legs were equally resilient. Holding his breath and narrowing his eyes, he darted to the front of the giant scorpion, which immediately thrust its venomous stinger toward him. This time, he learned from his previous mistake, sidestepping the attack. He struck the scorpion's pincers once more, then swiftly maneuvered to its side, delivering a powerful blow to one of its leg joints. Indeed, the other parts of the scorpion were not as tough as its pincers. His strike broke the leg, releasing a cascade of green liquid. Concerned about potential toxins, Fang Ping retreated a few steps. The scorpion emitted a series of agonized shrieks, writhing in discomfort before charging once more at Fang Ping. If he didn't flee now, he would have no choice but to strike with lethal intent. Utilizing the same tactic, he swiftly shattered 2 more of the scorpion's legs, rendering it nearly immobile. Let you be toxic. Let you be toxic. He taunted as he circled behind the scorpion, unleashing a torrential onslaught on its tail. In no time, he had severed it completely, with the thread of its tail neutralized. Fang Ping leaped atop the scorpion's body and mercilessly struck its head until it lay motionless. Hongya, come down. I have slain this beast. Lu Hongya exhaled in relief and descended from the rooftop to stand before the scorpion's lifeless form. This creature, seemingly documented in the jade slips, was bred by Qin Ran using medicinal elixirs and may have lived for a millennium, or perhaps it was merely a descendant of the original giant scorpion. Fang Ping shrugged. Regardless of its age, it is dead now. This creature ruined my perfectly good fish. It deserves its fate. Lu Hongya chuckled softly, shaking her head. Brother, There's no need to be angry. I will roast you 2 more fish. Just as she turned, the severed scorpion tail inexplicably twitched. Caught off guard, Lu Hongye had no time to evade and was struck in the calf by the tail's venomous stinger, managing only a glance back at Fang Ping before collapsing. Chapter 107. Molting Hongye. This unexpected turn of events caught both Lu Hongye and Fang Ping completely off guard. Fang Ping advanced swiftly, his left hand deftly flicking away the severed tail of the scorpion, while his right arm enveloped the collapsed Lu Hongye. The expression on Lu Hongye's face was rigid, her muscles taut, and she struggled to articulate her words. Fang Ping, filled with anxiety, disregarded any notions of propriety and hastily tore away the fabric from her calf, revealing an area that had turned an ominous shade of black, the discoloration visibly creeping upwards with alarming speed. Goodness, how toxic. What should I do? Suck the venom out? Nonsense. By the time I finish, she'd already be gone. Wait, the antidote. Where is that blasted medicine? He had initially intended to give her a couple of the pills provided by He Kai, hoping they might counteract the poison. But he suddenly remembered that there had been only a few, and Lu Hongye had consumed the last of them days ago. Right, acupoint sealing. Fang Ping pressed his hands against various acupoints on Lu Hongye's body, attempting to slow the flow of her blood, though he was uncertain how long this would hinder the toxins. Hongye, can you hear me? The jade slip mentioned the origin of this creature. Did it also provide a remedy for its venom? Hang in there. As he shook her gently, a flicker of awareness seemed to light up in her eyes, and she murmured, Scorpion. Scorpion. Pill. Scorpion? What pill? Fang Ping felt a wave of confusion wash over him as his gaze fell upon the lifeless giant scorpion, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that this creature possessed a legendary inner pill or demon pill? However, there was no time for contemplation. After carefully placing Lu Hongye down, he darted back to the battered scorpion, gripping its shell with both hands. With a forceful tug, he tore away a substantial segment of its exoskeleton. Inside lay a mass of white flesh and green liquid. Having previously discerned that the green fluid was non-toxic, he plunged his hand into the white remnants and began to stir. Soon enough, he encountered a round object. Pulling it out to examine it closely, it gleamed green, emanating a foul odor, its surface uneven and roughly the size of a grape, resembling a verdant stone. Is this the inner pill? Goodness. It looks more like a kidney stone. Can this truly be ingested? He hesitated, but upon glancing back at Lu Hongye, he noticed the blackness creeping up her neck. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act. If it works, it would be a stroke of fortune for my dear sister. If it fails, at least I can say I tried my utmost as her sworn brother. With this thought in mind, Fang Ping quickly shoved the potential inner pill into Lu Hongye's mouth, channeling his internal energy to tap on her neck, aiding her in swallowing it. Moments later, a glimmer of hope emerged. The darkness on her neck had noticeably faded. Grasping her wrist, he infused her with additional internal energy, commencing the process of neutralizing the effects of the inner pill. Although he had learned this technique from Old Qian, it was his first attempt at practical application. Fearful of overwhelming her meridians, he proceeded with utmost caution, gradually mastering the delicate art. Half an hour later, Fang Ping finally released his grip and examined Lu Hongye's calves, which were oozing a pool of black toxic blood, reeking of a foul odor. A wave of relief washed over him. The venom had finally been expelled. Noticing that her breathing had stabilized, he concluded she was likely out of danger. Gently, he carried her into the wooden hut and laid her down on the stone bed to rest. After waiting for quite some time, Lu Hongye remained unconscious, feeling somewhat aimless. He stepped outside the hut to inspect the giant scorpion once more. He pondered the flavor of the scorpion's flesh, then thought better of it. Who knew what could happen if he were to consume it? With a stick in hand, he prodded the scorpion repeatedly until it was reduced to a mushy pulp. Yet he found no second inner core, shaking his head in mild disappointment. What could this creature's inner core possibly be worth? As he lamented the absence of the core, his attention was suddenly drawn to a fragment of clothing caught on one of the scorpion's legs. Frowning, he examined it closely. It was not his, nor his sister's. It bore a color reminiscent of what Lin Xiaodai wore. Could this madwoman have encountered the giant scorpion as well? Despite contemplating this for a while, he could not ascertain the truth. Time swiftly passed, and by nightfall, Lu Hongye had yet to awaken, unresponsive to his calls. With a sigh, Fang Ping resolved to observe her throughout the night. If she remained unconscious by dawn, he would carry her out of the valley to seek a physician in the city. The night was adorned with a starry sky, and the moonlight shone brilliantly. Unable to sleep, Fang Ping sat at the entrance of the wooden hut, practicing his Hunyuan skill. Although consuming the fish from the pond in the valley could enhance his abilities, the increase was minimal, as his meridians had yet to be sufficiently opened, leading to inefficiency and significant energy loss. As he practiced, he was suddenly startled by murmurs emanating from within the hut. Rushing inside, he found Lu Hongye on the stone bed, her eyes tightly shut, babbling incomprehensibly as if lost in a dream. What was this? The bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, and Fang Ping felt an odd sensation that something had appeared on her visage. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a transparent layer enveloping her skin, which felt akin to flesh. Moreover, this layer was not restricted to her face. It seemed to extend to her neck and arms as well. He had heard of cicadas molting, but how could a person undergo such a transformation? No, he recalled that scorpions also shed their exoskeletons. Could it be a consequence of consuming the giant scorpion's inner core? Surely, his dear sister would not metamorphose into a being that was half human, half demon. Crouching beside the bed, Fang Ping scrutinized her closely and noticed that beneath the transparent shell, Lu Hongye's skin appeared rosy and healthy, showing no signs of distress. His worries began to dissipate. He gently tapped her cheek twice. It remained soft, and he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon shedding its skin, the scorpion's exterior becomes hardened. Fortunately, my dear companion has not experienced such a transformation. Had she awakened to find her skin impenetrable and her body sculpted with muscle, she might have inadvertently met her demise. Observing that Lu Hongye was unharmed, Fang Ping once again settled at the doorway, resuming his meditative practice. As dawn broke the following morning, Fang Ping was roused from his reverie by a voice filled with terror. "Ah, please, do not move," Fang Ping exclaimed as he entered the room, witnessing Lu Hongye about to tear at the shedding skin on her face. "Brother, my face, my hands." Lu Hongye stammered, her panic palpable. After all, it was entirely understandable to feel alarmed upon awakening to find a layer of skin missing from her body. "Do not pull at it. Listen to me," Fang Ping urged, recounting the events of the previous night. As she listened, Lu Hongye's eyes widened, and she gradually began to relax. Chapter 108. Leaving the mountain. So it was. My brother has once more come to my rescue. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Enough, enough. Since you address me as brother, it is only natural for me to assist you. By the way, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Lu Hongye moved her limbs, finding herself agile and free of any pain. Brother, I am well. However, the shed skin seems to be clinging to my body. Fang Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is likely a consequence of consuming the scorpion's inner elixir. Do not force it. It should fall away naturally. Once we are outside, we will find a physician to examine you. Yes, I will heed my brother's advice. After exchanging a few more words, Fang Ping prepared some fish, roasting it for their meal. Once they had consumed the fish and quenched their thirst, Fang Ping asked Lu Hongye a couple more questions to ensure her well-being. Satisfied that she was indeed fine, he led her to a cliff where wooden wedges had been secured. To prevent her from falling during their ascent, he tied 2 sturdy vines around their waists. All right, we shall begin our climb. If you find yourself fatigued, do not hesitate to inform me. We shall pause for a moment. Do not push yourself, he instructed. Understood. Lu Hongye nodded. With all preparations complete, they began their ascent. Fang Ping led the way, while Lu Hongye followed closely behind. The cliff was already adorned with wooden stakes that Fang Ping had previously driven in, and Lu Hongye, having trained in martial arts, found the climb manageable. Midway through their ascent, Lu Hongye felt her strength waning. Choosing not to overexert herself, she called for a brief rest. After a quarter of an hour, they resumed their climb, pausing 2 more times along the way, until they finally reached the summit without incident. Sweating profusely, Lu Hongye gazed down into the valley below, feeling as if she had traversed into another realm. The edge of the cliff was perilously close. Should another upheaval occur, falling would surely be fatal. Indeed, brother speaks wisely, she replied. The pair followed the mountain path downward for a while, resting in a safe area to regain some strength before continuing their descent. After more than half an hour, they finally reached the base of the mountain and arrived at a village. Brother, many homes here have white cloths hanging at their doors. Has someone perished? Lu Hongye inquired. Fang Ping nodded, stating that the houses draped in white cloth had largely collapsed, likely due to the recent upheaval of the earth, which had led to the loss of many lives. He sighed and sought out a household that had not yet hung the white cloth, inquiring about the road before departing with Lu Hongye. After traversing for an hour, they finally arrived at the county town they had glimpsed from the mountains, named Chu County. The situation here was even more dire, with a greater number of casualties. In the mountain villages, many residents were not affluent, their homes constructed of wood and thatch. In contrast, the county town was filled with brick houses, leading to even more fatalities. In the face of such a calamity, when the death toll was high, to prevent the spread of disease, most would not adhere to the customary 7-day mourning period and would hastily bury the deceased. However, those with wealth and power were often exempt from such expedients, Some were likely still conducting funerary rites, and as they walked through the town, faint sounds of mourning could still be heard. The townsfolk hurried past, their expressions somber, which cast a pall over the two travelers as well. "Is that not Miss Lu from the Lu family?" Just as they were about to seek lodging at an inn, a voice called out from behind them. Turning around, they found a bodyguard clad in the uniform of the Shunfeng escort agency, holding a painting and gazing intently at Lu Hongye. "May I inquire as to your identity?" "Esteemed sir?" Lu Hongye respectfully greeted the bodyguard. The bodyguard appeared quite elated and promptly returned the gesture, introducing himself as Lu Qing, a bodyguard from the Chu County branch of the Shunfeng escort agency. He explained that he had been tasked with gathering information about Miss Lu after her mysterious disappearance, which had prompted a search that yielded no results. Consequently, the search party was divided into 3 groups, one comprising bodyguards continuing the search in the mountains, another of wandering protectors returning to Pingtang County to inform Lu Hongye's father, and the third, mostly the Lu family's black-clad guards, hastily departing for the Jinxiu mountain manor with the body of Ma Yuan in search of assistance. "Since you are both safe, I invite you to stay at the escort agency temporarily. We will also send word to escort leader Shoucheng to bring others for a reunion." "Thank you for your hospitality." Fang Ping and Lu Hongye exchanged glances and accepted the offer, recognizing their need for a place to rest, which the escort agency could conveniently provide. Accompanied by Lu Qing, they meandered through the streets of Chu County until they arrived at the branch of the Shunfeng escort agency. Although many of the buildings had collapsed, none bore the white cloth. Lu Qing informed them, in the recent upheaval, the bodyguards, being skilled in combat, managed to escape unscathed, with only a few sustaining minor injuries. "Please, follow me." Inside the escort agency, there were few people present. Upon seeing Lu Qing bringing guests, they inquired about the situation and greeted Fang Ping and Lu Hongye. "Here are the guest rooms. You may rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, escort master Zhou Cheng should return." Fang Ping nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother Lu." "It is my duty," Lu Qing replied. Lu Hongye suddenly said, "By the way, Lu Dage, this escort agency should have carrier pigeons, right? Could you send a message to my father, just to inform him that I am safe? So he doesn't have to worry. That's quite manageable. I will send a message to the branch in Pingtang County using the pigeons right away. You need not fret." "Miss Lu." "Thank you, Lu Dage. Just a trivial matter." After Lu Qing departed, the two went to their respective rooms to freshen up before re-emerging. At this moment, much of the skin that was sloughing off Lu Hongye had already fallen away, yet some remnants still clung to her, leaving a substantial patch on her face that appeared somewhat alarming. "Hongye, how is your health? If you wish, I can accompany you to consult a doctor," he offered. "Yes. I appreciate your kindness, Ishiong." Lu Hongye touched her cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed, and nodded in agreement. As it was still early in the day, they inquired with a guard about the direction before exiting the Shunfeng escort agency. On their way, Fang Ping suddenly touched his chest and, feeling somewhat awkward, said, Sister, do you happen to have any money? I find myself a bit short and may struggle to cover your medical expenses." Lu Hongye paused for a moment and then smiled gently. "There is no need for concern, brother. Although I do not have cash, I possess quite a few pieces of jewelry. Let us first visit a pawn shop." "A pawn shop, you say? That works perfectly. I happened to pry 2 pieces of wood from a cabin in the valley, which should be worth something. I shall inquire about it." Fang Ping patted the bundle hanging from his chest, which contained not only the 2 pieces of wood but also 2 jade slips. Had it not been for the weight of the scorpion's pincers, he would have carried those as well. However, fearing that the burden might cause him to lose them while climbing, he had regrettably left them behind. The wood from the cabin emitted a faint fragrant aroma, and although his sister was unfamiliar with it, it seemed to be of good quality. "Then I shall take your favorable words to heart. If we sell it for a good price, I shall share half with you, brother." Though Lu Hongye had no intention of taking any, she still shook her head and smiled. "Thank you, Ishiong." Chapter 109. Shizhou. The two wandered around the streets of Chu County, failing to locate a pawn shop, but instead discovering a place called the Treasure Pavilion, which specialized in the buying and selling of antiques and jewelry. They decided to enter. "Excuse me, does the Treasure Pavilion buy treasures?" Fang Ping inquired of the cleaning attendant inside. The attendant looked up, startled. For both Fang Ping and Lu Hongye had not yet changed their clothes and were still stained with blood, initially giving the impression that they were there to commit robbery. However, upon hearing the words "buy treasures," the attendant quickly regained his composure. "You two must be here to sell something, right? Please wait a moment while I fetch the manager." Before long, a plump middle-aged man arrived in the hall with the attendant, greeting them with a smile. "Good day, esteemed guests. I am the manager here. May I ask what treasures you wish to sell? The manager will assist in appraising this." Fang Ping said as he pulled out 2 pieces of blackwood from his bundle and handed them over. "This is a type of special darkwood. Truly an exquisite item, the manager exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. And how much silver might it fetch? Fang Ping eagerly inquired. The innkeeper pondered for a moment and said, I shall not conceal from you too. These 2 pieces of dark wood could fetch around 2,000 taels in the capital. However, since Chu County is rather remote, I can offer you a maximum of 1,500 taels. What do you think? Upon hearing this price, Fang Ping decisively agreed to sell, as he was unfamiliar with the art of negotiation and deemed haggling unnecessary. 1,500 taels exceeded his entire fortune, and it was imperative to secure the silver quickly. Furthermore, there was an entire wooden house at the valley's bottom. Once the money was spent, he could simply dismantle a couple of pieces later. The innkeeper's face brightened, and he promptly retrieved the banknotes to hand to Fang Ping. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Ping and Lu Hongye departed from the treasure pavilion. Here you go, sister. As promised, you shall have half, Fang Ping said, attempting to place several banknotes into Lu Hongye's hands. She quickly waved her hands and replied, Brother, please hold on to it for me. I have never carried money and have no interest in it. I feel as though I've heard this line somewhere before, Fang Ping remarked, seeing her refusal. He then returned the notes to his own pocket, recognizing that she was a young lady of means and lacked for nothing. With their newfound wealth, the pair sought out a clothing shop to exchange their blood-stained garments before heading to a medical clinic. Doctor, is my sister unwell? Fang Ping inquired as the physician examined her pulse while thoughtfully tugging at his beard. After a prolonged contemplation, the doctor finally spoke. This young lady's pulse appears rather peculiar. I can only ascertain a symptom of excessive blood loss. If you have the time, you might consider visiting a larger clinic in the capital to consult a more reputable physician. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sir, Lu Hongye replied. The old doctor prescribed 2 bottles of blood-replenishing pills for Lu Hongye, and after departing the clinic, they enjoyed a meal outside. As dusk fell, they returned to the Shunfeng escort agency. A night passed without incident, and by the next day, Fang Ping and Lu Hongye were engaged in light conversation in the courtyard of their guest room when several escort members appeared at the entrance. Specifically the ones who had previously accompanied Lu Hongye, led by Chief Escort Zhou Cheng. Upon entering, Zhou Cheng spotted the two and expressed his relief, saying, Seeing Miss Lu safe brings us great comfort. Lu Hongye bowed in acknowledgement, stating, I am deeply grateful for your concern. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Cheng inquired about Lu Hongye's recent whereabouts. Given the overly dramatic nature of Lin Xiaodai's situation, Lu Hongye chose to evade the question, merely stating that she had been pursued by bandits and lost her way, but was rescued by Fang Ping, leading to their sworn brother-sister bond. I see, Zhou Cheng, having traversed the martial world for many years, discerned her deception but deemed it unnecessary to pry further, as they were merely protectors. In that case, shall we set off this afternoon to continue our journey to Jianghu Villa? Lu Hongye nodded and replied, That would be most appreciated, Chief Zhou. By the way, there is no need for a carriage this time. Please prepare a few swift horses instead. I can collect the additional funds from my father upon our return to Ping'an County. Zhou Qing clasped his hands and exited to make the necessary arrangements. Ah, Hongye. It seems that the peeling skin on your face has vanished. After engaging in conversation for a while, Fang Ping suddenly noticed this. Really? Lu Hongye, being a woman who cherishes her beauty, quickly reached up to touch her cheek upon hearing this. Indeed, her skin felt remarkably smooth, devoid of that coarse layer of peeling. Not only has the skin peeled away, but your birthmark also appears to have faded significantly, Fang Ping continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongye promptly dashed into the house. Retrieving a copper mirror to examine her reflection, her expression growing increasingly radiant. Indeed, it had lightened considerably. What was once a deep red had transformed into a pale hue, nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection. This is wonderful. By the way, brother, shall we postpone our visit to the Jianghu Manor? Why? Do you not wish to marry? Fang Ping inquired, puzzled. Lu Hong gently caressed her cheek and replied, Let us return to that valley. I shall allow the scorpion to sting me once more. Perhaps another shedding will cause the birthmark to disappear entirely. Goodness, what a brilliant idea. Fang Ping jested, lightly tapping her on the head. Have you lost your senses? Should you go through with this, there will be no second scorpion's essence to cure you. Indeed, you are right, brother. I was being foolish, Lu Hongye admitted, her expression tinged with disappointment. As noon approached, Zhou Cheng and the others had prepared the horses. Once everyone was ready, they mounted and set off towards Jianghu Manor. After leaving Tushan County, they traversed another county, where conditions were significantly improved compared to Tushan. The damage caused by the Earth Dragon's upheaval had been greatly mitigated. However, the main roads still bore considerable destruction, with cracks and fallen branches hindering their speed. It wasn't until the third day that they finally arrived at Shizhou Prefecture. where Jinxiashan Manor lay nestled on a hillside south of the city. Miss. As soon as they entered the city, two familiar figures rushed towards them from not far beyond the city gate. One was Lu Hongye's maid, Xiao Tao, and the other was Luan, the leader of the Lu family's black-clad guards. Miss, I am so relieved to see you unharmed, Xiao Tao exclaimed, bursting into tears as she embraced Lu Hongye. All right, Xiao Tao. I am fine, so please do not cry, Lu Hongye comforted the young maid. However, noticing that the black-clad guard appeared injured, with one arm wrapped in white cloth and slung over his shoulder, her expression shifted. And Shu, you are hurt. Were you injured by those mountain bandits? Lu Hongye inquired hastily. Luan opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Just as Xiao Tao had ceased her tears, she burst into sobs once more. No, it was not the bandits, but rather the people from Jinxiashan Manor. Woo, what? Not only was Lu Hongye taken aback, but Fang Ping and several escorts were equally bewildered. Are you not all of one family? How could this have happened? And Shu, please explain what transpired, Lu Hongye urged, her brow furrowing in concern. Luan sighed and said, the young Master Ma Yuan, who was escorting the young lady, was slain by bandits. After the young lady went missing, we brought Master Ma's body back to the Jianghu villa, hoping to borrow some manpower to search for her. However, to our surprise, not only did the villa refuse to send anyone, but they also blamed us for the death of their comrade and drove us away. Furthermore, I have heard. Luan's expression shifted several times, appearing quite troubled, struggling to articulate his words. Beside him, Xiao Tao finally ceased her tears, stamping her foot in indignation, exclaiming, the people from Jianghu villa are a bunch of scoundrels. That Qin Chuan is no better. He intends to abandon the young lady and marry someone else. What did you say? Lu Hongye felt darkness envelop her vision, nearly fainting from the shock. Observing her dazed expression, Luan quickly reassured her. Miss, we have already arranged accommodations at an inn. Let us settle in, and I will explain everything to you. All right. Lu Hongye's head was buzzing, and she hardly registered how they reached the inn. After sitting in the room for a while, she finally regained her composure and promptly inquired about the situation. With a sigh, Luan recounted the events that had transpired since their arrival. After bringing Ma Yuan's body to Jianghu villa and explaining their circumstances, they received no assistance, but rather were met with hostility and were driven away, leaving them utterly frustrated and bewildered. Upon further inquiry, they discovered that Qin Chuan was actually betrothed. This revelation left them even more confused. Was he not supposed to marry their young lady? What could this betrothal possibly mean? Upon investigation, they learned that after a disaster struck Shizhou due to an earthquake, the people of Jianghu villa organized efforts to assist in disaster relief and donated money. Subsequently, the governor of Shizhou, upon learning of this, presented a plaque to Jianghu villa on behalf of the court as a commendation and sought to marry his niece to the young master Qin Chuan. Does the governor of Shizhou not know that Qin Chuan is already pledged? Fang Ping inquired, frowning. How would I know? Luan shook his head. Then surely Jianghu villa ought to provide an explanation regarding the marriage between the Qin and Lu families? Luan's lips quivered slightly, hesitating to speak. After a moment of turmoil, he finally grimaced and said, the people at Jianghu villa claim that since the young lady has been missing for so long, she is either dead or has become the bandit leader's wife, and is thus no longer worthy of their young master. Therefore, they wish to break off the engagement. Well, Fang Ping's lips twitched, thinking to himself that at last, the blame was not on him. They had audaciously shifted the blame for tarnishing someone's reputation onto the bandits. By the way, what of that Lin Xiaodai? Has she not labored in vain? I wonder how she would react upon returning to Jianghu villa, only to learn that Qin Chuan is betrothed to someone else. Her expression would surely be a sight to behold. At this moment, although Fang Ping had yet to meet Qin Chuan, he could not help but feel a deep admiration. Here was a man with an unwed fiancée, a young sister in the family, and yet he was also pursuing the governor's niece, truly a master of romantic entanglements. Alas, a rogue. Miss, are you all right? Upon witnessing Lu Hongye with her head bowed, motionless, Xiao Tao felt a surge of concern. Suddenly, Lu Hongye's shoulders trembled, and with a forceful strike of her palm upon the 8 immortals table, a resounding crash echoed as the table shattered into countless fragments. Miss. Yu Luan's eyes widened in astonishment, pondering when his young mistress had become so formidable. An uncle, please escort Xiao Tao outside. I have matters to discuss with my sworn brother. Luan nodded and led Xiao Tao out of the room. Fang Ping observed the wreckage of the 8 immortals table, arching an eyebrow, contemplating that the inner elixir of that monstrous scorpion must be a rare treasure, and this young lady's prowess was escalating remarkably. Lu Hongye's gaze sharpened, emanating a chilling light as she enunciated with deliberate precision, sworn brother, tell me, Was Lin Xiaodai's actions instigated by Qin Xuan? Fang Ping stroked his chin, pondering momentarily before responding. There likely was no direct instigation. Otherwise, Lin Xiaodai would not have described him as courteous and respectful. However, whether he insinuated or incited her, I cannot say. The audacity. Lu Hongye clenched her fists, her teeth grinding audibly in evident fury. Fang Ping sighed. Do you hold a fondness for Qin Xuan? Lu Hongye hesitated, her expression turning momentarily bewildered. After a prolonged silence, she replied, Our families are bound by a marriage pact. From a young age, I was told I would wed Qin Xuan, and over time, I naturally developed distinct feelings for him. Yet if we speak of affection, I suppose it has not yet blossomed. Then, why such anger? It seems unwarranted. Humph. This Jianghu manor, a so-called prestigious family, is utterly disgraceful. If they are dissatisfied with the marriage, they ought to annul it directly, rather than feign sincerity by coming to my home for a betrothal, creating unnecessary turmoil along the way. It is simply absurd. Fang Ping shook his head, reflecting on how his younger sister, typically so composed, was now expressing fury without resorting to vulgarity, which was indeed remarkable. An idea struck him, and he chuckled. Dear sister, how about this? You draft an annulment letter, and we shall deliver it to Qin Xuan on the day of the engagement, thus humiliating him. What say you? This may not be appropriate. A woman annulling a betrothal with a man is a grave dishonor. They are, after all, from a sect of the martial world. If we provoke them, it could jeopardize the Lu family. Fang Ping scoffed. My foolish sister, they are already intent on harming you and tarnishing your reputation. They have likely discarded any affection between our families long ago. Now, having allied with the governor of Shizhou, they may very well clandestinely threaten the Lu family for their own prestige. What then? They cannot be so deranged, can they? Lu Hongye's eyes widened, finding his words somewhat exaggerated. Human nature is inherently treacherous. A sect capable of producing a disciple like Lin Xiaodai cannot be virtuous. It may be wiser to make this matter public, instilling caution in them. After all, in the Great Zhou dynasty, it is a consensus that martial clans must not act against ordinary families. Chapter 111. Jianghu Manor Sworn Brother. My mind is a bit muddled. Allow me to ponder this matter carefully. Lu Hongye, having heard his words, refrained from making an immediate decision. Very well. After such a long journey, you must be fatigued. Take the time to rest properly. Fang Ping, having spoken, departed from the room. Not far from the door, the maid Xiao Tao was leaning over the railing of the second floor, her eyes fixated on the entrance of the inn. What could captivate her so? With nothing pressing on his mind, Fang Ping approached to greet her. Upon turning her head and seeing him, Xiao Tao hastily exclaimed, Good day, young Master Fang. Fang Ping's lips twitched in irritation as he replied, Did I not request you refrain from calling me young master? With a tilted head, Xiao Tao expressed her confusion. But you are the sworn brother of the young lady. What else should I call you? I am no young master. Simply call me by my name, or Brother Fang will suffice. Very well, young Master Fang. Do as you wish. Fang Ping sighed in resignation. Ever since she learned of his bond with Lu Hongye, she had incessantly addressed him as young master, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. By the way, what were you watching just now? Xiao Tao pointed towards the door, saying, The bodyguards from the Shunfeng escort agency are about to depart. Uncle In is seeing them off. Fang Ping nodded. The original task of the Shunfeng escort agency was to ensure Lu Hongye's safe arrival at the Jianghu mountain manor. However, they likely sensed that the marriage arrangement was doomed, and thus, they needed to extricate themselves promptly. After all, their relationship with the Lu family was merely contractual. It was unreasonable to provoke the Jianghu mountain manor on behalf of the Lus. Moreover, since the manor was merely a dozen miles from the southern gate of Shizhou, there was little danger, and their escorting duties could be deemed fulfilled. By the way, Xiao Tao, how long have you been with the Lu family? Xiao Tao pondered before replying. Approximately 6 or 7 years, I suppose. Are you aware of the true nature of the marriage between the Lu and Qin families? How have their relations been over the years? I only know the general outline. It goes like this. Once upon a time, the grandfathers of Lu Hongye and Qin Xuan adventured together in the martial world and shared a close bond. Even after they both married and had children, their relationship remained cordial, often maintaining correspondence and even arranging a betrothal for their yet-to-be-born grandchildren. However, both elders have since passed away. Lu Hongye's father, unable to excel in martial arts, turned to business, and although he built a considerable fortune, he could hardly be compared to the martial prowess of the Jianghu mountain manor. While the two families still maintain contact, to say they share an intimate relationship would be an exaggeration. As for the betrothal, there were likely no official documents from the government, were there? Fang Ping mused, stroking his chin. Xiao Tao scratched her head. No, when the two elders arranged the engagement, the young lady had not yet been born. Where would such documents come from? They merely exchanged tokens. Fang Ping nodded, his disdain for the Jianghu mountain manor deepening. The absence of official documentation indicated that the marriage lacked any binding force. If the Jianghu mountain manor wished to dissolve the engagement, they merely needed to communicate with the Liu family, or even outright deny it. Yet, they were simultaneously conducting the marriage procession while forcing Lin Xiaodai to undertake those absurd tasks, demonstrating a complete disregard for Liu Hongye's dignity. Previously, he believed Lin Xiaodai's actions stemmed from jealousy, but upon hearing about the engagement, he could no longer maintain that thought. If there were no instigations or insinuations from the Qin family behind this, he would gladly eat his words. After all, the intended betrothed is the niece of the governor of Shizhou, and such matters cannot simply be resolved through casual conversation between two elderly gentlemen. A formal procedure must be adhered to, from the registration documents to the engagement banquet, and one cannot expect it to be accomplished in less than 10 days or half a month. However, at that very moment, Liu Hongye was on her way, yet to encounter the mountain bandits. This illustrates that even in the absence of Lin Xiaodai, they would resort to alternative methods to sabotage the marriage between the two families without tarnishing the reputation of the Qin family. Damn it, utterly shameless. Fang Ping muttered under his breath. Young Master Fang, what are you saying? Xiao Tao, unable to catch his murmurs, inquired. Nothing. Go keep your lady company, he replied. Thus, Xiao Tao departed. Fang Ping wandered around the inn a couple of times, feeling somewhat bored, and decided to leave the establishment, meandering through the city of Shizhou. Although the city had also been affected by the upheaval, the majority of the buildings appeared to be intact, a far cry from the devastation in Chu County. After inquiring a bit, he learned that the total casualties in the city amounted to fewer than 50 people. Do we really need the assistance of the people from the Jianghu manor? Is there a need for the governor to present a plaque? This is utterly perplexing. As night fell, Fang Ping noticed several wanderers dining in an inn by the roadside. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he entered the establishment. After ordering some food and beverages, he took a seat at a nearby table occupied by the wanderers and, once his order arrived, found a convenient topic to strike up a conversation with them. As they engaged in lively discussion, Fang Ping skillfully steered the conversation toward Jianghu manor. Fortuitously, these wanderers were indeed from Shizhou and, without suspicion, began to divulge various pieces of intelligence regarding the manor. The current master of Jianghu manor is known as Qin Lai, who is said to have 2 younger brothers, yet only Qin Lai is a first-rate expert, having ascended to that level just last year. Qin Chuan, his son, possesses considerable strength and has numerous senior brothers, alongside the manor's guards and servants. Fang Ping sought this information to better understand his own position. If Jianghu manor harbored a master-level expert, he would hastily whisk Liu Hongye away to safety if their strength was not so formidable. He would confront them to demand an explanation. A first-rate expert who had just attained their status last year? What was there to fear? Although Fang Ping was not yet a first-rate expert himself, having learned to harness his internal energy, he found that even an ordinary first-rate expert could not easily overpower him. Given the limited strength of Jianghu manor, he felt no trepidation. Nonetheless, whether to confront the manor for an explanation would ultimately depend on Liu Hongye's wishes. After enjoying his meal and drinks with the wanderers, the night had fully enveloped the sky by the time he returned to the inn. Just as he arrived, he spotted Liu Hongye anxiously pacing at the entrance. "Brother, you have returned," Liu Hongye exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Fang Ping. "Are you all right, girl? Why are your eyes so red?" Fang Ping asked, noticing her agitated demeanor. With a smile, Liu Hongye wiped away her tears, her eyes sparkling like stars. "I thought you had left without a word." Fang Ping patted his chest and declared, "What do you take me for? I am not like those scoundrels from the Jianghu mountain manor. Since you have called me brother, how could I abandon you in your time of peril?" Chapter 112. Breaking into the mountain. Liu Hongye's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, I trust you, brother. But have you considered whether we should seek an explanation from the Jianghu mountain manor? Rest assured, I have inquired about their strength. It is rather mediocre. With my protection, they shall not harm a single hair on your head." Clenching her teeth, Liu Hongye asserted, "Younger sister has made up her mind. We shall go. Moreover, I have already instructed uncle and to send a letter by carrier pigeon to my father, urging him to lead the Liu family away from Pingtang County to settle in the capital, regardless of what transpires at Jianghu mountain manor. At least my father and the others shall not be implicated. As an unfilial daughter, I can finally rest easy." Fang Ping's eyes brightened. This sister had even arranged for subsequent matters, demonstrating her resolve to fight back fiercely. He appreciated her newfound spirit, having observed her previously rigid demeanor over the past few days. The idea of relocating the Liu family to the capital was indeed wise, for in the capital, Ordinary practitioners of the martial arts would hardly dare to act recklessly, especially those from established families like the Jianghu mountain manor. After all, one can escape the monk. But not the temple. Does your Lu family have connections in the capital? Fang Ping inquired with curiosity. Lu Hongye nodded, then shook her head. It can be said we do, or it can be said we do not. What does that mean? Have you heard of the Lu family in the capital? The one related to Commander Lu Gang of the Imperial Guards? Fang Ping nodded, recalling that he was acquainted with their eldest daughter, Lu Linglong, though their relationship was rather tenuous. Are you from the same Lu family? Lu Hongye gave a wry smile. Not quite. We are distantly related. However, over the years, my father has forged some connections through business and has even elevated our ancestral ties by marrying into some relatives, making it feasible for us to settle in the capital. My father has long harbored intentions to conduct business there, so this is quite fortuitous. After conversing for a while longer, the inn had closed for the night, and they feared disturbing other guests, thus returning to their respective rooms. In the following 2 days, they spent their time chatting, exploring the city of Shirvo, and even visited a temple to formally conduct a brotherhood ceremony, further solidifying their bond. As the third day dawned, the day of the engagement banquet at Jianghu Mountain Manor had arrived. They set off early, prepared, and mounted their horses towards the manor. After a brisk ride of several miles, they halted their steeds at a distance from the manor. Uncle In, Lu Hongye instructed. You and the others stay here and watch over the horses. Brother and I will proceed together. Uncle In, with his arm still bandaged, understood that even if he and a few black-clad guards ventured forth, they would be of little assistance, as their martial skills were only sufficient to contend with ordinary foes. Miss, perhaps we should reconsider. It would be wiser to endure a silent grievance than to risk everything in a fight to the death. Lu Hongye shook her head resolutely. Uncle In, I have made up my mind. There is no need for further persuasion. The Qin family is heartless, so they should not blame me for being merciless. Luan found himself at a loss for words. The Jingxiashan villa was indeed rather unreasonable, leaving him to let out a series of sighs. Fang Ping and Lu Hongye exchanged glances and dismounted, embarking on foot. After a considerable stroll, they finally arrived at the foot of a grand mountain. This mountain, known as Jinshan, stretched for dozens of miles, its verdant trees and melodious birdsong rendering it a truly enchanting locale, with the Jingxiashan villa perched gracefully on its slopes. As it was still early, they planned to stir up trouble when the venue was bustling, intending to make their presence known at midday when the feast would officially commence. The path up Jinshan had evidently been well maintained. Fang Ping and Lu Hongye ambled along, engaging in light-hearted banter, as though they were merely enjoying a leisurely outing in the mountains. After an hour, many guests began to trickle onto the mountain path, presumably arriving for the engagement banquet at Jingxiashan Villa. Among them were common folk, as well as those from the martial world armed with blades. All right, sister. It's our time to make an entrance, Fang Ping remarked, noting that the hour was ripe and the anticipated guest had arrived. However, upon turning, he noticed Lu Hongye adjusting her veil, frowning as she did so. What is the purpose of that? Lu Hongye's cheeks flushed. In such a public setting, I feel rather uncomfortable. My foolish sister, Fang Ping replied, we are here to create a stir. By veiling your face, you diminish your presence. Moreover, since your birthmark has faded significantly in your current guise, you are likely the most captivating in the entire Jingxiashan villa. Why don this unnecessary covering? Really? Lu Hongye expressed a hint of disbelief. Indeed, I would not deceive you. Just as you are, you shall outshine Qin Chuan's fiancé, leaving him filled with regret. Very well, I shall heed my brother's advice. Lu Hongye smiled, gracefully tossing the veil into the wind. As they conversed, they rounded a bend and could finally see the grand entrance of Jingxiashan Villa. May I ask, do you possess an invitation? Two individuals clad in azure garments halted their advance on the path. Fang Ping observed the characters for Jin Shou emblazoned on their chests and the swords they bore at their waists, deducing they were likely guards of the villa. Invitation? Do you have any inkling of our identities? Uttering our names could very well frighten you. The guards were taken aback, hastily clasping their fists in greeting. Might you enlighten us with your names? If you truly lack an invitation, I could still inform the steward, and with his word, you may be permitted entry. Finding their assumption amusing, Fang Ping replied, I am Fang Ping. Have you heard of me? Fang Ping? Who is that? The guards exchanged puzzled glances, having not heard of him. Fear not, after today, you shall know me well. Fang Ping turned, gesturing towards Lu Hongye. This young lady's name may ring a bell. She is Lu Hongye, hailing from Tongzhou, Pingtang County, and she is the fiancée of your esteemed young master, Qin Chuan. Lu Hongye shot him a disapproving glance, but remained silent. Upon hearing Lu Hongye's name, the guards visibly trembled. Gentlemen, at this juncture, it would be wise to Take your leave. Huh. Leaving is not an option. We have come specifically to annul the engagement. If the betrothal is not rescinded. Pray tell, what of the young lady from the governor's family? Shall she be relegated to a lesser role? Two guards felt a bit dazed. Although they found his reasoning somewhat convincing, they still hesitated to let them pass. Gentlemen, it is our duty. My brother and I cannot. Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Ping struck him on the neck with a palm, causing him to collapse on the mountain path, being merely laborers. Fang Ping did not wish to complicate matters for them, and simply rendered them unconscious. After walking a short distance, they finally arrived at the entrance of the splendid mountain villa, where a dozen guards were stationed, just as Fang Ping contemplated giving them a thrashing. His eyes suddenly caught sight of a large boulder, towering over a person, which appeared rather out of place. The rock bore signs of having recently tumbled down, likely dislodged by an earthquake days prior. With a swift turn of his mind, he approached it. Lift this for me, Fang Ping commanded as he tensed his arm muscles, hoisting the massive stone high above his head. What are you doing? The guards at the entrance noticed something amiss and rushed over. Listen here. People of the splendid mountain villa, your esteemed Fang Ping has arrived, accompanied by Lu Hongye, to pay respects. I dare you to stop me. With a thunderous shout, Fang Ping hurled the boulder towards the villa's grand entrance. With a resounding crash, the once opulent doors vanished without a trace, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. The guards who had rushed over were left in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear. This enormous boulder had been immovable for days, requiring several men to budge it. Yet here was this formidable figure who lifted it single-handedly and cast it across a great distance. How could they not be terrified, although they drew their swords? These guards lacked the courage to confront him. Fang Ping flashed a toothy grin, causing them to retreat in alarm. Sister, how do you find our display? Would you say we have made a strong first impression? Fang Ping beamed, patting his arm with pride as he turned to Lu Hongye. She nodded in agreement, chuckling, Indeed. Brother, your strength is remarkable. Ha ha ha, let us proceed inside. Stop them. One guard shouted, and finally, a dozen men charged forward with their blades drawn. Fang Ping smirked, deftly shaking his cold iron staff, which knocked the swords from the hands of the first two assailants. In swift succession, he struck them down, rendering them unconscious. The guards, possessing only average skills, fell before him with ease, some knocked out, others injured, but he refrained from inflicting fatal blows. After all, they were still in the phase of courtesy before conflict. Should they persist in obstructing his path once the confrontation escalated, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. Stepping over the shattered remains of the villa's entrance, the duo entered the splendid mountain villa. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, but upon entry, they discovered the villa was quite expansive. Not far from the entrance flowed a small stream, likely cascading down from the mountains, spanned by a stone bridge. Crossing the bridge, after walking several paces, three figures suddenly emerged from the doorway ahead. A middle-aged man in his 40s wielded a wicked blade, flanked by two young men brandishing long swords. As the middle-aged man approached Fang Ping and his companion, he inquired, what transpired at the entrance? There are intruders in the mountains, replied Fang Ping, clutching his staff. Humph. How dare they wreak havoc at my Jianghu manor? They shall certainly meet their demise, he declared, hastily striding towards the entrance with two young men in tow. Fang Ping and Lu Hongye exchanged amused glances, finding the situation somewhat comical. Yet, it was not long before the middle-aged man returned, evidently informed by the guards that the two were indeed the intruders. You two, halt. How dare you mock me? Are you courting death? Fang Ping feigned innocence. Do not wrongfully accuse others. If your own mind is muddled, do not blame others. Pray tell, who might you be? With a flourish of his ghostly blade, the middle-aged man bellowed, I am Qin Zhong, the third master of Jianghu manor. Who are you two, and why have you trespassed upon my estate? At this juncture, Lu Hongye interjected, by familial hierarchy, I ought to address you as third uncle. I am Lu Hongye, and it is a pleasure to meet you. The man's brow twitched as he frowned. You are the daughter of the Lu family? Indeed, she affirmed. Did you come specifically to cause trouble? Fang Ping interjected. Not at all. We have come solely to annul a betrothal. If the engagement is not rescinded, how would the magistrate's daughter attain a rightful status? Annulment would benefit the Qin family, the Lu family, and the magistrate's family alike. How can this be construed as causing chaos? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhang's expression darkened. You merely seek the annulment document. Depart at once, and my Qin family shall provide it to you. Having previously offered Qin Zhong a courtesy, Lu Hongye now felt only disdain for the Qin family upon hearing his words. There is no need for such trouble. The Qin family, engaged to the magistrate's daughter, cannot even spare a moment to draft an annulment letter, which speaks volumes of their busyness. However, I am quite at leisure and have made a special trip from Pingtang County specifically to present the annulment letter to Qin Chuan before the engagement banquet. Thus, their engagement would be legitimate. What say you, third uncle? As she spoke, Lu Hongye produced a letter from her sleeve, shaking it slightly, the words annulment letter inscribed on the envelope. My Qin family has never issued an annulment letter. Where did you acquire this? Qin Zhong appeared somewhat befuddled until one of his disciples whispered in his ear, prompting an immediate transformation of his demeanor into one of furious indignation. You, a woman, daring to annul a betrothal with a man? How utterly audacious. Such an act is unprecedented. Fang Ping, unimpressed, cleared his ears and scoffed. Why shout so loudly? If it has never occurred before, is it not happening today? Qin Chuan shall be the first man in history to be annulled by a woman. What a remarkable distinction. Others would envy him. Yet you, Qin family, should rejoice. You speak nonsense. Depart at once. Out of respect for our family's past connections, I shall not pursue this further. If you persist, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Qin Zhong warned, his face a stormy shade of iron. Heh, all this talk is pointless. It ultimately comes down to whose fist is stronger. Fang Ping stepped forward, brandishing the cold iron staff in his hand, and declared, if you can defeat my staff, I shall leave willingly. If not, what is there to discuss? Impudent brat. Behold my blade. Qin Zhong swung his ghost-headed knife horizontally before lunging straight at Fang Ping's chest. Fang Ping, wielding his staff with a single hand, attempted to deflect the knife, aiming to send it flying. Yet, Qin Zhong, a seasoned veteran, recognized the formidable strength displayed at the entrance of the Jianghu mountain villa and was not about to let his weapon come into contact with Fang Ping's staff so easily. He crouched low, evading the staff, and swiftly targeted Fang Ping's legs. Fang Ping sidestepped the ghost-headed knife, swinging his staff overhead in a powerful downward strike towards Qin Zhong. With a resounding crash, the blow shattered several pieces of the stone pavement beneath them. Nevertheless, Qin Zhong remained unscathed, raising his knife once more to strike. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in over 20 exchanges, their weapons never meeting. Growing weary of the monotony, Fang Ping, with a clever glint in his eye, combined his staff assaults with a few palm strikes. Indeed, as Qin Zhong continued to parry, one of Fang Ping's palms met his, and their hands momentarily adhered together. Huh, you foolish boy, what good is your external training if my internal energy invades your meridians? You are destined to lose. Qin Zhong exclaimed, his expression triumphant. However, his amusement soon faded as he felt something amiss. Your internal energy? Why? Humph, how naive. Who told you that external training negates internal strength? Take this, mountain pushing palm. Fang Ping bellowed, unleashing a surge of power that sent Qin Zhong crashing against a nearby wall. Chapter 114. Receive my palm after sending Qin Zhong flying. Fang Ping examined his palm, pondering that relying solely on internal energy was insufficient. He needed further practice. Coughing, Qin Zhong rose to his feet, his internal energy in turmoil as he warily regarded Fang Ping. Who are you? And why do you meddle in the affairs of the Qin and Lu families? I am your father, Fang Ping quipped, taking advantage of the moment. You. Qin Zhong was infuriated, but realizing he could not defeat Fang Ping, he turned and fled, dragging his ghost-headed knife behind him. The two young disciples he had brought along, seeing their master retreat, quickly followed suit. Red Leaf, let us go? The pair walked a short distance before rounding a decorative wall, revealing a spacious square. The square was adorned with 2 or 3 dozen banquet tables, all filled with guests. At the far end stood an imposing building, likely the main hall for receiving visitors at Jianghu Mountain Villa. In front of the hall stood several individuals, and Qin Zhong was engaged in conversation with a man of similar age, presumably Qin Lai, the head of the Qin family. Although the square was some distance from the entrance of Jianghu Mountain Villa, many had still heard Fang Ping's shout. Moreover, the sight of Qin Zhong appearing with a knife was exceedingly disheveled, prompting many guests in the square to speculate that something untoward had transpired at the Jiangxian Villa. Indeed, as Fang Ping and Lu Hongye made their entrance, dozens of curious gazes turned in their direction. Esteemed guests, I trust you are all enjoying your meals and drinks. Fang Ping proclaimed, his demeanor unabashed as he greeted the patrons, hastily guiding the somewhat embarrassed Lu Hongye to a spot not far from the main hall. Ah, you must be the niece of Lu. I am your uncle Qin Lai. Might we discuss matters privately in the back hall? The individual who had spoken with Qin Zhong stepped forward. Beside Qin Lai, a remarkably handsome youth approached as well, adding, Indeed, Sister Hongye, if there is something amiss, we can converse behind closed doors to avoid any public embarrassment. Lu Hongye lifted her gaze and observed the youth before her, whose lips were red and teeth white. Undeniably the epitome of a refined gentleman. With a slight sigh, she remarked, You are Qin Chuan, are you not? Qin Chuan nodded, responding, I am surprised that Sister Hongya remembers me. Have we met before? Lu Hongya furrowed her brow, unable to recall their prior encounter. Your uncle Lu brought you to Jingxiashan Villa over a decade ago. Have you forgotten, Sister Hongya? She shook her head. Perhaps I was too young to remember. I have come today not for any other reason, but to dissolve the engagement between the Qin and Lu families. Here, take this. Fang Ping, wary of an unexpected violent outburst, accepted the letter of disengagement from Lu Hongya's hand, positioning himself defensively in front of her. Hey, all you Qin folks, I've spit. You all share the surname Qin. Qin Chuan, come and take this, he proclaimed, raising the letter high and shaking it vigorously. There were indeed numerous individuals from the martial world present, many of whom were skilled and perceptive. Word quickly spread amongst the guests, and soon the entire square was abuzz with whispers regarding the nature of the letter. A letter of disengagement? The Qin family had an engagement with another family? I knew it. That scoundrel Qin Chuan must have stirred up trouble and now faces the consequences. How audacious of the Qin family to pursue an alliance with the governor's family while still entangled with others. How intriguing that a woman would arrive at the man's household to dissolve an engagement. This will surely become a celebrated tale. Celebrated tale, indeed. How could the Jingxiashan Villa, a family of the martial world, tolerate such a public humiliation? These two are as good as doomed. The onlookers were a mixed crowd, some aligned with the Jingxiashan Villa, glaring at Fang Ping and his companions, while others reveled in the spectacle. And some even fanned the flames of discord. At that moment, Qin Chuan suddenly sighed, saying, Sister Hongya, our families share a history. I had no intention of exposing your misdeeds to the public, but your insistence leaves me no choice. Do not blame the Qin family for lacking propriety. Lu Hongya raised an eyebrow, retorting, Is that so? I would very much like to hear what these alleged misdeeds entail. Qin Chuan proclaimed loudly, Esteemed guests, it is indeed true that the Qin family and the Lu family had an engagement. Qin Chuan eloquently recounted a lengthy narrative, conveying that the marriage had been arranged by two elderly men without any official documentation, rendering it null and void. Furthermore, given the prolonged absence of affection between him and Lu Hongya, he intended to withdraw from the engagement. The emissaries dispatched for this purpose were Ma Yuan and Lin Xiaodai. Recently, I received a carrier pigeon message from Sister Lin, which revealed that during their visit to the Lu family, they had witnessed Miss Lu in a clandestine liaison with a rogue. Fearing that their disgraceful actions would be exposed, the Lu family resorted to extreme measures against my junior disciples, even going so far as to return the corpse of my disciple Ma Yuan to the manor as a warning. Alas, my sister Lin has remained silent ever since, and it is likely that she too has fallen victim to their treachery. As Qin Chuan spoke passionately, tears welled in his eyes, evoking sorrow in those who listened. Fang Ping was astonished, exclaiming incredulously that it was as if the Jinxiu manor were the victims in this scenario, while the Lu family appeared as the aggressors. How could a mere merchant family dare to act so brazenly? They were nothing but licentious individuals, yet they had the audacity to behave so outrageously at Jinxiu Manor. Indeed, Qin Chuan, out of regard for the long-standing friendship between their families, was magnanimous and chose not to retaliate. Yet, how could they take such liberties? Although Qin Chuan's words were riddled with inconsistencies, only Fang Ping and a few others could discern the absurdity. The majority, having not experienced the unfolding events, were easily swayed by rhetoric. The situation had always been murky and difficult to clarify. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's assertions, Lu Hongya should have been infuriated, yet for reasons unknown, she remained remarkably composed, as if observing a monkey capering about before her. Qin Chuan, dare you accept a single strike from me? Lu Hongya suddenly fixed her gaze on him. What did you say? Qin Chuan was taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. She continued, although I hail from a merchant family, I have trained in martial arts since childhood and recently encountered a fortuitous event that has refined my skills. Will you accept my strike? Afterward, I shall cease my entanglements and depart. Are you serious? Qin Chuan questioned, his skepticism evident. He was well aware that while Lu Hongya had some martial capability, she was unlikely to match even an ordinary guard from Jinxiu Manor. Though I am a woman, I understand the gravity of my words, she replied. Very well. In the spirit of our family's friendship, I shall accept your challenge. Qin Chuan, fully cognizant of the absurdity of his previous statements, merely wished to expedite Lu Hongya's departure. Sister, are you certain you want to do this? Fang Ping inquired, bewildered by her sudden desire to engage in combat. Lu Hongya smiled reassuringly. Brother, there is no need for concern. I have my own calculations. Just be sure of your intentions, he cautioned. With a gentle smile, Lu Hongya stepped forward, swiftly performing a series of intricate gestures with her hands, one raised toward the heavens and the other pointing to the ground. Fang Ping shook his head, convinced he was hallucinating. It appeared as though a dark, clawed silhouette had materialized behind his sister. What on earth is that? He wondered, rubbing his eyes, yet the shadow remained, hovering ominously behind Lu Hongye. Moreover, he observed that he was not alone. After the emergence of that shadow, several guests had already risen, visibly agitated. What could that shadow be? Surely, it cannot be a ghost. In broad daylight, where would a specter come from? Such a rarity is certainly an anomaly. What is an anomaly? It is an illusion born of a particular form of extraordinary skill, akin to the radiance of a sword or the force of a blade. But what purpose does this anomaly serve? It seems to be of little use. Is it merely for show? Are you jesting? Although anomalies cannot inflict harm, the skills that generate them are invariably of the highest caliber, a rarity in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Thus, it becomes clear. This young woman ought to have been a bride of the Qin family, and now, having escalated to the point of armed confrontation, the Qin family suffers greatly. Alas, they are blind to the truth. Among the guests, there were evidently those well-versed in worldly affairs, and after a flurry of discussions, Fang Ping, who had been listening intently, grasped the general idea. When I was studying at the Qingyang Academy, why did old Qian never mention this anomaly to me? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that during his time at the academy, he had always posed the questions, and only then did old Qian provide explanations, having never encountered such a phenomenon. He had naturally never inquired about it. This phenomenon appeared to transcend mere martial prowess. It resembled something akin to the cultivation of immortality or high-level martial arts. However, when first-rate masters engage in combat, their various colored energies fill the air. I have yet to witness battles between Grandmasters. I wonder if they would be even more astonishing than this anomaly. Fang Ping's mind whirled as he recalled the earlier event in the valley. When Lu Hongye had practiced the incantation from the jade slip, and dark energy had emanated from her body. It had only been a few days since then, and that dark energy had already taken on a humanoid form. He remained uncertain about the true nature of this anomaly. Qin Chuan, dare you accept my palm? Lu Hongye's brows arched, and the icy glare in her eyes shot towards Qin Chuan like a dart. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan had confidently pounded his chest in agreement. But upon hearing Lu Hongye's repeated inquiry and witnessing the shadow behind her, he hesitated for a considerable time before slowly nodding. After all, if he were to go back on his word in front of all these guests, he could forget about making a name for himself in the martial world. Little Hongye, come forth. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward, standing before Lu Hongye. After this palm strike today, our families shall have no further entanglements. Let us exchange strikes. With a firm command, Lu Hongye delivered her palm strike. Noticing the dark energy swirling around her hand, Qin Chuan dared not be negligent. He summoned all his internal strength to his palm and met hers head-on. Is Qin Chuan truly going to receive the strike with his hand? Ridiculous. Would he use his face instead? With such bravado earlier, I had expected him to at least take the hit on his chest. Yet, considering that the young lady had manifested an anomaly, if he were to receive it with his chest, he would surely be buried on the spot. The surrounding guests continued to murmur, with some expressing disdain for Qin Chuan while others offered understanding. As Qin Chuan and Lu Hongye's palms collided, merely a few breaths later, Qin Chuan staggered, and then was sent flying by an immense force, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. Chuaner! With a startled exclamation, Qin Lai swiftly embraced Qin Chuan, only to witness dark tendrils still coiling around Qin Chuan's arm. These sinister shadows transformed into a claw-like appendage, lunging towards Qin Chuan's heart. Begone! Qin Lai, a master of exceptional prowess, unleashed his strength, dispersing the ominous claw. Sister, are you unharmed? Fang Ping inquired. Noticing Lu Hongye's complexion turn ashen after she had unleashed her palm strike, he rushed to support her. At that moment, the dark silhouette that lingered behind Lu Hongye dissipated, revealing a faint smile. I am fine, brother. Let us depart. Fang Ping nodded, assisting Lu Hongye as they prepared to leave. You shameless couple. You have injured my son and dare to leave? A striking woman in her 30s emerged from the back of the main hall, hurling insults at Fang Ping and his companion. With a wave of her hand, several guards surrounded them. Fang Ping understood that they were entangled in a predicament from which escape would not be easily achieved. And who might you be? Qin Chuan just agreed that after one strike, all grievances would be resolved. How is it that you now wish to renege on that? The woman, with her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury, retorted coldly, I am Qin Chuan's mother. Is it not enough that the Lu family's young lady consorts with rogues at home? Now she has brought you, this paramour, to cause trouble at my Jingxiashan villa. You are truly shameless. You have harmed my son, and you shall pay with your lives. What a madwoman! Is your tongue as foul as your behavior? Fang Ping grinned. Madam, you have misunderstood. Hongye and I are merely sworn siblings. In my heart, there is but one lady, and that is you. Have you forgotten our delightful night together at the inn in Shizhou? You even asked me to call you sweetheart. You, silence yourself. How outrageous. Guards, seize them. Furious, Madame Qin's face turned crimson as she waved her hands frantically, commanding the guards to advance. However, these guards were not foolish. They recognized their inability to overpower Fang Ping and merely circled around him with their weapons drawn, unwilling to engage. Oh dear. Do you think of me so fondly, madam? If that is the case, why not come over and give me a kiss? Capturing me would only lead to further complications. Brat, you will regret those words. If you dare to speak such nonsense before my sister-in-law again, I shall cleave you in two. A man in his 40s, wielding two formidable axes, approached with a fierce expression. And you are? Fang Ping asked, his eyes narrowing. I am Qin Yong, the second master of Jianghu Villa. Fang Ping rolled his eyes and chuckled. Oh, even Qin Lai remained silent. Yet you, the second uncle, are so eager. Could it be that you share a secret with my sister-in-law? You seek death. Qin Yong, clearly hot-tempered, could no longer tolerate Fang Ping's provocations and swung his axe towards him. Come at me. Fang Ping was unafraid, wielding his staff with one hand, executing a maneuver that met the axe head-on. With a resounding clash, the axe was sent flying, causing Qin Yong to stagger back in surprise. Fang Ping did not pursue him, but instead turned to Qin Lai, his expression stern. Master Qin, what do you have to say in front of all these guests? Qin Lai, cradling the unconscious Qin Chuan, underwent a series of expressions before saying, My son has been harmed by the technique of that girl Liu. You may leave. But leave the technique behind to heal my son. Fang Ping let out a cold laugh. It seemed they had set their sights on the skills of his beloved sister. Displaying utter shamelessness, brandishing his staff, he pointed at the Qin family members and bellowed, Qin Zhang, Qin Yong, Qin Lai, your names are commendable, yet you, a band of unfaithful, cowardly, and lackluster individuals, are nothing but a farce. Today, I shall declare this only once. Those who dare to obstruct my path shall be my enemies. Regardless of life or death, who among you will come first? Chapter 116. Do not be like Billy and the surrounding guests, witnessing the impending conflict, began to disperse rapidly, especially those lacking martial prowess. However, a few who were skilled in combat, emboldened by their abilities, remained to observe the unfolding drama. Brother, let us join forces. This fellow possesses divine strength and formidable internal energy. We cannot confront him head-on. Qin Zhong urged Qin Yong. With one wielding a ghost-headed blade and the other brandishing a decorated axe, they charged at Fang Ping from either side. Fang Ping swung his cold iron staff, engaging with the two. Both adversaries relied on brute strength, but they soon found themselves at a disadvantage against Fang Ping. Although they had the advantage of numbers, their speed paled in comparison to his, and within mere moments, they began to falter. After exchanging blows for over 20 encounters, their exhaustion became evident. At that pivotal moment, a figure darted through the gap between them, swiftly delivering a palm strike aimed at Fang Ping's face. It was none other than Qin Lai, the master of the Jianghu Villa. One could not deny the swiftness of a top-tier expert. Fang Ping barely registered the movement before it was too late to evade, forcing him to raise his staff defensively. The impact resonated with a buzzing sound, propelling Fang Ping backward for quite a distance. Brother, are you all right? Lu Hongye exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to assess him. I'm fine. With such feeble attempts, he cannot harm me. Fang Ping reassured her with a wave of his hand, signaling her to relax. Having withstood Qin Lai's strike, Fang Ping had gained insight into his strength, formidable yet limited. His Hunyuan Gong could withstand Qin Lai's internal energy, and coupled with his golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, Qin Lai was indeed incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Soothing Lu Hongye, he leaped once more to confront the three members of the Qin family, shouting, I fear not a 3-on-1. Come at me. With a flourish of his staff, he unleashed the techniques of the wind and wave staff, executing a move that conjured a tempest, charging towards the three opponents. Spring breezes were crisp, winds and rains whispered of desolation. The rain of life fell like a mist. Fang Ping had chosen the wind and wave staff not only for its striking elegance and considerable power, but also for its ability to build momentum. As the staff danced in his hands, the internal energy infused within surged, creating waves that grew ever larger, enveloping him in a whirlwind of force. Initially, the three members of the Qin family held the upper hand, as Qin Lai's speed significantly outpaced Fang Ping's, allowing him to land occasional strikes. As the momentum of Fang Ping's stormy staff surged forth, the air around him became thick with palpable energy. Although Qin Lai managed to maintain his composure, his two brothers began to struggle with their agility. While they possessed considerable strength, a direct hit from Fang Ping's staff could prove fatal or leave them severely injured. Just as the four of them reached a stalemate, the alluring Madame Qin began to incite chaos once more. You bunch of useless fools, what are you standing around for? That boy is fierce. Go capture that wretched girl. The Qin family had numerous disciples and guards, and upon hearing her command, They hastily armed themselves and surged towards Lu Hongye. Although Lu Hongye had manifested a shadowy anomaly, she remained somewhat bewildered, having only enhanced her inner strength. Her martial prowess was still rather mediocre. Surrounded by a throng of sword-wielding assailants, she soon found herself in peril. You despicable scoundrels! Do you not uphold any semblance of chivalry? Fang Ping's frustration reached its peak. With a flourish of his staff, he suddenly swung the cold iron staff horizontally, dispersing the potent energy he had painstakingly gathered. The violent force not only forced Qin Lai to stagger back several steps but also sent Qin Zhong and Qin Yang reeling in disarray. This maneuver was initially intended to catch them off guard and potentially eliminate Qin Zhong or Qin Yang with a single strike. However, as they faltered, Fang Ping realized he could not seize the opportunity to finish them off, for Lu Hongye was on the verge of being slain. Having repelled the three patriarchs of the Qin family, Fang Ping leaped in front of Lu Hongye. He swung his cold iron staff with ferocity, shattering several weapons in the process and reducing 3 or 4 assailants' heads to pulp, causing blood to rain down like a crimson storm. This display of ferocity sent the disciples and guards of Jianghu Mountain Villa fleeing in terror. Yet, before Fang Ping could turn around, he received a blow from Qin Lai to his back. Without looking back, he swung his staff to push Qin Lai away. You rogue, is ambush all you know? You disgrace the title of patriarch. The strike landed solidly on Fang Ping's back. Although it did not breach his defenses, it still left him feeling discomfort. Brother, you're bleeding. Lu Hongye, still recovering from the 2 cuts she had sustained, appeared somewhat disheveled, with blood staining her garments, though her wounds were not deep. Upon seeing Fang Ping's blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, she expressed concern with alarm. Fang Ping wiped the corner of his mouth and rolled his eyes. Silly sister, what are you looking at? I bit my tongue too hard. It's just gum bleeding. It's all my fault for dragging you into this. Hey, are you even listening to me? At this moment, Lu Hongye's demeanor shifted again. A dark silhouette re-emerged behind her. Previously, it had been merely a person's height, but now it loomed at nearly 10 feet tall, its claws bared, startling Fang Ping. Lu Hongye glared at the Qin family members, her left hand forming a seal as she chanted incantations. The shadow towering behind her suddenly sprang to life, opening its mouth to emit a chilling howl. Roar from the shadow, dozens of claws composed of dark energy erupted forth, lunging toward the surrounding members of the Qin family. The 3 lords of the Qin family stood momentarily dumbfounded, but their internal energy surged forth, scattering the black claws that reached toward them, although they remained unharmed. The disciples and guards suffered greatly. Those struck by the black claws immediately collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and crying out in distress. What you are exhibiting is not a profound technique, but rather dark sorcery. Qin Lai shouted to the remaining martial artists, esteemed guests. I implore you to assist me in capturing this demoness. If she is allowed to escape today, who knows how many lives will be lost to this malevolent sorcery. At this moment, Fang Ping was also taken aback. What Lu Hongye displayed was undeniably invaluable, regardless of its nature. Those who had gathered to observe were no ordinary individuals. Should they all rush forward, it would indeed spell trouble. Just then, an elderly monk stepped forward from the crowd. Amitabha, he intoned, dear lady, please cease your actions and refrain from slaying the innocent. As he spoke, the old monk clapped his hands together, sending forth a wave of golden ripples that dispersed the dark energy surrounding the disciples of the Jingxiashan manor. Fang Ping exclaimed, good heavens, another top-tier expert. What chaos are you stirring up, monk? The elderly monk appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, somewhat emaciated, draped in a robe that suggested a certain standing. With just a single gesture, Fang Ping realized that this was indeed another master, and one far more formidable than Qin Lai. With a gasp, Lu Hongye spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion as pale as paper, and the shadow behind her vanished once more. Fang Ping pointed his staff at the monk and questioned, who are you, monk? Do you intend to aid the Qin family against us? The monk replied, I am Siku, hailing from the Weituo temple, and I do not seek enmity with you. However, the techniques of this lady are excessively sinister. Should she continue to kill, she risks descending into the path of darkness, hence my intervention. Should we then express our gratitude to the master? Fang Ping retorted, somewhat irritable. Siku shook his head gently. This lady possesses remarkable talent, and her techniques are indeed unique. Yet, her foundation is far too weak to wield such power. If she persists in forcing its use, she may succumb to madness and perish on the spot. Fang Ping raised an eyebrow, sensing that something about the technique was indeed amiss, but lacking the experience to articulate his thoughts. Then what do you propose, master? Siku joined his hands in prayer. May the Buddha's compassion guide you. This lady may accompany me back to Weituo Temple, where she can study her techniques alongside the teachings of Buddhism. In doing so, She may resolve the malevolence inherent in her powers. With her understanding and aptitude, she could attain the status of a bodhisattva within a century. You wish to take my sister back to the temple? Fang Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, that is my intention, the monk affirmed. How dare you? Fang Ping exclaimed as he swung his staff, aiming for the monk's head. With a resounding clang, a halo of golden light enveloped Siku, as though he were encased within a great golden bell. I must report this. Someone is using hacks. Why does his golden bell shield have effects while mine does not? And is there anyone to manage this? With a single strike, Fang Ping found that the old monk remained unscathed, prompting an internal lament. However, the golden bell shield employed by the old monk was not the external technique, but rather the manifestation of internal energy for protection. Master Siku glanced at Fang Ping with mild surprise and inquired, Esteemed benefactor, our Weituo Temple has intentions to cultivate your sister into a future bodhisattva. Why do you display such anger? Fang Ping mused to himself, is this fellow mocking me, or is he simply out of his mind? Amidst the remaining guests, a short, stout man adorned in silk stepped forward, continuously tossing a few dice in his hands, saying, Master Siku, this young brother seems to think of you as a monk who abducts women. Master Siku, taken aback, swiftly waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. This young lady possesses extraordinary talents rarely seen in a century. I indeed wish to nurture her, not to harm her. The stout man shook his head, Master Siku. The young brother does not know you or your character. How can he discern whether you are good or ill? As a monk, you wish to take a woman away. Who else would you strike? Alas, I am not an ill-intentioned person, Master Siku said. The stout man stepped forward, smiling. I am Wan Baqian, the esteemed manager of the treasure pavilion in Shizhou. This young lady's abilities are remarkable, and she herself is exceptional. Would she be willing to join our treasure pavilion? I can resolve any grievances between you and the Jianghu manor. At that moment, the expressions of the three manor lords from Jianghu turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, feeling utterly disregarded despite having hosted a meal. Fang Ping and Lu Hongya exchanged glances and shook their heads. While Weituo Temple and the treasure pavilion indeed wield significant influence, entering would make it difficult to exit. And they were not familiar with these individuals. Who could say what their true intentions were? They might even sell them out for profit. Apologies. We have grown accustomed to our freedom and have no intention of joining you. Fang Ping firmly declined. Master Siku, taken aback, replied, Benefactor, you misunderstand. I merely invited this young lady to Weituo Temple. Your expression bears no hint of Zen, thus you are not suited for our Buddhist path. Believe me, I could strike you down with a single blow, Fang Ping retorted. Meanwhile, the stout man Wan Bachin chuckled, this young lady is a treasure, while the young brother here is merely a piece of iron, unworthy of entering my treasure pavilion. However, if you are interested in selling that staff, I would offer a handsome price. I shall not sell it, Fang Ping frowned, uncertain whether declining these characters would lead them to turn against him and Lu Hongye, aiding Jianghu manor in their pursuit. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he said, speaking of the treasure pavilion, I sold 2 fine pieces of ebony in Chu County a few days ago. I wonder if Manager 1 has heard of this? Wan Baqian's eyes sparkled. As the manager of the Shizhou pavilion, I certainly know of this. Those 2 pieces of ebony were sold by you, young brother? Fang Ping continued, indeed. Those pieces were salvaged from a house in a valley. A house made of ebony is quite a substantial endeavor. And I believe the technique of this young lady originates from there as well. Wan Baqian's eyes gleamed even brighter. Fang Ping nodded and said, indeed. The location of the valley lies 30 miles northeast of Chu County, nestled within the Great Mountains. Surrounding the valley are sheer cliffs and precipices. I even used wooden wedges to carve a path through the mountain seams, and if we hurry, we should still be able to see it. Are you truly serious, young brother? Wan Baqian inquired with a solemn expression. Of course it is true. By the way, within that valley lies a collapsed tomb passage leading to a grand sepulchre. With the strength of the treasure pavilion, we may uncover a wealth of treasures. Good, ha ha ha. Wan Baqian laughed once more. If your information proves to be accurate, once we unearth the treasures, I shall certainly present you with a share. Gentlemen, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Baqian departed, accompanied by 2 others. A few onlookers, curious about the unfolding events, exchanged glances and soon turned to leave as well. At this moment, the 3 masters of the Jianghu mountain manor were on the verge of madness. Qin Lai wore a grim expression and once again clasped his hands in greeting to the remaining guests, saying, I implore you all to assist me in capturing this witch. Should we acquire the martial arts technique, Jianghu Mountain Manor shall gladly share it with you. Of course. I too wish to witness this technique, one guest replied. Master Qin, you must keep your word, or else. The 3 masters resolved to ensnare the lad wielding the staff, leaving the girl to their capable hands. Fang Ping's countenance darkened. Despite their combined efforts, he held no fear, but in the event of a confrontation, he would be unable to protect Lu Hongye. At that moment, a young man in his late 20s stepped forward from among the guests. With a swift motion, he drew a 3-foot-long black iron umbrella from behind him. Fang brother, there is no need for concern. Just unleash your abilities. I shall ensure the safety of this young lady. Chapter 118. The umbrella of the underworld. Fang Ping was taken aback, surprised that among the guests invited by Jianghu Mountain Manor, there was one willing to assist them. Although he did not recognize him. And you are? The young man wore a round-collared black robe, reminiscent of an official's attire, with a steadfast and resolute expression. A 3-inch scar marred his right cheek, lending him an air of coldness. From the 6 doors of the capital, I am Shinzue, known as the umbrella of the underworld. Fang Ping glanced at the black iron umbrella in his hand, nodding in recognition. No wonder he found his attire familiar, as it bore a striking resemblance to Gu Lingyun's. A pleasure to meet you, Fang Ping offered, feigning admiration. Shinzue fell silent for a moment before responding. You have not heard of me, have you? Ah, how embarrassing. I am unaware of why Brother Shin wishes to assist me. I have heard Gu Lingyun speak of you. Oh, I see. However, our acquaintance is not particularly profound, is it? Fang Ping thought to himself that their relationship was not merely distant. They had some friction as well. It has nothing to do with him. It is about the Celestial Observation Temple, the Old Beggar, and the mixed Yuan technique. And that esteemed elder is my master. I understand now. He too has arrived. He came to partake in the banquet but was disrupted by you and subsequently departed, requesting me to lend you a hand. Shinzue spoke in a somewhat cold and halting manner, yet Fang Ping felt a sense of relief. That old beggar who taught him the mixed Yuan technique was indeed an extraordinary elder, and in his estimation, the old beggar's prowess was likely comparable to that of Qian Wuyang, who instructed him in martial arts. Then I must trouble you, Brother Shin. Shinzue nodded slightly. With a resounding crack, he unfurled the black iron umbrella, casting a glance at the shadow it created on the ground. He shifted his feet a couple of times, blocking the sunlight for Lu Hongye. Meanwhile, over at the Jinxiu villa, the owner, Qin Lai, was seething with anger at the unexpected turn of events. Captain Shun, I kindly invited you to the banquet, yet you choose to thwart my plans. Is this how the 6 doors operates? With the umbrella in hand, Shinzue replied. How much silver is required for the banquet? I am willing to compensate you. Qin Lai huffed, then continued. The 6 doors must not interfere in matters of the martial world. Are you intent on breaking the rules? Today, I am merely an ordinary citizen of the martial realm. Whether I perish or you do, it bears no relation to the court. Very well, gentlemen. Are you willing to engage with this Shin? Qin Lai addressed the group of martial artists nearby. Of course, what is he but a hound of the court? I have long desired to slay a few, one replied. Rest assured, since he claims to be dealing with matters of the martial world, let us witness this, another added. Indeed, you, the lad named Fang. You have destroyed my mountain gate, insulted my wife, and gone too far. You shall remain here today. Second brother, third brother, advance. Qin Lai made a show of bravado, somehow producing a long sword. With a flick, a 3-inch azure blade glimmered at its tip, and he charged at Fang Ping alongside his 2 brothers. Fang Ping narrowed his eyes, realizing that Qin Lai had previously hesitated out of concern for appearances, but now it was a matter of life and death. He could withstand a couple of Qin Lai's palm strikes, but a couple of swipes from that sword could prove fatal. Come at me. Fang Ping brandished his cold iron staff, channeling his inner strength to envelop his body in protection, muscles taut and ready, determined to focus on countering Qin Lai's sword. The 4 figures intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows for several rounds. The sounds of clashing metal resonated in quick succession. The clang of Qin Lai's sword meeting Fang Ping's staff reverberating through the air. Though Fang Ping was strong and his staff heavy, dislodging the weapon of a top-tier expert was no easy feat, as they could always dissipate the force. He realized he could only outlast Qin Lai. Once his inner strength waned, Fang Ping's staff would undoubtedly shatter the sword. After fully concentrating on Qin Lai, he found himself struggling against Qin Zhong's ghostly blade and Qin Yang's flourishing axe. After over 30 exchanges, Fang Ping had sustained several hits from the 2. However, while their weapons bore some weight, they lacked the quality of Gu Lingyun's exquisite feather blade and could not breach his defenses. Yet, being struck still stung. Meanwhile, on Lu Hongye's side, 4 martial artists surrounded her, 2 wielding knives, one with a judge's pen, and another brandishing a spear, accompanied by some disciples from Jinxiu Villa, all eyeing her hungrily. Shinhiro, thank you, Lu Hongye called out, not being well acquainted with Shinzue, hence addressing him as a hero. Miss Lu, do not move recklessly. I shall ensure your safety, Shinzue reassured her, holding the iron umbrella and scanning the group. Noticing that the monk Siku had not yet arrived, he let out a slight sigh of relief and warned the martial artists, "I shall only say this once. Those who dare to advance shall face the consequences. Life and death notwithstanding." A few individuals from the martial world exchanged knowing glances, disregarding his warning, and launched a coordinated attack. Shinzue raised an eyebrow, twirling his iron umbrella, and a flurry of steel needles shot forth from the seams of the canopy. Caution! 3 of the assailants managed to evade harm. But one unfortunate swordsman was not so lucky. Despite his desperate attempts to dodge, a needle pierced his neck. "You lack chivalry," he gasped, clutching his throat as blood seeped between his fingers, his body slowly collapsing to the ground. The remaining 3 martial practitioners exchanged bewildered glances. One had already fallen before the fight had truly begun, leaving them at a loss. Another swordsman pointed a finger at Shinzue, cursing, "You, a captain of the 6 doors, resort to covert weapons to ambush and kill. Is this honorable?" "It is not," Shinzue replied with a cold smirk. "The criminals I capture are either notorious bandits or lecherous fiends, and I spare no effort in my pursuits. You treasure seekers are all fair game. Huh? Let us see how many concealed weapons you possess." One man brandished a spear, thrusting it directly at Shinzue's chest. Shinzue focused on the confrontation, retracting the umbrella to deflect the spear. Before he could counterattack, a glint of cold steel aimed for his throat. He swiftly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the knife attack, only to sense a sudden movement to his side. The judge's pin was lunging toward his temple. Lowering his head, Shinzue evaded the pin, swiftly manipulating the mechanisms of his umbrella, which extended its handle in an instant. Utilizing the iron umbrella like a spear, he executed a sweeping strike that forced the 3 attackers to retreat. However, before he could catch his breath, they charged at him once more. Though they were strangers, their experience in the martial arts allowed them to coordinate seamlessly in no time. Shinzue found himself besieged, struggling against their relentless onslaught. After more than 30 exchanges, he appeared to falter, his movement slowing. In a moment of distraction, the judge's pin struck a vital point on his back, causing him to stagger. Nevertheless, he tilted the umbrella, releasing another steel needle that repelled the attacker wielding the pin, though he swayed unsteadily. The man with the spear, seizing the opportunity, thrust his weapon toward Shinzue's chest, only to have it intercepted by the iron umbrella. The spear wielder pressed down with force, shouting to his companion with the knife, "Quick! Take advantage of his weakened state and finish him." But his words were abruptly silenced as Shinzue drew a sword from within the umbrella shaft, swiftly slicing through the man's throat. Chapter 119. The Blood-Red Scorpion. You. How dare you ambush again? The swordsman, witnessing yet another comrade fall, hastily retreated 2 steps. Shinzue flicked the blood from the sword, replying with a cold chuckle, "He was careless. Who can he blame?" The man wielding the judge's pin, incredulous, exclaimed, "I clearly struck your vital point. You should be hindered, yet you move with such speed. How is this possible?" "Guess? I suspect your grandmother," Shinzue retorted, brandishing his weapon. Enraged, the pin wielder's frustration boiled over as he realized that Shinzue must possess some form of protective armor, and he began to unleash a flurry of strikes aimed at the captain's head. The individual wielding the knife gritted his teeth and ultimately joined the fray. Shinzue, with his iron umbrella in his left hand, alternated between using it as a shield and closing it to wield it as a heavy weapon, while his sword hidden within the umbrella executed moves that were both unpredictable and formidable. After effortlessly dispatching 2 opponents, he engaged in a fierce exchange for over 20 rounds. However, the knife wielder, caught off guard, was struck by Shinzue's flying needle, which pierced his arm, prompting him to leap out of the combat. "You lack martial ethics. I refuse to continue this fight. Farewell, and may you stew in your own juices," he exclaimed before fleeing, clutching his arm. The one armed with the judge's pin, witnessing his allies either dead or fleeing, realized that continuing the battle would yield no victory for him. Without uttering any threats, he let out a cold snort and swiftly retreated, leaping out of the square towards the mountain gate. "Miss Liu, are you all right?" Miss Liu. After driving away the assailants, Shinzue noticed Lu Hongye half crouched on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, mumbling incoherently. He called out to her twice, but there was no response. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether she was injured or otherwise incapacitated. He glanced toward Fang Ping and his companions, who were still locked in a fierce struggle. "Stop the incantations. Cease the incantations. How bothersome, how bothersome. Get out of my head." Lu Hongye murmured again, and at long last, Shinzue discerned her words. Voices in her head, could it be a form of telepathy? Turning his gaze toward the distant master Siaiku, he observed the old monk reciting something in their direction. The relic, all phenomena are empty in nature. Neither born nor extinguished, neither tainted nor pure. It was the Heart Sutra. What was the old monk up to? As the head of the 6 doors, Shinzue had some knowledge of lip reading. Although he recognized the old monk was reciting the Heart Sutra, he could not fathom the reason behind it. Was he attempting to guide departed souls? But that would mean he was addressing Shin himself, right? Miss Lu appeared to be in great distress. Yet the monk's formidable power was beyond Shinzue's capability to confront. What to do? Just as he found himself in despair, Lu Hongye, still half-crouched, suddenly opened her mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood, followed by several more bursts. This startled Shinzue. Miss Lu, are you all right? At that moment, he disregarded any notions of propriety between genders and reached out to press on Lu Hongye's shoulder, intending to probe her condition with his internal energy. However, before his hand could touch her, it was repelled by an unseen force. To his horror, he noticed blood tears streaming from her tightly shut eyes. A sight both haunting and unsettling. What on earth is happening? Could this be an issue with Miss Lu's cultivation technique? Shinzue was still trying to comprehend the situation when he witnessed something utterly astonishing. The pool of blood that Lu Hongye had just expelled began to absorb into the cracks of the bluestone slabs at a visible pace, vanishing as if the blood had never existed at all. He thought perhaps his eyes were deceiving him, and shook the iron umbrella to let sunlight illuminate the area. Indeed, the blood had disappeared. How peculiar. In this moment of uncertainty, Shinzue could only look once more toward Fang Ping's direction, hoping he would conclude his battle swiftly and come to assess Miss Lu's condition. As for Fang Ping, despite engaging in a 1-against-3 confrontation without succumbing to disadvantage, he had not managed to gain any upper hand either. At this moment, the four had exchanged over 100 blows. Throughout the skirmish, Fang Ping had seized several opportunities to vanquish either Qin Zhang or Qin Yang, yet each time, Qin Lai had intervened to rescue them. Fang Ping had underestimated the tenacity of a first-rate master. He had intended to outlast Qin Lai in endurance, aiming to exhaust his energy, but after such an extended bout, there were no signs of fatigue from his opponent. Not only that, but he had also been struck numerous times by Qin Zhang's ghostly blade and Qin Yang's flower axe. His clothing reduced to tattered strips. Particularly troubling was the moment he had glanced over at Lu Hongye, concerned for her safety, which allowed Qin Lai to exploit the opportunity and land 2 thrusts. The good news was that the 2 strikes, infused with sword light, did not breach Fang Ping's defenses. The bad news was that they were exceedingly painful, akin to actual stabbings. Damn it, I refuse to believe that you can continuously protect your 2 brothers. Let us see who will outlast whom. Just as their fierce battle raged on, the stone-paved ground beneath them suddenly trembled slightly. Was it another earth dragon stirring? No. This sensation felt oddly familiar. There was something beneath the ground. Suddenly, Fang Ping, in the midst of their clash, leapt high into the air. His ascent exposed numerous vulnerabilities, and the 3 landowners below were filled with anticipation, ready to seize the moment. However, the ground beneath them suddenly fractured, and an enormous creature emerged from the depths. Suspended in midair, Fang Ping clearly observed that it was a colossal scorpion, 3 zhang long and as tall as a person, similar to the one encountered in the valley, with the sole distinction being that this one was blood-red in hue. Moreover, this great scorpion appeared not to be a solid entity, but rather composed of a swirling, blood-red mist emanating an eerie aura. Not good. Second brother, third brother, get out of the way. Qin Lai reacted swiftly, grabbing Qin Yang by the shoulder and leaping far away. Yet Qin Zhang stood in the very center of the fissure, unsteady on his feet, instinctively attempting to evade by leveraging the upward force of the scorpion, propelling himself into a jump. Hey, what are you jumping for? Get down. At that moment, Fang Ping descended, wielding his staff with a decisive strike. Qin Zhang only had time to parry with his ghostly blade before being crushed down by Fang Ping's blow, falling faster than he had jumped. With a sickening thud, a blood-red scorpion's tail pierced through Qin Zhang's body, the tail thrashing his form violently, and the still-living Qin Zhang emitted a series of agonizing cries. Third brother, Qin Lai and Qin Yong abandoned their assault on Fang Ping, uniting to attack the blood-red scorpion in an attempt to rescue their brother. Seizing the momentum from his earlier strike, Fang Ping had leapt far away, witnessing the unfolding scene. He intended to capitalize on the chaos, but was halted by Shun Zue's urgent call from behind. Brother Fang, cease your attacks. There seems to be something amiss with Miss Lu. Come quickly. Upon hearing that Lu Hongye might be in trouble, Fang Ping hurriedly leapt over. Brother Shin, what has happened to my sister? Upon witnessing the blood streaming from Lu Hongye's eyes, he was taken aback and quickly inquired of Shin Zue. Shin Zue recounted the events that had just transpired. Fang Ping, upon hearing that the blood expelled by Lu Hongye had mysteriously vanished, glanced at the exuberant crimson aura coalescing into a gigantic scorpion and mused, could it be that my dear sister has ingested a scorpion's inner elixir? How could the blood she expelled transform into this enormous creature? Is she truly on the path to immortality? Red Leaf. Fang Ping reached out to grasp Lu Hongye's shoulder. Brother Fang, hold on. Shun Zue cautioned. For he too had intended to grasp her shoulder, but was repelled by an inexplicable force. Just as he was about to warn Fang Ping, he noticed Fang Ping's hand had already settled on Lu Hongye's shoulder. What is it? Nothing. Fang Ping, undeterred, shook Lu Hongye's shoulder gently and called, Sister, sister. It's me, Fang Ping. Can you hear me? After a few shakes, Lu Hongye seemed to sense something and gradually opened her bloodshot eyes, which appeared quite alarming. Brother. I seem to have dreamt again, dreaming that I had transformed into a great scorpion. You are not dreaming. Look over there. Lu Hongye cast a bewildered glance at the distant crimson scorpion and, with a dazed expression, replied, You say it's not a dream. Yet that scorpion was slain by you. So how has it returned to life? Observing Lu Hongye's condition, Shun Zue shook his head and said, Brother Fang. Miss Lu appears to be disoriented. It must be due to her peculiar cultivation method. My master cannot be far. Perhaps he can provide her with a remedy. Very well. Brother Shin, please lead the way. Let us depart. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Lai and Qin Yong were entangled with the scorpion, Fang Ping hoisted Lu Hongye onto his back and attempted to leave. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a woman's voice echoed from afar. They're trying to escape. What are you waiting for? Stop them. Fang Ping turned to see that it was Qin Lai's wife who spoke. Damn, it's this woman again. Had she not interfered earlier, we would have long since departed. Now she comes to create a scene. The disciples of the Jianghu manor were not fools. Seeing that this woman could hold her own against the three masters for so long, they wondered what use they would be in approaching her. Yet, upon her command, several among them mustered their courage and advanced, encircling Fang Ping and the others. A thunderous crash resounded from a distance, and Fang Ping glanced over to find the old monk Ci Ku, who had been observing, had somehow charged into battle against the giant scorpion. Cloaked in a halo of golden light, he relentlessly clashed with the scorpion's pincers, each impact resonating with a tremendous sound. Fang Ping was unsure if the old monk was friend or foe. Should he defeat the scorpion and then join forces with Qin Lai to besiege them? Their escape would become impossible. If not now, then when? He thought. Brother Shin, let us leave. Fang Ping, bearing Lu Hongye, attempted to depart. Yet several disciples of the Jianghu manor stepped forward to obstruct their path. Fang Ping, no longer inclined to indulge them, wielded his iron cudgel, delivering a flurry of strikes that dispatched several foes, prompting the rest to flee in terror. With the absence of formidable opponents, they swiftly descended from the resplendent mountain villa. As they traversed the mountainside, Fang Ping caught sight of a woman adorned with a conical hat and a veil of black gauze. The gust stirred by his rapid movement slightly lifted the veil, revealing her visage. To his astonishment, it was Lin Xiaodai. Yet, half of her face appeared grotesquely disfigured. Startled by her appearance, Fang Ping forgot to strike her with his staff and, after passing her, felt no inclination to return, hastily continuing his descent. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Fang Ping discovered Lu In and the others concealed within a grove along the roadside. After explaining the situation, he requested 2 horses, and they then parted ways. After running for a considerable distance, the trio arrived at the banks of a river known as the Blackwater River. On the trees lining the shore, there were markings left by their master, who likely floated downstream for leisure. Shun Zue, having found no sign of him, felt a pang of guilt. It's quite all right, Sir Shun. I am feeling much better now, Lu Hongye remarked, having regained her composure shortly after leaving the mountain villa. Appearing no different from an ordinary person, I've often heard Master speak of the exquisite taste of the fish in the Blackwater River. He must be lingering here for a while, savoring the river delicacies. How about this? I will search along the land, while you two explore the waterways. We should be able to locate him. That seems the only course of action. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Shin, Fang Ping said, clasping his fist in gratitude. Not at all. I shall take my leave then, Shun Zue replied. After parting from Shun Zue, Fang Ping found a ferry terminal, purchased a black-sailed boat, and, accompanied by Lu Hongye, drifted downstream in search of the old beggar. During this period, under Fang Ping's earnest guidance, Lu Hongye had ceased practicing the dubious martial arts, appearing quite normal. However, as a fortnight passed, the two had yet to find the old beggar, and thus decided to enjoy a leisurely time on the Blackwater River. One day, while Fang Ping practiced his lightness technique on the river, he took a misstep and fell into the water with a splash. Once he swam back to the boat, Lu Hongye chuckled. Brother, you managed to run 17 steps this time, 2 more than yesterday. A cause for celebration. At that moment, Lu Hongye donned a coarse linen garment, her hair disheveled, and her face smeared with dirt by Fang Ping, rendering her unrecognizable from her former noble self. After all, they had just escaped trouble, and fearing that someone might covet her martial arts, they had decided to disguise her. Indeed, It seems my practice has borne fruit. By the way, how is your health? Fang Ping inquired. Lu Hongye shrugged. Brother need not worry. I have not practiced that technique in some time. And my health as well. Come aboard and taste the fish I've grilled. At the bow of the boat, a stove was set up with several fish sizzling, their aroma wafting through the air. It smells delightful. Your culinary skills have improved remarkably, Fang Ping complimented. They had been adrift on the river for some time, naturally consuming a great deal of fish. Lu Hongye had previously studied cooking, and her skills were indeed commendable, so the task of preparing meals had fallen to her. Just as Fang Ping climbed aboard, Lu Hongye suddenly pointed ahead. A boat. No, a bamboo raft. He turned to look, and indeed, a bamboo raft floated down the river, with a person lying atop it. The bamboo raft, unmanned, defied the current as it advanced upstream. Fang Ping furrowed his brow. Wishing to avoid trouble, he maneuvered his small boats or twice to steer clear of the raft. Yet, unexpectedly, when he moved left, the bamboo raft mirrored his action. And when he veered right, it followed suit, ultimately leading to a collision. A figure reclined on the raft, rolled over, and leapt onto their vessel, clad in tattered clothing and leaning on a broken branch. Senior, is it you? Fang Ping's eyes brightened. The individual was none other than the old beggar from Chaotian Temple, the one who bestowed upon him the Hunyuan skill, and indeed the person they were currently seeking. The old beggar stretched lazily, gazing at the grilled fish, and remarked with a smile, I could smell the aroma from afar. What do you say, little ones? Care to share a piece with me? How kind of you, senior. Please, indulge yourself. Fang Ping quickly pulled over Lu Hongye, saying, Sister, this is the esteemed elder I mentioned earlier, and also the master of Shinzue. Come, greet him. Greetings, senior. Lu Hongye promptly approached to pay her respects. There's no need for excessive courtesy. The old beggar waved his hand. I've already heard about your matters from that rascal Shinzue. I came back upstream to check on you. Fang Ping thought to himself. That Shinzue fellow is quite impressive. After half a month, while he and Lu Hongye had given up, this chap persisted and truly found them. Thank you, senior. Here, have some fish while we converse, Fang Ping offered. The old beggar nodded, unceremoniously devouring several fish from the stove in quick succession. Not bad, not bad. This girl's culinary skills rival those of the chefs in the finest establishments, he remarked. Lu Hongye smiled and replied, Since you enjoy it, I'll roast a few more for you, senior. Not in a rush. Let us attend to business first. Shinzue mentioned there seems to be an issue with your cultivation technique. Could you share the details with this old beggar? Please wait a moment. Fang Ping promptly entered the cabin and rummaged through their belongings, retrieving 2 jade scrolls. Senior, we stumbled upon this technique by chance. My sister is practicing this as well. The old beggar took the scrolls, expressing his admiration with a few clicks of his tongue. These jade scrolls appear to have some age to them. The contents they contain must be quite precious. You simply handed them to me without a second thought? Aren't you afraid I might seize your possessions? Fang Ping chuckled. Isn't Hunyuan skill also quite valuable? You mentioned it was freely given. Please, do help us examine it. My sister has become somewhat deranged while practicing the techniques within. The old beggar shrugged, opened the 2 scrolls, and his brow furrowed deeper. Fang Ping's heart sank, and he quickly inquired, Senior, is there a significant issue with this technique? The old beggar rolled his eyes and glared at Fang Ping. Are you jesting with me? This script is all in small seal characters. I recognize them. Yet they remain unfamiliar to me. What am I to do with this? Is it truly so, senior? How can someone as formidable as you not understand even small seal characters? Fang Ping was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? I consider my skills quite proficient. But what does that have to do with recognizing small seal characters? The head chef in the restaurant excels in culinary arts. Yet one cannot expect him to be well-versed in poetry and prose. Ah, it appears this notion holds true. Fang Ping scratched his head, suddenly recalling that every profession has its specialization. It is quite normal for the old beggar to be unfamiliar with the intricacies of small seal script. Sister, I have nearly forgotten everything above. Please recite it for your elder. During his time in the valley, Fang Ping had attempted the practice but never succeeded in gathering his energy, and gradually, he forgot the incantations. Lu Hongye took the jade slip and said, Allow me to read it aloud for you, esteemed elder. In recent days, Lu Hongye had sorted through the small seal characters, mastering the pauses and rhythms with great finesse. Unlike her earlier days in the valley when she had to guess and infer. Once she finished reciting the incantations contained within the jade slip, the old beggar attempted to practice, but soon ceased. The incantations were indeed peculiar. They ran smoothly within the body, yet dispersed during the energy-gathering phase. Fang Ping concurred. I too have practiced, but the energy dissipated as I continued. However, my sister managed to succeed, albeit she does not understand why. The old beggar nodded and said, Child, extend your hand. Let me examine you with my internal energy. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed elder, Lu Hongye replied, promptly extending her hand. The old beggar pressed on the acupoints of her wrist and slowly channeled a trickle of internal energy, circulating through Lu Hongye's meridians, followed by a series of sighs. Esteemed elder, does this mean I am beyond salvation? Lu Hongye, seeing his expression, feared for her life. The old beggar shook his head like a rattle, exclaiming, Alas! Your current appearance resembles that of a little beggar girl. How splendid it would be if I could take you as my apprentice. Alas, it is a pity. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping slapped Lu Hongye on the head, and with a glint in his eyes, she hastily said, I am honored by your regard, esteemed elder. I wish to become your disciple. The old beggar waved a branch in his hand, blocking Lu Hongye's bow. Had you not practiced this technique before, I could have accepted you, but now it cannot be. Fang Ping inquired, What do you mean, esteemed elder? Does it relate to my sister's technique? The old beggar nodded, stroking his abdomen. In general, when one cultivates internal energy, it gathers here. At the belly button? Nay, it is the dantian, also known as the lower dantian. How have you been practicing? Cough. Please continue. Yet, the aura of this girl resides here. The old beggar continued, tapping his head. Within the head? That is indeed strange. It is the Niwen Palace, also referred to as the upper dantian. The old beggar addressed both of them. This is an ancient method, one I have only heard of. Moreover, such ancient techniques are very selective regarding innate talent. Traversing the entire Great Zhou dynasty, one would be hard-pressed to find a few capable of mastering it. Fang Ping nodded. No wonder I could not succeed. It seems my aptitude is lacking. The old beggar rolled his eyes. Your statement inadvertently insults me as well. Shaking his head, he added, Ancient methods and modern techniques differ significantly, and the requirements for innate talent vary. This girl may easily master the ancient method, but the modern one may not yield the same results. Lu Hongye's eyes flickered as she spoke. Senior, your discerning eye is impressive. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, yet my achievements have been limited. However, ever since I began training with the techniques inscribed in this jade slip, my aura has indeed improved day by day. Just as you mentioned. Yet, my sister's cultivation seems rather peculiar. Fang Ping recounted the events from half a month ago that transpired at the Jianghu mountain manor to the old beggar. The shadowy manifestations and blood transforming into a giant scorpion were indeed strange. The old beggar furrowed his brows and stroked his unkempt stubble, pondering for a moment before replying. In any case, regardless of the circumstances, since the aura cultivated through this technique resembles certain aspects of Taoist practices within the Mud Pill Palace, I happen to know a Taoist friend who may provide insight. You should seek him out. Please guide us, senior. Fang Ping and Lu Hongye exchanged glances and spoke in unison. The old beggar pointed towards the downstream of the Blackwater River and instructed, Follow the Blackwater River for 300 miles, then head west for another 200 miles. There lies a mountain named Lingwu Mountain, home to a Taoist temple called Jindangguan. Upon your arrival, mention my name and seek out Wang Daozi. Chapter 122. Jindangguan suddenly. Fang Ping slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Last time at Chaodianguan, I hastily parted ways and neglected to inquire about your name, and now I have forgotten again. May I kindly ask you to share it with me? Did I not mention it? The old beggar frowned. It seems I truly have not. Lu Hongye chimed in, echoing his curiosity. What is my name again? The old beggar wore a perplexed expression and, after a long contemplation, murmured, I believe my surname is Song. As for my given name, it escapes me. Fang Ping's lips twitched as he replied, Are you being serious, senior? The old beggar sighed. In my youth, I indulged in fighting and brawling. Consequently, I was relentlessly pursued for revenge. Thus, while traversing the martial world, I adopted aliases. Today I am Zhang San, tomorrow Li Si, and the day after that, Wang or Matzi. In a duel, I suffered a blow to my head, and many memories faded away. Now, those who know me simply call me old beggar. For over 30 years, no one has uttered my true name. I apologize for inadvertently stirring up painful memories, senior, Lu Hongye said, feeling a tinge of remorse. The old beggar shook his head. What is there to be saddened about? Alone and carefree, I, old beggar, find joy in every day. Lu Hongye was taken aback by his nonchalance and smiled. Allow me to prepare a few grilled fish for you, senior. The old beggar clapped in delight. Splendid. Hurry along. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the boat as the three engaged in conversation while relishing their meal, soon finishing the fish. Since we are to visit Jindangguan, let us take this token from old beggar. The old beggar extended a gnarled branch from the bow of the boat. Fang Ping took it with widened eyes and exclaimed, Could it be, senior, that you are the leader of the beggar's sect? Is this branch the legendary? Just a branch I picked up by the roadside. What kind of sect is the beggars' sect? A group of beggars with a leader? Cough, cough. No, senior. What if the folks at Jianghu do not recognize this branch? I visited Jianghu 6 months ago and carried a similar branch. The old Taoist and young disciples recognized it. 6 months ago, you say? Is this the very same branch? Well, they all look alike. Do you want it or not? Yes, I do not refuse. Having ceased the idle chatter, the old beggar leaped back onto the bamboo raft, which, without further ado, began to ascend the current with remarkable speed. The two individuals at the bow of the vessel bowed in farewell, then propelled the boat downstream. The Blackwater River meandered sinuously, and after a journey of approximately 10 days, they finally returned to solid ground. They procured 2 horses and inquired about their bearings before setting off in the direction of Lingwu Mountain. A few days later, they arrived in the vicinity of Yuzhou, with Lingwu Mountain lying to the northwest. After 2 more days of travel, they reached the foot of Lingwu Mountain. At the base, there was a sizable town known as Jianghu Town. After enjoying a meal and making some inquiries, they secured their horses and began their ascent up the mountain. True to its name, Lingwu Mountain was shrouded in a veil of mist starting from halfway up, imparting an air of mystery. According to the townsfolk of Jianghu, the incense offerings at the Golden Lantern Temple were abundant, attracting even the affluent of Yuzhou City to visit frequently. Indeed, as they traversed the mountain path, they encountered many villagers, all heading to the temple to pay their respects. Red Leaf, why do you still carry that broken branch given by the old beggar? Fang Ping inquired. He had previously examined the branch, which appeared to be a mere roadside find, and intended to discard it, only to have Lu Hongya pick it up. However, after a couple of days, he had not seen her with it and assumed she had discarded it. To his surprise, she retrieved it from her pack while they walked along the mountain path. Brother, you should be cautious with your words. The elder's surname is Song. It is appropriate to address him as Elder Song. I do not mean any disrespect. He himself claimed to have forgotten much, and he may not even be surnamed Song. Fang Ping replied. Lu Hongya shook her head and retrieved the branch from her waist, saying, Brother, please take a look. What is it? My goodness, this branch is sprouting. Fang Ping exclaimed in astonishment. Despite it being autumn, the broken branch had not only sprouted new growth, but also developed several flower buds. Lu Hongya smiled. This is a branch from a peach tree. Initially, it seemed like an ordinary piece of wood, but ever since we began our ascent, it has gradually undergone a transformation. Perhaps by the time we reach the Golden Lantern Temple, these flower buds will bloom. Elder Song's influence is indeed a promising omen. Fang Ping mused to himself that this hardly seemed like a martial prowess. It was on par with her own techniques. The astonishing vigor exhibited by the old beggar might have been mere pretense. As they continued their ascent, Fang Ping's gaze remained fixed on the peach tree branch. True to Lu Hongya's prediction, the flower buds began to slowly unfurl as they climbed higher. An odd thought suddenly crossed his mind. If I were to descend the mountain with this broken branch, would the peach blossoms still bloom? Brother, what are you pondering? Lu Hongya asked. Nothing. Ah, we have arrived. The two looked up to behold an ancient and grand entrance, with the words Golden Lantern Temple inscribed on the plaque. To their surprise, several leisurely white cranes perched atop the gate, preening their feathers, lending an air of celestial tranquility to the scene. Before the entrance, there lay a spacious square bustling with numerous Taoist priests engaged in various activities. Some were sweeping, others splashing water, while a few were selling incense or practicing martial arts. Flanking the grand door stood 2 young disciples, lazily leaning against the doorframe. Upon noticing visitors, they would call out cheerfully, 1 for incense, please enter, 1 for wishes. To the left, 2 for divination, to the right. Fang Ping found these 2 young priests somewhat familiar, and after a moment of contemplation, it dawned on him that they were none other than He Yotsai's apprentices, Xianxing and Xianming. Do you still recognize me? He inquired. The 2 young disciples blinked in surprise for quite a while before finally recognizing him. It is the valiant Fang. Did you not go to Qingyang Academy? What brings you back to our Golden Lantern Temple? Fang Ping smiled and replied, I have a matter to discuss. By the way, is your master available? I seek his assistance. Yes, he is inside drawing talismans in that room over there. Thank you. I shall go in. No need for such formalities. What? Xianxing shouted. 2 seeking someone. Xianming added. Master, someone is here looking for you. Come greet your guests. Cough. You 2 miscreants, why the shouting? I've made a mistake with my talismans. Do you know how expensive this paint is? A middle-aged Taoist, visibly irate, rushed out from the room. It was indeed He Yukai. Upon seeing Fang Ping, his demeanor softened immediately. Ah, it is the valiant Fang. A distant guest. Welcome, welcome. Long time no see, Taoist he. Fang Ping said, clasping his fist in greeting. He Yukai performed a slight bow and inquired, What brings you to my Golden Lantern Temple, Fang? Fang Ping responded. We have been guided by a senior to seek an audience with the esteemed Wang Daozi. I would like to request your assistance in making an introduction. Ah, so you seek my master. He Yukai paused for a moment before continuing. The entrance is not the place for such discussions. Please follow me inside. Fang Ping nodded and, accompanied by Lu Hongya, followed He Yukai into the room from which he had just emerged. The room was somewhat disordered. Please, do not mind the mess. Make yourselves comfortable. The space was small, dominated by a large table cluttered with vermilion paint, yellow paper, and a considerable stack of talismans. Fang Ping picked up a piece of talisman paper and observed it closely, finding it somewhat familiar. These talismans are not for guiding corpses, are they? He Yukai chuckled. Not at all. These are for warding off evil and ensuring peace within the home. Is that so? They all appear quite similar to me. Indeed, they bear some resemblance. But there are subtle differences. It is not surprising that a non-initiated like you would not discern them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Ping finally explained the purpose of their visit to the Golden Lantern Temple. Taoist, please take a look at this, Lu Hongya said, presenting the half of a peach tree branch given to them by the old beggar, adorned with blooming peach blossoms. He Yukai took the branch and examined it thoughtfully. My master is currently in seclusion and generally does not meet with visitors. However, since you possess the token from Elder Song, it should not be difficult for you to meet him. Then I would trouble you, Taoist he, to assist us with the introduction. Very well, please follow me. The three individuals exited the building, and under the guidance of He Yukai, they navigated through several corridors, making their way towards the rear of the Golden Lantern Temple. As they walked, He Yukai took the opportunity to enlighten the two about the temple's background. The Golden Lantern Temple occupies an expansive area. The location they had just departed from was its front courtyard, designated for the public to burn incense and pay their respects. The temple is divided into a front and a back courtyard, the latter being more akin to the rear mountain. They ascended along a well-maintained mountain path, flanked by numerous pavilions. After several turns, they arrived at an exceedingly spacious square, even larger than the one at the mountain gate. In this vast expanse, numerous Taoists were practicing martial arts. At the center stood an enormous stone statue, roughly estimated to be 30 zhang tall. However, the statue appeared quite aged. Its surface mottled and adorned with green moss, and it held a large, 8-sided golden lantern. What a magnificent statue, He Daozhang. Is the golden lantern in the name of the temple related to the golden lantern held by the statue? Lu Hongya inquired. He Yukai nodded in affirmation. Miss Lu, you are astute. Indeed, it is said that this statue represents an ancient celestial being, and the golden lantern in its grasp is a magical artifact. Once lit, this lantern can illuminate 1,000 miles, dispelling demons. A magical artifact, indeed a precious item, though its size renders it difficult to transport, Fang Ping mused, stroking his chin. He reflected that in the past, he would have been skeptical of such tales of deities and magical treasures. But after witnessing Li Qingyang transform water into a dragon and Lu Hongya bleed and morph into a scorpion, he began to find it quite plausible that a few individuals in this world could indeed cultivate immortality. After passing through the square, the trio rounded another hill and arrived at the front of a grand hall. At the foot of the steps, several young Taoists stood guard. He Yukai approached one of them and exchanged a few words, prompting the young Taoist to hasten into the hall. Please wait a moment. Today it is Dao Brother Li Yud on duty. To meet the sect leader, his approval is required, he informed them. Fang Ping nodded. Recalling that the name Li Yud sounded familiar, this individual had previously led a few disciples to ambush him outside the city of Chujiang, attempting to seize his Bai Jiao Tiangong box with the 7 stars sword formation. However, they had not been particularly ruthless and had inexplicably retreated after a brief skirmish. Before long, a middle-aged Taoist, around 40 years old with 3 strands of long beard and a face as handsome as jade, emerged holding a floating dust whisk. It was indeed Li Yud, He Daozhang, who seeks an audience with the sect leader. He asked, Dao Brotherly, the situation is as follows. He Yukai waved the half of a peach tree branch in front of Li Yud. Li Yud nodded, scrutinizing Fang Ping and Lu Hongya for a moment before addressing Fang Ping. Fellow, have we met somewhere before? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Taoistly, your memory seems quite lacking. Just look at our physique and then at the staff in my hand. Does it ring a bell now? Ah, I can't quite recall. Li had said, suddenly clutching his stomach. Well, I seem to have an urgent need. Please excuse me. Someone, keep an eye on things for me while I attend to nature's call. A slightly plump young Taoist gazed at the retreating figure of Li Yud and shouted, Master Uncle. I am Xianbao, not that other person. Please remember. He then beckoned the 2 companions. Come with me. He Yukai, uncertain whether Li Yud was genuinely in urgent need or merely acting strangely, chose to ignore him and led the 2 into the grand hall. In a corner on the side of the hall, there was a descending staircase. The two followed Hiyukai step by step, discovering several levels below, each consisting of stone chambers. Originally a cave, it maintained a warm temperature in winter and a cool one in summer. Over the years, the disciples of the Golden Lantern Temple had transformed it into its current state, where the Master Elder engaged in quiet cultivation. Upon reaching the third level, Hiyukai gestured. "Brave sir, the Master Elder is just one level below. Please wait here while I accompany Miss Lu down." Just as Fang Ping was about to respond, he was interrupted by Lu Hongya. "Brother, guests should follow the host's lead. I can go down alone, so you need not worry." "Very well, do be careful," Fang Ping replied. Lu Hongya nodded and followed Hiyukai to the next level. He did not suspect that the people of the Golden Lantern Temple would harm Lu Hongya. Standing at the staircase entrance, he grew bored and began to explore the stone chambers, which contained little more than stone tables and beds. After a while, his interest waned. After waiting for over half an hour, just as impatience began to settle in, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lu Hongya and Hiyukai finally emerged. "Sister, what did the esteemed Wang Daozi say?" Fang Ping inquired eagerly. Before Lu Hongya could respond, Hiyukai interjected, "The Master Elder has accepted Miss Lu as a disciple. From now on, she should be addressed as Dao Brother Lu. The Master Elder has reviewed Dao Brother Lu's cultivation methods, which bear a striking resemblance to the ancient practices of our Taoist school. With the Master Elder's guidance, Dao Brother Lu's future cultivation will undoubtedly progress smoothly." "That's splendid." Fang Ping nodded, turning to Lu Hongya. "Sister, congratulations. With the connection to the esteemed Wang Daozi, no one will dare to trouble you in the future." Though Fang Ping was unaware of Wang Daozi's true prowess, being the head of the Golden Lantern Temple suggested he was at least a master, possibly even a grandmaster. Lu Hongya smiled gently. "Indeed, with my brother and my master looking after me, it is a blessing for Hongya." After exchanging a few more words, the trio departed from the underground palace and returned to the surface, where Hiyukai arranged 2 guest rooms for them before leaving. "By the way, Hongya, what does the esteemed Wang Daozi look like?" Fang Ping suddenly asked, curiosity piqued. Lu Hongya furrowed her brow in thought before responding. "You may not believe me, brother, but my master appears to be in his 20s, even younger than Daoist he. I was taken aback when I first saw him." Fang Ping nodded. "It is not uncommon for those with exceptional cultivation to possess methods of maintaining their youth. There is nothing extraordinary about it." "Indeed, I thought of that as well. Which is why I promptly became his disciple," Lu Hongya exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands. "Goodness, why are you so eager? Do women truly place such importance on beauty?" Fang Ping asked, somewhat bewildered. "With your remarkable talents, my dear, you should be able to master the art of youthful preservation. Who knows, perhaps decades from now, I will have turned into an old man while you remain perpetually youthful. Hiki, once I have acquired this technique, I shall certainly impart it to you, dear brother, so that you need not succumb to the ravages of age." "Very well, it is settled then." At that moment, with nothing pressing to attend to, they indulged in idle chatter for a considerable time before retreating to their respective guest rooms for some rest. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, marking the 7th day since Fang Ping and his companions arrived at the Golden Lantern Temple. During these days, Lu Hongya had taken to dragging him out for breakfast each morning, after which she would venture to the back mountain to practice her skills, leaving Fang Ping to meander aimlessly in the front courtyard of the temple. Each day, numerous townsfolk would arrive to pay their respects, and his presence blended seamlessly into the throng. On this particular day, while he was admiring the statues within a grand hall, he fortuitously encountered Li Yud. Upon seeing him, Li Yud immediately turned to leave. "Why do you flee upon seeing me, Daoistly? Is this not the 3rd occurrence?" Fang Ping teased. Li Yud turned his head and rolled his eyes, retorting, "Why are you still here? You linger in the dining hall of our Golden Lantern Temple, shamelessly mooching off our hospitality." Fang Ping chuckled in response, "Your words are misguided, Daoist. Those patrons who spend 20 coins on incense are entitled to a meal at the temple. I spend 2 taels of silver on incense daily and consume 3 vegetarian meals here. Is that not reasonable?" Upon hearing this, Li Yud's demeanor shifted to one of joviality. "Ha, I did not anticipate such sincerity from you. Eat to your heart's content. Having just finished my meal, how about you assist me in digesting it?" What do you mean by that?" "Just a little sparring." Li Yud's eyes twinkled as he replied, "Your strikes are too formidable. I dare not meet them head on. How about we engage in a contest of fists and feet instead?" "Very well. The courtyard is crowded. Let us move to the back mountain." "Agreed, let us proceed." Having settled the terms of their match, the two swiftly made their way to the plaza at the rear of the mountain, directly in front of a colossal stone statue. A few other Taoists, having caught wind of the impending duel, did not intervene but instead gathered around, amused by the prospect. "Brotherly, give it your all. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Golden Lantern Temple." "Senior brother, You are magnificent. Little layman, I shall stand by your side and take on this Li fellow. Daoist, shall we begin? Fang Ping inquired as he clasped his fists. Li had nodded. If that is the case, please proceed, Fang layman. Seeing him ready, Fang Ping moved swiftly, delivering a punch aimed at Li Yud's shoulder. Li Yud neither dodged nor evaded, extending both hands to redirect Fang Ping's punch to the side the moment their fists connected. Fang Ping felt all the force of his strike dissipate into the air. Realizing that Li Yud seemed to possess knowledge of a technique akin to Tai Chi, something called the water heart method, if he recalled correctly. Retracting his fist, Fang Ping launched another palm strike forward. Yet again, Li Yud mirrored his earlier actions, neutralizing the energy behind Fang Ping's empowered strike, and then deftly pressed down on Fang Ping's arm. Fang Ping's arm felt as solid as iron, devoid of any sensation, and he retaliated with another sweeping palm. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of techniques, their strikes meeting with fervor. Before long, however, Li Yud found himself in a predicament. Fang Ping's punches and palm techniques were powerful and forceful, each blow demanding considerable effort to deflect. Yet when Li attempted to use his pressure point technique on Fang, it felt as if he were striking solid iron, his internal energy failing to penetrate, utterly futile. To avoid the embarrassment of being struck by a couple of Fang Ping's fists, Li, while countering another of Fang's strikes, leveraged the moment to leap a considerable distance away. Cough, cough. Enough, enough. It has been 3 months since we last met, and I did not anticipate such rapid progress from you, young friend Fang. I concede, Li Yud declared, retrieving a porcelain vial from his robe and tossing it to Fang Ping. This vial of elixir was intended as a token of apology for his previous offenses. Fang Ping caught it and recognized it as identical to the one Yukai had sold him before. It was indeed a fine remedy capable of healing both internal and external injuries, as well as detoxifying. He returned a respectful gesture to Li Yud. The skills of the young practitioner are commendable. I would like to engage in a friendly match with the esteemed elder. Indeed, there is little merit in continuously sparring with one's own kin. It has become tiresome, Li remarked. In that case, I invite the esteemed Taoist to proceed. Fang Ping, delighted by the prospect, was eager to gain experience through these bouts, readily agreeing. Over the following days, he would typically finish his meals and head to the back mountain to spar with a group of Taoists, mostly emerging victorious as they were of similar skill to Li Yud, unable to breach his defenses. However, his agility was lacking. Had these Taoists challenged him to a contest of lightness, he would have found himself at a disadvantage. One day, upon exiting the dining hall of the Jianghu temple, he noticed a commotion near the mountain gate and ambled over to observe. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted Qin Lai and Qin Yang from the Jianghu mountain manor, accompanied by several unfamiliar individuals. Instinctively, Fang Ping started to return to his quarters for a weapon but halted, recognizing that this was Jianghu temple, and the matter did not concern him. At the mountain gate, Qin Lai declared, "That Lu Hongye not only injured my son, but also caused the death of my third brother. Are you Jianghu temple planning to shield her?" Several Taoists stood at the entrance, with Li Yud at the forefront. Junior brother Lu formally became a disciple under my master, Wang Daozi, a member of Jianghu temple. Does Lord Qin seek a private resolution or a public one? Li Yud retorted. What do you mean by private or public? Qin Lai frowned. Li Yud scoffed. For a private resolution, we are all part of the martial world. Your Jianghu mountain manor may invite friends to challenge Jianghu temple, and should you prevail, junior brother Lu will be at your disposal. As for a public resolution, Lord Qin may seek the officials in Yuzhou City for judgment. I must remind you, every ruler from our founding to the present has conferred titles upon Jianghu temple, so think wisely before proceeding. Chapter 125. Yuzhou Qin Lai seethed with anger, yet found himself powerless. The prospect of a public resolution was out of the question, and as for a private one, even consolidating the entire martial influence of Shizhou would not suffice against Jianghu temple. Qin Yong interjected, Even if Lu Hongye has become a disciple of your Jianghu temple, such humiliation toward our Jianghu mountain manor, do you intend to offer no explanation? Li Yud shook his head vigorously and exclaimed, a justification? You still seek an explanation? Shall I, from the Golden Lantern Temple, offer free publicity for the disgraceful acts committed by your Jinxian manor? Let us see how the martial world discusses this matter. Who truly owes whom an explanation? The Golden Lantern Temple is indeed impressive. Let us wait and see. Second brother, let us depart. Qin Lai, gritting his teeth in anger, uttered a harsh remark and ceased his pursuit, retreating with his men in a disgraced manner. Li Yud waved his sleeve and departed from the mountain gate, causing the onlookers to disperse, realizing that the spectacle was over. The Golden Lantern Temple is commendable. At least they protect their own, My younger sister has chosen her allegiance wisely. Through his recent stay at the Golden Lantern Temple and the friendships forged while sparring with the Taoists from the back mountain, Fang Ping gradually discerned the temple's overall strength. Wang Daozi was indeed a grandmaster, accompanied by 2 fellow disciples of similar prowess. Among the next generation, there were 7 first-rate experts and 20 to 30 second-rate elites. Akin to Li Yud, Fang Ping had encountered both Li Yud and Qin Yong, the second master of Jingxiashan Manor, and found their strengths comparable. In comparison, it would take 7 or 8 members of Jingxiashan Manor to barely contend with the Golden Lantern Temple. Moreover, they had no means to summon 3 Grandmaster-level experts for assistance. Hence, it was no wonder that the people from the Golden Lantern Temple dismissed Qin Lai entirely. When evening fell, and Fang Ping conversed with Lu Hongye about the events of the day, he was surprised to learn that Lu Hongye was already aware. The senior brothers feared that the people from Jingxiashan Manor and those coveting my sister's martial arts might act recklessly and harm her family. Thus, they disseminated my presence here under the name of the Golden Lantern Temple to deter them from any rash actions. Fang Ping nodded in agreement. Indeed, sister. Your master is worth the reverence. By the way, how goes your martial arts? Lu Hongye rose with a smile, saying, Elder brother, please observe. She formed a seal with her fingers and chanted incantations, gradually revealing a shadow behind her, distinctively purple, serene, and upright, contrasting starkly with the eerie black shadow from before. Excellent. With this, I can depart with peace of mind. Elder brother, what do you mean? Are you leaving? Lu Hongye inquired, slightly taken aback. Fang Ping nodded, naturally. I have stayed here for half a month. I cannot linger indefinitely. While the Taoists have not driven me away, it is prudent to be considerate, is it not? But I will miss you, elder brother. You silly girl. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Besides, this is not a farewell forever. Here, take this. It's my address. Once you have mastered your skills, feel free to visit. If you need anything, send a message via carrier pigeon. Lu Hongye accepted the note with the map and name, nodding silently. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow. Then I shall see you off. After exchanging a few more words, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, leading them both to retreat to their respective rooms for rest. The next day dawned, and Fang Ping awoke early, only to find Lu Hongye waiting not far from his door. Elder brother, you're awake. Here, this is for you. Fang Ping extended his hand to receive the package that Lu Hongye had offered, peeking inside to discover 2 garments and a dozen vials of various elixirs. My dear sister, have you plundered the apothecary of the Golden Lantern Monastery? Lu Hongye's face flushed as she replied, not at all. These are merely concoctions my master casually brewed. He has no use for them. Brother, take them for your protection. Very well, I shall accept them, he replied. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Golden Lantern Monastery, where they encountered He Yukai, who was leading his disciples Xianqing and Xianming in tidying up the courtyard. Is Fang Gushi departing? He Yukai observed the package slung over Fang Ping's shoulder in the presence of Lu Hongye, surmising the situation. Indeed, Taoist he, until we meet again. Fang Ping responded. Safe travels, Fang Gushi. Hongye, you should return now. Let me accompany my brother to the foot of the mountain, she insisted. There is no need for such trouble. I shall stop here. I am leaving now. With his staff in hand, Fang Ping took confident strides down the mountain path. And upon reaching a bend, he glanced back to see Lu Hongye still standing there. He waved goodbye, and the two were soon out of sight from one another. Before long, he arrived at Zhuke town at the mountain's base, heading to the inn where horses were kept. Initially intending to ride home, he reconsidered, recognizing there was little awaiting him there. Instead, he opted to wander and explore. Consequently, he sold his horse to the innkeeper and set off on foot towards Yuzhou City, planning to journey westward, detouring through Qianzhou, traversing Sichuan, and leisurely returning to Liuzhou. On the official road, Fang Ping ran with his staff in hand, stirring up clouds of dust, treating it as practice for his lightness skill. After nearly an hour, he finally reached the outskirts of Yuzhou City. Having subsisted on vegetarian meals at the Golden Lantern Monastery for half a month, he felt his body had become lean. If he continued to stay there, he might lose all his strength. Thus, upon entering the city, he sought a restaurant and ordered a lavish feast of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Indulging in a hearty meal, Yuzhou City was vast, and after satisfying his hunger, Fang Ping began to wander the streets, soaking in the local customs and culture. Freshly baked, steaming hot sesame cakes, fruits for sale. Ladies, come see our new cosmetic powders. Young sir, buy a flower for your beloved. The mountainous region of Yuzhou was home to various ethnic groups, and thus, the streets were alive with not only the familiar garb of the great show, but also men and women from diverse backgrounds. Dear sister, what do you think of this attire? It looks splendid. Come, let me enhance your look. You are sure to find a charming partner at tomorrow's bonfire dance. Brother Zhang. With your current painting skills, if you join this year's dancing festival at Luoxia Slope, you will surely win first prize. I am humbled. Brother Li's artistry rivals my own. As Fang Ping strolled through the bustling thoroughfare, he listened to the conversations around him. Gathering that Yuzhou City was to host an event soon. After inquiring further, he learned of a hillside to the west of the city, adorned with maple trees that, during these autumn days, would transform into a sea of red leaves, resembling countless clouds of sunset, hence the name Luoxia Slope. Every year at this time, the city of Yuzhou organizes various events on the picturesque Luoxia Slope, such as the Dancing Festival, where scholars from various academies depict the enchanting scenery of the slope on canvas. There are also bonfire dances, and as by Shui Gong's Lu Hongyang once mentioned, is this not a custom of the ethnic group? Yet, it seems to have found its way here as well. Since there was nothing else to do, I decided to enjoy the festivities before departing. Chapter 126. The Black Tiger strikes resolute in my intentions. Fang Ping meandered through the streets and alleys of Yuzhou for half a day. As the sun descended toward the horizon, he finally found an inn to rest. By the third day, after a midday meal, he ventured out of the city, heading towards Luoxia Slope. The slope was not far from Yuzhou, and with his robust physique, he arrived in no time, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. Goodness, it was a sea of humanity. All one could see were heads bobbing in the crowd. In a moment of reverie, Fang Ping felt as if he had returned to the renowned tourist attractions of his past life, which bore a striking resemblance to this spectacle. What a nuisance! Was he here to gaze at the scenery or the throngs of people? Initially inclined to turn back, he recalled the adage, since he was already here, why not stay? His sturdy frame allowed him to navigate through the crowd with ease, and soon he found himself at the forefront. It appeared to be the Dancing Festival, where numerous scholars had set up easels to paint. After watching for a while and finding it uninteresting, he decided to move on. Further ahead, a group was engaged in wine tasting, presumably organized by the taverns of Yuzhou. He enjoyed a couple of complimentary cups before continuing his journey. This place was not only a scenic spot but also a grand temple fair, bustling with an array of goods and activities, proving to be quite delightful. At that moment, Fang Ping savored a sugar-coated hawthorn stick in his right hand and a couple of lamb pies in his left, relishing the experience as he gradually made his way to the bonfire dance area. There were numerous young men and women present, adorned in the attire of the great Zhou dynasty as well as garments from various ethnic groups. Inquiring about the dance, he learned that it indeed originated from the ethnic group, whose stronghold lies in the Sichuan region, reputed for its influence. Several other ethnic groups look up to the Yi, and even in Yuzhou, the local minorities share ties with them. Consequently, the officials of Yuzhou introduced the bonfire dance to foster connections between the citizens of Great Zhou and diverse ethnicities, promoting unity and reducing conflicts. Nearby the vibrant maple trees, a spacious area had been cleared, and a bonfire was ignited in the center. Many young men and women sang songs and danced around it. Every 15 to 20 minutes, one or two young women would approach, bearing floral garlands, adorning the necks of their chosen companions. If the men reciprocated their interest, they would slip away into the nearby grove. Well, the maple grove, to be precise. Of course, entering the grove did not imply anything untoward. After all, the two individuals might not even be familiar with each other, merely seeking a moment to converse and nurture their budding feelings. Fang Ping watched with great interest. The participants of this bonfire dance were predominantly attractive, a delightful sight filled with handsome men and beautiful women, making the experience quite visually pleasing. As the atmosphere was filled with joy and laughter, a bloodied young girl suddenly emerged from the maple forest, crying out for help. Help, help me. Hey. A monster has taken Ailing away. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent in an instant. The event was organized by the local government of Yuzhou City, and numerous soldiers were stationed nearby. Soon, a soldier approached the girl to inquire about the situation. What has happened, young lady? A monster. There is a monster in the maple forest. You must save Ailing. He has been taken by a monster. She sobbed. What kind of monster? Is it a wolf, a bear, or a tiger? I don't know. You must hurry. The soldier, after asking numerous questions, found the girl in a daze, unable to articulate her thoughts. He quickly gathered 7 or 8 men, armed with swords and guns, to venture into the maple woods. If it were merely a conflict among martial artists, Fang Ping might have chosen to remain uninvolved. However, it seemed that a ferocious beast was attacking innocent civilians, prompting him to lend a hand. After hastily consuming the remainder of his food, he shouldered a stick and entered the maple forest. The expanse of the maple woods was considerable, and Fang Ping wandered for quite some time without encountering anything. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from deep within the forest. Hello! It was a tiger. Recognizing the sound of this formidable beast, Fang Ping swiftly moved toward the source of the roar. When he arrived, he was met with a chilling scream. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. No wonder the girl had repeatedly mentioned the word monster instead of tiger. This tiger was significantly larger than the average, measuring over 10 feet long excluding its tail, with an eerie black coat adorned with white stripes. At that moment, the black tiger had extended one of its claws, piercing the chest of a soldier. The agonizing scream had emanated from him. By heavens! Is this the legendary black tiger that rips hearts out? This is a mutated tiger. In my time, it could fetch thousands in ticket sales at a park. Release that black tiger. Let me handle it. Fang Ping realized that this mutated tiger was beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers, who would require the support of dozens equipped with crossbows. With a commanding shout, he dashed forward, swinging his cold iron staff and striking the black tiger on the head. Hello! It was said that clouds follow dragons and tigers follow the wind. Despite its massive size, the mutated tiger was incredibly agile, swatting Fang Ping's staff aside with a single paw. Incredible, this black tiger possesses strength equal to mine. Nevertheless, a tiger, regardless of its mutation, lacked human intellect and remained a wild beast. After a few exchanges of pure strength, finding himself at a disadvantage, Fang Ping channeled his inner energy and struck the tiger with a flurry of blows, causing it to roar in distress. Suddenly, the black tiger whipped its tail toward Fang Ping and crouched down as if to flee. Fang Ping would not allow it to escape. He executed a slide that brought him beneath the tiger's belly. Then, channeling his energy into both hands, he delivered a powerful push to its abdomen. The formidable black tiger, potentially weighing over 1,000 pounds, was propelled into the air by Fang Ping's powerful thrust. Uncertain whether his strikes would prove fatal, Fang Ping leapt forth, brandishing his cold iron staff, and with a resounding thud, struck the creature upon its head. When the massive beast crashed to the ground, it was still alive. Struggling for breath, Fang Ping approached, relentlessly delivering blows to its head until it was utterly shattered, rendering it motionless. Thank you, valiant warrior, for saving us and ridding our Yuzhou city of this menace, expressed several soldiers who had narrowly escaped death, hastening to offer their gratitude. It is well that all is well, Fang Ping nodded in acknowledgement. However, upon surveying the scene, he noted 3 or 4 lifeless bodies scattered about, prompting a wave of sorrow. Suddenly, Fang Ping's brow furrowed as he recalled the enormous scorpion from the valley, contemplating whether the sizable black tiger might also possess an inner den. Chapter 127, The Tiger Treasure. As Fang Ping hoisted the colossal black tiger from the maple grove, the onlooking townsfolk were momentarily struck with terror, retreating to a safe distance. Yet, upon observing the creature's mangled head, completely lifeless, they rushed forward, their curiosity piqued, some even daring to touch it. Goodness, this tiger is indeed black. It must be worth a fortune, exclaimed one. Its fur gleamed with a lustrous darkness, a testament to the countless lives it had devoured to reach such a size. Look at those teeth, sharper than daggers. Another chimed in. Forget the teeth. Look at its tail. Everyone, step back. Be cautious, it might revive and bite you. Fang Ping warned, but surrounded by the common folk, he found it difficult to express his ire. Despite his admonitions, the crowd remained tightly packed, with a few audacious young women even daring to caress his robust physique after touching the tiger. Make way, make way. I am the garrison general of Yuzhou City. Allow me a moment to speak with the hero who vanquished this beast, a voice called out. Upon hearing of an official's arrival, the throng parted, creating a path. The garrison general, with no pressing matters at hand, merely sought to understand the events that transpired and expressed gratitude on behalf of Yuzhou City. Fang Ping had intended to ask the general to disperse the crowd, seeking solitude to eviscerate the tiger and search for an inner den. However, the general leaned in and whispered a few words. Essentially, he suggested that since the tiger had claimed lives, it would be best to publicly skin it. This would serve to assuage the anger of the bereaved and alleviate the fear the citizens held for such a ferocious creature. Fang Ping, indifferent to the proposal, acquiesced, carrying the tiger to the riverside near Luoxia Slope. Where is Zhang the butcher? If he doesn't arrive soon, this remarkable opportunity will be lost to another. I'm here. Make way. The garrison general called out to the crowd. A robust man, bare-chested and wielding a cleaver at his waist, emerged from the throng. Hero, the garrison general said, this is the finest butcher in Yuzhou City. He will handle the tiger and ensure you receive a splendid hide. Fang Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall leave it in Zhang's capable hands. It is my honor, as Zhang the butcher, to assist this heroic figure in subduing the tiger. Observe closely. Indeed, Zhang is an adept butcher, his cleaver dancing gracefully as he skillfully removes the hide of the black tiger in a matter of moments. However, Fang Ping's interest does not lie in the tiger's skin. After Zhang has rummaged through the tiger's innards for quite some time, he finally uncovers a rather unremarkable bead, the size of a pigeon egg, pockmarked and dull in hue. Haha, I wonder what treasure the hero seeks, Fang Ping muses, only to realize that it is, in fact, a tiger's pearl. To his surprise, the tiger possesses such a gem. Zhang, seemingly indifferent, casually hands the bead to Fang Ping. Tiger pearl? Is it not an internal elixir? Fang Ping ponders, perplexed. Zhang scratches his head and replies, what is an internal elixir? This must be the tiger pearl. Although this is my first encounter with a tiger pearl. Having butchered cattle and sheep for over 20 years, I frequently come across cow and sheep pearls, which are similar. Cow and sheep pearls are merely calculi, Fang Ping thinks. Initially disheartened, he examines the gray bead closely, noting its resemblance to the internal elixir of the large scorpion from the valley. Regardless, he concludes that even if it is a tiger pearl, it should hold considerable value, and decides to keep it for now. At the riverbank, a throng of onlookers surrounds the scene, filling the space both inside and out. Fang Ping feels a twitch at the corner of his mouth, despite his thick skin. He finds himself uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes. He turns to the commanding officer, saying, esteemed general, this black tiger skin ought to fetch a fair sum. You may sell it and share the proceeds with the families of those who fell victim to this beast. The general, moved by Fang Ping's words, acknowledges the gravity of the situation, especially with the loss of his comrades, and immediately clasps his fists in gratitude. Brave warrior, your righteousness shall not be forgotten. I shall take care of this matter. Feeling overwhelmed by the eager gazes of the crowd, Fang Ping hoists his staff and swiftly leaps across the river, which is only a few paces wide. With his current agility, he can traverse the water with ease, leaving behind a strikingly graceful silhouette. He continues running for a quarter of an hour, until he is far from the setting sun's slope and free from prying eyes, allowing himself to relax and stroll leisurely along the road. With no pressing matters at hand, Fang Ping ambles along, stopping occasionally to admire flowers or tease birds, thoroughly enjoying his time. After walking for over an hour, the sun begins its descent in the west. Just as he prepares to quicken his pace in search of a populated area to rest, a voice suddenly calls out from behind him, esteemed recluse, please hold. Turning to see who it is, Fang Ping spots a Taoist priest standing not far behind him. The priest, in his 30s, is clad entirely in black, his robe dark and his whisk sweeping through the air, while his hair and beard are thick and glossy, though somewhat unruly. Do we know each other, venerable Taoist? Fang Ping inquires, grasping his staff. The Taoist shakes his whisk, bows respectfully, and states, all hail the boundless celestial sovereign. I am the Black Tiger Taoist. The black tiger you vanquished on the setting sun slope was, in fact, a manifestation of my spirit. What on earth? Fang Ping's eyelids twitched as he dug into his ears, indicating he had not heard clearly. The poor Taoist's spirit has departed, transforming into a black tiger, roaming the heavens and the earth, only to be slain by a layman, who also sees the inner elixir. Thus, I have come to reclaim it. Ah, I understand now. You seek vengeance. Not at all, merely wishing to return what rightfully belongs to its master. Fang Ping placed his hand on his chest, saying, you speak such nonsense. Do you think I will listen? The inner elixir is right here. Call out to it, and see if it responds. If it can speak, I shall hand it over immediately. The self-proclaimed black tiger Taoist sighed with regret. I see the layman's brow darkening. Misfortune approaches. I train under the sun every day. Exposed to its rays, my brow has always been dark. The black tiger Taoist shook his head, and, with a flourish of his sleeve, produced a gleaming dagger, demonstrating it with a few motions. Fang Ping braced himself, thinking he was about to steal it, gripping his cold iron staff tightly. Yet, in the next moment, the black tiger Taoist turned the dagger upon himself, stabbing his chest several times. Ah, what is the meaning of this, Taoist? If you cannot reclaim it, there is no need for such self-harm. The black tiger Taoist brandished the dagger, declaring, with the protection of the celestial lord, blades cannot pierce me, and mortals cannot harm me. I advise the layman to act wisely and quickly surrender the black tiger's inner elixir. Fang Ping's skin twitched, bewildered by this absurdity. Chapter 128. The trickster. It turned out the Taoist was merely performing tricks. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Fang Ping clasped his fists. Humph, ignorant mortal. How can you comprehend the true arts of my sect? Dare you to test it? Let us test it, then. Without hesitation, the black tiger Taoist tossed the dagger towards Fang Ping. With a deft flick of his staff, Fang Ping caught the dagger upon it. He examined the weapon closely, noticing it bore no residue and emitted no foul odor, before scrutinizing it further. Indeed, there were no hidden mechanisms. Could it be that this Taoist wore protective armor? Humph. This dagger is a true weapon. Are you afraid? Surrender the inner elixir quickly. Before the black tiger Taoist could finish his sentence, Fang Ping had already plunged the dagger into his own arm. With a snap, the dagger broke in two, silencing the latter half of the Taoist's words. Fang Ping waved the broken dagger, saying, "It seems the Celestial Lord is also protecting me. Is that not so, Taoist?" The Black Tiger Taoist's lips twitched. "A mere parlor trick. Behold my flying head technique." Suddenly, he grasped his neck, and his head fell off, flying about in midair. "Impressive, is it not, Taoist?" Fang Ping was genuinely startled by this display, gazing at the talking head above and the body without it, utterly puzzled by the mechanics of the trick. "Look. A beauty approaches over there." "What?" Fang Ping suddenly pointed behind the Taoist. Both the head in the air and the torso swayed slightly in response. "Humph. I knew you were merely conjuring illusions. Prepare for my hidden weapon." With a swift motion, he hurled the half-dagger in his hand, striking the head that was soaring through the air. With a resounding pop, the head burst mid-flight, releasing not blood, but a cloud of white smoke. "You insolent child. How dare you challenge my sorcery? What a ridiculous spell. How can one speak without a head?" As dust began to settle, Fang Ping lost interest in bantering with this fool. He seized the cold iron staff and cast it towards the black-clad Taoist, striking the remaining portion of his body. Once again, a plume of white smoke dissipated, leaving behind only a black Taoist robe on the ground. The man himself vanished. Upon inspecting the remnants of the shattered head, he discovered a clump of hair clinging to a human skin mask. "You have offended the Taoist master. I have cast a curse upon you. Within days, you shall perish and become a pool of pus and blood." The voice of the Black Tiger Taoist echoed through the surrounding woods, his location indiscernible. "Perform your tricks. Practice your martial arts. What good is agility if I do not catch you? Otherwise, I shall treat you like a toad and squeeze you until you excrete." This fellow may not possess great skill, but he was as bothersome as a toad clinging to one's foot. Fang Ping shouted into the forest for a considerable time. Yet the Black Tiger Taoist did not respond. It was unclear if he had fled. Lowering his body, he sprinted down the main road. After running for an hour, he remained vigilant to his surroundings. He surmised that while the Black Tiger Taoist might be adept at short-range maneuvers in terms of a lengthy pursuit, he would likely fall behind. Having endured such vexations, Fang Ping felt no desire to seek lodging in towns or counties, fearing that if he fell asleep, the Black Tiger Taoist might return to torment him. Thus, he veered off the road, oblivious to his direction. After 3 days of roughing it in the wild, undisturbed, he began to meander once more. One day, having recently grilled 2 fish by the river, he ambled back onto the main road when a figure clad in azure, wearing a conical hat and a face veil, approached him, brandishing a long sword. Fang Ping paid little heed. Encountering a few wandering souls on the road was commonplace. However, just a few steps forward, a bug suddenly flitted through the air, swirling in front of him. A firefly. Captivating in the night, yet merely an ordinary dark insect by day, he thought. "Get lost, or I shall swat you dead." The firefly danced around him for a moment before veering towards the azure-clad man, settling upon his hat. The man, obscured by his conical hat and veil, was difficult to discern, yet Fang Ping noticed his mouth moving as if conversing with the firefly. "What a peculiar fellow," Fang Ping muttered. As he turned to leave, a figure swiftly darted past him, positioning itself 2 yards ahead. It was the azure-clad man. Goodness, that was fast. Is this some form of teleportation? Fang Ping was taken aback. Had the man attempted to ambush him moments earlier, he would have been utterly unprepared. The man in the green attire slowly drew his long sword and addressed Fang Ping, proclaiming, "My sword does not stain with blood." Upon hearing these words, Fang Ping's eyes widened as a memory resurfaced. During his escort of the 100 Craftsman's box, when he emerged from the Baishui Palace, he had encountered a woman whose attire and demeanor mirrored that of the man before him. Her agility and swordsmanship were astonishingly swift. Had it not been for her lack of experience in the martial world and her penchant for ostentation, he might not have been her equal. It seemed evident that this man hailed from the same origins as that woman. The man remarked, "It appears you are familiar with this phrase. Given that you have survived after hearing it, it indicates that my junior sister met her demise at your hands." "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Fang Ping chuckled nervously, tightening his grip on his staff. "There is no need for denial. The firefly that flitted around you earlier, named the life-recognizing firefly, is a treasured possession of my hidden sword sect. Anything that has come into contact with the blood of our disciples, be it person or object, it can locate." Fang Ping thought to himself, what kind of principle is this? I've bathed countless times. How could it still find me? This is absurd. And what of the hidden sword sect? Does the name imply it is a reclusive sect? All right, I did indeed kill her, but she attempted to seize my belongings first. If my junior sister desired your possessions, you ought to have surrendered them willingly. If she wished to take your life, You should have presented your neck. Why resist? What the hell? How can this guy speak so unrepentantly? My good fellow, it seems you are unwilling to reason. Strength is the law. My hidden sword sect embodies justice. Do you dare to defy? I'll be damned. You think you can intimidate me? If you have the ability, come and take my head. Before he could utter another word of defiance, the figure of the man in green vanished, and a streak of white light darted directly toward Fang Ping's throat. Chapter 129. Enduring the encounter, the man from the hidden sword sect moved with astonishing speed, far beyond Fang Ping's capacity to follow. All he could perceive was a white sword light swirling around him like a ribbon. In that moment, he could only execute a technique known as the waves of the wind and rain, using his staff to create a protective barrier around himself. Clang, clang, clang. The staff and sword clashed repeatedly, producing a cacophony of urgent sounds. Is this guy cheating? Has he leveled up? In a mere instant, Fang Ping had been pierced by the man's sword a dozen times. Yet, from the sensation of the wounds, it was clear this individual was not a top-tier expert. The pain he inflicted was considerably less than that which he had endured from Qin Lai. Although he had not breached Fang Ping's defenses, Fang Ping dared not let his guard down. The man's sword was too swift. There was no way to defend against it. Should he be struck in the eye, it would spell disaster. However, at this moment, Fang Ping could not even catch a glimpse of his opponent's figure. His strikes were aimless, and he could only resort to a single technique, the waves of fury. Yet, this technique was not entirely ineffective. It thwarted numerous sword lights and, as the force accumulated, the energy surrounding him intensified, pushing the sword light further away. Disperse. After a brief interval, Fang Ping suddenly swung his staff horizontally, causing the amassed energy to explode, akin to colossal waves crashing violently around him. With a resounding thud, the figure of the man in blue was propelled away by his force. However, the impact was limited, merely leaving the man momentarily disheveled, as he gracefully spun in midair and landed firmly on the ground. So, you practice external martial arts. No wonder you were able to kill my junior sister. I surmised that she, being young and inexperienced, struck you and assumed you were doomed, thus letting her guard down, allowing you to ambush and slay her? Fang Ping chuckled. Did you witness that? Could it not be that I triumphed through a fair confrontation? Humph, with your turtle-like movements. You would never have touched a hair on my sister's head had it not been for your sneak attack. Fang Ping's lips twitched, realizing that this fellow was indeed formidable. His deductions almost spot on. Yet, he soon recognized something, a cold smile spreading across his face. My agility may indeed be lacking, but your prowess is woefully inadequate. You have thrust at me with your sword a dozen times, yet you have failed to breach my defenses. Your speed must stem from some secret technique. Yet after all this chatter, has the duration of your secret technique already elapsed? And if it has? Even without the technique, your lightness of foot cannot touch me. Nor can you escape. Once I regain my breath, I shall thrust at you a dozen more times. If even one of my strikes finds its mark in your eye, you are as good as dead. The man in blue did not deny Fang Ping's conjecture, his words leaving Fang Ping without a rebuttal. Damn it. He speaks with such conviction that I find myself at a loss for words. What to do? As Fang Ping remained vigilant, his eyes darted around, seeking advantageous terrain to evade this opponent. The main road offered no escape. To the left lay a mountain, to the right a thicket. Neither provided a viable route. Curse it. Running is futile. I shall confront him directly. If he strikes my eye, I shall perish, but if my staff connects with him, he too will not survive. What am I afraid of? Hey, you wretched scoundrel, taste my staff. Contemplating this, Fang Ping lunged forward, executing a technique akin to piercing through the woods, unleashing a myriad of afterimages as he thrust towards the chest of the man in blue. The man did not defend. Instead, he leaped away with remarkable agility. Where do you think you're going? Fang Ping shouted, pursuing him with his staff raised. Yet, the man in blue effortlessly leapt away, evading once more. Thus, the chase continued. A half-hour passing in the blink of an eye, with Fang Ping failing to even graze his opponent. Just as he charged forward again, the man in blue smiled slightly, and his figure suddenly vanished from Fang Ping's sight. Not good. This fellow's secret technique has cooled down. I must unleash the waves of fury. Fang Ping's mind had yet to catch up, yet his body was already in motion, once again wielding his staff to envelop himself in a protective barrier. The clang of metal echoed clink, 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 followed by a resounding crash. Once more, he found himself pierced by a flurry of strikes from this enigmatic opponent, sustaining over a dozen wounds. However, this time, the peculiar speed of the man in blue attire diminished significantly, and before Fang Ping could consolidate his defensive stance, the adversary leaped aside. Damn it, how repulsive, Fang Ping muttered under his breath, swinging his staff in pursuit. Even if he couldn't land a hit, he could not allow the foe the luxury of recuperating his strength. Thus, The two engaged in a relentless back and forth, alternating between offense and evasion, from midday until dusk. Cough. You, my friend, possess impressive speed and remarkable stamina, Fang Ping remarked, a rare compliment escaping his lips. This was his first real confrontation, and after such an extended bout, it would be disingenuous to claim he was unwearied. Yet, while he was merely drenched in sweat, the man in blue appeared far more disheveled. His clothes soaked through and trembling as he gripped his longsword. Humph, you can take a beating, but do take a look at your attire, at this rate. You may soon resemble a hairless wild dog, Fang Ping observed, glancing at his own tattered clothing, now reduced to mere shreds, which fluttered in the breeze, providing a refreshing chill. Well, since there are no fair maidens in this desolate wilderness, I am indifferent. You, on the other hand, seem to struggle with your words. I wonder how much longer you can endure. Watch my staff. At that moment, Fang Ping discerned that his opponent was running low on energy. If the man chose to flee, Fang Ping might not be able to pursue him, but if he continued to engage, he might very well exhaust himself here. Now, it was Fang Ping's turn to pursue the man in blue, who was clearly slowing down. Yet, before Fang Ping could unleash a few more strikes, a faint, ethereal sound wafted through the surrounding grove. Hee, the heavens tremble, the earth trembles, and so do the people. Little monk, why do you appear so haggard? Are you about to be turned into a meat paste? Upon hearing that voice, Fang Ping recognized it instantly. It was the absurd black tiger Taoist from a couple of days prior, somehow back on his trail. Sure enough, as the voice faded, three heads soared into view from the thicket. The black tiger Taoist's head, accompanied by two others, one belonging to the white impermanence and the other to the black impermanence. At that moment, dusk enveloped the landscape, the sun obscured by the mountains, casting a dim light. The sight of three floating heads in the twilight was indeed unsettling. Why have you come back with this theatrical display, bringing along two extra heads? Are you attempting to frighten me to death? Fang Ping grumbled inwardly, disregarding the airborne heads as he continued to chase the man in blue. Yet, undeterred by Fang Ping's indifference, the three heads began to assault him. The black tiger Taoist's head emitted a sudden burst of flame, nearly singeing Fang Ping's hair. Damn it! Ever since I shaved my head, I've painstakingly nurtured it for 2 months, and it has only grown a few inches. Is this easy for me? This fellow nearly turned me back into a monk. Before he could react, the black Wuchang spewed forth a cloud of white smoke. Fearing it might be toxic, he quickly dodged aside. Just as he evaded the smoke, the white Wuchang unleashed a series of rapid water sprays, not substantial in volume but swift, akin to someone spitting with great fervor, almost nauseating him. You foul Taoist. If you possess any true skill, come out and face me in a genuine battle rather than hiding like a coward. From the depths of the forest came the black tiger Taoist's voice. I am a being from beyond, traversing the martial world. My reliance lies in various mystical arts. Engaging in mere brawls is the act of a fool, and I disdain such conduct. Fang Ping was infuriated, nearly losing focus, and almost got his head pierced by the sword of the man in green. He quickly steeled himself to confront the situation. Although it appeared to be 2 against 1, it soon devolved into a one-on-one scenario. The three heads conjured by the black tiger Taoist, spewing water, fire, and smoke, made both Fang Ping and the man in green wary of being touched, fearing that the contents might be perilous. Last time you ambushed me and disrupted my magic. Let's see how you fare this time. The black tiger Taoist had learned his lesson. He refrained from revealing his true form, skillfully manipulating the three heads to dart about, spewing a puff before soaring high into the air, deliberately avoiding direct confrontation. Fang Ping, while parrying the sword of the man in green, dared not leap to strike at the heads, enduring the incessant annoyance they caused. What is the principle behind this? Is it controlled by threads? He speculated. But the dimming light made it impossible to discern the truth. Whatever the principle, it's undoubtedly some trickery. Let them spray. How much can those heads contain? Surely, they will run out soon. As he anticipated, within a short while, the three heads sputtered to a halt. After a couple of weak sprays, the black tiger Taoist, seemingly enraged, directed the three heads to charge at Fang Ping. In that fleeting moment when the heads obscured Fang Ping's vision, the man in green lunged with his sword. For you, it was a prime opportunity, but for me, it was as well. Fang Ping took a deep breath, covered his eyes with his left hand, and swung his staff towards the three heads. With a resounding bang, the heads exploded, enveloping both Fang Ping and the man in green in a cloud of white smoke. Fang Ping felt a sharp jab at his neck, followed by the sound of coughing from the man in green. Seizing the moment, he swiftly redirected his staff, striking back with a solid thud. Fang Ping did not dare to be careless. He jumped back while shielding his eyes, trembling several times before finally daring to open them. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, the ground lay in disarray. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 4 heads. Excellent. Quite splendid. He turned around and discovered a total of 4 severed heads. 3 of them were a tangled mass of hair embedded in an unknown hide, belonging to the 3 heads controlled by the Black Tiger Taoist, while the 4th belonged to the man in green, forcefully severed from his neck by Fang Ping. Phew. That was close. I almost had my skull pierced by this fellow. Fang Ping exhaled in relief and shouted towards the small forest, expressing his gratitude to the Taoist priest for his assistance. Otherwise, this man might have truly reduced him to a pulp. The Taoist was indeed benevolent. A moment of silence enveloped the grove, soon interrupted by the voice of the Black Tiger Taoist. Ha ha ha. In truth, I had intentionally lured that swordsman into revealing his weakness. Considering I saved your life, how about relinquishing that Black Tiger inner elixir to me? The debt of gratitude ought to be repaid with a spring of water. Come forth, Taoist, and not only will I present you the elixir, but I shall also bow to you thrice in reverence. Do I appear to be a fool? He retorted. Ha ha, then it seems the Taoist does not desire it. And it is not I who withholds it. You scoundrel, laugh all you wish. I have long proclaimed that I have placed a curse upon you. In 3 days, you shall transform into a pool of blood. Today marks the 3rd day. Are you not feeling an itch all over? Fang Ping paused momentarily. He had not felt it earlier, but upon his words, he indeed sensed a slight itch in his arms. Damn, that white smoke contained something. He shuddered and swiftly dove into the underbrush, retrieving the bundle he had discarded before the fight, and then took off running. Having battled with the man in green for a considerable time, he had not strayed far. A river lay not far from there, where he had eaten grilled fish at noon. Now, with familiarity guiding him, Fang Ping dashed towards the riverbank. In no time, he plunged into the water, flailing in a frantic attempt to soothe his discomfort. Ah, much better. The icy river water alleviated much of the itchiness. Submerged in the river, he rummaged through his bundle and quickly found a vial of antidote, swallowing several pills whole. Truly, the elixirs crafted by a Grandmaster are effective. My sister Hongye bestowed upon me such a bounty, and my protection of her was not in vain. After consuming the antidote, the peculiar sensations on his body swiftly vanished. As darkness fully enveloped the sky, Fang Ping glanced toward the direction of the small forest. Through the shadows, he could not discern whether the Black Tiger Taoist remained. The river was not particularly wide, and Fang Ping swam across to the opposite bank. In the dark, he retrieved a garment from his bundle, changing out of the shredded clothing. Alas, day after day, it's either fighting or on the way to a fight. Is this truly how it ought to be? Certainly not. Fang Ping grumbled as he hoisted his bundle with a stick and continued onward. Days passed without further incident. One day, while traversing the mountain paths, he found himself somewhat lost amidst the towering peaks. After winding through the trails, he finally encountered an elderly herbalist at a crossroads. To navigate this path, one must continuously veer left to find an exit. The alternative route is perilous, rumored to be haunted by man-eating specters, with those who venture within never returning. Young one, you mustn't go there. Chapter 131. The Pink Mist. If that is the case, I am compelled to explore it, Fang Ping mused, initially anticipating that the elder forger would warn of ferocious beasts like wolves or leopards, yet instead, he spoke of flesh-eating apparitions, which piqued Fang Ping's curiosity. However, after several days journeying along this path, he encountered not a trace of these fiends. Yet, as he continued, an unsettling aura began to envelop him. Something is amiss. Why does the flora grow increasingly lush the further I advance, while the presence of fauna dwindles? Having consumed all his provisions, Fang Ping had subsisted on roasted rabbits and birds for the past few days, but as he pressed on, living creatures became increasingly scarce. By the 7th day, he resolved to venture one more day, and if nothing peculiar emerged, he would retrace his steps. As he wandered, he stumbled into a dense thicket, where towering trees cast shadows upon a carpet of decaying leaves and underbrush. Entering in the early morning, he found himself empty-handed by midday and decided it was time to return. At that moment, as the midday sun streamed through the trees, a delicate pink mist began to rise from the ground, weaving through the layers of dead foliage. This is dangerous, he thought, as he inhaled a slight breath. A sharp sting assaulted his senses, compelling him to flee. Yet, the more frantic he became, the more disoriented he grew, swiftly losing his way. However, one must not blame him, as there were no discernible paths within this forest, making it entirely normal to become lost. The peculiar pink mist did not saturate the air instantaneously. Rather, it ascended gradually, now reaching his calves. I cannot continue to flail about like a headless chicken, or I shall surely perish. With this realization, Fang Ping sprang upward, grasping the trunk of a towering tree, scaling it with the agility of a monkey. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he surveyed the landscape, only to feel disheartened. All around him, the mountains were cloaked in verdant growth, obscuring any visible paths. He leapt from tree to tree, Yet the pink mist continued to rise ominously below him, and he remained without a means of escape. What now? Curse it all. No wonder the creatures of the air and land have diminished, likely succumbing to this toxic haze. The man-eating entities the elder spoke of must have some connection to this. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he caught sight of a sheer cliff not far off, reminiscent of the valley he had traversed with Lu Hongye. Of course. Why seek a path when I can carve my own? Climbing a mountain is far more reliable than searching for a route. Surely this strange mist cannot extend to the summit. Upon reaching this point, Fang Ping leaped between the towering trees and arrived at the precipice's edge. With a grand jump, he elevated himself high, his cold iron staff aimed precisely at a crevice, which it immediately lodged into. This cliff was at least 2 or 3 times higher than the one he had encountered in the valley, yet it proved to be more manageable. Numerous pine trees and an abundance of vines sprouted from the fissures of the rock face. After climbing for a while, Fang Ping paused to rest against a pine tree. He continued his ascent until dusk, yet he still had not reached the summit. Gazing upward, he discerned only vague silhouettes. Unable to ascertain how much higher he had to climb, with the nightfall rendering the climb perilous, he chose to rest for the night on a sturdy pine. As dawn broke the next day, Fang Ping awoke groggily to find himself surrounded by a thick haze, which startled him. However, he quickly realized that the mist was white, not pink, and upon taking a deep breath, he recognized it as mere fog. How high have I climbed? Is this cloud or fog? He pondered, momentarily perplexed. Fortunately, the cliff face was now visible, and he resumed his ascent. After climbing for half the day, well past noon, he finally reached the summit. Surveying the horizon, he beheld mountains upon mountains, utterly unsure of his whereabouts. His stomach, having gone a day without food, began to protest. With no particular direction in mind, he wandered forth, hoping to find some small creature to satisfy his hunger. Not long into his trek, he spotted a rabbit darting through the nearby grass. Elated, he quickly set off in pursuit. Although his agility was average, catching a rabbit was still within his reach. In no time, he had skewered the rabbit with a twig and set it over the fire. Despite the lack of seasoning, it was surprisingly fragrant. After a long day of climbing and a restless night, Fang Ping felt drowsy from the sun's warmth after devouring the rabbit. He extinguished the campfire and lay down to rest. Half an hour later, upon waking, he was startled to find a girl, around 10 years of age, squatting beside the extinguished fire. She nearly frightened him to death. Dressed in a pink palace outfit, she appeared delicate and refined, with a curvy mark painted on her brow. "Did you roast that rabbit?" she asked, her voice clear as she pointed at the nearby rabbit skin. Fang Ping thought to himself, I knew this rabbit was entirely white, devoid of any stray hairs. How peculiar. Could it be this girl's pet? Given her attire, she must belong to a wealthy family, yet here she is in this desolate wilderness. Chuckling awkwardly, he replied, "Little sister, where are your family? How did you end up alone at the mountain's peak?" "Humph, stop sidestepping. Tell me, did you eat my rabbit?" Yes I did. I'm sorry, how much do I owe you?" "You scoundrel. You owe me for my little bye?" The girl's expression darkened as she approached him. Her small hands raised, ready to strike. "Little bye? Is that the name of the rabbit?" "Forget it, let her vent her frustrations with a couple of slaps." "It's fine." "What nonsense." It was only when the small girl's palm struck his abdomen that he realized the magnitude of his error, an error of monumental proportions. Fang Ping felt an immense surge of internal energy explode from where the girl had hit him, resulting in a thunderous crash as his entire body was propelled uncontrollably through the air. As he soared, tumbling uncontrollably, he crushed countless flowers and plants beneath him, until he flew some distance away, still under the influence of that overwhelming force, embedding himself into a large rock. Cough. Well, at that moment, every part of Fang Ping ached intensely. After a strenuous effort to extricate himself from the stone, he felt a surge of blood and coughed up 2 mouthfuls. Chapter 132, The Fuyo Palace. This was no power that a mere 10-year-old girl could possess. Good heavens. I can't possibly be so unfortunate as to have encountered an ancient being capable of rejuvenation. But where did she go? As Fang Ping coughed up blood, his vision darkened momentarily. When he regained his senses, the girl had vanished without a trace. Cough. I'm Fang Ping, and I sincerely apologize for any offense to your esteemed self. I beg your forgiveness. Esteemed self? Are you referring to me? A voice echoed from behind. Startled, Fang Ping turned abruptly, only to find the space behind him empty save for the large stone. However, illuminated by the sunlight, the stone cast a shadow that revealed his own silhouette, and above his head, a smaller one. Panic seized Fang Ping, his heart racing as cold sweat drenched him. When did she climb onto my back? How did I not feel a thing? Could she be a ghost? No, ghosts do not cast shadows. Instinctively, he reached back to grasp the girl perched upon him, but halfway through the motion, his arm grew weak and fell limply to his side. followed by a numbing sensation enveloping his entire body. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dead? The small girl behind him giggled softly. You didn't die from my slap? How amusing. Come on, lift your left leg. Yes, that's right, now your right leg. At that moment, Fang Ping resembled a marionette, moving his limbs as commanded by the girl's playful directives, swaying unsteadily as he began to walk forward. What on earth is this old monster? Is it amusing to toy with me like this? While he could not exert control over his limbs, he still possessed a flicker of his internal strength, feeling a domineering energy intrude upon his meridians, manipulating him. That stick is your weapon, right? Now, bend down, yes. Pick it up. We're descending the mountain. Under the girl's control, Fang Ping meandered down the mountainside, winding along the path. Numerous times he attempted to summon his internal energy to throw the girl off, but each time he gathered even the slightest bit of power, it was scattered by the girl's overwhelming force. This is disastrous. Not only has this old monster shrunk in size, but her temperament appears rather unhinged. I am doomed. The two gradually descended to the foot of the mountain, meandering left and right until they arrived at a vast valley. At the entrance stood a weathered stone tablet, enshrouded in moss, upon which the characters Fuyo Palace could still be faintly discerned. This valley was immense, far surpassing the one they had previously inhabited with Lu Hongya by several magnitudes. Within the valley, an abundance of exotic flowers and rare plants flourished, vibrant and lush despite the autumn season. The flora here remained a rich, verdant green, unlike the yellowish hues outside. As they traversed a narrow path for some time, crossing several stone bridges, they were greeted by a multitude of crumbling structures. These edifices bore the scars of time, their grandeur long diminished, save for a handful of bamboo houses in a corner that retained their emerald sheen. Sister, come quickly and see what I have caught, the little girl exclaimed, her voice echoing as she approached the bamboo houses. Inwardly, Fang Ping cursed, feeling as though he was being treated like mere livestock. He thought, what is the point of this ruckus? Suddenly, one of the bamboo doors creaked open, revealing a lady adorned in palace garments. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with features that could be likened to a painting. Although devoid of makeup, her beauty was astonishing. However, she seemed to have some ailment in her legs. Emerging from a wooden wheelchair, Sister has returned. Why have you brought a stranger? She inquired. Sister? Little sister? Fang Ping mused, noting that this young girl appeared to be just over 20 herself. Could she also be a transformed old hag? The little girl behind him chimed in, this big fool, not knowing how he ended up here, actually roasted and ate my little boy. Yet, he survived when I slapped him. Henceforth, I declare him my new pet. The palace-clad woman shook her head slightly and scrutinized Fang Ping, remarking, to endure a slap from my sister and remain alive is indeed remarkable. However, he is still a man. It would be prudent for you, sister, to avoid entangling with him. A lesson is sufficient. Let him depart on his own. At that moment, Fang Ping found himself speechless and immobile. Were he able to move, he would surely bow in gratitude to this woman, whose beauty was matched only by her kindness. She was truly a living bodhisattva. The little girl, momentarily taken aback, expressed her disappointment. If he cannot be a pet, then so be it. With that, she leaped down from behind Fang Ping, who finally regained control of his limbs. Gazing at the duo, he felt compelled to leave and quickly clasped his fists in respect, saying, I am grateful that you have chosen not to hold the actions of a younger generation against me. I shall take my leave now. Noticing that the two did not seem inclined to detain him, Fang Ping turned and hurried away. As he fled, the little girl suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, oh dear, I nearly forgot. There is a suspended formation at the valley's entrance. I hope that foolish big fellow does not perish there. Haha, I must go see. Sister, will you join me? The palace-clad woman smiled gently. You may go alone, dear sister. My legs are not suited for such an adventure, so I shall remain here. Very well, rest well. I shall go take a look. As Fang Ping raced along the narrow path he had traversed earlier, he finally arrived at the mouth of the valley. To his surprise, he discovered not only the upward path, but also a cobblestone trail that seemed to lead out of the mountains. Assuming this route would offer an escape, he ventured down the cobblestones without a second thought. After running for a considerable distance, an expansive clearing suddenly appeared before him, devoid of any vegetation. The moment Fang Ping entered this open space, he felt an unusual lightness in his body. Puzzled, he glanced around but noticed nothing amiss, attributing the sensation to mere illusion. However, as he took a deep breath and continued forward, he found himself growing even lighter. What could this mean? Could it be that the old demon's strike had unblocked his meridians, granting him a swiftness akin to that of a swallow? Yet he felt no increase in internal energy. Just as he took another dozen steps, he pushed off the ground with considerable force, propelling himself 3 or 4 zhang into the air, which left him utterly astonished. However, before he could comprehend this bizarre phenomenon, he faced an even greater predicament. His body was inexplicably suspended in midair, defying gravity as if it had ceased to exist altogether. What on earth was happening? At this moment, suspended in the air, Fang Ping flailed his arms and legs, yet instead of descending, he began to spin uncontrollably. Just as he was becoming accustomed to this strange sensation, a playful voice echoed around him, that of a little girl. Hee, isn't this fun? You've never experienced this before, have you? Ha ha. Chapter 133. Return and departure. While Fang Ping twirled in midair, the girl's taunts reached his ears, and he dared not express his irritation for fear of incurring her wrath. Instead, he forced a smile and remarked, might I request your assistance, esteemed elder? The little girl, arms crossed, floated serenely in the air, appearing effortlessly at ease compared to Fang Ping's frantic movements. Who are you calling elder? You, towering oaf. Look significantly older than I. Besides, you've roasted and consumed my little white companion. Letting you go is already a great act of mercy on my part. Why should I assist you? Are you my father? What on earth was a princess? Fang Ping inwardly scoffed, though he dared not voice his thoughts. He continued to grin awkwardly. I apologize for offending the little princess. It is my fault. However, with your unparalleled prowess, keen intellect, and beauty combined with kindness, could you perhaps let me off the hook? The little girl furrowed her brow and replied, I am the Grand Master of the Fuyo Palace, and my sister is the second master. What makes you think I am some mere little princess? Only then did Fang Ping realize that she referred to the Grand Master of the Fuyo Palace. Ah, I see. I beg your pardon, Grandmaster. You are both cultured and martial, benevolent to the masses. Surely, there is no need to stoop to the level of a nameless nobody like me. Please, grant me my freedom. The little girl chuckled. I have already released you. Your own lack of skill has ensnared you in this levitation array. That is no concern of mine. However, I must admit, you speak quite charmingly. Out of compassion, I shall teach you a little trick. Pay close attention. As soon as her voice fell, she lifted a small hand and abruptly struck the heavens with a palm, unleashing a formidable surge of internal energy that caused the air to crackle audibly. Propelled by this force, the little girl accelerated downward, swiftly alighting upon the ground. At that moment, Fang Ping also grasped the situation. This suspended formation seemed to manifest a state of weightlessness, though the method of its creation eluded him. It appeared that utilizing jets might break the enchantment, but while this seemed straightforward, in truth, it was far from simple. His current abilities allowed him merely to maintain a protective barrier, far short of projecting his internal energy outward. How could he possibly push himself? After some time spent contemplating, he gradually came to a halt. After all, this was merely a state of weightlessness, albeit with air still present. Cursing under his breath, he thought, Isn't it just a matter of jets? Though I cannot project my internal energy, I can certainly exhale forcefully. He tilted his head skyward and released a deep breath, causing his body to descend slightly. With another exhalation, he moved down a bit more. Ugh, how nauseating. If I follow your method, I might just reach the ground by nightfall. But I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you any longer. You are on your own. The girl on the ground remarked, clapping her hands in rapid succession. Each clap propelled her backward, swiftly removing her from the confines of the suspended formation. And in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Perhaps her departure was for the best. She was quite peculiar. And should I inadvertently provoke her with a careless remark, I might find myself on the receiving end of her palms. As Fang Ping drew closer to the ground, he found that each exhalation allowed him to cover greater distances. After expending half an hour in this manner, his throat parched and dry. He finally set his feet upon solid ground once more. He gazed ahead, only to find a barren expanse stretching endlessly before him, a sight that quickly dampened his spirits. The distance ahead remained uncertain, and with this suspended formation, its true nature was still unclear. What if it were not merely weightlessness, but instead a mechanism that continuously propelled him skyward? Resolving to retreat for the time being, Fang Ping recalled that not far from the valley's mouth lay a path ascending the mountain. Since he could not exit this way, he would traverse the mountains instead, confident that an exit would eventually present itself. With determination, he lowered himself, hands gripping the ground, and began to crawl back. After approximately 15 minutes of laborious effort, he finally emerged from the empty space, his feet resting upon the cool stone slabs, surrounded by wild grass. Rising once more, he felt the light, airy sensation dissipate, and he exhaled a sigh of relief as he proceeded toward the valley's entrance. Upon returning, he once again encountered the stone tablet inscribed with the words Fuyo Palace. However, he dared not enter the valley. Instead, he turned to follow the upward path, making his way back to the mountain summit. Atop the peak, he surveyed the landscape, noting that one mountain peak pressed against another, rendering passage difficult. Undeterred by the rugged terrain, Fang Ping chose a direction at random and began his ascent, only to find that darkness soon enveloped him. He navigated the treacherous slopes by touch, continuing until visibility completely vanished, and finally found a place to rest for the night. Thus, he climbed the mountain by day and rested at night. After 3 continuous days, he finally discovered a path leading down. However, when he joyfully descended the mountain and traversed a small grove, he was left astounded upon raising his eyes. Somehow, he had returned to the familiar valley entrance, where the stone tablet inscribed with the characters for Fuyo Palace still stood. Damn it, am I playing a joke on myself? How did I end up back here? Fang Ping cursed through clenched teeth, glancing at the uphill path, a wave of despondency washing over him. During these 3 days, he had encountered no living creature on the mountain, surviving solely on wild fruits that barely satiated his hunger. He had consumed all the wild herbs he had come across, and now he was both parched and famished. Climbing the mountain once more was uncertain. He did not know if he would find a way out, but he was certain he would perish from thirst and hunger. Curse it, whether it is fortune or misfortune, I cannot escape my fate. There must be food in the valley. Being killed by someone is certainly preferable to dying of thirst and starvation. Having resolved this, Fang Ping hoisted his staff and re-entered the valley. Before long, he arrived at a few stone bridges. These bridges were built over a small river, the water flowing from a crevice in the mountain, the source of which remained a mystery. Fang Ping crouched by the riverbank and drank deeply, finally alleviating some of his hunger. Is the river water to your liking? A gentle feminine voice inquired, belonging to a woman in a palace dress seated in a wheelchair, who had somehow appeared on the stone bridge, one hand resting on the armrest and her chin cradled in her palm, quietly observing him. Ahem. The river water is indeed sweet. My apologies for the intrusion. The woman in palace attire nodded thoughtfully and asked, What brings you back here? With a sigh, Fang Ping recounted the events of the past 3 days. I see, she responded. I have been occupied these past days, but you may stay here for a couple of days until my return. I shall have my sister escort you out of the valley. Thank you for your generosity, miss. He replied. It has been quite some time since I last encountered another person. I am genuinely pleased that fate has led you to this place. The woman in palace attire smiled lightly and gestured towards some distant dwellings. Those bamboo houses are where my sister and I reside. The remaining structures, though dilapidated, can provide shelter. You may stay there for a couple of days. Chapter 134. Chang'e. Just then, Fang Ping's stomach audibly protested, turning his face crimson. The woman in palace attire chuckled softly and pointed in a direction, saying, Follow this river downstream. At its end, there is a large lake teeming with fish. Along the way, you should also find many fruit trees, which should suffice to satisfy your hunger. Thank you for your guidance. By the way, my name is Fang Ping. Might I inquire about your name? After a moment of contemplation, the woman replied, I am called Chang'e, and my sister's name is Changxi. Oh, it is an honor to meet you, Miss Chang'e. Fang Ping clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, his stomach's discomfort becoming unbearable. I must take my leave now. Forgive my rudeness. Yes, you may go, Chang'e nodded gently. With that, Fang Ping turned and followed the river downstream. Indeed, as Chang'e had mentioned, there were numerous fruit trees along the way, some still blossoming while others bore fruit. Driven by hunger, he picked and consumed several, relishing their sweetness and juiciness. Upon reaching the end of the small river, he indeed found a vast lake, shrouded in a delicate mist that exuded an air of beauty intertwined with mystery. The lake teemed with fish, and Fang Ping effortlessly caught a few, roasting them to satiate his hunger, thereby restoring his vitality. After indulging in his meal, he reclined on the grass to rest for a while, but soon the twilight descended, casting a shadow over the landscape. Initially, he contemplated spending the night on the grassy expanse, yet before long, the mist from the lake crept toward him, bringing with it a damp chill that disrupted his slumber. Reluctantly, he returned to the stone bridge and made his way toward the dilapidated structures. During his journey, his gaze was drawn to several bamboo huts nestled in a corner, one of which still glimmered with light, suggesting that Chang'e had yet to retire for the night. Fang Ping dared not intrude, for despite her gentle demeanor and reliance on a wheelchair, he was acutely aware that she could be formidable should conflict arise. The crumbling edifices before him were built against the mountain, many having been carved partially into its depths. He ignited a torch and explored several buildings, discovering one that seemed to extend into the mountain itself. Driven by curiosity, he ventured inside, reasoning that since Miss Chang had invited him to stay freely, there should be no secrets hidden within. The structure featured a grand hall. Traversing through the spacious area led him deeper into the mountain's embrace, where the walls were remarkably polished. Following the passage inward, he arrived at an expansive cavern, evidently shaped by human hands, adorned with numerous stone houses and caves. Selecting a stone dwelling at random, he entered to find its furnishings quite simple. a stone table, several stone benches, and a stone bed. However, as he illuminated the walls with his torch, he discovered inscriptions narrating a brief biography of an individual who, due to unforeseen circumstances, had come to this place and chosen to withdraw from the world. He continued to inspect various locations, finding little of interest until he ascended a staircase to a higher cave, where he was astonished to find 2 stone shelves laden with numerous bamboo slips and parchment. These artifacts appeared relatively new, with minimal dust, suggesting that Chang Shi and Chang Yi had visited this place recently. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Ping succumbed to his curiosity and retrieved a bamboo slip, revealing it to contain travelogues of an individual. He perused it briefly but found it lacking in allure. So he picked up another slip, which resembled a diary filled with musings. Having resided here for over a decade, I have fortuitously discovered the true location of the legendary Fuyao Palace, an experience beyond imagination, exquisite in its splendor. The true Fuyao Palace? What could this mean? Fang Ping flipped through the pages but found no further elucidation, as the subsequent entries detailed the individual's agricultural endeavors, fishing, and hunting activities. Having finished reading the bamboo scrolls, he found their contents to be of little use. Just as disappointment washed over him and he picked up a piece of parchment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Lo and behold, a martial arts manual. Upon closer inspection, it was the sword technique of the goddess, exquisite in its complexity, yet seemingly intended for female practitioners. He quickly snatched another piece of parchment, which detailed a specific mental cultivation technique, clearly marked as suitable only for women. Among the parchments, some depicted maps of mountains and rivers, while others illustrated portraits of women, with only a few containing martial arts manuals, all intended for female training. Of course, while men might encounter some challenges in practicing mental techniques, they could still train in swordplay and palm techniques. However, should a man instinctively twist his waist or extend a delicate finger during a fight, he might be deemed peculiar. Alas, he had hoped for a stroke of fortune in discovering useful martial arts manuals, only to find himself still beset by misfortune. With the torch flickering, he decided to return and rest. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, he chose a quiet corner to meditate while feigning sleep. Before long, the next day arrived. He ventured to the lakeside, caught a few fish to roast, and delivered 2 to Chang Yi, who accepted them without a word. Although he wished to cultivate a rapport with her, he feared annoying her, so he only exchanged a few casual remarks before departing. Days passed, yet the little girl, Chang Shi, had not returned. Hesitant to pry into matters with Chang Yi, he grew restless and began to wander around the valley, seeking trivial distractions. One day, curiosity piqued. He leapt into the vast lake, swimming into the thin mist. As he swam, he stumbled upon an extraordinarily peculiar sight. Several vines extended from the lake, unanchored, rising straight into the sky. Grasping one of the vines, he found it remarkably sturdy and, without further thought, began to climb. Initially, he assumed that the vine would lead him to the treetops or cliff faces at a certain height, yet after climbing for half an hour, he still had not reached the summit. Something unusual must be afoot. Surely, treasures awaited above. Resolutely, he continued his ascent, and after another half hour of climbing, he emerged through layers of white mist into a breathtaking vista, a colossal palace of white jade suspended in midair. Incredible. It was truly unfathomable, resplendent in its beauty. This phrase seemed familiar. Indeed, he recalled reading something similar in the bamboo scrolls from the cave just days prior. Moreover, the true Fuyao Palace. Without hesitation, he leapt from the vine, landing on the white jade steps before the palace, instinctively stamping his feet to test their solidity. As he ascended the steps and approached the celestial palace of white jade, he looked up to see a plaque hanging above, inscribed with the 3 characters, Fuyao Palace. The 3 characters carved on the stone tablet at the valley's entrance were identical to those used in modern script. Yet the inscription on the plaque of the White Jade Palace employed a much older form of writing. Fang Ping's ability to recognize these 3 characters was not a result of his scholarly prowess, but rather due to the contrast he observed. After all, written language is a continuum. Having seen the inscriptions at the valley's entrance, he could easily identify the 3 characters. The palace was neither particularly large nor small. Yet from below in the valley, it was entirely invisible. This was likely due to the pervasive mist surrounding the area. Moreover, the palace's ability to levitate seemed akin to the suspended array at the valley's mouth. The existence of anti-gravity materials here would have garnered numerous accolades in my era, potentially propelling humanity beyond the confines of Earth. After a moment of fanciful musings, he instinctively reached for the cold iron rod in his hand, contemplating striking the seemingly jade-like floor. However, fearing he might damage the structure and cause the entire palace to plummet, he refrained from doing so. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he discovered that apart from a few columns and chairs, there was little else within. At that moment, he recalled the dilapidated palace he had seen days prior. Noting the similarities in layout between the two structures, he surmised that the underground palace was modeled after this celestial one. After a leisurely circuit of the Grand Hall, he noticed some murals adorning one wall. He examined them in succession, and they appeared to narrate the origins of this palace. In essence, long ago, a group of individuals stumbled into this valley and discovered numerous objects capable of levitation, prompting them to construct this palace using the materials found here. The murals also contained some archaic script. Despite his efforts, Fang Ping could only vaguely decipher a few simple characters, ultimately shaking his head and dismissing the text. Traversing through the Grand Hall, he found a staircase made of white jade leading upwards. Fang Ping ascended the steps and arrived at 3 smaller chambers. In the central room, he beheld a crystal coffin. Approaching cautiously, he observed that the coffin was devoid of a lid, and inside lay a striking woman, approximately 30 years of age. Clad in imperial attire, her eyes were tightly shut, her breath absent, and her body felt frigid. She was undoubtedly deceased. What perplexed him the most was that while the woman appeared lifelike in every regard, her right arm was an unsettling shade of black, with muscles and veins grotesquely intertwined. And the fabric at her shoulder bore signs of scorching. Just as he was engrossed in this sight, a voice, aged and feminine, unexpectedly emerged from behind him. "Is she beautiful?" "Indeed," Fang Ping instinctively replied, only to be jolted into awareness, swiftly turning around. Behind him stood an elderly woman with flowing white hair, adorned in a tattered pink imperial robe. Her gaze was icy, and a faint, sardonic smile graced her lips. "If she is beautiful, then gaze upon her for a while longer. Otherwise, you might soon find her beyond your sight." Esteemed elder, I inadvertently stumbled upon this place and did not intend to offend. I beg for your understanding, Fang Ping quickly explained, having perceived the threatening undertone in her words. The old woman replied with a couple of cold chuckles. When one commits a transgression, one must accept the consequences. If everyone sought forgiveness, what purpose would governance serve? Impudent wretch, dare to offend the remains of my master? Prepare to meet your demise. The elderly woman, despite her frail appearance, moved with remarkable swiftness, instantly lunging towards Fang Ping with a palm strike aimed at his chest. Fang Ping's gaze sharpened, and he dared not be negligent. After all, anyone capable of appearing in this peculiar palace was surely no ordinary foe. Harnessing his internal energy, he executed a mountain-pushing palm, clashing with the old woman. He had initially believed that, given his current prowess, he could at least defend himself even if he couldn't prevail. However, upon the collision of their palms, he realized his grave miscalculation. With a resounding crack, Fang Ping was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby jade pillar. Such force? This old woman's palm strength is overwhelmingly formidable. He felt his vital energy surge chaotically within him, his breath growing erratic. Were it not for his robust defenses, he might not have risen again after that strike. "Heh, you foolish giant. I never imagined you possessed some skill, yet it is still insufficient. Prepare to die." Without granting him a moment to recover, the white-haired crone soared towards him again, delivering another palm strike. Fang Ping was now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and hastily grasped his cold iron staff to defend himself. Each successive strike from the old woman grew heavier, and after enduring 7 or 8 blows, he found himself utterly depleted of energy. The staff, bereft of internal strength, was swiftly knocked from his grasp, clattering to the ground. What the hell? Fang Ping was at his wit's end, turning to flee. But the old woman's movements were ghostly, and in the blink of an eye, she was before him again. After landing 2 swift slaps, she seized his arms. A torrent of overwhelming internal energy surged into his meridians, causing excruciating pain throughout his body. At that moment, a tempestuous energy swirled around them, sending the old woman's white hair billowing, revealing a crooked line etched in the center of her forehead. Upon seeing this mark, Fang Ping was suddenly struck with insight. You are Changshi?" The old woman paused, her assault momentarily abated, as she questioned, "You recognize me?" "Indeed, it is truly Changshi. Just days ago, she was but a young girl. How has she transformed into an old woman in such a short span?" "I am Fang Ping." "Fang Ping? Who is that?" "The one who roasted your little rabbit a few days ago." "Little rabbit? Who is that?" "Ah, it seems to be the rabbit I raised." Changshi's expression turned perplexed, murmuring incoherently, appearing somewhat unhinged. Fang Ping mused to himself, her transformation into an old woman. Could she have developed senility? "I not only know you as Changshi, but I am also aware of your sister, Changyi. Am I not correct?" Changshi shook her head, visibly pained. But soon her face darkened with malice. "Who are you, thief, and how do you know my sister's name? Clearly, you harbor ill intentions, coveting treasures here and threatening my sister. I will eliminate you." With this ferocity, Fang Ping was rendered speechless, racked with pain. Just as he thought he was about to be toyed with to death by Jianghu, a thick plume of white smoke suddenly erupted from the top of her head. Accompanied by this smoke, the once old woman, Jianghu, began to transform. Her wrinkled skin gradually became translucent, and her once white hair turned as dark as ink, quickly reshaping her into a youthful appearance of about 25 or 26 years. Although Fang Ping felt on the brink of death, he couldn't help but find this transformation somewhat remarkable. The rejuvenated Jianghu suddenly wore a perplexed expression, her force directed at Fang Ping dissipating significantly. As her curious eyes fixed on him, and she exclaimed, "Oh, how come it's you, you big oaf? You look like you're about to die." Chapter 136. Bestowal of Power. Seeing that she seemed to remember him, Fang Ping hurriedly spoke up. "It's me, Senior. No, Great Palace Master, Miss Jianghu. I implore you to show mercy and withdraw your internal energy." "Withdraw my hand." "I can't," the youthful Jianghu replied innocently. "But, Miss Jianghu, didn't you promise to spare me earlier?" "Oh dear, I am indeed a person of my word. But right now I genuinely cannot let go," she said, rolling her eyes. "My cultivation method requires me to transfer my power to another periodically, or else I will age and perish. Today was supposed to be my sister's turn to receive my power, but who told you to appear here at this moment? Our internal energies have already intertwined, and the transfer has commenced." "Transfer? Isn't that just bestowal of power? I recall hearing Elder Qian mention at Xingyang Academy that the Nanhai Cihang sword sect possesses a secret method for it. I never imagined such good fortune would finally come my way." Miss Jianghu, this transfer, it won't lead to any issues, will it?" Jianghu shook her head and replied, "I don't know. My sister practices the same technique, and the last time I bestowed power upon her, I accidentally paralyzed her legs. Our methods differ, so who knows what the outcome will be." "Ah, stop it, please. I've already said I can't stop." Fang Ping was so furious that he gritted his teeth, wanting to give her a good thrashing. However, his hands were firmly held by her, rendering him immobile. Even if he could move, he knew he would be no match for her. At that moment, he felt the overwhelming internal energy coursing through his body. Though it had softened considerably since earlier, it still caused him excruciating pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. After a while, it felt as though countless electric currents surged through Fang Ping's body, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably, and he struggled to articulate his words. Jianghu, who appeared to be around 25 or 26, seemed to have grown even younger by 2 years as she continued to bestow her energy, her face taking on a more playful demeanor as she chattered to Fang Ping. "You better not die. I promised my sister I would let you go. But if you die, you can't blame me. After all, you were the one who ran into the celestial Fuyao Palace. By the way, did you just defend my master's remains? Never mind, considering you might die, I won't pursue it." "Oh, why are you rolling your eyes?" At that moment, Fang Ping was not only rolling his eyes but also foaming at the mouth as countless white figures danced before his eyes. Ultimately, the white figures vanished, and darkness enveloped him, leaving him unconscious. Hey, you can't really be dead, can you? However, fear not, for in the Fuyao Palace, we may lack in many things, but we are abundant in auspicious lands. I shall find you a splendid place. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dead?" Time slipped by unmeasured until Fang Ping slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he lay upon a bed, surrounded by a dwelling crafted from bamboo. He blinked, fixating on the bamboo ceiling for what felt like an eternity before regaining his senses. "This must be one of the bamboo houses where Jianghu and Chang'e reside. I am not dead. I recall Jianghu imparting her skills to me." At that moment, Fang Ping's body ached terribly, and after considerable effort, he finally sat up on the bamboo bed. As he patted his forehead to rouse himself, he was met with a shocking revelation. My hands, my arms, my skin, how has it become so pale?" Not only did he notice his skin had indeed paled significantly, but upon exclaiming, he realized his voice had taken on a high-pitched quality. What kind of technique has Jianghu imparted that might transform me into a woman? Panic surged through him. Yet he quickly reassured himself by checking and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he remained unchanged. He attempted to channel his inner energy, and immediately a powerful force surged into his arms. Stunned, he struck out with an open palm, shattering a teapot on the table with a resounding crack. "Ouch, that hurts." Pain coursed through his arm's meridians, yet exhilaration accompanied it as he murmured, "Could it be that I have turned misfortune into fortune and become a formidable expert?" Such thoughts were indeed fanciful as Jianghu, appearing to be around 21 or 22 years of age, entered the room. Glancing at the shattered teapot, she remarked with irritation, "It is merely a temporary illusion caused by absorbing my internal strength." "Is that so? What a disappointment. What do you intend to do?" Fang Ping felt a wave of despondency until he suddenly saw Jianghu darting towards him, fearing she would strike him again. She leaned in close, staring into his eyes and said, Speak to this princess about the internal skill you practiced that allowed you to withstand the power of my Luo Shinju without perishing. It is indeed a rarity. I practiced the Hunyuan Gong, which is rare indeed. Ha ha ha. Why do you not laugh? Fang Ping had anticipated that uttering the name Hunyuan Gong would elicit either mockery or disdain, yet to his surprise, Jianghu wore a contemplative expression. Hunyuan Gong? I have never heard of it. You have never heard of it? It is quite well known. Fang Ping was taken aback, but soon his expression shifted, incredulous as he inquired. You two sisters have not left this valley, have you? Humph, do you think yourself clever? Jianghu rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. Naturally, I have ventured out. Though only briefly, one must procure rice and flour, after all, and once I have made my purchases, I return. Fang Ping mused to himself. No wonder she did not mock him. She had never even heard of the renowned Hunyuan Gong. Why are you inquiring about my technique? Do you wish to practice it as well? Jianghu shook her head. Is it wrong to be curious? Humph. My Luo Shin technique is a method that seizes the creation of heaven and earth. That so-called Hunyuan skill of yours? Even if you offered it to me, I would refuse it. Then why do you even ask? Fang Ping silently cursed under his breath, then awkwardly replied, well, didn't you say that if one cannot timely pass on their power to others, they would age and perish? At least I have received your power. So I have helped you in some way, right? Why not send me out of this valley? Jianghu, stroking her chin, pondered for a moment before her eyes twinkled mischievously. What would you do outside? This place is quite splendid. Perhaps you should just stay here. When I next need to pass on my power, I can do so directly to you. After all, you won't die. I am, after all, a man. Being here with you two ladies might tarnish your reputations. Since we aren't leaving the valley, what need is there for reputation? Let us make an agreement. You shall remain here. From now on, I shall be the Grand Master of Fuyo Palace. My sister will be the second master. And you will be the third master here. The third master? I still consider myself the sixth prince. Ahem. If I do not wish to be the third master, you one-tea slap me to death, will you? Ha ha ha. How could I do such a thing? Jianghu playfully patted his shoulder a couple of times, though without using any internal strength. However, I will not send you out of the valley. To cross the suspended formation at the valley's mouth, you must attain the skills of a first-rate master. After overcoming that, there is the maze. And then the poisonous leaf barrier. Without guidance, you will never escape. Poisonous leaf barrier? Is it related to the pink mist I encountered earlier? I can leave by climbing the mountains, Fang Ping asserted. There are mazes on the mountains, too. Otherwise, how did you end up back here a few days ago? The mountain's maze is easier to break, requiring merely the ability to leap over 10 zhang in the air. Only then can you discern direction. But it is evident that you lack that capability. Is that so? I don't believe it, Fang Ping countered. How formidable can the mountain's maze be? As long as I bring enough food and water and try again, using the sun to find my bearings, I'm sure I can get out. Jianghu paused for a moment, then clapped her hands and exclaimed, yes, thank you for the reminder. I hereby declare that you cannot take any food or drink from this valley. How will you escape then? Well then, Fang Ping was left speechless. Without food or drink, even if he could navigate the mountain, he would not last 3 days. Jianghu, observing his helpless expression, giggled. Do not be upset. Staying here has its advantages. Given your current pace of cultivation, without practicing for at least 2.5 years, you won't become a first-rate master. Yet, if you remain here and accept my power transfer a few times, you will surely achieve it within a year. At that time, I want to stop you from leaving the valley. What do you say? Fang Ping raised an eyebrow. Why must I stay? My sister, after receiving my power several times, ended up with blocked meridians and cannot even walk. You, on the other hand, are still lively and sprightly, so of course, I want to keep you here. Are you not worried that I might end up like her? Not at all. You are not of any relation to me, so why should I worry? Your insights are profoundly compelling, leaving me momentarily speechless. Fang Ping, in a moment of silence, suddenly pointed to the skin on his arm and queried about the transmission of skills, wondering why his complexion had grown fairer, along with his voice seeming to have taken on a more delicate pitch. Jianghu appraised him from head to toe, grinning widely as she remarked, The Luo Shinju that I practice is a technique meant solely for women, endowed with the ability to enhance beauty and grace. So, how do you feel? Have you struck a fortunate deal? Curse your luck. If I endure a few more transmissions from you, I might just transform into a woman myself. No way. I must make haste to depart. Even if I were to perish from thirst or hunger outside, I cannot entangle myself further with this madwoman. At that very moment, a commotion at the door announced the arrival of Chang Yi, who wheeled herself in, a tray laden with pastries and fruits resting on her lap. Upon seeing her, She leapt joyfully to her side, cradling her face in her hands, and exclaimed, "Look at how lovely my sister is. She has even prepared a meal for you. If you agree to stay here, you might just win her heart. Chang Yi gently swatted Chang Shi's hands away, admonishing, Sister, cease your nonsensical chatter. You risk turning this into a spectacle. If you continue this folly, I might just become upset. Do not be upset. Oh, dear sister, do persuade him. Remaining here for a year would elevate him to the ranks of a top-tier expert. What a splendid opportunity. Yet he remains reluctant. With that, Chang Shi darted out the door, her whereabouts unknown. Chang Yi shook her head slightly and turned to Fang Ping, saying, Fang Ping. My sister's relentless training has quite unhinged her mind, rendering her disposition somewhat peculiar. I hope you can overlook her eccentricities. Not at all, Fang Ping replied, pondering how fortunate he was to have escaped unscathed. You have been unconscious for a day. You should eat something. Thank you, Miss Chang Yi. Fang Ping, indeed feeling a pang of hunger, accepted the tray she offered and swiftly consumed its contents. Chang Yi observed him quietly until he finished, then smiled. I heard what you discussed with my sister. Her temperament is capricious, yet in a few days, she may very well decide to release you. Let us hope so. Fang Ping replied with a wry smile, then suddenly inquired, Miss Chang Yi, do you also practice that Luo Xinju? Indeed, I do. The original version of the Luo Xinju is recorded in the celestial Fu Yao Palace, inscribed in ancient characters. My master expended considerable effort to decipher those characters, and after translating them, passed the Luo Xinju on to my sister and me. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping furrowed his brow, recalling Lu Hongye's technique. The method of Lu Hongye was documented in small seal script, and when it was translated for Fang Ping, he noted that many meanings did not align with contemporary interpretations. So, this Luo Xinju is also a translation. No wonder Chang Shi has ended up in such a peculiar state. Miss Chang Yi, when you practice this Luo Xinju, do you experience sudden transformations in age, like your sister? Chang Yi shook her head. My aptitude does not match that of my sister. My capabilities are considerably lower, thus I have not encountered such phenomena. Moreover, my master, in his lifetime, possessed even greater strength than my sister, yet he did not experience this either. Have you ever harbored doubts regarding the potential flaws in this cultivation method? Given that it is not the original version, could it be that your master made an error during the translation? Chang Yi sighed with a bitter smile and replied, My sister and I have indeed speculated on this matter, yet the Luo Xinju is exceedingly peculiar. Once one begins to cultivate it to a certain level, it becomes impossible to halt, unless one sever their meridians and become a cripple, or they must resolutely continue on this path. If I may be so bold to inquire, how did your master meet her demise? Chang Yi's expression darkened as she responded, My master passed away 7 years ago. On that day, she was in the midst of her cultivation when she suddenly fell into a frenzy, and an unusual fire erupted within her body, burning her right arm. Although she ultimately managed to extinguish this strange fire, she was left exhausted and soon succumbed. Indeed, it is evident that there is an issue with the cultivation method. However, the sisters had long recognized this predicament, yet what could be done? One could either become a cripple or stubbornly press on. May I inquire, Miss Chang Yi, how old are you and your sister now? Why do you ask this? Chang Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, a rare sight. Ahem. I mean no offense. I am merely curious about your sister's ever-changing appearance. My sister is currently 24, while I am 22. Fang Ping's head buzzed. It seemed these two young ladies were not ancient demons after all. Based on his encounters with Chang Shi, her strength was formidable, if not on par with that of a master. If this flawed Luo Xinju could lead to such prowess, one could only imagine how formidable the original must be. Alas, its very name suggests it is meant solely for female practitioners. Chapter 138. A sudden turn of events after a brief and awkward conversation, the young lady, finding no further topics to discuss, wheeled herself outside. At this moment, Fang Ping's meridians still throbbed with pain, and he dared not move recklessly. After lying down for an entire day, he had recovered considerably and was finally able to walk. As he stepped out of the room, he spotted Chang Yi sitting quietly in her wheelchair on a distant stone bridge, her chin resting on her hand as she watched Chang Shi frolic and chase butterflies. Which one is the elder sister, and which is the younger? As Fang Ping approached, Chang Shi leaped over with enthusiasm. Oh, third palace master. You can get out of bed. Have you thought about staying here for a year? Hiki, since you can't leave, you might as well do as you please. With that, she returned to her butterfly-chasing antics. I apologize, my sister has still not changed her mind today, Chang Yi said softly. That's fine. I shall venture over the mountain to test my limits. She won't stop me, will she? Although Chang Shi was quite distant, she heard him and shouted back. If you wish to go, then go ahead. But remember, every blade of grass and tree in this valley belongs to us sisters, and you cannot take anything away. Annoyed, Fang Ping's stubbornness flared up, and he shouldered his staff, departing the valley. On the first day, he traveled to the valley's entrance and, upon reaching the area of the suspended formation, walked carefully along the ground. Yet, before long, an invisible force surged from the earth, lifting him off the ground. He was blown about until darkness fell, eventually returning to the valley, looking rather disheveled. The following day, he once again traversed the valley entrance, clinging to the rocky precipice. Yet, he had not advanced far when an unseen force emanating from the cliff hurled him back, thwarting his escape. On the third day, he scaled the mountains, fixating on the sun to discern his direction. After 2 days of relentless searching without sustenance, he returned once more. By the 7th day, he continued his arduous journey but chose a different path, discovering some wild fruits. However, after 3 days, 2 suns inexplicably appeared in the sky, compelling him to turn back in confusion. Was it refraction or a mirage? How could fate be so cruel? It seemed the heavens denied him passage. Thus, he persevered for a month, yet still failed to escape the valley, ultimately resigning himself to his fate. So be it, a year is but a year. Though trapped here, becoming a master is a considerable fortune. I truly suffer no loss. On this day, he languidly reclined on the grassy expanse of the valley, idly gazing at the drifting clouds above. Suddenly, a head intruded upon his view. It was none other than Jianghu, third palace master, enjoying the sun, he remarked, suppressing irritation. What a bother. I cannot afford to anger her, after all. Basking in the sun is delightful. Look, my skin is nearly regaining its bronze hue. He replied with a grunt, his voice having returned to its robust timbre after a month. Jianghu frowned. Isn't white better? That bronze shade is hideous. You simply do not understand. Who does not understand? When I ventured out, I heard many say that most women prefer fair-skinned men. Fang Ping was left speechless, pondering why he would gather such trivial gossip instead of seeking martial arts manuscripts, which could have potentially resolved his own issues. What brings you to me? Are you here to transmit skills again? A month had passed, and most of the power from the Luotian technique that Jianghu had instilled within him had been expelled by his Hunyuan Kung Fu. A small portion had, however, aided in unblocking some meridians, granting him a glimmer of hope for receiving further teachings from her. Do you think my skills require no practice? It cannot be rushed. One must wait at least 3 months. That's slow? What a pity. Humph. You were so discontented before, yet now you seem even more anxious than I. Is it wrong to have a thick skin? Very well, continue to bask in your sun. With a huff, Jianghu skipped away. After a month of familiarity, Fang Ping had come to know the 2 sisters well. The younger, Jianghu, remained gentle and gracious, while the elder, Jianghu, exhibited a temperament that fluctuated but was not prone to violence over trivial disagreements. Another fortnight passed. One day, Fang Ping was meandering through the valley, seeking forgotten treasures or manuscripts, when he suddenly heard a commotion near the bamboo cottage and hurried over. Sister, what troubles you? Please, stop. Before the cottage, Jianghu sat in a wheelchair, her face etched with concern as she gazed anxiously at Jianghu. At this moment, Jianghu had transformed into the appearance of a 16 or 17-year-old, her silver hair dancing wildly around her. She was fervently executing a set of palm techniques, the ferocious force of her strikes sending objects on the ground tumbling in disarray. Jianghu attempted several times to approach her, only to be repelled by the sheer power of Jianghu's palms. Fang Ping was equally astonished and called out loudly, Miss Jianghu, what has happened to her? I do not know. My sister was practicing her palm techniques and suddenly became frenzied. Does she need assistance in transmitting her energy? I can help her. No. Her current state resembles that of my master when he fell into madness. What should we do? Fang Ping furrowed his brow, thinking that this individual could not perish. Not only had they developed a certain camaraderie, but if she were to die now, he would be even more trapped in this valley. Do not panic. I will give it a try. As he spoke, he stepped forward and swung his staff. With a resounding crash, the staff could not penetrate. Upon colliding with Jianghu's fierce palm power, it was immediately rebuffed. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and struck again with several more blows, but they were utterly ineffective, and he was pushed back several paces. At that moment, Jianghu let out a primal scream, her palm technique accelerating in intensity, creating a whirlwind of dust and stones, until Fang Ping could no longer see her form. Both he and Jianghu were at a loss, anxiously gazing at the swirling cloud of debris. Half an hour later, with a loud bang, the dust dispersed, revealing a figure collapsed on the ground. The two hurried over to examine her and found Jianghu unconscious, now appearing as a child of 7 or 8, considerably younger than when Fang Ping had first encountered her. He swiftly carried her into the bamboo hut and laid her on the bamboo bed. Jianghu checked Jianghu's pulse, her gaze falling upon the silver locks of hair, her expression filled with sorrow. My sister's age has never diminished so drastically. Hair only turns white in old age. What shall we do? Seeing the girl's distressed demeanor, Fang Ping sighed softly and replied, "Continuing like this is not a solution. It is likely an issue with her cultivation method. Once Changxi awakens, we should take the original text of the Luo Shenju and seek someone outside to retranslate it. If next time her age diminishes even further, she may forget how to operate the technique, and the risk of her perishing could increase. But we seldom venture out and do not know anyone who can assist us." Fang Ping grinned, pointing to himself with a thumbs up. "Do not worry, I am here. We have connections outside." "Thank you," Changyi responded, her eyes flickering with hope. "Once my sister awakens, I will discuss it with her." "Very well. You stay with her for now." Observing Changyi grasping Changxi's wrist as if to heal her, Fang Ping chose not to intrude further and left the bamboo hut. Following such an upheaval, he found his enthusiasm for treasure hunting in the valley had waned. He sought a quiet spot to meditate and practice, and before long, night had fallen. He approached the bamboo house, peering through the window to find Changxi still in slumber, while Changyi silently kept her company, refraining from disturbing her. Deciding to occupy himself, he made his way to the lakeside, where he caught a few fish before heading to the kitchen. In the large vat of the kitchen, some rice and flour sat, not harvested by the sisters themselves, but rather purchased from outside the valley. Each time they ventured out, they would acquire a substantial amount, storing it in the celestial abode above, where it remained impervious to moisture and pests, an astonishing feat indeed. Fang Ping surveyed the kitchen, gathering some spices before he began to cook. As he simmered the fish and griddled the pancakes, he toiled for half an hour, finally preparing a meal. When he presented the dishes to Changyi, her surprise was palpable. "Fang Ping, you can cook?" she exclaimed. Fang Ping chuckled. "It's merely cooking. What is so remarkable about it? Do taste my culinary skills. This stewed fish is delightful," Changyi remarked after savoring a couple of bites, followed by a few morsels of the pancake, her cheeks flushing instantly. "What troubles you?" Fang Ping inquired. Changyi lowered her head and whispered, "It's nothing. Your pancakes are so fluffy and soft, far superior to the dry and hard ones I made. I apologize for making you endure those." "Haha, perhaps it was the water. I added boiling water." "Boiling water? Why would you add that?" It's just for scalding the dough. I learned it from the neighbor aunt, but some of the details have slipped my mind. Could you explain it to me? Of course, you must first do this, then do that, and so forth." Seizing the opportunity to engage in conversation, Fang Ping chatted animatedly, earning nods of agreement from Changyi. Having not conversed with anyone for quite some time, he relished this exchange, eventually contentedly clearing away the dishes. Thus, Fang Ping continued his role as the chef for several days, until the fourth day arrived when Changxi finally awoke. At that moment, she appeared to be in her mid to late teens, yet her silver hair remained unchanged, lending her an otherworldly aura. "Sister, step aside. Do not obstruct me," she insisted. "Sister, please calm down and think this through," Changyi urged. "What is happening?" Fang Ping inquired as he entered, witnessing the sisters in a tug-of-war, puzzled by the situation. Changyi sighed. "Sister dislikes her silver hair and insists on cutting it off. Let her cut it if she wishes. Why stop her?" Fang Ping shrugged, gesturing to his own short hair. "Look at my hair, so neat and tidy. Washing it saves on soap, which is quite advantageous." Initially clutching the scissors, Changxi, upon seeing Fang Ping, scrutinized his head and promptly discarded the scissors. "Very well, the princess have decided against cutting it." "Why?" Fang Ping asked, bewildered. "Just look in the mirror and you shall know." "What do you mean?" "Unattractive." "Ah, were it not for the fact that I cannot best you, I would surely shave your head bald." Changyi chuckled and said, "Fang Ping, you have arrived just in time. I have just conferred with my sister, and we have resolved to heed your suggestion and venture out of the valley to see if we can address the issues with our cultivation methods." This was indeed delightful news, and Fang Ping felt a surge of joy within, thinking that he would finally have the chance to leave. "Well then, I shall prepare a meal." Changxi scoffed. "Humph, no wonder your martial skills are so lacking. You're merely preoccupied with frivolous matters. Without Miss Changyi to cook for you, you would surely have starved long ago." "Could you repeat that?" Fang Ping asked, feigning ignorance. "Did I say something? I didn't hear anything. Scram and get to cooking. I want boiled fish. Today, I insist on making braised fish." After a brief exchange of banter, Fang Ping, fearing he might truly incite her ire, retreated to the kitchen to prepare the meal. 2 days passed swiftly, and Changxi finally completed her recuperation, returning to her lively self. One day, after they finished their meal, Changyi rummaged through the chest in their bamboo cottage and retrieved 2 manuscripts, handing them to Fang Ping. "This is the cultivation technique we practice, the Luo Shenju. One is an ancient text copied from the walls of the celestial Fuyao Palace, and the other is a translation by my master. Fang Ping, could you take a look and see if you can discern any issues?" Fang Ping thought to himself that with his limited skills, it would be miraculous if he could uncover anything, yet his curiosity compelled him to accept the manuscripts. "Are you not concerned that I might steal your techniques?" he inquired. Changshi, still wrestling with a fish head, retorted, "If you are not afraid of turning into a woman, feel free to learn at will." "Ah, indeed." Fang Ping opened both manuscripts and examined them carefully. He could barely recognize a few characters in the ancient text, but he understood the translation, albeit not entirely clearly. After comparing the two, he indeed identified several discrepancies. Firstly, the translation contained more than double the number of characters compared to the original text. To assert that it was entirely clear would be absurd, as it likely included interpretations from their master. Secondly, it appeared that the cultivation method required rare materials and treasures. Yet Fang Ping had not observed either of the sisters gathering any herbs or concocting elixirs during his month-long stay. Upon voicing these concerns, the two sisters responded candidly. Chang'e remarked, "My master once mentioned that her interpretation might differ from the original text. However, the Luo Shenju possesses immense power, and it is hard to resist its allure." Despite practicing for over 20 years without apparent missteps, she ultimately succumbed to madness and met her demise, leaving my sister in her current state. Chang'e continued, "As for the rare materials, they are not so easily found. My master searched for over 20 years and scarcely collected a few items. To this day, we still lack a spirit beast's inner core and some dragon's blood. Do you think such things can be found in the mortal realm? Even if we were to gather all the materials, we lack the methods for refinement. It would be more efficient to cultivate directly." "Ah, the spirit beast's inner core," Fang Ping mused, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a peculiar orb. Uncertain if it was the inner core of a black tiger or a stone. "Is this what you seek?" Changshi's eyes lit up, and she swiftly snatched it from him, examining it from every angle for an extended period. "This is so rough and not at all smooth. Is this truly a spirit beast's inner core? Ask me. Who should I inquire?" Fang Ping, with a hint of exasperation, questioned why she was staring for so long if she did not recognize him, and proceeded to recount the tale of slaying the black tiger to the sisters. Chapter 140. Seeking a doctor such a massive black tiger, are you not deceiving me? Changshi gestured with her hands, finding it hard to believe. Fang Ping mimicked her gesture, asserting, "It was indeed that large. Believe it or not as you wish." Changshi tossed the bead she held and retorted, "Regardless of whether it is a spirit beast's inner core, I shall keep it for now. I shall not take your possessions without compensation. Name your price." Fang Ping did not consider the item particularly significant, as he had no intention of consuming it recklessly. He had originally planned to sell it. However, her words sparked a glimmer of interest in his eyes. "Pray tell, are you quite wealthy?" "Indeed, not merely wealthy, but exceedingly so. Just wait, I shall broaden your horizons," she replied, striding into the inner room. After rummaging through a large chest, she soon emerged with two sizable bundles, placing them upon the table. As the bundles were opened, a dazzling array of jewels spilled forth, nearly blinding Fang Ping. He picked up a pearl the size of an egg, saliva nearly pooling in his mouth. "Where did all this treasure come from? Have you plundered some affluent household?" Chang'e shook her head with a gentle laugh. "It is not plundered, rather. It originates from the celestial palace of Fuyao. Even the garments we wear are sourced from there. Good heavens, who constructed this celestial palace, leaving behind such riches? How is it that I have yet to encounter such fortune?" Fang Ping exclaimed. Changshi gazed at him disdainfully. "Feel free to choose. Take whatever you desire. You shall not be at a loss." Very well, very well," Fang Ping exclaimed in excitement, sifting through the two large bundles. However, when he reached the bottom, he discovered several sheets of parchment. He picked one up casually, only to find himself captivated. These sheets contained snippets of martial arts manuals, detailing various techniques for palm strikes and swordplay, as well as methods for internal cultivation, albeit incomplete. Yet, even in their fragmentary state, they illuminated his eyes with wonder. For one manuscript detailed the cultivation method for the 8th layer of the Hunyuan skill. He already possessed the techniques for the first 6 layers, and had been troubled by the unavailability of the last 3. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon the 8th layer here. Although the 7th layer was missing, it was not of paramount importance. The first 6 layers of the Hunyuan skill were foundational practices, while the 7th layer facilitated the unblocking of the Ren and Du meridians. The 8th layer described practical application, instructing on how to harness the power of the Hunyuan skill, shaping the vital energy and methods for protection. Once he attained the prowess of a top-tier expert and could project his internal strength, he would be poised to cultivate the 8th layer directly. Though he could currently utilize his internal energy for defense and knew how to channel it in combat, these were merely ordinary techniques. The specialized methods of the Hunyuan skill would undoubtedly elevate his capabilities to a new echelon. Noticing him grinning foolishly while holding a sheet of parchment, Changshi remarked with irritation, you are not losing your mind over these jewels, are you? Bah, you have truly lost your mind. I have made my decision. This is the one I want, Fang Ping declared, waving the parchment in his hand. Humph, it is merely a fragment of internal cultivation. Do not let your excitement lead you to folly. This is a remnant of the Hunyuan Gong, the very internal art I am currently practicing, Changshi replied, momentarily taken aback. Ah, I recall now. You did mention that you were cultivating the Hunyuan Gong. Fang Ping queried in confusion. Did you not say earlier that you had never heard of this Hunyuan Gong? Humph, I have only seen this once or twice, and that was in my youth. I have long since forgotten, she retorted. Ah, I almost forgot. You do have a peculiar mind. Your mind is the peculiar one. Dare you repeat that? Chang-yi interjected, shaking her head. Enough of your bickering, you two. Fang Ping, it is getting late. You should rest. Tomorrow, we shall leave the valley. Fang Ping picked up the parchment with a smile. Very well, you both should rest well. We shall meet again tomorrow. He cheerfully returned to his dilapidated palace and began practicing according to the methods inscribed on the parchment. Although he was not yet a master capable of emitting vital energy, he was able to practice his protective techniques. Alas, I seem to be straying further from the path of the tortoise shell, he sighed, and then diligently resumed his training. As dawn broke, Fang Ping, having practiced throughout the night, appeared invigorated. Noticing the sun rising, he rose and made his way to the bamboo hut. The two young women were already busy packing their belongings. Upon seeing Fang Ping approach, Changshi tossed a large bundle into his arms. Do you not love money? Then carry this. Why do you not carry it? We must traverse several formations shortly. Carrying it would be too cumbersome. Should I slip and drop you? Do not blame me. Then I shall carry it. Excellent. We are nearly finished packing. Let us depart. Fang Ping nodded and, taking the initiative, began to push Chang-yi's wheelchair forward. Before long, the trio arrived at the suspended formation. Changshi, with her back turned, grasped both Fang Ping and Chang-yi, and with a powerful breath infused with internal energy, they glided across the ground. As she inhaled and exhaled rhythmically, the three soared forward, finally passing through the suspended formation. Ahead lay a labyrinth, yet Changshi was too disinterested to navigate among the stones. She effortlessly lifted both individuals and flew over the rocky terrain. Further ahead, they encountered a lush forest, shrouded in a delicate pink mist. At this early hour, the mist was sparse, and with another deep breath, Changshi grasped both individuals and soared through the treetops for several miles until they finally exited the forest and reached the mountain path outside. At this moment, Fang Ping comprehended the extraordinary nature of Changshi. Escaping the valley on his own would have been utterly impossible, even if he had become a top-tier master. Why do you stare at me? Changshi remarked, rolling her eyes. Fang Ping chuckled awkwardly. It is nothing. I just suddenly realized you are quite beautiful. Humph. As the princess, my beauty is self-evident. I do not require your affirmation. The Grandmaster inquired, where shall we go next, Qingyang or Yuzhou? Fang Ping had previously mentioned that he was acquainted with individuals from the Qingyang Academy and the Jianghu Temple, both of which were presided over by formidable Grandmasters. It would not be too difficult to seek their guidance in martial arts techniques. Changyi shook her head and replied, my sister and I have discussed it. We shall first head to the Moyun Valley to find the Heavenly Medicine Sect. Fang Ping expressed his confusion. Heavenly Medicine Sect? I have not heard of it. Changshi scoffed. And you claim to be well-versed in the martial world? You have never heard of the Heavenly Medicine Sect? It is the finest medical sect in the Great Zhou. Is that so? What purpose do you have in going there? Changyi explained. My master once mentioned that after collecting the necessary materials for cultivation, we could seek assistance in refining them there. Additionally, we could find someone to retranslate the Luotian technique along the way. If we still cannot resolve the issues with our techniques, we can then visit the two places you mentioned. Fang Ping glanced at Changshi, who was sulking with her arms crossed, and realized that she was likely too proud to ask for help directly. Chapter 141. Huzhou. Since they had their minds set, Fang Ping refrained from pressing the matter further. Even if they were to visit the Qingyang Academy or the Jianghu Temple, the outcome remained uncertain, so he decided to let fate take its course. Do you know where Moyun Valley is located? Changshi pointed towards the north. It is in that direction. Fang Ping grimaced, but where exactly? I have never been there. How would I know? Then what do you know? I know that the lamb pancakes in Huzhou are quite delightful, and the wine is exceptionally sweet. The roast chicken at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion is also exquisite. Never mind, asking you is pointless. Miss Chang-yi, let us first head to the Huzhou Prefecture. Once we arrive, we might find someone who knows. Chang-yi smiled and nodded, very well. Changshi rolled her eyes and huffed. I had planned to do just that. You didn't need to say anything. The trio set off, winding their way along the mountain path. Changshi, dissatisfied with their slow pace, seized both companions, and they sped along until they reached a well-maintained official road. As they passed through a town, they purchased a horse-drawn carriage. The two young women climbed into the carriage while Fang Ping took on the role of the driver, urging the horse towards Hezhou Prefecture. Inside the carriage, Changxi held a copper mirror she had bought in the town, frequently admiring her reflection, still somewhat self-conscious about her silver hair. Silver hair can be quite beautiful. Why are you so troubled? Fang Ping urged as he drove the carriage. Indeed, sister, many praised your looks in the town, Changyi chimed in. Changxi glared at them. You two only know how to flatter. Don't think I didn't hear that one woman remark on how young I am yet my hair is white, suggesting I must be gravely ill. It infuriated me. Fang Ping shook his head and suddenly noticed her extracting a heap of jewelry from her bag to adorn herself. He exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Just trying to look a bit more presentable," she retorted. "You have never bothered to dress up in the valley," he pointed out. "In the valley, there was no one but my sister. What was the point of dressing up? Am I not a person? You don't count. Well, adorned with numerous jewels. You must be cautious of thieves who might covet your treasures. Hee, fear not, for who knows who might rob whom. You make a fair point. Indeed." The trio traveled by carriage, albeit at a pace far slower than that of the swift steed. Yet due to Changyi's limited mobility, the carriage remained a necessity. After over a day of travel, they finally arrived at the bustling city of Hezhou. Changxi, having previously procured supplies from this very place, was quite familiar with it. Soon, they found an inn, settled their carriage and belongings, and set out to gather information. Upon exiting the inn, Changxi remarked, "I recall there are 2 academies in Hezhou. I shall take the Luo Shenju and wander nearby to seek assistance from a few scholars." Fang Ping nodded in agreement. It would be prudent to inquire by breaking down the phrases of the technique. I am no fool. I shall entrust my sister to your care. Very well. I will accompany her to inquire about Mo Yun Valley. After a brief discussion, the trio parted ways to pursue their respective tasks. Fang Ping pushed Chang along the main thoroughfare of Hezhou, where she appeared both shy and somewhat exhilarated. "Are you well?" Fang Ping inquired. "I am fine. It has simply been a long time since I ventured out. The sudden presence of so many people feels quite unfamiliar," she replied. Fang Ping felt a pang of sympathy for the young lady, shaking his head slightly, unsure of how to comfort her. Spotting a vendor selling snacks nearby, he bought her a few treats. As they strolled, they came upon a medical clinic and decided to enter to inquire further. "Excuse me, young lady. Are you seeking treatment for your legs?" In the sparsely occupied clinic, an elderly doctor approached them as they were next in line. "No." Changyi began to speak, but was interrupted by Fang Ping. "Yes, kind sir, could you assist us?" Changyi glanced at Fang Ping but chose to remain silent. Having little hope that this ordinary physician could remedy her condition, the elderly doctor nodded and began to take her pulse. Before long, his brows furrowed in concern. "Alas, this young lady's vital energy is far too chaotic. My humble skills are inadequate to discern the source of her ailment. I am truly ashamed." Though Changyi had anticipated such an outcome, a hint of disappointment crept in. Forcing a smile, she reassured him, "There's no need for you to feel remorse, sir. I merely miscalculated in my practice. It is not surprising that one of your standing cannot perceive my deficiencies." "Ah, a miscalculation in your training, I see," Fang Ping interjected. "By the way, have you heard of the Tianyi sect in Mo Yun Valley? It is said to be the largest medical sect of the Great Zhou." The old doctor paused before replying, "Though I am not well versed in the world of martial arts, I do possess some knowledge of healing arts. The largest medical sect in the Great Zhou is, in fact, the Bai Chao sect, which is indeed located in Mo Yun Valley. However, I have never heard of the Tianyi sect." Upon hearing the name Bai Chao sect, Fang Ping recalled that such a sect indeed existed in the realm, though its precise location eluded him. "Might you know where Mo Yun Valley is situated?" "Certainly, Mo Yun Valley lies to the north in Lizhou. Once you arrive there, it should not be difficult to inquire further. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sir. No trouble at all. I hope that this young lady finds healing for her legs in Mo Yun Valley." The two expressed their gratitude once more before departing from the medical clinic, subsequently visiting 3 more establishments, each providing identical information. Fang Ping extracted a map and observed that Lizhou lay to the north of Hezhou, separated by 2 smaller provincial capitals. However, these capitals were not extensive, and departing from their current location, they could reach Lizhou in half a month. Given that none of the physicians had heard of the Heavenly Physician sect, there were 2 possibilities. Either the sect had existed long ago but had lost its lineage, or it was a reclusive order residing in the Moya Valley, obscure and known to few. Changyi nodded in agreement, stating, "Fang Ping, your reasoning holds merit. Regardless of whether the Heavenly Physician sect still exists, the Bai Chao sect certainly does, and as the largest medical sect in the Great Zhou, they may be capable of concocting the medicines we require. Indeed, let us hope for the best. It cannot hurt to investigate," he replied. The sky was still bright at that hour, so the two wandered the bustling streets of Huzhou, engaging in light-hearted banter until evening fell, at which point they returned to their inn. Upon their arrival, they found Changxi already back, sulking in a chair. "Oh, who has provoked the Grand Palace Master? Allow me to deal with them," Fang Ping jested. Changxi shot him a glare. "It is merely those insufferable scholars. No need for the third palace master to intervene. I have already dealt with them myself." Fang Ping's heart sank. "What did they do to annoy you? You haven't gone so far as to harm them, have you?" "Humph. Those insufferable scholars possess little knowledge, yet have the audacity to jest with the Grand Palace Master. They certainly deserve a lesson," Changxi retorted. "Goodness, how audacious. You haven't actually harmed them, have you?" Fang Ping exclaimed, alarmed by her words. "Am I truly the sort to resort to killing at the slightest disagreement?" She replied, incredulous. "Isn't that so? I recall you nearly besting me in combat on 2 occasions. Had it not been for my resilience, I might have met my end," he quipped. Changxi rolled her eyes. "When I transformed into a 10-year-old, I could hardly control myself, and in my elder form, I tend to forget. If you provoke me during those times, it is merely fate. How unfortunate for me. But seriously, you didn't harm anyone, did you?" "Of course not. If they enjoy jesting with the Grand Palace Master, let them laugh to their heart's content. I merely sealed their laughter points. They won't stop for an hour," she assured him. "That is a relief. By the way, your outing was not solely about reprimanding people, was it?" "I have gleaned some insights, though limited," Changxi replied, her expression turning serious. The original Luoxin Sutra is inscribed in bronze script, also known as ritual bronze inscriptions. Rarely does one encounter individuals capable of comprehending it fully, let alone grasping its meaning. Bronze script? Isn't that second only to oracle bone script in antiquity? How remarkably ancient. Fang Ping mused, realizing why their training had encountered issues. It would be bizarre if it hadn't. "By the way, sister, during our excursion today, we did uncover some valuable information," Chang'e interjected, noticing their glum expressions and promptly recapping the details regarding Moya Valley and Baichao sect. "Baichao sect? But Master has clearly stated that the largest medical sect in the world is the Heavenly Physician sect," Changxi remarked, puzzled. Fang Ping shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, "What does it matter what he is called? It is merely a fortnight's journey to Lizhou. We shall discover the truth upon our arrival. You too should rest early. Tomorrow we will inquire in Huzhou whether there exists an esteemed scholar of Jianghu. If none can be found, we shall proceed to Mayan Valley." The two sisters nodded in agreement, and thus the day came to a close. By the next day, the trio roamed through the city of Huzhou, seeking out anyone knowledgeable in Jianghu, yet they returned empty-handed. At the break of dawn on the 3rd day, they set off in their horse-drawn carriage towards the Mayan Valley in Lizhou. Their journey was leisurely, with nocturnal rests, and although they did not travel quickly, they made inquiries at each stop regarding anyone acquainted with Jianghu. They did receive some leads, as many could recognize a few characters. However, when attempting to weave these characters into coherent sentences, the meanings diverged significantly, leaving them bewildered. As they ambled along the official road, a contingent of soldiers suddenly appeared ahead, numbering in the dozens, with several carts among them. Each cart contained a prisoner confined within wooden cages. Just as their paths crossed, one of the prisoners in the cart pointed at Fang Ping and began to shout loudly, "Hey, friend, do you still recognize me? I beseech you to save me." This exclamation triggered an immediate reaction from the soldiers escorting the prisoners, who swiftly brandished their weapons and surrounded the carriage. Though Fang Ping felt no fear, a perplexing discomfort washed over him. Who was this person? Upon closer inspection, he realized, to his astonishment, that the shouting prisoner was a barbarian, the very one who had sold him the exquisite album of Hujia's 18 beats in Xiang. Although they had met only once, Fang Ping had encountered few barbarians. And considering he had paid 300 taels for the album, coupled with the exquisite illustrations, his memory of the encounter was vivid. Yet their relationship had been merely transactional. It was absurd to expect him to rescue the prisoner now. At that moment, a young officer clad in silver armor and a gleaming silver helmet rode forth, wielding a bright silver spear. "Who dares to attempt a rescue of these prisoners?" he demanded. The two young women in the carriage also leaned out, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Fang Ping, wishing to avoid any trouble, quickly replied, "Dear young officer, I do not know this man. He is merely shouting at random, surely. We cannot apprehend every prisoner who raises their voice on the road." However, the barbarian in the cart was not pleased and retorted, "Friend, you cannot feign ignorance. Remember, I sold you that album for merely 300 taels, while in the capital it could fetch over 1,000. You have profited immensely." Listening to the barbarian's exaggerated intonation, Fang Ping felt a surge of irritation, thinking to himself, "I owe you nothing. Do not drag me into your misfortune." The silver-armored youth, with furrowed brows, pointed his spear at Fang Ping and declared, "This barbarian was previously an official from the Western Region's office in the capital, and the court treated him with great favor. Yet, he shows no gratitude and conspires with thieves to steal treasures from our great Zhou. Since you have purchased his stolen goods, you must accompany me to the magistrate's office." Upon hearing this, Changshi's eyes brightened, and she smiled at Fang Ping, saying, "Oh, I did not realize, Third Palace Master, that you have been involved in such affairs. I had no idea those items were stolen." The silver-armored youth snorted coldly. "Do not pretend to be unaware. Your words betray you." "Well, what if I do know him? What are you going to do?" Fang Ping retorted, glaring. "Humph. Come with me to the magistrate's office. I have no time for that. How audacious of you to disregard the law. Watch out." With that, the silver-armored youth thrust his spear like a dragon towards Fang Ping's shoulder. Fang Ping gritted his teeth slightly, raising his iron staff with a swift motion. Although he reacted later, he struck first, and with a resounding clang, the silver-armored youth's spear was sent flying. The silver-armored youth stared incredulously at his cracked hand. "Hey, are you dazed? If you are not my match, then step aside." Upon hearing Fang Ping's words, the silver-armored youth's expression darkened. He glanced at the two young ladies in the carriage and said, "It is my duty. I cannot yield. You have broken the law, so come with me obediently." "Do you intend to implicate these women?" Fang Ping turned to Changshi and spread his hands, saying, "What do you think, Great Palace Master? Is there someone here to threaten you? Shall we show them our strength?" "Haha, well said. I am feeling a bit restless myself." Beside them, Changyi shook her head slightly and cautioned Changshi, "Sister, do not harm anyone. I can handle it." With a swift motion, Changshi leaped down from the carriage, smiling at the silver-armored youth. She then waved her sleeves dramatically, summoning a fierce wind that sent the surrounding officials tumbling in disarray, causing their spears and arrows to clatter to the ground. The silver-armored youth struggled to regain control over the startled horses, his face pale with shock as he exclaimed, Who are you?" Chapter 143, Moya Valley. At this moment, Changshi appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, her demeanor matching her youthful appearance. She glanced at the officials knocked off balance by her internal strength, feeling quite pleased with herself. With her hands on her hips, she laughed heartily. "I am." Fang Ping, sensing she was about to reveal her identity, swiftly stepped in front of her to interrupt her display of bravado. "We are from the Jinxiu Mountain Villa in Shizhou. I am Qin Chuan, the young master of the villa, and I do not hide my name or title. If you find this unacceptable, feel free to report to the Shizhou authorities." The silver-armored youth gritted his teeth, initially believing that the sheer number of officials, along with their bows and arrows, would enable them to capture the three. However, he did not anticipate that this burly man would be a formidable opponent. And the two women were even more powerful. If it came to a direct confrontation, he had no chance of winning. Jinxiu Mountain Villa, is it? I will report this to the court and ensure you are apprehended." "Huh, do you think we fear you? If you have the courage, come and try. Those who do not act are cowards. Arrogant thief, just wait." With that, he turned and left. The silver-armored young officer shot a glare at Fang Ping, suspecting that this individual might be masquerading under a false identity. To save face, he uttered a harsh remark and waved his hand, leading a group of soldiers as they escorted the prisoner away. The prisoner in the cart, still protesting, was silenced by a couple of slaps from a soldier, rendering him mute and finally quiet. Once the soldiers had distanced themselves, Fang Ping and his companions resumed their journey in the carriage. "Fang Ping, what kind of place is the Jinxiu Manor? Why are you implicating them? Are they your enemies?" asked Changyi with curiosity. "Ah, the Jinxiu Manor. Let me explain." Fang Ping recounted the earlier events, and the two young ladies listened with great interest. Changshi shook her head and said, "Humph, merely a first-rate expert. How could you be unable to defeat them? Truly, it brings shame to our Fuyao Palace." Fang Ping rolled his eyes, replying, Yes, indeed. A mere Jinxiu Manor dares to provoke our Fuyao Palace. Grandmaster, you must teach them a lesson when next you encounter them. Of course, just a first-rate expert. With a single slap, I could dispatch a whole crowd, declared the Grandmaster, whose prowess was unparalleled, embodying both literary and martial virtues, destined to unify the martial world. Changyi chuckled at their playful banter. After this brief interlude, the trio encountered no further troubles. However, their inquiries in search of someone familiar with Jianghu caused a slight delay, and it took them over 20 days to finally arrive at the renowned Mayan Valley in Lizhou. This valley is famous as it houses the esteemed Baijiaomen, reputed as the foremost medical sect in the realm, attracting many seeking medical aid, commoners as well as nobles, and a fair number of martial artists. Unlike the mysterious valley of Fuyao Palace, which is shrouded in enigmatic formations, Mayan Valley featured well-maintained paths and picturesque scenery. As winter approached, The foliage outside the valley began to wither, yet within the valley, the flowers and grasses remained lush, with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. The expansive valley contained numerous herb fields, beyond which lay wooden cottages, and further in, a grand palace with various structures built into the mountainside. Noticing an open space where several carriages were parked, Fang Ping followed suit and halted theirs. As the three disembarked, a boy of around 11 or 12 rushed over, holding paper and pen, declaring, "Parking fee is 51. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback but quickly handed over the coins. Recognizing that parking at an inn also incurs a fee, so the boy's actions were not unreasonable. The boy tucked the copper coins into his pocket and said, "You all are here for medical treatment, right? Ordinary folks should head to the Eastern Wooden House, but you three appear to be martial artists. You should go to the Western Wooden House." Shangxi crossed her arms and teased, "Hee, this little lad has some discernment. We hail from Fuyao Palace. Have you ever heard of it?" The boy opened his mouth. "Oh, not at all. Say that again, and see if I don't slap you into silence." Shangxi exclaimed, her temper flaring, prompting Fang Ping to quickly intervene and direct Chang'e to keep an eye on her. Fang Ping retrieved 2 small pieces of silver and placed them into the youth's hands, smiling as he said, "Dear young sir, do not dwell on trivial matters with her. Now, do enlighten us about the process of seeking medical treatment in the 100 Herb Valley." Upon hearing the term young sir, the youth's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face lighting up as he lifted his garments to reveal a collection of tokens hanging from his waist, some made of wood, others of iron, and a few of bronze. "In our 100 Herb Valley," he explained, "a wooden token costs 50 coins and grants access to an apprentice for treatment. An iron token, priced at 2 taels of silver, allows one to consult a disciple of the sect, while a bronze token, costing 10 taels of silver, permits an audience with an elder of the sect." Fang Ping mused to himself, "Good heavens, this is akin to a registration system, complete with distinctions between general consultations and specialist ones. Quite impressive indeed." He inquired, "And what if I wish to consult the sect leader?" The youth cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "The esteemed leader is not easily accessible to the common folk unless one possesses a noble status or bears rare celestial treasures. However, do not underestimate our 100 Herb Valley. Even the apprentices possess commendable medical skills, and many renowned physicians from outside come here to train as apprentices. For most common ailments, there is no need for the leader's intervention." Nodding in understanding, Fang Ping produced 10 taels of silver and said, "Then I shall procure a bronze token." The youth accepted the silver and handed him a bronze token, saying, "You three may proceed westward. The building over there is suitable." After the youth finished speaking, he noticed several others arriving with horse-drawn carriages and hurried over to collect their fees. "Let us go and take a look," Fang Ping said, tossing the bronze token in his hand. Shangxi rolled her eyes, saying, "Why all this fuss? I could simply subdue everyone here. And I doubt the leader would remain hidden." Chang'e quickly tugged at her. "Sister, calm your impatience. We are here to seek assistance, not to exact vengeance. We must adhere to their customs." Fang Ping nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is wise of Miss Chang'e to be reasonable. Your impulsiveness could offend them. And if they were to tamper with your medicine, your visit would be in vain." "Humph, let them dare," she retorted. "I would dismantle their wretched valley." "Enough of that. Let us observe first," Fang Ping urged. Changxi declared, "I am eager to see if they are truly as capable as they claim. If they cannot even diagnose our ailments, they shall face the consequences." With that, Changxi led the way, and Fang Ping exhaled deeply, nudging Chang'e to follow behind. In a short while, they arrived at the location indicated by the youth. The building was substantial, and the plaque at the entrance bore the inscription Suwon Hall in bold characters. Upon entering, they observed several individuals from the martial world seated haphazardly on the chairs. Some with pale complexions, others with broken limbs, each displaying various injuries. In the center of the hall sat a young girl, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, dressed in white, diligently diagnosing the pulse of a martial artist. What is the meaning of this? Was it not stated that a tael of silver grants access to an elder? Why is it a mere girl attending to them? Chapter 144. Encounter with Bayan Mountain. As the trio had just entered the hall, the young lady in white had already completed her examination of the last martial artist. They approached her, and upon noticing Chang'e in a wheelchair, the young lady waved, signaling her to come forward. After Fang Ping pushed the person forward, he revealed a bronze medal and said, "Is the young lady here one of the elders?" Before the white-clad girl could respond, a nearby wanderer interjected, "Though Miss Baiji is young, her status is esteemed. She is indeed an elder here and possesses exceptional medical skills. Do not underestimate her due to her youth. Should you dare to cause trouble here, I—" Suddenly, Fang Ping turned to see a black handprint just beneath the man's lifted clothing, nearly striking his heart. "What injury do you have, brother?" Fang Ping inquired. "Are you blind?" It's obviously a blow from someone, the man retorted. Fang Ping thought to himself that if they were outside the valley, he would surely teach this man a lesson. Let us not quarrel, the white-clad girl quickly intervened. This noble brother has been afflicted by the sinister great black heaven demon palm and has endured considerable suffering, which accounts for his brusque demeanor. By the way, I am Bai Ji, and I am indeed one of the elders here. Allow me to examine this young lady. Fang Ping shrugged and refrained from speaking further. Bai Ji extended her hand to check Chang Yi's pulse. After a while, she remarked, although this young lady's internal energy is somewhat disordered, it is not critical. As for her legs, they seem to have suffered a severe internal force impact, causing damage to her meridians. Upon hearing this, Chang Shi's eyes brightened, and she eagerly grasped Bai Ji's sleeve, asking, "Can you possibly treat my sister's condition?" "Sister?" Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback before replying, "Treating her is not difficult. In my sect, there exists a needle technique called the Flying Meridian's Needle, which can disperse the internal energy entrenched in this young lady's legs. Combined with herbal remedies, she can recover within 3 months. Really? You are not deceiving me, are you? Chang Shi asked anxiously. Bai Ji smiled gently, of course not. However, the treatment requires tranquility and must be conducted continuously for about 10 days. You 3 may want to stay here for the time being, and I shall treat this young lady later tonight. Wonderful, Chang Shi exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Sister, you will finally be able to stand again. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to endure this suffering. I feel so sorry for you. Chang Yi also expressed her delight, saying, Sister, do not say such things. Miss Bai Ji's medical expertise is remarkable. Perhaps she can also treat your injuries. You should let her examine you as well. Bai Ji, hearing them call each other sister, found it quite intriguing given their apparent ages. Chang Shi extended her hand, saying, Please check me as well and see if you can discern anything. Bai Ji nodded and took Chang Shi's pulse, quickly furrowing her brow. Young lady, your internal energy is exceedingly domineering and fierce, something I have never encountered before. Furthermore, regarding your age, I apologize, my medical skills are lacking. From your pulse, you seem to be in your 20s. Yet you also appear as if you were merely in your teens or even several decades older. I truly cannot discern. Chang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to explain, Let me tell you, I encountered a mishap while practicing martial arts. Fang Ping promptly interrupted her, saying, There are many people here. It would be better to discuss the details when Miss Bai Ji treats Chang Yi tonight. Chang Shi also noticed several martial artists nearby eavesdropping on their conversation. She, feeling irked, exclaimed, What are you staring at? Do you believe I could strike you down with a single slap? With a dismissive scoff, she added, as if I care. It's just a martial art technique. Who doesn't have one? Seeing that Chang Shi was about to lose her temper, Fang Ping quickly interjected, Miss Bai Ji, where are the guest rooms? We shall head there first. Over there, turn left twice, and you will find it. A disciple will attend to you 3. In the evening, I shall return to administer acupuncture to this young lady. She replied. Fang Ping nodded, promptly pushing Chang Yi along with one hand while tugging Chang Shi with the other. The trio did not travel far before arriving at the guest quarters. They acquired a token from a disciple of the Bai Chao sect, thus securing their lodging. To their surprise, a disciple from Bai Chao delivered meals in the evening, albeit for a fee. Although the food was rather ordinary, it was still 30% pricier than what they would find outside. It seemed they were in for an expensive stay. Everything came at a price, and they had no choice but to endure it. Sighing inwardly, Fang Ping dutifully paid. Not long after their meal, Bai Ji arrived and expertly administered acupuncture to Chang Yi. Sister, how do you feel? Chang Shi inquired eagerly. Chang Yi attempted to circulate her inner energy and, with a delighted expression, replied, It is indeed effective. The blockages in my meridians have diminished significantly. Splendid. Our journey to Moyun Valley has not been in vain, Chang Shi rejoiced. Bai Ji smiled. 2 more sessions in the next couple of days will restore Miss Chang Yi's meridians, but she must exercise caution and refrain from exerting her inner strength. Yes, I shall heed your advice, Miss Bai Ji, Chang Yi affirmed. By the way, Miss Chang Shi, regarding your issue. Chang Shi produced a piece of paper, which bore a haphazard collection of ancient script. She recounted her predicament. Ancient script, Bai Ji shook her head. Some of our ancient formulas at Bai Chao sect are recorded in such script, yet no one can decipher them. Furthermore, the script is archaic. Although it shares a lineage with modern characters, its meanings have diverged significantly. It is quite challenging. Bai Ji repeated the word difficult thrice, and Fang Ping and the others felt a tinge of disappointment. However, the prospect of healing Chang Yi's legs made their journey to Bai Chao sect seem worthwhile. After bidding farewell to Bai Ji, the 3 engaged in light conversation before retiring for the night. In the following days, under Bai Ji's care, Chang Yi's legs gradually regained mobility, and it seemed that with a little more time, she would be able to stand once again. One morning, after finishing their meal, Fang Ping took his usual food container to deliver to the Baichao disciples. Upon his return to the courtyard, he encountered two individuals clad in white. Both were armed with long swords, one a middle-aged man in his 40s, the other a young man in his 20s. As they passed each other, the younger man whispered something into the elder's ear before producing a portrait from his robe. Halt. Fang Ping furrowed his brow. What is it that you want? Do we know each other? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. We are disciples of Baiyun Mountain. Are you Fang Ping? No, I am Lu Yanzu. Also known as Wu Dehua, Fang Ping replied. Upon hearing the name Baiyun Mountain, Fang Ping instinctively recognized that these two individuals bore ill intentions and casually improvised a few words. The young man waved a portrait in front of Fang Ping, declaring, Nonsense. You are Fang Ping. As Fang Ping glanced at the image, he nearly burst into laughter, although it indeed portrayed him. It depicted a bald version clad in a monk's robe. This was the Baichao Gate, and if your eyes are so poor, you should seek treatment. It was evident that the person in the portrait was a monk. Just look at my flowing hair. How could we possibly be the same person? Chapter 145. Trouble, are you truly not Fang Ping? The middle-aged man from Baiyun Mountain began to waver in his certainty. No, Fang Ping rolled his eyes, thinking he might evade the situation, when the young man spoke again. Master, don't listen to his sophistry. This portrait is over 3 months old. If you calculate the time, his hair has just grown to this length. The young man's mind was quick indeed. As Fang Ping noticed the middle-aged man drawing his weapon, he instinctively reached behind him. Where's my staff? He had come out with a food box, never expecting to engage in a fight, and had left his staff behind in the house. The middle-aged man, wielding a long sword, sneered coldly. What a cunning little rascal. You almost deceived me. Let me ask you, have you killed 4 disciples of Baiyun Mountain? Seeing that this fellow was determined to create trouble, Fang Ping decided to drop the act, shaking his head vigorously. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Indeed, 2 individuals in white once attempted to rob me, and I defended myself, resulting in their demise. Where do 4 come from? You're talking nonsense. It was clearly 4. You're the one talking nonsense. It was 2. 4. 2. The middle-aged man from Baiyun Mountain was now furious, his anger erupting as he lunged forward with his sword. You, Fang Ping, shall pay for the lives of my disciples. Noticing the faint white glow enveloping the man's sword, Fang Ping immediately realized he faced a top-tier expert. Without his staff to parry, he quickly dodged. As several strikes came down in rapid succession, Fang Ping managed to evade the attacks, though the ground around him bore the marks of the sword's energy, with several cracks appearing. Damn, this is troublesome. As Fang Ping glanced around, he spotted 2 stone lanterns at the entrance of the courtyard. Just as he contemplated seizing one to use as a weapon, a voice called out from behind him. Third Palace Master, are you in a fight? Here, catch your staff. The commotion outside the courtyard, though not particularly loud, had already been discerned by Chang Shi. Fang Ping saw that Chang Shi had thrown the staff over, and he quickly stepped back to catch the cold iron staff in his hands. Take this, you scoundrel, he shouted, finally able to strike back without evasion. As he swung the staff against the middle-aged man's sword, with a resounding clang, the middle-aged man, along with his sword, was sent stumbling back several paces. However, as a top-tier expert, he was protected by his chi and sustained no injury. Good lad, you possess considerable strength. No wonder you were able to injure my disciples. The middle-aged man exclaimed, prepare yourself. With a flurry of swift strikes, the middle-aged man danced his sword faster and faster, while Fang Ping stood undaunted, brandishing his staff with a whirlwind of motion, engaging in combat. The middle-aged man, evidently seasoned in combat, swiftly abandoned the direct confrontation with Fang Ping. Utilizing his agile footwork, he circled around Fang Ping, occasionally lunging with his sword. The chaotic movements left Fang Ping disoriented, prompting him to employ the wind wave staff. Since his brief training with Chang Shi, his internal energy had noticeably increased, and as he executed a few techniques of the wind wave staff, his strikes gained considerable momentum. Soon, a formidable force began to coalesce around Fang Ping, and when the middle-aged man thrust his sword again, the power emanating from Fang Ping diverted the blade, causing it to lose its mark. At the entrance of the courtyard, Chang Shi had pushed Chang Yi forward, and the 2 sisters stood there, reveling in the spectacle. Yes, Third Palace Master, this is how it's done. He won't last much longer. Strike his head. Oh, why are you poking his backside? Chang Shi exclaimed, her loud voice irking the young man from Baiyun Mountain. Pointing his sword at Chang Shi, he began to retort, who is this little girl? Shut your. Before he could finish, Chang Shi interrupted him with a powerful palm strike from a distance of several paces. The force sent him tumbling back, landing awkwardly on the ground and spitting out blood, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Who are you, making such a racket? Chang Shi turned back, continuing to shout at Fang Ping. Fang, His movements have slowed down. Aim for his lower back. Beside her, Chang Yi blushed, tugging at Chang Shi's sleeve. Sister, be a bit more reserved. The middle-aged man from Baiyun Mountain, already agitated from failing to subdue a junior for so long, was further enraged by Chang Shi's incessant taunts. In a moment of distraction, he stumbled as Fang Ping's energy swirled around him, causing him to falter. While you're down, I'll take your life. Fang Ping adhered to a principle in combat. If you show me a modicum of mercy, I shall return thrice the favor. But if you come at me with deadly intent, do not blame me for being ruthless. This man from Baiyun Mountain was clearly not inclined to reason, leading to a mutual severance of any pretense. With his cold iron staff, infused with fierce winds, he aimed to strike at the middle-aged man's head, but suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A swift gust of azure sword energy shot toward him, striking his shoulder with overwhelming force, sending both Fang Ping and his staff flying. Damn, that hurt. Who ambushed me? Fang Ping's shoulder garments were shredded by the blade's energy, leaving him with a numb arm, yet his defenses held firm. He executed a nimble maneuver to regain his footing, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, when several more streaks of azure sword energy hurtled toward him from above, compelling him to defend with the cold iron staff. Each time he parried, he was forced back, retreating towards Chang Shi, unable to discern the source of his attackers. Shall I step in, Third Palace Master, to lend you a hand? Chang Shi peered curiously over his shoulder. Fang Ping hastily exclaimed, Indeed, indeed. How dare these birdmen from Baiyun Mountain bully our Fuyo Palace? Great Palace Master, we must swiftly teach them a lesson. Just watch. Chang Shi moved with agility, positioning herself before Fang Ping, and with a graceful flick of her sleeve, she shattered several strands of azure sword energy. What is that white-clad figure on the roof doing? Pretending to be mysterious? Does he dare to engage in a duel with me? Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback, glancing around before finally spotting a white figure atop a building some 7 or 8 zhang away. Goodness, from such a distance, his sword energy can reach me? What astounding power. He must at least be a master, right? Can Chang Shi withstand this? The distant white figure leaped gracefully to the ground before them. The middle-aged man, nearly struck by Fang Ping, recognized the newcomer and quickly approached to pay his respects. The man appeared to be in his late 30s, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly regarding Fang Ping and his companions. I am Baiyuchan, the master of Baiyun Mountain. May I inquire who you three are and why you seek to harm my disciples? Fang Ping mused to himself. Baiyuchan? Isn't he my half-brother? How dare he unsheath his sword against me? Humph, I saved his precious daughter. The mountain lord, realizing Baiyuchan was inquiring, quickly stepped forward to explain the situation. Baiyuchan nodded and addressed Fang Ping. So it is you. You saved my daughter in Luanzhou, yet you also killed 2 of my disciples. I suppose we are even now. However, why did you slay my disciples in Qixia town? Fang Ping had intended to offer an explanation. He was not responsible for the deaths of those 2 in Luanzhou, but upon hearing how casually Baiyuchan dismissed his daughter's rescue, he realized that reason would not prevail here, and he could not clarify the matter. The disciples of Baiyun Mountain had grown arrogant and reckless. Who could have known they had provoked someone who would retaliate? Especially that fool Gu Lingyun, who had brought misfortune upon himself. As for the deaths in Qixia town, the innkeeper and the landlady could attest to the truth, and it was likely reported to the authorities. Baiyuchan's feigned inquiry was clearly an attempt to provoke. Those 2 had merely found themselves without money after a meal, and in their embarrassment, attempted to bow to the owner, only to strike their heads too forcefully, leading to their unfortunate demise. What was that to him? The middle-aged man, nearly struck by Fang Ping, was incensed and pointed at him, shouting, Rascal! You insult Baiyun Mountain once more. Baiyuchan maintained his calm demeanor, gesturing dismissively. In light of your past assistance to my daughter, I shall spare you this time. Receive a sword strike from me. If you survive, Baiyun Mountain shall cease its pursuit of you. What say you? Before Fang Ping could respond, Chang Shi had pulled him aside. Stepping forward, she declared, Enough of this idle chatter. We are destined for battle, and you seem worthy of facing me. I shall accept this sword strike on behalf of my esteemed 3rd Palace Master. Baiyuchan glanced at the silver-haired maiden and nodded. Very well, then. Please state your name. The Grandmaster of the Fuyo Palace, Chang Shi, stood resolute, her sword raised. Baiyuchan's gaze sharpened as she formed a sword gesture with her hand, pointing skyward. Instantly, a multitude of azure sword energies materialized in the heavens, all directed towards Chang Shi. This technique, known as the Sword of Sea and Sky, prompted a rush of alarm within Fang Ping, who thought to himself that this was no mere sword strike. He sensed the ill intentions of his opponent. Should he attempt to withstand this assault, even if it did not shatter his protective barrier, the pain could very well prove fatal. Humph, nothing more than a trivial display. Chang Shi retorted, baring her silver teeth as she swung her arms. reciting a verse that evoked the imagery of soft clouds cloaking the moon, and the graceful return of snow in the wind. Lo, the goddess of Luo, arise. Upon concluding her incantation, she brought her hands together, and a brilliant blue aura enveloped her, subtly morphing into the ethereal form of a stunning woman, transforming energy into form. Very well. Let us engage, she declared confidently. Bai Yuchan, undeterred, waved his sword, and the massive azure sword energies coalesced into a serpentine dragon, lunging ferociously at Changshi, with a flourish of her sleeves. The radiant figure of blue energy mirrored her movements, sweeping away the oncoming azure sword energies with ease. The clash between the two resonated with a cacophony of metallic sounds, the unleashed ferocity of their energies whipping up fierce winds that sent tiles flying from nearby rooftops. Fang Ping, feeling increasingly helpless amidst such formidable combat, decided it prudent to distance himself, hastily ushering Chang Yi away to safety. As the battle commenced between him and the middle-aged man from Baiyun Mountain, a smattering of curious onlookers began to gather, including some ordinary townsfolk. The intensity of the confrontation between Changshi and Bai Yuchan far surpassed the earlier skirmish, now drawing a crowd of dozens. Is that not Bai Yuchan, the lord of Baiyun Mountain? And who is the silver-haired maiden engaged with him? Their prowess appears to be evenly matched. How should I know? I came merely for a consultation. Yet I find myself witnessing a duel of masters. This visit was not in vain. Pray tell, who do you think will emerge victorious? I would wager on Bai Yuchan. For Baiyun Mountain is a renowned sect. I bet 10 taels of silver that the silver-haired maiden will prevail. On what grounds? She is strikingly beautiful. It would be a shame for her to suffer defeat. Bah, what a fool. Hey, you over there, why the sudden disinterest? Well, I had mocked that silver-haired maiden a few days ago, never anticipating her formidable prowess. I must take my leave quickly, lest I find myself ensnared. Then you had best run swiftly. As the spectators buzzed with speculation, the ferocity of the duel escalated. What had once merely dislodged tiles now threatened to demolish walls and houses under the pressure of their energies. This was merely the residual force of their clash. Should anyone venture into the center of their confrontation, they would surely be torn asunder. Fang Ping, increasingly agitated by the stalemate, felt like a restless ant on a hot skillet, knowing that Changshi fought to rescue him, and he was powerless to intervene. Seated calmly in her wheelchair, Chang Yi reassured him, Fang Ping, there is no need for concern. They are merely engaged in a contest, not a life-and-death struggle. Changshi, her condition will be fine. Won't it? Indeed. For these past few days, my sister has not aged a day, and her breath remains steady. She should be all right. However, Fang Ping observed that despite her words, her hands gripped the armrests of the wheelchair tightly, revealing her underlying anxiety. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from beyond the crowd. Please, make way, make way. As the crowd turned to look, they saw a group of disciples from the Baichao sect, escorting a young girl in white, elder Baishi of the Baichao sect. A sudden realization struck Fang Ping. The girl Baishi had the surname Bai and favored white garments, just like Bai Yuchan. Might they be related? If so, that would be quite unfortunate. He seized 2 onlookers and inquired. Startled by his fierce demeanor, they quickly replied, as far as I know, Miss Baishi hails from the capital and has no ties to Baiyun Mountain. Yes, indeed. I encountered someone from Baiyun Mountain recently who had the same question. And upon investigation, they found no connection. Thank you both. Fang Ping released them, finally exhaling in relief. The crowd, familiar with Baishi, parted to clear a path. Baishi hurried forward, her hair tousled by the fierce winds of her energy, neglecting to tidy it as she called out firmly. Both of you are guests of the Baichao sect. I kindly ask you to cease hostilities. Although the commotion caused by Changshi and Bai Yuchan was considerable, Baishi's powerful voice resonated clearly in the ears of both combatants. Not to mention Changshi, Bai Yuchan had come to the Baichao sect with a purpose and could not afford to disregard its reputation. After exchanging a few more blows, their internal energy began to wane, prompting them to retreat simultaneously. Bai Yuchan stood with her hands clasped behind her back, addressing Baishi. Miss Baishi, we have caused significant damage to your buildings during our altercation. I assure you, Baiyun Mountain will compensate for the losses. Hearing this, Changshi, unwilling to be outdone, exclaimed, Yes, yes. I, from the Fuyao Palace, will offer 4-fold compensation. With both parties having called a truce, Baishi let out a sigh of relief and bowed. It is but a trifling matter. I am deeply grateful that you both have honored the Baichao sect. Not at all, Bai Yuchan returned the gesture, adding, I shall later extend my apologies to sect leader Zhao and take my leave for now. Safe travels, Master Bai. As Bai Yuchan departed with her entourage, Changshi dashed to Baishi, tugging at her sleeve. I have damaged your property. You won't deny treatment for my sister, will you? Baishi smiled reassuringly. Sister Changshi need not worry. I am not so petty. That is a relief. Here, Allow me to offer this as compensation. As she spoke, Jianghu plucked a jade hairpin from her hair and, without hesitation, adorned Bai Shi's hair with it. Does it look lovely? Exceedingly so, Bai Shi replied. I shall gladly accept it. Through the past few days of interaction, Bai Shi has come to understand Jianghu's temperament, and at this moment, she refrained from saying much and simply withdrew. At this time, Fang Ping and Jianghu approached to apologize, exchanging a few courteous remarks before Bai Shi led her companions away. The onlookers, having witnessed the cessation of the conflict, gradually dispersed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jianghu was taken aback to find that her dwelling had partially collapsed, while Fang Ping's house had merely lost a few tiles. She felt a surge of dissatisfaction, thinking, this trouble was instigated by you. Why has my house suffered? I care not. I demand a bed, and your house is now mine. To which Fang Ping retorted, and where shall I sleep? Sleep wherever you wish. This courtyard is vast enough to accommodate you, she replied, her reasoning sound. Jianghu smiled gently and inquired, Fang Ping, do you harbor some enmity towards Baiyun Mountain? Fang Ping sighed, recounting the incident involving the 100 Craftsman's box. After listening, Jianghu shook her head slightly. The disciples of Baiyun Mountain, upon coveting treasures, met their just fate. Jianghu added, indeed, Baiyu Chan is quite petty. You saved his daughter. Yet he remains so unforgiving. The trio continued their light-hearted banter until nightfall. Fang Ping had intended to sleep in the courtyard, but upon Bai Shi's arrival and her observation of the conditions, she promptly arranged for them to be moved to a well-maintained courtyard. They expressed their gratitude, and as they had few belongings, they quickly settled in. Within their new room, after Bai Shi administered another acupuncture treatment to Jianghu, to everyone's astonishment, Jianghu's legs exhibited slight movement, igniting a wave of excitement. Thank you, Miss Bai Shi, she exclaimed. After 3 more treatments, the meridians in my sister's legs will be unblocked, but for now, she must refrain from exerting herself and rest for a month. Full recovery will take 3 months. I will follow your guidance, Miss Bai Shi, Jianghu affirmed. Bai Shi nodded and suddenly noticed Jianghu, she tossing a dull gray bead up and down in her hand. Her gaze sharpening. Sister Jianghu, what is this bead? Jianghu, noticing her interest, presented it forward. This was obtained from a black tiger that Fang Ping killed. I cannot discern whether it is a legendary spirit beast core or a common tiger treasure. Sister, you are a divine healer. Please, examine it. Jianghu had originally tucked the bead into her sleeve, but had recalled it while organizing their belongings for the move. She intended to find a safer place to keep it to prevent losing it during future altercations when Bai Shi arrived. Bai Shi took the bead, examined it thoroughly for a moment, and nodded. Sister, you are fortunate. This is indeed a spirit beast's core. Fang Ping, curious, asked, Miss Bai, how did you deduce that? Is there a secret to it? Bai Shi replied with a smile, there is no secret. I merely referred to the medical texts. I see. By the way, Miss Bai Shi, have you heard of the Titanic sect? Fang Ping and the others had been preoccupied with treating Jianghu's legs for several days and had forgotten to mention the matter of their techniques to Bai Shi, who did not comprehend the ancient script. However, upon seeing the bead, he was reminded. Titanic sect? Where did you hear that name? Bai Shi was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of profound astonishment. Jianghu remarked, our master's teachings often mentioned the heavenly physician sect. She recounted the details surrounding their techniques and medicinal formulas, producing a piece of paper from her bosom and handing it to Bai Shi. The 100-leaf glass herb, the inner core of spirit beasts, dragon's blood, and the 7-star purple sandalwood flower. These materials are the stuff of legends. Alas, even if one were to gather them, no one in the 100-herb sect possesses the ability to refine them. However, when it comes to the heavenly physician sect, there may indeed be a glimmer of hope. Fang Ping quickly inquired, does your statement imply that you are familiar with the whereabouts of this heavenly physician sect? Bai Shi sighed, not only am I familiar, but to be precise, I hail from the heavenly physician sect. The story traces back 6 or 7 decades. 6 or 7 decades ago, the 100-herb sect was not as grand as it is today, yet it was teeming with outstanding physicians, and the sect was flourishing. Among a particular generation of disciples, several remarkable practitioners of medicine emerged, gaining renown at a tender age. Young and overly ambitious, they found the name of the 100-herb sect lacking in prestige. And in their arrogance, they fancied themselves superior to celestial healers, coining the title of the heavenly physician sect. Thus, the name spread, albeit not recognized by the elders of the 100-herb sect. However, since these were their own esteemed disciples acting foolishly, they refrained from excessive reprimands. Then, one day, these exceptional disciples stumbled upon a collection of ancient texts that detailed archaic alchemical techniques. The more they delved into these studies, the more peculiar their temperaments became. eventually abandoning their noble pursuits of healing in favor of an obsession with alchemy and the pursuit of immortality. While their elders expressed some concern, they did not take it too seriously, believing that thorough research of these ancient texts might unveil numerous methods for healing. Inevitably, however, these individuals caused a cataclysmic disaster, resulting in their expulsion from the 100 Herb sect in the Misty Cloud Valley. Why, she did not specify the nature of this disaster, but her expression hinted at its gravity. My great-grandfather was among them, and he too regretted his choices, parting ways with his companions. Eventually, he made his way to the capital, yet he never forgot about the Heavenly Physician sect, opening a clinic in its name. Before my great-grandfather passed away, he remained deeply troubled by his expulsion from the 100 Herb sect. It was only after persistent appeals from my grandfather and father that I was finally allowed to enter the 100 Herb sect, thus fulfilling my great-grandfather's unfulfilled wish. Oh, I see, Fang Ping remarked, realization dawning upon him. It has indeed been decades. No wonder the outside world is unaware of the Heavenly Physician sect. Baiji nodded. The reputation of the Heavenly Physician sect only resonated for a few years, so it is not surprising that it has faded from public knowledge. Then, Sister Baiji, do you possess the ability to concoct the items listed in this formula? Changshi eagerly asked. Baiji shook her head. I am not proficient in alchemy and cannot concoct them. Noting the disappointment on the faces of the three, she smiled gently. However, my grandfather is still alive. He inherited my great-grandfather's alchemical skills and might be able to produce them. Wonderful. At last, there is a glimmer of hope. Changshi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Baiji remarked, I shall write you a recommendation letter shortly. You may visit my grandfather at the Tianyi Medical Hall in the capital. Thank you so much. Sister Baiji, came the reply. No need for thanks. If I can resolve the cultivation issues for both of you, it would be a great merit. After exchanging a few more words, Baiji took her leave. Changshi, filled with joy, bounced around excitedly, dragging Chang'e along as she chattered away. Suddenly, Fang Ping scratched his head and said, Don't just revel in your happiness. You still haven't found a trace of dragon's blood, have you? Is it the legendary blood of a dragon, or merely an alias for some kind of medicinal substance? How should I know? Do you know? Changshi was taken aback as well. I have no idea, she replied. Huh, what good are you then? Chang'e, sensing an impending quarrel, quickly interjected. The capital is the heart of the great Zhou dynasty, a place teeming with hidden talents. Whether it be medicinal formulas or golden inscriptions, we must deliberate further. A visit to the capital should resolve these matters. Indeed, Miss Chang'e has considered this thoroughly. Changshi rolled her eyes and said, Humph. Are you fond of my sister? Always showering her with compliments. Fang Ping had no desire to engage with her. And just as he was about to return to his room for some rest, a thought struck him. By the way, have you ever heard of the Biyuan Palace? Changshi shook her head. No, I haven't. Never mind. It was a futile inquiry anyway. The Biyuan Palace is a sect composed entirely of women, located in the Qingluo mountain east of Puyang City. Within the palace resides a spirit beast known as the Tongtian python, which has horns upon its head. If we truly cannot find dragon's blood, perhaps we could try using the blood of this spirit python. Changshi's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? That's splendid. Once we leave Baichao Valley, we shall storm the Biyuan Palace and seize their Tongtian python. Chang'e shook her head and tugged at Changshi's sleeve, saying, Sister, you mustn't act recklessly. We have no enmity with the Biyuan Palace. Why should we steal from them? Moreover, from what Fang Ping suggests, he seems to have acquaintances there. Perhaps he could negotiate on our behalf to exchange for some spirit python's blood. Fang Ping, feeling a sense of exasperation, responded, Indeed. Miss Chang'e is quite reasonable. Humph, you must have a soft spot for my sister. Stop speaking nonsense. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Fang Ping continued. The Tongtian python has lived for hundreds of years. It is bound to have been injured and bled at some point. The Biyuan Palace has collected quite a bit. There's no need for you to steal. Oh, I see. Well then, our Fuyo Palace possesses many treasures. We can simply exchange with them. Relieved that Chang'e had finally ceased her noisy ambitions of robbery, Fang Ping let out a sigh of relief. The trio chatted for a while longer before Fang Ping finally retreated to his own quarters for some rest. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Under Baiji's treatment, Chang'e's legs were no longer severely problematic. With a few more months of medication and rest, she would fully recover. She could even manage to take a few steps now, which had left her exhilarated and sleepless for several days. However, after some discussion, they decided to leave Baichao Valley and head towards the capital, as Changshi's cultivation issue remained unresolved. Although her condition had stabilized in recent days, there was no telling when it might flare up again, so it was prudent to act swiftly. On that day, early in the morning, with Baiji bidding them farewell, the three of them arrived at the outskirts of the Mayan Valley. Two elder sisters, Brother Fang, this is a letter pinned by your younger sister. Please keep it safe. If you find yourselves without a place to stay in the capital, you may temporarily reside at my Tianyi Medical Hall. Changxi tucked the letter into her bosom and handed a parcel to Bai Ji. Thank you for your care these past days, dear Bai Ji. Here are some jewels and ornaments, both as a token of gratitude and as payment for your services. Do not refuse them. Bai Ji, being a gracious young woman, did not open the parcel to inspect its contents, but replied, I am truly grateful for your generous gift, elder sister. It is nothing, really. I may not possess much, but I do have an abundance of wealth. We shall take our leave now, wishing you a safe journey. The three bid farewell to Bai Ji and departed from the Maoyan Valley in their retrieved carriage. Along the way, they engaged in casual conversation. Sister San, have you ever visited the capital? Never. Ah, so you are just a country bumpkin after all. And you are no different, given that you have yet to visit. I have heard that there are many skilled individuals in the capital. This time, I shall see just how formidable they truly are. Perhaps as tall as 3 or 4 stories. As they chatted, they turned several corners and suddenly spotted a tea stall ahead, where a group of individuals clad in white were gathered, members of Bayan Mountain. Bai Yuchan took a sip of tea and inquired, Are you three headed to the capital? Changxi shot her an incredulous look and retorted, Were you eavesdropping on us? Beware the needles. Ugh, watch out for earwax. One of the Baiyun Mountain disciples interjected, You, girl, stop being so mischievous. Bai Yuchan waved her hand dismissively, stating, We too are bound for the capital. Let us accompany you. With a flick of his sleeve, a letter from the table soared toward them. Fang Ping, noticing the letter's leisurely pace, reached out to catch it. Upon glancing at it, he discovered it was a challenge letter, his brow furrowing slightly as he unfolded it. The 8th day of the 12th month, in the capital. At the Pingan Arena, a duel to the death. Is this directed at me? Bai Yuchan nodded. Indeed. I shall not bully you. I will only send my top-tier experts to duel with you. Do you dare accept? What is there to fear? I shall accept on his behalf. Changxi, finding the situation amusing, snatched the challenge letter and examined it with keen interest. Excellent. Let us meet in the capital then. With that, Bai Yuchan and her companions took their leave. Changxi, still holding the challenge letter, asked, What is this Pingan Arena? You mean you don't know? Why should I? Fang Ping sighed and explained. The Pingan Arena is a platform established by the Great Zhou dynasty specifically for rival factions in the martial world to settle their grievances. It is held annually to resolve conflicts among martial artists. Though named Ping and meaning peace, it is anything but peaceful, with numerous fatalities each year. The cycle of vendettas only intensifies. However, for the Great Zhou, the more martial artists that perish, the more peaceful it becomes. The martial community does not expect this to resolve their disputes. Rather, they view it as an opportunity to establish their reputations. Thus, many participate each year. A competition. How splendid. This is my chance to elevate the reputation of the Fuyou Palace. Changxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 149, The Whitewater Temple. You should calm down and address your own martial arts issues first. What if, in the presence of many, you were to suddenly age, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers? Is it not true that this esteemed princess can simply revert to her former self? It would be a grand performance, akin to a miraculous transformation, and those fortunate enough to witness it would surely consider themselves blessed. Ah yes, the illustrious Grandmaster of the Fuyou Palace has been reduced to a mere conjurer. Are you not concerned about the ridicule that may ensue? Who dares to mock me? I would simply put them in their place. Well, you do make a valid point. However, you are a master of considerable skill, indeed, an extraordinary one at that. A mere arena would hardly withstand your might, and should you inadvertently damage something, what then? Would you not be liable for compensation? I possess ample wealth. The capital is quite expensive, so one must be frugal. Why are you being so fussy? Are you the lady, or am I? Am I not the third princess? As Fang Ping drove the carriage, he found himself rather bored and engaged in light banter with Changxi. Days passed swiftly, and on this particular day, while they were en route, a sudden gust of wind swept through the air, darkening the sky ominously. Just as the wind began to abate, a chill crept in. Since mastering the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, Fang Ping had only required a couple of layers of clothing. Yet even he felt the bite of the cold and realized that winter had indeed arrived some days prior. The two young ladies inside the carriage seemed unfazed by the chill, likely due to their cultivated internal strength, making them resilient against the cold. Not long after, the sky dimmed further, and flurries of white snowflakes began to fall. It had been quite some time since he had seen snow, and it was a delightful sight. At that moment, Chang'e extended her hand from the carriage and caught a few snowflakes, which, rather remarkably, did not melt upon landing in her palm. Fang Ping shook his head and remarked, Miss Chang'e, It would be prudent not to recklessly use your internal energy. Yes, I understand, she replied with a smile. Retracting her hand, Jianghu huffed, raising her hands and tracing a circle in the air, using her vital energy to gather countless snowflakes. With a few more motions, she fashioned them into a small snowball and handed it to Jianghu. Sister, take this to play with. Thank you, sister. Fang Ping found himself at a loss for words. Such prowess allowed for whimsical antics. Jianghu shot him a glance and said, What are you staring at? Do you wish for one as well? Huh, not at all, he replied. Humph, even if you desired one, I would not make it for you. Having grown up in the northern regions in his past life, Fang Ping was accustomed to snow, but having lived in the south this time, it had indeed been over 3 years since he last witnessed it. The sight of the drifting snowflakes evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. As night fell deeper, they had yet to see any signs of a town, and traveling in the dark posed a risk of leading the carriage into a ditch. They had planned to rest by the roadside for the night, but soon, faint lights appeared in the distance. Jianghu, having taken a few bites of her biscuit, exclaimed, Third princess, let us head that way. Perhaps there are people who might offer us a warm meal. Fang Ping surveyed the distance from atop the carriage and noted that it was not far. He acquiesced to Jianghu's suggestion and guided the carriage toward the lights. Upon arrival, they discovered it to be a temple. Is anyone there? It is late at night, and having missed the resting place, I seek shelter for the night at the temple. Could I kindly impose upon you? Yes, just a moment. Shortly after, the temple door creaked open, revealing a young monk of around 12 or 13 years, peering out with a lantern in hand. He assessed the visitors and said, 3 benefactors, regrettably. We have received several groups seeking accommodation tonight, and our guest rooms are fully occupied. Should you wish to enter the temple, you might have to make do with the great hall for the night. No matter, replied Jianghu nonchalantly. As long as there is warm water, it suffices. Then please do come in, the young monk responded, noticing their horse-drawn cart and pushing the door wide open. Thank you, young master, Fang Ping said, guiding the cart alongside the monk to a shed where 2 other carts and 2 horses were tethered, with the lantern's glow illuminating the entrance. Fang Ping noticed the plaque inscribed with the name Baishui Temple and casually asked, Young master, is there a great river nearby? The young monk shook his head. There is no great river. This area falls under the jurisdiction of Baishui County, hence the name. To my knowledge, there are no significant rivers throughout Baishui County. After securing the cart, Fang Ping and the others followed the young monk through the Mahavira Hall, arriving at the back of the Great Hall. This hall appeared to be where the monks dined, furnished with several tables, and occupied by a number of individuals. Fang Ping counted 7 in total. Benefactors? Over there is the kitchen of our humble temple. There are some vegetables, grains, and fresh water. Should you wish to cook, feel free to do so. It is late. And with ladies present, the adult monks cannot attend to you, so I hope for your understanding. No worries, Fang Ping nodded, reaching into his pocket to retrieve 2 small pieces of silver, offering them to the young monk as a token of gratitude for the incense. The young monk accepted graciously. Thank you, benefactor. I must return to the gatehouse to guard the temple door, so I shall take my leave. Once the young monk departed, the 3 of them settled at a table in a corner. They instinctively surveyed their surroundings, noticing the other patrons in the hall stealing glances at them, each clasping their fists in greeting. At a window-side table sat a young couple, an elegantly attired scholar and a pale woman who appeared to be unwell, occasionally coughing. Their closeness suggested a marital bond. Near the entrance was a rotund man in fine robes accompanied by 2 men in blue garments, both armed with swords, resembling a merchant with bodyguards. The remaining occupants included a man and a woman, each at their own table. The woman, her face concealed by a black veil, donned a black and red ensemble, with a long sword strapped to her back, engrossed in a book. The final gentleman, clad in a black round-collared robe, had a short, unsheathed dagger on his table, resembling a broad saber, yet shorter than usual. Upon seeing his attire, Fang Ping was instantly reminded of Gu Lingyun and Shen Zui, suspecting he too was affiliated with the 6 doors. At that moment, Jianghu took a few bites of a hard biscuit, expressing discontent, and turned to Fang Ping, saying, This master wishes for something warm to eat. Are you not the cook? Hurry and prepare a meal. Since when have I become a cook? When you were in the valley, didn't you often cook? Hurry up, or I'll give you a beating. Fang Ping found the sight of Jianghu flailing amusing. Cooking. I shall take a look in the kitchen. After all, he was quite bored. And rather than exchanging blank stares with everyone, it would be more productive to find something to do and pass the time. Chapter 150, The Great Transport Bureau. Upon entering the kitchen, Fang Ping discovered 2 stoves and a long table laden with an array of fresh vegetables, alongside a pile of firewood in the corner. He hadn't tea cooked in a while, and his hands were itching to prepare a feast. Let me show you how it's done, he thought, and busied himself for half an hour before finally emerging with a platter of dishes. Stir-fried asparagus, braised cabbage with tofu, scallion salad with tofu, gourd soup, char-grilled greens, and pancakes rolled with everything. How about it, Grandmaster? Dig in. Changshi pouted. I want meat. Chang'e quickly interjected. Sister, we are in a temple. Such words are inappropriate. Almost forgetting that monks refrain from meat, Fang Ping shrugged it off. The three of them had traveled all day and were indeed quite hungry. They devoured the array of vegetables with the ferocity of a storm, leaving the table in disarray. Their enjoyment did not go unnoticed by a few onlookers in the hall, who were visibly envious. Fang Ping even heard the sound of someone swallowing, and he cupped his fist towards the others, saying, Esteemed guests, I have prepared a bit too much. If you wish, feel free to take some from the kitchen. One of the merchants laughed and replied, How can we accept such generosity? Since it's all from the Baishui temple, let us share a bit. When we depart tomorrow, we will leave some incense money as a token of gratitude. Then I shall not refuse, Fang Ping responded. The merchant nodded in agreement, and one of his guards went to the kitchen, soon returning with a selection of dishes. The couple and the man from the 6 doors also acknowledged Fang Ping with a nod and ventured to the kitchen for a bite, while the woman in the black veil remained engrossed in her book. As they dined, casual conversation ensued, and to their surprise, they discovered they were all bound for the capital, a delightful coincidence. After finishing their meal, Fang Ping took the bowls and chopsticks to wash in the kitchen. Upon exiting, he spotted Changshi at the table with the couple. What was she doing? Chang'e chuckled. Sister casually inquired if that scholar understood ancient script, and to our surprise, he does know a bit. She went over to ask him more. What a coincidence. Let us join them. We have nothing else to do, Fang Ping said, and nudged Chang'e to follow him. As they approached, Changshi proudly introduced them. Gentlemen, this oaf is Fang Ping, and this is my sister, Chang'e. The man clasped his hands and replied, A pleasure to meet you. I am Du Kong, and this is my humble wife, Li Wanner. Both Du Kong and his wife paused when they heard Changshi refer to Chang'e as her sister, but they chose not to comment further. Du Kong, do you brew wine? Fang Ping asked, momentarily taken aback. Du Kong looked bewildered and responded, Brother Fang must be confusing me with someone else. I do not brew wine and do not indulge in it at all. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Not at all. A few individuals engaged in casual conversation, revealing that Du Kong was heading to the capital to participate in next year's imperial examination. His wife had suffered a severe illness the previous year and had yet to recover, leaving him uneasy about her being alone at home. Thus, the couple decided to journey to the capital together. Li Wanner coughed softly and remarked, I am the burden to my husband. Do not speak such words. We are united as one and ought to support each other, he replied. Observing their deep affection, Chang'e felt a twinge of emotion and inquired, What affliction has befallen you, sisterly? Du Kong sighed. It is quite unfortunate. Wanner merely stumbled and, as a result, fractured a rib on a stone. With adequate rest, it would have healed, but then she was beset by a harsh cold, leading to a persistent cough. I see. Sisterly must take good care of herself, Chang'e said. Li Wanner smiled gently. Thank you, Miss Chang. After a brief exchange, Du Kong glanced at the paper in his hand, shook his head slightly, and handed it to Li Wanner. Wanner, when it comes to classical literature, you far surpass me. Do take a look, Changshi exclaimed in surprise. Sisterly understands classical literature? Du Kong beamed with pride. Wanner is exceptionally gifted. Were she not a woman, achieving scholarly success would be effortless for her. Moreover, she has even established a school in her hometown, teaching students. Fang Ping and the others expressed their admiration. So she is a lady teacher. We are in awe. It is merely teaching a few children to read, Li Wanner replied modestly, her cheeks flushing slightly. She picked up the paper, nodded, and retrieved her writing materials, beginning to jot down notes. Miss Chang, these inscriptions are rather obscure. I can only comprehend about 50 or 60% of them, and there are many ambiguities. These ambiguities are not due to flaws in the text, but rather stem from the myriad interpretations of classical literature developed over centuries. I have noted everything on the paper. That is quite rare. Thank you, Changshi said, not at all displeased, as she happily accepted the documents. I am glad to assist you, Miss Chang. Ahem. Ahem. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through the window, causing Li Wanner to cough violently. Chang'e quickly grasped her wrist, channeling some inner strength to her, and her complexion improved significantly. Thank you, Miss Chang, for saving Wanner. Du Kong, though educated, was aware of some matters in the martial world and expressed his gratitude. Chang'e waved her hand. While my inner strength can alleviate some internal injuries, it cannot cure. It is essential to seek a skilled physician promptly. Miss Chang speaks wisely, Fang Ping said, scratching his head as he rummaged through his bag and produced a porcelain vial, handing it to Du Kong. This elixir was concocted by the Taoists of the Golden Lantern Temple. It is remarkably effective for both internal and external injuries. Brother Du, you might give it a try. Golden Lantern Temple? I have heard of it. This is too precious, Du Kong replied. Please accept it. Miss Li has aided us, and it would be remiss not to offer a token of gratitude. First, let us see if it proves effective, Fang Ping urged. After a moment of hesitation, Du Kong accepted the vial, poured out a pill, and inhaled its fragrant aroma, his eyes lighting up as he offered one to Li Wanner. Soon, Li Wanner's pale complexion transformed into a rosy hue, bringing immense joy to the couple, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Fang Ping and the others. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside as the main door swung open, revealing a young gentleman flanked by a small monk and several burly men. These individuals donned matching gray and black attire, adorned with blue epaulets, and one of the sturdy men carried 2 small banners on his back. One inscribed with the Tong Escort Agency, and the other with guaranteed arrival without worry. The Tong Escort Agency? Fang Ping raised an eyebrow. Recognizing that in the Great Zhou dynasty, only the Shunfeng and the Tong agencies were renowned, with branches across the land. Having already encountered Shunfeng, he was surprised to see the Tong at this moment. A robust man presented a wine pouch to the young gentleman, saying, Young escort master, it's bitterly cold. Have some wine to warm yourself. The young gentleman shot him a glare and retorted, Open your eyes and see where you are. This is a temple. What nonsense is this about drinking? Can't you show a bit more reverence? The escort holding the wine pouch was taken aback, but did not take offense. Instead, he offered an apology on behalf of the small monk leading them. The young gentleman surveyed his surroundings and clasped his fists, introducing himself. I am Lin Sihai from the Datong Escort Agency, fortunate to meet you all. Those around him, charmed by his genial demeanor, returned the gesture with cupped fists. After the greetings, the group fell silent, combining 2 tables together before settling down to meditate. Changxi, noticing that the small monk had not left, cheerfully inquired, What is your name, little monk? With his hands pressed together, the small monk replied, I am Changxi. Changxi's eyes lit up. Really? How fortuitous. My name is Changxi. 500 years ago, we might have been family. Chang Ping shook his head, saying, You've misunderstood. The Chang in my name signifies lineage rather than my surname. I don't care. I'll call you sister, she insisted. Fang Ping, seeing her persist in her playful banter with the monk, quickly interjected, Little master, why aren't you guarding the door? The snowfall has intensified outside. 2 senior brothers took over for me, allowing me to welcome you all. I shall fetch some hot water for everyone. Chang Ping sensed Chang Shi's unwavering gaze upon him, feeling somewhat uneasy, and promptly sought an excuse to retreat to the kitchen. Has it started snowing heavily? By the way, sister, you love watching the snow, don't you? Let us go outside and take a look. Changxi, inspired by spontaneity, pushed Chang Yi and dashed out the door, with Fang Ping hastily following. Indeed, the snowfall had significantly increased since their arrival, and the air had grown considerably colder. The snowflakes no longer melted upon touching the ground, forming a delicate layer. Chang Yi extended her hands, her cheeks turned toward the flurry of snowflakes, brimming with excitement. In the valley, the seasons were hardly discernible. Even in winter, snowfall was a rarity. To witness such a magnificent snowfall once more was a true delight. Fang Ping, gazing at the cascade of snowflakes, was similarly moved. This snowfall is yet insufficient. By the time we reach the capital, it will likely be close to the new year. And we may encounter even heavier snow. Then we can engage in a snowball fight. Indeed, by then, my legs should be healed. Oh, where is sister? As Fang Ping turned his head, he noticed that Changxi had unexpectedly darted outside to where the guards of the Datong Escort Agency were stationed. In the courtyard outside the hall, 3 escort carts stood, and in addition to the few individuals inside, there were surprisingly about 10 more guarding the carts. Changxi's sudden appearance startled them. They initially thought she was a bandit attempting to rob them. The lead guard had just drawn his blade halfway when Changxi pressed it back down. Your robe is quite exquisite. Where did you purchase it? In that instant, the guard realized he stood no chance against the silver-haired girl before him. Glancing at his own black cloak, he replied, It's made of cotton. Costs a little over a tael of silver. Larger towns sell them. Oh, do you have something more expensive? If the young lady has the means, she could acquire a fox fur. There are many luxurious options available. Is that so? Splendid. I would like to have an outfit as well. And my sister should have one too. Haha. Indeed, the weather has turned quite cold. It's wise for the young lady to dress warmly. Thank you very much. With that, Changxi swiftly returned to Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping, feeling somewhat speechless, remarked, Did you not consider getting me an outfit as well? Hee. I prefer to buy my own. After observing the snowfall for a while, they returned to the hall and resumed chatting with the couple, Du Kong and his wife. As time passed, Fatigue began to settle over the group. At that moment, a figure entered through the door. It was one of the merchant's guards who seemed to have just returned from the restroom. The other guard, noticing his return, chuckled. "What took you so long? You didn't fall into the pit, did you?" The newly arrived guard's face appeared pale, and he remained silent, standing rigidly in place. The merchant frowned. "Are you cold? Quickly sit down and have some warm water." Suddenly, a peculiar smile crept across the guard's lips as he rasped. Drink water, hee hee." The merchant was startled, muttering, You haven't been possessed, have you?" The commotion caught the attention of everyone in the hall, who turned to observe, only to be horrified. The guard, once expressionless, now had a line of blood slowly appearing on his neck, and moments later, his head dropped from his body, rolling onto the ground, while the headless corpse remained upright. The merchant and the other guard were paralyzed with fear, scrambling away in utter panic. Li Wanner witnessed the scene and nearly fainted, rushing into Du Kang's embrace, who was equally pale with fright. "What on earth is happening?" Fang Ping exclaimed, startled, but quickly regained his composure and approached to investigate. Several guards and the man with the short knife joined him in this grim inquiry. The man with the knife prodded the headless guard's body gently, causing it to collapse. Fang Ping glanced at him and said, "From your attire, you must be from the 6 doors, correct?" The man nodded. "From the 6 doors of the capital, Chinli. I am Fang Ping. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Sihai of the Datong Escort Agency peered over the shoulders of several bodyguards and inquired, "So it is a matter of the officials. Brother Chun, can you discern how this man met his demise in such a peculiar manner?" Chinli crouched down to examine the corpse on the ground, shaking his head slightly. The man's clothing remains intact, and aside from his neck, there are no other visible wounds, nor are there any signs of poisoning. Judging by the wound on his neck, it appears he was beheaded with remarkable swiftness, and he may have already been dead prior to entering the room. Lin Sihai, incredulous, exclaimed, "How can this be? He was just speaking moments ago." Indeed, it was rather strange. However, the wound spoke the truth. If he had been decapitated after entering the room, there would not be such a minimal amount of blood. Fang Ping noticed numerous bloodstains on the shoulders of the corpse's clothing, and having observed closely, he agreed with Chun Li's assessment. For there was no blood spraying when the head rolled away. One of the bodyguards speculated, could it be the legendary art of corpse manipulation? I have heard that those who transport corpses possess such abilities. At the mention of transporting corpses, Fang Ping recalled He Yu Kai from the Golden Lantern Temple, who had once carried a desiccated corpse on his back. Chun Li scoffed, "There is no such sorcery as corpse manipulation. In my view, it is undoubtedly the work of a thief attempting to conjure a facade." At that moment, another figure entered, a masked woman who had been reading earlier. "Excuse me. What are you all doing gathered here?" Upon entering, she noticed the dismembered body lying on the ground and furrowed her brow slightly. "Who did this?" The trembling merchant pointed a shaky finger at her, saying, "You two just left. It must have been you who killed him." The masked woman retorted coldly, "Should you dare to point at me again, I shall have your fingers severed." Startled, the merchant quickly withdrew his hand. Chun Li stepped forward, asking, "Miss, where did you go just now? Who are you to inquire?" She replied defiantly. Chun Li produced a token from his waist and waved it, stating, "I am Chun Li of the Jingqing 6 doors. I kindly ask for your cooperation." The masked woman huffed again. "I merely went to the restroom." "What? Do you suspect me of murder?" Chun Li shook his head. This man also went to the latrine, and upon his return, his head was severed. "Since you have also been to the restroom, it raises suspicion. May I see the sword you carry on your back?" The masked woman extended her hand and tossed the long sword to him. Chun Li caught it and unsheathed the blade. While it was indeed a fine sword, it bore no traces of blood. Nodding, he returned the sword to her. The woman surveyed the others and added, "Do not focus solely on me. There are many escort agency members outside, and although this temple is modest, it likely houses several monks and guests. With so many people absent from this hall, there are inquiries to be made." Chun Li had anticipated this, feeling a headache coming on. In the realm of the martial world, homicides are notoriously difficult to investigate. After all, one might be slain for merely being out of favor, and then the perpetrator vanishes, leaving one at a loss as to whom to pursue. Nevertheless, it must be said that if the deceased is speaking after entering, it is undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to frighten them. The murderer may still be present, perhaps even among those gathered in the hall. Chun Li sighed and remarked, "For the sake of our safety, it would be prudent not to venture out alone tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards from the Datong Escort Agency stepped outside to investigate, inquiring with the guards by the escort wagon, finding no abnormalities, and then returned. Fang Ping, returning to the table, noticed that Du Kang and Li Wanner still appeared quite terrified, while Chang'e comforted them. Chang'e, however, seemed unfazed, resting her chin on the table and observing the commotion. "You're usually so boisterous. Why are you so composed at this moment?" Chang'e yawned and replied, Is it not just a death? What is there to fuss about? Although the circumstances of the death are peculiar, it is merely that. Esteemed guests, would anyone like some hot water? Umbreakable. The young monk Jianghu, yawning as he emerged with a kettle, was startled to see a headless corpse lying on the ground, collapsing in fright. Fortunately, Chun-Li was quick-witted, catching the kettle from his hands, averting a potential disaster. What has happened? Chun-Li inquired. Young master, it seems this person was killed by someone. You ought to inform your master and senior brothers. Jianghu, still dazed, managed to utter a word of acknowledgement and made to leave. Chun-Li, fearing for his safety, followed closely behind. Yet, as they reached the door, a booming voice interrupted them. No one is allowed to leave. The speaker was a guard, the very same man who had delivered wine to Lin Sihai earlier. Lin Sihai glared. Old Three, why are you shouting like that? Are you having a fit? The man known as Old Three looked troubled, clutching his chest, and stammered. The escort is missing. What? Say that again? Lin Sihai demanded. The most crucial item we were transporting is gone. Lin Sihai seized him by the collar. When did it disappear? It was just now. It was present when that person died. But now it is nowhere to be found. Old Three, in a moment of inspiration, pointed at others. It must have been during our inspection of the corpse that someone stole it. They passed right by me. The three he indicated were a masked woman, a merchant, and Fang Ping. The woman in the black veil spoke first. Do you intend to search me as well? Old Three replied loudly. That is only natural. Very well. Let us see whether your blade is sharper or my sword swifter. The merchant in the distance, looking rather glum, added, I can allow you to search me. Although I passed by you, I did not steal anything. Fang Ping scoffed. Am I ill? If a man were to touch me, I would not hesitate to strike him down with a club. Haha, how amusing. Jianghu clapped her hands. Today's visit to the Whitewater Temple has not been in vain. The drama unfolds one act after another, huh? Lin Sihai was grinding his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself that he should never have come here. The wilderness would have been far preferable. By heavens, if the escort truly is lost, the reputation of the Datong Escort Agency would be utterly ruined. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore your understanding. Should this be an ordinary escort mission, its loss would be inconsequential, a reflection of the incompetence of the Datong Escort Agency. However, this particular task bears immense significance, and I beseech your forgiveness for any offense caused. At this moment, all the escorts have drawn their blades, glaring fiercely at Fang Ping and the masked woman. Lin Sihai turned to Chun-Li at the entrance, saying, Brother Chen, to speak candidly, this escort involves a New Year's gift from the third prince to his majesty. As a member of the Six Doors, you ought to comprehend the gravity of this matter. Chun-Li cursed inwardly, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Nevertheless, despite the Six Doors' usual indifference to the affairs of the martial world, they make an exception for escort agencies, which do not strictly belong to the realm of martial artists. The goods transported are predominantly ordinary merchants' jewels and wares, thus falling under their jurisdiction. Moreover, how could this not involve His Majesty? To disregard it would be utterly unreasonable. Yet, putting aside the masked woman, even this man poses a formidable challenge. Chun-Li sighed and suddenly turned to Fang Ping, asking, Are you the Fang Ping who recently escorted the Baijiao Tiangong box? Fang Ping raised an eyebrow and replied, Indeed. How do you recognize me, Brother Chen? I have seen your portrait. By the way, not long ago, Shinzue wrote to me, mentioning that you single-handedly faced 3 masters of the Jingxiashan Villa without yielding, which is truly commendable. You were that Fang Ping? Lin Sihai exclaimed in astonishment. Have you heard of me? Not merely heard. The news within the escort agency is quite astute. It is well known that you, merely in your 20s, managed to contend against a top-tier master and 2 elite second-tier masters simultaneously, which is indeed a rare feat. Lin Sihai opened his mouth, reflecting on how their group comprised only 2 second-tier masters, leaving him pondering how they might prevail in such a confrontation. He then glanced towards the masked woman, who seemed to find the situation amusing. So you are one who preys on the weak. Though I may not be able to face a top-tier master, dealing with you lot is well within my capabilities. Chapter 153. The duel. As tensions escalated within the hall, an unexpected commotion arose outside in the courtyard, followed by the entrance of a monk leading 3 individuals. The young monk, Jianghu, hastily grasped the monk's robe and, with a mournful expression, exclaimed, Master, brother, it is terrible. There is a dead body. The monk, taken aback, beheld the decapitated corpse on the ground, his face instantly filled with panic. What has happened? I do not know, replied the young monk. Umbreakable, I must inform the master. The monk, flustered, turned and stumbled out. The 3 newcomers exchanged bewildered glances, taking in the sight of the armed escorts within the hall. Clad in armor, the leader, a man in full iron regalia, appeared to be in his 30s. Sporting a bushy beard and wielding two hefty iron hammers at his waist, signifying his status as a general. Ah, quite a lively scene here. Could someone enlighten me? What exactly has transpired? Why the drawn blades? Lin Sihai's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached, recounting the entire scenario in detail. The general nodded and said, "Now I understand. I am Hu Xiong, a guerrilla general of the court. Matters of the martial world should not concern me, yet the item in question is a royal possession. I kindly request your cooperation in allowing us to conduct a search. Search your grandmother. See the sword." The masked woman realized that her situation was dire and intended to strike first. With a swift draw, her sword lunged at Hu Xiong. He tilted his head to evade the blade, bringing his palms together to strike at her shoulder. The masked woman sidestepped, retaliating with a slash aimed at his arm. Hu Xiong swept his arm, striking her forearm and deflecting the sword, then attempted to grasp her shoulder again. The masked woman lowered her head and kicked at his waist. But to her surprise, she could not budge him, stumbling instead. Hu Xiong chuckled, nearly breaking her defenses with laughter. With her brows furrowing in anger, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. However, the onlookers discerned that while her swordplay was commendable, it paled in comparison to Hu Xiong's true skill, making victory impossible for her. As anticipated, after a few exchanges, Hu Xiong managed to disarm her, holding her sword against her neck. "Acknowledge your defeat, fair maiden, and allow us to search you. You are too much." The anxious third member of the Datong escort agency interjected, "Let me search her." Hu Xiong glared. "You search nothing, shameless brute. Madam over there, would you be so kind as to assist?" He pointed to Li Wanner, who was embracing Du Kong. Though frightened, Li Wanner stepped forward, for she was a sensible woman who did not wish to see another lady subjected to a search by a stranger. "I will search her. Please do not take offense." The masked woman sighed in relief. "It is of no concern to my sister. Please proceed." Li Wanner searched every conceivable hiding place on her, finding only a pouch with some silver coins, nothing else. "Is that sufficient?" Under the gaze of unfamiliar onlookers, the masked woman's eyes turned red. Hu Xiong said, "I apologize for the intrusion. Please take your sword back. I do not want it after it has been touched by your filthy hands. Step aside." The masked woman pushed past the two soldiers behind Hu Xiong and fled through the door. "Hu Xiong and the Datong escort agency. We shall see about this. The humiliation of today shall be avenged in the future." Watching her vanish into the night, Hu Xiong felt a throb of frustration and turned to Fang Ping. "What say you, brother?" Fang Ping scratched his cheek and replied, "I stand firm. Given your stature, you must possess considerable strength. Shall we have a contest? If you lose, allow the members of the Datong escort agency to search you." "Ha, that is agreeable." Fang Ping chuckled, recognizing that while Hu Xiong was indeed a general, he did not abuse his power but rather adhered to the rules of the martial world. Hu Xiong drew a line in the dirt with his staff and stepped aside. "Come, let us engage in a contest of strength. Should you succeed in pulling me over, you may search me thoroughly, even to the extent of claiming my undergarments." Hu Xiong's countenance darkened, as he thought to himself, "What need have I for your undergarments?" He shook his wrist, positioning himself on the opposite side of the mark, adopting a horse stance, and grasped Fang Ping's hand. "Let us begin." As both sensed the exertion of the other, they commenced to pull. Initially, Fang Ping had felt confident in his strength, yet after a prolonged struggle, he found himself unable to draw his opponent closer, which piqued his curiosity. "Hey, huh." Both exerted greater force simultaneously, yet the stalemate persisted, shattering the blue bricks beneath their feet. "Third master, muster your strength. Do you not always claim to possess the strength to lift a cauldron? This is rather disappointing." Chang Shi, now intrigued, began to shout at him, causing Fang Ping to feel somewhat embarrassed. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his internal energy into his arms, significantly augmenting his power. However, as he managed to shift Hu Xiong's body slightly, he was taken aback to find his opponent's strength had also increased markedly, leading them back to a deadlock. Fang Ping did not sense any overwhelming internal force in Hu Xiong's grip. Rather, upon closer inspection, he noticed a fierce aura emanating from Hu Xiong's face. This aura was not a tangible entity, but the essence born from years of bloodshed. Fang Ping, having taken lives himself, carried a trace of such an aura. Yet it was nowhere near as formidable as Hu Xiong's. How many lives has this man taken? Ah, he is a general, after all. Whether in suppressing bandits or battling on the front lines, he has surely claimed far more lives than I. No matter, it is unnecessary to escalate matters. I still have to enter the capital and cannot afford to become a wanted criminal at this juncture. Resolving to maintain his composure, Fang Ping relaxed his grip slightly, and his body was swiftly pulled across the mark he had made. "Hu Xiong, your strength is astonishing. I am truly impressed." Hu Xiong glanced at him, shaking his head, and replied, "Thank you, brother, for granting me this honor." Fang Ping addressed the men from the grate. Come, feel free to search me. The man known as Lao Sin stepped forward and conducted a thorough search of Fang Ping, finding only some trifles in his inner pocket, but nothing of consequence was missing. Hu Yinxing furrowed his brow and inquired, Pray tell, what treasure have you misplaced, and what is its size? Lao San, with a woeful expression, lamented. It is a bead the size of a pigeon egg, known as the 8 treasures glazed bead, which I had kept close to my chest. It suddenly vanished. Lin Sihai, too, appeared anxious, glancing at the merchant and his bodyguard, signaling to the escort. The 2 escort members first searched the bodyguard, finding nothing amiss. But as they began to search the merchant, the situation took a sudden turn. As they rummaged through the merchant's person, he appeared to grow taller and noticeably plumper. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the merchant's body exploded, sending a cloud of white dust billowing into the air. Chapter 154. A switcheroo. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone. Who, fearing the white smoke might be toxic, began to flee. Who goes there? Amidst the chaos in the lobby, Chun-Li bellowed and rushed towards the eastern window. Immediately thereafter, a cacophony of clattering ensued from that direction. As the white smoke dissipated, the onlookers beheld a shocking sight. A headless corpse was attempting to climb through the window, sending shivers down the spines of all present. A collective gaze turned towards the previously headless guard, and indeed, the body had vanished. Fang Ping, momentarily stunned, felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene. Could it be that this individual was the infamous Black Tiger Taoist? What mischief was he up to now? Was it aimed at me or the 8 treasure glazed bead? The Datong escort agency had come to investigate the items strewn on the ground, suspecting them to be theirs. At this juncture, Chun-Li had torn off the sleeve of his left arm, revealing skin that had turned an ominous shade of purple, indicative of poison. He was in the process of rinsing it with a jug of water. The 3rd member of the Datong escort agency hurried over to examine the scene, discovering some torn clothing fragments in a small pouch. This is my pouch, he exclaimed, picking it up. Upon opening it, he poured out its contents, and his face fell once again. Though at a distance, Chang Shi had keen eyesight and shouted, Is this the 8 treasure glazed bead? It sounds impressive. But why does it look like a mere stone? The 3rd member, on the verge of tears, lamented, Indeed, it is merely a stone. That scoundrel must have swapped the 8 treasure glazed bead for it. We are doomed. The members of the Datong escort agency wore grim expressions, with Lin Sihai feeling despondent. Pursue them, he commanded. Except for Lin Sihai, the other escort members wore stern faces as they hastily armed themselves and dashed out the door in pursuit. Fang Ping approached Chun-Li and remarked, Brother Chun, it seems you have been poisoned. I possess some medicinal pills. Do not hesitate to request them if you require assistance. Chun-Li smiled faintly and replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Fang. As a captain of the 6 doors, I carry antidotes with me. This poison is not severe. It merely causes skin irritation. A thorough rinse will suffice. Fang Ping nodded, further convinced that the corpse that had fled was indeed the Black Tiger Taoist. Meanwhile, Hu Yinxiong was crouched on the ground, examining the remains of the exploded merchant, and Fang Ping and the others approached to take a look. There was no blood or flesh, only some clothing and unidentifiable skin, leaving them uncertain if it belonged to a human. Chun-Li gritted his teeth and declared, What an impressive disguise technique. I shared the same roof with that merchant for 2 hours and sensed nothing amiss. Just then, a voice pleaded, Please, do not strike me. I am merely a guard. The crowd turned to see another guard from the merchant being relentlessly pummeled by Lin Sihai. Still unwilling to confess? You accompanied that merchant. How could you not recognize who the headless one was? I truly do not know. The guard protested. Enough of this. Let me ask him, Chun-Li interjected, halting Lin Sihai as the guard's face resembled that of a swollen pig. He proceeded to inquire a few questions. It turned out that this guard had been hired by the merchant in the previous county, ostensibly to safeguard against potential threats while they ventured into the countryside. Moreover, the 2 guards were temporary arrivals and did not know each other. Fang Ping suddenly remarked, The guard who lost his head is indeed dead. However, it appears that someone killed him and then returned to the hall to create a ruckus. Have we forgotten something? Even if that merchant was in disguise, where has he vanished to? The group glanced around, noting that only a few bodyguards from the Datong escort agency had fled the scene. Chun-Li's expression shifted as he exclaimed, Oh no. In the midst of the chaos, that disguised individual likely posed as a bodyguard and escaped as well. Fang Ping continued. Moreover, that merchant had come into contact with the beheaded guard. It's quite possible that he took the 8 treasure glass beads with him. Lin Sihai was flabbergasted and, disregarding any further discussion, hurriedly grabbed the remaining guard and rushed out of the courtyard. He instructed the bodyguards watching over the escort carts to keep an eye on the guard and called for 2 others to pursue. I shall also take a look. Chun-Li contemplated before darting out of the room. Fang Ping observed that Huyan Xiong and the others remained motionless and curiously inquired, General Huyan, are you not going to apprehend the thief? Huyan Xiong shrugged and replied, my lightness skill is lacking. Chasing after them would be futile. At that moment, two young monks entered, supporting an elderly monk. The young monk, who had been watching the drama unfold inside, dashed forward with tears and snot, crying out, Master, you've finally arrived. The elderly monk appeared to be over 60, seemingly lacking martial prowess, and walked unsteadily with trembling legs. Esteemed patrons, I am the abbot of the Baishui Temple. I have heard that there has been a death. Could you please explain what has transpired? Fang Ping searched the ground and finally located the guard's head. Upon inspection, he confirmed it was indeed real, indicating that the guard was unequivocally deceased. The old monk, upon seeing the head, fainted from shock, and the two monks assisting him became flustered. Fang Ping, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly infused the old monk with some internal energy and administered 2 pills, allowing him to recover. One of the young monks expressed gratitude, saying, thank you, benefactor. Our master is in poor health. We shall take him back to rest. As for the head, we shall leave it here for now and report to the authorities tomorrow. Changxi, come help support the master. As they departed, perhaps fearing for the young monk's safety, they took the head with them. My good fellow, might you enlighten me on the circumstances surrounding this incident? Huyan Xiong, having nothing else to occupy himself with, inquired about the deceased. Fang Ping did not withhold any details and recounted the events since their arrival. I see. I shall check around the latrine to see if I can find the body. Even in death, one deserves a complete remains, he stated. Fang Ping nodded, informed Changxi of his intentions, and followed in the direction of the latrine. At this hour, in the dead of night, it was pitch dark outside. After searching for quite some time, they finally discovered the man's body hanging from a tree, stripped of his clothing. They then located 2 monks to borrow some garments to cover the corpse, temporarily placing it in the woodshed. Upon returning to the hall, Fang Ping observed Changxi engaged in idle chatter with the couple Du Kong and Li Wanner. I had already noticed there was something amiss with that corpse, but I chose to keep silent, she remarked. Fang Ping retorted, did you truly discern this? Is there any doubt? Then why did you not speak up? Changxi shrugged dismissively. What concern is it of mine? Would my words have resurrected him? Indeed, there lay a certain logic in that statement. Curious, Fang Ping inquired. Were you able to tell that the merchant had undergone facial disguise? Changxi shook her head, not in this instance. The man's skills in disguise are truly remarkable. If only I could capture him, I would demand he teach me his craft. And if he refused, then I would compel him until he complied. Fang Ping, impressed, gave her a thumbs up. After such a lengthy ordeal, it was now well into the late hours of the night, and the couple, Du Kong and Li Wanner, lacking martial prowess, had succumbed to drowsiness. Noticing their weary state, Changxi ceased her frivolous banter, and the trio began to cultivate their energy in silence. As the night passed, dawn broke, and the inhabitants of the hall gradually awakened. Esteemed guests, I shall take my leave, proclaimed by Shui Si, as he greeted Huyan Xiong and 2 soldiers at the entrance before galloping away. Seeing Du Kong and Li Wanner walking, Changxi invited them to share a carriage. After some reluctance, they were unceremoniously ushered inside, and thus their journey commenced. Not far along, Fang Ping spotted Lin Si-hai and several guards from the Datong escort, trudging glumly towards by Shui Si, their expressions indicating the futility of recovering the 8 treasures glazed beads. However, this bore no relevance to their own path, and they continued onward. The distance from Lizhou to the capital, Chang'an, was not overly extensive, roughly a 20-day journey. They traveled by day and rested at night. And after several days, the weather grew increasingly frigid. While Fang Ping and his companions felt little discomfort, Du Kong and Li Wanner donned cotton garments, with Li Wanner, unwell, occasionally coughing fitfully. Recalling the need for warmer attire, Changxi procured 3 fox fur coats, and the 3 young women donned them, chattering excitedly, while Fang Ping and Du Kong exchanged bemused glances. During their conversations, the sisters Changxi and Chang Yi would occasionally seek Li Wanner's insights on classical texts, while Fang Ping engaged in idle banter with Du Kong. The imperial examination occurs every 3 years. However, next year marks the centennial celebration of our great show's founding. Hence, an additional session of beneficence has been added, Fang Ping noted. Do you feel confident about this examination, Brother Du? Du Kong replied with a modest smile. I possess about 70 to 80% certainty. Then allow me to extend my early congratulations on your impending success. I am unworthy of such praise. We must await the examination's conclusion. Although Fang Ping had traversed the realms for 3 years, he remained somewhat oblivious to courtly matters, having mingled primarily with common folk and avoided officials. However, Through Du Kong's enlightening discourse, he garnered a clearer understanding. Are you familiar with Mr. Qingyang? Du Kong gazed with anticipation and remarked, of course, I am well aware that Master Qingyang is a literary titan, a paragon for our ilk. Yet I have regrettably never had the honor of meeting him. Fang Ping interjected, isn't next year the centenary celebration of the great show? I have heard that there will be a grand New Year's ceremony this year. Surely Master Qingyang will attend? Du Kong responded, Brother Fang, are you not aware? Aware of what? Fang Ping inquired. Du Kong shook his head, that was several years ago. The current emperor ascended the throne as a woman, ruling over the realm. Wait a moment, Fang Ping exclaimed, bewildered, the current emperor is a woman? Du Kong looked incredulous. Brother Fang, you cannot possibly be unaware of this. Fang Ping's lips twitched. My hometown is in Liuzhou, a remote place, and I have had little interaction with learned individuals. Those I have encountered speak of the court simply as the current emperor or the great Zhou emperor. How was I to know the emperor is a woman? No one ever referred to her as a female emperor. Du Kong opened his mouth but ultimately said, that logic holds true. The term female emperor is indeed most disrespectful. And no one would dare utter it. Right? Please continue, Fang Ping urged. After her ascension, discontent within the court was rampant. At that time, Master Qingyang was still the minister of rights and a leader in literary circles, and naturally, many sought to compel him to oppose the current emperor. However, Master Qingyang was her mentor, bound by a deep sense of loyalty. Eventually, unable to withstand the provocations, he resigned from his position and secluded himself in Qingyang, vowing never to emerge again. I see, Fang Ping mused, recalling that Master Qingyang had indeed stated he would not leave Qingyang, though he had not anticipated it was for such a reason. Du Kong sighed, Master Qingyang is a man of his word. Had there not been any monumental calamities in the Great Zhou, it is likely he would never show himself again, which is truly lamentable. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. After 10 more days of travel, they at last arrived at the foot of the capital city. Chang'an stood majestic and imposing, far surpassing the grandeur of ordinary cities. At last we have arrived. This is indeed Chang'an, a city of unparalleled prosperity. The group marveled at their surroundings as they wandered the bustling streets, where they encountered many foreigners, along with individuals of various complexions. Chang'an could hardly contain her excitement. And had it not been for Fang Ping's restraint, she would have rushed to greet them. All right, my friends, please set us down here, Du Kong said, disembarking the carriage alongside Li Wanner. Chang'an asked, do either of you have relatives in the capital? Li Wanner replied, my uncle resides here in the capital. We have already sent word ahead and intend to pay him a visit. By the way, my uncle's proficiency in classical literature far surpasses mine, and he has friends who are also well-versed in this field. If you sisters have the time, do come and pay a visit in a few days. Is that so? How wonderful. Li Wanner provided the address, and then she and Du Kong set off together. Let us proceed to seek out the Heavenly Physician's clinic, Fang Ping suggested. After bidding farewell to the couple, he inquired along the way, meandering through the streets of Chang'an until he finally arrived at a clinic. Its sign emblazoned with the characters Heavenly Physician's Clinic. The medical establishment was not particularly large. Upon entering, the 3 individuals observed only a handful of patients, with an elderly gentleman engaged in pulse diagnosis. They were not in haste and patiently waited for the patients to conclude their consultations before approaching to pay their respects. Producing the letter from Baishi, the old gentleman, stroking his beard with a smile, introduced himself as Bai Gui, stating that Baishi was indeed his granddaughter. Since you are her friends, we are like family. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. Indeed, Mr. Bai, Fang Ping began, recounting their situation. While Chang'an handed over the prescription, Bai Gui examined it and remarked, this is an ancient formula. I possess some experience in the art of alchemy. Although this does not detail specific methods of preparation, one can deduce from the properties of the herbs involved. By the way, you mentioned that this prescription is intended to assist in cultivating one's abilities, correct? That is indeed the case, Chang'an affirmed. Elder Bai, I have heard from my sister that your medical skills are unparalleled throughout history. Would you kindly examine her? The young lady, noticing Bai Gui's keen interest, replied, my legs have already been treated by your granddaughter. In a few more days, I shall be able to move freely. Upon hearing this, Bai Gui's heart swelled with joy as he chuckled. Ah, my granddaughter surpasses me in medical talent. Given time, she shall undoubtedly become a renowned physician. Miss Bai Ji is already a distinguished healer, Fang Ping added, showering praise. Ha ha ha. Come, let me take your pulse, young lady. Bai Gui examined Chang'an's pulse for a while, his brow furrowing in concern. The 3 exchanged glances, sensing that the situation was indeed troubling. Elder Bai, have you discerned anything? Bai Gui replied, the young lady's vital energy is quite peculiar. It is undeniably formidable, yet it resembles the waning sun at dusk, which is incongruous with her age. It is truly baffling. They exchanged looks, prompting Changshi to recount the changes in her age and stature. The old gentleman listened, increasingly incredulous. I have never encountered such a phenomenon. If treatment is to proceed, I must observe it firsthand. Therefore, this prescription will require considerable time for refinement. You should stay at my Tani medical hall for now. Changyi protested, but we could not impose. We can simply lodge at an inn. You are friends of my granddaughter. Why stay at an inn? Besides, the inns in this capital are exorbitantly priced. It would be wiser to save your coins for purchasing medicinal materials. The old man, displaying his character, led them to the backyard, which was a spacious two-courtyard layout quite sizable for the capital, yet devoid of other occupants. My son lacks the talent for medicine, preferring the art of swordplay. He currently holds a minor official position at the Six Doors, a small office burdened with trivial matters, and seldom returns. Now that you are here, you can keep me company when you have free time, alleviating the old man's loneliness. Fang Ping felt a twinge at the corner of his mouth, pondering how the Six Doors could be considered small, as entry required considerable skill. However, since the old man had welcomed them, they ceased their refusals and settled in. Days swiftly passed, and they grew quite familiar with the venerable Bai. The old man Bai not only possesses remarkable medical skills, but is also an excellent cook, with a penchant for preparing medicinal dishes that are highly nourishing. The effects of his culinary creations are so potent that the three of them must practice their martial arts daily to disperse the excess medicinal energy, otherwise they would inevitably become rather rotund. One day, Fang Ping could no longer endure the daily fare of herbal cuisine and casually sought an excuse to take a stroll. Chang'an City was bustling with unparalleled vibrancy, particularly in the east and west markets, teeming with people akin to a grand temple fair. Ah, my dear foster sister. Lu Hongye's father has relocated to the capital. Perhaps I should inquire about his whereabouts and pay him a visit. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he meandered along, making inquiries as he went. However, after wandering for half an hour, he realized that Chang'an City was several times larger than an ordinary prefectural city, with a population potentially tenfold more, making the search for a wealthy merchant akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Though he did not locate Lu Hongye's father, he did discover the location of the Jianghu headquarters. Remembering that their family, the Lu family, had a historical connection to the Jianghu commander, Lu Gang, from generations past, he contemplated approaching to inquire further. Yet, gaining entry into the Jianghu headquarters proved to be quite a challenge. He was swiftly shooed away by a stern reprimand. Shaking his head, Fang Ping continued to stroll through the streets. To his dismay, a large pancake wrapped around mutton cost an astonishing 40 coins. More than 3 times the price in other prefectural cities. Goodness, I can hardly afford to enter a restaurant. No wonder the old man buys cooks every day. While he was savoring the pancake and mutton, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Is that you, big brother? Fang Ping recognized the voice, turning to see a youth clad in white and another in blue standing not far away. It was Yang Qianshan and his attendant, Yin Tai, who had previously escorted Chu Chang'an to Qingyang. However, by the time Fang Ping arrived in Qingyang, they had already returned to the capital, and he was pleasantly surprised to run into them on the bustling street. Yang Qianshan laughed heartily. I knew our fates were intertwined. Who would have thought we would meet again on the streets? Big brother Fang, it's been a while. Yin Tai greeted him as well. Fang Ping chuckled. You both possess keen eyes. With so many people around and having only met a few times, I'm surprised you recognized me. Yang Qianshan waved his hand dismissively. What a thing to say. With your distinctive appearance, one could hardly mistake you in a crowd. How did you recognize me then? Certainly. It's your remarkable height and the staff you carry. Oh, but it seems your staff has changed since last time. And, dear brother, what has happened to your hair? Such a complex tale to unravel. If it's too complicated to explain, let us keep it brief. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal at a restaurant. Let us indulge and enjoy ourselves. As they spoke, Yang Qianshan led Fang Ping through the maze of streets until they arrived at a modest little tavern. Madam, bring us a jar of the finest daughter red, he called out. From behind the counter emerged a woman in her 30s, clad in coarse linen attire. Though her clothing was simple and she bore no special adornments, her beauty was striking and exuded a unique charm. Ah, is that you, brother Yang? And Yin Tai as well. Who is this strong fellow? Yang Qianshan boomed. This is my elder brother, Fang Ping. The proprietress surveyed him from head to toe and inquired, Are you not Fang Ping, the one who escorted the exquisite 100 craftsman's box? Fang Ping was taken aback. You have heard of this matter, madam? Naturally. Our establishment enjoys a good reputation, attracting patrons from all walks of life. We hear quite a bit about the happenings in the martial world. Ah, madam, please bring forth the wine. The spirit of the drink within me is yearning. Very well, I shall fetch it at once. Soon. The proprietress returned with a barrel of fine wine and several side dishes. Fang Ping began to recount his experiences of escorting the 100 Craftsman's box, captivating Yang Qianshan, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. Truly, my elder brother is fortunate to roam so freely in the martial world. Unlike myself, confined to the capital as a wealthy scion. In a few years, I may even have to marry a princess and become a consort. How tragic. As these words escaped his lips, not only Fang Ping, but several patrons in the tavern felt a surge of irritation. Pray tell, have you ever seen this princess you speak of? Fang Ping asked curiously. Yantai whispered. It is the 9th princess, the youngest daughter of the late emperor and the sister of the current sovereign. She possesses an extraordinary beauty, enchanting enough to captivate a nation. Yang Qianshan grimaced as he downed a bowl of wine. What use is beauty if she lacks martial skill? I have heard she cannot even draw a bow of 1 stone or ride a horse. What purpose would there be in marrying her? Fang Ping listened to Yang Qianshan's ramblings, contemplating a reprimand, but noticing his flushed cheeks and glazed eyes, he realized the fellow had indulged excessively. You've barely consumed 2 bowls, and already you are inebriated. Your tolerance is lacking. Beside them, Yantai sipped delicately. Young master typically drinks only wine from grapes. This daughter's red, however, has overwhelmed him. It is quite rare for him to drink 2 bowls, especially in the company of brother Fang. Yantai, you are spouting nonsense again. I could drink 1,000 cups without faltering. Yang Qianshan slurred, and before he could finish, he collapsed onto the table, motionless. Fang Ping shook his head in disbelief. This fellow clearly could not hold his liquor yet frequented taverns, seemingly well acquainted with the proprietress, unbothered by the potential mockery of others. Come, I shall assist you in returning. I would greatly appreciate brother Fang's kindness. Fang Ping hoisted Yang Qianshan up, as if he were a small chick. And along with Yantai, they departed the tavern. In truth, Fang Ping had discerned that Yantai possessed commendable martial prowess. Carrying a person was no burden for him. However, having frequently heard tales of the Yang family, he seized this opportunity to broaden his horizons. By the way, Yantai, it seems we neglected to settle our bill upon leaving. Yantai chuckled. Worry not. This tavern is quite reputable in the capital. Young master has deposited a substantial sum there. Once it is exhausted, the proprietress will certainly come seeking payment. Ah, I see. As they conversed, they continued on their way until they finally arrived at the grand entrance of the Yang residence. Flanked by 2 imposing stone lions, with 2 armed men in blue standing at the steps, Yantai approached, exchanged a few words, and the guards merely scrutinized Fang Ping before allowing him entry. The residence of the Yang family is quite expansive, yet it appears that there are few servants and attendants. However, numerous men clad in blue can be seen scattered about. As the inkstone informs that these individuals are the family guards of the Yangs, some nurtured from a young age within the household, while others are veterans from the military. After unceremoniously casting Yang Qianshan into a room, he did not linger, but rather, accompanied by the inkstone, proceeded towards the main entrance. Upon turning through 2 gateways, he unexpectedly encountered an elderly man with gray hair and beard. The old man cast a glance at him, and, in an instant, sprang forward. Who is this little thief daring to cause a ruckus in the Yang household? Prepare to face the consequences. Fang Ping was taken aback, just about to explain when the elder's hand grasped his shoulder. By heavens, this old man possesses immense strength. Fang Ping thought, and with a swift motion, he lifted his arm to deflect the elder's grasp, aiming to seize his wrist in return. The elder sidestepped, evading Fang Ping's attempt, and countered by reaching for his shoulder once again. The 2 engaged in a flurry of grappling techniques, exchanging more than a dozen moves, until they both secured each other's shoulders, resulting in a stalemate. Stealing a glance, Fang Ping noticed that the inkstone was casually leaning against the wall at the entrance. Watching the spectacle unfold, annoyed, he exclaimed, Inkstone, what are you doing? Lend a hand with an explanation. The inkstone scratched his cheek and replied, Brother Fang, this is my esteemed grandfather. He simply relishes a good scuffle. If you manage to take him down, he might even reward you with some silver. So, give it your all. Esteemed grandfather? Good heavens, isn't that General Yang Lin, the grandfather of Yang Qianshan? If I were to bring him down, how could I possibly leave the Yang residence unscathed? General Yang, I am a friend of Yang Qianshan, not a rogue. How about we both cease hostilities? Yang Lin huffed. His brows furrowed. Such a large figure, yet with such a small heart. Until we determine a victor today, you shan't leave. Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Ping found himself sprawled on the ground. Oh no, my arm is broken. I cannot breathe. General Yang, have you employed internal force against me? You rascal, how can you be so shameless? Is this not akin to seeking compensation? The inkstone clapped his hands and declared, Congratulations to the venerable elder on your swift victory. Victory, my foot. Get up, you scoundrel, or I shall kick you. Seeing the elder lift his foot, Fang Ping ceased his pretense and quickly sprang to his feet. I am Fang Ping, honored to meet General Yang. The old man rolled his eyes. You have heard of me? General Yang Lin, a pillar of the great show, renowned across the realm. Naturally, I have heard of you. Yang Lin scoffed, flattering words. Oh, I see. Fang Ping was it? I have heard Qianshan mention you as well. Your strength is indeed notable. It is said that you once outdrank my eldest grandson, Heir. He fell over of his own accord. I had nothing to do with it. Humph. A member of the Yang family cannot be bested by others at the banquet table. If you have the capability, then let us engage in a contest of skills. Come. Let us continue our revelry. What do you mean? Enough with the hesitations. Let us go. Fang Ping was reluctantly led by the old man to a training ground, where several men clad in green were honing their martial skills. Young lads, head to the wine cellar and bring back the wine, commanded the old man. The group, aware that their master was intent on a drinking contest, laughed jovially and soon returned with an array of wine jars. Come on, Fang lad, this is all fine wine. Drink up. Fang Ping grinned, baring his teeth. If that's the case, I must thank General Yang for his hospitality. Ever since he mastered the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt techniques, he found that drinking felt akin to quenching his thirst with water. Although he could still discern the flavors of the wine, he had not experienced intoxication again, which diminished some of the enjoyment. Thus, he had learned to sip sparingly. However, gazing at the multitude of wine jars before him, he thought, why not indulge? Who doesn't he enjoy a freebie? With that, Fang Ping seized a jar and downed it in one go. Yang Lin and the other warriors looked on in astonishment. One could hardly drink so recklessly. All right, watch me, Yang Lin retorted. Though he took a bit more time, he too finished a jar. Fang Ping, with a casual demeanor, consumed another jar. Good lad, now it's my turn. Half an hour later, the training ground was littered with empty wine jars, while Fang Ping remained unaffected. Whereas Yang Lin and the assembled warriors had succumbed to intoxication. You brat, don't leave, I can still drink, one slurred. Fang Ping thought it prudent to depart before they became rowdy and caused a ruckus, so he discreetly exited the Yang residence. Brother Fang, after so much wine, are you truly all right? Yantai asked, astonished. Fang Ping patted his chest confidently. Of course, I'm fine. Look, I can still walk in a straight line. And I can even jump. Look at my jump. Why don't you stay the night at the Yang mansion? Yantai suggested. I'm truly fine. I'll be on my way. As twilight approached, Fang Ping bid farewell to Yantai and hastened towards the Tianyi Medical Hall, mindful of the curfew in the capital. Being caught out after hours would be most unfortunate. Chapter 158. The Daytime Dragon. After leaving the Yang residence, Fang Ping wandered the streets of Chang'an for some time, only to realize he had become lost. Given that it was his first visit to this city, it was hardly surprising. Excuse me. Could you direct me to the Tianyi Medical Hall? He called up to a woman on the second floor. Who are you calling sister? Get lost, she retorted, her annoyance evident as she slammed the window shut, causing him to duck in surprise. Are you perhaps surnamed Pan? He ventured, but she warned, if you don't scram, I'll call for help. Realizing the situation, Fang Ping hurriedly retreated. Great, just moments ago there were people on the street, and now everyone has shut their windows. Who can I ask for directions? Having consumed a fair amount of wine earlier, he felt a sudden urge and ducked into a narrow alley for relief. Hey, over there. I need to relieve myself too. A figure darted into the alley, joining him. Once they both emerged from the alley, Fang Ping finally caught a clear glimpse of the person's face. The man before me appeared to be in his 40s, with a resolute countenance. Clad in a round-collared black robe, and carrying a long knife at his waist, presumably a member of the Six Doors. Young man, the curfew is approaching. You should hasten home, lest you be caught by the patrolling officers, he advised. Thank you for the warning. I shall return at once, Fang Ping replied. He intended to inquire about directions but, upon emerging from the alley, felt a sudden familiarity with the surroundings, as if he were near the Tianyi Medical Hall. Thus, he swallowed his words. However, after turning two corners, the man from the Six Doors remained ahead of him. Turning around, he said, Why are you following me? Are you up to no good? I have no money. Fang Ping shook his head. Even if I were inclined to rob, I wouldn't target the Six Doors. We merely happen to be going the same way. Indeed. The two continued onward, unexpectedly stopping in front of the Tianyi Medical Hall. The man placed his hand on his knife and frowned. You can't be saying you live here? Fang Ping shrugged. I do indeed reside here. Are you unwell? You are the one who is unwell. Why would you dwell in a medical hall if you were not ill? A friend of mine is ill. As the two exchanged banter, an elderly voice emanated from inside the hall. I see both of you are quite unwell, making a racket at this late hour. Don't your neighbors need their rest? Come inside. Fang Ping pushed the door open and entered the medical hall, where he saw the elderly Bai Gui grinding medicinal herbs. He quickly smiled and said, "Apologies, old sir, I'm late returning." Bai Gui nodded and turned to the man from the 6 doors. "You rascal. Why return at such a late hour?" The man grinned. "Father, there was much work at the yamen. By the way, I brought you your favorite peach crisp." "Father?" This man must be Bai Gui's son, Bai Tianlong, the father of Bai Ji. As Fang Ping had heard from the old man that he indeed worked for the 6 doors. Observing what Bai Tianlong produced from his clothing, Bai Gui huffed in irritation. "Did you acquire this from some tavern by begging?" Bai Tianlong retorted, "Don't speak so harshly. They insisted on giving it to me. To refuse would be to offend them." "Huh. All the good deeds I have accrued throughout my life and healing are squandered by you. If they're squandered, then so be it. Bai Ji is still saving up. So it matters not. I ought to kick you." After a playful exchange between father and son, Bai Gui finally introduced Fang Ping to Bai Tianlong. In the back room, "There are 2 young girls. Best you do not enter. You may stay here for the night. After all, you must depart tomorrow. Am I not your true son?" Bai Tianlong lamented. Bai Gui scoffed. "That year, amidst the heavy snowfall, I discovered an abandoned infant at the doorstep. Enough. Go get your rest. I will grind the herbs for you. Make it fine. The herbs are quite precious." "Understood." Once the elder retreated to the back, Fang Ping, catching a whiff of the alcohol on his breath, feared that Changshi would scold him yet again. Thus, he remained there to converse with Bai Tianlong. He recounted his journey to Moyun Valley, and Bai Tianlong soon grasped the situation. "Is my daughter well?" Miss Bai is flourishing, dedicating her days to healing and saving lives, accumulating boundless merit. That is reassuring. However, what is the cause of the alcohol on your breath? Fang Ping then narrated his visit to the young residence, which left Bai Tianlong's eyes gleaming with excitement. "You rascal, managing to associate with the Yang family. Quite impressive." Fang Ping chuckled wryly. "In truth, our connection is rather tenuous. It is merely a touch of fate. In this world, one survives through such connections, unlike me, who has meandered through life, yet remains a mere minor official." "Elder Bai, you serve at the 6 doors, correct?" "Indeed. Have you encountered anyone from the 6 doors?" Fang Ping stroked his chin and began to recount his encounters with Gu Lingyun, Shen Zue, and Shun Li. Bai Tianlong listened with astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! You have met 3 of the youngest and most accomplished captains of the 6 doors. Your fate is indeed intertwined." "4? Who is the 4th?" "The last one is a woman named Ming Yu. She excels at organizing case files and analyzing criminal matters, and rarely leaves the capital." Bai Tianlong sighed deeply, alas. "Those 4 are so young yet already hold the title of captain, while I, too, am a captain, but my pay pales in comparison to theirs. It is truly enviable." How does your daily work fare, Elder Bai?" "I merely maintain order in the capital, catching a cat one day and a dog the next, dealing with a multitude of trivial tasks, all for meager pay. It is rather humiliating." Fang Ping, hearing his lamentations, thought to himself that merely having a position was already a blessing. "Elder Bai, having toiled for many years at the 6 doors, you must be well acquainted with the happenings of the capital. Have any intriguing stories arisen?" While grinding herbs, Bai Tianlong remarked, "You wouldn't believe it, but a peculiar incident has recently occurred. The capital is once again plagued by thieves, but these are no ordinary crooks." Fang Ping, intrigued, inquired eagerly, "What treasures have they stolen?" "Quite a lot, actually. Numerous wealthy merchants have fallen victim, and even many noble families have suffered thefts, gold, silver, treasures, and rare antiquities. The most interesting part is that the thief left behind a name." Fang Ping was taken aback. Could it be that this thief seeks fame? Bai Tianlong laughed heartily. "Not at all. He inscribed someone else's name." "Whose?" "He left the name of General Hu Yanxiong, who had just returned from his duties at the border when this transpired. Initially, he anticipated a reward, only to be scolded by His Majesty and ordered to reflect on whom he might have offended." "Ah, Hu Yanxiong. Is he not the one I encountered recently? It is astonishing that someone would audaciously frame him. This is quite intriguing." Chapter 159. Treasure Pavilion. The Huyan family is also a prominent military family in the Great Zhou dynasty, their reputation slightly overshadowed by the Yang family. While the Yang family is renowned for their generals, they also boast many talented individuals, whereas the Huyan family is predominantly known for their fierce warriors. Upon hearing of Hu Yanxiong's predicament, Fang Ping naturally recalled his experience at the Whitewater Temple. However, as Hu Yanxiong is a general, engaged in battles and combating bandits, he undoubtedly has made many enemies, leaving Fang Ping uncertain whether the masked woman from the Whitewater Temple was indeed responsible for this incident. He engaged in casual conversation with Bai Tianlong for an extended period, until the stroke of midnight, at which point Bai Tianlong finally finished preparing the medicinal herbs and arranged 2 long benches to make do for the night. After bidding him farewell, Fang Ping returned to his own quarters. He sat in meditation for a while, and just as he was about to drift into slumber, he noticed Jianghu climbing through the window. "What are you doing? Can't you use the door?" Jianghu sniffed the air and inquired, "Have you been drinking?" "Yes. Someone treated me." Jianghu chuckled. "That's fortuitous." "Fortuitous? Why? After drinking, you won't feel any pain soon. What are you up to?" Fang Ping sensed her increasingly erratic behavior as she drew closer, filling him with an ominous premonition. "Just something good. Don't move, or I'll hit you." Jianghu seized his shoulder, and Fang Ping felt a surge of domineering internal energy coursing through his meridians. "Why must you be so furtive about transmitting your energy?" "Ouch. That hurts." Having learned from the previous experience, Fang Ping accepted her energy transfer with remarkable composure, recognizing the benefits he would gain. Moreover, perhaps due to the alcohol, the pain in his body was indeed less severe than before. However, after half an hour, he found himself lying there, completely immobilized and sore. "Ah, that feels wonderful." After completing the transmission, she felt invigorated and promptly climbed back out the window, secretly cursing Fang Ping's peculiarities in her mind. The next day, Fang Ping awoke still feeling sore, having slept until midday. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Bai Lao Tu was checking his pulse. Bai Gui sighed, "What a pity. What a pity." Fang Ping was startled, fearing that the energy transfer had left him in dire straits, and hastily asked, "Old man, am I all right?" "You are fine. But your internal energy is utterly incompatible with that girl Changshi's power, and has dissipated by 70 to 80%. Such a waste. Let it be a waste. As long as I'm fine. By the way, did Changshi mention the energy transfer to you?" "Yes, indeed, that girl's technique has its flaws. Logically, the deeper one's cultivation, the younger one should appear, yet she seems to age more. This is something I have never encountered. What of the medicinal formula?" Neither of the girls brought the precious herbs they had collected, and even if they had, I would not dare to refine them carelessly. Based on the properties of those herbs, I have compiled a list of alternatives. In a few days, there will be an appraisal meeting at the Treasure Pavilion. You may go there to procure some herbs. I shall practice with this substitute first and see if it yields any results. Bai Gui offered further instructions before departing to attend to patients at the clinic. Shortly thereafter, Changshi peeked in again, carrying some food. "Oh, the third palace master has not perished yet? Hee. Even if you were dead, I wouldn't be. Good to hear. Here, I saved some medicinal dishes for you. You must replenish your strength. Have you had a change of heart? Did you come here to apologize?" "Why would I apologize? Isn't it because you left me in this state after the energy transfer? Don't wrongfully accuse me. When did I ever transfer my energy to you?" "Last night." "Hee. Perhaps I was sleepwalking. Come, allow me, your humble sovereign, to personally feed you. This is indeed an extraordinary privilege. Open your mouth." "Ah, what on earth?" "You have poured the soup into my nostrils." This time, Fang Ping's recovery was remarkably swift. By evening, he was already lively and energetic, with 2 more meridians opened. As he stepped outside, he beheld Chang'e gracefully practicing a set of palm techniques in the courtyard, her form ethereal and her demeanor distinguished, resembling a celestial being gliding upon the waves. What a splendid technique. Chang'e, seated on the steps, rolled her eyes and remarked, "What is so splendid about it? It is merely pleasing to the eye." "Humph, you flatterer. I employ the same technique, yet you do not commend me. Your strike could cleave a person's head in twain. It is excessively fierce. When my sister's health improves further, she could just as easily strike your head off. Do you believe it? Chang'e, unlike you, has no reason to strike me." With a chuckle, Chang'e responded, "You too. Why are you always bickering? Fang Ping, are you feeling well?" Fang Ping patted his chest and declared, "I am fine. It appears, Chang'e, that your legs are also well." "Indeed. Old Master Bai advised me to gradually practice my energy circulation to stimulate my meridians for a faster recovery. That is indeed commendable. Shall we go out and celebrate with a feast?" Changshi retorted, "No, let us save some money for medicinal materials." "Huh, were you not just boasting about your wealth?" "That was then, this is now. However, if you treat, I shall go. Without money, there is nothing to discuss." Miser. "Very well. The cost of living in the capital is exorbitant. Every bit saved counts. I shall prepare the meals for you." "That's acceptable, though while medicinal dishes are delightful, I seem to have gained some weight." "Indeed, I can see that. I shall go prepare the food." Seeing her readiness to retaliate, Fang Ping hurriedly took refuge in the kitchen, and after a flurry of clattering utensils, he prepared an entire banquet. When Bai Gui returned from the medical hall, he was astonished and extolled the dishes Fang Ping had crafted, insisting on bestowing upon him his secret medicinal recipe. 3 days swiftly passed, and they followed Bai Gui's instructions to the renowned Treasure Pavilion in the capital. This establishment served as the headquarters, vastly larger than the branch offices in the counties. hosting treasure appraisal events on the 1st and 15th of each month, where numerous treasures were unveiled, attracting many dignitaries, affluent merchants, and wandering adventurers. However, entry was typically restricted to those who could present a treasure of their own. After Chang, she produced a night pearl the size of a pigeon's egg from her bundle. The three were finally granted entrance by the gatekeeper. Within the grand hall, a rotund man clad in silks was extolling the virtues of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wan Tianbao, the esteemed manager of the Treasure Pavilion. The treasure appraisal event commences now. Ordinary treasures may be traded on the first floor, private exchanges on the second, and for special requests, please ascend to the third. Remember, courtesy breeds prosperity. May you all find the treasures of your desires. After some inquiries, Fang Ping and his companions located a staff member at the Treasure Pavilion, intending to exchange their bundle of jewels for silver notes. Chapter 160. The 8 treasure glass beads as Changshi cast the bundle of jewelry onto the counter. Even the seasoned attendants of the Treasure Pavilion could not help but swallow hard. Have all these been sold? Why else would this princess come here? Changshi replied. You are a princess? The attendant was taken aback. Indeed, without a doubt, Changshi declared with pride. The attendant quickly donned a respectful demeanor. May I inquire which princess you are? From Fuyao Palace. I am the Grand Princess. This is the second princess, and this towering figure is the third princess. Her words nearly caused the attendant to strain his back. However, being well-versed in the ways of the world, he recognized that some factions in the martial realm bore names like Palace. It finally dawned on him. Fang Ping, noting the attendant's peculiar expression, deduced his thoughts. After all, this was the capital, where genuine princesses were not uncommon. Changshi's forthrightness likely led to a misunderstanding. The attendant scrutinized the array of jewelry and remarked, the quality is excellent. And there seems to be little public interest. Very good, indeed. Chang'e, slightly puzzled, asked, why do you say that? The attendant chuckled. Isn't there a thief problem in the capital lately? With the three of you presenting such a bounty, even our treasure pavilion is wary of acquiring stolen goods. Fang Ping, curious, queried, what do you mean by public interest? Oh, it's nothing much. Items frequently handled by others differ somewhat from those that have been preserved for a long time. Impatiently, Chang'e urged, hurry up. This princess is eager to exchange for goods. Of course, please wait a moment. The attendant grabbed an abacus and began to calculate with a flurry of clicks. Finally, he announced, a total of 138,000 taels of silver. If you three are satisfied, I shall fetch the silver notes. Having escorted goods for several years, Fang Ping possessed some discernment. The price offered by the treasure pavilion exceeded his estimation, prompting him to nod approvingly at Chang'e. Very well, it's a deal. When the attendant handed a stack of silver notes to Chang'e, Fang Ping could hardly contain his envy. While 130,000 taels seemed substantial, it was hardly a fortune. In the capital, merely purchasing an ordinary 2-courtyard residence would require 2,000 to 3,000 taels. This amount scarcely sufficed for a mansion like the Yang residence. Moreover, although Chang'e intended to procure some alternative medicinal herbs, they were rare commodities, justifying her visit to the treasure pavilion. It was uncertain how long this sum would last. Upon completing the transaction, Chang'e presented the list of medicinal herbs given by Bai Gui to the attendant. The attendant examined the names on the list in sequence and mentally calculated. Of the herbs listed, our treasure pavilion currently has only 2 unavailable, the rest total 5,000 taels. As for the missing 2 herbs, our pavilion can assist in sourcing them. If you could provide your address, we will inform you once we have news. Very well, let us proceed with the purchase. With a flick of her wrist, 5,000 taels vanished just like that, leaving Fang Ping feeling a pang of sorrow. Blast it, after all these years of toil, I haven't earned 5,000 taels, and just like that, it's gone. I can hardly breathe. Fang Ping, are you alright? Is your injury from the transmission still not healed? Chang'e, noticing his peculiar expression, kindly inquired. I'm fine, just feeling a bit pained about the silver, replied Fang Ping. Chang'e retorted, it's not even your silver. Why do you care? Fang Ping paused, realizing, indeed, it should be you who feels the pinch. Why am I worrying? Higi, this master of the palace feels not a twinge of regret. Once it's all spent, I shall simply retrieve some more from the Fuyao Palace. I seem to be gasping for breath again. After they procured the medicinal herbs, they noticed the bustling atmosphere and began to wander about. The first floor was predominantly filled with vendors like themselves, with the various counters of the treasure pavilion bustling with activity. Ascending to the second floor, they found it significantly less crowded, though occasionally someone would shout out, hawking their wares. Some offered rare antiques, others presented formidable weapons, while yet more displayed martial arts manuals. Though it appeared these individuals sought to barter rather than sell, Fang Ping had nothing to exchange, and upon turning, he discovered that the 2 sisters, Chang Shi and Chang Yi were engaged in conversation with a woman in a corner. Before long, the sisters approached, and Chang Yi had acquired 2 ancient long swords. Did you trade for these? Fang Ping inquired, eyeing the swords. Chang Yi nodded. These are a pair of complementary swords, perfectly aligned with my practice of the Luotian sword technique, and I find them quite appealing. How much silver? Chang Yi shook her head. No silver was involved. That sister required a healing mental technique, which I happened to possess, so I offered it to her. Fang Ping nodded. And the trio lingered on the 2nd floor for a while longer, finding little of interest, and thus decided to ascend to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was even less populated, with around 20 individuals present. An elderly woman leaned on a cane, clutching a bead as she conversed with Wan Tianbao, the head of the treasure pavilion. This bead is known as the Pearl of Heavenly Treasures, a family heirloom. Might the esteemed master take a closer look? The Pearl of Heavenly Treasures? Huh, how fittingly it aligns with my name. Wan Tianbao glanced at it, and sensed its extraordinary nature. Just as he reached out to grasp it, the elderly woman retreated a step. Surely, with your discerning eye, you need not hold it to appreciate its value? Wan Tianbao, unfazed, chuckled. Indeed, please keep it safe. At that moment, not only he, but all the patrons on the 3rd floor turned their curiosity toward the bead, Fang Ping and his companions included. The bead, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, was impeccably smooth and shimmered with a faint luminescence, seemingly containing something that was constantly shifting within. Truly a masterpiece, it contained stone chimes, silver ingots, corals, ancient coins. Wan Tianbao initially marveled at it, but upon discerning the contents more clearly, his brow furrowed. Was this bead genuinely the Pearl of Heavenly Treasures? The elderly woman chuckled. Is there perhaps another name for it? Pondering with his chin in hand, Wan Tianbao replied thoughtfully, the contents of this bead are among the 8 treasures of folklore. Perhaps it would be more aptly named the 8 treasure glazed bead. Humph, what 8 treasure glazed bead? It is clearly the Pearl of Heavenly Treasures. If you say so, then it must be true, the elderly woman remarked. Wan Tianbao shook his head, choosing not to counter her assertion. At that moment, a man wearing a conical hat and veiled face seized the elderly woman's arm and exclaimed, thief caught in the act, the phantom with 1,000 faces. What do you have to say now? As he removed his hat and veil, it was revealed to be Chun Li, the head constable of the 6 doors. Fang Ping pondered, could he be the elusive phantom associated with the Yin-Yang sect? The elderly woman glanced at Chun Li, clasped her hands together. And when she opened them again, the bead she held had vanished without a trace. Stolen goods? What stolen goods? Chapter 161. An invitation to dine. Chun Li tightened his grip on the elderly woman's arm and sneered coldly, no matter how swift your techniques. The 8 treasure glazed bead is still upon you. Once we reach the 6 doors, I shall uncover whether this phantom is male or female. The elderly woman turned to Wan Tianbao and asked, what is this, master shopkeeper? Someone is robbing your treasure pavilion, and you do not intervene? Wan Tianbao smiled amiably and replied, this gentleman is the head constable of the 6 doors. If he wishes to take you, what can I do? Humph, I almost forgot. Your treasure pavilion has branches throughout the Great Zhou, surely backed by the court. You are all in the same boat. How could you assist me? Chun Li's expression darkened. Enough nonsense. Come with me to the magistrate. He yanked the elderly woman's arm with force, but to his astonishment, there was a sickening crack as her arm broke. In that fleeting moment of shock, the elderly woman darted like lightning, leaping out of the 3rd floor window, her cane resting on the eaves, propelling her onto the rooftop above. At that moment, Chun Li noticed that the severed arm bore no blood. In frustration, he hurled it to the ground and leaped out the window. Just as he was about to jump onto the rooftop, a few flying daggers were hurled down at him, forcing him to retreat. Chun, I pride myself on my mastery of disguise. How is it that you have followed me for so long? Humph, no matter how you alter your appearance, the stench clinging to you cannot be masked. Are you a bloodhound? My alias in the martial world is Hound. Huh, then you truly are a fine dog. Let us see if you can catch me now. With that, a figure leaped from the 3rd floor, dashing across the rooftops of the street below. Chun Li followed suit with a leap of his own. The onlookers on the 3rd floor were momentarily stunned. They had clearly seen an elderly woman ascend. Yet the figure that leapt down was a middle-aged man, and his attire had changed. Fang Ping raised an eyebrow and nudged his companion Changshi. Hey, that fellow resembles the one from the Baishui temple. Weren't you interested in learning his disguise techniques? Go after him. Initially intending to pursue himself, he reconsidered. As the throngs of citizens on the street were overwhelming, with his build and the staff on his back, he could inadvertently cause a scene. At that moment, Changshi also realized, his eyes brightening as he dashed out of the 3rd floor, racing after the 2 figures. Meanwhile, Wan Tianbao shook his head and waved his arms. The 6 doors are merely apprehending a thief. There is no need for alarm. The treasure appraisal will continue. Is there anyone else who wishes to showcase their treasures? Fang Ping and Chang Yi lingered a while longer, observing the crowd unveil various rare items, their eyes widening in astonishment. After waiting for quite some time, Chang Shi had yet to return, so they decided to take the herbs they had purchased back to the Tianyi medical clinic. As they descended to the second floor, they encountered several individuals. "Ah, Fang Ping, is that you?" A girl clad in a vibrant green dress, draped in a white fox fur coat, reached out and grasped his arm. Fang Ping found her somewhat familiar, yet could not immediately place her. "Who are you?" "I am Xialing. You have saved me on 2 occasions, have you forgotten?" Upon hearing her introduce herself, Fang Ping recollected the encounters, and upon glancing at the young gentleman beside her, he felt a sense of familiarity as well. "You are? No, wait, the 5th miss, and you must be surnamed Luo." The young gentleman smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "I am Luo Xinghe. It is a pleasure to meet you, Fang brother. It has been several months since our parting by the Jishui River, and I am honored that you still remember me." At that moment, Fang Ping recalled the unfortunate fellow who had been robbed by the red-haired demon and the tuberculosis demon from the Yin sect. An honor indeed. Xialingo tugged at Fang Ping, saying, "Enough of this mutual courtesy. You have saved me twice, and each time you disappeared right after. This time, I have finally caught you. Come, I shall treat you to a drink." Hey, don't pull me like that. If you let go, I might just run again." Luo Xinghe chuckled wryly but insisted, "Fang brother has done my sister and me a great favor. Please do not decline. It would be a pleasure for us to show our gratitude." "Indeed, let us go." Xialingo grasped Fang Ping's sleeve and led him out of the Zhenbao Pavilion, guiding the group to a place called Taibai Tower. "Fang Ping, who is this sister?" "This is Miss Chang Yi," Xialingo remarked, holding Chang Yi's hand in admiration. "Sister, you are truly beautiful." "I am Xialinger." Chang Yi smiled in response. "Linger, you are quite lovely as well." Once everyone was seated and had ordered their meals, Luo Xinghe pointed to 2 other individuals at the table and introduced them. "Fang brother, Miss Chang Yi, this is old Mo, and this is Miss Yilan." Old Mo slightly cupped his fist and smiled. "Young friend Fang, it has been a while." The girl named Yilan nodded at them. "I am Yilan. Greetings to both of you." Fang Ping recalled that old Mo was a skilled individual employed by Luo Xinghe, and Yilan was likely of the same caliber. Moreover, Yilan possessed high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, with slightly curly, yellowish hair, suggesting she hailed from the western regions. She had 2 curved blades strapped at her waist. After a few pleasantries, the waiter brought forth the food and drinks. After sharing several toasts, the group began to engage in light conversation. "By the way, I recall that you 2 are from Yingzhou. What brings you to the capital?" Luo Xinghe inquired with a smile. "Fang brother has a good memory, indeed. Linger and I are from Yingzhou. We have come to the capital to seek herbs for treatment," Luo Xinghe replied. Fang Ping observed his somewhat pale complexion and recalled that the red-haired demon and the tuberculosis demon had sought to steal his solar flower, a prized possession worth 20,000 taels of silver. "What ailment does Luo brother suffer from?" Xialinger interjected. "I will explain. The situation is quite simple. Luo Xinghe and his sister are a pair of fraternal twins. However, their mother fell ill during their birth. Although both mother and children emerged unscathed, they were left with congenital deficiencies that have lingered ever since." As they conversed, the topic shifted towards the Tianyi Medical Hall. Luo Xinghe chuckled. "How fortuitous. The physician who prescribes for me is none other than the venerable Lord Bai. We had planned to visit him shortly, yet here we are, encountering you 2 ahead of schedule." "Indeed, it is fate," Fang Ping concurred. Suddenly, Xialinger chimed in. "By the way, I heard that recently someone named Fang Ping raided the Jinxiu mountain villa. Was that you?" "If there isn't a second Fang Ping, then it must be me," he replied. "Also, I heard you are a bodyguard. Who told you that?" "Gu Lingyun. After you saved me, you vanished, so I inquired about you. That fellow has quite a loose tongue. What he said is true. I am indeed a bodyguard." "That's wonderful. Could you serve as a bodyguard for my 3rd brother for a while?" Chapter 162. Approaching the 12th month bodyguard? Fang Ping was taken aback, incredulous. "Are those 2 from the Yin sect still following you?" Xialinger shook her head. "Not at all. After that red-haired fiend was wounded by Gu Lingyun, he ceased to pursue us. However, we have received word that a large contingent from the Yin sect is heading towards the capital. Although they likely aren't after us, we should still take precautions. So, you wish to hire me as a bodyguard?" "Yes, what do you think? My 3rd brother's family is quite wealthy. You can have however much you desire." Had this been a previous time, Fang Ping would have readily accepted such a lucrative offer. For who wouldn't relish the prospect of indulging in the riches of a prosperous family? However, glancing at Chang Yi, he respectfully declined. His purpose for coming to the capital was to accompany the sisters for their medical consultations, although they might not require his protection. Chang Yi's leg had yet to fully heal, and while Chang Shi was formidable, She could fall ill at any moment. It was best to see matters through to completion, attending to other concerns only once they were well. I apologize, but I have pressing matters at hand and cannot commit at this time. However, you know where to find me should trouble arise. Xia Linger appeared somewhat disappointed, but said nothing further, quickly resuming her cheerful demeanor and indulging in food and drink. Once their meal at Taibai Tower concluded and they stepped outside, the group began to part ways. Brother Fang, in a few days, I shall visit Lord Bai again. Until then, farewell. Take care, everyone. Farewell. Upon returning to the Tianyi Medical Hall with Chang Yi, Fang Ping discovered that she was sulking. What is the matter? Did you fail to apprehend him? She rolled her eyes. Though his agility is commendable, it pales in comparison to mine. However, his skill in disguise is rather remarkable. He changed his appearance multiple times amidst the crowd, and one moment of inattention was all it took for him to vanish. Chang Yi comforted her, sister. There's no need to be upset. We can capture him next time. Shi sniffed the air, detecting the scent of alcohol on them, and retorted. Have you both been dining out behind my back? Fang Ping cleared his ears, having encountered two acquaintances who insisted on dragging them to a restaurant. If you weren't so intent on chasing that person, you could have certainly enjoyed a fine meal, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Shi grew even more irritated. Isn't it your instigation? Otherwise, I would have long forgotten about the matter of disguise. No worries, next time, I will definitely pull you along, he replied. Which seemed more agreeable. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the Jinbao Pavilion delivered the remaining 2 medicinal ingredients. The old man was already contemplating how to refine them. With nothing pressing to attend to, the 3 of them purchased some gifts and visited Li Wanner and her husband, as well as her uncle. After all, merely refining medicines might not suffice. They needed to further deliberate on the cultivation methods. Li Wanner's uncle taught at an academy in the capital, and during his leisure time, he engaged in discussions with a circle of close friends about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Ancient literature was also among their passions. When Shi presented the disordered ancient inscriptions, the elderly scholars displayed no signs of impatience. Instead, they began to delve into the study with great enthusiasm. Thus, with diligence in both the art of alchemy and cultivation, a bright future lay ahead. As days passed, the weather grew increasingly cold, heralding the approach of the 12th month. On this day, Fang Ping was assisting the old man in organizing the medicinal materials when he suddenly overheard a patient mention the peaceful arena. It dawned on him that he had seemingly arranged a duel with someone from Baiyun Mountain. He informed Bai and departed from the Tianyi Medical Hall, intending to check the arena. After inquiring along the way, he soon arrived at the location. The peaceful arena consisted of more than just one platform. There were over a dozen scattered along the main street, not far from the palace grounds, each at considerable distances apart. What a sight it was, standing atop the palace walls. One could clearly observe the arenas below, and it was uncertain how many dignitaries and aristocrats would come to witness the spectacle. Where a motley crew of martial artists engaged in battle, akin to a monkey show. Some arenas were already completed, while others were still under construction, utilizing large, polished blue stones stacked to a height of around 10 feet. Only true masters could hope to damage such platforms. Aside from the workers, there were few common folk. Rather, many martial artists appeared to be pointing and discussing, casting doubt on whether they too had arranged duels. The arenas would officially open on the 8th of the 12th month, so he planned to return in a few days. Upon Fang Ping's return to the Tianyi Medical Hall, he found a cacophony in the courtyard. Yang Qianshan was vigorously wielding his dragon-patterned staff, sparring with Chang Yi, while Changxi and Yin Tai sat on the steps, cracking sunflower seeds and watching. Yang Qianshan's movements were bold and vigorous, creating a whirlwind of energy, while Chang Yi employed the twin swords she had purchased. Her Luotian sword technique was graceful. Rather than mere swordplay, it resembled a dance. With flowing garments and hands fluidly maneuvering the long sword, she effortlessly parried Yang Qianshan's strikes. A few days prior, Fang Ping had exchanged a few moves with Chang Yi. Although it had not been a genuine fight, he could sense that if she were to unleash her full potential, she could easily sever his head as if it were a ball to be kicked. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Yang Qianshan withdrew and greeted Fang Ping. Big brother, you have returned. How did you know I resided here? Did you come specifically to find me? Yang Qianshan scratched his head and said, what are you talking about? Big brother? I don't understand. So what brings you here? I came to find old Master Bai. Recently, my grandmother has not been well, so I came to invite Master Bai to take a look. I happened to overhear Sister Changyi mention your name, and that is how I discovered you reside here. All right. It seems I have been overly sentimental, Fang Ping thought to himself, feeling a pang of discomfort. So how did you end up sparring? Old Master Bai will only be free in the evening, so I'm waiting for him. Sister Changyi wanted to practice her swordplay, and I just accompanied her for a bit. Changyi smiled, and said, "Young brother Yang, your staff technique is quite impressive, nearly on par with mine." Yang Qianshan grinned widely and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, sister. Your swordsmanship is also quite commendable." On the steps, Changshi rolled her eyes, clapped her hands, and jumped up, saying, "Hey Yang, do you dare to exchange a few moves with me?" Yang Qianshan glanced at Chang'e and then back at her. "You are Sister Chang'e's younger sister, aren't you?" Changshi's eyes sparkled as she giggled. "You have good eyesight. We are indeed sisters." "All right, I see you aren't armed. So I want to take advantage of you. Big brother, please lend me a hand." Yang Qianshan casually tossed the dragon pattern staff he was holding to Fang Ping, who watched with his eyelids twitching. "Qianshan, why don't we just forget about it? Don't worry, big brother. This girl is about my age. And her hair is already white. She must be sick. I will take it easy on her." Then go ahead. Good advice is hard to give to a fool. Just take care of yourself. Little girl, I will let you have 3 moves. Make your move. Watch out for my palm." After a brief tea time, Yang Qianshan had already turned into a swollen mess. Changshi waved her small hand and said, "Call me sister." "Sister. You are my real sister. Please stop. If you keep hitting me, my teeth will fall out." Chapter 163. Acknowledging kinship after receiving a beating from Changshi. Yang Qianshan immediately became obedient, addressing her as sister repeatedly, which made Fang Ping feel somewhat nauseated. Chang'e looked at him, shaking her head slightly, and asked Fang Ping, "By the way, what were you doing earlier?" "I recalled something important." Fang Ping recounted the events regarding Ping and Lei. Changshi crossed her arms and said, "I almost forgot. Don't worry, recently, this princess has been quite formidable. If those people from Baiyan Mountain dare to challenge you, I will take them down myself if they try to gang up on you. The Grand Princess exudes power. Just average, really." As the two continued to boast, Yang Qianshan approached and asked, "Is Big Brother going to compete with those from Baiyan Mountain?" "Indeed." Fang Ping summarized the grievances he had with them, causing Yang Qianshan's eyes to widen in anger. Those scoundrels, not only are they in the wrong, but they are also so arrogant. Should I lead my troops to deal with them? May I ask, General Yang, what position do you currently hold, and how many soldiers do you command? That position is not yet determined, and the number of soldiers is unclear. But it's all right. I will definitely stand by Big Brother's side. I am immensely grateful. Who are we to each other? There is no need for thanks. As they conversed, the sky gradually darkened, and Bai Gui walked over from the medical hall, carrying a medicine box. "Hey, Yang, how come your face is swollen all of a sudden?" "It's nothing at all. I just stumbled a bit." Bai Gui chuckled lightly. "As long as you're fine, let's go. I shall take you to see your grandmother." Yang Qianshan replied, "Brother, you should come too. Last time, you managed to get my grandfather quite tipsy, and he has been insisting that I find you ever since. It seems fortuitous that we have crossed paths. Let us all head to my Yang residence for a visit." Changshi scoffed. "Are you trying to lure me to your home to have your people gang up on me?" "Sister, that is not the case. I merely offended you earlier and wished to treat you to a meal." "A meal, you say? Very well, lead the way. After all, with someone else footing the bill, Fang Ping would surely take advantage of the situation." Seeing Chang'e agree to go, Changshi followed suit. Upon their arrival at the Yang residence, Yang Qianshan first accompanied the elderly Bai to the back courtyard to attend to his grandmother's health, while Yantai guided Fang Ping and the others to a side hall. Changshi, being restless, wandered about, taking in the sights, finding everything quite novel. 3 palace masters. I've heard that the Yang family is quite affluent. Do you think this vase is an antique? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. How would I know? Ask Yantai. Yantai smiled and shook his head. It is not an antique. Although the Yang family hails from a lineage of military nobility, they are not as wealthy as one might think. Is that so? Then how did you acquire such a grand estate? Through meritorious service on the battlefield, granted by the court. So your family must have seen its fair share of bloodshed. Indeed, it is not an exaggeration to say there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As they conversed, Yang Qianshan returned, but Bai Gui was nowhere to be seen. Where's the old man? Yang Qianshan responded, he's chatting with my grandmother. They are old acquaintances and might be busy preparing a little feast for themselves. Let us eat first. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the 3, Yantai cast a glance at his young master. My lady's grandmother fought alongside the old lord in their youth. At that time, Bai Gui served as a military doctor. Thus they forged a strong bond. Anytime there is an ailment, they seek his expertise. Indeed, that is correct. Yang Qianshan scratched his head and chuckled. Before long, a sumptuous spread was laid before them, and just as they were about to dig in, Yang Lin burst in with great enthusiasm. "Ha, Fang lad, we finally caught you. Come, let us have another round." Fang Ping's lips twitched as he hurriedly offered a formal greeting. "I apologize for the previous offense to General Yang. Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Why all this pretense? If you can manage to get us all drunk, that is a true skill. Come, let us toast. Just as he raised his cup, Yang Qianshan shot him a significant look. Yang Lin paused, then noticed the presence of two unfamiliar ladies, promptly kicking Yang Qianshan playfully. You rascal, why haven't you introduced me to your grandfather yet? Yang Qianshan rolled his eyes. This is Miss Chang Shi, and this is Miss Chang Yi. Sisters, this is my grandfather Yang Lin. Before he could finish, with a loud clatter, Yang Lin's cup fell to the floor. His gaze fixed intently upon Chang Shi and Chang Yi. Grandfather, are you cramping? Yang Qianshan was taken aback. He had never seen his elders so uncharacteristically flustered. Are you Chang Shi? Are you Chang Yi? Yang Lin asked with a surge of excitement. Chang Shi felt uneasy under his gaze and retorted, Yes, it's me. What do you want? The vertical lines on your forehead. I was born with them, but later I found them unattractive, so I used an eyebrow pencil to conceal them. If you like them, old man, I could draw some on for you. All right, splendid. Ha ha ha, heaven has eyes. Grandfather, are you all right? If you're unwell? It just so happens that old Master Bai Kuei has arrived. Let him have a look at you. Yang Qianshan was bewildered by Yang Lin's fervor. As if he had lost his mind. Get away from me. Yang Lin took a deep breath, kicked Yang Qianshan, and turned to Chang Shi and Chang Yi, saying, Can you not recognize me? I am your great uncle. I even held you in my arms when you were little. Great uncle? Upon hearing this, Fang Ping and Yang Qianshan were momentarily speechless, while Chang Shi and Chang Yi exchanged contemplative glances. Noticing their skepticism, Yang Lin quickly added, When you were young, I even gifted you presents. Chang Shi, I gave you a jade cricket, and Chang Yi, you received a longevity lock. As soon as Chang Yi heard this, her eyes turned red, and she took off a small gold lock necklace from her neck. Yes, that's it. Yang Lin grew even more animated upon seeing the longevity lock. Chang Shi scrutinized Yang Lin's features and said, Old man, don't move. All right, I want to move. You take a good look. Frowning, Chang Shi stepped closer to the motionless Yang Lin and plucked a few of his whiskers. This touch is indeed quite familiar. Fang Ping and Yang Qianshan watched in anxious astonishment, while Yang Lin merely laughed heartily. Haha, you always loved to pull my beard when you were young. Do you remember now? Great, uncle. Although the two girls were slightly uncomfortable with the term, they nevertheless uttered it softly. Good, come. Follow me to the backyard. Your great-aunt often speaks of you. The two girls, eager to ascertain his identity, followed him to the backyard. I'll go take a look too, Yang Qianshan said hurriedly as he rushed after them. In the side hall, only Fang Ping and Yintai remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 164. The prince enters the capital, great uncle? How does this kinship work? It should be from their mother's side. Fang Ping pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Beside him, Yintai remarked, My old mistress's sister should be the girl's grandmother. Ah, yes. Yintai, your mind works quickly. Yintai shook his head, offering a wry smile. I've only heard the young master and old master mention it. Otherwise, I would have needed some time to think. Fang Ping mused that even during a meal, they were discussing family ties. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, So, what exactly is the story? Yintai contemplated for a moment and began to explain. Many years ago, during an exceptionally frigid winter, the Western barbarians suffered the loss of countless cattle and sheep due to the severe cold. Deprived of sustenance, they rallied an army of over 100,000 and commenced an eastward march to plunder the Great Zhou. At that time, the father of Chang Shi and Chang Yi served as a general in Hezhou. Although Hezhou was situated at a considerable distance from the border, a contingent from the Western barbarians circumvented it and rampaged through the territory of Great Zhou, eventually reaching Hezhou. By the time Yang Lin led the imperial reinforcements to Hezhou, the city had already fallen. The father of Chang Shi and Chang Yi perished in defense of his homeland, and countless citizens of Hezhou lost their lives, leaving Chang Shi and Chang Yi missing. For years, the old matriarch believed them to have perished amidst the chaos of war. The old lady often reminisced about them. And their grandmother, who was the old lady's sister, passed away a few years ago without ever seeing them again. Alas! Upon hearing this, Fang Ping sighed deeply. They waited for quite some time, yet no one came to attend to them, and they could only finish the meal on their own. It was not until the moon hung high in the sky that Yang Qianshan ambled in. Oh, brother, you haven't left yet? Fang Ping retorted, What nonsense. 4 of us came, and how can I return alone? Where are they? The 2 elder sisters, Chang Shi and Chang Yi, had already made engagements. Unexpectedly, this young master casually referred to them as sisters, and it became a reality. Indeed, this young master possesses foresight. What about old Master Bai? In the rear courtyard, family members gathered, naturally indulging in a grand feast. Old Master Bai was currently in attendance. Otherwise, would you like to join him for another bite? Forget it. I won't intrude on their family meal. Very well, Let me escort you out of the residence. Fang Ping pointed to the moon above and said, at this hour. Aren't you afraid that patrolling officers will catch me? Yang Qianshan tapped his head. Look at my mind. The curfew is already in effect outside. Perfect. I can converse with you for the entire night. No time for that. Find me a room with a big bed. I need to sleep. All right then. Yang Qianshan, somewhat disappointed, instructed Yintai to prepare a guest room for Fang Ping. Fang Ping spent the entire night in meditation and practice, but by the following day, only Bai Gui came to find him, informing him that Chang Shi and Chang Yi would be residing at the Yang residence for 2 days. Thus they returned to the Tianyi Medical Hall. It was 3 days later when Chang Shi and Chang Yi returned to the medical hall, not only having changed into new attire, but also adorned with numerous jewelry and trinkets. Fang Ping scrutinized them and remarked, well, have you plundered the Yang residence? Chang Yi laughed and replied, don't speak nonsense. These were gifts from our aunt and some of our cousins. Chang Shi then playfully punched him twice, saying, Are you envious of this princess's good fortune? Don't hit. I am merely delighted for you. By the way, are the Yang family truly your relatives? Chang Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded. During the turmoil of war, if it weren't for our master's rescue, we would have perished long ago. Though we were young and could not recall our parents' names, we still faintly remember other details. We have verified our tokens and birth dates. There can be no mistake. Fang Ping nodded, noticing her sadness, and quickly remarked, this is indeed a joyful occasion. One should celebrate. Come, allow me to treat you all to a meal. Chang Shi teased, oh, our frugal friend is finally willing to spend. The sun must be rising from the west. Stop joking, are you coming or not? Of course, sister. Let us go. We must eat him out of house and home. The three exited the medical clinic and indulged in a feast, after which they strolled around the bustling streets of Chang'an before returning home. As days passed, the first day of the 12th month arrived. The two sisters visited the Yang residence once more, while Fang Ping, with nothing to do, stepped outside for a stroll. Upon reaching Shike Street, he found it teeming with people, all abuzz with excitement. After inquiring, he learned that due to the centennial celebration of the Great Zhou dynasty, the princes from various regions were granted permission to enter the capital, and today marked their grand procession through Zhuke Street. Surveying the surroundings, which were already crowded, he sought a less congested tavern and managed to squeeze in, attracting several disapproving glances. Along Zhuke Street, numerous carriages and palanquins passed by, with soldiers clearing the way, displaying a variety of flags and umbrellas, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. That must be the procession of the Qi Prince, right? And over there is the Qin Prince. Do you think the Shu Prince will come this year? I doubt it. The Shu Prince is the only one among us with real power. What if the court captures him? They might send an obscure offspring in his stead. Shu, be cautious with your words. Listening to the chatter around him, Fang Ping pondered. The Shu Prince, after all, was the uncle of the current emperor, governing the region of Sichuan, with all military and financial resources under his control. Here they come. That's the Shu Prince's entourage. You were right. The Shu Prince did not arrive. Instead, a young girl occupies the palanquin. What young girl? She is a princess, after all. Ah, yes, indeed. Fang Ping followed their gaze, and indeed saw a young woman clad in a black and red cloak, sitting with an air of dignity, her gaze fixed ahead, quietly poised. This person resembled Tang Qi, but no. The resemblance was striking, yet her demeanor was entirely different. How could Tang Qi, with her spirited and audacious nature, sit so calmly? Furthermore, the royal surname of the great Zhou was Li. How could she possibly be Tang Qi? Yet, as the Shu Prince's entourage passed beneath the tavern, Fang Ping found the likeness increasingly uncanny and could not help but shout, Tang Qi, look over here. His voice drew countless gazes, but they quickly turned away, assuming he was calling someone else. They didn't even lift their heads. It must not be her. After observing for a little longer, Fang Ping gradually lost interest and turned to leave the tavern. On his way back, he continued to mutter to himself. If there were an animal that stood like a dog, lay like a dog, looked like a dog from the left and right, then perhaps it is indeed a dog. Achoo, achoo. I was wondering who was cursing me from behind, and it turns out to be you, you scoundrel. Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from behind him. Chapter 165, The Affectionate One. Fang Ping recognized the voice as familiar. Turning around, he saw a woman not far behind him, with an oval face, a high ponytail, and clad in black attire, none other than Tang Qi. Tang Qi? So that princess I just saw was. He wiggled his fingers in confusion. Tang Qi retorted, it is indeed I, your esteemed lady. Then why didn't you even lift your head when I called for you? If I had raised my head, those soldiers would have seized you as an assassin, you know? Fang Ping hastily clasped his hands in respect, saying, it is the princess before me, my apologies. Spare me this formalities. Do you think anyone wishes to be this ridiculous princess? I do. Ah. Then you would need to be taken to the palace for a proper ceremony. Fang Ping felt a chill as she scrutinized him with ill intentions. Back in Jianghu County, Tang Chi had frightened the local constable into submission with just a badge, and while he suspected she had connections in official circles, he never imagined she was a princess. Speaking of which, how did you become a princess? You didn't usurp the real one, did you? Tang Chi scoffed. I am the genuine princess, albeit of the wild variety. There exists a wild princess? It's that old bastard, the king of Shu, in his youth. He sowed his wild oats and captivated my mother. When she discovered his true identity, knowing she couldn't marry him openly, she cast him aside. Your mother is quite bold. Bold, my foot. If you're going to sever ties, do it cleanly. Somehow, they ended up entangled again, and it's utterly revolting. Fang Ping contemplated her words, saying, I see. You took your mother's surname, hence you were Tang Chi and not Li? Tang Chi rolled her eyes. Can I have two names? Besides Tang Chi, you may call me Li Qinwu as well. Li Qinwu? A fine name indeed. Humph. Qinwu signifies a field overrun with weeds. Where's the charm in that? As long as it sounds pleasant, right? By the way, how is it that this wild princess can represent the king of Shu in the capital? At this moment, Fang Ping grasped the meaning of wild, likely referring to an illegitimate child. Tang Chi clenched her fist, stating, I assent it because the old turtle fears for his life. He's south terrified the court might detain him. Though he has 3 legitimate offspring, he sends me, the wild one, to take the fall. The next time I see him, I shall poke a few transparent holes in him. A dutiful daughter of a loving father. If he is unwilling to have you as a princess, he could simply renounce it. How easy it sounds. The Tang clan falls under the jurisdiction of the king of Shu. That old turtle threatened that if I did not go, he would seal all of the Tang clan as assets. Without those assets, we would all be left to endure the harsh winds of the northwest. It infuriates me. Fang Ping observed her animated distress, but upon reflection, he realized their father-daughter relationship might not be as strained as it appeared. Otherwise, the threat would not merely be about sealing assets, but rather seizing the entire Tang clan. Just now, I observed your impressive display on the streets. It was quite a sight to behold. Why did you emerge alone instead of paying a visit to the emperor in the royal city? It's not that simple. I must wait several days and learn the proper etiquette, which is rather tedious. I merely sought a respite. You? Learning etiquette? Allow me a moment to chuckle. Humph. There are too many trivial matters to contend with. The adornments here are incorrect. The attire there is disheveled. They scrutinize which leg I should step with first. Were it not for the fear of implicating the Tang clan, I would have dispatched them all without hesitation. Calm down, calm down. As the two conversed, Fang Ping furrowed his brow and suddenly turned around. What are you doing? It seems someone is following me. Who? Those 2 men over there purchasing rouge. And the 3 lurking in the alley. Oh, the fellow by the tavern is dressed similarly to you. As if you have such significance that someone would follow you. They are following this county princess. The one in black is named Tang Lu, my senior brother. What does his thumbs-up gesture mean? By the way, doesn't he or Tang clan have members named Tangi, Air, San, Si, and Wu? Indeed, each generation of the Tang clan is ordered by age. Though each individual possesses their own unique name, the numbers are merely code names. What is the significance of that? It's merely idle chatter. As they continued their banter, Tang Chi, for reasons unknown, suddenly exhibited great enthusiasm and insisted on bringing him to a tavern for a meal, leaving him quite astonished. At the dining table, Tang Chi incessantly smiled at him, making him feel rather anxious. You wouldn't have slipped something into the food to poison me, would you? Am I the sort of person to do such a thing? It seems so. I'll give you a chance to repeat that. Not like that. If you have something to say, just say it. Your constant smiling is rather unsettling. Tang Chi glanced through the window at the few individuals trailing them and remarked, I wonder which scoundrel suggested to the emperor that a marriage alliance should be sought with the heir of the king of Shu. I do not comprehend the intricacies of court politics, but I certainly do not wish to bear the burden of this. Fang Ping teased. Anyone worthy of you as a princess must be quite distinguished. The court would surely find someone of commendable appearance for you. Did you not previously express a preference for pretty boys? This is quite fitting, is it not? I am currently inclined towards those with a darker complexion. Why do you look at me like that? It's nothing. I just suddenly find you rather appealing. I have made my decision. You are now my preferred companion. You can't be serious. Fang Ping finally realized that this person had invited him to dinner merely to use him as a scapegoat, aiming to thwart the marriage proposal, ensuring it would not fall upon her. Seeing him attempt to flee, Tang Chi cheerfully said, Don't run away. It's too late. Ever since you called my name on Zhuke Street, I have claimed you as mine. Even if you run, I will assert that you are my favored companion. as those followers have witnessed it. Damn it, I only shouted that out of sheer boredom. Fang Ping extended his thumb, grinning broadly. Good friend, quite loyal. It's merely average. Can't you find someone else? I don't know anyone else. Well, I suppose I am simply unfortunate. Fang Ping transformed his sorrow and indignation into a ravenous appetite, devouring every morsel laid out before him. After all, Tang Chi had saved his life. Albeit perhaps with ulterior motives, yet a rescue is a rescue, and her reputation remains her own to manage. Once their meal concluded, darkness enveloped the sky. Yet Tang Chi continued to shadow him, unwavering in her presence. Haven't you achieved your objective? Why do you linger? She teased, her laughter light. A performance must be complete. I shall accompany you home for the night. Chapter 166. The clinic confrontation. Seeing her persistently trailing behind, Fang Ping found himself at a loss. Oh, this emperor. Wait, isn't the emperor a woman? What madness possesses this royal matron to forge an alliance with the Prince of Shu? It's utterly distasteful. And who would willingly enter such a union? It's a perilous gamble. Should conflict arise, he would be the first to pay the price. As the pair ambled back to the Tianyi clinic, the night had fully descended. You truly intend to enter with me? Fang Ping remarked, exasperated. What are you afraid of? We have shared a roof before. Tang Chi dismissed nonchalantly. Fine, do as you wish. The clinic was already locked up for the night. Just as Fang Ping prepared to knock, Tang Chi halted him. There's movement inside, on the roof. With a graceful leap, she ascended to the rooftop. Fang Ping, feeling helpless, followed suit. Though his bulk made him cautious, he was no match for Tang Chi's stealth. From his vantage point, he could hear indistinct voices within. Though their words eluded him, Tang Chi landed silently on the rooftop, beckoning to Fang Ping. Fearing she might be mistaken for a thief and summarily dealt with by Chang Shi, he hastily joined her on the roof, but his weight made him reluctant to linger. Summoning his inner strength, he vaulted into the front courtyard. Initially, he presumed Chang Shi and Chang Yi were merely conversing with Bai Gui. Yet as he peered through the courtyard doors, a frown creased his brow, compelling him to conceal himself behind the door. In the rear courtyard, Bai Gui lay on the steps, seemingly injured, with no sight of the two sisters. Opposite him stood three figures, their backs to Fang Ping, their identities obscured. Yet their attire was unfamiliar to him. The leader spoke, Bai Gui, considering our shared lineage, I have no desire to end your life. Surrender the formula, and I shall depart. Bai Gui coughed lightly, responding, Junior brother, why cling to these formulas? You understand the history of our predecessors. If this continues, you too will stray from the righteous path. What you deem a misguided path, I perceive as a grand thoroughfare. Do not prattle on, or I shall not hesitate to act forcefully. The leader stood too close to Bai Gui for Fang Ping's comfort, leaving him reluctant to charge forward. He gestured urgently to Tang Chi atop the roof, though he dared not utter a sound. Rescue. The one on the ground. Which one? That one. Understood. Fang Ping raised his finger, signaling a countdown, then brandished his staff and charged forth. Tang Chi's agility was unparalleled as he leapt onto the rooftops, effortlessly launching a myriad of concealed weapons into the air. The leader, upon hearing the whistling sound of the projectiles, reacted swiftly, sweeping his wide sleeves to deflect the incoming threats. Who are you? Your grandfather. At that moment, Fang Ping paid no heed to the two individuals lingering behind. With a single swing of his staff, he sent one of them flying through the air, crashing into a nearby building with a resounding thud. Not daring to be complacent, he struck again, dispatching the remaining two curiously without any retaliation. Just then, Tang Chi descended, his expression tightening as he warned, Be cautious, something feels amiss. Old man, are you all right? Fang Ping inquired, glancing sideways. Reclining on the steps, Bai Gui replied, Young lad, I'm fine, not dead yet. Which young lady have you brought back this time? Fang Ping grimaced slightly, thinking the old man still had the energy for jokes, indicating he must be unharmed. From the shattered house emerged a figure, dusting off his clothes, and proclaimed, Fate brings us together again, you two reckless youngsters. Fang Ping and Tang Chi were taken aback. The flickering light revealing the old man's gaunt figure, draped in a blue robe, his face resembling the bark of an ancient tree, devoid of expression. They recognized him as the alchemist from Su family village. Tang Chi, startled, swiftly withdrew a cylindrical device containing 7 needles from his bosom, aiming it at the elder. The old man chuckled, his voice akin to a rusty bell. You caught me off guard back then, little girl from the Tang sect. But now that I know your tricks, they are of no use. Tang Chi retorted with a cold smile, Is that so? Why don't you stand still and let me shoot? The elder then turned his gaze to Fang Ping, And you again, last time I was weakened and you took advantage. This time, let us see where you run. Fang Ping casually responded, Why should I run? A few months ago, I was indeed no match for you, but now. Let me say this, what are you barking at? He. I hope you can still talk like that in a moment. Children, rise. As the elder's words fell, the two individuals whom Fang Ping had knocked down suddenly sprang back to their feet. They too donned blue garments, their gaunt forms resembling withered branches, and their eyes glinted with a sinister green light. They are drugged men. Be careful, Tang Chi warned, trembling slightly. Fang Ping laughed. Don't be afraid, my friend. I am no longer the same as before. With this so-called first-rate expert and two drugged men, defeating them will be effortless. You protect the old man and head inside. Tang Chi eyed him with concern. Are you sure you can handle this? A man must never admit weakness. He scoffed. Such bravado. First, receive my palm. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the elder struck out with a powerful palm aimed at Fang Ping's face. Get lost, Fang Ping shouted, swinging his cold iron staff in retaliation. With a resounding crack, the staff struck its target, causing Fang Ping to remain unfazed while the elder in the blue robe staggered back several steps, his arms trembling slightly. In disbelief, the elder exclaimed, Your internal strength. How has it advanced so swiftly? Fang Ping summoned his Hunyuan gong, instantly dispelling the chilling internal energy that had invaded his body. With a cold smirk, he retorted, I had already mentioned that you, a so-called first-rate master, are nothing but a sham. You simply refuse to believe it. Moreover, it's not that my internal strength has increased rapidly, it's that you are simply too slow. Behold, as the elder saw him charging forward, he waved his hand, summoning two puppet warriors to block Fang Ping's path. Merely two iron lumps, Fang Ping thought to himself, as he executed a technique resembling a gentle spring breeze, effortlessly sending each puppet flying with a single strike. Following this, he unleashed another move, reminiscent of a flurry of leaves in a forest, creating countless afterimages of his staff that jabbed relentlessly at the elder. The staff, infused with his Hunyuan gong energy, was significantly more potent than during their previous encounter months ago. Although the elder could dissipate some of the force after receiving over 20 blows, he was rendered incapable of countering, reduced to merely defending against Fang Ping's relentless onslaught. How arrogant, young one. I shall ensure your demise next time, the elder declared defiantly, realizing he was outmatched, before leaping onto the rooftop and fleeing. Chapter 167. Wu Lao Air upon seeing his opponent escape. Fang Ping was about to pursue when the two puppet warriors let out a fierce roar and lunged at him, attacking with wild ferocity. Previously, under the elder's control, they had fought with some semblance of strategy. Now, they resembled savage beasts. Fang Ping dispatched them with ease, yet they quickly rose again. Forget it. I want to be able to catch him. I should deal with these two first. Months prior, he had relied solely on brute strength to defeat these puppets, exhausting himself in the process. Now, each strike created a deep dent in their bodies, their heads caving in, yet they persistently attempted to bite at him. Frustrated, Fang Ping abandoned the staff, pressing their heads down and relentlessly slamming them against the ground. Die or not, I'll make sure you don't die. Cough, cough. Young lad, stop smashing them. The floor tiles are quite expensive. Watching from within the building, the two hidden figures emerged only after the elder had fled and the puppet warriors were subdued. Fang Ping pressed their heads into the depressions he had created, though their limbs continued to flail. Unable to contain his anger, he struck them a couple more times. Tang Chi, didn't you manage to kill that puppet with poison last time? Stop gawking and quickly concoct another batch. These two are too troublesome. Tang Chi shrugged. I am now a county princess and only brought some concealed weapons for self-defense. I didn't bring any poison. Bai Gui, overhearing their exchange, was slightly taken aback. But having discerned Tang Chi's identity as a disciple of the Tang sect, he understood the situation. Young lad, keep them subdued while I fetch some medicine. Being in a medical clinic, Bai Gui quickly gathered a variety of medicinal herbs from the main hall and prepared a powder, scattering it over the faces of the two puppet warriors. As the two struggling alchemists inhaled the powder, the eerie green glow in their eyes swiftly vanished, and they gradually collapsed to the ground, motionless. Alas, how pitiable it is that these once healthy individuals have been reduced to such a ghastly state. With a sigh, Bai Gui lamented before succumbing to a fit of coughing. Fang Ping hurriedly approached, inquiring, Elder, are you injured? Bai Gui waved his hand dismissively, I am fine. The assailant did not strike with lethal intent. Though his inner strength bore a chilling quality, it was merely a concoction of drugs, not to be feared. A couple of medicinal pills will suffice to remedy me. That's a relief. Fang Ping nodded. I knew it. This person was a fraud. Am I right, Tang Chi? Tang Chi retorted, Humph, do not assume I am oblivious. You are mocking my skills, are you not? Not at all, Fang Ping replied. What do you have to fear? Pray tell, what treasure have you consumed that has so rapidly enhanced your strength? Share a portion with me. Do not jest. We shall discuss this later. At that moment, Bai Gui had resumed his inspection of the two alchemists on the ground. With a faint sigh, he turned to them. Fang, You have yet to introduce this young lady. Tang Chi patted her chest, declaring, I am Tang Chi, a disciple of the Tang sect. I heard from Fang that you once used drugs to eliminate an alchemist. Indeed. Had it not been for my intervention, Fang Ping would have been devoured by that alchemist, she recounted, embellishing the tale of their encounter in Su family village and claiming all the credit, much to Fang Ping's chagrin as he rolled his eyes. My junior has truly gone astray, committing such vile acts. Alas, as a senior, I bear some responsibility. Elder, what is the origin of this individual? Why do you refer to him as your junior? Fang Ping inquired with growing curiosity, and Tang Chi listened intently. The story begins with the Heavenly Medical Sect. Bai Gui recounted the events that Bai Ji had shared with them. He continued, after the members of the Heavenly Medical Sect were expelled from the 100 Herbs sect, my father and a few of my brothers repented and resumed their healing practices. Yet, some remained obstinate, continuing their research on those medicinal formulas. Fang Ping and Tang Chi listened intently to the elder's narrative, gradually understanding the sequence of events. It appeared that remnants of the Heavenly Medical Sect were still pursuing the ancient formulas, and this elder in the blue robe was one of their descendants. Having once studied medicine under Bai Gui had assumed that the elder had reformed, generously imparting his knowledge, and they referred to each other as brothers. However, it now seemed that the elder had harbored ulterior motives from the beginning, coveting the medicinal formulas that Bai Gui had collected. Tang Chi stroked her chin. Elder Bai, you have yet to disclose this man's name. He is called Wu Bing, though he detests this name. He had a deceased elder brother. Hence I am to call him Wu Lao Er. I find Wu Bing to be a more pleasant name, Fang Ping remarked, somewhat exasperated. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Tang Chi suddenly burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as tears nearly streamed down her face. What are you laughing at? Do not worry. It is merely a recollection of the time when I was nearly slain by a fellow named Wu Lauer. He chuckled heartily. Bai Gui, with a wry smile, shook his head and remarked, there is no need for such concern, Tang girl. My junior has strayed from the righteous path. His martial prowess is fundamentally lacking, having been hastily cultivated through the use of drugs. Progress will be arduous for him henceforth. I shall provide you with some prescriptions shortly. Encountering him or those who resort to such substances will pose no threat. Tang Chi rejoiced, promptly bowing in gratitude. I am deeply indebted to you, esteemed Bai. No need for such formality. You have saved my life, and this is but a trifling matter. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Fang Ping peered out to find old Zhang and his son from next door, brandishing a kitchen knife and a rolling pin. They had been roused from their slumber by the commotion and, though apprehensive, decided to investigate. Young Fang, what is amiss at Bai's residence? Is there a thief? Old Zhang inquired, brandishing the rolling pin. Ah, indeed, there was a thief, but he has been apprehended and will be handed over to the authorities tomorrow. Is Bai in good health? All is well. I apologize for the disturbance. As long as all is well, we shall take our leave. After bidding farewell to old Zhang and his son, Fang Ping returned, and Bai Gui felt a twinge of guilt. They are unskilled in martial arts. Yet they ventured out in the dead of night. It is my fault. Fang Ping laughed. Is it not your esteemed medical skills that earn you the respect of the neighbors? Otherwise, they would not have come. Bai Gui shook his head, saying, my junior is unlikely to relent. They may be drawn into his troubles. Fang Ping understood the gravity of the situation and conferred with Bai Gui, deciding to seek refuge with Bai Gui's son, Bai Tianlong, at the 6 doors the following day. Chapter 168. 6 doors. After a while, Bai Gui's complexion improved. But given the recent events, he lacked the inclination to sleep. The three of them settled in the small courtyard for tea. Tang Chi, hailing from the Tang sect and well-versed in poisons, engaged in lively conversation with the elder regarding medicinal herbs. By the way, you towering oaf, what fortunate turn of events has led to your sudden prowess? Tang Chi inquired, turning to Fang Ping. Fang Ping chuckled and recounted the events following their parting at Qingyang Academy. Tang Chi, grinding her teeth in frustration, counted on her fingers. Qingyang Academy is at odds with my Tang sect. The fish in the nameless valley that could enhance one's skills may have been depleted by the treasure pavilion. I cannot cultivate Hunyuan Gong, and as for passing on skills, I lack the physique to endure it. Ah, it vexes me. Bai Gui stroked his beard and chuckled. There is no need for such distress, Tang girl. Every individual possesses their own fortunes. Your Tang sect is a prominent lineage, given time. It will not be difficult for you to become a top-tier master. While that may be true, just months ago, this fellow could only flee from me. Yet now he has grown so formidable, I cannot reconcile with it. Fang Ping, observing her exasperated demeanor, grinned. Do not be angry. Would you like me to let you strike me a couple of times? Humph, I shall not. I fear my hands may ache. As the three conversed, a sudden noise erupted from the rooftop, causing Fang Ping to instinctively grasp his staff, suspecting Wu Lauer had returned. Who goes there? He called out. Do not strike. It is a friend. As soon as the words left her lips, a young man clad in a black outfit, resembling that of Tang Chi, leapt down from the rooftop. Upon recognizing him, Tang Chi rushed forward and seized his collar, demanding, "Tang Lu, you scoundrel, where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea that I nearly faced death?" At that moment, Fang Ping also recognized him as the individual who had been tailing them during the day. Tang Chi Sr. Tang Lu feigned innocence, replying, "Do not speak nonsensically. I witnessed everything that transpired. Not a single strand of your hair has been harmed. Humph, where are my followers? Why is it only you? I feared they might blabber and ruin your affairs with this gentleman, so I sent them away." Fang Ping, rendered speechless, interjected, "Do not misrepresent the situation. There is nothing between Tang Chi and me." Tang Lu's eyes gleamed mischievously as he chuckled. "I understand your meaning. Brother, you understand nothing." Tang Chi kicked him twice, exclaiming, "You lot follow me every day, yet when it truly matters, you all vanish like a bunch of useless fools." Yes, I am the fool. But I thought, since you appeared unscathed, I would pursue that strange old man. Did you manage to poke a few holes in him? Perhaps 2 or 3. It was too dark to see clearly. Why didn't you bring back his head? He had accomplices, likely from the Yin-Yang sect. I was outmatched. So I returned. Humph, still a fool. Tang Lu, undeterred, grinned and said, "Dear junior sister, it seems the capital may not be safe. You should accompany me back. If something were to happen to you, I would have a hard time explaining it to the Prince of Shu." Tang Chi raised her brows, displeased. "Are you implying that you were a spy sent by my dear father into the Tang sect?" "Haha, how could that be? He merely offered me some money to keep an eye on you." "And how much was that?" "Perhaps 1,000 taels." "Only 1,000 taels, and you have betrayed me? I ought to take your life." After some playful banter, Tang Lu finally turned serious, saying, "In all honesty, we should return quickly. There are many watching us. We must avoid causing a real ruckus." Tang Chi pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Old Master Bai, Fang Ping, I shall take my leave." "Be cautious in all things," they replied. After bidding farewell, both Tang Lu and Tang Chi leapt onto the rooftops, soaring from building to building. Once Tang Chi departed, Fang Ping engaged in conversation with Old Master Bai for a while. Concerned for the elder's health, he urged him to rest indoors while he sat at the entrance, meditating and guarding through the night. As dawn broke, Old Master Bai appeared revitalized, alleviating Fang Ping's worries. Changxi and Chang Yi had yet to return from the Yang residence, so they tidied up and resolved to visit the 6 doors to locate Bai Tianlong. As they meandered through the streets, they soon arrived at the 6 doors precinct. Despite its renowned reputation, the entrance was rather unassuming, lacking the ostentatious grandeur of the Jin Yiwei headquarters that Fang Ping had seen. Numerous constables were bustling in and out. Upon spotting them, one constable hurried forward with a fist salute. "Old Master Bai, what brings you here? Are you in search of Captain Bai?" Fang Ping understood the reason for such profound respect, due to Bai Tianlong's influence. Many constables from the 6 gates had sought treatment at the Tianyi Medical Hall for their ailments and injuries, and the establishment charged them little to nothing, thus fostering a significant bond. Bai Gui remarked, "Indeed, some troubles have arisen, and we may need the protection of the 6 gates." The constable, his expression suddenly serious, responded, "Is that so? How dare petty criminals act with impunity under our watch? Rest assured, as long as you provide a description of the miscreant, we shall ensure he does not survive until the new year." Fang Ping felt his lips twitching at the constable's bold words, pondering whether those from the 6 gates could truly speak so brazenly. "Thank you, but it is not as grave as it seems," he replied. "Let me first escort you to Captain Bai." Upon meeting Bai Tianlong and relaying the events, Bai Tianlong was taken aback. "Thank you, Brother Fang. Had it not been for you, my father might have met a dire fate." Bai Gui, infuriated, raised his beard in anger and chastised Bai Tianlong. "Is it not your unfilial behavior, neglecting home, that has led to your father's victimization?" The constable who had accompanied them found an excuse to discreetly withdraw upon witnessing the scene. After some discussion among the trio, Bai Gui decided to take temporary residence at the 6 gates while Fang Ping, unable to leave the capital for the time being, would assist him in finding accommodation. After bidding farewell to the father and son, Fang Ping strolled towards the entrance of the 6 gates, where he encountered 2 familiar faces, Shun Zui and Shun Li. Shun Zui maintained his customary cold demeanor, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. "You all managed to encounter that elusive 1,000-faced ghost, yet failed to apprehend him. How embarrassing." Shun Li rolled his eyes in response. "I am aware of your ruthless nature, but what good does it do? Without my keen instincts, you wouldn't be able to track a hair on that ghost's body." "Humph, you're worthless," Shun retorted. "Excuse me? Just admit that you failed to recover the 8 treasure-glazed beads." Shun Li shot back. "We did recover them, but perhaps your unattractive appearance repulsed the ghost. prompting him to return them. And you think you're handsome? Perhaps you should cover that scar on your face before speaking to me. As the two exchanged barbs, they glanced up to see Fang Ping approaching from the end of the corridor, prompting them to walk over. Chun-Li greeted him with a smile. Isn't this Brother Fang? What brings you to the Six Gates? Have you found yourself entangled in some misdeed? There is indeed a case, but it is not mine. Shun. It has been a while, Fang Ping replied with a slight bow. Shen Zue frowned. You truly have a case? I would like to hear the details. Once Fang Ping recounted the events from the previous night, both men expressed their indignation. Chun-Li sneered. We at the Six Gates have some records regarding that matter, but I did not expect its origin to be here. How audacious of them to wreak havoc in the capital. Brother Fang, rest assured. We will soon issue a maritime warrant to apprehend this Wu Lauer. The individual may have disguised himself, yet Old Bai should be able to depict his true appearance. I appreciate your assistance, gentlemen. It is our duty, no need for thanks, they replied. As the three exchanged pleasantries, just as Fang Ping was about to take his leave, a woman clad in purple emerged from a moon gate in the corner of the courtyard. With a fierce gaze and a stern expression, she addressed Chun-Li. Who permitted you to collect money from others? You better come over here. Chun-Li's lips twitched as he exchanged glances with the two men and dashed over to the woman in purple. Just as he was about to speak, she seized his ear and dragged him behind the door. Fang Ping, curious, inquired, Brother Shun, who is this young lady? Her name is Mingyu, also a head constable of the Six Doors, and she is somewhat of a superior to us. Whenever we complete our tasks, we must first report to her. Shen Zue explained, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Chun-Li accepted such a substantial sum of silver without her consent. He will undoubtedly have to spend 3 or 4 days on paperwork. Ah, so it is her, Fang Ping recalled. Shen Zue, somewhat astonished, asked, Brother Fang, you know her? Not personally, but I have heard Chief Bai Long mention that you, Qinli, Gulingyun, and Miss Mingyu are among the most distinguished head constables of the younger generation. So I remembered. Shen Zue shook his head. Chief Bai has given too much praise. By the way, you mentioned that Qinli took someone else's silver. Could it be that he was bribed? Shen Zue chuckled. Well, not quite. This fellow exerted considerable effort to recover the lost Baobao Liuli beads and return them to the Datong escort agency, which in turn presented the Six Doors with 20,000 taels of silver as a token of gratitude. You must be aware of this, Brother Fang? Fang Ping nodded. That doesn't seem like much. It's not extortion. Indeed, it is not significant. But he will have to write a considerable amount of documentation and expend effort explaining things to his superiors. Chun-Li has conveniently shifted this burden onto Mingyu, and she is naturally displeased. Fang Ping laughed. If I were given such a sum, I would gladly write his paperwork for half a year. Shen Zue smiled wryly and then added, by the way, the medicinal man is still at the Tianyi Medical Hall, right? Although the Six Doors have many records, I have yet to see one in person. How about I accompany you, Brother Fang, and we can bring the medicinal man back to the Six Doors? Fang Ping readily agreed. The reason they hadn't brought the two medicinal men with them initially was to avoid causing a commotion in the crowded streets. Having the personnel from the Six Doors would make the process much simpler. Thus, Shen Zue called upon 2 constables, procured a cart, and together with Fang Ping, they returned to the Tianyi Medical Hall. Upon entering, Fang Ping discovered that the 2 sisters had already returned. Chang Yi wore a worried expression, while Changshi was fiddling with the 2 medicinal men lying on the ground. Fang Ping, what has transpired in the medical hall? Why are there signs of a struggle? Is old Master Bai unharmed? Chang Yi anxiously asked upon seeing him. Old Master Bai is fine. Here's what happened. Fang Ping recounted the events of the previous night, gradually easing Chang Yi's worries. Changshi scoffed. I can't believe that after my brief absence, there are those who dare to seek trouble. How utterly detestable. As she spoke, she forcefully yanked off one of the medicinal man's arms, causing Fang Ping's eyelids to twitch. Calm down, he urged. The severed arm of the medicinal man revealed no blood but rather a sticky, green viscous substance that emitted a strong medicinal odor. After inspecting it, Shen Zue expressed his astonishment. No wonder they are called medicinal men. I wonder how many medicinal ingredients were used to achieve such an effect? Changshi raised an eyebrow. And who might you be? This is Shen Zue, the head constable of the Six Doors. Fang Ping introduced them, and Shen Zue exchanged pleasantries before departing, taking the 2 patients with him. Noticing the addition of 2 exquisite hairpins adorning Changshi's head, he chuckled. Every time you visit the Yang residence, you return with jewelry. Are you planning to deplete the Yang household? Chang Yi replied with a gentle smile. It is merely the elder's overwhelming generosity. Changshi playfully swayed her head and said, It is simply my natural beauty that draws admiration. Were you to resemble me, you might find yourself cast aside. What is wrong with my appearance? I have many admirers, she retorted. Humph, you say that without a hint of embarrassment. Oh, I forgot. Your face is too dark to discern such things. I feel as though your temperament has shifted again. Are you unwell? Have I not matured another 2 years? Can you not tell? Not in the least. Perhaps it is simply our statuesque figures that mislead the eye. Do you believe I could make you as tall as I? Calm down, calm down. The two exchanged playful banter, but upon observing the disarray in the courtyard, they heeded Chang's suggestion and set about tidying up, filling in the holes in the ground. During this time, several patients approached Bai Gui for treatment. Upon learning of the recent theft at the clinic, they expressed their desire for vengeance against Wu Laoer. The following day, a few constables from the 6 doors arrived, announcing that Bai Gui would be holding consultations there and would need to transfer the medicinal supplies. Fang Ping and the others assisted in the preparations, posting a notice at the entrance to direct Bai Gui's patients to the 6 doors. Together with the constables, they transported the medicinal materials to their new location. Upon confirming Bai Gui's safety, the 2 sisters felt a sense of relief and returned to the clinic with Fang Ping. Days passed, and on the 6th day of the 12th lunar month, Yang Qianshan arrived early, knocking at the clinic's door with great enthusiasm. What brings you here at such an early hour? Fang Ping yawned. Is there a spectacle to behold? Will you join me, brother? Yang Qianshan replied with excitement. A spectacle? What kind of spectacle? The Pinyin match. The Pinyin match? Fang Ping inquired, surprised. Isn't it set to commence on the 8th day? Yen Tai interjected. The night before, a white cloth was hung at the match venue, inscribed with words challenging General Hu Yanxiong of the Hu Yan family, prompting an earlier match. Hu Yanxiong? Fang Ping pondered. Could it be that the recent thieves in the capital are behind this? Yang Qianshan, filled with urgency, exclaimed, So you are aware. Let us hurry. We must invite the 2 sisters to join us. We must secure a good spot. Hearing the commotion at the door, the 2 young ladies emerged. Changxi, Changyi, did you sleep well? Yang Qianshan greeted them with a beaming smile. Indeed, I was sleeping soundly until you roused me. Changxi replied with a huff. Yang Qianshan trembled at her response, quickly saying, I am deeply sorry for disturbing you, sister. However, your news has redeemed me, and I shall be forgiven. I do enjoy a good spectacle. Lead the way. Such a magnanimous sister. I am in awe. Shall I perform a grand gesture of gratitude? Enough. Let us be on our way. Very well. A group of individuals casually procured some provisions at the morning market before arriving at the foot of the imperial city, where the arena of peace resided. At that moment, the crowd was not particularly large, consisting of both wandering heroes and onlookers. On one of the platforms stood a man adorned with a full beard, clad in simple attire, and wielding 2 hefty iron hammers, none other than the formidable Hu Yanxiong. Behind him, a post bore a piece of white cloth, crookedly inscribed with words lacking in literary flair, written in plain vernacular. Fang Ping scanned the text and grasped its essence. It conveyed that since Hu Yanxiong had offended someone, they sought to confront him. The cloth bore no signature, but the tone suggested it was from the thieves who had been plaguing the capital recently. The miscreant proposed 2 means to resolve their grievances. Either Hu Yanxiong would kneel on the stage for 3 days, after which he would return the stolen items, or Hu Yanxiong would have to win 30 consecutive bouts. Should anyone defeat him, the thief promised a reward of 10,000 taels of silver or an equivalent in jewels. Come on, why is no one stepping up? That's a fortune. Yang Qianshan shouted from the crowd, prompting Yen Tai to hurriedly tug at his sleeve. Young master, we have long-standing ties with the Hu Yan family. You ought to temper your glee, lest the old master hears of it and punishes you. If you don't mention it, I want to either. Who would know? Both the young ladies and Brother Fang are aware, and look over there. Those are members of the Hu Yan family. And they are glaring at you. Indeed, but I shan't turn around. They might not recognize me. They have already identified you. Then they will be inclined to punish you instead. Keep your distance from me. Ha! Wise of you, young master. Fang Ping shook his head at this banter and redirected his gaze to the arena. The Hu Yan family was also a renowned lineage of martial prowess, well regarded in the Great Zhou. Could anyone truly be foolish enough to provoke them? Changyi remarked softly. Fang Ping chuckled. As the saying goes, money is hard to earn, and dung is hard to consume. That is 10,000 taels of silver we're talking about. There are many reckless souls in the Jianghu who would take the risk. Changxi rolled her eyes. How would you know dung is hard to consume? Have you tasted it? I cannot say for certain, but you undoubtedly have. You speak nonsense. Not long ago, Old Master Bai prescribed a remedy containing a component called night bright sand, which is essentially bat droppings. You must be aware of that, right? Ugh. Changyi stifled a laugh. Sister, there is no need for concern. Night bright sand has been used in medicine for centuries, and many have consumed it. Sister, please stop. Ugh. Fang Ping, observing her antics, shook his head, returning to the matter at hand. 10,000 taels is indeed a considerable sum. In the Jianghu, Many disregard the authority of the court. There will surely be those willing to step forward. Besides, whether Hu Yixiong can endure 30 consecutive victories remains uncertain. Everyone tacitly acknowledged that Hu Yixiong would not resort to the first option. After all, such a kneel would tarnish the reputation of the Hu Yin family. Someone has stepped forward. Good heavens, wielding a mountain-splitting axe. What a man! Whose subordinate is this, that he is so valiant? The battle has yet to commence. How can you ascertain his valor? Did you not notice the 4 characters divine calculation inscribed on my banner? Naturally, I am aware. It turns out you are a fortune teller. Can you discern my surname? 20 coins for a divination. No money, then be gone. A crowd gathered to witness the spectacle, and soon someone stepped forward, uttering a cacophony of remarks, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. 2 individuals, captivated by the beauty of Chang Shi and Chang Yi, desperately tried to squeeze their way closer, only to be sent flying by a casual slap from Chang Shi, clearing a wide space around them. On the arena, Hu Yixiong was seething with rage, pondering whom he had offended to encounter such absurdity. However, upon reflection, he recalled the numerous individuals he had dealt with and felt no clarity. Seeing someone finally approach, his agitation began to wane. I am Hu Yixiong. I invite you to proceed. The burly man who ascended brandished a mountain axe and chuckled. I dare not accept your invitation, for I am here solely for the reward of 10,000 taels of silver. And I wouldn't want to offend the Hu Yin family. I shall refrain from revealing my name. I hope you will show mercy. Suppressing his anger, Hu Yixiong replied, in that case, let us begin. Very well, behold the axe. The man swung his mountain axe with a flourish, aiming for Hu Yixiong's head. At that moment, Hu Yixiong had already grasped the twin hammers hanging at his waist. A resounding clash echoed as the hammer met the axe. The man's axe wobbled but quickly regained its momentum, sweeping down towards Hu Yixiong's face. Mind your teeth. Hu Yixiong countered with another hammer strike. Deflecting the axe once more, the man, hands firmly gripping the axe handle, used the force of the blow to perform a somersault, bringing the axe down towards Hu Yixiong's forehead. Watch out for your head, he shouted as he executed the move. The axe, slicing through the air, although swift, did not pose a significant threat, and Hu Yixiong raised his hammer to parry it again. Mind your ears, watch your teeth, and guard your forehead. Is that all you can do? Hu Yixiong remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated. The man continued to rain down strikes, repeating the same 3 moves, leaving Hu Yixiong astonished, contemplating where this peculiar individual had emerged from. If you wish for something more entertaining, then behold. The man laughed heartily, swinging his axe down with renewed vigor, as if to split the heavens. This strike was several times faster than the previous ones, and Hu Yixiong felt the fierce wind rush towards him, prompting him to act swiftly and defend with his twin hammers. With a thunderous clang, the hammers met the axe, yet the mountain axe remained steadfast and unyielding. Now that feels somewhat worthwhile, Hu Yixiong muttered. Indeed, but there is something even more interesting to come, an onslaught. The man twirled, his axe following his motion, forcing Hu Yixiong to retreat several steps. Then, with a flourish of his arms, he wielded the axe like a staff. Prepare for a dual strike. Hu Yixiong furrowed his brow, recognizing that while the man wielded the axe skillfully, his speed left much to be desired, posing little threat to him. 36 axe techniques of the heavenly gang. Which noble lineage do you hail from? Seeking trouble, are you? What noble lineage? Do not speak nonsense. I am merely a commoner. The burly man insisted, continuing to swing his mountain axe with both horizontal and vertical strikes. As Hu Yixiong bit down on his crown, he declared, Is that so? Then I shall strike until you concede. With a swift movement of his arms, he wielded 2 massive iron hammers, generating a gust of wind as he began to engage in earnest with the formidable man before him. The clash of hammer and axe resonated with a thunderous sound. Careful with your strikes. After exchanging blows for a brief period, the burly man found himself reduced to mere defense, unable to counterattack. Curse you, watch the hammer. Observing the man's axe techniques, Hu Yixiong discerned that he was undoubtedly of noble martial lineage. He thought to himself, not only do you neglect to assist your comrades, but you have come here to cause trouble. Should I not strike you, then whom should I? After a few more exchanges, Hu Yixiong crossed his hammers with a tremendous crack, shattering a piece of the axe blade from the burly man's weapon. Oh dear, oh dear. I have not earned a fortune of 10,000 taels, but have lost an axe instead. Hu Yin, you are indeed ruthless, the man muttered, before swinging his axe a few more times and leaping off the platform, declaring, You win this time, until we meet again, though perhaps it shall be never. Upon witnessing the man's retreat, Hu Yixiong could not leap down to pursue him, and thus he simmered in frustration. Are there any other brave souls willing to offer their guidance? The crowd below erupted in a flurry of chatter, speculating. That man appears to be of noble descent. Surely they are not merely performing a duet? Unlikely. Have you not seen how agitated General Huyin has become? He likely came to provoke. Who do you think will step up next? How would I know? Why don't you give it a try? I am not skilled enough for that. I might be capable, but I simply refuse to go. As the crowd continued to babble, a figure suddenly sprang forth, leaping onto the platform. Ah, another challenger has emerged. One wielding dual blades, will he be able to contend? Fighting hammers with dual blades seems precarious. One touch from the hammer, and the blade is likely to shatter. Then let him avoid contact. On the platform, the newcomer, in his 30s and brandishing twin blades, addressed Huyin Xiong with a fist salute. I am Song San, seeking to earn some silver for a bit of indulgence, and I have come to seek your counsel. Huyin Xiong positioned his hammers, responding, very well, let us proceed. Nodding, Song San feigned a couple of strikes with his blades before launching an attack towards Huyin Xiong's waist. Huyin Xiong raised his hammer to block. But before the blade could make contact, Song San swiftly altered his approach, aiming for Huyin Xiong's shoulder. Aware that a direct contest of strength would be futile, Song San sought victory through speed. Huyin Xiong slightly sidestepped, evading the blade, and with a flourish of his hammers, he forced Song San back several paces. However, Song San, possessing commendable agility, seized the moment as Huyin Xiong swung his hammer, leaping back into the fray with a single blade aimed directly at Huyin Xiong's chest. With a deft twist of his wrist, Huyin Xiong redirected his hammer to intercept the strike, creating a shower of sparks. Thus, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of techniques. Song San's movements were light and nimble as he danced around Huyin Xiong, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Yet, despite his swiftness, he dared not engage in a direct confrontation, constantly shifting his techniques at the slightest contact with the hammer. After 40 to 50 bouts, Song San leaped back a few steps. Glancing at his dulled twin blades, he shook his head slightly. It seems this reward of 10,000 taels is beyond my reach. I concede. Huyin Xiong also bowed slightly, saying, I apologize for any offense. It is nothing, responded Song San, decisively jumping off the platform after his admission of defeat. Is there another hero willing to offer their guidance? As soon as he finished speaking, a woman wielding a long sword leaped onto the stage. However, her technique was quite similar to that of Song San, relying on speed to secure victory. After more than 30 exchanges, her sword was shattered by a hammer, leading her to concede gracefully as well. Subsequently, challengers employing various techniques, some with palm strikes, others with an array of weaponry, failed to endure beyond 100 moves before admitting defeat. Below the platform, Fang Ping and his companions were thoroughly entertained. Yang Qianshan smirked, remarking, Huyin Xiong possesses quite a bit of skill. He is not far behind me. His companion, Yin Tai, rolled his eyes, responding, Young master, given the hierarchy, you ought to address General Huyin as uncle. Hierarchy is hierarchy. But if I do not meet him face to face, there is no need for such formalities, the young master retorted. Wise words, indeed. Yang Qianshan nudged Fang Ping, asking, Brother, how many more can Huyin Xiong defeat? Fang Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully. I once tested my strength against him, and judging by his current performance, if he does not encounter a top-tier expert, winning 30 matches should pose no challenge. And if he were to face a top-tier expert, in my view, he could likely hold his own against an average top-tier, and in a life-or-death struggle, he might even take one down with him. Yang Qianshan nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. As men of the military, we seldom have the time to cultivate our internal strength. Our ceiling is typically that of a pinnacle second-tier expert. However, in the chaos of battle, even a few top-tier experts would be ineffective. Wouldn't you agree? Fang Ping mused inwardly that the presence of powerful crossbows and heavy arbalèsts would indeed support this notion, yet he shrugged nonchalantly. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. Beside him, Changshi scoffed. I too find it hard to believe. Ah, Sister Changshi, with your unparalleled prowess, you have no reason to fear. As for my brother, he is but a brute, so consider my words unspoken. Fang Ping shot her a glare, redirecting his gaze to the stage. At that moment, a man in his 30s vaulted from the crowd, brandishing a long spear without uttering a word, charging directly at Huyin Xiong. The anticipated confrontation had arrived. This man was indeed a top-tier expert. Yang Qianshan's expression tightened. This was no ordinary top-tier expert. Observing the man's precise spear techniques, with a half-foot-long yellow spear light flickering like a venomous serpent, Fang Ping realized that Huyin Xiong was in for a challenge. On the platform, beads of sweat formed on Huyin Xiong's brow as the weapons clashed incessantly. The man's inner strength gradually infiltrated Huyin Xiong's meridians, slowing the hammer's swings significantly, and soon, Huyin Xiong bore the marks of battle. Huh! Huyin Xiong roared, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. As a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him, the power in his twin hammers surged once more. and many spectators noted that he was prepared to fight to the death. Yet at that moment, the spear-wielding man adopted a defensive stance, allowing Hu Yin-xiong to unleash a flurry of reckless strikes. After being struck by Hu Yin-xiong several times, the man smiled faintly, flicked his spear, and pushed Hu Yin-xiong back a few steps. "I concede. Farewell." After jumping off the stage, he did not linger to watch but swiftly disappeared from sight, leaving Hu Yin-xiong on the platform, panting heavily. "This fellow must be here solely to drain others' stamina," thought Fang Ping, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 172. Substitute Fighter. How many battles has he fought? Fang Ping inquired. Chang'e pondered for a moment and replied, "Including the last match, he has fought 17 times. Fang Ping shook his head. The man wielding the spear has already sapped a significant portion of Hu Yin-xiong's energy. Even if no elite fighter steps up next, he will hardly endure for long. At this moment, members of the Hu Yin family ascended the platform to tend to Hu Yin-xiong's wounds. After exchanging a few words, they descended with a look of frustration. Soon after, another challenger leaped onto the stage. This individual, displaying a sense of decorum, engaged Hu Yin-xiong in a brief contest unarmed. After being swept off his feet by Hu Yin-xiong, he promptly conceded. For more matches ensued, and it was evident that Hu Yin-xiong's condition had significantly deteriorated, his injuries worsening. These participants were rather shameless. What kind of sport is it to prey upon an injured opponent? Yet, there was still the imperative to achieve 30 consecutive victories. And without challengers, this endeavor could not be fulfilled. Would General Hu Yin perish upon the arena? It was uncertain. But it was unlikely anyone would dare to slay him in plain view. He would likely suffer severe injuries at most. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, another individual ascended the platform. This man sported a handlebar mustache and wielded a dagger. Without uttering a word, he launched an assault on Hu Yin-xiong. When Hu Yin-xiong managed to repel him with his twin hammers, the assailant, lacking martial decorum, retaliated by throwing concealed weapons, inciting a chorus of outrage from the audience. At that moment, Hu Yin-xiong, already wounded and sluggish, found himself quickly struck twice by the hidden projectiles, igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. As the two men closed in, Hu Yin-xiong's hammer slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards the assailant's face, prompting a desperate dodge. However, while he evaded the first hammer, the second struck him squarely in the chest with a resounding thud, causing him to spew blood and collapse motionless onto the stage. Hiss, a fatality at last. Humph. It's not surprising. How many years has it been since there were no fatalities in the arena? Just now, General Hu Yin refrained from delivering a lethal blow, or else several would have perished. Nevertheless, it must be said, this man deserved his fate. He was far too unscrupulous. Indeed, it seemed he had only sought to take advantage of an injured opponent, and thus, his death was in vain. Around the arena, soldiers were already maintaining order. Upon witnessing a death, they exhibited no hint of panic, merely sounding a gong 3 times before proceeding to remove the body, covering it with a white cloth. Yang Qianshan swayed his head and remarked, "When the tune plays and the cloth is draped, the whole village awaits their feast. Alas, how pitiful." Fang Ping shot him a glance. "Your expression hardly conveys sorrow. My words come from a place of grief, though my visage may not reflect it," he retorted. "Perhaps you should practice better expression in the future." At this moment, on the arena, Hu Yin-xiong stood unsteadily, with a dart embedded in his shoulder and thigh. Yet he mustered his strength and bellowed, "Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward?" The crowd below exchanged glances, and for a long while, no one dared to approach. Everyone was acutely aware that even if they were to win, they would gain no glory, only ridicule, leading them to silently resolve to observe instead. After a brief interval, a figure finally leaped into the ring from the corner, obscured by a mask that concealed their visage. "Hu Yin-xiong, it would be prudent for you to concede. There is no need to gamble with your life here." "Concede? Nonsense. Witness my prowess." Hu Yin-xiong, noticing his opponent was unarmed and wielded no dual hammers, charged forward with his fists raised. The masked figure shook their head slightly, evading the attack with a sidestep, then placed a hand on Hu Yin-xiong's shoulder, releasing a force that dislodged the dart from his flesh. "You," Hu Yin-xiong stammered. The masked figure pressed on Hu Yin-xiong's shoulder twice, staunching the flow of blood, and with a swift kick, dislodged the dart from his leg as well. Following this, they delivered a sharp slap to Hu Yin-xiong's head, saying, "Now, rest." Hu Yin-xiong, already severely injured, was left dazed by the masked figure's swift actions, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed onto the arena floor. As members of the Hu Yin family approached, the masked figure leaped off the stage, foregoing inquiries about the promised reward of 10,000 taels of silver, and pushed through the crowd to depart. Fang Ping and his companions discerned that this individual likely sought to prevent Hu Yin-xiong from perishing in the arena, intentionally intervening. That silhouette seems somewhat familiar. Yang Qinshan remarked with narrowed eyes. Yintai, do you not think so? Yintai nodded in agreement. It must be someone from the palace. Yang Qinshan's eyes widened as if recalling a name, yet he refrained from speaking it. He continued, what shall happen next? Without winning 30 matches, that rogue will not easily relent. Will Hu Yuan Xiong be forced to fight again once he recovers? Fang Ping chuckled. Such matters are seldom so straightforward. They will likely have to face a rematch. Just then, a member of the Hu Yuan family shouted from the arena. What grievance does Hu Yuan Xiong bear against you? That it has come to this? Surely, it is time to conclude this affair. From the throng below, a muffled voice emerged. Hee, we agreed on 30 matches. And 30 matches it shall be. However, since Hu Yuan Xiong has fallen, your family may appoint a substitute, as long as they can win 30 consecutive matches. We shall cease our troubles with you. Who speaks? Hiding away, do you dare confront the Hu Yuan family directly? Hee, I am but a rogue, naturally inclined to conceal myself. I would not dare face you openly. The crowd below strained to identify the speaker, searching in vain. Fang Ping turned to Changshi, Great Master. Can you discern who this person is? There are too many people, I cannot make it out, Changshi replied, somewhat displeased, casting him a glare. Chang Yi's eyes flickered. It resembles ventriloquism. Were it not for proximity, we might not discover this individual at all. At that moment, Changshi's eyes glinted mischievously as she fixed her gaze on Fang Ping. What are you looking at me for? I cannot locate them either. Changshi chuckled. Third Palace Master, our opportunity to bring glory to the Fuyo Palace has arrived. What glory? Fang Ping retorted with a glare. You don't intend to fight on behalf of the Hu Yin family, do you? I've heard that the Ping Arena prohibits masters from participating. Changshi shook her head and pointed at Fang Ping, saying, such a trivial arena, how could it possibly require the efforts of this Grand Palace Master? Naturally, it falls upon you, the Third Palace Master, to serve in my stead. I have enough enemies already and do not wish to make more. I refuse. Fang Ping replied, shaking his head vigorously. Look over there. Wow. What? Just as Fang Ping turned his head, he suddenly felt a tightness around his waist, and his body was lifted effortlessly onto the arena. Damn it, Changshi, you trickster! Fang Ping exclaimed as he steadied himself on the stage. Glaring down at the grinning Changshi, Changshi shouted, Third Palace Master, fight for me. Each match earns 10,000 taels of silver. 30 matches would be 300,000. Our Fuyo Palace is on the brink of starvation. We must win. Beside her, Chang Yi pressed her forehead and remarked, Sister, you seem to be mistaken. The reward is only for defeating Hu Yin Xiong. By sending Fang Ping up, you are merely letting the Hu Yin family fight for free. There is no reward in this. Oh no, I made an error. Chapter 173. Playing dumb. Who is this giant? He appears quite robust. I like him. Please keep your distance. Didn't that white-haired girl just shout something? Her surname is San, and her name is Gongju. Third princess? Why would such a large fellow be given that name? Can't you hear? Didn't you catch the mention of Fuyo Palace? The crowd murmured among themselves, and the members of the Hu Yin family on the stage looked equally perplexed, as none recognized Fang Ping. An elderly man clasped his fists and inquired, Young brother, do you have ties with my Hu Yin family? Well, I do know General Hu Yin Xiong. Fang Ping was at a loss for words. He thought about leaping off the stage, but felt that doing so in front of so many spectators would be utterly humiliating. Yet, if he remained, what if he accidentally hurt someone and ended up making more enemies? The elderly man continued, I am Hu Yin Xiong. May I ask your name? Fang Ping, still bewildered, replied. Your name is Hu Yin Xiong? And this one lying on the ground? I am the bear Xiong of the bear Xiong. And this one here is the hero Xiong. I am his uncle. Pleasure to meet you. I am Fang Ping. Fang Ping bit his lip, feeling that something was amiss. Hu Yin Xiong scrutinized him and asked, Are you truly willing to fight on behalf of my Hu Yin family? Do you have confidence? Fang Ping hesitated, while below, Changshi began to stir up trouble again. Of course you must fight. Third Palace Master, today is the day to establish our reputation. Do not disgrace the Fuyo Palace. Fang Ping opened his mouth, realizing that Changshi was quite audacious. However, since the matter had escalated to this point, he might as well comply. He himself was itching for a fight, hoping to avoid any fatalities. As for confidence, as long as no exceptionally formidable masters show up, we should be able to handle it. Hu Yin Xiong narrowed his eyes, uncertain whether Fang Ping was boasting, yet replied, Thank you, young brother. Remember, if you find yourself outmatched or injured, do not hesitate to concede. That is precisely my thought. Be cautious. Hu Yin Xiong nodded and, after offering a few words of instruction, took charge of carrying the unconscious Hu Yin Xiong away for treatment. Fang Ping surveyed the arena, noting not only its perfectly level surface, but also the meticulously fitted large stones, which provided greater comfort than standing on the ground. He crossed his arms and called out to the crowd below, "I am Fang Ping, the third master of the Fuyo Palace, currently standing in for Huyan Xiong in this contest. Might anyone wish to step forward and offer their guidance?" A cacophony erupted from the crowd, and suddenly someone shouted, "Is that person still here? If I defeat this substitute, will there be a reward?" "Indeed, there will be," came the muffled response. "Ah, splendid. If no one else will, then I shall go first." A black-clad elder leaped onto the stage, cupping his fist in salute. "I am Li Wendong, known in the martial world as the Thunder Palm. I am at your service." "Please," Fang Ping thought to himself, "I am also quite adept at performing the thunder dance." As the elder launched a palm strike at him, Fang Ping did not resist directly. Instead, he evaded twice before countering with a powerful punch. Seeing the force behind Fang Ping's blow, the elder wisely chose to dodge, only to follow up with another palm strike aimed at Fang Ping's chest. After several exchanges, neither had landed a hit on the other. Observing the elder's palm technique, which seemed to carry an underlying sound of thunder, Fang Ping understood the origin of the name Thunder Palm. However, it was evident that this man was not a top-tier master, and Fang Ping had no desire to prolong the encounter. After a few more feints, Fang Ping deliberately created an opening, allowing the elder to strike his chest. "Huh, you've fallen victim to my Thunder Palm," the elder exclaimed triumphantly. But his elation quickly turned to confusion as he realized his palm had struck something akin to stone, causing him considerable pain. Before he could ponder this further, Fang Ping seized his shoulder. "Off you go," Fang Ping grinned, exerting his strength to hurl the black-clad elder off the stage. The elder executed a flip in midair and landed unsteadily at the foot of the arena, staring incredulously at his own palms, muttering, "What just happened? I clearly landed a hit." Witnessing Fang Ping's swift victory, Yang Qinshan cheered, "Ha! I know this brother. He is my elder brother." Having won so easily, Fang Ping felt a sense of elation, but suddenly a chill ran down his spine as he realized, if I won so effortlessly, the next challenger will surely be even more formidable. This could be troublesome. With that thought, he coughed twice, gasping, "What a formidable thunder palm. It hurts. I might perish." The black-clad elder rolled his eyes from the ground, already suspecting what had transpired, but he remained silent and slipped into the crowd. At that moment, Changxi expressed her discontent, saying, "Third Master, what are you doing?" "You are." Before she could finish, Chang'e covered her mouth and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing this, Changxi's expression changed dramatically. "Wah, Third Master, what will I do if you perish?" Chang'e coughed softly and replied in a hushed tone, "Sister, it's fine. Fang Ping is not dead yet. Alas, the esteemed master of the three palaces has already sustained an injury in the very first match and is on the brink of being vanquished." Fang Ping, witnessing her antics, was nearly driven to exasperation. Cough, cough. "Is there anyone else willing to offer guidance? I shall step forth." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a figure leapt onto the arena. The man, though not tall, was sinewy and robust, clad only in a single garment despite the biting cold, with a long-handled hammer resting upon his shoulder, its length surpassing even his height. Upon seeing this individual, Fang Ping recognized a kindred spirit, one who, like himself, practiced external martial arts, and likely possessed considerable strength. "May I inquire your esteemed name? Should you triumph, I shall express my gratitude. Should you falter, let us proceed with the bout." "Very well then. Behold my hammer." The man brandished the long-handled hammer, swinging it towards Fang Ping. "Excellent." Fang Ping unsheathed the cold iron staff from his back, positioning it to block the blow. With a resounding clang, the man was propelled back 2 paces by Fang Ping's immense force. "Ha! I knew you were merely putting on a show. Come again." With a thunderous shout, the man charged forward once more, swinging his hammer. "By the heavens, I too should have taken a step back. Yet, what of it? Engaging in this exchange is rather exhilarating." It had been quite some time since Fang Ping had tested his strength against another, and the moment he exerted force, a wave of comfort surged through his meridians. The two engaged in a vigorous contest of strength, long-handled hammer against staff, trading blows without the use of any techniques, merely relying on raw power in a cacophony of clashing sounds, exchanging over 30 strikes in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the man leapt back, his hand trembling as he held the hammer. "I concede, your strength surpasses mine." Fang Ping, with a slight twitch of his lips, remarked, "Truth be told, my arm feels rather numb. Should you hit me a few more times, I might very well be the one to lose." "Do you believe me?" "Whether you believe me or not is inconsequential. I certainly do." Chapter 174. An early start after the man wielding the long-handled hammer descended from the arena. Fang Ping began to feign a breathless demeanor, calling out once more, "Cough, cough, cough. Is there anyone else willing to step forward?" The spectators were not oblivious. They quickly discerned that he was merely putting on an act. Moments ago, he had been spirited and vigorous. Yet now he pretended to be out of breath without a hair out of place. Although they recognized Fang Ping's prowess in the realm of martial arts. Until one has truly engaged in combat, no one concedes defeat. Soon enough, another challenger leapt onto the stage. This individual wielded a judge's pin, refraining from disclosing his name. After exchanging pleasantries, they commenced their duel. This fellow possessed commendable agility and opted not to confront Fang Ping head-on. Instead, he circled around him, attempting to strike at Fang Ping's acupoints with the judge's pin. Fearing that his mastery of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt would be revealed prematurely, Fang Ping continuously twirled his staff, preventing the man from closing the distance. After a flurry of movements and several attempts, the man found himself unable to land a blow and was ultimately forced to retreat, cursing as he exited the arena. I did not even touch you, and yet you resort to insults. How utterly uncouth. Thus, challengers continued to mount the stage, and Fang Ping swiftly triumphed in 15 consecutive matches. As he once again feigned breathlessness, the crowd below regarded him with disdain. Is this fellow truly acting, or is he genuinely fatigued? It is difficult to ascertain. He is far more formidable than the likes of Hu Yanxiong. It has been 15 matches, hasn't it? If this continues, he might truly emerge victorious. By the way, wasn't there a first-rate master with a long spear who attempted to thwart Hu Yanxiong? Why hasn't he made another move? It is likely that the rogue summoned him. However, the favor of a first-rate master is exceedingly precious, and that individual evidently does not wish to become embroiled in enmity with the Huyan family. So he probably will not intervene again. The crowd below buzzed with speculation, while several more contenders ascended the stage. At this juncture, those brave enough to step forward were certainly formidable. One wielded a swift blade and struck Fang Ping twice, while another employed concealed weapons to land 2 hits. Yet neither achieved victory. Observing from the sidelines, the onlookers from the martial world discerned that although Fang Ping had been struck, his clothing was merely torn. With no bloodshed, this fellow must have perfected his internal strength. Thick-skinned, highly resilient, and possessing considerable endurance. He was a towering figure wielding a heavy staff. How could one possibly defeat him? It seemed that only a first-rate master could stand a chance. But where could so many first-rate masters be found? In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had triumphed in 25 matches. By the time he continued to feign distress, no one believed him anymore. Cough, cough, cough. Is there no one else willing to challenge me? After a lengthy pause, no one from the audience responded, leaving him in quite a predicament. The agreement was for him to win 30 consecutive matches, and with 5 more needed. What was he to do if no one stepped up? Should I summon Yang Qianshan and the others to engage in a mock battle with me? That would not do. They had been bickering for quite some time and clearly recognized we were in cahoots, so it would be futile. If no one else comes forward, it will count as my victory. Humph. Just wait. Someone will arrive shortly. That muffled voice reappeared. Just wait, Fang Ping thought while clutching his staff on the stage. After what felt like an eternity, he was nearly dozing off when still no one approached. Hey, is the person you summoned still coming? It's already past noon, and I haven't even had lunch. Should I go eat something first and return to fight later? The rogue remained silent. But the Huyan family members responded a couple of times, discussing sending someone to fetch food for Fang Ping. At this moment, the unconscious Hu Yanxiong had awakened. Noticing Fang Ping's gaze, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude with a bow. 3 Palace Master, I'm hungry. Please continue. Changxi, hearing Fang Ping speak, reached over to snatch the meat bun from Yang Qianshan's hand and, channeling her strength, delivered it to Fang Ping. Yang Qianshan, looking pitiful, lamented, Sister Changxi, I haven't eaten yet. I'm starving. All right then. Fang Ping received the meat bun from Changxi and, seeing them feasting at the foot of the stage, felt a surge of indignation, as if they were merely performing for entertainment. However, satisfying his hunger took precedence. So he hastily devoured the 2 meat buns wrapped in oiled paper. After another incense stick's worth of time, still no one had come forward, prompting Fang Ping to call out again. Hey, the person you summoned is unlikely to come now, so why not call it a day? Ha ha ha, consider yourself fortunate. Hu Yanxiong has already suffered enough. I shall spare you this time. This contest will be deemed. Just as that muffled voice was about to declare Fang Ping the victor, a voice echoed from afar, interrupting him. Not yet. I from Bayan Mountain. I've come to assist you. Though the sound emanated from a distance, it reached the ears of the crowd with remarkable clarity. They turned their gaze towards the source and beheld a group of approximately a dozen individuals racing down the street, all clad in white garments and wielding long swords. It appeared to be members of Bayan Mountain. No kidding, I'm not deaf. This fellow named Fang Ping is likely in for trouble. It is said that any ordinary person would have fled upon hearing the name of Bayan Mountain, yet this man's expression remained unchanged, as if he bore no fear. Perhaps he was simply too petrified to move. Nonsense. If he loses, he can merely leap down from the arena. With his formidable skills, he is unlikely to perish. After all, this is beneath the imperial city. Would the people of Bayun Mountain dare to commit murder under the arena? That is a valid point. As they spoke, the Bayun Mountain entourage had already approached the arena, and among them, a middle-aged man in his 40s leapt onto the stage. This man emitted a cold snort, unsheathed his sword, and effortlessly unleashed 2 slashes, producing twin streams of azure sword energy, clearly a master of considerable prowess, and judging by his ease, he was likely among the elite of the elite. Below the arena, Hu Yinxiong shouted to Fang Ping, "Brother Fang, quickly descend. There is no need to put yourself in danger for my sake." Fang Ping laughed heartily. "Brother Hu, there is no need for such concern. I have long-standing enmity with Bayun Mountain and have arranged to settle this at the Ping and arena. Even if we do not fight today, we shall surely clash on the 8th day of the 12th month. This is not your concern." Glancing at the Bayun Mountain group, he noted the absence of Bayuchan, which brought him a measure of relief. Without a master-level expert among them, what do I have to fear? If you have the capability, come and slay me. The middle-aged man from Bayun Mountain sneered. "Fang Ping, if you are afraid, then kneel on this arena and apologize to Bayun Mountain. Perhaps I might spare you. Which of your eyes saw fear in me? By the way, who are you to speak so boldly? Have you been munching on celery?" "Humph, I am Ling Donglu." "Why do you not bear the surname Bai?" "Why should I? Bayun Mountain contains the character Bai. Bayuchan also bears the surname Bai, yet you are named Ling. It seems you are not well regarded by Bayun Mountain. Why not go and slay Bayuchan, renaming Bayun Mountain to Lingyun Mountain? Wouldn't that be splendid?" "Impudent. Do not indulge in verbal sparring. Draw your sword." Chapter 175. The contest. Ling Donglu, incensed by Fang Ping's incessant prattle, unleashed 2 streams of white sword energy from his long sword. With a swift motion, the sword enveloped in sword radiance lunged towards Fang Ping's chest. "Come at me." Fang Ping brandished his staff, executing the wave-like technique that dispersed the 2 sword energies, swiftly following up with a technique that pierced through the forest, the staff's tip transforming into multiple strikes directed at the approaching sword. Ling Donglu did not change his approach. His attacking sword transformed into countless sword shadows, engaging Fang Ping's staff in a fierce clash. The sound of clashing weapons resonated, yet neither party gained an advantage. Fang Ping stepped forward, wielding his staff, and aimed a strike at Ling Donglu's head, executing the white cloud overhead technique. This time, Ling Donglu chose not to confront it head-on. He sidestepped, retreating a couple of paces, and with a flurry of sword strikes, unleashed several more sword energies. Fang Ping evaded 2 of the sword energies and dispersed another 2 with his staff, swinging it once more in retaliation. The 2 engaged in a flurry of strikes, quickly exchanging over 30 blows. Ling Donglu's sword energy was rampant, increasing in speed with each attack, blending both offense and defense, while also being capable of launching sword energy from afar. Although it failed to inflict significant harm on Fang Ping, it was quite bothersome. Fang Ping had previously encountered top-tier experts, Wu Laoji, who relied on chilling internal energy to defeat his opponents, and the white-clad woman with a shaved head, as well as Qin Lai from the Jingxiashan Manor, who merely utilized sword radiance in battle. The nature of sword energy is such that if one's internal cultivation is insufficient, its efficacy is greatly diminished. However, the individual before him evidently possessed a commendable level of internal mastery. As the sword energy he unleashed left deep grooves on the bluestone tiles beneath them, demanding serious attention. Nonetheless, Fang Ping had practiced the 8th layer of the Hunyuan Gong for 2 months. While he could not project his internal force offensively, his defensive capabilities were fully developed. The sword energy striking him merely invoked a momentary sting, failing to breach his defenses. He resolved to protect his head and charge forth recklessly. With this in mind, Fang Ping gradually reduced his defensive maneuvers and relentlessly pursued Ling Donglu with his staff. Taken aback by Fang Ping's reckless approach, Ling Donglu, although skilled in deflecting force, had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. Instead, he employed his lightness skill to maneuver around the arena, evading while simultaneously releasing sword energy. The spectators below, witnessing this spectacle, began to murmur among themselves. "This tall fellow surely cannot be a top-tier expert. What is this white cloud mountain doing?" Some found it perplexing, reasoning that if one could wield sword energy, their internal cultivation should easily surpass that of the tall man. Shouldn't it be a matter of internal force? Perhaps. He truly is exceptionally resilient. Indeed, he has been struck by several instances of sword energy and has yet to bleed. Quite strange. This Fang Ping must possess commendable internal skills. What kind of internal cultivation do you think he practices? I have no idea. The group conversing was not far from Yang Qianshan, who overheard their exchange and could not help but grin. "My elder brother practices the 8th tier Hunyuan Gong. Isn't that impressive?" The others nearby immediately retorted, hurling insults at him. "Nonsense. How could the 8th tier Hunyuan Gong be so formidable? Exactly. I practiced this too, and to this day, I remain inconsequential. Wow, brother, you have good taste. That lad over there. Refrain from speaking nonsense. The Hunyuan Gong lacks such power. Yang Qianshan scoffed. Who is ignorant here? It's simply your lack of effort. Ask yourselves honestly. Have you truly dedicated yourselves to training, or do you just sleep the evenings away? You. Who are you ridiculing? Certainly you. Dare you challenge me? You, an inconsequential novice, are no match for me. The two exchanged heated words, yet neither took action. On the arena, Ling Donglu had anticipated that by evading for a moment, Fang Ping would slow down. However, after dodging for a short while, he found Fang Ping showing no signs of fatigue. Hearing the jeers from below, he felt somewhat trapped. Fang Ping, in pursuit, taunted. Is this the caliber of White Cloud Mountain? You dare not even face me head-on. I suggest you disband before you further disgrace yourselves. The younger generation lacks respect. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Ling Donglu, greatly agitated, halted his retreat, and with a swift motion of his hand, the brilliance of his sword elongated dramatically. A mighty gale surged forth as he swung his arm, conjuring a tempest that surged towards Fang Ping. Goodness, have I gone too far with my taunts? Fang Ping exclaimed, startled. The fierce wind surrounding Ling Donglu was composed of countless sword energies, overwhelming in number. While they could not breach his defenses, they certainly inflicted considerable pain. Grasping his staff, he unleashed the undulating waves of the Windwave staff, managing to deflect much of the sword energy, yet still suffering numerous strikes that left him grimacing. Impressive, but now it's my turn to retreat. Fang Ping discerned the futility of standing his ground and began to withdraw. Although Ling Donglu's prowess was formidable, his aggressive technique hindered his speed, prompting a stream of curses from him. You cunning rascal, did you not intend to engage me in a contest of strength? Why flee? Is it not disgraceful? With a sheepish grin, Fang Ping retorted, I am no renowned figure, not even a top-tier expert. What is wrong with dodging? If you wish to kill me, come forth. I shall approach in due time. Ha ha ha. Ling Donglu, incensed to the brink of fury, finally ceased his troublesome assault. He thrust his sword towards Fang Ping's face. Fang Ping deftly parried with his staff, and the two clashed once more. Now that's more like it. No need to unleash your grand techniques indiscriminately. What if you exhaust yourself? Such a waste. What nonsense are you spouting? As they clashed, Ling Donglu transitioned from grandiose strikes to intricate and precise maneuvers, relentlessly assaulting Fang Ping. Although Fang Ping was unafraid of the sword energy, the power of the sword's edge was magnified several-fold. He had no desire to be struck needlessly, so he resumed employing the protective waves of the Windwave staff, blocking each of Ling Donglu's attacks. You little brat, is that the extent of your skills? Ling Donglu's face contorted in frustration. A single trick to conquer the world? You ought to be an elite expert. How do you not comprehend this? With a darkened expression, Ling Donglu retreated slightly, loosening his grip, causing the sword to hover in midair. He then executed a swift motion, causing the sword to spin rapidly. Shatter, he commanded, thrusting his palm forward as the whirling sword lunged at Fang Ping. Clash, clash, clash. The force accompanying the sword now far surpassed its earlier strength, easily deflecting Fang Ping's staff strikes. Fang Ping staggered back 2 steps, eyes wide, as he summoned his strength, thrusting his staff to meet the spinning blade. Sparks erupted as the tip of his staff collided with the sword's point. Die! I refuse to perish. Ling Donglu channeled all his power, urging the sword to spin faster. Fang Ping planted his feet firmly, creating deep impressions in the solid stone beneath him, standing resolute without yielding an inch as he began to contest Ling Donglu's energy. Of course, in a direct comparison of internal cultivation, Fang Ping could not match him. Yet, with his immense strength, he could still withstand the onslaught. The two men remained locked in a stalemate for an extended period. Ling Donglu's face turned an ashen hue, while Fang Ping's complexion bore a shade of deep crimson tinged with darkness. After a brief interval, white vapors began to rise from Ling Donglu's head, and Fang Ping's face reflected a blend of black and red. The spectators beneath the arena commenced their chatter once more. Ah, he's resorting to inner strength. This towering figure is quite unwise, isn't he? Isn't he merely exploiting his own shortcomings while targeting his opponent's strengths? His techniques are no match for those of Bayan Mountain. Given enough time, he will be struck at a vital point and ultimately lose. It would be better for him to rely on his brute strength to make a desperate gamble. Who do you think will emerge victorious? I believe Bayun Mountain's expert will prevail. After all, he is a first-rate master. I wager on the big guy winning, 10 taels of silver. I have no money. Then suggest something. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the arena, drawing the attention of all present. Both Fang Ping and Ling Donglu unleashed a surge of inner energy simultaneously. their weapons flying from their grips, momentarily destabilizing each other. However, they had no time to retrieve their weapons. Once steady, they charged at one another. Receive my palm. Observe my fist. As their fists and palms collided, the two exchanged a flurry of blows within the blink of an eye. Fang Ping's martial arts were inferior, and before long, he received several strikes from Ling Donglu. Although his defenses held, he felt the sting of pain. Damn it, why bother with techniques? Just smash him. With a swift motion of his arm, he abandoned evasion and aimed a powerful punch at Ling Donglu's head. Ling Donglu, having just struck Fang Ping's chest, was taken aback by Fang Ping's sudden aggression. As he saw the punch hurtling toward him, he hastily attempted to dodge, but was still struck on the shoulder. And both retreated a couple of steps. Kid, your punch cannot breach my protective energy. Is that so? Your palm techniques are also lackluster. Your strikes lack power. How did you even become a first-rate master? Isn't that shameful? Humph, sharp-tongued. Let's see how many of my palms you can endure. Huh, your head was smoking moments ago. How much inner strength can you possibly have left? Let us see who shatters first, my golden bell shield or your protective energy. The two, lacking harmony in dialogue, clashed once more. The sound of their fists slicing through the air resonated as they exchanged dozens of blows. Fang Ping had been struck by Ling Donglu's palm numerous times, yet he managed to land 7 or 8 punches in return. Kid, are you still alive? How? Cough, are you not dead? After another 100 exchanges, Ling Donglu's hair had become disheveled, and his body began to sway uncontrollably. Fang Ping was not in much better shape. His inner energy fluctuated, surging and dissipating erratically, yet bolstered by his endurance, he stood firm, though every part of him ached agonizingly. Observe my palm. You too, observe my palm. You can still use palm techniques? Why didn't you employ them earlier? Did I forget? Is that a crime? Once more, they exchanged a few more reluctant strikes. And suddenly, Fang Ping's inner energy surged unexpectedly, enabling him to unleash a powerful mountain-pushing palm that sent Ling Donglu tumbling. Aha, I haven't even exerted myself. And you've already fallen. What the Fang Ping's mountain-pushing palm fortuitously propelled Ling Donglu toward a fallen longsword, and the latter swiftly reached out to grasp it. Where's my staff? Why bother looking for a staff? Just deal with him. He leaped nimbly to the side of Ling Donglu, poised to deliver a couple of kicks. However, Ling Donglu had already grasped his longsword, and with a swift motion, he struck at Fang Ping's leg. A sharp pain coursed through Fang Ping as blood began to flow. Yet, Ling Donglu was at the end of his strength, and the sword's radiance was but a flimsy veil, resulting in a shallow wound. I dare you to strike, Fang Ping thought, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. Seizing the long sword with his left hand and Ling Donglu's arm with his right, he hoisted him from the ground and spun him in midair, slamming him heavily onto the platform. Ling Donglu's eyes rolled back, nearly losing consciousness from the impact. Still have breath, do you? I shall end you, Fang Ping declared, discarding the longsword and gripping one of Ling Donglu's legs. Just as he was about to swing him again, he felt a tremendous blow to his back. Wah! The force of the strike caused him to cough up blood, staggering a few steps forward. When he regained his footing, he realized Ling Donglu had vanished from his grasp. Cough, cough. Who ambushed me? Your grandpa? Turning around, he spotted an elderly man in white, wielding a longsword, with Ling Donglu lying beside him. Recognizing the attire, he immediately understood this was a member of the Baiyun Mountain faction. The elder pointed his sword at Fang Ping and declared, "You have insulted Baiyun Mountain too grievously. Allow me to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he slashed the air, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards Fang Ping. Damn it. Fang Ping thought of dodging, but standing was already a challenge, let alone evading the attack. Just as he braced for the worst, a familiar fragrance wafted through his nostrils, accompanied by a gentle breeze brushing past his ear. Fang Ping, are you all right? He turned his head to find Chang Yi standing beside him, having seemingly drawn an ancient sword and sheathing it behind her. The elder from Baiyun Mountain sneered. What audacious little girl dares to meddle in Baiyun Mountain's affairs? You seek death. Chang Yi, be careful, Fang Ping warned, seeing the elder raise his hand again. Yet Chang Yi, with a gentle smile, replied, It's nothing. Fang Ping thought to himself, why isn't she drawing her sword? What followed, however, left him utterly astounded for an entire year. The elder raised his arm, only for it to suddenly detach, blood spraying everywhere. Ah, he shrieked, clutching his shoulder in agony. Not only Fang Ping, but everyone below the platform was left dumbfounded. What just happened? How did his arm fly off? It seems it was that enchanting woman who did it. Are you out of your mind? When did she strike? There was a phantom of a sword, didn't you see? Absolutely not. Is she even human? She is so beautiful. Surely she must be a celestial being. Stop your nonsense. That woman did indeed strike, but her speed was blinding. The elder didn't even realize his arm was severed. Incredible. On the platform, Fang Ping, utterly astonished, exclaimed, Chang'e, was it truly you who struck? Indeed. It was clearly agreed that one would fight alone, yet he resorted to a sneak attack against you. Severing one of his arms would be a mercy. Gazing at Chang'e's lightly reproachful and mildly angry visage, Fang Ping inexplicably shuddered. Chapter 177, Another Invitation to Feast. Fang Ping stared intently at Chang'e for a moment, causing her face to flush. Since their encounter with the two sisters, he had seldom witnessed Chang'e engage in battle. Although he suspected her prowess, he never anticipated her to possess such extraordinary skill. A top-tier expert could strike with such swiftness. This speed surpassed even that of the individual he had encountered from the Hidden Sword sect. Pondering this, he remarked, Did you perhaps employ some secret technique? Your injuries have yet to heal. Chang'e chuckled softly. It's of no consequence. A few strikes won't cause significant harm. A brief period of recuperation will suffice. Just then, a group from White Cloud Mountain leaped onto the arena, hurling insults at them. Fang Ping, how dare you injure someone from White Cloud Mountain? You are truly courting death. Yes, we shall not let this matter rest. Fang Ping was rendered speechless. Was it not you who challenged me? Now that you have lost and suffered embarrassment, you still have the audacity to berate me? Truly unfathomable. He was about to retort, but a spasm in his facial muscles brought him fresh pain. However, he was not without allies. Chang'e had also ascended the arena, launching a barrage of mockery at the adversaries. A troop of clowns. That white Yuchan is not even present, yet you dare act so arrogantly. You are utterly unaware of your own mortality. Who are you, little girl, to oppose White Cloud Mountain? I am your father. Nonsense, you are female. I am your mother. Bah, this sovereign could never bear such a creature. Nonsense. Get lost. Seeing them draw their swords, Chang'e raised her hands, conjuring a whirlwind that sent several of the weaker opponents staggering, prompting her to laugh triumphantly. At that moment, Yang Qianshan, accompanied by Yin Tai and several members of the Huyan family, also ascended the arena, aligning themselves with Fang Ping and fiercely retaliating against the White Cloud Mountain faction. As the verbal clash escalated and a brawl seemed imminent, several individuals leapt down from the city wall behind the arena and positioned themselves between the two factions. Silence. The commanding voice resonated like a thunderclap, quelling the tumult. Upon closer inspection, the individuals were clad in flying fish attire, armed with short blades. And their identities became apparent. These were members of the Jianghu. The speaker, appearing to be around 40 years of age and donned in white flying fish attire, seemed to hold a significant rank. Esteemed guests, dueling is prohibited within the capital. The peace arena allows only one-on-one combat. Should this continue, do not blame us for being ungracious. With a wave of his hand, dozens of Jianghu emerged from the crowd, wielding powerful bows and crossbows, aimed at those upon the stage. Who is this person? Chang'e inquired, crossing her arms and turning to Yang Qianshan. He looks familiar. What is his name? Yin Tai. Do you recognize him? He is Xiao Qi, the Jianghu Qianshi from the northern town prefecture. Chang'e scoffed. Stingy? What a ridiculous name. Fang Ping. Shall we beat him up too? Fang Ping inhaled sharply, urging calmness. Master Gong, you are magnanimous. Please forgive him. Very well then. The elderly Huyan Xiong, overhearing their exchange, felt a sense of relief as she finally ceased her agitation. Xiaoqian, this matter stems from the indiscretions of those from Bayan Mountain. You ought to summon your men and imprison them in the Zhao prison for some severe punishment. Xiaoqi responded with exasperation. Huyan Xiong, your heart is rather dark. While their provocation is indeed their fault, one of their top experts is gravely injured and another has lost an arm. You have already gained an advantage. Do not invoke the name of my Jianghu in this matter. Indeed, that is true. Everyone may disperse now. If you are still dissatisfied, feel free to issue a challenge on another day. With the intervention of the Jianghu, the people from Bayun Mountain quieted considerably, realizing they could not gain the upper hand. And thus they retreated from the arena. As Fang Ping and his companions prepared to leave, a muffled voice emerged from the crowd below the stage. Huyan family, consider this a victory for you this time. I shall return the stolen goods. Bayun Mountain, the Bayun Mountain group, not far off, was taken aback by the slanderous remarks. You thief, we from Bayun Mountain offered you help, and yet you insult us? Nonsense. Those who would willingly assist a thief cannot be virtuous. The Bayun Mountain members were at a loss for words, and one remarked, Are you unwell? Humph. Sneak attacks from behind. How disgraceful. You have tarnished my lifelong reputation. You, a thief, speak of reputation? Dare you show your face? No. Beware of your purses. Should they suddenly vanish one day, do not inquire further. It is I who did it. I curse your ancestors. The members of Bayun Mountain, indeed possessing peculiar tastes, found themselves intrigued by a collection of skeletons. Their expressions darkened, nearly losing their tempers altogether, and after a flurry of curses, they departed in disarray. Fang Ping and his companions erupted in laughter, and with the matter regarding Hu Yin's family concluded, they stepped down from the stage. "Brother, let me carry you," Yang Qianshan volunteered, noticing Fang Ping's unsteady gait. "By the way, where is my staff?" "Right here, Brother Fang," came the reply, as Fang Ping leaned against Yang Qianshan. He turned to see Yin Tai carrying two staffs, his cold iron staff and Yang Qianshan's coiling dragon staff. "Is it heavy?" "Not too bad. While I couldn't wield it in a fight, carrying it for a while is manageable." Fang Ping nodded, but then felt Yang Qianshan fidgeting. Mistaking it for weakness, he retorted, "What is wrong with you? You're so feeble, even Yin Tai is stronger." Yang Qianshan, dissatisfied, replied, "No, brother. It seems you have something in your chest that is poking. Are your ribs about to break?" "Nonsense. This is my money pouch, made of iron." "Really, brother? How much does it hold to require an iron pouch?" "Over 1,000 taels." "Ah, my dear brother, you truly seem to be destitute. Such a meager sum of silver. I wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it were to fall to the ground." "Hark, there lies a banknote." "Where?" "By the inkstone. Did you see it? Hurry and pick it up." The two of them engaged in frivolous banter, but after just a few steps, they were intercepted by the men of the Hu Yuan family, who insisted on inviting them as guests. "Go ahead, dear brother," urged Yang Qianshan. "One would be a fool not to seize an opportunity. If someone is hosting, why not accept?" The old man Hu Yuan Xiong huffed and puffed. "You wretched child of the Yang family. You've been hiding all this while. What should you call me?" "Uncle Xiong." "Nonsense. I am your grandfather Xiong. The fellow lying over there is your Uncle Xiong. All the same. By heaven, I'll make you understand it's not the same." Hu Yuan Xiong, seeing his obstinate demeanor, pinched his ear. Chapter 178. That year I stood as a minion. Hu Yuan Xiong tugged at Yang Qianshan, leading the way as their party meandered to the Hu Yuan residence. The estate was comparable to the Yang family's. Though expansive, it lacked opulence. Both Fang Ping and Hu Yuan Xiong had sustained injuries, prompting the elderly Hu Yuan Xiong to summon a doctor and prepare a banquet. However, the two patients were not gravely wounded. They were merely fatigued. Fang Ping had suffered a sword wound on his leg, which had already been bandaged, while Hu Yuan Xiong bore more extensive wrappings, yet retained a spirited demeanor. "Brother Fang, and the two young ladies," he began, "I must apologize for any offenses at the Baishui temple. It has been over a month since we parted, and I never anticipated encountering you in the capital. I am profoundly grateful that you have set aside past grievances to assist me in my time of need. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." Fang Ping hastily supported him, chuckling, as the saying goes, one does not become acquainted through conflict. Besides, it was hardly a grave matter. "There is no need for such formality, brother Hu Yuan." After some further exchanges, Hu Yuan Xiong inquired, "By the way, I have yet to learn the names of these two young ladies." "Changxi, Changyi." After reintroductions, Yang Qianshan smirked and recounted the relationship between the two young ladies and the Yang family. Hu Yuan Xiong laughed heartily. "Huh? Who would have thought we are indeed family? Splendid." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, as the old man continued his ramblings, leaving them all somewhat bewildered. Regardless, one could be certain that he had some familial connection. Changyi, indifferent, playfully referred to him as Uncle Grandfather, while Changxi felt slightly displeased, sensing that the old man was taking advantage of her. Yet, seeing Changyi comply, she reluctantly followed suit. After a while, the banquet was prepared, and Hu Yuan Xiong summoned all the notable guests from his household, introducing them one by one to Fang Ping and his companions. Fang Ping reciprocated with polite gestures, and soon everyone indulged in a feast. Once satiated, the doctor arrived to examine them, prescribed some medicine, and then departed. As night fell, Hu Yuan Xiong insisted they stay the night. Fang Ping, still feeling some discomfort, acquiesced. Later that evening, while Fang Ping sat at the head of the bed in the guest room, attempting to recover, the window creaked open, and Changxi and Changyi peered in. "Is the third palace master still alive? Or shall I impart some skills to you?" That won't be necessary." Changyi inquired, "Is everything truly fine? I possess some knowledge of internal energy regulation techniques. Indeed, there's nothing to worry about, merely a temporary loss of strength. A night of rest will suffice." Reassured by his words, the two sisters relaxed. Changxi giggled, pointing at her own head. "Third palace master, look here." Fang Ping turned to examine, noticing that the sisters had adorned themselves with additional ornaments. What was once a bearable discomfort in his body suddenly turned bothersome. "Is robbing the Yang family not enough? Now you've plundered the Hu Yin family too?" Changxi retorted, "Do you not know how to speak? These trinkets were forcefully given to me by the aunts of the Hu Yin family. Alas, who can resist the charm of this palace master? Yet you were reluctant to acknowledge these relatives before. After one visit to the rear courtyard, you now address them so affectionately. Humph, if you bestowed upon me such treasures, I would also claim you as kin. But alas, I nearly forgot. You are a miser." Hurry, I feel a pain in my chest. Be cautious, or I might vomit blood all over you. Very well, regulate your breathing. If you are on the verge of death, call for me. Observing Fang Ping's face contorting in pain, Changyi shook her head and pulled Changshi away. After a day of combat, although slightly injured, Fang Ping engaged in a bout of energy regulation, unexpectedly finding a previously blocked meridian now open, filling him with joy. After practicing diligently throughout the night, when the sisters came to summon him the next morning, he was already lively and sprightly. Yang Qianshan and the others had departed the previous day, and the trio found themselves entangled once more with the Huyin family before finally exiting and returning to the Tianyi Medical Hall. The hall was quiet, and Fang Ping practiced for a while longer. When he emerged again, he found the sisters engaged in catching mice. Yet, rather than a hunt, it appeared more as a game. Changshi danced her hands, exerting force that kept 7 or 8 mice spinning in a small circle, unable to escape her control. Where did all these mice come from? Does the clinic not possess powder to repel snakes, insects, and rodents? Changyi replied, shaking her head, I'm not certain. Perhaps it has lost its efficacy. Changshi, cease this play. Beware of the fleas jumping onto you from the mice. If I must stop, I shall. Those mice scattered at her release. This palace master is hungry. Go prepare a meal. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Do you not have any pity for this ailing patient? Hee. Then I shall cook, but you must eat all of it. Fang Ping shivered, waving his hand. I think I shall take on the cooking myself. After finishing lunch, dinner arrived in the blink of an eye, and Fang Ping felt his culinary skills were improving more rapidly than his martial arts. Before he knew it, a day had passed, and it was the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. Early that morning, the sound of the clinic's door announced Yang Qianshan returning with an inkstone. Elder brother, there's a spectacle to behold. Shall we go? Your words sound quite familiar. Did you not say the same 2 days ago? Yang Qianshan chuckled, twirling a plaque in his hand. Today marks the official commencement of the Ping and Arena. I have cleverly acquired grandfather's token, allowing us to secure a prime position. As Fang Ping had nothing better to do, he nodded and called upon the sisters Changshi and Changyi. The 3 of them strolled leisurely until they arrived at the venue of the Ping and Arena. However, this time, rather than standing at the foot of the platform like before, they ascended to the city walls of the imperial city under Yang Qianshan's guidance. The view was indeed splendid, but Fang Ping noticed a plethora of dignitaries and young nobility present, which made him grimace slightly. Indeed, as I suspected, from this vantage point, the combatants on the platform appeared to be engaging in a mere monkey show. Years ago, I stood among them as a mere lackey, and now, brother, you two are merely a sidekick. Yang Qianshan overheard his mutterings and approached. Do you know how to speak? Dare you call me your lackey? Do you believe I would thrash you? Not mine, but rather the 2 sisters' lackey. Dare you deny it? Do not speak. Very well. Before long, battles commenced on the arena. This time, the clashes were far bloodier than Fang Ping's previous encounter. Many were not mere contests of skill, but rather life and death struggles. It was a chaotic scene, limbs flailing, with most participants fueled by old grudges, intent on annihilating their opponents. As he watched, heart racing, he suddenly looked up to see a woman clad in a black and red cloak making exaggerated gestures at him from not far around the corner of the city wall. Her presence marked by a prominent shoe banner, none other than Tang Qi. After confirming it was indeed Tang Qi beckoning him, he stealthily approached her. Are those 2 girls with you? Tang Qi asked, sitting there with an air of nonchalance. Yes, why do you ask? Just a casual inquiry. You may leave now. Be wary of my guards tossing you over the wall. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 179. Jianghu, you summoned me over just for that question? Fang Ping exclaimed, eyes wide. Tang Qi remained composed. What? Are you dissatisfied? Of course not. How could I be? It seems you still are. After all, this fellow is rather unsightly, irking this princess. Swiftly take him away. A guard clad in golden armor complied, as you command. Fang Ping was pushed away from Tang Qi's vicinity, grumbling, stop shoving me. Push me again, and I'll get angry. When I'm angry, even I fear myself. Shoo. Keep your voice down, brother Fang. It's me, Tang Lu. It truly is you. I didn't recognize you dressed like this. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Tang Lu. Tang Lu smiled. Tang Qi's temperament is like that. Do not take offense, brother Fang. By the way, those 2 girls, are they truly with you? Yes. That is splendid. How so? Those 2 girls are far more beautiful than Tang Qi. If they're seen together with you, any rumors about you and Tang Qi will carry even greater weight. Fang Ping was at a loss for words. Why do you all still remember that? Can't you pick someone else to toy with? Better early than late. Who prompted Tang Qi to encounter you? You're the one suffering. On what basis? How much silver are you offering me to take the blame? How about 100 taels? Farewell. After Fang Ping finally managed to shake off Tang Lu's persistent entanglement and return to his original spot, he discovered that Chang Shi and Chang Yi had vanished without a trace. He initially presumed they had gone to observe other arenas. However, after circling the city walls, he found no sign of them and was left with no choice but to return to his original position and await their return. As noon approached and they still had not returned, Fang Ping resolved to depart. "Brother Fang," Yantai called out from a distance as he descended the city wall. He hastily quickened his pace. "Where are Qianshan and the others?" Yantai replied, "My esteemed matriarch sent word, under the emperor's decree, to enter the palace for Labakanji. The young master and the two ladies have gone together. I came to inform you, Brother Fang, so there is no need for you to wait for them." Labakanji? Could it possibly enhance one's abilities? Fang Ping mused, stroking his chin. Yantai paused momentarily before responding. "That seems unlikely. Every year at this time, the emperor summons nobles and officials to the palace for this event, yet I have never heard of any such benefits. I was merely speculating. They will enjoy their kanji, and we shall have ours. Come, I shall treat you." "Then I am sincerely grateful, Brother Fang," Yantai smiled. On this Laba day, many shops had prepared Laba kanji. The two of them casually sought out a small eatery where they relished bowl after bowl of the warm delicacy. After their meal, Yantai returned to the Yang family, while Fang Ping lingered for a while longer at the peace arena. However, finding no one to converse with, he began to feel increasingly bored and decided to head towards the Tianyi Medical Hall. As he strolled along the street, his eyes wandered, and suddenly he spotted a woman in white sipping tea by a second-floor window of a restaurant. His eyes widened in surprise. He ascended the stairs with great strides and approached the table of the woman in white. "Ah, it is indeed you. What a twist of fate." The woman, possessing an exquisite beauty yet a chilling demeanor, was none other than the first-rate master he had encountered months prior when delivering the Baijiao Tiangong box. The one who had shaved his head, leaving a lasting impression. The woman in white cast a fleeting glance in his direction, as though observing mere. "You are Fang Ping? I didn't expect you to remember me. I had almost forgotten, but I recalled you after seeing you compete the other day." Fang Ping, infuriated by her nonchalance as she leisurely sipped her tea while conversing with him, was tempted to engage her in a fight and shave her head in retaliation. Yet, considering they were in the bustling streets of the capital, he needed to tread cautiously. "Return to me the volume of the 18 strikes of Hujia." "I shan't. It is mine. Do not presume that just because we are in the capital, I would not dare to act against you. Your lightness of foot is too poor. You cannot catch me. Do you really think? We have members of the 6 doors here. If you stole my belongings, do you believe I would not report you? That is acceptable, but you may find yourself imprisoned instead." As they exchanged words, the woman in white produced an illustrated book from her bosom and opened it before Fang Ping, revealing none other than the 18 strikes of Hujia. As Fang Ping reached out, she deftly evaded him and waved the book before him, pointing to the illustrations. He was perplexed by her intent until he caught sight of a beautiful woman depicted within the pages, and he was struck dumb. For the woman in the illustration bore a striking resemblance to her. "This woman depicted here is my aunt." Fang Ping nodded slightly, then quickly realized. "I don't care who she is. This booklet cost me 500 taels. If you want it, you must pay." The woman in white pondered for a moment, then retrieved a white jade pendant from her waist and tossed it to him. The pendant was worth approximately 1,000 taels, sufficient to cover the cost of the booklet, along with your severed iron rod, and by the way, your hair. Oh, it seems to be growing quite rapidly. Originally, he had only spent 300 taels on the 18 melodies of the Hujia, stating 500 in an attempt to deceive her, but unexpectedly, she handed him 1,000 taels without hesitation. Fang Ping felt a tinge of embarrassment, but upon hearing her mention his hair, his expression darkened, and he felt he had been shortchanged. Farewell. Don't you want to know the origins of this booklet?" Fang Ping paused, genuinely intrigued. "It is said to contain martial arts secrets. If that's the case, you'll need to pay more." "Is it true? Is it real or not? Then hurry and tell me." "I have limited time." "That was over 30 years ago," the woman in white said, caressing her teacup. "Have you ever heard of Li Qingyang?" I almost forgot. That 100 crafts box was indeed a gift for Li Qingyang. You must know him." Fang Ping was taken aback. "Is there a connection with Mr. Qingyang and the beauty in this booklet, who happens to be your aunt? Do they have some unresolved grievances? By the way, you haven't mentioned your name." "Jianghu, Jiang as in ginger, you as in the fish from Westlake vinegar fish." Do you enjoy Westlake vinegar fish?" "I have never tasted it." "Well, that's." Fang Ping found conversing with her somewhat laborious, but upon hearing Mr. Qingyang's name, he decided to endure and urged, "Please continue." Jianghu took a sip of tea and said, "Over 30 years ago, Li Qingyang was both the top scholar and a grandmaster, basking in glory. And then he caught the eye of my aunt. Did they become a couple? Fang Ping's curiosity piqued, but then he recalled that Mr. Qingyang did not have a wife. So it was unlikely. Chapter 180. Snowy Night. Jianghu nodded. Li Qingyang made a wager with my aunt. If she dared to perform the 18 melodies of the Hu Jia in public, he would marry her. Your aunt actually performed? Fang Ping looked at the booklet, astonished that the old man Li had such an uncharacteristic moment. Indeed, she did. However, her performance was captured by a renowned painter, and it spread far and wide. What happened next? Naturally, my aunt was furious, and Li Qingyang had the booklet banned and burned. I meant the wager. Did Li Qingyang deny it? He did. And my aunt thrust a few swords at him. Did she succeed? Of course, but she did not kill him. Fang Ping thought to himself, what an eventful story. He resolved to inquire further when he encountered Li Qingyang again. If that is the case, then this booklet indeed belongs to you. Jianghu nodded and suddenly pointed at the tea. The tea has cooled. You may leave now. Your manner of speaking is quite intriguing. However, why do you share these past events with me? There is no particular reason. It is merely an offhand remark about your resemblance to a human being. I am utterly perplexed. Fang Ping clenched his fists, feeling the urge to strike her again. What do you mean by saying I resemble a human? Jianghu replied, I have a slight case of face blindness. You have face blindness? Then how did you recognize me from a portrait? It's all about height. And in my eyes, you bear a striking resemblance to a gorilla near my sect, quite easy to identify. Are you from the Zihang sword sect? Indeed. Are there gorillas in the South Sea? Yes. Farewell. All right. Fang Ping feared that continuing the conversation would infuriate him further. After all, he had acquired a jade pendant without effort, which he deemed a profit, and he wished to sever any ties with her. Upon returning to the Tianyi Medical Hall, the sky suddenly darkened, followed by a chilling wind that swept through, accompanied by ominous clouds and flurries of snow descending from above. As the saying goes, a timely snow heralds a bountiful year. Perhaps this is a good omen. By evening, the darkness had become foreboding, and the snowfall intensified. Yet Changxi and Changyi had yet to return. Fang Ping prepared a meal for himself, feeling restless as he gazed at the snow blanketing the courtyard. In a fit of boredom, he built a snowman and then retreated indoors to practice his skills. After about an hour, while he was immersed in his training, he heard commotion outside, mingled with the sound of feminine laughter, indicating that the two sisters had returned. As he stepped outside, a large snowball struck him squarely in the face. Turning to look, he discovered that the head of his snowman had vanished. If you wish to engage in a snowball fight, fine, but why destroy my snowman? Changxi, hands on her hips, retorted, What do you mean, your snowman? That one on the ground is quite unsightly, not even remotely round. Allow this princess to create one for you. With that, Changxi waved her hands, gathering countless flakes of snow, which transformed into a snowball larger than herself, held aloft as she pondered its placement. At that moment, a white streak dashed across the snow at her feet. Changyi raised her hand, sending up a flurry of snowflakes, and upon recognizing the creature, exclaimed, Sister, there's a mouse. Where? Right beneath you. Changxi looked down and, indeed, spotted a mouse scurrying dangerously close to her feet, causing her to flail about in panic. The enormous snowball above her head fell with a thud, burying her entirely except for her bewildered face peeking out. Fang Ping clapped his hands, exclaiming, The Grand Princess's snowman construction skills are truly unparalleled. I must admit, your snowman is far more aesthetically pleasing than mine. Changxi shook her head, dislodging the snowflakes, and giggled, Don't think I can't tell you are mocking me. Come, third princess, take a look at my head. Look at what? Fang Ping squinted in the light spilling from the house and noticed that atop Changxi's head gleamed not snowflakes, but an array of dazzling jewels and ornaments. You, were you not supposed to be at the palace? You haven't looted the palace, have you? Changyi chuckled, Not at all. These were gifts from the Empress sister. Oh my heavens, what are you two, celestial gems of adornment? Why is it that everywhere you go, people bestow upon you fine treasures, yet no one offers anything to me? What nonsense are you spouting? You desire exquisite items? Here, take this. With a sudden thud, Changxi sprang from the snow, her hands swirling with countless snowballs, pelting Fang Ping with a delightful barrage. Stop. Please, don't throw any more. Fang Ping exclaimed. Oh, still in the mood for more, are we? Here you go. Seeing her reveling in the playfulness, he decided to scoop up some snow from the ground and toss it at her. Sister, allow me to assist you. Changyi chuckled, watching their frolic before joining in the fun herself. The three of them frolicked for quite some time, finally collapsing onto the snow, gazing at the flurries of snowflakes drifting down, enveloped in a serene stillness. Fang Ping, thank you. Changyi suddenly spoke. Why are you thanking me? Fang Ping replied, somewhat perplexed. If it weren't for your fortuitous stumble into that valley, my sister, and I might never have emerged from it. And I would have never witnessed such vast expanses of snow. Perhaps one day, if the backlash from our cultivation were to occur, we would have turned into mere skeletons within that valley. Fang Ping shook his head. How could that be? If there truly were a problem, you would have found a way out on your own. That's hard to say, Jianghu interjected earnestly. Though I venture out every few months to procure some provisions, communicating with others poses a significant challenge. Had you not accompanied us on this journey, I might have resorted to violence long ago, and in the end, who knows? Perhaps I would have succumbed to madness. Noticing the somber tone in their voices, Fang Ping quickly responded, why speak of such things? It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Everything is fine now, is it not? Once you have both regained your health, you can return to the valley if you wish. And I presume the Yang family would be delighted to have you stay with them. If you truly want to thank me, why not part with one of the ornaments adorning your head? How audacious. That was gifted by the Empress sister. Be cautious, or she may punish your entire lineage. I fear not, for I am the sole survivor of my lineage. Then she shall punish 10 generations. Where did that 10 generations come from? I shall have all your friends sent to the marketplace to face execution. But you are my friend. Jianghu smiled gently. Let us wait until your hair grows long again, and then we shall gift it to you. How have you picked up such mischievousness? By the way, what is this about the Empress sister? It was after Auntie brought us into the palace and shared our lineage with her that the Empress sister mentioned my father's past merits and gifted us some jewelry. Fang Ping expressed his envy. After all, she is the Empress. You wouldn't dare address her as sister in her presence, would you? How is it that she did not have you executed on the spot? Jianghu scoffed. At that time, I wasn't aware of the proper address. Seeing that she appeared to be a few years my senior, I simply called her sister. Besides, she seemed quite pleased with it. Chapter 181. The Academy. What is the palace like? Is it resplendent with gold and jade? Are there countless treasures? Fang Ping bombarded them with questions. Jianghu replied. It's fairly impressive, I suppose. There are red walls and black tiles everywhere, just larger and more grandiose. As for treasures, I haven't seen many. Though those jars and porcelain teacups, I've heard, were crafted by renowned artisans and should be quite valuable. Jianghu chimed in, it's rather mediocre. If we were to transport the palace from our soaring palace in the sky here, they would surely be envious. Fang Ping's lips twitched slightly as he nearly forgot that the two sisters often meandered about in the celestial Fuyao Palace. To them, any other grand edifice likely seemed no more significant than crumbling bricks and tiles. By the way, if there is ever an opportunity to visit the palace, might you take me along to broaden my horizons? Jianghu shot him a glance, inquiring, what? Do you wish to become a eunuch there? What are you saying? It's merely to experience the world, he replied. Jianghu then chuckled. While that is feasible, we sisters are merely attendants of the Yang family. If you accompany us, you would be but an attendant of attendants, likely relegated to the company of the Yang family's guards. That is fine. I just wish to catch a glimpse inside. Fang Ping observed the sky and, leaping from the ground, declared, enough of lingering in the snow. Be cautious of relapsing into old ailments. Let us return indoors to rest. The two young ladies rose, shaking off the snowflakes that clung to them, and returned to their respective chambers. Before long, the next day dawned brightly. Fang Ping awoke early, noticing that the snowfall had ceased without his awareness. Grabbing a broom from the courtyard, he diligently cleared the snow, then turned and knocked vigorously on Jianghu's door. Jianghu, cease your slumber. Rise and help me clear the snow. Moments later, Jianghu emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Haven't you already cleared it all? Fang Ping pointed at the roof. You ought to clear the top as well. Why don't you do it together? My skills and lightness are too poor. I fear I might fall and crush you. Huffed, you should practice more. Jianghu mocked him lightly before climbing onto the roof, her hands waving busily to dislodge the snow. Be careful. You are just dumping it all into the courtyard. I've worked for nothing. It's your own fault for being slow-witted. You should have told me to clear the roof first. Just then, Jianghu stepped outside, shaking her head. Fang Ping. Let me handle the courtyard. Very well, you tend to the snow at the clinic. I shall take care of the street. Jianghu scoffed. No one pays you for sweeping the street. I do it willingly. Fang Ping hoisted the broom and ventured out, busily sweeping the entire street with enthusiasm. On his way back, he encountered old Jianghu from next door, who had also ventured out with a broom. Ah, young Fang, up so early? You've swept this whole street? Such diligence. Unlike my foolish son, still lost in slumber. Fang Ping smiled. I'm merely idling about, keeping active. By the way, Uncle Jianghu, I noticed your lights were still on last night. Was there something amiss? Old Jianghu shook his head. Nothing significant. I'm merely worried about my brother's family outside the city, seeing how heavily the snow fell. I'm not too wise about this. Is this snow good or bad? It's not particularly heavy. Next year's harvest should be quite promising. This year is better than those past ones, during which a fierce snowstorm claimed many lives. So severe? Indeed. Speaking of this, my concern for my brother grows. I must take my leave now to grab a bite before heading out of the city. Do take care. The roads may be slippery. I know. When Fang Ping returned to the Tianyi medical hall, he found that the snow had been thoroughly cleared, and several snowmen had appeared on the ground. One particularly large snowman, adorned with gray, looked rather ominous. He did not see the two sisters in the courtyard. However, the sounds of clanging and clattering emanated from the kitchen. Peering inside, he discovered that Jianghu had inexplicably taken it upon herself to cook again. This was indeed troubling. Eating her cooking was a perilous endeavor. Employing the 36 stratagems, he swiftly made his escape. Hastily, Fang Ping slipped out and made his way to the arena of Pinyin. A multitude of vendors had already set up their stalls. He casually sampled some food and waited for quite a while before the arena reopened. Compared to the previous day, today's fights were notably less intense, with fewer casualties. As Fang Ping mingled with the crowd, he absorbed snippets of conversation from the martial artists around him. Gaining insight into the various factions and clans of the Great Zhou, talk of this village, that mountain, and the disciples of this sect or that family. By midday, he returned to the medical hall in a rather lackluster mood. Fang Ping, where have you been wandering off to? Jianghu queried, her tone irritable. At the Pinyin arena, he replied. What is so captivating about bloodshed? It's utterly unproductive. What constitutes a productive endeavor? Fang Ping asked, turning to see a pile of packages on the table. What are these? Jianghu responded, they are gifts. Our granduncle has given us a plaque, instructing us to visit several esteemed elders and translate some ancient scriptures of martial arts. That indeed sounds productive. Surely you do not expect me to carry all of this? Jianghu chuckled, of course. You are our attendant. Since we're not visiting the palace today, would you care to accompany us to the Royal Academy? Very well. An attendant's duty is to follow. Let us be on our way, Fang Ping replied, lifting the stack of items. Together with the two sisters, they meandered to an impressive academy adjacent to the palace. Noticing the stringent security, guards stationed every 5 steps and sentries every 10, he inquired. Surely there are no royal offspring within this academy? Jianghu shook her head. I cannot say for certain. I've only heard that Qianshan once studied here for a time, accompanied by several sons of ministers and generals. Then let us go inside and find out. Jianghu exclaimed, rushing to the entrance and waving a plaque at the guards. Fang Ping felt a wave of embarrassment as he hurried over to restrain her, explaining their purpose to the sentinels. The plaque was indeed legitimate. However, to enter, they had to leave their weapons behind, and they would require an escort. It is only natural, as we are newcomers, they agreed. The trio relinquished their arms and, under the watchful eye of a contingent of soldiers, entered the Royal Academy. The Yang family's plaque proved quite effective, but after a short distance, Fang Ping was halted by a guard, informed that he must remain outside while the others proceeded in. This infuriated him to no end. Very well, I shall wait. Such is my fate, he muttered. Under the scrutiny of the two soldiers, he dared not wander aimlessly, opting instead to sit by the lakeside railing, admiring the scenery. Upon the lake, a blanket of snow had settled, indicating it had frozen over. One could only wonder if it would be suitable for ice skating. Chapter 182, The Ninth Princess. At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals traversed the far side of the lake. They were walking calmly along the shore when suddenly, a figure leapt forth from within their midst and landed upon the icy surface. Chaos ensued among those on the bank as they shouted in alarm. Although Fang Ping was some distance away, he could not discern their words, though it was likely they were urging the skater to return. As the figure glided to the center of the lake, he finally discerned that it was a girl of about 15 or 16. With strikingly bright eyes and an enchanting visage, clad in a flowing purple robe. Ha ha ha, look at you all still following me. Come chase after me. The girl in the purple robe laughed with a sound reminiscent of silver bells, merrily skating back and forth across the lake. Soon, those on the shore rushed onto the ice, attempting to encircle and apprehend the girl. It appeared the ice was indeed frozen, Fang Ping mused. But just as he finished his thought, a series of faint cracking sounds reached his ears. Alas, it seemed the ice was not as solid as it appeared. The cracking intensified, and suddenly, the ice at the lake's center shattered, sending the individuals plunging into the frigid water as if they were dumplings dropped into a pot. The faces of two soldiers who had been observing Fang Ping shifted dramatically, cold sweat breaking out upon their brows. I cannot swim. Neither can I. Quickly. Fetch help. Fang Ping could only shake his head in disbelief. Why construct such a grand lake at the academy if none could swim? Though he noticed patrol guards in the distance leaping into the water to rescue the fallen, they were still far away and moving sluggishly. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his energy and sprinted across the icy surface. 23 steps, 24, 25, 26. Progress is being made, but I can barely hold on. After a brief moment of gliding upon the ice, his energy faltered, and he plunged into the lake. Yet, he was now close enough to the struggling figures. With a few powerful strokes, he reached two individuals, seizing them firmly before swiftly returning to the shore. Once he released them, he took another deep breath and repeated the process, going back and forth 4 times, ultimately rescuing 8 people. The remaining individuals were retrieved by the guards. Most of those who had fallen into the lake were women. Some were coughing up water, while others lay unconscious, being escorted away by those who had not entered the water. Thank goodness, no one has perished. If anything had happened, our heads would be on the line. Thank you, brother. Indeed, brother, please accept this as a token of our gratitude. One soldier repeatedly expressed his thanks while another pressed a few pieces of silver into Fang Ping's hands. At this moment, Fang Ping surmised that these individuals were likely from the palace, particularly the mischievous girl in the purple robe, whose identity surely bore significance. However, he refrained from inquiring further, content with his unexpected monetary reward. I almost forgot. Brother, you are soaked through. Come with me to change into dry clothes. No need. I can withstand it, Fang Ping replied, flashing a broad grin as he activated his internal energy. Soon, warmth enveloped him, and within moments, his garments were dry. Brother, your internal strength is impressive. The two soldiers exchanged a flurry of praises, chuckling lightly. After this incident, their demeanor softened, and they engaged in jovial conversation. With the presence of engaging company, time swiftly passed. Over an hour later, the trio found themselves in a pavilion at the center of the lake, animatedly discussing grand matters when the sound of footsteps caught their attention, prompting them to turn around. A group approached down the corridor, and at the forefront was none other than the young lady who had fallen into the lake, now clad in a delicate, pale yellow fur coat. Upon her arrival, the two soldiers behind Fang Ping promptly knelt on one knee. It is you, Achu, who saved this princess, is it not? Achu. Princess? For a moment, Fang Ping was taken aback, momentarily mistaking her for someone possessed by Changshi. Yet, as he regained his composure, he realized they were indeed within the royal academy, and this young lady might very well be a genuine princess. Perhaps she had been rescued by those soldiers instead. He pondered. It is you. This princess sees clearly that they do not possess such stature. Fang Ping scratched his cheek and remarked, Then let it be acknowledged as my deed. Might the princess bestow upon me a small reward of silver? One of the women accompanying the young lady exclaimed, boldly speaking. Upon encountering the 9th princess, you ought to bow in reverence. The princess abruptly pulled her aside, displeased. Step aside. How can one speak to my savior in such a manner? I am at fault, my lady. I shall fetch some silver at once. Did you not hear their request? To show ingratitude would be to undermine this princess's dignity. Indeed, upon hearing the title of 9th princess, Fang Ping felt a flicker of recognition. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Was she not the one that Yang Qianshan wished to wed? At this moment, the princess scrutinized Fang Ping, frowning. Hey, you towering figure. Why do you regard this princess with such an expression? Even if you are my savior, should you dare to be disrespectful, I shall hold you accountable for your insolence. Forgive me. Fang Ping quickly averted his gaze and clasped his fists. I am Fang Ping, at your service, 9th princess. I am Li Jiuling. Pleased to meet you. The princess mimicked his gesture of respect. Your Highness, maintain your poise, advised one of the women behind her, likely a palace maid. Li Jiuling wiggled her hands. Have I made an error? Which hand is supposed to be on top? The right hand should be outward. No, Your Highness, that is not appropriate. How tiresome. Go away. Li Jiuling turned her attention back to Fang Ping, inquiring, Fang Ping, is it? An easily memorable name. May I ask your purpose for visiting the academy? Fang Ping contemplated briefly, deeming there was little to conceal, and began to recount his story succinctly. Though I am acquainted with 2 young ladies, I am not of the Yang family, and thus I am merely awaiting their return. Li Jiuling gritted her teeth, an expression of disdain crossing her features. Do you know that scoundrel Yang Qianshan? Well, I suppose I know him, though not well. Fang Ping quickly distanced himself from any association, sensing her irritation. That wretched Yang Qianshan. Every time I summon him, it is either a headache or a stomachache. Why does he not simply perish? Perhaps the recent inclement weather has truly taken a toll on him. How absurd. I can see he simply does not wish to meet this princess. What is he really? A man lacking in both literary and martial prowess. Were it not for the Yang family's contributions to the great Zhou, I would have long since cast him into the river to feed the fish. At this point, Fang Ping found himself at a loss for words. He was never adept at meddling in the affairs of others. Regardless of how he expressed it, he would invariably be in the wrong. Li Jiuling furiously berated Yang Qianshan for quite some time, finally letting out a few huffs of breath. Noticing Fang Ping's face contorted in discomfort, she ceased her tirade. By the way, you claim to be a person of the martial world. Then do regale me with tales from the rivers and lakes. Li Jiuling suddenly shifted the topic. Fang Ping scratched his head. Isn't there a competition taking place on the other side of the royal city? Since the 9th princess is interested, you may as well go and see for yourself. Li Jiuling pointed at the people behind her and stamped her foot. These ruffians say it's too bloody there, and one tea let me go. Fang Ping pondered the chaotic scenes of limbs flailing at the competition and understood, indeed. It would be best for someone as inexperienced as her to avoid such sights. Well then, allow me to share a tale. Once upon a time, the valiant Fang, that is to say, I, was returning from delivering a precious cargo. He proceeded to recount his experience escorting the 100 Crafts heavenly box, omitting the more gruesome details of killing and suffering, embellishing it with a series of fanciful tales. By the end, the narrative had morphed entirely, featuring grandiose feats of strength against master fighters and fiends, which elicited continuous applause from the young lady before him. However, it was only Li Jiuling who found great enjoyment in his tale. The others had long since discerned his fabrications, rolling their eyes in disdain. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Just as he was about to continue his nonsensical storytelling, he was interrupted by a maidservant standing behind Li Jiuling. Your Highness, the hour grows late. You must return to the palace. Moreover, you recently fell into the water and require some medicinal soup. Should you fall ill, we would bear the utmost blame. You lot are such killjoys. The story isn't finished yet, and you're already rushing me. Li Jiuling protested. The maidservants dared not press further. At that moment, Fang Ping also came to his senses. Indeed, the young lady had just plunged into an icy lake, yet here she was, full of life and vigor. She either possessed remarkable health or some martial skills. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, she was still a princess. What if she were to fall ill later and hold me responsible? Surely the emperor would not hesitate to have me eliminated. With this troubling thought in mind, he hastily concluded, You are right. 9th princess, you should return to the palace. Perhaps in the future, when fate allows, I shall share the remainder of the tale with you. Li Jiuling considered this and replied, Very well, it is settled then. With that, the two bid farewell, and Li Jiuling departed with her entourage. It seemed he had forgotten something important. After pondering for a moment, he finally remembered. Where's my reward? Wasn't it promised that I would be compensated? Alas, another loss. As he murmured to himself, the two soldiers behind him shivered, quickly shifting the conversation to divert his thoughts elsewhere. After a little over half an hour, Changxi and Changyi finally emerged from the academy, prompting Fang Ping to rush over. How did the matter resolve? Changyi chuckled. Everything is going smoothly. The elderly gentlemen are quite amiable and possess considerable expertise in ancient texts. In due time, we should be able to translate them. Changxi glanced at the fractured surface of the lake and noticed some ice shards clinging to Fang Ping's clothing. Curiously, she asked, What trouble have you gotten into? Surely, you weren't thrown into the lake. Are we the troublemakers? I observed, it certainly seems so. Fang Ping then recounted the recent events, leaving the two young ladies somewhat astonished. The 9th princess? Isn't she the one that young Qinshan intends to marry? It appears she, too, is a source of intrigue. It's a pity we didn't get to meet her. Changyi replied with a laugh. Indeed, I'm quite curious to see what they look like together. Fang Ping thought it best not to witness it, as it would surely end in chaos. As the trio conversed, they arrived at the academy's entrance, retrieved their weapons, and returned to the Tianyi Medical Hall. Over the next few days, they flitted between Ping and Lei, the residence of the Venerable Bai, the Royal Academy, and Li Wanera's place. Today marked the 18th day of the 12th month, and Ping and Lei had concluded a couple of days prior. As was customary, Fang Ping and his companions intended to visit the elder Bai, but before they could step outside, several eunuchs arrived to deliver an imperial decree. The head eunuch intoned, I have heard that the Chang family. He went on for quite some time with a slew of formalities that left the three bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning. Changxi scratched her head and inquired, Old sir, what does all this mean? The eunuch paused, then smiled, Good news. It appears that some generals from the borders are returning to court, and the imperial court wishes to confer rewards. The fathers of the two young ladies have also made sacrifices for the nation, and there will be additional honors conferred. But during our last visit to the palace, the Empress already bestowed some jewelry upon us, one of the girls remarked. That was a private gift. This time it is formal. Please, ladies, follow me into the palace. Changyi tugged on Fang Ping's sleeve and asked, Old sir, may I bring him along? He's our friend and has long wished to see the palace. The eunuch hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. He may accompany you, but he cannot be presented before the emperor and cannot wander freely in the palace. He must remain in a designated area. Changxi added, That's fine. He is now our bodyguard. And I recall there was a specific place for bodyguards during our last visit. The eunuch nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is. Let us proceed to the palace swiftly. The three of them followed the eunuchs, riding in the carriages they provided, and arrived at the royal palace. Once the two sisters entered the palace with the head eunuch, they walked towards the central grand hall. Meanwhile, Fang Ping was led by two young eunuchs to wait beneath a separate structure. The area was bustling with people, featuring guards in various attire and soldiers clad in armor. Fang Ping surveyed the surroundings, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This imperial city resembled the forbidden city of his era, possessing a grander aura but lacking the intricate beauty found in the forbidden city's architecture. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Hey, is that Fang Ping ahead? Fang Ping turned around and beheld a burly figure clad in armor, whose visage seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall who it was. May I inquire who you are? The man, radiating warmth, patted his chest and replied, Ah, I am Yang Shirlu. Remember, I once struck you a blow. Pomegranate. No, it's you, Shirlu. At that moment, Fang Ping recalled that this fellow was one of the Yang family guards who had secretly protected him while Yang Qianshan roamed about. Yang Shirlu chuckled. Brother Fang, what brings you to the palace? Are you no longer wandering the rivers and lakes, perhaps serving as a guard for some high official? You don't know? Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had visited the Yang residence several times without encountering this man. However, given the multitude of Yang family members, it was not surprising. Yet, he found it perplexing that he had not seen the two sisters, Changxi and Changyi. What do you mean? Yang Shirlu appeared equally bewildered. Fang Ping recounted the matter of recognizing the two sisters, to which Yang Shirlu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Ah, I've been stationed at the border and away from the Yang household for a while, so that's what happened. Has Brother Yang gone to the border? Fang Ping inquired. Indeed, Yang Shirlu replied. I initially went merely to deliver a letter, but then the second general detained me for duty. Ah, guarding the border. How honorable, Fang Ping responded. At that moment, Fang Ping noticed bloodstains on Yang Shirlu's armor and curiously asked, Why didn't you change into a clean outfit upon entering the palace? Yang Shirlu chuckled. If I donned fresh attire, how would others comprehend the dangers of the border? Leaving these stains ensures that word reaches the emperor's ears, potentially resulting in additional funds to provide a prosperous new year for the soldiers stationed at the border. Chapter 184. Capturing thieves. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping felt a surge of respect and bowed once more. By the way, who is the second general you mentioned? Yang Shirlu crossed his arms and replied, My family's general is Yang Muji, the current Grand Marshal of the North. The second general is his younger brother, Yang Tuizi. And there is also a third general named Yang Jingji. Ah, I see, Fang Ping nodded, having heard their names during his visits to the Yang residence. Though he had never met them. Isn't the new year approaching? We few have returned with the second general, while the Grand Marshal and the third general may not return until next summer, after the border has stabilized. Fang Ping, intrigued by matters concerning the border, inquired further, and Yang Shirlu recounted the details. To the north of the Great Zhou dynasty, there exists a powerful nomadic tribe known as the Tulu, alongside several smaller tribes that follow their lead. Fortunately, the past few years have been relatively stable, with no significant warfare. However, some tribes harbor animosity towards both the Tulu and the Great Zhou, having engaged in skirmishes with the Tulu and frequently raiding the Great Zhou's borders. This winter, the border regions are quite frigid, and many cattle and sheep among these nomadic tribes are likely to perish from the cold. To prevent them from raiding for provisions, Yang Muji and his men must remain vigilant at the border. I have heard that the Tulu tribe and our Great Zhou engage in mutual trade. Is that correct? Fang Ping queried. Yang Shirlu nodded affirmatively. Yes, this trade was established to mitigate conflicts between the two sides. Even the deceased cattle and sheep can be exchanged for grain, preventing significant discord. As the two conversed, a eunuch approached to announce an edict, summoning the soldiers returning from the borders to meet the emperor. Brother Fang, we shall proceed ahead. We can indulge in drinks together later, one said. Very well. Once Yang Shirlu and his companions departed, Fang Ping found himself idly gazing around. That fellow ahead seems familiar. A few paces away, two palace guards were changing shifts, and one of them was increasingly recognizable to Fang Ping. Hey, Gu Lingyun. Over here. Do you still remember me? It's you. How did you end up within the palace? Are you here to pilfer something? The soldier was indeed Gu Lingyun. He turned his head slightly and recognized Fang Ping. You rascal, don't tarnish my reputation. Aren't you from the Six Doors? How did you come to serve as a palace guard? Is that a promotion or a demotion? Gu Lingyun, holding a spear in one hand and resting his other on the hilt of his sword, dared not make any sudden movements. Well, with the new year approaching and not only border commanders returning to court but also emissaries from foreign lands visiting, His Majesty decreed my entry into the palace for security purposes to showcase the grandeur of our great nation. What does that have to do with you? Don't you see? First, I possess keen eyesight to deter nefarious individuals, and secondly, I am rather handsome, which maintains a certain decorum. Of course, the latter is the primary reason. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Zhang? The other soldier beside Gu Lingyun rolled his eyes. Don't talk to me. Fang Ping cast a curious glance at Brother Zhang, who appeared to be in his 20s, of similar height to Gu Lingyun, and also quite a handsome lad, thus grasping Gu Lingyun's implication. By the way, how did you manage to enter the palace, Brother Fang? This is no place for just anyone. I have my own clever methods. Did you think I scaled the walls in broad daylight? That is hard to say. Huh. You're still as irritating as ever. Every time I see you, it's bound to bring misfortune. Be cautious with your words. Brother, what could possibly happen in the palace during daylight? Suddenly, Gu Lingyun's tone faltered, his eyes fixated on a procession of palace maids passing by. The maids moved slowly, each carrying various items, their destination unknown. Fang Ping chuckled. Oh, Brother Gu, do you have an acquaintance among them? Gu Lingyun grinned. No acquaintances, but I do see a thief. Brother Fang, do not wander too close, if caught. It could be quite troublesome. As he spoke, he brandished his spear and approached the maids, with Brother Zhang frowning but following suit. Stop. Gu Lingyun reached the group of maids, blocking their path with his spear. The lead maid, visibly displeased, exclaimed, What are you doing? Nothing much. Just find you displeasing and thought I might take a few swings at you. Are you mad? Ha, consider me mad then. Behold my blade. Gu Lingyun tossed his spear to Brother Zhang, unsheathed his sword, and struck down at the lead maid, causing the other maids to scream and scatter in fright. The lead maid glared fiercely, hurling a fruit platter at Gu Lingyun, which he cleaved in two, sending fruit tumbling across the ground. Gu Lingyun glanced at the long knife in his hand and remarked, This standard blade pales in comparison to my Yanling knife. Even chopping wood proves to be an arduous task. The head palace maid pointed at him and scolded, You audacious fool, daring to brandish a weapon within the palace. I shall report this to His Majesty and have you punished. Humph, thousand-faced ghost, do not feign innocence. His Majesty summoned me to the palace precisely because he values my keen eyesight. Your disguise may be masterful, but it cannot elude my perception. Who is the thousand-faced ghost? The maid retorted, still attempting to argue. I remember your skeletal structure from when I pursued you alongside Chun-Li. Even if you have altered your appearance and shrunk your bones, the subtleties reveal inconsistencies, and I can still recognize you. Ha ha. With a dog's nose and a cat's eyes, perhaps the 6 doors should be renamed the Beast's Gate? The head maid laughed. But her voice emerged as a hoarse masculine tone, startling the nearby palace maids who had not yet fled. Gu Lingyun sneered, You ought to be ashamed. A woman masquerading as a man. Observe the blade. He leaped forward, executing a flurry of slices, yet the head maid evaded each one. After only a few exchanges, she turned and fled. Zhang, call for assistance. Gu Lingyun shouted, brandishing his knife as he pursued her. Zhang produced a whistle and emitted a sharp sound, causing countless soldiers to surge forth from various corners of the palace. The thousand-faced ghost? How is she everywhere? Could she truly be a woman? At that moment, Fang Ping witnessed Gu Lingyun and the thousand-faced ghost vanish around a corner, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, 2 squads of soldiers approached their location, commanding, Do not move. Submit to inspection. Fang Ping endured a prolonged and uncomfortable search by a throng of men, growing increasingly disgruntled, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Submitting to the examination with resignation. His lips twitched in irritation as he inwardly cursed. Gu Lingyun is a calamity. Crossing paths with him guarantees misfortune. Chapter 185. The Astronomical Bureau. After Fang Ping had been scrutinized by the soldiers for an extended period, the sisters Chang Shi and Chang Yi finally arrived, escorting him away. As they walked, Chang Shi inquired with curiosity, Has the palace grown more crowded since our arrival? It seems there are indeed more soldiers, Chang Yi replied. Fang Ping nodded. They are apprehending thieves. What thieves? When he recounted the events that had just transpired, Chang Shi stamped her foot in frustration. It must be that shapeshifter. What a pity. Had I been there, I would have swiftly dealt with her and demanded she teach me that delightful art of disguise. As the trio conversed, they exited the palace. And not far along their path, they encountered Gu Lingyun. Seeing him dejected, Fang Ping chuckled. What is the matter? Did you fail to capture her? No. There were accomplices waiting outside the palace who rescued her. Gu Lingyun replied with a wry shake of his head. How did she infiltrate the palace? Was she here to steal something? Recently, a new batch of palace maids was recruited, and it seems she exploited that opportunity. As for her objective, she appears to be searching for something, though it remains unclear whether she succeeded. By the way, these two are Chang Shi and Chang Yi. Fang Ping introduced the sisters, and Gu Lingyun offered a respectful nod. Without further ado, I must return to report. Recently, a considerable number of followers from the Yin Yang sect have arrived in the capital, and they may be plotting something. You three should exercise caution. Is that so? Thank you for the warning. The trio bade farewell to Gu Lingyun and then visited the esteemed elder by at the 6 doors before finally returning to the Tianyi Medical Hall. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, leading to the 23rd day of the 12th month. On this day, Fang Ping was diligently cleaning the main hall of the medical establishment when 2 unexpected visitors sought him out. Haha, boss, guess who I am? A female voice suddenly called out. Turning around, Fang Ping was greeted by the sight of 2 young women standing outside the medical hall. His eyes brightened, and he instantly recognized them as Su Xiaokuei and Lu Linglong from Qingyang Academy. Xiaokuei, Miss Lu, what brings you here? Brother Fang. The 3 exchanged greetings, and Su Xiaokuei energetically bounded to his side, tugging at him. Boss, it's been so long. You have no idea how much I've missed you. How much? I've missed you to death. Thank you, I suppose. By the way, how did you find out I was living here? Su Xiaokuei replied. Have you forgotten? My senior sister is the daughter of the commander of the Jianghu, Lu Gang. Finding someone is a simple task. Lu Linglong shook her head, saying, It is rather presumptuous to inquire without Brother Fang's permission. It's of no consequence. Fang Ping waved his hand. You didn't come merely to reminisce, did you? With a light laugh, Lu Linglong confessed, to be honest, reminiscing is but one aspect. Someone wishes to see you and specifically asked Xiaokuei and me to invite you. Who wishes to see me? Fang Ping inquired, taken aback. It is Yuan Daotong, the head of the Qingtian supervisor. I do not know him. Su Xiaokuei tugged at his sleeve. Oh, come with us. You'll get to know him once you meet. With a sense of resignation, Fang Ping was about to inform the 2 young women when they heard commotion at the entrance and had already stepped outside. Changxi, noticing their playful banter, placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, Well, the 3rd palace master dares to flirt with young ladies behind my back. What penalty do you deserve? Please don't speak recklessly. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Su Xiaokuei jumped forward, comparing their heights. Aren't you a young lady yourself? Humph. This palace master is an old monster. Having white hair makes one an old monster? Then I must be a little monster. Upon hearing Changxi's tone, Fang Ping sensed that she might be unwell again and quickly separated the 2, making introductions. Upon learning they were headed to the Qingtian supervisor, Chang Yi remarked, I have heard that Taoist Yuan Daodong excels in divination. Is that true? Su Xiaokuei affirmed, Indeed, Taoist Yuan's divination skills are quite remarkable. Come on, let us hurry. Once we arrive, he can read your fortunes as well. On their way, Changxi and Su Xiaokuei engaged in a playful exchange, while Chang Yi and Lu Linglong, both gentle and graceful, chatted amiably. When Fang Ping inquired why Yuan Daodong wished to see him, Lu Linglong explained the situation. It turned out that after Li Qingyang acquired the 100 Crafts Heavenly Box, the news reached the current emperor, who recently dispatched Yuan Daodong to Qingyang Academy for inquiries. What transpired during their conversation remained unknown, but Yuan Daodong returned to the capital soon after. As the year-end approached, Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokuei accompanied him back to the capital for the new year, though they were uncertain about Yuan Daodong's specific intentions in meeting Fang Ping. Has our senior brother Lu Jufeng not arrived? I was hoping to share a drink with him, Su Xiaokuei jested. Senior brother must accompany my master, otherwise. During the festive season, it would be rather dull for the old man to be alone. Xiaokuei, refrain from such frivolous talk, Lu Linglong gently admonished. Engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at the site of the Qingtian Observatory, which was not far from the imperial palace. Why does this place resemble a Taoist temple? Fang Ping pondered as he entered. The furnishings indeed echoed the ambience of a Taoist monastery, yet there were no priests, only officials and clerks clad in various garments. Lu Linglong explained, this was originally a Taoist temple, but that was many years ago. It transformed into the Qingtian Observatory after the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. As they walked further inside, a few individuals approached them. A woman dressed in azure was instructing several clerks, go procure more lamb and store it in the ice cellar. Do you understand? Red Nyang, Fang Ping recognized her as Lu Hongyang from Bu Palace. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Why, it's Brother Fang. What a delightful surprise to meet you here. What brings you to the capital? He inquired. Did not the emperor bestow the Tongtian python as a guardian spirit? We have been summoned to bring it for the New Year's grand ceremony and are temporarily residing at the Qingtian Observatory. At that moment, Changxi leaped forward. The Tongtian python? Is it the one you mentioned, the one that measures several zhang in length, adorned with antlers, and destined to transform into a dragon? Take me to see it. Lu Hongyang inquired. Brother Fang, is this your friend? Indeed, Fang Ping nodded, introducing them. Since you are friends, it would be a pleasure for you to join us. Follow me. Lu Hongyang beckoned as she led them to the rear of the Qingtian Observatory. The area was expansive, featuring a large lake at its center, surrounded by numerous disciples of Bu Palace and soldiers standing guard. In the middle of the lake, a colossal python, several zhang long, lay coiled by the water's edge, seemingly in slumber. Upon sighting it, Changxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed forward, leaping onto the python's head. What remarkable agility! Lu Hongyang praised, swiftly following suit, while the others hurried after them. The Tongtian python awoke, sensing a presence on its head. After a brief shake, it ceased its movements and began to sway gently, as if playfully engaging with Changxi. "Ha ha, this is so much fun," Changxi exclaimed, gripping the python's antlers with glee. "Be careful, Changxi, do not harm the Tongtian python," Fang Ping called out anxiously. "I know," she replied. Lu Hongyang observed the playful interaction, her expression peculiar, thinking that this young girl was hardly a worthy adversary for the Tongtian python. Chapter 186. Yuan Daodong. As Lu Hongyang watched Changxi frolicking with the Tongtian python, she marveled, even among the disciples of Bu Palace. It takes years of dedication to establish such intimacy with the Tongtian python. Truly remarkable. Perhaps she is simply unwell, Fang Ping mused, noticing the expressions of the other girls. While Changxi was simply amazed, Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokuei also appeared somewhat astonished. "You have never encountered the Tongtian python?" Lu Linglong queried. "We have not lingered at the Qintian Observatory long enough to be aware of such matters," they replied. Su Xiaokuei could hardly contain her excitement, murmuring, "When we return, I shall inform Master and urge him to acquire one as well. Mr. Qingyang had no means to capture one for you. I care not. If he fails to procure one, I shall grasp his beard," she declared. After observing for a while, Fang Ping suggested that Changxi depart, yet she, in a playful spirit, refused to come down. Lu Hongyang chuckled, saying, "Brother Fang, if you have matters to attend to, do not let us detain you. The Tongtian python seems to share a bond with this young lady. Let them amuse themselves for a while." "Very well, Changxi, do keep an eye on her," Fang Ping replied. Changxi nodded. "Yes, you should first meet with Taoist Yuan." Bidding farewell to them, Fang Ping departed with Lu Linglong and Su Xiaokuei, meandering until they encountered Yuan Daotong, the head of the Qintian Supervisory Office. Yuan Daotong, an elderly man dressed in Taoist robes, sported a long beard and hair, his visage relatively unwrinkled, making it difficult to ascertain his true age. Lu Linglong introduced them, and Yuan Daotong smiled as he began to calculate with his fingers. "Ah, I deduce that esteemed guests are arriving. Welcome, welcome. I am Fang Ping, honored to meet Taoist Yuan," Fang Ping said, his lips twitching slightly. "Was it not Taoist Yuan who sent them to find me?" Yuan Daotong peered behind the three, shaking his head. "The esteemed guest I mentioned is not you. Surely there are others accompanying you?" Su Xiaokuei exclaimed joyfully. "Taoist Yuan, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, there are 2 others with us. But they have gone to see the Tongtian python at the back of the courtyard." Fang Ping thought to himself, "What nonsense. Someone must have already informed you." Yuan Daotong waved his hand, inviting them to sit, then picked up a tortoise shell from the table and shook it, causing several copper coins to fall out. "From the divination, your surname is Fang, and your given name is Ping, is it not?" "Indeed," Fang Ping replied. "Haha, it seems my divination skills remain sharp." Yuan Daotong chuckled. "Taoist Yuan, your calculations are indeed impressive," Fang Ping remarked, feeling somewhat speechless. "Earlier, we were introduced. What is the purpose of your summons?" Yuan Daotong cleared his throat softly and said, "I was merely jesting. Young friend Fang, could you recount your experience escorting the Baqiao Tiangong box to me once more?" "Of course," Fang Ping replied. Uncertain of Yuan Daotong's intentions, he recounted his past experiences. "So, it was you who opened the Baqiao Tiangong box?" "Yes. Do you possess knowledge of mechanism arts?" "Not really. I have merely tinkered with a few Luban locks in my spare time, familiarizing myself with their workings. But I can only disassemble, not assemble." Yuan Daotong nodded, rummaging through his sleeve for a while before producing a small iron object, placing it on the table. Su Xiaokuei's eyes widened as she picked it up, exclaiming, "Is this not the key to the Qin Emperor's tomb?" "Taoist Yuan, how dare you steal from my master?" "Ahem. In this great Zhou dynasty, who could possibly steal from Mr. Qingyang?" "I could. When I had no silver, I would pilfer from my master, and he never noticed." The group fell silent. Lu Linglong interjected, "But master has given this tomb key to his majesty?" Yuan Daotong nodded. "Indeed, Mr. Qingyang has yet to unravel the secret of the tomb key. When his majesty sent me to inquire, your master instructed me to present it to him." "What did his majesty say?" "After some investigation, it became evident that the situation was perplexing, prompting me to seek assistance." As Fang Ping felt the gaze upon him, he quipped, "Could it be that you wish for me to unravel the mystery of the key to this underground palace?" "Indeed, my young friend, your intellect is commendable. But alas, I am quite inept. What if others attempt to seize it? Yuan Daotong, stroking his beard, chuckled. By my calculations, only you, Fang, possess the insight to comprehend the secrets of this key. Moreover, only we few are aware that it resides with you. Where lies the trouble? Fang Ping pondered for a moment and conceded that there was merit to this reasoning. The previous chaos had stemmed from that despicable creature, Yu Yuan, spreading rumors far and wide, which had indeed brought about significant turmoil. However, I truly do not know how to fathom its meaning. I only learned about the Qin Emperor's underground palace after acquiring the 100 Crafts heavenly box. This is quite a burden you place upon me, Yuan Daotong reassured him. It is not difficult at all. Have faith in my abilities. My predictions are remarkably accurate. Fang Ping inwardly scoffed. What nonsense. Nevertheless, he decided to accept the responsibility. Albeit with a caveat, should it be stolen or lost, I shall bear no responsibility. Agreed. Such forthrightness is commendable. Remember, my predictions are most precise, Yuan Daotong replied cheerfully. Su Xiaokui, her eyes gleaming with mischief, handed the small iron piece to Fang Ping, saying, Boss, keep it. If anyone tries to take it, just hand it over. Let them fight amongst themselves. I want to see blood flow like a river. Fang Ping, exasperated, lightly tapped her on the head and secured the key safely. By the way, take this as well. Yuan Daotong offered him a small booklet. Fang Ping flipped through it, discovering it contained information about the Qin Emperor's underground palace, which he casually tucked away. At that moment, a loud commotion erupted from outside. As Changshi's voice rang out, Fang Ping, third palace master, where are you? Stop hiding. I can see you. Fang Ping thought to himself that she was indeed acting erratically and hurried to the door to summon her inside. Changshi peeked in and noticed an old Taoist seated within, with tortoise shells and copper coins adorning the table. She nodded and remarked, so you are divining. Come. Old Taoist, read my fortune as well. Please, sister, do not cause a fuss. Chang Yi gently tugged at her. I am not causing a fuss. Is he not a fortune teller? We simply pay for his services. Yuan Daotong laughed heartily, no payment required. However, I am indeed a fortune teller. Ladies, come. Let me read your fortunes as well. Changshi boldly took a seat, inquiring, what is the procedure? First, please bestow a character upon me, Yuan Daotong requested. The sisters exchanged glances. One inscribed the character for Shuao, the other wrote, Yuan Daotong, with fingers deftly calculating, said, she, profound and elusive. A mystery pointing to the great path, invaluable beyond words. Muttering to himself, he picked up the copper coins from the table and cast them into the tortoise shell, his hands shaking with fervor. Yet, after only a few shakes, his arms trembled as if possessed, nearly casting shadows, and the tortoise shell shattered with a loud crack. Changshi rolled her eyes and remarked, even the tools of your trade are so fragile. Surely, you must be a charlatan. The destinies of the two young ladies are too heavy to be divined by an old Taoist. Let us consider me a mere charlatan. Chapter 187. The Key to the Underground Palace. After bidding farewell to Yuan Daotong, the group took their leave from Lu Hongyang and departed from the Qintian Observatory. They had not traveled far when they encountered two hurriedly moving imperial guards, who called away Lu Linglong and Su Xiaoqiu. Fang Ping. Come and see if my teeth have grown longer, Changshi suddenly exclaimed, her mouth agape. Have you fallen ill again? It's just that my two canine teeth feel a bit itchy. I wish to bite something. You're turning into a zombie. Keep your distance from me. You're the one turning into a zombie. I might be growing taller. Isn't that a sign of illness? You should consult old Master Bai. The trio made another visit to the 6 stores, whereby Gui examined her and advised her to reduce her intake of sweets, prescribing her some medicine. As they departed with the medication, Fang Ping rolled his eyes dramatically. I thought your cultivation had backfired. Turns out you just ate too many sweets. You startled me. But wait, I haven't been cooking many sweet dishes lately. Changyi giggled. Perhaps it was when you visited the Yang family and the palace that you indulged in too many desserts. How much did she eat? Is it really that delicious? Changshi nodded vigorously. It's delicious, especially the dishes from the palace. Alas, master of the 3rd palace, you shall never taste such delights in your lifetime. Hee. What delicacies are there? Bird's nest, dragon saliva tea, and flaky cakes, among others. Changshi began listing off the dishes with great enthusiasm, which only served to irritate Fang Ping further. Upon their return to the heavenly physician's clinic, the two sisters prepared the medicine, while Fang Ping took out the Qin Emperor's underground palace key to examine it. It was a small iron piece, no larger than a thumb, inscribed with golden patterns that were perfectly aligned. He couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled a circuit board from a later time, though he couldn't be certain. The booklet Yuan Daotong had given him contained scant information about the underground palace, detailing its appearances throughout history. It had manifested twice since the fall of the Qin dynasty. The The first occurrence was reportedly witnessed by a fisherman, who soon thereafter ascended to the heavens in broad daylight. The second manifestation occurred 500 years ago, involving three individuals who seized a great opportunity. One was the current master of the Golden Lantern Temple, another's descendants established the Yin sect, while the third remained unknown. However, the information in the booklet was limited and ambiguous, particularly regarding the key to the underground palace. Heavenly thunder devours the body. The map appears. What could this mean? Must one truly be struck by lightning? Fang Ping stroked his chin, pondering the ancient concept of associating thunder and lightning. Could this object truly be a circuit board that required an electrical current? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, it was the middle of winter, and thunder and lightning were far from possible. He resolved to attempt to create a generator. Shaking his head, he suddenly noticed Jianghu, who was preparing the medicine nearby. What are you staring at with such a peculiar gaze? Nothing. Just stay still. There's a bug on your clothing. He approached with an insincere grin, reaching out to pluck several strands of gold thread from Jianghu's ornate gown, twisting them into a somewhat thicker golden wire. Jianghu, not amused, remarked, "Are you quite mad? Third princess? Have you lost all sense of wealth?" Jianghu chimed in, "Since you returned, you've been fixated on that little iron piece. What is it?" "The key to the Qin Emperor's mausoleum," Fang Ping candidly replied, sharing his findings with the two sisters. Upon hearing this, Jianghu expressed indifference, while Jianghu was taken aback with astonishment. "Your elder sister the Empress wants you to dig up a grave? Surely, she can't be impoverished." Fang Ping was at a loss for how to respond to her line of reasoning, stating, "It pertains to the secrets of immortality contained within." "Is it truly possible to attain immortality? I find that hard to believe. I too harbor doubts. What does it matter if you believe or not? There are those who do, but let us keep this matter confidential." Fang Ping then procured a pair, inserting the gold thread into two segments, and began to experiment with the little iron piece. However, after toiling for quite some time, nothing transpired. "Isn't this how one creates a fruit battery?" I recall it being so. Much knowledge from his previous life had faded from memory, particularly regarding subjects from elementary or middle school, which remained hazy. After a period of deep contemplation, he recalled that it was necessary to use different metal pieces at either end of the wire to generate a current. What on earth are those metals? I can't seem to recall, and in this day and age, who knows if they can even be found? Nevertheless, given that the fruit battery was ineffective, he resolved to construct a generator, certain he could locate magnets. With the spirit of resourcefulness in mind, he pilfered additional gold thread from Jianghu's gown, inciting her ire to the point where she nearly struck him, prompting her to hastily exit the medical hall. Is this insufficient? Must I finance my own research? Infuriating. I ought to request a grant from Elder Yuan. Yet, at this juncture, his curiosity was piqued. The key to the mausoleum was of little consequence, but he was eager to discover if he could indeed create a generator. Thus, he wandered the streets of Chang'an for a good while, ultimately acquiring several magnets, and spent a small fortune on a substantial quantity of gold thread. Returning to the medical hall to commence his experiments. "Fang Ping, dinner is ready," Chang'e called out through the door. "You all eat first. I am on the verge of a breakthrough." As the moon ascended high into the night sky, the sisters remained oblivious to his endeavors, driven by curiosity to enter the room and observe his frantic activities. Jianghu crossed her arms, inquiring, "Third princess, what are you up to?" "Heavenly thunder." "That diminutive contraption can produce heavenly thunder? I find that improbable." "Just wait. You may soon find yourself struck down." After further tinkering, Fang Ping turned the crank of his self-made generator, suddenly feeling the connecting gold wire grow warm. I have succeeded." Noticing his unusual demeanor, the sisters reached out to touch the wire. Apart from a slight warmth, there was no other sensation. Jianghu rolled her eyes, saying, "You accuse me of losing my mind. Yet I believe you are the one unhinged." Fang Ping, uninterested in her remarks, attached the mausoleum key to both ends of the wire and began to crank it with fervor. He initially believed that after powering it on, a map projection would emerge from the key to the underground palace. However, after shaking it for quite a while, nothing occurred. Alas, he lamented the waste of so much silver, feeling it was all for naught. Fang Ping shook his head, fearing that he might damage the key, and reached out to remove it. Yet, upon contact with the small iron piece, it instantly transformed into a pool of black liquid, which began to burrow into his skin. "Damn it, my golden bell shield, my Hunyuan protective aura, all utterly useless." Jianghu and Chang'e also noticed this sudden change, and immediately attempted to draw the black liquid away with their energy, but it was futile. In just a few breaths, the black liquid, having originated from the small iron piece, had infiltrated Fang Ping's body and vanished without a trace. Chapter 188. Dream of illusion. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Fang Ping felt his left hand probing his right, yet found nothing. And his palm bore no trace of injury. This is it, he thought, feeling despair. Chang'e held his hand for a moment and anxiously inquired, Fang Ping, do you feel any discomfort? Fang Ping furrowed his brow, attempting to channel his Hunyuan technique, yet found no abnormalities within his meridians. Nevertheless, the key had indeed penetrated his body, leaving him in a state of unease. I can't discern anything. Perhaps you should try. The sisters also channeled their internal energy to conduct a thorough examination, but found nothing amiss. Chang'e scoffed. I told you not to meddle. And look where it got you. Couldn't you offer me a few comforting words instead? Or perhaps take some laxatives. It might just come out. What a ridiculous suggestion. The trio deliberated for quite some time, ultimately left with no leads. They decided to have Fang Ping sit on the bed to practice while they observed. As night passed, Fang Ping, aside from feeling somewhat invigorated from his practice, did not experience any sudden calamity. Nonetheless, for security's sake, the three women returned to the 6 doors early the next morning, seeking Bai Gui to conduct an examination. He too found nothing unusual. Fang Ping's body appeared to be perfectly normal. Frustrated, Fang Ping stormed over to the Qintian bureau to find Yuan Daodong. Yuan laughed heartily. I told you my divination was remarkably accurate. Look, within less than a day, you've made progress. What progress? That thing has burrowed into my body. You need to get it out. And how would you suggest I do that? Shall I stab you a couple of times? You're the one who caused this. If you want to help, I'll refuse to leave. Now you're playing tricks. You just mentioned spending a fair amount of silver. How about I compensate you with 300 taels? Not enough, I need more. After much bickering, Fang Ping ultimately extorted 500 taels from him, which somewhat improved his mood. Yuan stroked his beard and chuckled. Do not fret. The information from the map will reveal itself in due time. Are you hiding something from me? No. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Farewell. Just as Fang Ping and the sisters were about to leave the Qintian bureau, he suddenly recalled that Chang'e's prescription seemed to be missing an ingredient, the blood of a dragon serpent. Thus, the three returned to the rear courtyard of the Qintian bureau to seek out Lu Hongyang, inquiring if they could obtain a small amount of the serpent's blood. Lu Hongyang was quite straightforward, directly providing them with 3 small vials of blood, which had long been collected by the Bai Shui Palace as a gift for the current emperor upon their arrival in the capital. The 3 men expressed their gratitude before departing from the Qintian observatory. As 2 days swiftly passed, Fang Ping's health showed no signs of deterioration, which greatly relieved the trio. One night, he sat at the head of his bed practicing his martial arts when he suddenly felt a surge of heat emanating from the center of his brow. Although his eyes were tightly shut, he appeared to glimpse countless vivid scenes. The first vision revealed a towering man clad in dark garments, standing atop a war chariot. With a flourish of his long sword, he signaled countless soldiers to charge forth, clashing with another group in fierce combat. Not only were warriors engaged on the ground, but dozens of figures soared through the air, embroiled in battle as well. The second scene depicted the same man in dark attire, standing upon a high platform, gazing down at the multitude laboring to construct a grand tomb. In the third vision, the dark-clad figure led a host of soldiers into a torchlit structure, surrounded by several ethereal beings hovering in the air. Suddenly, he produced a translucent orb, shattering it with a decisive grip. A flash of brilliance ensued, causing the airborne figures to plummet, only to be mercilessly torn apart by the soldiers behind him. The fourth scene showed the dark-robed man lying within a stone sarcophagus, surrounded by what appeared to be countless vengeful souls wailing in anguish. Just as Fang Ping focused on the image, the man within the coffin abruptly opened his eyes, emitting a chilling glare that seemed to lock onto him. Fang Ping shivered involuntarily, snapping his eyes open to find himself still seated in a meditative position at the head of his bed. What was that? Did I just fall asleep? Were those visions merely a dream? Suddenly, his arm trembled inexplicably, and a surge of fiery energy coursed through his meridians, erupting from his palm with a resounding crack that shattered a nearby wooden chair into splinters. Could it be that I have become a top-tier master? Overwhelmed with delight, he momentarily forgot the dreamlike visions and leapt excitedly from his bed. I shall strike. I shall strike. Yet, after exuberantly performing a series of mountain-pushing strikes, he discovered that his vital energy could only circulate around his body, failing to manifest outward. Calm down, calm down. I must have misaligned my stance. After several attempts, with no success in projecting his energy, disappointment crept in, yet he soon regained his spirits. It matters not. The fact that I managed to unleash a strike earlier indicates I am on the brink of mastery. With a few more meridians opened, I too shall be a top-tier master. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a voice, as delicate as a whisper, pierced through his thoughts. Third Palace Master, what are you making such a racket for? Are you trying to keep everyone awake? Fang Ping paused, his brow arching in surprise. You can transmit thoughts? Of course, it's hardly a remarkable skill. Once you attain the rank of a master, you will too. Ah, I almost forgot. You're not even a top-tier master yet. I will be soon. And how long is soon? Why don't you just go back to sleep? Chaoxi buzzed in his ear with a voice reminiscent of a mosquito, causing Fang Ping to momentarily believe that there were indeed mosquitoes in the dead of winter. Eventually, she fell silent. Fang Ping quietly attempted once more. Yet the genuine energy still eluded him, leaving him somewhat disheartened as he flopped onto the bed and succumbed to sleep. Once he drifted off, it seemed he entered a dream. In this dreamscape, he was clad in iron armor, wielding a cold iron staff, standing beneath an imposing edifice, disdainfully surveying a group of martial artists around him. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path? Do you dare to threaten me? One of the armed martial artists gestured aggressively. Fang Ping cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly retorted, I am the Grand General tasked with guarding the tomb of the first emperor. You must pay me 50 taels to pass. Pay you 50? What does that mean? The martial artist, bewildered, responded, Isn't the tomb of the Qin emperor a priceless relic? Does it not require maintenance? If you wish to enter, you must provide us with 50 taels of silver. I have no money, but I can still cut you down and enter. The man brandished his blade and swung at Fang Ping, only to be sent flying by a swift kick. Fang Ping then turned to the remaining onlookers, stating, No payment. No entry. The rest of the martial artists exchanged glances, each beginning to rummage for silver. In a daze, Fang Ping awoke, rubbing his aching head, faintly remembering the peculiar dream. How did I become the Grand General of the tomb, demanding payment? I'm not exactly impoverished myself. Chapter 189. The New Year celebration on the 29th day of the 12th month, under clear skies. Fang Ping and his companions finished tidying the medical clinic and began to affix spring couplets. More to the left, Chaoxi commanded with a flurry of gestures. Is that sufficient? Fang Ping stood on a stool, clutching the couplets, adjusting them slightly to the left. Further left, she insisted. Surely this is acceptable now? I meant the left side of the entrance. How can you not distinguish your left from your right? You are the one confused about left and right. Stop directing blindly. Chang'e, please assist. Chang'e chuckled lightly as she observed, swiftly completing the task of placing the spring couplets. Excellent. Everything is auspicious. Let us go to the Yang family. Chaoxi declared. Yesterday, that rascal Yang Qianshan visited, inviting us to celebrate the new year at his home, and of course, he did not forget about you, Fang Ping, the devoted follower. After tidying up, the trio locked the door and selected some gifts from the street before arriving at the Yang family's residence. At the entrance of the Yang family, Yang Qianshan was bustling about, directing the servants to affix spring couplets, and upon seeing the three, he hurried over. Brother Yang. Happy New Year. Here, this is a gift for you. Chaoxi casually tossed him a cap. What an ugly hat. Would you care to repeat that? It's adorably ugly. Yang Qianshan quickly donned the cap after receiving a glare from Chaoxi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two sisters ventured to the back courtyard to meet the women of the Yang family. Yang Qianshan shook his head and pulled Fang Ping along, saying, Brother, you arrived just in time. You haven't met my second uncle yet. Come, let me introduce you. Is it General Yang Tuizi? Indeed, he just returned a few days ago. When they reached the Yang family's training ground, they found General Yang Tuizi leading a group in martial practice. After Yang Qianshan introduced the two, Yang Tuizi looked at Fang Ping and laughed heartily, saying, So you were Fang Ping. Qianshan claimed you stood 8 feet tall, and I was skeptical. But it appears to be true. Yang Tuizi was also quite tall and robust, his stature nearly matching that of Fang Ping. I have heard of General Yang. Fang Ping greeted. Oh, forget about titles. We are not in the military. Just call me Brother Yang, he replied casually. Beside them, Yang Qianshan pouted and remarked, Uncle. That would be inappropriate. I call him Big Brother, so if he refers to you as brother, I would have to call you brother too. You little rascal, go away. Yang Tuizi chided, prompting Yang Qianshan to grumble into silence. Brother Fang, they say you possess great strength. Let us have a friendly contest, he proposed, retrieving 2 iron rods from a nearby weapons rack. The rods clanged together with a resonant hum. Fang Ping thought it curious how the Yang family seemed fond of competitions, and he shook his head slightly before retrieving the cold iron staff strapped to his back. Since Brother Yang wishes to test my skills, I am at your service. Haha. Brother Fang, you are straightforward. Prepare yourself. Upon receiving a nod from Fang Ping, Yang Tuizi swung his dual rods and charged at him. Fang Ping raised his arm, and the cold iron staff met the dual rods with a deafening clash. Indeed, your strength is considerable. Let us continue. The two engaged without any formal techniques, merely striking with their weapons in a flurry of clangs and crashes, quickly exchanging over 100 blows. They appeared evenly matched, though Fang Ping refrained from using internal energy. Sensing that Yang Tuizi was also holding back, After exchanging several dozen more strikes, Yang Tuizi, noticing Fang Ping showed no signs of fatigue, discarded his dual rods. My good brother, you surpass me. Someone bring wine from the cellar. I wish to test our drinking prowess. Yang Qianshan and several Yang family guards exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the folly of the two generals, as Yang Tuizi had previously outdrunk them all. However, none of them voiced their thoughts. They simply chuckled and went to fetch the wine. Soon, the ground was strewn with bottles. Yang Tuizi glared at Yang Qianshan. Why aren't you drinking? I'll be the one to pass out after a cup. Uncle, have you forgotten? It's been a year, and my tolerance is still so low. Have you even practiced? I have practiced, but to no avail. How embarrassing. Aren't you also going to pass out? The two uncles engaged in a frivolous argument, and Fang Ping, uninterested in mediating, continued to drink and enjoy the spectacle. As evening approached, and everyone finished their meal, Chang Shi and Chang Yi returned from the rear courtyard. Fang Ping, come, let us go see the festivities. Chang Shi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. What festivities? Chang Yi chimed in with a smile. From tonight until the 7th day of the new year, there is no curfew in Chang'an. A grand New Year celebration is taking place, and I hear there will be much merriment. Really? That sounds delightful. Let us go take a look. The three bid farewell to the Yang family and hurried to Zhuke Street. The street was festooned with lanterns, vibrant and alive with festivities, creating a jubilant atmosphere. I want to eat this, and that looks delicious. In this moment, Changshi was exuberantly energetic, engaging in a flurry of buying. And soon the trio found themselves laden with an assortment of snacks. The streets were bustling with vendors, performers, and theatrical acts, and as they strolled along, they paused intermittently, thoroughly enjoying the festivities. As they walked, they caught sight of a shop overflowing with a crowd of women, seemingly vying for some coveted item. Fang Ping, intrigued, glanced over, only to hear someone calling them from the 2nd floor. Brother Fang, sisters. They looked up to find it was Lu Hongyang from the Baishui Palace. Ah, Hongyang. I see you've ventured into commerce. Business is thriving, I presume, Fang Ping remarked with a smile. Lu Hongyang beckoned, pulling a woman towards her, and explained. This isn't my business, it's for Yao Ji. Fang Ping observed the woman clad in blue attire, adorned with a silver headdress, indeed. It was Yao Ji of the Mountain tribe. Upon noticing Fang Ping, Yao Ji rolled her eyes in exasperation. Oh, it's you, you clumsy giant. As if I wish to see you. I'm quite busy, so don't bother me. As she spoke, Yao Ji tossed down an object from the 2nd floor. Fang Ping reached out to catch it, discovering it to be a porcelain vial, with red paper affixed to it inscribed with the words Moonlight Dew. Suddenly, it all made sense. No wonder so many women were in a frenzy. It was this prized item they were after. Is this a gift for me? Fang Ping inquired. Yao Ji flashed a toothy grin. Not a chance. 500 taels per bottle, and remember to pay up next time. Why would I want this? Just as Fang Ping was about to toss it back, the vial was snatched away by Changshi. Wow, Moonlight Dew. It's mine now, she declared, stuffing it into her clothing. Ha ha ha, you silly giant. Don't forget to pay. Yao Ji laughed heartily. Fang Ping, exasperated, turned to see Changshi had already dashed away, and he could only follow suit. Chapter 190. The flames. The trio meandered through the bustling streets of Chang'an for over 2 hours before returning to the Yang residence. On the eve of the new year, they busied themselves with various tasks until nightfall. As midnight approached, the sound of firecrackers erupted, filling the air with a cacophony. The new year has arrived. Fang Ping gazed up at the starry sky, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Brother, what are you doing standing there? Be careful, Yang Qianshan shouted, having somehow toppled a heap of firecrackers, causing a ruckus in the courtyard. You little rascal, come here. Don't run. A group of people chased after Yang Qianshan, creating quite the spectacle. Fang Ping chuckled, noticing that Changshi and Changyi were also nearby, covering their ears as they set off firecrackers. He joined them. With a bang, a firecracker shot into the sky, prompting an excited shout from Changshi. That was a bit weak. It can't compare to the two-sound firecracker. What is a two-sound firecracker? Changyi asked with curiosity. It's a type of firecracker that makes two sounds, one on the ground and one in the sky. Changshi playfully circled behind him and kicked him twice. Is it like this? Hey, why aren't you flying? I'm too heavy. If I kicked you, I could surely send you soaring, Changyi teased back. Ha, you can't catch me. Amidst a chorus of laughter, the year slipped away. With the arrival of the new year, a fresh atmosphere enveloped the world. In the days that followed, the three companions, bearing gifts, extended their New Year-esque greetings to acquaintances in Chang'an, including the father and son Bai Gui, the couple Li Waner, and several esteemed scholars from the Royal Academy. Additionally, through Lu Linglong's guidance, Fang Ping learned of his adoptive sister Lu Hongya's family's residence and paid them a visit as well. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Upon hearing that the disciples of Bihue Palace were parading the legendary Tantian python through the streets, they decided to join the festivities. Upon arrival, they were indeed met with an overwhelming sea of people. This parade commenced on Zhuke Street, winding through several main thoroughfares of Chang'an. Not only were the disciples of Bihue Palace present, but also the imperial guards, ensuring order, creating a grand spectacle. Fang Ping, sister, shall we go greet them? Changshi pointed towards a figure in the crowd, Lu Hongyang. Chang'e tugged at her. Sister, don't be foolish. This is an important event organized by the court. It would be best not to disturb it. Fang Ping concurred. Indeed, perhaps another time you can seek out the Tantian python for a visit. After calming Changshi, they overheard the townsfolk buzzing with excitement. That serpent is 7 or 8 zhang long. Who knows how many years it has lived? I heard it's been several hundred years. Look, it even has horns on its head. Might it one day transform into a dragon? This is the guardian spirit of our great Zhou. If it truly becomes a dragon, surely it will bless us with favorable weather. Indeed, it is the Emperor's immense fortune that has brought forth such a divine creature. Yet, there are still those who resent the emperor ruling the realm as a woman. Such sentiments are treasonous. I know who they are, those stubborn remnants of the previous dynasty. Should we go and throw rotten eggs at their door? Yes, let us do that tonight. Fang Ping felt a wave of embarrassment as he realized that among the crowd, there were those who stirred up discord. It was amusing how the so-called guardian spirit, just months prior, had been targeted by the Jianghu. Yet now it was being wielded as a tool of the emperor against his political adversaries. After accompanying the Tantian python in a circuit around Chang'an, they arrived at the foot of the imperial city. The serpent, towering 7 or 8 zhang, raised its head to the entrance of the city gate. A woman clad in resplendent garments and adorned with a crown descended from the gate, standing atop the head of the Tantian python, and with a flourish, proclaimed, "May His Majesty's true dragon protect us, granting us boundless blessings." Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, prompting a wave of citizens to kneel in unison. "May His Majesty's true dragon protect us, granting us boundless blessings." Those further away, unsure of the commotion, joined in, echoing the chant. Fang Ping, positioned at a distance, could not discern the woman's features and inquired of the two sisters beside him, "Is that the emperor?" "It is the emperor's sister," Chang'e gently affirmed. Noticing Fang Ping squatting, Changshi curiously knelt beside him, asking, "What are you doing? Are there ants on the ground?" "Not at all. Everyone else is kneeling, and standing out like a sore thumb would be quite conspicuous." "Chang'e, you should kneel as well." "All right." Chang'e found the situation amusing and squatted down beside her. Changshi rolled her eyes and said, "Humph, deceiving the empress. When I see her next, I shall ensure she has you executed at the marketplace. Let her strike. As long as the executioner's blade does not break, I'll have her use a better sword." "How ruthless you are." After a considerable wait, the colossal python finally entered the imperial city, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The three of them wandered a bit longer and happened to pass by the 6 doors, where they decided to check on Bai Gui. Upon seeing them, Bai Gui was quite delighted. "I was just thinking of sending Tianlong to find you. But you arrived first." Fang Ping inquired, "Is there something on your mind, old man?" Bai Gui replied with a smile, "Good news. The medicinal pills for the 2 young ladies have been successfully refined. Although they are substitutes, I am confident they will yield some effect." "Thank you, Elder Bai." The sisters gratefully accepted the porcelain vials handed to them by Bai Gui. After exchanging a few more words, they departed from the 6 doors and returned to the Tianyi Medical Pavilion. That evening, Changshi took out the medicinal pill refined by Bai Gui, swallowed one, and began to practice her cultivation. Fang Ping and Chang'e stood by to protect her. After a considerable duration, wisps of white smoke began to rise from Changshi's head, lingering for quite some time before dissipating. "How was it?" Fang Ping asked eagerly as she opened her eyes. "Sweet. Who asked you about the taste? How effective is it?" "I'm not sure, but I do feel considerably lighter." Chang'e suddenly reached out and touched Changshi's hair, remarking, "There seems to be some effect. Your hair has darkened significantly." "Where? Where? Let me see." Changshi fumbled around and finally spotted a few strands that had turned back to black, instantly filled with joy. However, at this moment, their cultivation methods had not yet been fully translated, so they weren't in a hurry to consume all the pills. Days passed, and before they knew it, it was the 18th day of the first lunar month. The Yang family sent someone to summon them again. According to local customs, the 18th day marked the final day of the New Year celebrations, and only after visiting tonight could the festivities be deemed complete. Naturally, Fang Ping tagged along to enjoy the meal. While everyone was casually chatting at the table, Yang Shilu hurriedly rushed into the hall. "Shilu, what has happened?" Yang Lin inquired. Holding a wine cup, Yang Shilu clasped his hands and replied, "Master, there is trouble." "Oh dear, you'll see for yourself if you come out." Seeing his anxious demeanor, Everyone followed him out of the hall. A guard from the Yang family stood atop the roof and called out, "Master, you should come up and take a look." Yang Lin, infuriated, leapt up to the roof, and others followed suit. Concerned about the weight on the rooftop, Fang Ping instead climbed a nearby tree and peered into the distance, his mouth agape. The once tranquil Chang'an city was now ablaze in numerous places, resembling a scene where countless torches had been lit throughout the city. Chapter 191. Playing with fire and wetting the bed. Was there a fire? No. While it's common to have some incidents during the new year, counting carefully revealed dozens of fire points. It was evident that someone had set the fires deliberately. Fang Ping pondered. Once everyone descended, their expressions were far from pleasant. Yang Lin bellowed, "Bring me my dragon capturing staff. 16, gather 50 men, and accompany me into battle." "Yes, master," came the prompt reply. In a brief span, Yang 16 led a contingent of armored Yang family guards, standing resolutely in the courtyard. Yang Lin donned his full battle gear, brandishing the dragon capturing staff, and turned to say, "Second, you stay behind to safeguard the home. I shall investigate which miscreants are causing chaos in the capital." "Yes, father, do take care," Yang Tuizhi responded with a respectful clasp of his fists. Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively, and, with an aura of menace, departed from the Yang residence. Fang Ping pondered for a moment before addressing Yang Tuizhi, "Brother Yang, I shall return to the clinic and ensure it remains unscathed." Yang Tuizhi nodded, tossing him a badge, stating, "Take this emblem of the Yang family. Should you encounter officials, it will spare you considerable trouble. If you face any troublemakers, do not hesitate to strike them down. The Yang family will bear the consequences." "Thank you," Fang Ping replied, tucking the badge into his cloak and hastening towards the clinic. Due to the festive season, several main streets of Chang'an were adorned with lanterns, illuminating the surroundings, making his run effortless. However, he had not ventured far before he heard someone calling from behind. Turning, he saw Chang'e. "What brings you out?" "Where's Changxi?" Chang'e, with her twin swords slung across her back, replied, "Sister is with our aunt and the others. I'm going to check on old Master Bai and Sister Wanner." "Very well, I shall first visit the clinic." The two exchanged words of caution at a crossroads before parting ways. Fang Ping continued his run until he encountered a patrol of city guards. Had it not been for the badge from the Yang family, he might have clashed with them. Just as he escaped one predicament, he stumbled upon another group of soldiers. Exasperated, he chose to veer into the shadowy side streets, grateful for the bright moonlight that illuminated his path. Upon reaching a narrow alley near the clinic, he observed the surrounding buildings cloaked in darkness, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had not been set ablaze. It would have been quite embarrassing if Old Man Bai, who kindly offered a shelter, had his place destroyed. However, just as Fang Ping was about to exit the alley, he heard commotion outside on the street. Quickly, he held his breath and concealed himself behind a wall, as two voices drifted toward him. "Damn it. We have some reputation in the Jianghu, yet we are assigned to this arson task. It's utterly disgraceful if word gets out. Hush, keep your voice down. And try to find an unoccupied house to ignite. Isn't that akin to exposing oneself while relieving oneself? You admit it's disgraceful. Now, hurry and find a place with no one around. Look, this clinic's door is locked from the outside. It should be empty. Come, hand me the fire starter." Though they attempted to lower their voices, Fang Ping could hear them clearly, and their tones felt eerily familiar. As they mentioned setting fire to the clinic, rage surged within him, veins throbbing on his forehead. Peering out, he spotted two shadowy figures loitering near the clinic's entrance, illuminated by the glow of their fire starter, allowing him to finally discern their identities. A towering figure, adorned with a fiery red beard and hair, wielding a convenient multi-pronged shovel, stood alongside a slender, stooped individual dressed in ghostly white attire, who at first glance seemed to have emerged from the realm of the afterlife. Indeed, these were none other than the infamous red-haired demon and the tubercular ghost from the Yin sect. "How dare they set fire to your grandfather's home? I shall ensure your demise." Upon witnessing their intent to hurl a torch into the medical hall, Fang Ping swiftly yelled, brandishing his staff and leaping forward. "Halt! You vile specters! Face the wrath of Fang!" Startled, the two fiends were taken aback as a dark figure sprang forth from the alley, the staff already descending towards them. They hastily raised their weapons in defense, causing the torch to tumble to the ground. The tubercular ghost jabbed forward with an iron rod, only for Fang Ping's cold iron staff to send it flying away. With relentless momentum, the staff swung towards the red-haired demon. The demon raised the multi-pronged shovel, producing a resounding clash as he felt an overwhelming force press down upon him, forcing his massive frame to one knee. "It's you, Fang Ping. How has your strength grown so formidable?" In the flickering light of the fallen torch, the red-haired demon recognized him. Fang Ping replied with a cold smirk, "Ha. When you descend to the netherworld, ask Yama himself." You claim to be a demon. He will surely enlighten you." As he spoke, Fang Ping exerted pressure downwards on the staff, forcing the shovel lower in the demon's grasp until the red-haired demon's arms trembled under the strain. Tubercular ghost. Save me. At this moment, the tubercular ghost retrieved the iron rod that Fang Ping had knocked away and aimed it once more at Fang Ping's temple. Fang Ping, with a swift kick, sent the red-haired demon sprawling while horizontally swinging the staff towards the tubercular ghost's arm. This time, the ghost dared not confront the blow directly. He swayed the iron rod above Fang Ping's head and kicked up the fallen torch, which landed on the roof of the medical hall, before turning to flee. "Curse you!" Fang Ping shouted in frustration, promptly leaping onto the roof to kick the torch down. When he descended, he saw the red-haired demon and the tubercular ghost fleeing in opposite directions. With a fierce glare, Fang Ping pursued the red-haired demon. Having just been kicked by Fang Ping, the demon staggered and did not run quickly. Upon noticing Fang Ping closing in, he was struck with terror. "Why are you chasing me, you bastard?" The tubercular ghost is dressed in white, making him an easier target. "Huh, that fellow possesses superior agility and speed. If not him, then who should I pursue?" In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Fang Ping had closed the distance, raising his staff to strike. Clouds gather above. My strength cleaves like Mount Hua. A mountain's weight bears down upon you, crushing your skull. Fang Ping swung the cold iron staff with unwavering focus on the red-haired demon's head, bending the shovel in his grip. The red-haired demon, still defiant, exclaimed, "Fang Ping, you are most unreasonable. Why persist in this relentless pursuit? You insolent wretch, the house you sought to burn was mine. If not you, then who should I strike? At your size, you should know better than to play with fire. You are the one who should know better." With a grunt of disdain, he thought, "You won't urinate. Huh, I'll make you." With a few more strikes, the red-haired fiend trembled, unable to withstand any longer. He flung his convenient chain shovel at Fang Ping and turned to flee. Fang Ping knocked the shovel away with a stick and pursued him further. Chapter 192. The meeting hall. After discarding the cumbersome chain shovel, the red-haired fiend found himself running even faster, infuriating Fang Ping, who shouted obscenities from behind. "You coward! Why don't you stand and fight? You insolent wretch, if you have the ability, don't chase me." They exchanged heated words, one in pursuit and the other in flight, both spewing vitriol. However, the red-haired fiend had sustained some injuries, and their distance began to close. Just after turning a corner, the surroundings suddenly brightened as several houses along the street erupted into flames, illuminating half the thoroughfare. Beside the burning buildings, a crowd of citizens gathered. Some were drawing water to extinguish the fire, while others wailed in despair. "My son is still inside. Don't stop me, I must go in," a woman cried, her voice filled with anguish. "What are you boasting about? Let me go." A man nearby shoved the woman down and prepared to rush into the inferno. "Damn it." Fang Ping cursed under his breath, halted for a moment, and leaped forward to pull the man back, charging into the burning house. In mere moments, sparks flew as Fang Ping emerged, cradling a child of about 10 years old. The child had fainted from the thick smoke. Fang Ping handed him over to the couple. Thank you, hero," they stammered, about to kneel. Fang Ping raised a hand to stop them. "Do not waste time. Hurry to the doctor for treatment." Yes. The couple hurried away with the child. Just then, a cry of distress rang out. A man nearby, carrying a bucket of water to douse the flames, had stumbled and fallen. He was too close to the inferno, and a burning beam was about to crash down upon him. Fang Ping leaped again, kicking the timber away. Observing the others fighting the fire, Fang Ping noted that while they had poured plenty of water, the burning roof was too high for them to reach. Everyone stepped back. He shouted, driving the crowd away. Armed with his stick, he began to strike at the structure, and soon enough, he reduced it to rubble. You. That was my house. Why did you demolish it? You owe me." It was the man who had fallen earlier, now grumbling in anger. Fang Ping grinned, baring his teeth, causing the man to shudder. "You want compensation, do you? I'll make you pay." Furious at allowing the red-haired fiend to escape, he leaped onto the ruins and began to smash them with his stick. After reducing the debris to a pile of splinters, Fang Ping turned to the man. "So, will you still demand compensation?" "And no compensation. That's more like it. If I hadn't destroyed your house, the entire street would have burned down. If you seek compensation, go to the authorities or the owners of the undamaged houses," Fang Ping declared, glaring at the onlookers. "What are you staring at? Get water on that collapsed structure, otherwise, it will ignite again." Yes, the hero is right. The remaining individuals hurriedly began to water the plants. Fang Ping exhaled a breath of turbulent air, grasped his staff, and took off running. However, he did not venture far before turning back. "Hey, there was a tall fellow who ran past just now. Which direction did he go? Did anyone see?" The man, whose house had collapsed, gestured in a direction and said, "Over there. That way." "Thank you," Fang Ping replied, honing in on the indicated direction, and once again embarked on a reckless chase. Just as he thought he could no longer pursue, a sudden outburst of furious curses echoed ahead, unmistakably the voice of the red-haired fiend. "You scoundrel! Aren't you a member of the Six Doors? How dare you resort to ambush with concealed weapons? Have you no shame? To deal with the likes of you? Why would I need shame? Prepare to die." As Fang Ping drew closer, he witnessed a figure wielding an iron umbrella engaged in combat with the red-haired fiend. Although he could not discern the man's features, upon seeing the iron umbrella, Fang Ping surmised that it was Shinzue from the Six Doors. Shinzue twirled the iron umbrella gracefully with one hand while brandishing a sword glinting with cold light in the other, forcing the unarmed red-haired fiend to retreat step by step. "I shan't fight you any longer. Once I find the time, I shall ensure your demise," he bellowed. "Ha! You fool, just turn back." Just as the red-haired fiend attempted to flee, he collided with the oncoming Fang Ping, who kicked him back with a forceful blow. With a thud, the sword in Shinzue's hand flashed with cold brilliance, circling the fiend's head before it fell to the ground, rolling away. No wonder this fellow was in such a panic, running aimlessly down the street without any weapons. It turns out Brother Fang was in pursuit. At this moment, Shinzue also recognized Fang Ping's face. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed the bloodied sword back into the iron umbrella. Fang Ping stepped forward and chuckled. "This lunatic dared to burn down my medical clinic. I caught him red-handed and chased him all the way here." Shinzue nodded in agreement, saying, "The great fire in Chang'an City was ignited by the followers of the Inyan sect, but this is likely a diversion. Their true purpose remains unknown. Where are you headed?" "Brother Shun, a distress signal was just raised at the assembly hall. I was about to go check it out. Brother Fang, could you lend a hand and accompany me?" "Certainly. I have a grudge against that Inyan sect as well. What should we do with this one on the ground?" Shinzue retrieved a note from his waist and affixed it to the red-haired fiend's unblinking head, remarking with a smile, "This is a warrant from the Six Doors. Once the patrolling officer discovers it, they will naturally send his corpse to the Six Doors." Fang Ping jested, "You startled me. I thought Brother Shun was well-versed in Taoist techniques, placing a talisman to subdue the corpse." "Haha, Brother Fang, you jest. That being said, this red-haired fiend is infamous. The Six Doors indeed has a bounty on him. Be sure to remember to collect your reward later." "That sounds good. Please ask for a larger sum for me. By the way, you mentioned going where?" "The assembly hall, which hosts foreign envoys and various ethnic minorities within the Great Zhou, is quite significant." "Then please, lead the way." "Brother Shin." The two of them agreed and, armed with their weapons, sprinted towards the direction of the assembly hall. After traversing several streets and alleys, the two companions looked up to see a towering inferno not far off, accompanied by the faint sounds of battle. Shinzue's expression tightened as he exclaimed, "This is dire. That direction leads to the Huaidong Pavilion. We must hasten there." As Fang Ping and Shinzue ran a short distance, they suddenly noticed countless rats scurrying towards the Huaidong Pavilion, emerging from every corner of the streets and even from the rooftops nearby. They had no time to ponder the peculiar phenomenon before arriving at the entrance of the pavilion. Before them unfolded a chaotic scene of combat, with soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty clashing against a motley crew of martial artists. Despite the numerical superiority of the Zhou soldiers, they found themselves steadily retreating, besieged by an overwhelming tide of frenzied rats that savagely attacked them. Fang Ping smacked his lips, murmuring, "This scene feels eerily familiar." Chapter 193, Cats and Mice Observing the Swarms of Rats Before Him. Fang Ping recalled an incident from months prior at the Chaodian Temple, where a figure clad in black had commanded snakes, insects, and rodents to assault the Togtian python. At that moment, Shinzue, glancing at the tumultuous battle, swiftly drew his sword from within his umbrella and said, "Brother Fang, with your formidable protective skill, charge in first. Save as many as you can. I will assist the soldiers." Upon receiving Fang Ping's nod of agreement, Shinzue surged forward, engaging with the martial artists. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Enveloping himself in his vital energy and brandishing his staff, he lunged toward the entrance of the Huaidong Pavilion, his hefty steps crushing countless rats beneath his feet. At that moment, he caught the attention of a couple of individuals who leapt forward to intercept him. "I am the guardian of the mountain. To hell with you." Without even discerning the assailant's appearance, Fang Ping swung his staff, sending the man flying. "I am the eight-armed Neza. Get out of my way." One thug wielding hidden weapons attempted to block him, but was toppled by Fang Ping's massive frame, his foot crushing the man into the rat-infested ground. Thus, Fang Ping barreled through, arriving at the rear of the Huaidong Pavilion, where chaos reigned supreme. And the cacophony of battle was punctuated by an unusual sound. Fang Ping's ears perked up, recognizing the sound as he scanned the surroundings and finally spotted a group of individuals atop a wall, among whom stood the very figure from the Chaodian Temple, the one who commanded snakes, insects, and rats. "So it is this scoundrel. though these rats pose little threat to me. This is utterly repulsive. I must eliminate him first. Resolute, Fang Ping brandished his staff and charged towards them, the cold iron staff slicing through the air with a whoosh, destined to bring death to those who crossed his path. Soon, the figures atop the wall noticed him as well. One of them grinned sinisterly and pointed a finger at him, summoning several shadowy figures from below. These shadows emitted a series of bizarre, unnerving shrieks. Fang Ping recognized them immediately as they rushed toward him, their skin gaunt and eyes glowing green. They were the drug-enhanced beings. Fang Ping's lips curled in disdain as he thought, so, these two summoners dare to challenge me, a tank? Once I charge at you, I'll eliminate both of your fragile forms. Wu Laoji, I know it's you, dare you respond? With a mighty swing of his staff, he sent 4 of the medicinal beings flying. Just as he was about to rush forward, he saw the last medicinal being raise its palm, and in an instant, he was sent tumbling across the courtyard, rolling from one end to the other. What on earth is happening with this medicinal being? Can it truly channel external energy? Could these beings also be top-tier masters? Initially dismissive, Fang Ping was left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. However, although he had been struck by the medicinal being, he sustained no injuries aside from a handprint on his clothing, nor did he feel any inner energy invading his body. Despite their peculiar nature and formidable strength, these medicinal beings were, after all, not alive, their control lacking in finesse. Suddenly, he felt a mouse scurrying up his arm, prompting him to leap up in a flurry, shaking off the rodents that had clung to him. Ha ha ha, Fang Ping, are you performing some sort of dance? A clear voice rang out from the rooftop behind him. He looked up to see Tang Chi, accompanied by a group of people and numerous cats. Together, they swiftly dispatched any mice that dared to venture onto the roof. Fang Ping swung his staff, crushing a cluster of mice, and shouted toward the rooftop, Tang Chi, what brings you here? I heard this place is meant to host foreign envoys. Are you one of them? Tang Chi shot him an irritated glance, kicking a mouse off the edge. What foreigner? The palace is stifling, filled with unbearable rules, so I moved here. Who would have thought I'd run into this mess? What terrible luck. And where are Tang Lu and your guards? Who knows? They always seem to vanish at the crucial moment. Tang Chi brandished her dagger, dispatching a few more mice, and called out to the side, Yao Ji, keep blowing. We need more cats. Yao Ji. Fang Ping leaped forward, glancing up to see that indeed. Behind Tang Chi stood Yao Ji from the Yishan tribe, the source of the summoned cats. Yao Ji huffed, I've summoned every cat within several miles. Did you not notice even dogs mingling among them? No more will come. Tang Chi replied, aren't you capable of summoning birds? In the dead of winter, where would one find birds? By the way, do you know this tall fellow below? Of course, I met him when I pilfered his belongings. I believe I've also stolen from him. I once hurled a concealed weapon at him. I even used soul-entangling silk against him. He is now my beloved. Oh, you have good taste. He merely owes me 500 taels of silver. Fang Ping, listening from below, felt utterly speechless as he dealt with the mice while shouting, hey, you two, stop your nonsensical chatter. Why are these people attacking the Huaidong pavilion? I have no idea. Tang Chi and Yao Ji shouted in unison. What do you know? Be careful not to be bitten to death by the rats. I will take care of that rat controller and Wu Lauer first. At this moment, Fang Ping had already regulated his breathing, brandishing his stick as he charged recklessly to the other side of the courtyard, where several medicinal beings rushed towards him. Get out of the way. With a swing of his stick, he dispatched each of the 4 ordinary medicinal beings to the side. Then, the special medicinal being lunged at him again, striking out with a palm, which Fang Ping managed to block with his stick. This time, he finally discerned the creature's appearance. Unlike the other medicinal beings that bore a thin layer of greenish skin on their faces, this one had merely half a skeletal head remaining. Fang Ping marveled at how it could still be intact despite its state. Is this really a medicinal being? I wonder if I could pry open its skull to see if it has a brain. However, despite his curiosity, he realized he was unable to subdue the creature for the time being. This entity was not only remarkably resilient but also wielded its palms with skill, unleashing powerful strikes that surpassed those of an average elite fighter. Yet, while its power was formidable, it seemed incapable of controlling it. The force dissipated upon impact, failing to penetrate into the meridians of its opponents. After exchanging over 20 blows with it, Fang Ping, seeing that he could not defeat it, suddenly thought, what am I even doing? The priority is to eliminate Wu Lauer. With that realization, he feigned an attack, sweeping his stick against the creature's leg to bring it crashing to the ground, before turning and sprinting towards the wall where Wu Lauer stood. Chapter 194. Chaos and Battle. As Fang Ping approached the base of the wall, a figure leaped down, striking towards his face with a palm. Fang Ping swiftly dodged, recognizing the assailant as Wu Lauer. Ah, finally daring to come down. Take this. Wu Lauer, unwilling to face him directly, ducked and cursed. What a narrow path for enemies. Why must you always be in my way? At that moment, Fang Ping felt no fear, but just as he prepared to engage, he sensed a menacing wind behind him. He sidestepped, realizing that the special medicinal being had followed him. This is never-ending, 2 against 1. I'm not afraid of you. He activated his mixed element technique, enveloping himself in protection as he charged toward Wu Lao Air and the medicinal being with a wave of his stick. Wu Lao Air waved his hand, causing the medicinal being to block in front of him, only for Fang Ping's stick to strike its head. However, the creature's skull was exceptionally tough, and it barely budged, even seeming to mock him, which infuriated Fang Ping. The medicinal being raised its arms, deflecting his stick and pushing towards his chest. Fang Ping sidestepped, preparing to strike again when Wu Lao Air emerged from behind the medicinal being, executing a sweeping kick aimed at his leg. In a quick response, Fang Ping jabbed his stick into the ground, not only blocking Wu Lao Air's kick but also inadvertently killing 2 rats, splattering their blood onto Wu Lao Air's face, which disgusted him enough to hastily retreat behind the medicinal being to wipe his face. In this manner, the 3 engaged in a fierce confrontation, swiftly exchanging dozens of blows. With the protection of the peculiar medicated guardian, Wu Lao Air found himself impervious to Fang Ping's relentless attempts. His frustration grew to a boiling point. At that moment, the medicated guardian charged forward once more with a deafening roar. Just as Fang Ping prepared to confront it head-on, he suddenly heard Tang Chi's voice behind him. Fang Ping. He tilted his head, uncertain of her intentions. Extending his staff forward, he braced it against the medicated guardian while simultaneously tilting his head aside. With a swift whoosh, a projectile grazed his ear, striking directly into the mouth of the peculiar guardian. In an instant, a loud bang erupted, and a multitude of white smoke billowed from its mouth. Letting out a howl, the extraordinary medicated guardian went berserk, racing around the courtyard, heedless of Wu Lao Air's frantic commands. That wretched girl from the Tang clan has thwarted my plans again. She seeks her own demise. Wu Lao Air, unable to control the guardian, lost his composure and lunged towards Tang Chi. Get away from me. Fang Ping quickly intervened, striking Wu Lao Air's palm with his staff, sending him tumbling. Just as he was about to settle the score with Wu Lao Air, he heard Tang Chi's frantic cries from behind. Thinking someone was about to harm her, he turned around only to find Tang Chi dancing about, several mice scurrying over her. Mice! Mice! Fang Ping, save me! Fang Ping was at a loss for words, moving to remove the rodents from her. What about your hidden weapons? Use them. By the way, what did you throw earlier? I used them all up. What I threw was the powdered formula given by the old man, she exclaimed, shuddering at the sight of the mice. Ugh, that's disgusting. She reached out her hand. Fang Ping, perplexed, extended his hand. What do you want? Nothing. Just don't move. With a swift motion, Tang Chi stepped on his palm. Throw me back. Are you out of your mind? Fang Ping retorted, pushing her shoe away and sending her flying. In midair, Tang Chi deftly twisted her waist, elegantly landing back on the rooftop. Seeing her safe, Fang Ping turned back, ready to confront Wu Lao Air. But the medicated guardian dashed past him with another deafening roar. Goodness, this old man's formula is quite effective, although it hasn't dispatched the guardian. Its peculiar nature suggests that only the old man himself might know how to subdue it. Nonetheless, its madness is a relief. At least it's no longer preoccupied with me. He waved his staff, scattering another group of mice, and glanced around, unsure of Wu Lao Air's whereabouts amidst the chaos of the ongoing skirmish. Swift on his feet, is he? I shall target the one controlling the mice, he resolved. Just as he prepared to advance, the medicated guardian once again sprinted past him. After taking a couple of steps, it dashed behind him. For heaven's sake, are you mad? What a stroke of bad luck. He halted, and indeed, the medicated guardian charged back towards him. Although it did not attack, its presence was irritating. Scream all you want. Fang Ping extended his foot forward, tripping the drug man, causing him to tumble awkwardly. Before the man could recover, Fang Ping seized his ankle and propelled him forward. With a vigorous swing, he hurled the drug man like a formidable projectile towards the wall. Almost instantly, a piercing scream echoed, suggesting someone had been bitten by the drug man. Fang Ping noticed the peculiar sound that had been controlling the mice ceased momentarily, causing a flurry of chaos among them, yet the sound resumed shortly thereafter. A smirk crept onto Fang Ping's lips as he reached out and grasped a nearby vagabond. Who are you? The man inquired. I am from the Yin Yang sect. You come with me, Fang Ping replied, tossing him towards the wall as well. Uncertain whether he had struck his target, he repeated the action several more times, only to discover that the area around him had become eerily vacant, with the members of the Yin Yang sect retreating at a distance. At this point, Fang Ping found himself beneath the wall and brought down his staff with force, demolishing the barricade. Several figures leapt from the top, one of whom launched 2 palm strikes at Fang Ping midair. He felt a rush of wind, and swiftly raised his staff to defend himself. Realizing he was facing a formidable opponent, upon stepping back for a better look, he discerned that the assailant was a gaunt old Taoist. Not much more appealing than the drug man, wielding a whisk and glaring intensely at him. At that moment, 3 others descended from the wall, one of whom was the black-robed figure Fang Ping had encountered at the Chaodian temple. "You again, meddling with my affairs. Han Lao Dao, let us eliminate him together," the withered Taoist declared, flicking his whisk. The 4 exchanged glances and charged at Fang Ping simultaneously. Laughing heartily, Fang Ping showed no signs of fear, swinging his staff to counter their attacks. After exchanging over a dozen blows, he quickly assessed the situation. The old Taoist was indeed a top-tier master, while the black-robed man and the other 2 were merely second-tier fighters. Against anyone else, they might have overwhelmed him, but against him, they posed little threat. After another 20 exchanges, one of the second-tier opponents, brandishing a dagger, managed to stab Fang Ping in the lower back. Yet, before he could revel in his success, Fang Ping seized the man's wrist, pulling him close, causing the assailant to stumble. With a swift motion, Fang Ping pressed his arm against the man's head, producing a sharp crack as the man's head drooped lifelessly. Hearing an ominous gust behind him, Fang Ping grasped the man's corpse and hurled it backward, deflecting the attacks of the other 3 onto the lifeless body. Chapter 195. You summoned my mice, didn't you? The black-robed man glanced at the fallen body and shouted a warning. "Everyone, be cautious. This kid possesses formidable protective skills. Do not underestimate him." Another second-tier fighter retorted. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You're blind. Did you not see how he crushed so many mice without a scratch? Use your brain. It's no wonder you're in trouble." "Nonsense. It's dark at night. Who can see clearly? How could I know whether that blood is his or that of the mice?" In the Huitong Pavilion, the atmosphere was indeed somewhat dim. Fortunately, lanterns and torches provided some illumination, complemented by the light emanating from the surrounding burning structures, allowing one to discern friend from foe upon closer inspection. Fang Ping chuckled and remarked, "Please cease your bickering. As you draw near, clarity shall come. Prepare to behold my staff." He advanced his staff slightly, executing a maneuver akin to piercing through a thicket, aiming the tip towards the figure clad in black. However, before his staff could reach its target, the Taoist priest Han, wielding a whisk, deftly redirected Fang Ping's cold iron staff with a flick, providing the black-robed figure and his companion an opportunity to strike back. Fang Ping, firmly planting his feet, summoned a surge of true energy and thrust his upper body forward. Although the attacks landed upon him, they felt merely like tickles, and he retaliated by sending the 2 assailants sprawling with a powerful collision. Immediately, he swung his staff vigorously, causing the Taoist priest to spin in surprise, prompting Han to retract his whisk in haste. After exchanging dozens of blows, Fang Ping felt invigorated while his opponents grew increasingly exhausted, their attacks dwindling to mere evasive movements. The black-robed figure cursed, "Where is Wu Lao? He is supposedly a top-tier expert. He wouldn't he have fled after a minor setback, would he?" Another second-rate expert replied, "I believe I saw him pursuing that alchemist just now. Damn it, he is more of a hindrance than a help," the black-robed man grumbled, as their spirits waned. A resounding voice suddenly echoed from outside the Huitong Pavilion. "The Jianghu are here. You rascals should surrender immediately." The voice was robust, drowning out the sounds of combat within the pavilion, signaling that formidable reinforcements had arrived. The second-rate expert, already intimidated by Fang Ping, turned to flee upon hearing of the court's arrival. The black-robed figure attempted to escape as well but was intercepted by Fang Ping. "Where do you think you're going? Prepare to face my staff." The black-robed man, incensed, braced himself for 2 strikes, his hands numbing from the impact, and shouted in frustration, "You insolent brat. We bear no grudge. Why do you obstruct my escape?" Fang Ping paused, recalling that they had only clashed once at the Chaodian temple, where he was an auxiliary from Bishi Palace and the black-robed man was an auxiliary from the Jianghu Way. Their conflict had not been rooted in deep-seated animosity. Yet, a realization dawned upon him, and his brows furrowed. "What do you mean by no grievances? You wretched scoundrel, not long ago, my household was overrun with rats that devoured our provisions, and I suspect you summoned them." Veins bulging on his forehead, the black-robed man vehemently retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Every household has a few rodents. Why should I be blamed? That is irrelevant. It is you. No more evasion. Prepare for my staff." Fang Ping swung his weapon fiercely. After several blows, the black-robed figure found himself in disarray, his desperation culminating in a cry for help. "Han Lao Dao, save me." The Taoist priest Han, having fled like the second-rate expert, had not gone far and was observing the situation from atop a wall. Upon witnessing the black-robed man in peril, Han leaped back, disregarding Fang Ping, and seized the black-robed figure, making a hasty retreat. Fang Ping glanced back, observing that the mice, freed from the control of the man in the black robe, had scurried away in droves, while various colored cats and dogs, having leapt from the rooftops, chased after the remaining few. With the threat of the mice dissipated, the practitioners of the Yin-Yang sect found themselves at a disadvantage. He cast another glance at Tang Chi, noticing several individuals surrounding her, two of whom could wield powerful gusts of wind, indicating they were indeed formidable masters. The Imperial Guards were nearing their arrival, ensuring Tang Chi's safety. Thus, he resolved to pursue the man in the black robe. With this thought, Fang Ping hoisted his staff and dashed out through the section of wall he had just demolished, sprinting towards the direction of the black-robed figure and the old Taoist priest. Han. As he raced down the street, he initially believed he might not catch up, but soon he spotted two figures leaping high atop a building. Illuminated by the glow of lanterns, Han the old Taoist and the man in the black robe. Suddenly, he heard a couple of cries, and the two plummeted from the sky. What on earth is happening? Fang Ping had no time to ponder and hurried over. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows of an alley, hands raised, unleashing a flurry of concealed projectiles towards the black-robed man and Han the old Taoist. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the assailant as Tang Lu. Tang Lu's projectiles flew forth with far greater prowess than Tang Chi's, creating a thunderous sound as they pierced the air, forcing the two adversaries to evade. It seems they were also struck down by Tang Lu from above moments earlier. Ah, is that not Brother Tang Lu? Why are you not protecting Tang Chi and instead come here? Tang Lu, unceasing in his assault, chuckled, Brother Fang, do not misjudge. I was merely hiding in the tree at the Huaidong Pavilion until I was assured of her safety before I decided to stretch my legs. Is that so? Tang Chi just scolded you quite harshly. I heard it all, but watching her scamper about, dodging mice, was rather amusing. Fang Ping mused silently about the peculiarities of the Tang clan. At that instant, Han the old Taoist and the black-robed man, frustrated by Tang Lu's onslaught, turned to flee. Fang Ping pursued them for a few paces when another flurry of projectiles whistled through the air, prompting the duo to leap back once more. At the other end of the street, a dozen men clad in black robes, wielding powerful crossbows, approached. It was the Six Doors, led by Gu Lingyun, who held a geese feather blade aloft. Gu Lingyun pointed his blade forward, commanding, fire. The men lined up, aiming their crossbows at Han the old Taoist and the black-robed man. Unleashing a volley of bolts, Han the old Taoist managed to deflect a few arrows with a flick of his sleeve. But the black-robed man found himself in a dire predicament, evading frantically. Fire again! Another round of bolts was released, and the black-robed man was struck in the shoulder, prompting Han the old Taoist to flee. Forgive me, may fortune favor you. The black-robed man, witnessing Han's escape, shouted in anger, You scoundrel! Is this how the Yin-Yang sect conducts its affairs? Come back here. Yet, Han had already vanished into a shadowy alley, leaving no reply. A flash of steel glimmered as Gu Lingyun swung his geese feather blade at the fleeing man, and the two clashed fiercely. Tang Lu crossed his arms and inquired, Brother Fang, are you not pursuing him? Fang Ping hoisted his staff onto his shoulder and shook his head. After all, he is a first-rate master. How could I possibly catch up? And why are you not in pursuit, Brother Tang? What concern is it of mine? Tang Lu stretched and yawned. In any case, the one ensnared by the Six Doors cannot escape. I can return and share the tale with Tang Chi. If I tarry too long, he will scold me again. Chapter 196. A pair of rivals with a dismissive wave. Tang Lu leapt onto the roof beams and departed. Fang Ping turned his gaze toward Gu Lingyun, who was fiercely engaging the injured figure in black robes, pressing him hard. He intended to offer assistance, but several agents from the Six Doors aimed crossbows at him, which rendered him hesitant to act. He merely stood by, guarding against the potential escape of the black-robed man. After exchanging over 30 blows, the black-robed man, caught off guard, was struck in the leg by Gu Lingyun. Staggering, he soon fell victim to a flurry of precise strikes from Gu Lingyun, and with a horrified scream, he collapsed to the ground, swiftly bound by the Six Doors agents. Gu Lingyun flicked his Yanling blade and called out, Is that you, Brother Fang? Come forth. Let us converse. Once the matter was settled, Fang Ping approached. Two constables from the Six Doors clasped their hands in greeting. Ah, it is Brother Fang. My apologies. We lacked the keen eyes of Captain Gu and did not recognize you. No harm done. It is to be expected, Fang Ping replied with a smile, feeling no offense, as he was only vaguely acquainted with the agents, who were justified in directing their crossbows at him. At that moment, Gu Lingyun placed his foot upon the black-robed man's wounded leg, tearing off the hood to reveal his true visage. The onlookers beheld a man appearing to be in his 40s, his face adorned with an array of peculiar markings, reminiscent of certain minority ethnic groups from the Great Zhou. Ah, the black-robed man wailed. Such cruelty from the Six Doors. If you wish to kill, then kill. Torturing a person? What kind of skill is that? Gu Lingyun's expression darkened as he spoke in a low tone. I ask you, 2 years ago in the capital, there was a woman who could command beasts, found dead. Her body devoured by insects until only bones remained. You were the one who killed her. The black-robed man let out a sinister laugh. Heh. I have slain many who could command beasts. They were unworthy, tarnishing the reputation of beast tamers. Was that woman perhaps your little lover? Scoundrel! Were you not coveting their beast-taming skills? Speak. Did you kill her or not? And if I did, what of it? I have taken so many lives that I can scarcely remember. Very well, Gu Lingyun retorted. I have learned a method of slow slicing from an executioner. Once we reach the prison of the 6 doors, we shall see whose method is more effective, the insects you summon to devour, or my blade that cleaves cleanly. You go too far. The black-robed man protested, but Gu Lingyun, anticipating his attempt to bite his tongue, swiftly pressed several acupoints on him. With a sinister grin, he declared, if you wish to die, it shall not be so easy. Come with me. With that, he dragged the silenced black-robed man by one arm, leaving a trail of blood on the street. A dozen or so constables from the 6 gates exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene, and instead offered a respectful bow to Fang Ping before following suit. As Fang Ping shivered, he mused on the fateful convergence of enemies. He recalled the time at Chaotian Temple when Gu Lingyun, despite being injured, had pursued this very individual. It became evident that deep-seated enmity lay between them, and it seemed likely that this man would not survive the encounter. After lingering in the cold breeze for a moment, he noticed that the crowd had dispersed. Initially intending to return to the meeting hall to check on Tang Chi, he was suddenly drawn by the sight of a flare shooting skyward in the distance, prompting him to dash toward that direction. After a brisk run, traversing several streets and alleys, he finally arrived at the scene. The precise location was uncertain, but flames roared from 2 nearby structures, illuminating a fierce skirmish between a contingent of Dezhou soldiers and a group of martial artists. Despite the numbers being roughly equal, the soldiers had divided their forces to protect a handful of unarmed civilians, placing them at a disadvantage. Fang Ping focused intently and spotted a towering figure wielding dual hammers amidst the fray. It was Hu Yanxiong, who was engaged in combat with 2 opponents armed with peculiar weapons and was clearly struggling. Hu Yan, I am here to assist you, Fang Ping bellowed, joining the fray. With a powerful swing of his staff, he dispatched several martial artists who were battling the Dezhou soldiers, clearing a path to Hu Yanxiong. Ah, Fang brother, your arrival is fortuitous. These miscreants are from the Yin-Yang sect. Do not hold back. Understood. I shall strike them down without mercy. With a few deft maneuvers of his staff, Fang Ping temporarily repelled the 2 assailants surrounding Hu Yanxiong, allowing him to better assess their appearances and armaments. Both opponents appeared to be in their late 30s, their features strikingly similar, suggesting a fraternal bond. One wielded a shield in his left hand and a pair of dual crescent axes in his right, while the other mirrored this stance. Hu Yanxiong, catching his breath, cautioned, Fang brother, be wary. They employ a combined assault technique, and their weapons are formidable. Their shields can absorb impact, and those crescent axes are razor-sharp. By my mother, had I not been armed with these hammers, I would have been severed by now. Fang Ping glanced at the noticeable scratches on Hu Yanxiong's hammers and chuckled. Fear not. You assist the soldiers while I handle these 2. My staff is a treasure in its own right. Let us see if they can cut through it. Just be careful. Raising his staff, Fang Ping pointed at the 2 adversaries. So, you hail from the Yin-Yang sect? Pray tell, what are your names? Ding Jia. Ding Yi. Then I shall be known as Fang Ping. With that, Fang Ping launched an attack, swinging his staff toward Ding Jia. The latter raised his shield to block, and their weapons collided, producing a shower of sparks. By the heavens! Fang Ping exclaimed in surprise, swiftly retreating a step. Upon inspecting his cold iron staff, he noted the lack of any marks, which alleviated his concerns. What material is that shield made of? It felt as though he struck cotton, a most peculiar phenomenon. However, before he could ponder further, Ding Yi rolled towards him, shield raised, as the dual crescent axes aimed for his legs. Fang Ping thrust the cold iron rod forward with great force, pushing Ding Yi back. Just as Ding Jia's Ziwu Yuanong axe sliced toward his head, he hastily retreated. After exchanging blows over a dozen times, Fang Ping felt increasingly uneasy. Not only did these 2 adversaries exhibit remarkable synergy, but their peculiar shield also proved baffling. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could only repel them, but was unable to shatter their shield. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Hu Yanxiong, I do not require your assistance. Step aside. Fang Ping glanced surreptitiously and saw a woman in black holding a longsword, berating Hu Yanxiong. Hu Yanxiong had just rescued this woman from a member of the Yin-Yang sect and was now bewildered by her tirade. Miss, do we know each other? Humph. Have you forgotten so soon? In Baishui Temple, Were you not intent on laying hands on me? It's you. Hu Yanxiong recalled the incident at Baishui Temple, realizing the offense he had committed. Now we are even, I suppose. What if I told you that the person who framed you for theft in the capital not long ago was someone I hired? You. Hu Yanxiong's veins bulged with anger as he threw her towards the protected civilians. We shall settle our scores later. Behave yourself. While Fang Ping fended off Ding Jia and Ding Yi, he couldn't help but find amusement in this unfolding drama, smirking as he remarked, "You two feuding souls. Might you cease your bickering and engage in combat instead? Who has feuding with him? Nonsense. Do you believe I want to cleave you in two?" The woman retorted angrily. Chapter 197. A friend saves me. Fang Ping eavesdropped on the exchange between Hu Yanxiong and the woman in black, narrowly avoiding a slash from Ding Jia's and Ding Yi's Ziwu Yuanyang axes, and quickly refocused on the fight. Though these two were not top-tier fighters, their coordination was impeccable, and the shield they wielded effectively dissipated force, diminishing Fang Ping's advantage in strength. Furthermore, the two Ziwu Yuanyang axes were treasures in their own right. Despite having true chi to protect him, Fang Ping was reluctant to be struck unnecessarily, leading to a prolonged entanglement. After dozens of exchanges, none had gained the upper hand. However, with Fang Ping preoccupying them, Hu Yanxiong was free to charge at the minions of the Yin Yang sect, scattering them into disarray. Let us go. Seeing their comrades dwindling, Ding Jia and Ding Yi exchanged glances and shouted in unison, breaking free from Fang Ping to escape. At that moment, a figure suddenly swooped down from the air, dashing swiftly between the fleeing duo. Clad in coarse linen, the figure had a short stature and a face bristling with a thick tangle of fake beard, resembling a monkey at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the beard was affixed to conceal their true appearance. Haha, fine weapon. Now it belongs to me. With a flourish of his hands, he brandished two gleaming weapons, striking them together, producing a clear and melodious sound. It was indeed the Ziwu Yuanyang axes of Ding Jia and Ding Yi. Upon hearing the sound of the collision, Ding Jia and Ding Yi paused momentarily, noticing the weapon in the stranger's hand. They glanced at their own palms in confusion, only to realize that their weapons were missing. What was happening? It felt as though their hands had gone numb for an instant, and their weapons had vanished. Should they flee or confront? Outmatched, they decided to retreat. Exchanging a meaningful glance, they turned and dashed into the shadows. Fang Ping was uncertain whether this individual was friend or foe and regarded him with caution. However, the scruffy man did not spare him a glance and swiftly darted to the side of the protected civilians. One among them emerged. The black-clad woman who had previously scolded Hu Yanxiong. "Ah, brother, you have arrived," she exclaimed. "Humph, what madness is this in the middle of the night? Why are you running about in such chaos?" "It is precisely because of the turmoil that I came to witness the commotion," he replied. "Witness what? You nearly became part of the spectacle yourself. Come back with me." As the two prepared to leave, Fang Ping approached, brandishing his staff. "Excuse me, are you not the thief who was pilfering in the capital earlier?" The man chuckled. "Indeed, that would be me." "What of it? Are you, Sir Fang, intending to obstruct me?" "Not at all. I merely wish to express my admiration for your remarkable thieving skills, managing to seize a weapon with such ease. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" "Wang or Matzi. What sort of name is that?" "Li or Guzi." "Well, haha, which thief would openly disclose their name? If my true name were to become known across the land, it would surely mean I had been captured." "Ah, you make a valid point." With that, the man seized the black-clad woman and bounded away into the night. Shortly thereafter, Hu Yanxiong returned with his men after pursuing the henchmen of the Yin Yang sect. "Huyan, what were the results of the skirmish?" Fang Ping inquired. Hu Yanxiong shook his head. "We scattered them, but a few managed to escape. By the way, your nemesis has already fled." Fang Ping recounted the earlier events. Hu Yanxiong did not express much anger and waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. He is merely a thief. Our priority should be to deal with the miscreants of the Yin Yang sect who are causing chaos in the capital." With that, he directed his men to clear the battlefield and extinguish the fires. Seeing that he had no further business here, Fang Ping learned the direction and realized he was not far from the 6 doors. "Huyan, since this matter is settled, I shall first visit the 6 doors," he declared. Hu Yanxiong clasped his fist in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Fang, for your assistance. You may go ahead. I will escort these civilians to safety before pursuing the culprits of the Yin Yang sect." Fang Ping nodded, turning to head towards the 6 doors. Reflecting that it was the 18th day of the first month, no, it was already the 19th. He had been running about Chang'an, engaging in several skirmishes. And it was now well past midnight. The moon tonight was still quite round, casting a beautiful light. What a pity to waste such a splendid night. I should be at home enjoying a peaceful sleep. It is all the fault of those Yin Yang sect rascals for stirring up trouble. Just as he was muttering to himself, he caught a glimpse of movement in a narrow alley, followed by a familiar cry. "Friend, save me." "Who is it?" The voice sounds peculiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Fang Ping paused his steps and entered the narrow alley, faintly catching sight of several figures rushing ahead. "Halt! Who goes there?" "Friend, it's me. Save me." "Who are you?" Fang Ping bellowed in inquiry. "It's me. Who am I?" "You are my friend." Fang Ping found himself at a loss for words, yet he continued to pursue. Upon exiting the alley, illuminated by the glow of lanterns on the street, he discerned several individuals from the martial world dashing forth. Among them, one bore another on his shoulder, the very one who was calling out to him. "Stop right there." The group was not moving particularly swiftly, and soon Fang Ping caught up to them. Two of the armed men turned and shouted, "We are disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. I advise you to recognize the gravity of the situation. What you are facing is indeed the Yin-Yang sect. Step aside." Fang Ping wielded his cold iron rod with a flourish, sending both men, arms and bodies, flying against the wall, their lives extinguished in an instant. The remaining individuals, witnessing the sudden demise of their companions, understood they could not prevail and immediately scattered. The man who had been carried was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts. Friend, please untie me quickly." As Fang Ping approached, he finally recognized the individual before him, a foreigner he had encountered previously. The very one who had sold him the Hujia 18 beats. "Ah, what a coincidence, my friend." "Yes, indeed, my good friend. Please loosen these bindings." Fang Ping chuckled as he lifted the foreigner and inquired, "I recall that last time you were captured by the authorities. How did you find yourself in the clutches of the Yin-Yang sect?" The foreigner smiled awkwardly. "Well, my friend, I was minding my own business in the Ministry of Justice prison when these Yin-Yang sect ruffians burst in, killing indiscriminately. If I hadn't managed to frighten them off, I would have surely been a victim myself." Fang Ping furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He pressed further, "You must have some value to them, otherwise they would have ended your life. What did they inquire of you?" Friend, I really don't know. I was wanted for stealing from the court, you see. By the way, about that Hujia 18 beats I sold you, it was indeed a fine item. You made a profit of 300 taels. Just let me off the hook this time." Chapter 198. Mingyu hearing the foreigner mention the Hujia 18 beats again, Fang Ping felt a surge of frustration. "You have the audacity to speak of it. That Hujia 18 beats is a banned text, contraband no less. What would happen if I were caught by the authorities? You've led me into peril." The foreigner continued to chuckle sheepishly. "Banned texts are the best kind. Who knows, they might increase in value someday." "Hey, you rascal. By the way, what is your name?" "I am called Si Buman Si." "Buman. Unsatisfied, what a fitting name for one who steals from the court." "Friend, you've mispronounced it. Si is not a surname. It should be pronounced together. Come, repeat after me. Si Buman. Si Buman." "Exactly. Ah, the audacity." "My tongue has twisted in dismay," Fang Ping exclaimed, tugging at Si Buman's collar with a hint of irritation. "Why have the followers of the Yin-Yang sect spared your life?" Si Buman, momentarily disoriented by the jostling, rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment before responding, "I cannot say for certain. I merely informed them that I have hidden some treasures, and if they choose not to kill me, I would gladly offer them these riches." "Is it truly for wealth that you speak?" Fang Ping queried skeptically. "What other motive could there be? Wealth is indeed a desirable asset." Fang Ping furrowed his brow, unconvinced. The Yin-Yang sect had caused considerable chaos, setting fires and assaulting the meeting hall, not to mention the Ministry of Justice, and possibly other locations as well. Surely, it could not merely be for a handful of silver, for that would be madness. "Refusing to speak, are we?" he said, shaking Si Buman once more. "Will you disclose the truth?" Si Buman, nearly sputtering, pleaded, "Please, my friend, cease the shaking. I was utterly terrified at the time and spoke nonsense. Now I can scarcely recall what transpired. Ah, since the ministry's prison has been compromised, why not accompany me to the 6 doors? It is rumored that their cells are far superior," Fang Ping said with a grin. Si Buman, wearing a pained expression, replied, "My friend, you truly lack consideration. Why not allow me to go alone to the Vermilion Gate? Carrying me is quite a burden." "Nonsense. Besides, the Vermilion Gate is likely under strict lockdown. You cannot leave the capital. With the chaos in Chang'an, what if you were to fall into the hands of the Yin-Yang sect once more? Please, do not be so harsh. I still possess some hidden treasures that I could sell to you at a bargain," Si Buman suggested. "I have no funds. What if I were to give them to you for free?" Fang Ping retorted, exasperated. "Enough of your prattle. Let us proceed." They soon arrived at the 6 doors, which was not far from their location. Fang Ping found the task of carrying Si Buman rather effortless, and they reached the entrance quickly. "Halt," called a voice. "Who goes there?" "It is I, Fang Ping." "Do not draw your weapons," he replied. With the city in turmoil, a squad of constables stood guard at the entrance, weapons drawn. Yet, having visited the 6 doors on several occasions, Fang Ping was soon recognized. "Ah, it is Brother Fang. What brings you here?" one constable inquired. Fang Ping recounted the recent events, and several constables nodded in understanding. "I see. Perhaps from this man we can glean the motivations behind the Inyang sect's turmoil in the capital." "Brother Fang, please follow me," one constable said, leading Fang Ping into the grand hall of the 6 doors. Inside, amidst a few constables, stood Chenli and the by-father-son duo, Bai Gui and Bai Tianlong. Along with a woman in purple attire, they gathered around a large table, poring over a map of the city. Upon Fang Ping's entrance, the constable reiterated Fang Ping's account. The woman in purple, her eyes gleaming with intent, remarked, "Brother Fang, your arrival is fortuitous. We are currently deliberating this matter, and this man may possess valuable information. My sister shall take him to inquire further. Is it Miss Mingyu?" "You may proceed," Fang Ping acknowledged, recognizing her as Mingyu, a young head constable responsible for case documentation. Si Buman then interjected, "Friends, you are too inconsiderate. Hey, you are all constables, right? I must inform you that this man has previously purchased my ill-gotten goods. You must apprehend him at once." "Silence. Speak again carelessly, and you shall face dire consequences," Mingyu reprimanded, causing Si Buman to fall silent. Ultimately following Mingyu to the back for questioning, Chun-Li nudged Fang Ping with a grin, inquiring, "Brother Fang, have you truly purchased stolen goods?" "Absolutely not." "Do not heed his nonsensical prattle," Fang Ping replied. "Very well, let us assume you have never done so," Chun-Li chuckled. "What do you mean by let us assume?" "I have indeed never purchased anything illicit," Fang Ping asserted. "Why so serious?" "I merely asked out of curiosity," Chun-Li retorted, feeling uncomfortable under Chun-Li's gaze. Fang Ping turned to Bai Gui and Bai Tianlong, asking, "By the way, has Chang'e visited?" Bai Gui stroked his beard thoughtfully, replying, "Indeed, the girl came by. Saw that I was well, and mentioned she was off to visit others, a couple, if I recall correctly. Dukong and Li Waner, I believe," Fang Ping interjected. Yes. Alas, I am growing forgetful. I barely remembered after she mentioned it," Bai Gui admitted. Fang Ping laughed. "You jest, old sir. Were it not for my recognition of them, I too would struggle to recall such fleeting details." Chun-Li chimed in. "I, on the other hand, can remember quite well." Who asked you?" Fang Tianlong quipped, surveying Fang Ping's bloodied state. He inquired, "Brother Fang, what has happened to you? Are you injured?" "Fear not, old brother. It is not my blood. Allow me to explain." Fang Ping recounted his harrowing experiences from the night, eliciting gasps of admiration from the group. "Even the Ministry of Justice was attacked? How troublesome," Bai Tianlong remarked, picking up a pen and circling the ministry on the map spread across the table. Fang Ping glanced at the map, observing numerous circles already marked, and asked, "Could these all be locations targeted by the Yin-Yang sect?" Bai Tianlong nodded, "Indeed. But what could their intentions possibly be?" Chun-Li pondered. "They must be searching for something, or someone." The group engaged in speculation, yet none could discern the truth. Fang Ping casually inquired further, learning that many captains and officers from the 6 doors had accompanied Chief Guajinshan to apprehend criminals, leaving only them to guard the premises. At that moment, Mingyu emerged from the back of the hall. "Mingyu, have you uncovered any clues?" Chun-Li asked urgently. Mingyu nodded, bowing to Fang Ping. "Thanks to Brother Fang for bringing Si Man, I finally gleaned some useful information from him." Fang Ping was astonished. "What skill you possess, Miss Ming?" "I questioned him thoroughly and learned nothing." "Do not wrongfully accuse me. I did not resort to violence," Mingyu chuckled. "After all, I have spent several years at 6 doors and have acquired some questioning techniques." Chun-Li exclaimed, "Oh, Mingyu, you have me on edge. Quickly, what did you uncover?" Mingyu shot him a glare, approached the table, and took up a pen, drawing a circle on the map of the capital. However, this circle marked a location outside of Chang'an City. "This must be their destination," she declared. "Yunhua Temple?" The group echoed in unison, gazing at the spot Mingyu had circled on the map. The Yunhua Temple, as depicted on the map, lies a mere 10 or so li beyond the outskirts of Chang'an. Chun-Li stroked his chin and inquired, "Mingyu, are you certain that the target of the Inyang sect is this place?" "To my knowledge, this Yunhua Temple is merely a modest shrine, devoid of any remarkable treasures." Mingyu's eyes flickered as she replied, "Indeed, there are no treasures of note, but there exists a person within, someone of great significance." "Who is this person?" Chun-Li pressed. "Due to the royal secrets involved, I cannot divulge this information without His Majesty's consent," she answered. "Royal matters, you say? Why was I not aware of this?" Chun-Li scratched his head in confusion. Mingyu let out a soft scoff. "You can scarcely catch a petty thief. Yet you wonder how many documents from the 6 doors you have perused?" Ah, you are correct. Chun-Li chuckled awkwardly before continuing. But if I am unaware, how could that Hu person possibly know? Mingyu elucidated. This Si Buman once pilfered several treasures from the Great Zhou, which may have included documents and portraits. He mentioned that a leader of the Yinyang sect had shown him a portrait during a raid on the Ministry of Justice's prison, and the individual depicted therein now resides in Yunhua Temple. Yunhua Temple? I have not heard of it. I only know of the Grand Xianghua Temple in the capital. Fang Ping murmured softly, only to be met with peculiar glances from those around him. What is it? Did I say something amiss? Mingyu shook her head with a smile. Brother Fang, you are not entirely incorrect. However, the Xianghua Temple is located near Luodu, which is in the eastern capital. The Great Zhou moved its capital from Luodu to Chang'an during the reign of the late emperor, hence it is referred to as the western capital. Ah, perhaps I am mistaken, Fang Ping admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He recalled how, while escorting the 100 Crafts heavenly box disguised as a monk, he had boasted to everyone about visiting the Xianghua Temple to seek enlightenment. How awkward. Mingyu chuckled lightly and addressed the group, in light of royal matters. I must hasten to the palace to report this. With that, she hurriedly departed. The others exchanged baffled glances, equally puzzled. Fang Ping suggested, Brother Chen, why not peruse the documents from the 6 doors to uncover the identity of this important individual at Yunhua Temple? Chun-Li shook his head, given the royal connections. Mingyu would have surely destroyed the documents the moment she learned of them, rendering any search futile. Bai Gui suddenly interjected, Young Fang, did you mention that my disciple Wu Lao heir has reappeared with the medicinal man? Yes, he's over by the Huizhen Pavilion. And one of the medicinal men is particularly unusual, resembling a skeleton, yet capable of exuding inner strength like a master martial artist. Quite bizarre. Does the old master know anything? Fang Ping posed his question. It is indeed a calamity wrought by the heavenly physician sect. The peculiar medicinal man you encountered has likely been preserved by their members for decades. He may have once been an extraordinary figure in life. Yet now he is subjected to such torment and death, Bai Gui lamented. The group was intrigued, yet when they sought to inquire further, Bai Gui shook his head with a pained expression. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, and then said, By the way, old Master Bai, Tang Chi once utilized the prescription you provided to concoct some pellets, which he then tossed into the mouth of that peculiar medicinal man, but instead of succumbing, he ran about wildly. Do you have any insight into this? The existence of the drug person may date back several decades, with the substances utilized then differing significantly from those of today. Bai Gui spoke, stamping his foot. Enough. As a junior, I cannot absolve myself from the mistakes made by the predecessors of the heavenly medicine sect. Tianlong, fetch my medicine box. Let us visit Yunhua Temple together. Bai Tianlong's expression stiffened as he replied, Father, why stir up trouble? That old Wu may have already fled and might not even go to Yunhua Temple. Bai Gui, frowning, kicked at him and retorted, If I instruct you to fetch it, then do so. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Unless you can tell me how to subdue that drug person, perhaps it would be best for you to stay behind given your age. You know nothing. You can merely treat minor ailments and identify herbs. How could you possibly subdue a drug person? Are you dreaming? All right, calm down. I will go get it. Before long, Bai Tianlong returned reluctantly, carrying a large medicine box. Fang Ping had initially considered dissuading the old man, but seeing his determination, he refrained from further words. Grasping his staff, he said, Since Bai Lei Azizi wishes to go to Yunhua Temple, I shall join in the excitement. Bai Tianlong laughed heartily. Patting his shoulder, Good brother, it was not in vain that we welcomed you into our home. Speaking of the house, it had almost been set ablaze moments ago. What? Fang Ping recounted the encounter with the red-haired ghost and the tuberculosis specter who had attempted to burn the medical hall, inciting a furious tirade from Bai Tianlong. As the trio approached the entrance of the 6 doors, Chun-Li clasped his hands in salute and said, Gentlemen, should you encounter members of the Yinyang sect at Yunhua Temple, refrain from engaging until I can send word to the chief constable, who will bring reinforcements. Enough. You should know me by now. When it comes to prudence, the chief constable pales in comparison, Bai Tianlong boasted, thumping his chest. Bai Gui rolled his eyes, retorting, Is that prudence? That is merely cowardice. Otherwise, after all these years, you would not still be just a street patrolling constable. Yet I am still a constable. Better than an ordinary officer, isn't it? Humph. You still have the audacity to boast. You merely climbed the ranks through seniority. Such disgrace. The father and son bickered as members of the 6 doors brought over 3 horses. The 3 mounted and bid farewell to Chun-Li, galloping towards the city gates. They traveled along the main thoroughfare of Chang'an, encountering several squads of soldiers amidst the chaos. Here, Bai Tianlong's skills became apparent. Having served as a patrolling constable for many years, he boasted a wide network of acquaintances. Most of the patrolling officers recognized him, exchanging jovial greetings and permitting their passage. Upon reaching the city gates, they found them indeed under strict guard. The gatekeeper, familiar with Bai Tianlong, showed great respect towards Bai Gui, scrutinizing Fang Ping closely. It was only when Fang Ping presented the token from the Yang family that the guard eased his vigilance. The officer pointed towards the city wall and remarked, "Bai Xiong, your claim about the Yin Yang sect heading to Yunhua Temple appears credible. Just moments ago, several individuals flew out from that direction. Ordinary arrows cannot reach them. They must be skilled fighters, so exercise caution. Thank you for the warning." The officer had the city gate open slightly, allowing the three to exit the city. Outside the city of Chang'an, the streets were devoid of lanterns' illumination, although the moonlight was reasonably bright. The three individuals dared not run too swiftly as they headed towards Yunhua Temple. Chapter 200, Impersonation. After riding in the darkness for a while, they caught a glimpse of flickering torches in the distance as they approached within 2 miles of Yunhua Temple. "Father, we can't ride any further. Let us proceed on foot," Bai Tianlong suggested. Bai Gui nodded in agreement, and the trio dismounted, driving their horses into the nearby woods temporarily. At this juncture, they refrained from taking the main road and opted for a narrower path, stealthily making their way forward. Yunhua Temple perched atop a modest hill, and below, a throng of people were engaged in a scuffle. The three concealed themselves among the trees to observe the commotion. Fang Ping shaded his eyes with his hand and remarked, "One faction appears to belong to the Yin Yang sect, while the other seems to consist of soldiers from the Great Zhou. Those wielding short blades must be the Imperial Guards. Correct?" Bai Tianlong nodded. "I never anticipated there would be soldiers stationed here. The numbers suggest they might have a garrison, and with the presence of Imperial Guards. It seems Mingyu was indeed correct. There are significant figures within Yunhua Temple." Fang Ping turned to Bai Gui, "Old Master Bai. This situation is far too chaotic for a direct assault. You and Brother Bai should remain here for the time being. The court's reinforcements should arrive shortly. I will scout ahead to ascertain what these Yin Yang sect individuals are up to. Young lad, do not be modest. With me as a burden, you certainly cannot enter. If it were just you, a few trips back and forth would be child's play." "Just wait a moment," Bai Gui replied, retrieving a vial from his medicine box and pouring out a heap of powder, which he then applied to Fang Ping's face. "Old Master Bai, what is this?" Fang Ping inquired. "Nothing of consequence, merely a temporary means to darken your face," Bai Gui explained. "But my face is already dark," Fang Ping protested. Bai Tianlong chuckled. "You were once a bronze hue. Now you resemble the bottom of a pot. When you go over there, refrain from fighting. Simply impersonate a member of the Yin Yang sect. I doubt anyone will recognize you." This stuff won't be difficult to wash off, will it?" Fang Ping queried. "Rest assured, it will wear off in a couple of days," Bai Gui assured him, observing Fang Ping's nearly pitch-black visage, which blended almost seamlessly with the darkness. With a grin, he added, "All right, off you go, but be cautious." "Understood. You both take care as well," Fang Ping replied, bidding farewell to the two before stealthily making his way toward the ruckus. After considerable effort, he managed to blend into the crowd. The members of the Yin Yang sect did not attack him, but the soldiers and Imperial Guards were relentless, engaging him with fierce blows. Fang Ping wished to avoid inflicting harm upon them, dodging their strikes until he was ultimately pierced by a soldier's spear, falling to the ground with a cry of agony. Rolling on the ground like a lazy donkey, he noticed a member of the Yin Yang sect had also collapsed nearby. He kicked the individual, rendering him unconscious. "Let me see what weapon you wield," he mused, discovering 2 axes. Quite impressive. With stealth, Fang Ping stripped the individual of his outer garments, wrapped his cold iron staff, and secured it behind him, seizing the 2 decorative axes before springing into action. He let out a strange shriek and dashed through the crowd, knocking over several followers of the Yin Yang sect before swiftly ascending the mountain path. On the trail, a multitude of individuals were engaged in combat, with the surrounding flora already ablaze, allowing him to discern friend from foe. Fang Ping did not linger in confrontation. He merely collided with the sect's disciples and evaded the soldiers, provoking a chorus of curses. Yet, midway through his escape, he was intercepted by a robust man clad in a flying fish uniform. The man wielded a spiked club and was fiercely engaged in battle upon the mountain path. As Fang Ping drew near, the man swung his club with ferocity, exclaiming, "You vile thief of the Yin Yang sect, take this." With a quick motion, Fang Ping raised 2 axe-like weapons and parried the blow, recognizing the assailant as Sun Wudi of the Imperial Guard. "What brings you here?" he pondered. Yet he had no time for such thoughts. As he attempted to flee, he heard Sun Wudi shout, "You little rascal. You possess some strength. Reveal your name." "I am the Black Whirlwind, Li Kuei. Do not obstruct me. My brother is in peril on the mountain, threatened by a tiger, and I must rescue him." Fang Ping fabricated a tale, pushing Sun Wudi, who stumbled with both him and his spiked club before turning to ascend the mountain. What insolence! Do not think you can escape, Sun Wuti shouted, pursuing him for a few steps before noticing a fellow guard in distress. He swiftly struck down an approaching disciple of the Yinyang sect, exclaiming, "Begone!" By the time he turned back to the mountain path, Fang Ping had vanished without a trace, leaving him to chase after other sect members. Fang Ping continued his flight, ultimately reaching the Yunhua temple. The courtyard was lively with combat, yet at its center, only 3 individuals were engaged, while the rest kept their distance. Peeking from behind a wall, Fang Ping recognized them. One donned a white flying fish uniform and wielded a long blade with a crimson hue, adeptly holding his ground against 2 opponents. This was Wei Xiu, the vice commander of the Imperial Guard who had previously sought to slay the Tongtian Python. His adversaries included the runaway Taoist Han from the Huaidong Hall and a man armed with a silver spear, the same individual who had nearly defeated Huyan Xiong at the Ping'an Arena. Wei Xiu twirled his long blade, sneering, "Zhao Xian, you dare to join the Yinyang sect and oppose the court? Seeking death, are you?" The silver spear wielder retorted, "Who is Zhao Xian? You mistake me for someone else. Misidentify my foot. Your appearance may deceive, but your 100 birds facing the phoenix spear technique gives you away." What 100 birds facing the phoenix? This is clearly the pear blossom and crabapple spear technique. Huh, I care not for your technique. Once I dispatch you both, I shall present my apologies to His Majesty and be relieved from this godforsaken place. Prepare to die. The 3 engaged in a cacophonous clash. Although Wei Xiu fought 2 opponents, he subtly held the upper hand. However, the prospect of eliminating them seemed bleak, and the battle was far from over. Fang Ping paid them no mind, observing briefly before stealthily blending back into the throng, making his way to the rear of the Yunhua temple. In this place, there was a commotion. He cast a furtive glance and beheld several individuals within the grand hall, accompanied by a few monks. Ah, what a sight! Fang Ping feigned a scuffle, brandishing 2 ornate axes as he dashed back and forth outside the hall, stealing glances within. However, upon discerning the countenance of one woman inside, a chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a vibrant red robe. Her long raven hair secured with 2 chopsticks, presenting an oddly striking figure. She was none other than the formidable ancestor Hong Gu of the Yinyang sect, who had once intercepted him at the foot of Qingyang City. Goodness, how did I encounter this harbinger of doom? Even with my newfound inner strength to shield my body, I could scarcely withstand a single blow from her, perhaps enduring at most 2 strikes.